Chapter 1. There exists such an utterly unsightly creature. Anzhou, Central City Hospital. The morgue was piled high with corpses, the safety exit's indicator light casting an eerie green glow. I finally crawled out. She brushed the yellow mud mixed with crimson stains off her trousers, entirely indifferent to the stench of decay that hung in the air. Stumbling over a mound of bodies, she made her way forward. Just a week prior, City A had been shrouded in an ominous black mist. The once thriving metropolis fell victim to this darkness in mere hours, with countless citizens meeting gruesome ends, their deaths horrific. In an instant, the streets lay deserted, clogged sewers spewing forth crimson blood and shattered flesh. A monstrous hand descended with unnatural swiftness, seizing the throats of all, and within a week, this force had swept across the globe, transforming the world into a true inferno. Humanity had lost its most fundamental rights, reduced to mere sustenance for this enigmatic power. They could offer no resistance, merely clinging to life as they awaited their demise. She believed that her gentle mother would protect her. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. She spotted a red ribbon gently swaying at the edge of the bed. It was her mother's ribbon. "Mom." She hastened her steps, her small body bobbing up and down with the undulations of the cadavers beneath her. "Mom, I finally found you. Mom, are you sleeping?" Her voice softened, reminiscent of her mother, soothing her to slumber during her childhood. "Don't be afraid, Mom. I won't let anyone disturb your sleep." With that, she carefully turned and closed a large door of the morgue, cutting off the outside's greenish glow, leaving only an endless darkness. Bang! A muffled thud erupted from within a corpse cabinet, piercing the cold silence. She rushed forward, pressing her hand against the cabinet. Her finger raised to her lips as she whispered, "Shh, don't make a sound. My mom is sleeping. It would be rude to knock again." Her mother's temper was fearsome, and she had no desire to endure it once more. The banging from the corpse cabinet suddenly ceased, and a chilling male voice echoed from within. "Little girl, if you want me to remain silent, simply open the cabinet door. I promise I won't make a sound once I emerge." In the dim surroundings, a fleeting tranquility enveloped the scene. Yet, amidst the perilous night, it felt all the more sinister. "All right, I can open the cabinet door, but you must keep your word." She feared her mother's wrath more than the eerie entity before her. Stepping closer, she lifted a chain and easily unlatched the cabinet door. In an instant, a pair of large hands shot forth from the cabinet, the skeletal fingers resembling withered branches, mingled with decaying flesh, countless maggots writhing upon them. The green light filtering in from outside mingled with the red glow emanating from the cabinet, creating an even more horrifying spectacle. The grotesque figure, draped in white, bore a belly gnawed by some unknown force, devoid of any intact flesh. Its long untouched body, pale from lack of sunlight, combined with the cold air seeping from the cabinet, resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell. A pair of red eyes, lacking lower eyelids, hung suspended in their hollow sockets. With a sinister snort, it remarked, "Humph, human spawn, you truly cannot withstand my terror." The grotesque's expression darkened. How can such an unsightly creature exist in this world? The pallid visage darkened further. "What did you say?" Before it could finish, a white cloth was abruptly thrown over its face. The creature fell silent for a moment. By all conventions, this human child should have been frightened into a frenzied escape while it leapt from the cabinet, easily capturing her. Gritting its teeth, it removed the cloth from its face. "Hee. So it seems that not only are you ugly, but also foolish." Only then did the entity notice the chains binding it. These chains were a built-in feature of the cabinet, designed to prevent improper storage that could result in the body losing its refrigeration. Unbeknownst to it, today these chains were preventing its escape. "You wretched child, let me out." If its clothing were to become soiled, its mother would surely scold her for not maintaining cleanliness. "Absolutely not, you hideous creature. You are far too ugly. It's best for you to remain inside. By the way, keep quiet. You promised that if I opened the cabinet, you would remain silent." At this moment, the creature was seething with rage, its trembling chest nearly bursting from the intensity of its emotions. "Let me out. I will devour you." With that, it began to violently shake the chains, yet it could not budge them in the slightest. Its frantic struggles only resulted in blood and flesh splattering everywhere. She even clapped her hands in encouragement for the creature. Come on, you're almost out. Keep it up. A massive arm, resembling a sledgehammer, forced its way through the gap of the cabinet, reaching toward the chains. It was on the verge of breaking free. Chapter 2. Playing games with the abnormal. The so-called aberrations transcend worldly logic, unbound by rules. The only limits they possess are dictated by their own capabilities. Aberrations are classified into 4 distinct levels. Clever aberrations possess the least power, merely entering the realm of the bizarre. Yet even so, they can effortlessly rend a human apart. Level aberrations can affect thousands. Encountering one is tantamount to certain death. A-level aberrations have the capacity to obliterate an entire city, capable of annihilating over 100,000 lives in the blink of an eye. As for S-level aberrations, their existence remains shrouded in mystery. No one has survived an encounter with one. The knowledge of their existence is derived solely from the catastrophic demise of population across 5 cities and country are overnight, leading to faint speculation. While these aberrations can easily satiate their hunger by consuming humans, they're still constrained by their abilities. They can only entice and intimidate to devour their prey. Before ordinary humans, they can indulge freely. However, upon confronting a clear-minded individual unafraid of the grotesque, their capabilities are significantly diminished. With a resounding crash, one of the chains shattered. Its eyes brimmed with fury and an otherworldly aura, poised to leap forth at any moment. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated. The pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from the aberration. Fragments of flesh began to tumble from its mouth. You seek death. The roar echoed throughout the hospital. Along with it fell the aberration's severed arm. In a rather kind-hearted manner, she remarked, "Your arm has fallen off." The creature's voice halted abruptly. It gazed down at its severed limb. Forcing itself to breathe deeply, it finally spoke. "How about this? We play a game. If you win, my arm is yours. If I win, you let me out. What do you say?" Even a hideous creature's arm is still an ugly arm. She had no desire for such an exceedingly unattractive limb. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a grinding sound from above. Looking up, she saw the creature's face darken, only to return to a smile. "Not at all. This arm is quite formidable. It can smash this room with a single punch." The creature boasted. This was the strongest part of its entire being, its only asset. A punch that can smash this room? That sounds like a superpower. All right, I want to play. Finally, she had found a way to coax it out. As for the game, it snorted. When it came to games, it had never feared anyone, especially since as long as the arm belonged to it, it had regenerative capabilities. Once the game concluded, even if it lost, it could simply overturn the table with its regrown arm. At that point, this little brat would be completely unprepared, caught off guard. "Speak up. What game do you want to play?" "I'm all in. My mother has poor eyesight. Every time she mends socks for my father, she needs my help threading the needle. How about we play a game of threading needles? Best of 5, sound good?" "Absolutely." The aberration readily agreed. The various sizes of suturing needles within the container meant that the needle holes varied accordingly. The creature casually pulled out a large suturing needle, its eye larger than that of a small model. With a sly grin, it said, "Little girl, your luck isn't too great." The aberration nodded. "Let's begin." Yet its speed still couldn't rival that of a single hand of the aberration. "Little girl, I have won this round. Let's go again." The youthful voice brimmed with defiance. She could not believe that she was outmatched by this grotesque and unsightly creature. "Hee, I am bound to win." As the tension in the game escalated, a sinister grin spread across his bizarre visage. His arm, concealed within the corpse cabinet, was now slowly beginning to grow. In no time, it would be fully formed. In the third round, the bizarre creature drew a large sewing needle, while Shizhang also drew a large sewing needle. As the match reached its climax, the malevolent smile on his face deepened once more. "If I win another round, you must obediently let me out. Otherwise, I shall twist your head off." The bizarre entity momentarily suppressed the exhilaration swelling within. He then presented the iron bucket once more. Upon seeing the small sewing needle he had drawn, she could not help but smile sweetly, confidently clutching her own large sewing needle. "I shall not lose this round." The bizarre creature let out a dismissive hum. The competition had reached its critical juncture. The final round. The bizarre creature lowered his gaze to his soon-to-be-grown arm, the pent-up fury within him ready to unleash. Once this round concluded, his arm would be reborn. As if in prayer, he hoped to draw the large sewing needle. With a cold smirk, he feigned kindness. "Come now, little girl. It is the last round. You are not afraid, are you?" "Not at all." However, upon seeing what he had drawn, the once blazing crimson in his eyes flickered out, replaced by astonishment. He had drawn a toothpick. The bizarre creature stood in stunned silence. How could there be a toothpick in the iron bucket? "Hooray, I won. I won. I never claimed that all that was in here were sewing needles. You drew a toothpick, and thus you cannot continue the game. So I won. I won." At this moment, the fury within the bizarre creature became impossible to contain. His previous astonishment vanished in an instant, transforming into a chilling aura of death and frost. "I have endured you for far too long. This is mine. No one can match the speed of child's hand." In an instant, the arm that had been on the verge of growing vanished into thin air, the process of its restoration abruptly interrupted. The emptiness in his arm sent him into a panic. "My arm, that is mine," he cried out in heart-wrenching despair. But it was to no avail. The crimson flames licked at his entire arm, the intense red light consuming both his own crimson glow and the green light of the safety passage. "Wow." She slowly raised the arm. There was nothing amiss. It felt as if it truly belonged to her. With a surge of intent, a perfectly ordinary arm instantly expanded, transforming into a massive appendage akin to a hammer, which continued to grow rapidly. It only ceased to grow once it reached a height of 2 meters. Wow! She had never seen such a large arm. Moreover, she felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through it. As if with a mere swing, she could shatter the very walls of this room. "Thank you. Thank you. Oh, grotesque one, you truly are a good person." Without the grotesque creature, she would never have possessed this arm. Now she was a superhero. The bizarre creature, having lost his right arm, was consumed by rage. His once crimson eyes now dripped with blood, the capillaries bursting from the pressure. He had completely lost control of his sanity. In a frenzy, he struggled against his own body, using all his strength to violently assault the remaining chains. The entire hospital echoed with the sound of crashing blows. "Huh? What is wrong with you? Can you not handle a game? Ah, ow, 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 that hurts." The previously arrogant bizarre creature suddenly fell silent, deprived of his right arm. His aggressive demeanor diminished. "You are being disobedient. You promised to give it to me, yet you are trying to snatch it away." She did not appreciate the fickleness of the grotesque creature. "This is my arm. You took it from me." His only source of pride, his ability, had fallen into the hands of a mere 6-year-old girl due to a game. If this were spread, where could he hide his grotesque face? He could not accept this. The thought of it sent his eyes ablaze once more. Then, a shadow descended from above, delivering a powerful punch to the bizarre creature. Bang! Especially since it was delivered with his own right arm. "What is this?" Without further ado, a series of punches rained down upon the bizarre creature, reducing him to a pulpy mess. As the black mist dissipated, she clapped her hands. Observing the bloodied remains still writhing in a grotesque manner, she was both astonished and puzzled. How can it still move like that? She clicked her tongue in disbelief. "Oh, grotesque one, you are becoming ever more hideous. I wonder on which page of the Shanghai Jing one might find someone uglier than you." As the movements of the pulpy mess gradually diminished, she finally felt at ease. "Grotesque one, you must behave. This is the fate of those who are fickle." Her smile radiated an unparalleled innocence. It was as if she were an entirely different person from the one who had just obliterated the bizarre creature. Meanwhile, another corpse cabinet suddenly rattled. A small boy in a black suit peeked out from the cabinet. His large, dark eyes scrutinized the events unfolding before him. In stark contrast to the grotesque creature, this boy's appearance was irresistibly cute and charming. His deep, jet-black eyes lent an air of maturity to his youthful face. "Ningzhua." Ningzhua spoke coldly, living up to his name. Raising his hand, a dense black mist began to rise from the bizarre creature's remains, coiling towards the palm of Ningzhua. In no time, the black mist vanished without a trace. I am the grotesque. Chapter 4. A new friend found at last. Are you an anomaly? Aside from the chilling aura that emanates from you, you bear no resemblance to a typical human. How can such a striking anomaly exist? Ningzhua remained silent. And what about that black mist? What is it? Within each anomaly lies a black mist, which serves as their sole means of survival. They depend on its existence, yet they perish when it dissipates. The black mist possesses a predatory nature. It can infiltrate a human's body through their breath, gradually consuming them from within. This was her first systematic exposure to information regarding anomalies. So why do you collect that black mist? Ning Zhuo chose not to respond. Well, regardless, you saved me, so thank you. Ning Zhuo nodded and inquired. Did you kill that anomaly? Indeed, he and I were playing a game, but when he broke his promise, I flattened him. Observing the innocent sparkle in the little girl's eyes made it hard to imagine the scene that had unfolded. The little girl then boasted, "Don't be afraid. I have super strong arms, and I can protect you." All right. Hooray, I have a good friend now. Suddenly, a soft rumble emanated from her stomach, interrupting the joyful moment. She touched her belly, a shy smile creeping onto her face. "I'm hungry. I didn't eat breakfast and came to find my mother. Let's go outside to find something to eat." Sure. Fortunately, they were near the city center, with numerous supermarkets adjacent to the hospital. The two walked along the deserted streets, illuminated by the bright moonlight, making their way to the supermarket. Unbeknownst to them, as they stepped onto the street, they entered the surveillance range of the Anzhou military office. At that moment, Captain Zhao Guangming was listening to a report from his subordinates. "Captain, we have informed all residents to stay indoors and prepare for defense as much as possible, but this is utterly futile against these immensely powerful anomalies. Currently, hundreds of thousands of residents have fallen prey to the anomalies, becoming their sustenance. Ordinary people simply lack the means to resist these entities." Suddenly, one of the subordinates caught sight of the surveillance video to the side. Shock and panic rendered him speechless. "What the hell?" Zhao Guangming frowned, displeased, and followed his subordinate's gaze to the monitor. "What the hell?" Zhao Guangming exclaimed. Since the emergence of anomalies, no one has dared to step outside. Even those hiding at home have found no escape from death. To venture out now is tantamount to a death sentence. Especially upon seeing the two children in the surveillance footage, his pupils constricted in alarm. Quickly, activate the intercom mode and attempt to dissuade them. Time is of the essence. If we delay even a moment, these two children could become food for the anomalies. His subordinates did not dare to hesitate. They immediately activated the intercom to issue a warning. Only then did Zhao Guangming clearly see the faces of the two children. His hands clenched tightly, and his bloodshot eyes fixated on the boy's gaze. He gasped, "This boy is an anomaly." As soon as the words left his mouth, several subordinates rushed forward. Upon fully discerning the boy's eyes, they all trembled involuntarily. "This is terrible. The little girl is in danger." Their faces turned ashen. They looked at Ning Zhuo, confused, and asked, "Why can't we go outside?" "I'm hungry." Ning Zhuo shook her head in response. "I don't know." This made it difficult for her to focus. She could only turn her attention back toward the supermarket. On the other side of the screen, Zhao Guangming noticed the two holding hands tightly in their interaction. He was momentarily taken aback. Then a bold thought crossed his mind. Could she be an anomaly manipulator? His words lacked conviction, causing several subordinates to harbor doubts. Anomaly manipulator? Since the anomalies descended a week ago, countless lives have been lost, yet a few individuals have managed to defeat anomalies and survive. Such individuals typically possess the ability to confront anomalies head-on, demonstrating remarkable willpower and extraordinary intellect, distinguishing themselves from the masses. Upon learning of this, the military office promptly sought to recruit these individuals for military defense. However, even now, there are fewer than 10 manipulators, all strong adult males. Yet this girl, they quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible. This little girl is not even 10 years old. She can barely read. How could she possibly be a manipulator? The nearby anomaly might be a low-level C-grade anomaly, luring prey through deception. Listening to these speculations, the group felt a sense of rationality in their thoughts. The special surveillance indicated a red dot, symbolizing the anomaly, moving and emitting a dangerous crimson glow. This indicated that an anomaly was lurking within the supermarket, searching for food. One person picked up the intercom and began to shout again. "Stop! There's an anomaly in the supermarket. Halt your steps and run." The urgent voice crackled through the intercom. Grasping Ning Zhui's hand, she quickened her pace, jogging into the supermarket. She has lost her mind. Xiao Guangming watched in horror as the figures vanished from street. How could anyone possibly survive after entering the supermarket? Chapter 5. Is she an anomaly manipulator? Upon entering, they were greeted by a dazzling array of goods. Among them lay a red human skin, a toothbrush made of unknown hair, a cup fashioned from human bones, and a light bulb crafted from an eyeball. As they ventured deeper, a severed head came crashing down from the ceiling, the stench overwhelming the entire room. Little Ning is so amazing. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 30s emerged from the back of the supermarket. His rotund figure greedily savoring a steaming piece of fatty meat. Greasy juices dripped onto the floor. Yet, upon noticing the shattered skull above, a flicker of caution crossed his eyes. Still, he couldn't resist the allure of food and asked, "Uncle, do you have anything to eat here?" The man glanced down at the two, sneering, "What do you want to eat? I have everything you could wish for. Chips, spicy strips, sausages, and cola. Those are all things my mother doesn't let me eat. Now that she is not around, I can finally indulge." Upon hearing these items, the man's eyes revealed an unmistakable disdain. "I don't have any of those things. But didn't you say you have everything?" A cunning glint flashed in the man's eyes. "This world is no longer the one where you humans held sway. The food everyone speaks of has long since transformed into these. However, I do have the human food you mentioned, stored in the supermarket's warehouse. But I'm not sure what you're referring to. You can join me in searching for it. Just keep in mind the warehouse is quite small, so it can only accommodate the two of us." Ningxue furrowed her brow and stepped forward. "No way. It's fine. I'll just grab something to eat and be right back. Wait for me, okay?" Ningxue intended to say more, but she felt warmth radiating from her hand. Her eyes remained fixed on the man, as if trying to see through him. "Uncle, you're not lying. There really are a lot of snacks here. This, and this too. This one is so delicious." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as they filled with an array of snacks, her face alight with eager anticipation. In the dim light, her exuberance seemed oddly out of place. The uncle remarked, "I have made my choice." "Chosen? Do you have any money?" She had completely forgotten about that. She had no money. Uncle, I. She was at a loss for words, struggling to remedy the awkward situation. If she lacked funds, there were other means to resolve this. "What? You humans transact with currency, while we engage in more peculiar exchanges. Your companion just shattered the mascot in my shop. Why not offer your head as payment for these snacks?" As these words were spoken, the once glowing light flickered ominously before extinguishing entirely. She tilted her head and softly inquired, "Are you going to take my head?" Meanwhile, at the military office in Anzhou, Xiao Guangming and his subordinates grew increasingly despondent as 20 minutes elapsed with no sign of activity from the supermarket. Alas, it seems this girl has been consumed by the anomaly. The decision to restrict residents from leaving was indeed prudent, aimed at preventing such incidents. It appears this girl is not a controller of anomalies. Otherwise, the light symbolizing the anomaly would not continue to shine. They mourned the loss of yet another comrade, particularly one who might have been a controller of anomalies. If this young girl were truly a controller, it would send shockwaves across the nation. The populace would be invigorated by the notion that a young girl possessed the power to withstand anomalies. If she could survive, so could they. Should such confidence permeate the majority of ordinary individuals, they would muster sufficient willpower to confront Class C anomalies. This would save not merely a handful of lives, but potentially thousands of citizens faced with Class C threats. Unfortunately, reality did not align with their hopes. The girl was devoured by the anomaly, and they lost their chance for inspiration. Xiao Guangming sighed heavily, his visage visibly aged. Suddenly, a quavering voice from one of the subordinates broke the silence. The group reflexively turned their attention to the surveillance screen. They beheld an anomaly crashing down from the supermarket, its impact sending dust swirling and distorting their view. Yet amidst the chaos, they distinctly observed a diminutive girl emerging from the supermarket, arms crossed, silently observing the scene before her. The group stood frozen, their minds unable to process the surreal event unfolding before their eyes. Mouths agape in astonishment as they continued to watch. Chapter 6. The anomalous ally. The young girl pouted, her fierce gaze directed at the anomaly on the ground. The creature, taken aback by the sudden force, felt pain radiate throughout its body. It coughed twice before rolling over and astonishingly reversing to its feet in a 180-degree maneuver. Mother always said that wasting food is a bad habit. You must endure punishment to correct such vices. The anomaly exuded a faint black aura, its mouth agape revealing sharp fangs, its features sharpening grotesquely. A twisted nose and uneven eyes oozed blood. "How dare you injure me?" it exclaimed, incredulous as it gazed at the seemingly frail girl who had sent it flying 10 meters with a single punch. In midair, the anomaly traced a graceful parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground, sliding backward until it collided with a wall, emitting a dull thud that sent dust swirling. Even the sturdy wall trembled at the impact. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Guangming held his breath, staring in awe at the girl on the screen. Could she be the youngest controller of anomalies? The others nearby speculated, but he shook his head. If she were a controller, she would command the anomaly in battle. It was she who had struck the creature. As this realization dawned, an eerie silence enveloped the group, a strange sensation creeping into their hearts. If not for a special physique capable of battling anomalies, Zhao Guangming could not fathom what made this girl exceptional. The anomaly, gasping for breath, spat out foul blood, its eyes reddening as they bulged from its sockets, weeping crimson tears as it struggled to breathe. "What happened to this uncle? He has become quite the grotesque creature," she remarked, her gaze shifting to Ning Zhuo, filled with curiosity. "It's merely a Class C anomaly. Though fearsome in appearance, it lacks true offensive power. A few more punches, and it would be reduced to a bloody pulp. This grotesque uncle is truly repulsive," she exclaimed, watching as blood flowed from its gaping mouth. Suddenly, it rose from the ground, summoning all its strength to unleash a furious roar. In the next moment, towering figures emerged from the supermarket, all clad in tattered work uniforms, their bodies marred with scratches, some even revealing decaying flesh. The foremost anomaly exposed its ghastly bones. Why is it showing its ribs? These individuals were likely former employees of the store, transformed into anomalies after the attack. Such occurrences were rare. Most anomalies devoured humans as prey. More anomalies, similarly attired, followed suit, their movements stiff and awkward, their gaping mouths emitting thick black mist as they left a trail of blood behind. The sheer number of anomalies present suggested that the one she had struck had summoned its brethren for revenge. Given the current circumstances, a head-on confrontation was ill-advised. "Let us make haste. Let us see who can run faster," she declared. Upon seeing the two flee, the injured anomaly directed the others to pursue them, a horde of them charging forth. Yet their stiff bodies and dragging limbs rendered them unable to keep pace, allowing the pair to distance themselves swiftly. Before long, they spotted a towering structure in the distance. A once lavish hotel, now reduced to a dilapidated shell, its once glorious sign barely legible. Upon entering, they secured the heavy potted plant against the revolving door, attempting to jam its operation. Having prepared themselves, they cautiously concealed themselves nearby. The pursuing anomalies, upon glimpsing the hotel, trembled in fear, as if they had encountered a ghost, and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, the figures on the screen lost track of their quarry. Zhao Guangming's expression turned tense. "Now that the young girl has vanished from our sight, I trust her abilities will allow her to survive if she doesn't encounter any anomalies soon. My worry lies with the potential for her to face a more formidable threat." He furrowed his brow, concern evident in his eyes. "Repairs are underway. If all goes well, the monitoring systems will be restored within half a day." Chapter 7. The Mystery Hotel. Not long ago, personnel from the military were engaged in combat with anomalies here. The strength of the anomalies had resulted in the destruction of nearby surveillance systems. Would it be possible to access the hotel's internal monitoring? Even if the nearby systems were restored, they would still be unable to trace the movements of the two. The man's expression bore a look of helplessness as he shook his head. The hotel's internal surveillance system had long been destroyed, and there were no archives of the footage from before. Zhao Guangming appeared displeased as he turned to face his team members. "When the coast is clear, you must venture out to assess the situation. I have a strong intuition that this little girl could be a pivotal turning point. In this vast nation, If a frail 6-year-old girl can confront the bizarre with such tenacity, the spirits of the other citizens will surely be invigorated. And the collective struggle against the uncanny will undoubtedly uplift the populace, leading to ultimate victory. Through the numerous windows of the room, only an empty street could be seen, with no shadows beneath the orange streetlights. The grotesque creatures had vanished, leaving us free from worry. Her large, watery eyes sparkled with delight as a smile graced her face, making her irresistibly charming. He slowly rose and scanned the outside through the window, relieved to find no imminent danger lurking. The two then turned to observe the hotel before them. The lobby was in a state of disrepair, the once clean tables and chairs now reduced to rubble. The silence of the hall was interrupted by a rhythmic dripping sound. Following the noise revealed a water pipe exposed in the corner, broken by an immense force, with droplets cascading down the pipe's surface and etching marks into the marble floor below. You mustn't wander off. It's perilous here. Since those creatures have departed, it would be wise for us to leave this place, as it harbors danger. In such a vast, abandoned hotel, one could hardly expect a lack of bizarre entities. After all, the recent attack by those creatures had been overwhelming. If this location had become their lair, would they not be serving themselves up as a feast? It's the scent of my mother. Yet, a glance around yielded no trace of her, not even a hint of movement. Ningxue approached her side, gently attempting to soothe her. This place is dangerous. We should leave. Mother is right here. I want to find her, and I refuse to leave. The sudden surge of childish defiance caught Ningxue off guard as he pondered quietly, unable to arrive at a resolution. After scanning the lobby for a considerable time, without finding any clues, they proceeded to the bar area, discovering the expansive first floor. On either side of the bar were long corridors lined with various rooms. They made their way down the left corridor and soon encountered a dilapidated elevator. It seemed to have been out of service for some time. There might be an emergency exit nearby. Ningxue sought to locate a floor plan of the hotel. Shortly thereafter, he observed numerous notices affixed to the corridor walls. On the left side was a large board displaying the roster of hotel staff, while the right side boasted a detailed floor plan of the establishment. In no time, he grasped the general layout. The hotel consisted of 7 floors, though it appeared that the upper levels had collapsed into ruins. The first floor was rendered inoperable due to a short circuit, making it impossible to activate emergency electrical devices. The elevator was non-functional, and even the emergency lights were inoperative. There seems to be something inside. Let us take a look. As they approached the door, they abruptly halted. She gently grasped the doorknob and leaned her head to peer inside. A careful examination revealed only a chaotic pile of assorted items, devoid of any figures. There was no one inside. However, Ningxue merely sniffed the air, his expression darkening. Suddenly, a furry little hand clung to the edge of the door. Before them appeared a bizarre creature resembling a small monkey, covered in dense black fur, with striking blue eyes that set it apart from other entities. Hee. A little girl has come. Would you play a game with me, pretty sister? After a moment of scrutiny, they discerned that this monkey-like creature was merely a C-class entity, emaciated and clearly weak. Are you a child or a little monkey? Why are you covered in fur? If you play a game with me and win, I'll tell you something. Otherwise, you can't leave. In the blink of an eye, the playful demeanor turned threatening as it bared its teeth. Chapter 8. The Human Squad. The creature's spittle dampened its black fur, and a nauseating odor filled the air as it began to expand like a sponge absorbing water. Play a game with me. Play a game with me. The entity's eyes widened, its blue irises bulging like eggs, its body swelling like an inflatable balloon. You're quite ugly. I don't want to play with you. Her delicate face was now puffed up with displeasure, clearly irritated by the creature's insistence. Angered by the rejection, the creature pounded its thin arms against its chest and let out a low growl. I want you to play with me. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here. The noise was unbearable. Ningxue's expression hardened, a frosty demeanor enveloping him, exuding an aura of menace. The powerful presence immediately intimidated the creature before them. It had merely sought companionship and play, yet had provoked the wrong individual. Pain surged through the creature, and it grimaced, rolling on the ground in agony. As it became increasingly disruptive, Ningxue strode forward and crushed it with a swift motion. Dark crimson blood sprayed everywhere, staining the surroundings. This little monkey is filthy. It's clear it doesn't he listen to its mother and doesn't he enjoy bathing. As she spoke, she extended her rosy hand, removing her coat to wipe the blood from her shoes. Let me clean off the dirt for you. No need. There seems to be a staircase ahead. Indeed, a white iron door appeared to the right, and upon pushing it open, a damp scent wafted out. Before them lay a set of stairs, with a green emergency exit sign casting a faint glow. There was no black mist here, nor any foul odor, so they likely wouldn't encounter any bizarre entities. It smells like my mother. She must be up there. She tilted her head upward, gazing at the endless staircase. Seeing her eagerness to find her mother, Ningxue pressed his lips together and led the way. After pushing through the white iron door, they swiftly entered the second-floor corridor. Unlike the first floor, this level lacked a bar. Instead, where the bar had been stood a large door, presumably transformed into a unique room. Just as the two were about to push open the door, they suddenly heard hurried footsteps. After searching here for so long, I have yet to find any trace. I seriously suspect you are too timid to continue the search. The woman's voice was sharp, laced with strong dissatisfaction and anger. Miss Shun, I hope you reconsider. Given the current situation, it is already quite a feat that we have brought you here. If you doubt our capabilities, you may choose to replace us with another team to assist you in seeking what you desire. A man's voice rebutted the woman, filled with discontent, as if he felt deeply wronged and unwilling to endure further humiliation. If you cannot deliver, you should have never agreed to begin with. I could easily procure a stronger team based on our current abilities to assist me in this search, rather than paying for your services only to endure your scorn. The woman's voice rose in pitch, her anger simmering as if ready to erupt at any moment. Just as the man was about to retort, another person swiftly intervened. Perhaps you both should speak less. I have a premonition that we're drawing nearer to home. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, with only the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the glass to illuminate the path beneath our feet. It was an older brother and sister. The small human group numbered around 5 or 6, their footsteps echoing in a staggered rhythm. The light from a nearby window cast a clear silhouette of their approach. At the forefront was a tall man, flanked by a beautiful woman, with another man in military attire standing beside her. Behind them trailed a few others. One man and one woman were identifiable, while the rest remained obscured in shadow. After passing the window, they were swallowed once more by darkness. With the presence of older siblings, my fears dissipated. Surely, more people would assist me in finding my mother. She firmly believed that her mother was near. The air thick with a faint scent, elusive due to the vastness of the surroundings. A sense of imminent danger gnawed at him. His dark eyes discerning the positions of the group within the obscurity, suddenly sensing a potent aura of hostility emanating from one among them. Do not move. The man in military garb seemed on high alert. Just as he took another step forward, he abruptly halted, a chill creeping up from behind. Before he could turn, Ningxue appeared at his back, extending her left hand to imprint a small handprint against his back. What is wrong, Li Chong? Observing his stunned demeanor, the others halted, concern etched upon their faces. The strikingly beautiful woman regarded him with disdain, a derisive snort escaping her lips as she slowly turned, exuding an air of haughty superiority. Could it be something peculiar? Her expression dripped with contempt, her dark curls brushed behind her ears, the sound of her high heels resonating on the floor. Chapter 9. The Hotel Lockdown. Shun Yin Yin. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Li Chong has indeed encountered something strange. The woman behind him wore a tense expression, her voice steady and composed. Initially skeptical, Shun Yin Yin approached Li Chong, and in the silvery moonlight, they beheld the small handprint left on his back, now emitting thick, dark mist. Shun Yin Yin bit her lip, realizing her ominous predictions had come true, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. As the group's gaze fell upon Li Chong, their leader suddenly spotted 2 diminutive figures in the corner. Li Chong's face contorted with fury. He clenched his teeth, his silver fangs gritting audibly. Damn it! How dare such a little anomaly show its face before me? With a roar, Li Chong lunged toward the shadows. One of the figures dodged, stepping into the moonlight, fully revealing themselves to the group. Li Chang, stop. They're living beings. Upon hearing this, Li Chang's face tightened, and he ceased his attack. The others exchanged astonished glances, surprised to encounter a living person in such a place, and even more so to find them accompanied by an anomaly, though the figures appeared quite small. Beside them, Ningzhuo was stained with blood, exuding a dense, dark mist, her youthful visage framed by deep-set, expressive eyes. Zhou Lin stepped forward but was halted by Li Chang, who shot him a significant glance. Nevertheless, Zhou Lin pushed past the obstruction, leaning down to address the girl before him with a gentle smile. Little sister, what brings you here? His tone was soft, radiating tenderness. The others looked on in astonishment. The normally fierce and ruthless slayer, who showed no mercy toward ghosts, was now exuding warmth. We wandered in by accident. I just caught a whiff of my mother's scent. She must be here. I want to find her and reunite. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. I miss my mother. At that moment, the group was utterly captivated by the adorable little girl, her tear-filled eyes tugging at their hearts. They exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with compassion. Little sister, it's very dangerous here. Even though you brought an anomaly with you, finding your mother will be incredibly challenging. The thought of their purpose for being there made it painfully clear that the little girl stood little chance of finding her mother. Your mother may no longer be here. It's perilous, filled with terrifying monsters. We will escort you out, all right? Lin Qing spoke softly, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, a subtle fragrance of locust flowers surrounding her. Seeing the others fussing over the little girl, Shen Yin felt a pang of discontent. My mother is right here. I just caught her scent. She staunchly believed her mother was in the vicinity and had no intention of heeding their advice to leave the hotel. For reasons unknown, the sight of this endearing child reminded her of her own daughter, who had been slain by an anomaly. If someone had extended a helping hand back then, perhaps her daughter would not have met such a fate. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes began to glisten. Little sister, it's extremely dangerous here. Let me escort you away first, and once I find your mother, I will bring you back. Shen Yin glanced at her watch, her exquisite features betraying a hint of annoyance, her soulful eyes reflecting resentment. This little girl should stay here. Why must you send her away? She is not even your child. Why does it concern you if she lives or dies? At that moment, she was impatiently yearning to secure what she sought, unwilling to squander a moment convincing a child. Lin Qing shot her a disapproving look, and Shen Yin realized she was disliked by the others, turning away, unwilling to waste words on them. Upon reaching the revolving door and moving a potted plant aside, she discovered that the door had become immovable. Strange. It was functioning perfectly when we arrived. Why can't it move now? Another man, dressed in hip-hop attire, stepped forward, appearing markedly different. Indeed, when Wu Tsong was last, he even left those two doors ajar. How is it they remain shut now? Li Chang was puzzled, but his words immediately drew the group's attention. They attempted to open the doors collectively, yet they remained unyielding. Observing this, Zhou Lin quickly realized the situation had shifted. Stop wasting your efforts. All exits from this hotel must be sealed now. This abandoned hotel has been entirely locked down. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, anxiety washing over them as they turned their gazes toward the door and then back to Zhou Lin. They surveyed their surroundings and were surprised to detect a faint black mist lingering in the air. Perhaps the distance from the source of the black mist rendered it less dense here. Now that the hotel was locked down, it had transformed into a Class B anomaly, making escape impossible unless they eliminated the Class B threat or waited for an opportune moment. The influence of a Class B anomaly can extend to thousands. Should they encounter one, survival was a certainty. Instantly, the group's spirits plummeted. Chapter 10. A clash unfolds. The group had previously banded together to vanquish several Class C anomalies, but they were no match for a Class B threat. Wu Tsong's gaze turned sinister as he scrutinized the living and the anomalous before him, a murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. Already in peril, they now bore the burden of 2 additional liabilities. He muttered under his breath, his dissatisfaction palpable. Subsequently, Wu Tsong stepped closer to Zhou Lin, a cruel glint appearing in his eyes. The current situation is rather bleak. Carrying two burdens makes it even more perilous. It may be prudent to eliminate them first. Wu Tsong's face betrayed a hint of expectation, as if trying to appease. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a chilling intensity. He cast a distant glance at Wu Tsong, his expression frosty. Before Zhou Lin could voice his thoughts, Lin Qing interjected to halt the conversation. After all, they were merely children and posed no real danger. Moreover, the circumstances they found themselves in were not solely the fault of the two. If they turned against each other, it would only serve to unwittingly foster the very anomalies they sought to combat. Wu Tsung's complexion paled slightly, struggling to swallow his indignation. Let us not forget the purpose of our presence here. Carrying two burdens, what if we attract even more formidable anomalies? His gaze swept over the two children, feeling the peculiar chill emanating from Ning Zhuo, which sent shivers down his spine. Should they encounter a B-grade anomaly, even if they refrained from harming the two, they would ultimately be killed by the anomaly. It would be better to, before he could finish, Zhou Lin shot Wu Tsong a frosty glare. Do not trivialize this matter. Let's focus on resolving the immediate crisis. The temperature around them plummeted, and Shun Yin Yin's brows knitted together, her eyes betraying her dissatisfaction. It was already challenging to achieve their objective, and now, with two children in tow, would they even be able to locate the blood garment? A flicker of resentment flashed in her gaze, her expression taut. Lin Qing sensed her trepidation and bent down to grasp her chubby little hand. Little sister, may I ask your name? The girl blinked her large, watery eyes, resembling black grapes, and responded with a gentle smile. My name is Lin Qing. You may call me Sister Lin. This is Brother Zhou. Her soothing tone seemed to lower the child's guard. How wonderful. I now have a brother and sister. The child's cherubic face broke into a radiant smile, her adorable little teeth on display, followed by a sincere request. Brother, sister, could you help me find my mother? I could smell her scent nearby. Compassion welled up on the faces of the others, and Lin Qing gently caressed the child's silky hair. Then you must stay close and not wander off. Zhou Lin surveyed their surroundings, noting the faint black mist that pervaded the air, swirling as if it possessed a sentience of its own. A strand of deeper black mist coalesced above, forming a wisp that drifted upward. What we seek is likely up there, but so too is this B-grade anomaly. They had previously searched the second floor without finding any trace. After some deliberation, they resolved to proceed to the third floor. Shun Yin Yin, walking behind, felt a surge of displeasure, her brows arching in a sharp, acerbic expression. We are not here on a leisurely stroll. Even in an expedition, we cannot bring two little ones along. She halted, crossing her arms, discontent evident. We have yet to find the blood garment, and now you wish to assist this child in locating her mother? Am I to be treated as a mere child myself? If you and sister do not wish to take me, then you may leave me here. She thoughtfully paused, withdrawing her soft little hand from Lin Qing's grasp, casting a look of desperation towards Ning Zhuo. At that moment, Ning Zhuo, receiving her imploring gaze, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Before he could react, Zhou Lin's expression darkened, his deep-set eyes glinting with coldness. If you believe our capabilities are inadequate, you may seek out your objectives alone. Although our task is to help you find the blood garment, you are not my superior, nor do you possess any authority over me, much less the right to command me. His face turned a shade darker, devoid of any semblance of courtesy, leaving Shun Yin Yin's complexion fluctuating between blue and red. Lin Qing's eyes reflected her growing disdain for her. Miss Shun may be a beloved idol, but in the face of anomalies, there are no idols, only prey. If Miss Shun deems us inept, then so be it. The fate of these two children is our concern, and it would be best for you not to meddle. This was akin to a slap across her face, rendering Shun Yin momentarily speechless, her teeth clenched in frustration. Following this brief altercation, the group fell into a contemplative silence as they navigated the staircase to the third floor, their movements becoming more cautious. Occasionally, Shun Yin Yin could be heard voicing her dissatisfaction with the perceived incompetence of her companions, yet no one chose to engage her further. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Tsong approached Shun Yin Yin's side, like a dog with its tail between its legs, attempting to curry favor. Miss, do not let these irrelevant individuals upset you. It is hardly worth damaging your health over. In my opinion, they are merely individualistic, believing themselves to be heroes while dragging along two burdensome children. Perhaps it was from the outset that he had advocated for the elimination of the two, thus creating a rift between him and the others. It was precisely for this reason that the two ostracized individuals could bond and proceed together. Chapter 11. The fourth floor as they delved deeper. They soon reached the central corridor of the third floor. The group divided into smaller teams to investigate their surroundings. Sister Lin, why do you protect that ungrateful lady? Lin Qing smiled at the question, pursing her lips as she glanced at Shen Yin, who was currently sharing a laugh with Wu Tsong, their camaraderie irking her. Zhou Lin observed this scene, a flicker of something unusual crossing his features. Must we obey her every command? I cannot comprehend why everyone holds Shen Yin in such high regard, as if her mere presence is paramount to our mission of locating the blood garment. Many have perished in her defense, and I do not wish for Zhou Lin to meet the same fate. Pursing her lips, Zhou Lin's expression grew complicated. This is the directive of our leader. As subordinates, how can we easily decipher their intentions? At that moment, Lin Qing understood, realizing how Shen Yin could command the entire squad. It became clear that her beauty and her connections with the base's leadership afforded her a modicum of authority, enabling her to flaunt it here. I have a premonition that the anomaly we seek is anything but ordinary, likely lurking in shadows. We must ensure the safety of the two children during our search. It appeared that what they sought was not on this floor. They should ascend one more level. After Zhou Lin issued the command, the group swiftly climbed the stairs to the fourth floor. Upon arrival, a palpable atmosphere of dense black energy enveloped the long corridor, the oppressive ambience causing their breaths to quicken. It felt as if invisible hands were lurking in the darkness, poised to seize their throats at their most vulnerable moment. Realizing the intensity of the anomalous atmosphere here, the previously wispy black mist thickened markedly. Do not make a sound. Zhou Lin's voice, laced with urgency, broke the silence. The familiar yet unsettling aura enveloped him, prompting him to inquire, "You are not seeking a B-grade anomaly, are you?" The others exchanged stunned glances, surprised by his perceptiveness. Regardless of what you are searching for, it is best not to linger on this floor. The anomalous energy here is exceedingly potent, far surpassing my own. I can already feel powerful forces actively repelling outsiders. At this moment, the crowd found it difficult to breathe, as if an invisible pair of hands were tightly gripping their throats. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, mingled with a heavy, damp odor. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, prompting a few individuals to produce flashlights to illuminate the corridor. After a brief search along the walls, they discovered a switch hidden beneath the wallpaper. In the next instant, a series of indicator lights flickered to life along the vast corridor. In the pitch blackness, the eerie green glow of the signs appeared particularly unsettling. As they ventured deeper into the floor, they felt the temperature plummet sharply. Even those clad in thick coats could sense the icy chill. In a nearby corner, a mass of red material floated in the air, appearing vague and indistinct. When it noticed someone approaching, the entity emitted a hissing sound. Did you hear something? Li Chong, possessing remarkably acute hearing, perhaps due to his special training in the military, was able to discern the origin of the sound ahead. Surely, you aren't imagining it? Shen Yin remarked with a frown, tilting her head slightly, her earrings shimmering and glinting in the dim light. I think I truly heard something just ahead. Did you hear it? The others shook their heads, focusing intently on their path and surveying their surroundings, oblivious to any unusual sounds. Hearing this, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow, his gaze becoming somewhat erratic. Let's proceed with caution. In the event of an emergency, let's band together. If not for their combined strength, they would not have been able to vanquish a C-class anomaly. Now they faced a B-class anomaly, capable of disorienting thousands within its vast influence. And if they encountered it, escape would be impossible. The long corridor lay enveloped in a shroud of black mist, with safety indicator lights casting an eerie green glow on either side, while the air was thick with a putrid stench that intensified the deeper they ventured. though no one was visible. They could see the formerly dissipated black mist now spreading like spores, permeating the air at the corridor's end. Holding their breath, they endeavored to avoid inhaling the dense black fog. Zhou Lin realized the strangeness of this place was far from ordinary. He deftly tore his sleeve, folding it into a small square to cover his mouth and nose. As he turned to speak to Ning Zhuo, the latter shook his head. The anomaly would not be deterred by such an odor. Ning Zhuo could feel the force of the black mist repelling him, sapping his strength under the overwhelming pressure. As they continued forward, just as they neared the end, a sudden gust of sinister wind extinguished all the safety indicator lights, casting an eerie green glow in the corridor. The surrounding air felt as if it were under pressure, making breathing difficult, and an overwhelming sensation of suffocation left the group feeling lethargic. Chapter 12. B-Class Anomaly. The floating red mass suddenly emitted a powerful magnetic force. In the next moment, countless black and red particles rained down from above, transforming the previously opaque darkness into a dull crimson hue. A few individuals, sluggish in their movements, inhaled a significant amount of the black-red powder and collapsed to the ground almost immediately. Ha ha ha! A bunch of foolish humans. The anomaly cackled with malevolent glee, its presence undetectable. With so many of you here, this shall be amusing. Let's play a game. I will infiltrate your ranks and see who among you is the fortunate one. As it reveled in its mischief, the black mist enveloped everyone present tightly. Realizing danger was imminent, Lin Qing quickly positioned the two of them in a nearby corner. Typically, anomalies would target the weaker members of a group first, subsequently challenging the stronger individuals. Those who had collapsed slowly began to rise, their faces marked with terror as they surveyed one another. The previously crimson-tinted vision now returned to normal, yet the corridor was suffused with black-red blood mist, its foul stench inducing several to retch violently. It felt as if they had descended into a hellish nightmare. And a fleeting image flashed in their minds. A garment made of countless women's skin, eerily suspended in the air, its surface marred with a multitude of stitching marks, revealing the grotesque carnage within. White maggots writhed at the cuffs and collar, some soaked in blood, greedily sucking. Ugh! Sen Nian Nian, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never encountered such a sight and leaned against the wall, gagging. We are already under the influence of the blood garment. If we do not identify it among us soon, we will be mere playthings in its hands. The blood garment thrived on playing games with humans, treating them as puppets to be manipulated before ultimately slaying them. Who do you think that fiend is? She asked, her bright eyes glistening as she looked at Ning Zhuo. He remained silent, scanning the group before fixing his gaze on the man at the back. I've sensed something off about you since earlier. While we all scrambled to our feet, you stretched your arm oddly. Could it be you? Before anyone else could follow the trail of clues, Wu Tsong immediately pointed a finger at Li Chong. A man of integrity, Li Chong would not tolerate such accusations. I won't let myself be possessed. The anomaly has claimed countless comrades. I will slay any I encounter. His gaze drifted slowly to Ning Zhuo, feeling the intensity of the scrutiny. Ning Zhuo averted his eyes and locked gazes with Li Chong. Lin Qing stepped in at an opportune moment, her face a mask of tension as she intercepted Li Chong. Now is not the time for this. We must find the blood garment quickly. If it has possessed a human, there will be no apparent flaw. The blood garment was entirely unlike other anomalies. Its uniqueness lay not only in its classification, but also in the fact that it was crafted from the skin of countless women, granting it the wisdom of those it had absorbed upon becoming an anomaly. It could disperse its essence in the form of blood mist, causing those infected to experience vivid hallucinations and delusions, making them easy prey for possession. Shun Yin Yin, now visibly shaken, retreated to the back, pressing her body against the cold wall in fear. You must hurry and identify who has been possessed. If the blood garment strikes, we will all perish. Though she appeared anxious, her inner desire swelled, compelling her to search for any signs of weakness in others, eager to claim the blood garment for herself. Now, every individual bore the potential for possession, and opinions began to clash as they attempted to discern who among them was the anomaly. Targeted, Li Chong scoffed, retorting in a disdainful tone, "If everyone is a suspect, then why are you exempt? You're only focused on uncovering others' faults. Why not prove your own innocence first? What if you're the thief crying out to catch the thief? As soon as he finished speaking, the gaze of the others converged on Wukong. Adorned in expensive designer attire and fine leather shoes now stained with blood, his greasy, slicked-back hair and narrow, calculating eyes suggested a hidden agenda. At that moment, the group descended into chaos, their reason abandoned as accusations flew, igniting a fratricidal conflict. What a peculiar scene, Ningzhuo remarked, his gaze lingering on the man possessed by the blood garment as he extended his hand, gently pointing at him. They sought the one concealed within the crowd, possessed by malevolent force, yet they all fell victim to the crimson threads that ensnared them. Strands of red blood inexplicably descended upon the assembly, and she fervently waved her hands, desperate to disperse these sanguine tendrils. In that moment, her chubby little hands appeared pale and powerless, and in an instant, countless crimson threads fell upon her arms, which she absorbed entirely. This spectacle astonished Ningzhuo, who stood nearby, though he quickly regained his composure, his icy gaze revealing no hint of disturbance. The crowd engaged in fervent debate, each clinging to their own convictions. Suddenly, the man possessed let out a cackling laugh. You have had ample time to uncover the identity of that person, yet you have failed. It seems I must impose a small punishment upon you. The bickering individuals shifted their focus to this inconspicuous man. Before their eyes, his previously normal skin turned ghastly pale, and in the next moment, fissures erupted across his body, much like the blood garments they sought, revealing a myriad of stitched scars. Chapter 13. The little ghost at the moment his mouth slightly parted. A torrent of red threads gushed forth. The man's neck tilted to the left, producing a crisp cracking sound. His once dark eyes transformed into eerie white orbs. Before those around him could react, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, unleashing countless red threads that surged forth as if they possessed sight, pursuing the crowd. A few were ensnared by the threads, rendered immobile. Li Chong, quick-witted, retreated, his sturdy arms colliding with a nearby wall, the sharp pain causing him to grimace as he hastily withdrew. Zhou Lin, sensing danger, promptly led the two others to evade. Sen Nian, taken aback by the emergence of the blood garments they had desperately sought, felt the overwhelming force nearly engulf them. How can this entity be so powerful? Is there any means of resistance? She yearned to seize the blood garments, yet feared her solitary strength would prove inadequate. Zhou Lin furrowed his brow, suspicion flickering in his deep-set eyes. Upon witnessing the possessed man's stiffened body advancing menacingly, he anxiously shielded the two as they prepared to flee. Unexpectedly, the man halted, donning a bizarre grin. You cannot escape my grasp. Since you failed to locate me earlier, the game continues. I shall remain hidden among you. And if you do not find me, a far more terrifying fate awaits you. The blood garments erupted into maniacal laughter, and the next moment, the possessed man detonated with a resounding blast. He immediately shielded the two, and Li Chong, unprepared for the self-detonation, found himself splattered with a man's blood and flesh, even his face marred with countless droplets. The air, already thick with a damp, foul odor, was suddenly overtaken by a pungent metallic scent, causing several to pinch their noses, only to feel their stomachs churn at the scent. Some red threads, seemingly sentient, darted about in search of puppets. The obstinate threads, agitated by his actions, relentlessly assaulted him, yet he shattered them with a single swift motion. His small palm unleashed formidable power, causing the remaining threads to tremble in fear, turning to flee towards others. His previous actions were indeed peculiar. Could he have been possessed? Upon their initial encounter, Wu Tsung harbored a deep-seated disdain for these two little ghosts, and now, witnessing Ningzhuo's strange behavior, he was convinced that Ningzhuo was colluding with the blood garments. Of course, he himself might not be possessed either, for they all belonged to the realm of the uncanny. Who could say if they had forged a secret alliance, intending to trap them as lambs for slaughter? His words dripped with distrust, as Wu Tsung's gaze fixed firmly on Ningzhuo, searching for any sign of weakness. You think too much. Though he is indeed uncanny, his level is low, and he is merely a small fry. How could he possibly conspire with a B-grade blood garment? Lin Qing swiftly intervened in defense of Ningzhuo. Li Chong, dissatisfied with her words, merely scoffed. The uncanny have no hierarchy. They're all equally filthy and vile. Once comrades in life and death. Witnessing his allies fall before the uncanny, he had since harbored equal disdain for each and every one of them. Were it not for Zhou Lin's intervention and the soldier's duty to obey orders, he would have long since slain Ning Zhuo. Now, with divergent opinions among them, a fierce dispute erupted regarding Ning Zhuo's fate. As the situation spiraled out of control, Zhou Lin, who had remained silent, could no longer sit idly by and stood in the center to quell the discord. Our immediate concern is not whether he should be executed, but rather to swiftly identify the possessed individual. The crowd fell silent, and Zhou Lin surveyed the area, discerning no suspicious figures. The uncanny would never possess their own kind, and how could a B-grade entity possibly inhabit a C-grade one, which it deemed beneath it? Though a rogue, there existed a strict hierarchy among them. Were they engaged in a game of hide-and-seek? Ning Zhuo silently shook his head, his gaze fixating on a man nearby. As the others pondered who might be possessed, Zhou Lin quickly noted that Ning Zhuo's attention had locked onto the individual beside him. He was a vigilant person, adept at noticing subtle changes in his surroundings. Now, after the man's violent demise, Ning Zhuo's gaze shifted again, seemingly able to perceive the blood garments, preemptively identifying the possessor. The blood garments sensed his burning scrutiny and cast a barely perceptible glare at Ning Zhuo, attempting to dissuade him from meddling. Yet, in the next moment, before the man could react, Zhou Lin delivered a powerful punch, knocking him to the ground. I can't believe you would possess him. Now come forth. Zhou Lin exuded a righteous aura, his unyielding presence instilling fear in the blood garments within the man's form, causing the malevolent force to writhe. The man's previously normal visage morphed into a sickly hue, his eyes turning black as dark veins surfaced upon his skin. Lying on the ground, he felt no pain, only a cold, mocking laughter emanated from him, shrouded in a unique black mist. Had it not been for that little ghost meddling, you would never have found me. Even now that you have, you cannot extract me. How foolish you humans are. If you truly wish to eliminate me, then you must kill this man. The blood garments cackled triumphantly, as if they had grasped their adversary's weakness, fully aware of their hesitance to act. Chapter 14. The Crimson Threads, seeing him so audacious, the expressions of the others turned grave. After all, they were comrades in arms, and none wished to strike a lethal blow. As uncertainty enveloped the group, Wu Tsong abruptly drew a dagger, preparing to plunge it into the man's body before anyone could react. Just as he was about to succeed, Li Chong intercepted him. If you do not kill him, then we all shall suffer the consequences. Are you willing to sacrifice everyone's lives for one individual? Wu Tsong glared at Li Chong, bewildered by his interference. Li Chong shot him a piercing look. We are human, not beasts. No matter the circumstances, he is still a comrade. Are you truly willing to take his life? His words seemed more an accusation than a question, a scathing critique of Wu Tsong's humanity. A man solely driven by self-interest, ready to resort to violence whenever his own benefit was at stake. Could he comprehend the trust and camaraderie forged among allies? Wu Tsong was not inclined to back down. He sought to engage in a confrontation with Li Chong, but was swiftly subdued, his dagger kicked away. As the onlookers felt helpless, Ning Zhuo, who had remained silent, coldly regarded the man who wore a triumphant grin. Even if you kill him now, it would be futile. You are merely harming the vessel, unless you locate the essence. He will find a way to possess any one of you. As her words fell, the man's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a look of resentment directed at Ning Zhuo, fury igniting within him. Damn brat, how dare you thwart my plans? Are you not afraid I will consume you? His hoarse voice dripped with defiance and rage. But before he could continue, Zhou Lin struck him unconscious. The man collapsed, and the crimson threads within him were stripped away at that moment. Why has this thing emerged again? To their eyes, it was merely a veil of darkness, failing to perceive anything floating in the air. Look, this entity drifted from here to there, now hovering in this space. He pointed towards the direction of the eerie red mist dispersing, but Lin Xing rubbed her eyes. Seeing nothing, they were but mere mortals, naturally blind to such bizarre traces. Yet these two could not only perceive the strange movements, but also easily discern who was possessed. An incredible thought took shape in his mind. He slowly approached Ningzhua, tentatively inquiring, "Could you assist me in capturing the blood-clad entity?" Ningzhua, however, remained unresponsive, his expression as placid as ever. In the next moment, the blood mist surged towards Li Chong. Without warning, Li Chong felt an overpowering force crashing against his insides, a thick black aura beginning to corrode his body. "It has entered my brother's body," he chuckled. "You human wretch can see me too? Are we not of the same kind?" The blood entity, now within Li Chong, inquired in a chilling rasp. Ningzhua sprang to his feet and delivered a punch to the red mist. The dense fog dissipated, revealing the blood entity's face contorted in fear. Before he could utter a word, Wu Tsong plunged a dagger into him. Fortunately, they noticed in time, halting his action just as Li Chong sustained a cut on his neck, a slight trace of blood appearing. "Are you insane? Was it not said that even if the vessel is killed, the blood entity cannot be eradicated?" The blood entity floated out from Li Chong, adopting an exceedingly strange posture in the air. Paying no heed to the injuries of the others, the blood entity harbored murderous intent. "Damn it! You two brats have ruined my plans. I shall see you all perish here." His contempt for the two was palpable, and he lunged towards Ningzhua, roaring in fury, swaying ominously in the air. To the others, it appeared as if the two were merely swinging at thin air, but given their experiences, they dared not question their actions. In a fit of rage, the blood entity possessed the man who had been controlled earlier. A sharp pain jolted him awake, but before he could react, he was engulfed by a suffocating sensation. As he reached out for help, the others rushed to save him, but in the next moment, he ceased to breathe. His face turned a gruesome shade of purple, a deep gash visible on his neck, his eyes bulging, as if they might fall out any second. Bloody threads marking his pupils, revealing his desperate will to survive. Among the crowd, individuals began collapsing, and Lin Xing immediately directed her ire at Shun Yin Yin. "If it weren't for your insistence on being here, no one would have to die for you." Chapter 15. Possession of Zhou Lin. Her arched brows rose high, her clear eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury, her face flushed with indignation. Shen Yin Yin let out a cold laugh, unfazed by her words, perceiving Lin Xing as a mere jester. "If one day you possessed beauty like mine, you could command protection from all." With a dismissive air, she surveyed Lin Xing, sneering as she continued, "But since you lack my beauty, you shall remain cannon fodder, such is your fate." In the midst of such peril, she could still find humor, carelessly retreating to a corner, leaving the dangerous situation to the others while she relished her own safety. "Do not be angry, Sister Lin. Please do not be angry." Yet the blood entity was already incensed, entirely losing its reason, charging forward and entering Zhou Lin's body. Inhabiting this uniquely powerful vessel, the blood entity felt an unsettling comfort. Just as it prepared to continue, it was abruptly obstructed by two small spirits. "Release my master." One spirit was merely a shadow, lacking a corporeal form, while the other appeared despondent, as if burdened by an unseen gravestone. "You two C-grade wretches dare to challenge me?" The blood entity scoffed in disbelief. It was a B-grade anomaly, feared even by ordinary entities. How dare these insignificant C-grade spirits defy its authority? "Do not underestimate us. We are graveyard ghosts and shadow spirits. Once we ensnare you, there will be no escape." Zhou Lin, unbeknownst to him, was a ghost manipulator, having barely subdued the two C-grade spirits with his unique powers. Although the B-grade entity remained unaware, his small spirits had incessantly warned him to be cautious. Though the blood entity controlled his body, his consciousness struggled, aware of its manipulation. "Huh, you think you two can contend with me?" The blood entity found the notion utterly ludicrous, extending its hand in an attempt to crush the small spirits. The graveyard ghost and shadow spirit swiftly flanked it, but they were no match for a B-grade entity. It manipulated Zhou Lin's body, lifting the two spirits. Just as it intended to obliterate them, an uncontrollable force surged within, clashing against it. "I cannot allow you to kill my two spirits." Zhou Lin summoned all his strength to resist, yet the blood entity was equally relentless. I will crush these two spirits, as if igniting a competitive fire within. The two engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Release Brother Zhou, you villain. The childish voice bore an unexpected authority, but the blood entity remained unfazed. Damn brat. I should have killed you earlier. Its movements were swift and merciless, nearly reducing the spirit to pulp. Witnessing this, Ningzhuo lunged forward, eager to confront the blood entity, only to be repelled by a single punch. Having absorbed the power of anomalies before, her strike was not something ordinary beings could withstand. The blood entity, believing that inhabiting a human body would leave it unscathed, was taken aback by the force of her blow. Not only was the vessel grievously injured, but the blood entity itself found itself powerless to retaliate. Seething with rage, the blood entity inhaled deeply, thick black mist pouring from Zhou Lin, emanating an eerie aura. Damn brat, this time I'll show you my true power. The onlookers were left agape, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene, and in an instant, the two figures vanished. Damn it, this fellow has retained such formidable power. Now, finding his lair is the only way to confront him. Lin Qing felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of the two captured individuals. Prior to this, she had gathered some information about the blood garment, knowing it to be an anomaly unlike any other, a being endowed with immense control over its surroundings, capable of trapping individuals in a perpetual cycle of their own existence until they ultimately perish while it absorbs their life force. I have a method to locate the blood garment's hiding place, but I require your cooperation, Shun Yin Yin stated, observing the anxious expressions on everyone's faces, which sparked an idea within her. The group looked at her with a mix of confusion and curiosity as she retrieved a unique map from her pocket. Upon unfolding it, several locations marked with red triangular symbols were clearly depicted. The blood garment, composed of the skin from the chests of numerous women, harbored powerful resentments, having long occupied this hotel. Chapter 16. Seeking the lair in order to successfully locate the blood garment, she had done her homework beforehand. The entity was formed from countless grievances and was now confined within this hotel because its lair was situated here, where the last woman, whose skin contributed to its form, had met her demise in one of the hotel's rooms. At this juncture, the blood garment had become a bound spirit. Shen Yin Yin shared her findings with the group, yet they regarded her with puzzled expressions, urging her for a more detailed explanation. Seeing their bewildered faces, she sighed in resignation. Typically, anomalies can move freely. The blood garment, classified as a grade B anomaly, was unique in that its components were fashioned from the skin of 1,000 women, each imbued with potent resentment. This collective malice culminated in the manifestation of this grade B entity, with the final woman's death being the pivotal event. The circumstances of her demise remained a mystery. The news was poised to report on this bizarre occurrence, but before it could surface, the anomaly had emerged. Now, with the blood garment lurking within the hotel, uncovering its hiding place necessitated identifying the location of the last victim. In essence, to find both of them, they needed to ascertain the room where the final victim had perished. Lin Qing furrowed her brow. The hotel boasted at least 40 to 50 rooms on the first floor alone. The first 3 floors could be dismissed, yet there were still 3 floors above where guests resided. Time was of the essence, and searching room by room was impractical. Anxiety enveloped the group as they pondered how to break the deadlock. After a prolonged silence, Ningzhuo suddenly spoke. I can determine which room the blood garment is hiding in, but you must assist me in rescuing the others. Although it belonged to the lowest tier of anomalies, it struggled to contend with grade B entities. If these individuals could aid him, he would stand chance. All were eager to save the captured, and after much deliberation, they concluded that the only viable option was to act as a team. Very well, but you must ensure that you do not inflict harm upon us, Lin Qing asserted, willing to collaborate, yet demanding assurance of Ningzhuo's harmlessness. Thus, the group followed closely behind him. Beneath the silvery moonlight, he could distinctly sense the enigmatic powers at play. A faint blood mist permeated the air, coalescing toward the direction of the blood garment's concealment. Tracking the floating blood mist, and the threads of blood drifting nearby. He swiftly pinpointed the path, leading the group to the stairway of the emergency exit. They ascended rapidly, soon reaching the 5th floor. As he pushed open the door to the escape route, a pungent odor of blood assaulted their senses, causing an immediate visceral reaction as many doubled over, retching violently. The overwhelming stench suggested that at least dozens had perished in this place. Observing the group's physical discomfort, he frowned slightly, having become an anomaly. He no longer possessed human sensibilities and was unfamiliar with their reactions. You can cover your mouth and nose with your sleeves to avoid inhaling this potent scent, and to prevent the floating threads of blood from entering your bodies and leading to possession. For a moment, the group understood his meaning, but shock soon washed over their faces. They all looked up, scanning the air, yet aside from the endless, ominous void, there were no signs of what he described. What did you just mention about blood threads? Is there a reason others become possessed? Shen Yan's anxiety surged. She wanted no part in being possessed by the blood garment, as it would spell doom for her escape. Others searched frantically, but found nothing amiss. Turning their attention to Ning Zhuo. Noting their genuine concern, which seemed unfeigned, he glanced at the floating blood threads around them, which continued to descend upon them. These threads, suspended in the air as if possessing long, sinuous appendages, writhed over their bodies, ensnaring them tightly. It appears you humans are unable to perceive them. He stepped backward, gesturing toward the blood threads suspended in the air. The blood garment could easily possess you because it had transformed its internal power into these unique blood threads from the moment it appeared. These threads, akin to its tentacles, would clench tightly upon contact, and once a sufficient quantity accumulated, the blood garment could successfully invade your corporeal forms. Instantly, expressions of shock emerged on their once calm faces, panic setting in as they frantically swatted at their bodies. Shen Yan, in a state of sheer terror, retreated to a corner, discarding her fur coat onto the ground. Damn it, this is revolting. Although invisible, her discomfort intensified through Ning Zhuo's description, sending chills down her spine, as if she were on the verge of being overtaken by the blood garment, which was riddled with tentacles. Seeing the group's evident unease, he said little more and simply pushed open the door, stepping into the corridor of the 5th floor. He stood still, surveying his surroundings, his gaze drawn toward a room not far away. It's in room 512. The sudden revelation astonished the group, who promptly covered their mouths and noses with their sleeves as they stepped into the hallway. The distance to room 512 was a mere 7 or 8 meters. Yet their legs felt as heavy as lead, immobilized by fear. Noticing their hesitation, Lin Qing gathered her resolve and stepped forward. Since we've located it, let us proceed to investigate. Her voice betrayed a hint of anxiety, yet she feigned determination. Just as the group hesitated, Li Chong boldly stepped forward, following closely behind Lin Qing. Before they could react, Ning Zhuo suddenly took off running, prompting the others to sprint after him. They arrived breathless at the door of room 512. Tension filled the air as they held their breath, fearing that the blood garment might burst forth at any moment. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within the room. Ning Zhui's heart raced. Disregarding his own safety, he kicked open the door to room 512. Chapter 17. Nightmare. A dense mist of blood enveloped them as they crossed the threshold. The air was thick with the stench of decay, a sinister atmosphere pervading the space. The once pristine hotel room had transformed into a grim expanse littered with the dismembered bodies of women, most of which had decayed into mere skeletons, their chests gruesomely flayed. How audacious of you to invade my domain. Have you come to thwart my endeavors? A haunting voice echoed in the air, and they beheld a familiar figure descending from above, suspended in midair. At that moment, the blood garment had possessed Zhou Lin, manipulating her body as it hovered above. Now at its disposal. You must release her at once. Lin Qing was in a state of agitation, her voice tinged with palpable tension and urgency. Where have you hidden him? Though she questioned coldly, her tone brooked no dissent, exuding an eerie and formidable pressure, the chill in her ethereal voice unmistakable. The two entities stood in confrontation, when suddenly, the bloodied garment seemed to recall a whimsical thought, letting out a chilling laughter. Since you all are here, why not stay and keep me company? In the next instant, the bloodied garment relinquished its corporeal form, floating gracefully in midair and transforming into its original shape. It resembled a grotesque sphere of flesh, its presence infused with the surrounding air of dread. This ominous mass morphed into a macabre human skin coat, exuding an eerie black aura, enveloped in a peculiar mist that revealed the ghastly stitching of pale flesh, sending a shiver down one's spine. Harnessing its power, the entity began to influence those around, quickly unleashing an attack upon them, including Ningxue, who found no means of resistance. Instantly, everyone succumbed to an overwhelming slumber, devoured by a powerful nightmare. Room 512 reverted to its original state, revealing a damp, chilling chamber where a pristine white bed was now stained crimson, emanating a foul odor over an unknown span of time. On the bed lay a female corpse, a sharp dagger beside her, with the skin from her chest gruesomely excised. As the group was engulfed in nightmares, they suddenly beheld a starkly different bloodied garment. The stitched skin of the woman transformed into luxurious silk, and the countless black stitches morphed into golden threads, outlining the edges. The garment radiated a faint golden-red glow, floating in the air, exuding an aura of rarity. "Do you not wish to don this exquisite attire?" The voice echoed. "Only those of high status can wear it. Once adorned, you shall be distinguished from the ordinary, ascending to ethereal realms." A strange voice reached Wu Tsong, compelling her uncontrollably towards the suspended garment, as if destined to wear it in the next moment. All others encountered a similar vision within their nightmares. Lin Qing, anxious about Zhou Lin's fate, immediately rejected the illusion. "Stop this trickery and hand him over, or I shall not relent." In her heart, she prioritized finding Zhou Lin over acquiring the invaluable garment. Just then, Zhou Lin appeared, clad in a splendid suit, exuding an air of elegance as he bowed slightly before the woman. "Wearing this, you may wed the one you desire." The once resolute Lin Qing found her swayed, her eyes losing their luster, becoming cold and indifferent. In the next moment, she moved towards the garment with vacant eyes. Only Ningxue remained stationary, observing the restored room until all were drawn into the nightmare. Should they fail to vanquish the bloodied garment or overcome the trials, these souls would be eternally ensnared in their nightmares, ultimately becoming mere remnants of skeletal remains through endless epochs. A small figure wandered through a gray, desolate world. "Mother, is it you?" A familiar scent wafted through the air, guiding her forward. Like a mirage, she pressed onward, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in obscurity, devoid of any tangible presence, save for the familiar aroma that enveloped her senses. Suddenly, the scent dissipated, revealing a bright light before her, blinding in its brilliance. As the light faded, a beautiful garment appeared in midair. "Do you wish to find your mother? Wear me, and you shall. Can you truly help me find her?" Her clear eyes sparkled with hope. Observing her earnestness, the bloodied garment suppressed its delight, maintaining a facade of calm. "Once you wear me, I shall assist you in locating your mother. Were you hesitating for?" Approaching the bloodied garment, she extended her delicate hand to touch the fabric. Sensing her resolve, the entity felt its power surge within her. Her tiny hand met the warm, smooth texture, prompting her to grasp the sleeve eagerly. Chapter 18. Illusions and resentment. As if something within her were trapped, the bloodied garment found its path obstructed. "Damn it! Why can I not move freely within this youthful body?" Typically, such entities thrived by attaching themselves to innocent children whose immature minds and fragile souls were easily influenced. Over time, they could seize control of the child's body. Some entities preferred to consume souls, favoring the pure, untainted essence of children over the more seasoned spirits of adults. The bloodline within her absorbed the garment's power, causing its once vibrant essence to wane and thin. "Who are you? How can you drain my strength? Where are you? Why can I hear you, but not see you?" She twirled her charming eyes, blinking in confusion, yet no figure emerged. "This is the first new garment I've worn since Mother gave me clothes. It's so beautiful." As the bloodied garment's strength ebbed, the once dense aura of blood transformed into a mere whisper. Before long, she harnessed her innate bloodline to suppress the entity's power entirely. Visions of grieving women flashing in her mind. Immediately, the air thickened with resentment, the somber environment growing darker as the oppressive emotions filled every corner of the room. Why do you weep? Have you been wronged? Her frail form radiated a surge of righteous energy, revealing dark tendrils of mist that differed from the entity's shadowy fog. The garment she wore lost its sheen as countless vengeful spirits materialized before her, swirling like black smoke, eager to express their sorrow. I met a tragic end, flayed alive. A blade pierced my heart, and my skin was torn away. I do not know who killed me. I awoke to find a piece of my flesh missing. Help me. Save me. Voices of the spirits echoed around her. Unlike others seeking vengeance, these spirits merely yearned to voice their grievances. Do not despair. Instead, accumulate virtue and do good, so you may be reborn in a better life. With enough good deeds, you can ascend to paradise. Her youthful face lit up with a sincere smile. For sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Mother once said that though she is gone, others will remember her. Whenever I miss her, I look at the stars. The brightest star is her. Please, help us punish our murderer. Let your companions avenge our suffering. Rest assured, dear sisters, you must find happiness. Her sweet voice, imbued with genuine blessings, soothed the vengeful spirits, allowing them to release their grudges. The vengeful spirits that had once coalesced within the blood-stained garment began to dissipate, leaving behind a mere husk of what had been. In no time, the once ominous attire transformed into an ordinary coat, the souls imprisoned within dwindling to near extinction. The garment soon fell to the ground, and the tightly sewn threads ruptured, revealing pieces of pale skin from the woman, now scattered on the floor. Upon completing this disconcerting task, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. Turning her head, she was greeted by a familiar figure, Ningzhua. A glimmer of light shone in her brilliant eyes, as she had not anticipated encountering Ningzhua in this place. Although they had been apart for an extended period, the warmth of their reunion filled her heart. Where were her elder brothers and sisters? Just moments ago, a few sisters had implored her to help locate other siblings, claiming they sought vengeance upon their murderer. She did not comprehend why the vengeful spirits were so intent on revenge, yet she was eager to reunite with Zhou Lin and Lin Qing. Meanwhile, the others remained ensnared in the clutches of their nightmares. As they dangled perilously in midair, nearly suffocated, the constraining garments suddenly dissolved into nothingness. Once liberated, they fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 19. An odd reunion. Have you been obedient? The soft, childish voice instantly captivated Lin Qing's heart, easing the tension that had gripped her. Just as the atmosphere began to lighten, Shun Yin approached, her face a mask of reproach as she glared at the disheveled Zhou Lin. I cannot fathom how someone like you could become the core member of this team, let alone its captain. Knowing our mission was to locate the blood-stained garment, how could you allow it to catch us off guard? Her tone dripped with cold ire, more a litany of complaints than constructive criticism. The previously harmonious ambience shattered into silence, leaving the group standing awkwardly, heads bowed, reluctant to speak. We have wasted so much manpower and resources, and yet we have emerged in such a pitiful state without any leads on the blood-stained garment. I truly question your competence. Given that Shun Yin was a leader within the base, the subordinates had no standing to engage in discourse with her. Even the captain faced her scathing tirade without a word, leaving no one brave enough to protest. Zhou Lin stood silently, enduring her accusations. Lin Qing, wishing to defend him, felt a firm grip on her arm. Meeting Zhou Lin's gaze, she could only clench her teeth and emit a frustrated huff. The bloodstained garment is a B-level anomaly. It is a stroke of fortune that we have survived. Capturing it is no simple task, and Captain Zhou has exerted every effort. The outcome is not what he desired. Li Chang, the stalwart leader, stepped forward at this juncture. He had always found Shun Yin's pretentiousness intolerable and would not have risked accompanying the team had it not been for the orders from above. At her words, Shun Yin crossed her arms defiantly, her expression haughty. If you hadn't split us into 3 groups from the outset, would we not have been able to reach the blood-stained garment's lair together? Now, with the other two teams unaccounted for, how can a mere handful of us hope to capture it? Initially, they had a significant number of members to avoid emergencies. He had dispersed the team into 3 smaller squads. Zhou Lin had led one team to explore, while the other 2 had vanished while searching the hall. Despite their calls, no response had come. Given the current circumstances, it seemed they were in dire straits. Isn't this predicament a reflection of your incompetence? Shen Yin, undeterred, continued her tirade. If you were truly capable, why did you not rescue anyone earlier? Clearly, you are the weakest here and require protection from others. Is your biting tongue your only asset? Caught off guard by a girl with such fiery spirit, Shen Yin was about to retort when she sensed a rapid shift in the atmosphere around them. In the next moment, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them, compelling the group to draw closer together. The 2 missing teams began to emerge from a mist. A haze thick with gray energy crept through the corridor as the teams materialized from the fog. Captain, we finally found you. They appeared weary, as if they had endured much. Zhou Lin's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found a measure of relief at their return. Where have you been? Why was there no communication? Under normal circumstances, they would have promptly reported their whereabouts, yet they had inexplicably gone silent. The front 2 members wore ashen expressions, their faces taut with anxiety as they recounted their recent ordeal. After splitting into 2 groups to explore the sides of the hall, they had found themselves ensnared, as if caught in a ghostly wall, unable to escape. When they attempted to call for assistance, they discovered their signal had vanished, severing their connection to the outside world. However, they had inexplicably sensed a powerful presence guiding them upward, leading to their reunion on the stairs. We were fortunate enough to eliminate 2 sea-level anomalies, but 3 of our teammates were injured. Overall, their achievements were commendable. Just as the groups reunited, eerie cries echoed through the floor, heightening the ominous atmosphere. Ning's brow furrowed, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. We are surrounded by a multitude of sea-level anomalies, their numbers vast. He could distinctly sense the anomalous energies surrounding them. Despite their equal classification, their sheer quantity was daunting. Zhou Lin felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that a moment's lapse could lead to his teammates falling prey to the traps set by the anomalies. The situation is grim. We must hasten our departure. Everyone, stay close to my lead as we retreat. With the blood-stained garment elusive and their team suffering significant losses, it was imperative to leave quickly. Shen Yin had intended to remain and pursue the blood-stained garment, but as the sounds drew nearer, fear gripped her, causing her hair to stand on end. We must leave now. I sense an overwhelming presence of anomalies here. She huddled her body, tightening her coat around her, and fell in line behind the others. As they advanced, a massive figure suddenly loomed before them. It was a conglomeration of sea-level anomalies, the largest among them carrying several smaller, more agile entities. Where are you all headed, my delectable little morsels? The enormous anomaly appeared somewhat dim-witted, moving with a clumsy gait. Yet the smaller creatures clinging to its back were anything but. Each held weapons, a mix of axes, hammers, and knives. Chapter 20. Surrounded, the diminutive entities were roughly the same size, their skin a pale yellow, bearing their teeth in a variety of expressions. One had bloodshot eyes, as if they might pop from their sockets at any moment. In their eyes, humans were mere delicacies, and they drooled with greed, their mouths dripping with foul saliva, as they fixated hungrily on the group. Damn it, we encountered such a formidable collective of anomalies. Faced with this predicament, they had no choice but to rely on their wits. Shen Yin stepped back nervously, seeking refuge behind Li Chong. Wu Tsong had already positioned himself among the crowd, trying to blend in, waiting for an opportune moment to slip away when the fight commenced. Is this their father? Why does it seem so peculiar? The massive figure took a few steps, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if the entire building might collapse at any moment. As he slightly turned his body, an unexpected sight of grotesque injuries was revealed. It became apparent that these eerie beings bore various degrees of disability. The one on the far left was missing a right leg, the one in the middle had lost both arms, and another had milky white eyes, rendering it blind. It was no wonder they huddled together, alone. They posed no threat to humanity. Here, amidst them, was an enticing human, exuding a delightful scent reminiscent of milk, igniting a voracious desire to take a bite. The blind creature suddenly caught a whiff of this tantalizing aroma, its face contorting into a greedy expression. The others erupted into laughter, their cackles sending shivers down the spine. How delightful it was to find a little child, a charming little girl. A morsel like her would surely be tender and delectable. The one with the missing leg extended its long tongue to lick its lips, the viscous saliva emanating a foul stench. The others quickly pinched their noses, nearly retching. A hidden emergency exit lay behind them, and they urged each other to escape swiftly with utmost caution. Zhou Lin turned slightly to glance at Lin Qing, attempting to entrust the others to her, hoping she would lead them to safety. I cannot leave you behind. If we must flee, we flee together. Lin Qing promptly positioned herself before him, unwilling to be protected, desiring instead to face fate alongside him. Fool, now is not the time for such loyalty. Quickly, lead us away. Shen Yin Yin, witnessing the intimate atmosphere between the two, felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She looked towards Li Chong, attempting to persuade him to assist her in escaping. However, without the captain's command, Li Chong remained rooted to the spot. She shot him a resentful glare before glancing at Wu Tsong, who was cowering in the corner, just as she intended to drag him along. The diminutive creatures upon the eerie beings' backs began hurling their weapons. An intense battle erupted before anyone could comprehend, with the eerie beings striking first. Hee, human flesh. So savory. Hee. The tiny beings were filled with excitement, as if they had spotted a feast, and the enormous creature knelt, slowly lowering itself. The little ones promptly leaped off, scuttling across the ground like vengeful spirits. They moved with astonishing speed, and in mere moments, the unsuspecting humans found themselves overwhelmed. The creatures swiftly clinging to them, using their weapons to engage in combat. Before they could react, the little fiends had bitten through their necks. So fragrant, so sweet. I want to devour that little bond. None dared to confront them. Zhou Lin recognized the disparity in strength and immediately urged the others to flee. The two arriving teams became their much-needed support as they had expended much energy navigating the labyrinthine environment. Now weary, they dragged their stiff bodies toward escape, only to realize the formidable strength of the little fiends. Before they could react, their lives were extinguished. Fear surged within them, yet their movements remained sluggish. The massive creature behind them was unhurried, murmuring to itself as it dragged its twisted body forward, feasting upon the remains of the humans left behind. The corpses, already unrecognizable, were devoured with relentless fervor, soon reduced to a morass of blood and flesh interspersed with fabric. They hastily opened the escape route, racing down the stairs. Two individuals, squeezed together, tumbled down the staircase, pain coursing through every part of their bodies. Before they could regain their composure, the little fiends, nimble as toads, leaped toward them. The air filled with relentless screams, mingled with gleeful laughter. Damn it, these creatures are astonishingly powerful. Zhou Lin, tense and gritting his teeth, found himself at a loss for how to retaliate. This was far more terrifying than the other C-class eerie beings they had encountered. As the captain, he momentarily lost his resolve. Let us escape first. We can find an opportunity to counterattack later. We are not their match right now. Though these diminutive eerie beings were frail, the power they exuded was unprecedented. Their agility was remarkable, and their sharp teeth could swiftly sever a human's neck. Before long, they reached the emergency exit on the left side of the hall. Wu Tsong summoned all his strength, pushing the door open and sprinting outside. Meanwhile, the team members behind him fell victim one after another, and the eerie beings grew increasingly exhilarated. The more lives lost, the faster they became. In the corridor, Wu Tsong sprinted vigorously, while Shen Yin Yin, in a frenzied bid for survival, failed to notice a small stone beneath her feet, causing her to tumble. The excruciating pain jolted Shen Yin Yin upright as she cradled her knee. Li Chong spotted her on the ground and immediately halted. Can you walk? It appeared she had twisted her ankle and injured her knee. Naturally, she was hesitant to move. Clenching her teeth, tears shimmered in her eyes. It hurts so much. I can barely move. Yet, Witnessing the eerie beings tearing into human necks like wolves that had not hunted for days, a surge of panic and fear engulfed her. She dreaded being left behind to await her demise. Gritting his teeth, Li Chong swiftly made a decision. He reached out, grasping Shun Yinyan's arm, desperately trying to pull her to safety. The two ahead immediately halted. "This is bad. Miss Shun has fallen." Zhou Lin ceased his flight, remaining in place. Seeing this, Lin Qing stood by him, refusing to flee any longer. "Gravemound Ghost, Shadow Ghost, you two must buy us some time against these eerie beings." The only course of action was to have these two little ghosts delay the onslaught, allowing for a better opportunity to strike later. The two little ghosts complied, charging towards the other eerie beings. The leading eerie beings, upon spotting the two, displayed confusion, but upon noticing the faint marks on them, their expressions hardened. "You two worthless creatures have become mere pawns for humans, forgetting your true nature while allowing them to use you against us. Aren't you afraid of dying here?" One little ghost's face twisted with rage, showing no mercy to those who had betrayed them. "You and I are not of the same kind. If you had any sense, you would cease this. You've already taken many lives. You should feel satisfied. Not all eerie beings hail from the same origin." The Gravemound Ghost and Shadow Ghost were spirits transformed into eerie beings due to the arrival of the supernatural. The flaws and desires of their human existence were magnified hundreds of times, and upon encountering these distinctly different eerie beings, the little ghosts quickly banded together. Seizing the moment, the two rushed to assist Li Chong in lifting the injured Shun Yinyan. Her steps faltered, eventually coming to a halt. The scent of mother. She must be nearby. Determination gleamed in her eyes, leaving Ning Zhuo at a loss for words. The eerie beings soon clashed in battle, while the three continued to support Shun Yinyan onward. In a matter of moments, the Gravemound Ghost and the Shadow Ghost found themselves at a disadvantage. "To think that you two, with your meager skills, would dare to contend with us is truly a flight of fancy." The small ghosts, each bearing some physical flaw, wore disdainful expressions, while massive, eerie figure advanced ominously behind them. Still hoping to escape, one of the apparitions hurled an axe directly at the group. At that instant, Li Chong slightly turned, and upon witnessing the impending danger, immediately shielded Shun Yinyan. The sharp blade struck his spine with a vicious blow, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him, causing him to freeze momentarily before collapsing forward. Li Chong, the other two companions, witnessing this tragic turn of events, were overtaken by fear. "Protect her." With his last ounce of strength, he urged them, feeling a surge of dark energy coursing through his body, followed by the sight of blood streaming from his wound. Shun Yinyan narrowly escaped death, her face paling in horror. The two companions swiftly led her away as the beleaguered Shadow Ghost and Gravemound Ghost fled in disarray. "You take her to safety and leave the rest to me." Lin Qing wished to protest, but recognized the gravity of the situation and reluctantly agreed, guiding Shun Yinyan towards safety. "That little bun smells so delightful. Oh dear, the aroma is intoxicating." As he stood alone to confront the advancing apparitions, their demeanor shifted, and they engaged him in combat. When the two companions rushed forward, they were impeded by the malevolent entities. "Step aside. I must find my mother," she shouted defiantly, but the apparitions had no intention of yielding, instead eyeing her with greedy intent. "Why not come into my belly? Soon enough, I'll have your mother too, and you can all be reunited." At that moment, Zhou Lin, using every ounce of strength, found himself wounded and collapsing. "You forced my hand." Realizing that the small ghost would not relent, she felt an anger swell within her. Stretching forth her left arm, a delicate, pale limb emerged, capturing the attention of the small ghosts. In the next heartbeat, her slender arm transformed into a powerful appendage, akin to a giant's hook, sweeping through the air towards them. The unsuspecting apparitions were felled by her sudden onslaught, their surprise evident. No wonder the aroma of this little bun was so distinct. She was indeed an extraordinary being. The apparitions fixated on her, their faces contorting into increasingly twisted grins. "It's your fault that I can't find my mother. You shall pay the price." Chapter 22. A fruitless search on the brink of rage. The small ghosts trembled in fear, cowering in the corners. With a firm grip, She seized one of the apparitions and crushed it effortlessly, shattering it like a water balloon, its remains splattering grotesquely, releasing a potent stench of decay. The remaining apparitions shook with terror, attempting to flee, yet her hand swept them into her grasp. In an unexpected display of power, she eradicated the remaining threats single-handedly. Her arm returned to its original form in an instant, startling Ningxue with her sudden display of strength. The air was thick with the foul odor of decay and the metallic scent of blood, enough to churn anyone's stomach. Yet she stood there, a look of profound disappointment in her eyes. Didn't you just defeat them? Why are you not happy? I caught a whiff of my mother's scent earlier, but their sudden appearance made it vanish. I can't find her now. A crystalline tear slipped from her eye, falling to the ground and tugging at Ningxue's heartstrings with an unexpected pang of pain. He had never anticipated feeling such distress from a human sorrow. Just then, a subtle scent wafted through the air. It's my mother's scent. Gritting his teeth, he silently followed her. Before long, they arrived at the lair of the blood garment, where indeed the familiar scent lingered, accompanied by a faint aura. The previously vengeful blood garment had been subdued, and its power visibly diminished. Yet at that moment, the familiar scent faded away. Leave this here. It's an ominous item that could bring danger if taken outside. Ningxue understood well that this garment, the blood garment, though currently devoid of its malevolent aura, could regain its power should the apparitions resurface. This garment carries my mother's scent. I don't want to leave her. May I take it with me? Take it. Perhaps the earlier sensations were mere illusions. Though we didn't find your mother this time, we will surely find her next time, as long as we do not give up. Meanwhile, as Shen Yinyan was escorted outside by Lin Qing, she spotted the timid Wu Tsong sneaking away. Take care of her, Lin Qing instructed before hastily departing. Surprised by the sudden encounter, Wu Tsong steeled herself to look after Shen Yinyan. With her frail form, she exerted all her strength to drag the unconscious Zhou Lin outside the hotel. After this harrowing battle, only they managed to escape. At this moment, the sky began to lighten, casting a dim glow over the hotel, enveloped in a pall of gloom. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Zhou Lin. Don't scare me. Don't sleep. Please wake up. The once vibrant man now lay nearly lifeless. If not for the faint heartbeat and residual warmth, she would have believed him to be dead. The young girl's face fell with melancholy, her expressions slow and heavy. She approached Zhou Lin and grasped Lin Qing's hand tightly. Sister Lin, don't worry. Big brother will be fine. In her clumsy words lay sincerity and fervor. No wonder he succumbed to slumber. It was not only due to his grievous wounds, but also because the dark mist, a symbol of the apparitions, had invaded his being, relentlessly assaulting his heart. Zhou Lin surveyed the surroundings, glancing at his wounds, surprised to find that they had remarkably healed. The earlier pressure had dissipated, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of ease. The apparition controllers could manipulate the apparitions bound by contract, commanding them to serve, yet they themselves wielded no supernatural powers. Chapter 23. Proceeding to the base, the group had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Shen Yinyan, having failed to secure the blood garment, wore an expression of resentment. With this missed opportunity, chances to encounter the blood garment again seemed bleak. Her slender brows furrowed tightly, the animosity in her gaze unmistakable. Hearing this, Zhou Lin clenched his jaw, a grimace of pain crossing his face as the wounds throbbed. Lin Qing, supporting Zhou Lin, was about to speak when Zhou Lin discreetly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from resistance. After all, Shen Yinyan, driven by greed, was blind to the efforts of others. Seeing their silence, Shen Yinyan unleashed her frustrations, voicing her grievances incessantly. Had I known, I would have chosen someone capable to seek the blood garment, rather than come here with a bunch of useless fools. She scoffed, her eyes gleaming with disdain and arrogance. A gentle breeze rustled her skirt, and the injury at her ankle began to mend, allowing her to lean against a tree for support. Lin Qing, who had been suppressing her emotions, could no longer hold back and retaliated with fervor. If you hadn't fallen and burdened everyone, Li Chong would not have died. So many have lost their lives because of you, yet you show neither the slightest gratitude nor remorse. Are you even human? Do you possess a heart? As Lin Qing pondered, sadness welled up within her, realizing that the companions who had walked with her thus far were reduced to just a few. Even the usually unyielding Zhou Lin felt a pang of sorrow at this moment. For your sake, many have already sacrificed their lives. This time, we truly could not find the blood clothing. If you doubt my abilities, you may inform the higher-ups and seek someone more capable. His resolute expression was now tinged with anger, the patience he had shown before evaporating entirely. This was the first time Shen Yinyan had witnessed Zhou Lin in such a state, and she was taken aback by the fierceness of his temper. After being reprimanded, she let out a cold huff and turned to the silent Wu Song beside her. With a glance, she signaled him, and he immediately rushed forward, wrapping his arm around Shen Yinyan's slender waist, helping her move forward slowly. As they left, he kept urging, "Let us not waste time with them. This is a dead zone, and lingering here will bring us no good." With that thought, the two resolutely made their escape. At this moment, the road in front of the hotel lay eerily quiet, the air thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, and wisps of dust floated in the atmosphere. Zhou Lin gritted his teeth, tearing off a strip of fabric from his pant leg, intending to use his teeth to bind it as a bandage. But Lin Qing swiftly intervened. "Don't move. The wound is quite deep. What if it bursts open again?" Her brow furrowed with concern, and a worried expression crossed her face as she gently took the fabric from him, patiently tending to his injury, her touch delicate, fearing to cause him pain. He leaned on his knees, his weathered face revealing a glimmer of expectation. Before coming here, he had learned from the map that this place was not suitable for prolonged stay. Following the bizarre resurgence, the number of anomalies here had grown significantly, and with humans and anomalies clashing, the area had gradually succumbed to the latter. The living were few, while the bizarre were many. Even the currency had transformed into ghostly coins. This place was dubbed the Dead Zone, the stronghold of anomalies. The base was a refuge established by survivors under extreme conditions, possessing formidable defenses against the onslaught of anomalies, while also ensuring a certain chance of survival for its inhabitants. She shook her head repeatedly, her face reflecting resistance. "I cannot leave. I must stay to find my mother. I won't go anywhere without her." Seeing her stubbornness and suspecting that her mother might have fallen victim to the blood clothing, Zhou Lin felt a wave of desolation wash over him. "I promise you, if you come with me, I will help you find your mother. Is that all right?" "Really? Sister Lin, will there truly be many brothers and sisters to help me find my mother?" As her eyes sparkled like radiant stars, Lin Qing's lips curled into a warm smile. "Of course, Brother Zhou has also pledged to assist in finding your mother." Instantly, the smile faded from her face. As she spoke, she took 2 steps back and reached for Ning Zhua's slightly cold hand, grasping it with her small, tender fingers. Ning Zhua felt a jolt at the sudden touch, a strange sensation coursing through his heart. Seeing her desire to be with Ning Zhua, neither of them paid it any mind. "Of course, you could bring him along. After all, it adds another layer of protection for you." Zhou Lin subconsciously viewed Ning Zhua as one of her anomalies, oblivious to the unusual bond between them, and readily agreed. Lin Qing gazed at her with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with gentleness. "You can certainly bring him. It means there's one more person to safeguard you." Chapter 24. The base. With the consensus of the group, Ning Zhua felt a warmth in his heart. Even his previously indifferent expression softened slightly. Once they had made their decision, they set off immediately. They had not walked far when they exited the road. Initially devoid of any figures on the screen, several silhouettes suddenly appeared, triggering the vigilance of those at the military office. Their brows furrowed, eyes reflecting surprise. But he quickly composed himself, maintaining his usual demeanor. "We have already investigated thoroughly. The hotel was deemed a key area in the Dead Zone during the first bizarre resurgence. Inside, there is a B-class anomaly known as blood clothing. Previously, we had detected intense energy fluctuations, but currently, such strong signals are no longer detectable. It is preliminarily judged that the B-class anomaly, blood clothing, has likely vanished." The ensuing shock left everyone breathless. They had previously attempted various means to drive the B-class anomaly away, but none of the dispatched individuals had returned alive. The recordings and materials they received from the deceased were sufficient to confirm that this was indeed the hiding place of the blood clothing. Zhao Guangming furrowed his brow, a wary expression overtaking his features, his eyes shifting from stormy to calm, making it impossible for others to discern his true intentions. After a long pause, he broke the silence. Send a team of elite soldiers to investigate the situation. Our sole purpose is to assess the conditions within the hotel and retreat swiftly if any danger arises. With a single command, his subordinates quickly set off to execute his orders. Meanwhile, the group supported each other as they left the dead zone. The atmosphere around them was no longer the oppressive gloom of before. The sky gradually brightened, with a few wispy white clouds floating above. The warm sunlight bathed their faces, and Zhou Lin realized they had escaped their plight, a brilliant smile breaking across his face. This time, we truly escaped with our lives. Although we couldn't find the blood clothing, our gains are still significant. Lin Qing nodded and led the others to a nearby gas station for a rest. Upon arriving at the entrance of a gas station, they spotted a group of individuals coming to provide assistance. At that moment, the tension they had felt began to ease. As long as Shun Yinyin remained unharmed, their mission was halfway accomplished. Just then, their gazes fell upon two small figures. One of them immediately recognized Ning Zhuo's identity as a small anomaly, wondering how he could be kept in their company. This revelation dispelled their previous doubts, and the expressions of the onlookers shifted considerably. They had not anticipated encountering such a young anomaly controller. Before long, two burly men approached. The sorrow on their faces was apparent, for they understood Shun Yinyan's nature well. Having failed to retrieve the blood clothing and allowing her and Wu Tsong to leave together would undoubtedly stir up trouble at the base. Zhou Lin placed a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder, forcing a smile. You need not worry about me. These matters are trivial for me. However, I am curious. Why are those two from the military office accompanying us? This gas station is one of the supply stations established by the base surrounding the dead zone, typically manned by personnel from the military office, alongside base staff for maintenance. The man displayed a complex expression before sighing. I'm not very clear on the specifics. Just as you were arriving, someone from above made a call, and then everything changed. His face shifted into one of astonishment. Could it be that the military office had some form of foresight? His thoughts were a tangled mess, impossible to untangle. Soon, he led the group to board a vehicle towards the base. Along the way, the surroundings were filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. But since the resurgence of anomalies, the area had become desolate. Even with the nation in ruins, the mountains and rivers endure. In spring, the city is overgrown with grass. Zhou Lin felt a complexity of emotions, and faced with such a scene, he couldn't help but recite poetry. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin, having failed in his mission, was summoned to the office for questioning. A soft, plump little bun radiated a milky sweetness, trailed by a small anomaly, an incongruous pairing indeed. At that moment, a beautiful waitress brought in neatly arranged daily necessities. Little sister, you will temporarily reside here from now on. Should you require anything, feel free to seek my assistance. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Since this is a single occupancy space, it is advisable to refrain from wandering about carelessly. Chapter 25. The Special Individual Niezhua. Don't you find this place stifling and dull? Where has Sister Lin gone? Why can't I meet anyone else? Will the older siblings here help me find my mother? Rather than being an independent dormitory, it felt more like a prison designed specifically for her. Uncertain, she decided to wait. Although Niezhua possessed a degree of wisdom beyond his peers, he was still a child and did not comprehend why these people had not visited them for so long. Meanwhile, Shun Yinyin, with a face full of grievance, was playfully coaxing her superior, her expressions shifting dramatically as she vividly recounted her journey to find the blood-stained clothing. It's all his fault for being utterly useless. Not only did he fail to locate the blood-stained attire, but he also caused me injury. Look at my fair leg. It's bruised. What if it scars? No one will like me anymore. Shun Yin lamented, embodying the role of a delicate woman to perfection. This scene tugged at her superior's heartstrings, prompting him to embrace her and offer comfort. Since the resurgence of the bazaar, most humans have been brutally harmed or killed. A small fraction had sought refuge in the base, yet these individuals were remarkably unremarkable. Women of high beauty, akin to stars or idols, were a rarity. Naturally, her superior felt immense joy in having Shun Yin Yin, a beautiful idol, by his side. After receiving his assurances, she ceased her entreaties and left with an air of playfulness. The moment she exited the office, her expression shifted to one of utter disdain. The thought of having to entertain the greasy old man with sweet nothings made her stomach churn. On her way back, she unexpectedly encountered Zhou Lin. Shun Yin Yin scoffed and shot him a meaningful glance before swaying her slender waist as she departed. When Zhou Lin arrived at the office, his superior, who had intended to reprimand him, suddenly received a phone call. With a serious expression, he motioned for Zhou Lin to follow him to the conference room. Throughout the journey, Zhou Lin pondered heavily, perplexed by his superior's lack of reproach, which was instead replaced by a stern demeanor. Upon reaching the conference room, the superior halted, turned to Zhou Lin with a complex expression filled with disdain and anger. Consider yourself fortunate this time. However, you must perform well. This is our only opportunity to gain recognition from the higher-ups. If you succeed, our base will acquire more resources. After issuing this warning, the superior donned a smile, knocked on the door, and led Zhou Lin into the conference room. Inside stood several imposing men, their stature commanding and their brows sharp, exuding an air of nobility. It is an honor for my subordinates to host such esteemed leaders. Please take a seat. He had arranged for people to wait there, and soon, steaming cups of tea were presented to the leaders. They regarded him with a hint of disdain as he fawned over them. We are gathered here today to discuss a matter of great importance. Allow me to introduce Captain Zhao Guangming from the Military Affairs Office of Anzhou. First, please view this video. A look of confusion crossed the superior's face as he wondered why the head of the Military Affairs Office had brought a minor captain to the Heisher base for discussions of significance. At that moment, Zhao Guangming stepped forward, donning a striking military uniform that accentuated his distinguished demeanor. The screen displayed the silhouette of a young girl, approximately 6 or 7 years old, as a red circle highlighted her. The girl confidently entered a peculiar supermarket, and shortly after, a bizarre entity erupted from within, colliding heavily with a nearby tree. It was unclear what transpired between them, but the girl seemed to have provoked the entity, which unleashed its power, only to be struck back against the wall by her. When the girl turned, Zhou Lin's face reflected astonishment. Our purpose for being here today centers around this exceptional individual. Currently, we lack any documentation regarding her situation, yet it appears that Captain Zhou had a favorable relationship with her. Could you kindly elaborate on the circumstances to help us gather more information? Zhao Guangming inquired, his eyes radiating a powerful aura that left no room for refusal. The superior cast him a glance, and at that moment he felt trapped, compelled to divulge the details. Based on my observations, she may be the youngest individual among us capable of wielding the bizarre. Her abilities are evident, yet she is still but a child and should not be exposed to such matters. Chapter 26. The cause of death. Throughout this exchange, Zhao Guangming's expression grew increasingly somber. Initially, the Military Affairs Office had attempted to recruit anyone capable of defeating the bizarre, categorizing them accordingly. To their surprise, they found that the number of wielders was a mere 10 individuals, all robust adult males. Excluding others engaged in military defense, Anzhou lacked any formidable talent. Now that these individuals were in Heisher, forcibly taking them was out of the question. Moreover, the man's words indicated a desire for him to abandon any inappropriate thoughts. The head of the office bore an expression that was difficult to decipher, a mixture of anxiety and vigilance. I believe it would be prudent to adopt a wait-and-see approach. For now, she is merely a special individual. Should any situation arise that jeopardizes our interests, you will have the authority to eliminate her. The head's intense gaze rested on the superior, seemingly placing great expectations upon him. Suddenly, the previously overlooked superior felt a surge of elation, his joy evident as he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter appropriately. As time is of the essence, let us allow everyone to take a brief respite while I prepare a welcome for you all. Immediately, he began to flatter them, ready to host. However, the head of the office shook his head, glancing at his watch with a sigh. Given the resurgence of the bizarre, the state of our nation is dire. We cannot afford to indulge in pleasures while others suffer. We must assist the countless suffering civilians and rescue those trapped. Concern for the world before personal joy. The head of the office's expression reflected worry as he departed with his team. Noticing the confusion on the superior's face, the head of the office sighed deeply. Earlier today, I received a report of individuals who were murdered by the Bazaar mysteriously resurrecting. They appear indistinguishable from normal humans, yet they harbor a sinister black mist within, capable of erupting into bizarre transformations under specific conditions. In ordinary circumstances, Class C bizarre entities would devour humans entirely, while those of even higher classification propagate in unique ways. Do not be deceived by appearances. This young girl, seemingly normal, may very well be one of those resurrected by the Bazaar, and such individuals are the most terrifying. Did he not yearn for a capable assistant? Yet, faced with such circumstances, he could only relinquish hope. Meanwhile, the leader displayed a look of anxiety. The senior leader then presented several reports and convened a meeting with everyone present. Due to the large number of attendees, Lin Qing took the two children to a corner, their presence barely registering amidst the crowd. The purpose of today's gathering was to announce an important matter. Previously, several CDs had been received, and after being viewed by some of Captain Zhou's subordinates, they met with fatal consequences. The confiscated CDs lay at the forefront, sealed tightly in evidence bags. Based on the investigation conducted at the time and subsequent autopsy reports, it was inferred that these individuals had indeed died under mysterious circumstances, though the specific details remained unclear. Consequently, two experts were borrowed from above for further research, and today, the results of their study were finally revealed. The atmosphere was tense, as everyone anxiously awaited the cause of death for the deceased. The two experts quickly produced some reports, which were distributed among the attendees. As the reports circulated, curiosity surged, prompting immediate scrutiny. Before the eerie resurgence, a horror film featuring Sadako had been viewed. It was known that Sadako, transmitted through specific footage, would target an individual for murder. Many have been unaware that the particular imagery in the email contained Sadako's visage, allowing this phenomenon to spread like a virus. Indeed, attendees laid eyes on a printed image, albeit pixelated, yet it was discernible that the figure clad in white with flowing hair was none other than Sadako. According to the records of the deceased team members, they had unexpectedly received a package containing a forged distress letter along with the CD. The footage on the CD depicted an imitation of Sadako. Our investigation suggested that the horror they encountered was a Class B anomaly, even more terrifying than the bloodstained garments previously explored, and discussions regarding its attack patterns had already taken place. Participants began reviewing the materials in hand while listening to the experts' explanations. Essentially, there had been a prior case in which Zhou Lin's former team members had perished. They had yet to investigate before being dispatched for an external task concerning the bloodstained garments. During this time, the experts became aware of a Class B anomaly known as the Pseudo-Sadako, a uniquely formidable entity. Chapter 27. Pseudo-Sadako, the resurgence of anomalies, had led to a widespread series of eerie attacks, resulting in areas overtaken by these phenomena being dubbed death zones, where ghostly currency circulated, an eerie realm and stronghold for the anomalies. The Pseudo-Sadako emerged from this death zone, serving as a substitute for Sadako. Much like her counterpart, she possessed extraordinary power, manifesting through various media, appearing on electronic screens, and capable of emerging from these screens while playing footage. Pseudo-Sadako's most significant weakness lay in her inability to launch group attacks. She could only mark individuals for death through a curse, ensuring that those marked would inevitably meet their demise. The unfortunate individuals had unwittingly viewed the footage from the CD without understanding the implications, leading to Pseudo-Sadako emerging from the screen and marking them with a curse, sealing their fate. The immediate course of action was to destroy these materials. However, locating Pseudo-Sadako could not be achieved through mere screens, but necessitated a venture into the death zone. Soon, I will publicly incinerate these items. But for those wishing to investigate this case, entering the death zone is essential, and the ensuing circumstances fall beyond our jurisdiction. The two experts expressed their inability to assist further, preferring to remain uninvolved in such a complex web. Zhou Lin sat in contemplation, his expression a mix of emotions. The loss of the innocent team members weighed heavily on his heart. The leader understood that with lives lost, a thorough investigation was imperative, and the responsibility for this case now rested upon Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin, you are in charge of this case. You must find Pseudo Sadako. The senior leader's decree left no room for refusal, and Zhou Lin could only reluctantly acquiesce. Where are we going? Are we going to help me find my mother? The child's eager eyes sparkled with anticipation. Just as Zhou Lin prepared to leave, he was called back by the leader. You failed to protect Nian Yan last time. I want to hold it against you, but she only wishes to obtain a powerful Class B anomaly as her familiar. Your failure to secure the blood-stained garments for her was indeed your fault. The leader's stern gaze conveyed his dissatisfaction. He had promised Shen Yin that he would capture a Class B anomaly for her, enabling her to become one of the few anomaly tamers. Shen Yin was not to be trifled with. Her discontent could lead to chaos, and he wished to avoid a confrontation. Thus, he exerted pressure on Zhou Lin. This time, I expect you to take Nian Yan with you into the death zone and find a way to capture Pseudo Sadako, also aiding her in becoming a tamer. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin's expression darkened. The undercurrents of their dealings were inconsequential. What mattered was his desire for autonomy. Previously, when they entered the hotel with Miss Shun, they could have escaped unscathed, yet it was Miss Shun's presence that led to Li Chang's demise. Now, they faced an anomaly more terrifying than the blood-stained garments, and he doubted his ability to protect Miss Shun from such threats. He wished to maintain distance from Shen Yin, desiring to keep personal matters separate from his mission. However, the leader, furious, slammed his hand on the table, his face turning an alarming shade of red, his bulging eyes nearly popping from their sockets, laced with bloodshot veins that instilled fear. This is an assignment. You have no right to refuse. Even if you must sacrifice yourself, you must ensure Nian Yan's safety. The leader's uncompromising stance left Zhou Lin deeply dissatisfied. As he exited the conference room, he spotted a familiar trio standing in the shadows, one adult and two children. Zhou Lin immediately bent down to embrace her, a long-lost smile breaking through the stubble on his face. Did you listen to Sister Lin? I was very obedient. Sister Lin praised me for being a good child. She beamed, her joy reminding him of his late daughter, flooding him with sorrow. Observing their harmonious interaction only deepened Zhou Lin's melancholy. Lin Qing, sensing his turmoil, sighed. Regardless of the higher-up's intentions, we have an obligation to protect the two children. When do you plan to depart? The thought of having to set out for the death zone so soon after settling in cast a shadow over Lin Qing's expression. Worry evident in her clear eyes as she clasped her delicate hands together, unsure of what to do. Biting her lip, her face reflected profound concern and anxiety. The time is set. We leave early tomorrow. Zhou Lin sighed, stepping out of the dormitory, moving to the end of the corridor, opening a window, and skillfully retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He slowly extracted one, placing it between his lips and igniting it. As he exhaled a thick plume of smoke, it felt as though he was releasing the burdens and sorrows that weighed heavily upon his heart. There seems to be a scent reminiscent of a mother. It feels distinctly different. Surely she is not here? She detected an unusual fragrance and murmured to herself. Chapter 28. Journey to the Dead Zone. Ning Zhu's gaze lingered on her, noticing her bewilderment, which stirred an unfamiliar emotion within him. Though still youthful, he was perceptive enough to sense the hesitation between the two, realizing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Do you truly intend to accompany them in search of your mother? With her resolve firm, Ning Zhu felt it unnecessary to voice further objections. Before long, the group settled into their dormitory for a much-needed rest. The prolonged fatigue had left them on edge, and despite the respite, the haunting memories of their recent hotel experience left them drenched in perspiration. Zhou Lin awakened from his slumber, the sky now awash with a muted gray light. He sighed heavily and wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, which was now damp. After tidying himself, he began to rouse the others in preparation for their journey. The small, wiry figure darted through the corridor, invigorated after splashing cold water on his face. Time was of the essence. Breakfast would have to be consumed en route, and if anyone felt drowsy, they could catch a nap in the vehicle. Zhou Lin carried an assortment of bags, conversing as he walked, while the others trailed behind him. Clearing his throat, his gaze settled on Zhou Lin. During our last mission, Comrade Li Chong made the ultimate sacrifice. To ensure the success of this operation, some personnel will be assigned to you. You must ensure the safety of Nian Yin. Alongside Lin Qing and Wu Kong, the leader leaned in conspiratorially, his eyes narrowing on the two young ones. Keep a close watch on their every move. Report any disturbances immediately. Should a crisis arise, it must be dealt with on site. Zhou Lin's expression turned frosty, an inscrutable depth emerging in his eyes. Miss Shin deems my abilities insufficient. If that is the case, perhaps it would be prudent to assign someone else to protect her, as I cannot meet her expectations. To accompany someone who could only be safeguarded would greatly hinder the team's progress, especially since Shun Yin Yin, aside from her cold sarcasm, offered no real utility. The leader's demeanor darkened, fully aware that Zhou Lin's leadership would guarantee Shun Yin Yin's safety. Others, in times of peril, might flee rather than fulfill their duties. You ought to possess a broader perspective rather than fixating on trifles. I hope you can accomplish this task successfully. Patting Zhou Lin's shoulder, the leader then moved closer to Shun Yin Yin, whispering something into her ear. Initially, her expression darkened, but soon a smile graced her face, and an ambiguous glint danced in her eyes as she exchanged looks with the leader. Time was fleeting, they needed to set out. With that, Zhou Lin opened the car door and took his place in the driver's seat. The others quickly composed themselves, while the leader, with an air of reluctance, bid farewell to Shun Yin Yin. Before long, the group embarked on their journey to the dead zone. By evening, they arrived at the supply station on the outskirts. Two men in white lab coats and glasses approached slowly, presenting a box to him. These are the majority of the tapes and discs we have intercepted. Tracing back, we discovered that the source of this dissemination is linked to this silver USB drive. However, we are unable to ascertain where the video content was copied from. Tension etched on their faces, they produced an analysis report. Based on the current attack power of the Pseudo-Jinzi, we have conducted tests. The Pseudo-Jinzi emerged with the onset of the Bizarre Revival, possessing only 1/10 of Jinzi's capabilities, yet still formidable. Your mission is to locate and eliminate the Pseudo-Jinzi's core. Finding the origin of Jinzi is challenging, but experts have pinpointed a specific location based on the fluctuations in power following the Bizarre Revival. The man on the left produced a map marked with a red pentagram, indicating the lair of the Pseudo-Jinzi post-revival. We suspect that this well may have become the Pseudo-Jinzi's stronghold after the Bizarre Revival. While the Pseudo-Jinzi's energy can be traced through various screens or electronic devices, its core cannot stray from the location of the Bizarre Revival. Zhou Lin furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the situation. She pointed delicately to the edge of the map. I know. Just beyond here lies the hotel we departed from. The distance from the edge to the pentagram location was approximately over 100 kilometers, allowing them to access the highway and arrive in about an hour. Upon receiving the map, they were also provided with protective barriers. Our conclusion is that this anomaly can only target one individual for attack, and that marked individual faces certain doom. If the Pseudo-Jinzi is not visible during the footage, obstructing the view may allow one to evade being marked. As they continued towards the marked location, Shun Yin Yin awakened, suddenly aware of a chilling, sinister atmosphere enveloping them. Her face betraying surprise. I merely took a nap. How did we end up so far from where we began? She marveled at the stark difference in ambience. A hellish aura assailing her senses. Chapter 29. The emergence of Jinzi, a purple-black mist, seemed to seep from the earth, gradually ascending into the air. With the window partially open, the somber air infiltrated the vehicle, laden with a deathly stillness, pervaded by desolation and despair. Wu Tsong shivered involuntarily, a chill seeping into him, prompting him to wrap himself tightly in a blanket. Why is it so cold here? It feels like winter on a sunny day. He glanced at Shun Yin Yin, who wore only a short skirt, his gaze tinged with greed and covetousness. Like a malevolent spirit, Wu Tsong's eyes fixated on Shun Yin Yin, his aggressive gaze undressing her figure as if seeking to penetrate her very being. Despite being scrutinized for an extended period, Shen Yin appeared unfazed, instead confidently lifting her chest and smiling, creating an alluring curve at the corner of her lips. In that moment, she resembled Prodigy, intent on enchanting the man before her. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a charged intimacy. In the seventh vehicle, the two small figures at the back were engrossed in the map. Lin Qing, passing by, caught sight of this scene and frowned in discontent. Dress warmly. Wearing so little could lead to getting frostbite. No one here will care for you. Her words were pointed, causing Shen Yin's gaze to turn icy. With a huff, she grabbed a nearby blanket to cover herself. The vehicle accelerated, drawing closer to their destination, the chilling air dissipating, replaced by a pungent odor of blood and mildew. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically as they neared a fork in the road, where he decisively veered left. We should be approaching our destination soon. If the situation grows critical, we cannot continue pursuing. We must find a place to set up camp and resume our exploration at dawn. He opted for a collective exploration, recognizing that while it might delay their progress, it significantly increased their survival odds. However, Shen Yin seemed dissatisfied. Gathering everyone together will only hinder our progress. Why not send a few individuals ahead to assess the situation? This way, we can avoid wasting our efforts. Though Li Chong sacrificed himself for her, Shen Yin had yet to utter a word of thanks, harboring only disdain for him. The belief that the other party sacrificed themselves merely due to a lack of capability lingered in the air. Wu Tsong, gripped by fear of death, shook his head vigorously before extending his large hand to rest upon Shen Yin's leg. His eyes darted about, and a cunning scheme began to form in his mind. The reason we failed to locate the bloodied garments last time was not due to ambiguity of the situation. Rather, it was our division into smaller teams that unwittingly provided these strange entities with an opportunity, inevitably leading us into peril. He understood clearly that once the hidden anomalies surrounding them were dispersed, the small teams would be devoured entirely. It would be wiser for everyone to unite, thus significantly increasing their chances of survival, while also effectively resolving their predicament. Instead of becoming mere cannon fodder, it would be prudent to find a few inconsequential individuals to act as a buffer. The woman before him crossed her legs, setting the blanket aside, her body slightly leaning forward as she turned her gaze to the left, contemplating the scenery outside. You make a valid point. Let's first find a place to set up camp. The darkness has fallen, and the night is likely to be even more perilous. The group swiftly reached a consensus. Soon, Zhou Lin navigated the vehicle along the nearby winding roads, but before long, the navigation system faltered. Based on the last recorded position, they were gradually approaching the marked location. We are approximately 5 kilometers away from the designated low point. This area appears relatively safe, and ahead lies a marshland. Let us establish our camp here. The others concurred without objection, stopping the vehicle and locating a spacious spot. Working together, they swiftly erected tents. To avoid attracting attention from any lurking anomalies, they opted for a meager meal of compressed biscuits. Zhou Lin, accompanied by a few others, entered the tent, retrieving a laptop. The contents of the silver USB drive remained a mystery, but the timestamps on the videos suggested they were recorded shortly after the resurgence of Sadako. It seems someone had copied portions of Sadako's videos, resulting in the emergence of a pseudo-Sadako. As the computer screen illuminated, a folder appeared containing several videos, each named with a string of garbled text, accompanied by specific timestamps and file sizes. Suddenly, Lin Qing rushed in, urgency etched across her face. Shen Yin is causing a scene again. You must take someone to check on her. I cannot deal with this ancestral spirit. Her expression conveyed both anxiety and annoyance. Zhou Lin's demeanor turned icy at her words. He set down the laptop and hastily departed with a few companions. Ningxue silently remained by her side. The videos began to play on the screen, revealing an abyss of darkness that abruptly transformed into a foreboding forest. Within this eerie woodland lay a decrepit well, surrounded by a carpet of fallen leaves, while the leaves on the trees remained a vibrant green. A strange aura permeated the atmosphere when suddenly, a head emerged from the well, slender, pale hands gripping the edge as a disheveled woman clad in white climbed forth. Why is this woman so hideous? Sadako quickened her pace, yet her movements were stiff and peculiar. As the figure from the video approached, she extended her head forward menacingly. You wish to frighten me? I'll pluck your hair out, leaving you bald like pulling up weeds, leaving not a trace. As Sadako prepared to climb out, she was unexpectedly seized by her hair, the sudden action catching her off guard. The strength exerted was far beyond that of a child. Sadako felt her scalp nearly being torn away, yet she remained voiceless, retreating in despair. Your hair is surprisingly resilient. Let me pull a bit more. The more she attempted to hide, the more the grip tightened, pulling her closer. Ning Zhuo stood frozen, witnessing for the first time a human child grappling with an entity of B-rank horror. The usually ruthless anomaly appeared utterly flummoxed, and from her quivering form, one could sense her despair. Are you really going to pull that thing out? Of course. Let us see who is stronger. With that, she exerted all her strength, prompting Sadako to hastily retreat. Sadako ran with all her might, her limbs stiff and uncoordinated, stumbling towards the well. Even after tumbling to the ground, she scrambled and leaped into the well, only to realize she was still clutching a few strands of black hair. Infuriated, she scrambled to her feet and hurled the hair onto the ground. That old hag has ruined the computer. I'll tell Brother Zhou about this, and he'll deal with her. Meanwhile, Zhou Lin followed Lin Qing, leading several others to Shen Yinyan. I've already told you, my stomach is sensitive. I don't wish to consume these compressed biscuits. I merely want to cook some soup here. What is the issue? Her tone was filled with indignation, as if she could crush her silver teeth in frustration, her exquisite features radiating an air of arrogance. Her darkened countenance displayed her unwillingness and anger. If you ignite a fire here, it will surely attract attention, and we will have no opportunity to escape. You understand that this is not a base, but a perilous wasteland. In the base, Shen Yinyan could easily gain favor from her superiors with a mere pout. However, now, surrounded by danger and risk, he could not gamble with the lives of so many, nor would he allow a pampered starlet to throw a tantrum in such a dire setting. Having already endured enough humiliation, Zhou Lin would not passively accept this treatment any longer. The surrounding individuals voiced their displeasure with her behavior. Li Chong had sacrificed his life saving her, yet she did not even utter a word of thanks. Do not associate with such a woman. She is clearly a venomous vixen. The murmurs grew louder, and Shen Yinyan, humiliated and enraged, kicked over a nearby equipment bag, spilling water from an overturned bottle onto the ground. Lin Qing swiftly stepped forward to right the fallen cup, but most of the water had already spilled, rendering her efforts futile. Lin Qing took the bottle aside, retrieved the cap, and angrily secured it before departing. The others, disinterested in further engagement with such a woman, turned away and left. Seeing the indifference and scorn from those around her, Shen Yinyan gritted her teeth, stamping her foot in fury. Her clear eyes brimmed with malice. While Wu Cong observed her, recognizing her as a viper, and rather than wishing to untangle himself, he felt his interest piqued. His expression shifted dramatically, tension tightening across his face. This is bad. I inadvertently played that video, and only those 2 children are in the tent. Could it be? Realizing the potential consequences, he froze in place, regret written across his features. As Zhou Lin and Lin Qing rushed into the tent with the others, the air was thick with a faint, burnt odor. Their gaze locked onto the 2 children, relieved to find them unharmed. But their attention quickly shifted to the laptop on the table, which lay shattered into pieces. Lin Qing, skeptical, inquired about the situation. It appeared they had suffered a significant blow, for the computer could not have been reduced to such a state without an explosion. Tears welled in her eyes as she recounted the earlier events. I truly did not mean to break the computer. It was that Annie S. doing. Now that the computer is broken, she will surely not emerge. Chapter 31. Within the range of attack, the expressions of several individuals were marked by astonishment as the computer before them emitted wisps of black smoke. It was evident that the CPU had been destroyed, leading to such an outcome. It seemed implausible that she could have caused such damage. Yet they were left with only this single computer, and the data on the USB drive remained intact. One person's countenance turned grave, his gaze reflecting a profound concern about how to proceed. If the data on the USB drive had not been deleted, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lin furrowed his brow and stepped forward, reaching out to remove the USB drive from the computer. To his surprise, he discovered that the drive had already been rendered inoperable. A faint smile emerged on his lips, his deep-set eyes glimmering with a hint of relief. There was no need for excessive worry. The USB drive was destroyed, and all files have been eradicated, thus eliminating the risk of an attack. Do you think that ugly Anne will get hurt? If she jumps from such a height, what if she lands in water? Wouldn't she drown? For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself worried about Sadako's predicament, fearing that her leap into the well might result in drowning. This scene elicited a chuckle from Lin Qing, her radiant face breaking into a brilliant smile. Rest assured, she is no mere ugly ant, but rather a terrifying entity that consumes people. You performed splendidly. She won't drown as there is no water in that dry well. Once she jumps in, we will no longer be threatened. Their mission was to uncover the footage disseminated by Sadako while simultaneously destroying the electronic devices and related materials. However, with their abilities, sealing them within the dry well was utterly impossible. What a desolate, forsaken place. There isn't even a signal. It's utterly absurd. Accustomed to passing time by scrolling through videos, the group found themselves bored in the current moment. Ever since the peculiar entities had reawakened, normal communication had been confined to the base, and now, in this dead zone, they were naturally devoid of signal. After a few grumbles, the group gradually succumbed to sleep. One individual, unable to find slumber, tossed and turned before emerging from his tent. After relieving himself nearby, he retrieved his phone in hopes of capturing a photograph, only to suddenly discover a signal. His face lit up with surprise. Just then his phone, now connected to the internet, received an email. How curious. At this hour, who would send me a message? As he pondered, he inadvertently clicked on the email, revealing only an attachment with the subject line, "A lonely night needs companionship." Typically, such themes hinted at something dubious, yet his curiosity was piqued. The attachment was a video, and the preview depicted a charming, cat-eared girl, instantly captivating his interest. He licked his parched lips and clicked on the video, which showcased a dancing cat-eared girl. Just as he was becoming engrossed, the screen abruptly went dark, only to be replaced by a desolate well, within which Sadako moved with a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ah!" he screamed, and at that moment, Sadako had crawled from the well onto the screen. His phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, and panic seized him. The phone lay face up, and Sadako summoned her strength, as if unzipping a zipper, to shred the screen and emerge from within. Terrified, he readied himself to flee, but stumbled over a stone and fell. When he turned to escape, he discovered that Sadako had already burst forth from the screen, clad in a flowing white garment that hung loosely. Her long black hair cascaded like strips of cloth, swaying eerily. In the next instant, her hair began to grow uncontrollably. She slowly extended her arms alongside her legs, resembling rigid claws, exuding an unsettling strength. Her elongated black nails were imbued with a strange aura, a product of the resurrection of the peculiar entities, and a thick, ominous mist surrounded her. As Sadako's hair surged toward him like creeping vines, the man gazed in terror. He then turned and scrambled forward in a desperate attempt to escape. In her eyes, he was but a frightened animal fleeing in panic. In the blink of an eye, Sadako extended her hair, ensnaring his hands and feet. This sudden action deprived him of any chance to escape, and soon he was tightly bound, unable to move. A dense black fog emanated from him, and in the next moment, it began to invade his body. The man, once alive with a heartbeat and warmth, quickly became a rigid corpse. Zhou Lin, already restless in his slumber, was compelled to be fully alert under such circumstances. Suddenly, he heard shouts from outside and promptly pushed aside the two individuals beside him. Startled by his abrupt movement, they hastily followed him out of the tent, their sleepiness still evident. By the time they emerged with flashlights, the commotion had awakened others. "This is bad. This is terrible. Captain Zhou, someone has been attacked and is already dead." Chapter 32. The mysterious video of the man delivering the news bore a look of sheer terror. When he led the others to the scene, the faces of those nearby reflected a similar horror. "How did you wake up?" You should rest a little longer. It's still nighttime. And you've surely exhausted yourself after a day of travel. I heard someone calling me, urging me to go out. You might just be fatigued, experiencing hallucinations. Please, get some more rest. At that moment, Ning was suddenly gazed outside with a tense expression, his brow furrowing deeper. There was an eerie presence outside, one that felt strangely familiar to him. Now classified as a grade B anomaly, he was acutely sensitive to the strange energies emanating from beyond. Lin Qing instinctively surmised that the strange aura outside must belong to the long-absent Sadako. Earlier, the two children had engaged in a fierce confrontation with her. And although others speculated that it was a fabrication, she firmly believed those children would never lie. They had indeed encountered Sadako. If the external anomaly is potent, you two must not venture out. It could lead to dire consequences. It's best to stay here. She was unwilling to allow the two children to put themselves at risk. But in the next instant, she witnessed a frail figure sprinting outside. Ningxue followed closely behind. Seeing this, Lin Qing gritted her teeth in disbelief at the determination of these two children. Forget everything you just saw. Do not be afraid, whatever you do. Do not cry. The ground was covered in leaves, and a man lay face down, his arms and legs pointing toward the sky. He appeared extremely tense, his eyes wide with fear, and his eye sockets slightly reddened. His expression conveyed overwhelming anxiety and terror, and more alarmingly, his body was as rigid as wood. He had been scared to death. His life force had been entirely drained, presumably consumed by Sadako's intense psychic assault, which had seized control and extinguished his soul. Unlike other vengeful spirits, Sadako was transformed into a true anomaly following the resurgence of the peculiar entities, possessing a unique power of her own. Most anomalies preyed upon human bodies, akin to zombies capturing humans as delectable snacks. However, Sadako was a peculiar entity once dubbed the unsolvable ghost. Rather than consuming human flesh, she feasted on souls, absorbing their vitality through her distinctive powers while extinguishing their spirits, thereby amplifying her own strength, enabling her to deliver a lethal blow. However, the most significant weakness of these elusive apparitions lies in their ability to only execute solitary curses, rendering them incapable of launching collective assaults. Why is his phone here? Who could have sent him this video? When everyone arrived, all video content related to Sadako was entirely erased from his phone. At this moment, the man's device retained but a solitary video, the center marked by a triangular symbol, evidently paused. The final frame revealing a bizarre forest with an ancient well at its center. This venerable well holds a long-forgotten history, serving as proof that Sadako emerged from it, shattering the phone screen and inducing death through sheer terror. I was not frightened. This uncle appeared so rigid, akin to a flipped turtle sprawled helplessly towards the sky. Truly terrifying. A pair of bright, watery eyes caught sight of the screen, immediately extending a trembling hand to point at the image. The last time this scene appeared on a computer, it exploded. We must flee, or else the phone might detonate too. Impossible. If this little ghost had seen that video, it would not be alive. All who gaze upon it meet their demise. It is rumored to be a cursed video. Whoever watches it is doomed. Panic swept across the faces of the crowd, each person gripped by fear, terrified that the curse might befall them. One man, trembling with dread, stepped forward and, in a fit of rage, kicked the phone with considerable force. His kick sent the device soaring into the air, coincidentally activating the video as it tumbled. The moment the phone hit the ground, a violent explosion ensued, fortunately leaving the others unscathed due to their distance. Did you share the video from the computer with anyone? The only video existed on the computer, and now that it has exploded, it must have disseminated from there. Only Ningxue and I have viewed it. Chapter 33. The cursed video after we watched the video. The computer exploded, and I did not touch anyone else's phone. A youthful visage bore a pitiful expression, reminiscent of the wrongdoe, with teardrops like beads rolling in her eyes, as if they would burst forth at any moment. Brothers are not trying to frighten you. It was merely the video that played on that phone. We wish to uncover who sent the video. Can you tell us? Back at the camp, Two men sat together discussing the matter when one of their phones suddenly emitted a notification sound. Confused, he retrieved his device and was astonished to find an enigmatic email. The other man was equally surprised. Isn't there no signal here? How can we receive an email? Furthermore, this email is peculiar. The two, intrigued, clicked on the email, revealing a video of a cat-eared girl. Though they spoke with righteous indignation, both men felt an irrepressible urge within. Upon clicking the video, the eerie scene reappeared, causing one man to collapse in fright, utterly numb. The other scrambled out of the tent in a panic. It's bad. It's bad. Sadako has emerged. Zhou Lin, with a grave expression, rushed outside, rallying the others to assess the situation. The man who had run in bore a look of sheer terror, beads of sweat dampening his fine hair. He pointed frantically at the tent behind him, where another man's terrified scream could be heard. Damn it! I arrived too late. It's Sadako again. Zhou Lin loathed this feeling intensely, delivering a forceful kick to a nearby barrel. Ever since their arrival, everyone had been led around by the nose. Sadako appeared randomly in different locations, mercilessly claiming her victims. They were like lambs to the slaughter, their fear gradually engulfing them. She could not comprehend why. Upon the appearance of this ant, some would lie rigid on their backs like flipped turtles. Yet, seeing the fear on everyone's faces confirmed that this entity was indeed formidable. The man who had fled finally steadied his nerves and recounted the recent events to the group. He had received a text message containing a mysterious email, which led to the revelation of the dubious cat-eared girl. The group listened intently to this crucial information, which would determine their chances of capturing the wretched Sadako. However, much to their dismay, upon playing the video, it was not the cat-eared girl that materialized, but Sadako herself. That wretched specter emerging from the screen to ensnare him with her long hair. He could not recall what transpired next. He only fled in desperation, unable to accept what he had witnessed. The expressions of the others turned grave. It seemed Sadako indeed carried a unique curse. And once she had locked her sights on someone, their fate was sealed. Wu Tsong and Shan Yinyan appeared weary, their clothes somewhat disheveled, clearly indicating something amiss. Why, in the dead of night, did they encounter such a calamity? Perhaps it would be best to gather all electronic devices and set them aside, untouched. Wu Tsong emerged from the woods, encountering a corpse that sent chills down his spine. As he approached, he heard wails of despair, realizing Sadako had struck twice in one night, causing his heart to quail. He merely sought something to his advantage, but did not wish to gamble with his life. Big brother, you have lipstick marks on your mouth. Why does Aunt Shin's lipstick seem to have vanished? Moreover, it appears to be the same shade as yours. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, he discovered the same lipstick on his lips as on Shan Yinyan's, alongside similar leaves adhering to both their bodies, suggesting their suspiciously erratic behavior, leading to the conclusion that they had been involved with each other. It seemed this woman was far from innocent. Who would have thought the leader enjoyed sharing such moments with others? The group murmured amongst themselves, their voices low, yet every word reached Shan Yinyan's ears. Why are you standing here instead of going to bed, little girl? Do you wish to capture the uncanny? First, let us collect all electronic devices. If anyone else receives the video and clicks to view it, they will undoubtedly suffer Sadako's wrath. Despite their numbers, those marked by Sadako had no escape. She preferred to eliminate them one by one, leaving no one aware of who would be next. This sense of dread swelled within them, spiraling into a state of utter panic. Even if they were not targeted by Sadako, they would still be paralyzed by fear. At that moment, Ningxue stood still, his eyes wide with astonishment, observing a faint black mist permeating the air. Chapter 34. Vigil on Christmas Eve as the crowd simmered with trepidation. Ningxue's casual remark sent shivers down their spines, as if they had plunged into an ice-cold abyss. They could scarcely believe it. Yet witnessing the thick black mist surrounding him only heightened their fears, especially considering he was also a B-grade apparition. But that ugly ant doesn't seem that powerful. When I grasped her hair, she appeared to feel pain, one remarked. Moreover, that ugly ant exudes a foul odor. Does she hide her face out of insecurity due to her looks? They were terrified. Yet this girl dared to call Sadako an ugly hag. It appears you are still half asleep, rambling about ugly figures from your dreams. I shall refrain from sharing such ghost stories with you in the future, lest you find it impossible to sleep and be plagued by nightmares." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those around him softened, though a flicker of skepticism remained regarding Zhou Lin's assertions. However, considering the naivety of a mere child, how could she possibly be a match for the formidable Zhengzi? Everyone promptly surrendered their electronic devices for centralized processing, agreeing to take shifts through the night in order to maximize their chances of survival. The dead zone was inherently the most perilous area following the eerie resurgence. They were currently in a transitional safety period, but the timing of the next supernatural revival was uncertain. Once it occurred, their presence there would render them utterly defenseless. Without hesitation, each individual relinquished their devices, tying them together with a secure knot and casting them aside. Concerned that the contents might adversely affect the group, they retrieved several old blankets to envelop the devices tightly, placing a large stone atop them to prevent any clandestine retrieval. Soon, they connected their tents, creating a larger space, and everyone settled down to rest, except for one person who remained seated on the central blanket, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. To ensure a more restful night, they began to take turns keeping watch. You must never disclose your circumstances to others, including any altercation with that unpleasant aunt. It is imperative that no one learns of your unique position among these individuals. You must safeguard yourself. As he recalled the tragic fate of his daughter, torn apart by the supernatural, a wave of sorrow washed over him. "Can I share this burden with Sister Lin? Let us keep it our secret. Promise you won't tell anyone, all right?" With his thumb pressing against the other 3 fingers, only the resilient pinky finger remained upright. "Let's seal it with a pact." At that moment, Ningxue sat quietly in the corner, observing with a gaze imbued with a hint of melancholy as the surrounding dark mist thickened. Suddenly, a shadowy spirit emerged from the darkness, drifting lightly to Zhou Lin's ear. The little spirit seemed irked. No, perhaps it was jealousy. "Ningxue, you are truly adorable. Like a silly goose. I adore you," she declared, daintily stepping across the gaps to embrace Ningxue. Instantly, his face flushed, and the fine strands of hair on his forehead softened. As warmth coursed through him, he felt a strange yet comforting sensation, despite being a supernatural entity. "If danger approaches, I will protect you, all right?" This unexpected declaration took him by surprise, but he nodded instinctively. The shadowy spirit, witnessing this exchange, began to whisper conspiratorially. It was evident that the two had yet to engage in profound dialogue. It appeared that this B-grade spirit had not yet forged a pact with the little girl and remained unbound. Why then did it choose to accompany her? Being a supernatural entity, it was clear to Zhou Lin that Ningxue bore no constraints. He was a free spirit. This revelation astonished Zhou Lin. Yet he quickly donned a worried expression. "You must keep this matter a secret. If others discover that you two have not formed a contract, it will cause an uproar, and Ningxue will inevitably become a target for everyone." Chapter 35. The search for the dry well. The shadowy spirit often indulged in idle gossip, a matter of considerable consequence, as it was not in its interest for the news to spread. The spirit nodded vigorously, as if eager to nod its head to the ground. At that moment, Zhou Lin stepped forward, addressing the two. "Though your bond is strong now, should a more powerful supernatural force emerge, you may easily become separated." She grasped Ningxue's hand, linking her arm through his with all her might, unwilling to let go. "I refuse to leave Ningxue." Her pouting expression revealed both discontent and the fear of parting. Observing this, Ningxue furrowed his brow, exuding an aura of coldness. "Unless you two form a contract, it will be difficult to remain together indefinitely." Perhaps sensing Ningxue's hesitation, Zhou Lin seized the opportunity to outline the advantages and disadvantages. "Look at my connection with the shadowy spirit. No matter where I go, he can find me instantly. But you must remain together or risk losing one another." The shadowy spirit floated nearby, nodding in agreement, while Ningxue felt a shift within himself. He understood the formidable nature of Zhengzi. This entity could utterly shatter a person through psychological assault, thereby consuming their vitality. After feeding on human spirit, the soul would be extinguished. The two children were oblivious to the profound implications of eternal togetherness, Yet they yearned to become the truest of companions, unwilling to part ways. I promised to help her find her mother. I do not wish to be separated. Then you should form a contract. Upon a suggestion, Ningxuan nodded eagerly, and the two began to formalize their pact under his witness. In a brief moment, the luminous mirror transformed into two white chains, which securely bound their wrists. The night swiftly passed, marked by tranquility. None were disturbed. Suddenly, a conundrum arose among them. We could follow the electronic navigation to locate the dry well. Finding it would lead us to where Zhengzi is hidden. This information had been acquired from two experts at a nearby station, illustrated on a map resembling a treasure map. Let us turn this into a treasure hunt. Her radiant eyes sparkled with innocent enthusiasm, her smile radiating warmth. It was perplexing how such a childish spirit had been brought along. It was akin to carrying a burden. With a disdainful huff, she adjusted her high-heeled shoes, the leaves crunching beneath her feet. We are currently positioned on the left. To reach our destination, we must traverse the front path, but we must circumvent this swamp first. Yesterday, they had observed a swamp on the electronic navigation, marking their unavoidable route through its center. Only by sidestepping the swamp could they avert danger. Yet this would require an additional half-day on their journey. If they departed now, they could likely reach their destination by nightfall, which was the safest option. But if they traversed the swamp without incident, they might locate the dry well in about 2 hours. Unexpectedly, Shen Yin had other plans. The others hesitated to voice their thoughts, but the decision lay with Zhou Lin. Just then, Wu Tsong straightened his collar and approached with an air of disdain. Captain Zhou, let us not squander time on travel. Last night's events were dire enough. Do you wish for more lives to be lost? Attempting to incite fear over the previous night's attack by Zhengzi, the others were not easily swayed. If they could not navigate the swamp, their demise was certain. Can you, a mere child, endure such a long journey? Let's take the most direct route. Before others could respond, she unilaterally decided, while Zhou Lin contemplated the situation carefully, recognizing that traveling such a distance with 2 children was impractical. Pressing his lips together, he waved his hand, suddenly spotting an alternate route on the map. Everyone, gather the prepared fuel canisters. We must disable all screens and seal off any electronic devices. Zhengzi must not be afforded any advantage. The group nodded in agreement, each boarding their vehicles. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps, Zhou Lin seized an axe and smashed the navigation screen. We will undoubtedly locate the dry well. Chapter 36. Marking the location following the instructions. Everyone boarded their vehicles, with Zhou Lin leading the way. Lin Qing, seated in the passenger seat, took out a map to provide guidance. Before long, they successfully navigated through the marshy terrain. However, they soon noticed a thick plume of smoke rising around them, rendering the once clear road exceedingly hazy. Zhou Lin gradually pressed the brake, reducing the car's speed. To his dismay, a dense miasma had enveloped the area. Roll up all the windows. I have some military supplies that can ensure our safety, he declared, having anticipated such a scenario. The dead zone was starkly different from human settlements, as it was predominantly composed of primordial forests with few human structures. As Zhou Lin brought the vehicle to a halt, the cars behind him followed suit. The team members, still uncertain about the situation, waited in confusion. Brother Zhou, what is that? It looks strange, one of them remarked, having never encountered gas masks before, and noticing that the ones available seemed oversized for her. Lin Qing slowly crouched down and placed a gas mask over her head. The air here is toxic. You cannot breathe freely, so you must wear a gas mask, but it appears to be quite large on you. After donning their masks, the others found theirs to fit appropriately. The air outside remained breathable for her, rendering the masks seemingly ineffective. The military supplies I brought are standardized, and, unfortunately, there's nothing suitable for children. We'll have to think of other solutions, Zhou Lin sighed, removing his thin jacket. You might find it difficult to breathe shortly, but you can cover your nose and mouth with your hands to ease your breathing. Once they exited the vehicle, they distributed the remaining gas masks among the other cars. Upon learning about the unclear situation ahead, the group quickly donned the necessary gear. The dense forest loomed ahead, shrouded in miasma, with its lush leaves blocking the sunlight. putting them in a perilous predicament. It seems we cannot drive any further. We must find a way to proceed on foot. With a call to action, everyone disembarked and began to advance on foot. While others struggled to see the path ahead, her agile eyes could discern the way forward. "Brother Zhou, why did you step on that snake? It looks so cute. What if you killed it?" she exclaimed. Zhou Lin froze, suddenly realizing a small green snake coiled at his feet, which quickly slithered away after flicking its tongue. That was a bamboo viper. Stepping on it could have been fatal. Lin Qing shuddered at the thought of the recent danger. There's a bird's nest up there. But it seems that bird is watching us intently and doesn't seem to like us. She pointed towards the direction, and though her companions couldn't see clearly, they quickly gathered around. Zhou Lin slowly retrieved a pair of binoculars from his backpack and, looking through them, spotted a particular bird perched on a branch. Upon recognizing its ominous appearance, he broke out in a cold sweat, and his breathing quickened. "Do not move recklessly. There are many dangers lurking nearby." A faint light appeared not far away, revealing a smooth path ahead. "Isn't this the road on the map? The well must be just ahead. I hope the ugly ant isn't residing there." The image of Sadako emerging from a computer screen, her hair disheveled and emanating a foul odor, made her feel nauseous. She realized her thin jacket had slipped off unnoticed. Despite her delicate figure, she possessed immense strength, navigating through the fog-laden woods without succumbing to the miasma. We have now entered the range of Sadako's attack, although there may only be an abandoned well here. It is indeed a marked location from which she may manifest in various forms. The expressions of the group shifted to one of confusion, failing to comprehend Ning Zhua's words. "Ning Zhua, is there another passage here?" It wasn't fear of Sadako that troubled them, but rather the disgust she inspired. "There are many electronic devices hidden here. I can sense them operating normally, emitting a powerful magnetic energy wave. It is highly likely that Sadako could emerge from these devices." Chapter 37. Ambush from all sides at once. The group's demeanor became tense, their senses heightened in anticipation of encountering Sadako at any moment. The impact she had on them was profound. With her formidable mental control, she could easily bring about their demise. "I don't see any electronic devices around here. Are you trying to scare us?" Shin Yin surveyed the area, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Noticing the fearful expressions of her companions, she felt a surge of dissatisfaction. How could she take seriously the words of a mere ghost? Ning Zhua chose not to engage in a dispute with her, having felt an aversion from their first meeting. And now, realizing the woman's treacherous nature, he had no intention of interacting with her further. Just as Zhou Lin prepared to search nearby for electronic devices, he caught sight of a chilling glare in Ning Zhua's eyes, followed by an emanation of thick black mist from her form. "Do not move. There is something lurking here," she cautioned. Draped in the blood-stained clothes she had previously worn, she felt the temperature plummet. The others trembled, as if a cold breath had invaded their bodies, causing their teeth to chatter. "Are we about to encounter that ugly ant? She seems so lonely. Perhaps she wants someone to keep her company." Misunderstanding that Sadako intended to drag someone into the well, the group's expressions turned tense. Suddenly, they heard rustling sounds beneath their feet. The leaves on the ground began to tremble, as if something were breaking through the surface. Shin Yin glanced down, her eyes scanning the leaves for answers. Abruptly, she spotted movement and screamed, "Ah, a cockroach!" Her shriek drew the attention of everyone nearby. She stood beneath two large trees, where a thick layer of leaves had accumulated, creaking beneath her weight. It was as though a massive pit lay beneath the foliage, which soon erupted with swarms of enormous cockroaches. Encountering even a small cockroach could be shocking, but these were the size of lychees, and the largest were as big as an adult's fist, their long antennae writhing like antennae. As Shin Yin attempted to leap aside, Ning Zhua's icy gaze rooted her in place, leaving her frozen and unable to move. "If you make any sudden movements, these cockroaches will crawl all over you. Stay still and do not move," she warned. Despite her disdain for the deluded woman before her, Ning Zhua could not bear to watch her fall victim to the swarm of mutated cockroaches. If they devoured her, the grotesque insects would indiscriminately attack everyone else present, leaving no escape for any of them. Suppressing her fear, Shun Yin clenched her teeth, standing her ground. Cockroaches began to surge incessantly, causing the leaves to tremble violently. The leaves on the ground quickly rolled over, revealing numerous hidden objects underneath. Buried beneath these leaves were various electronic devices, including a few mobile phones belonging to the boss, some tablet computers, and even watches and electronic detection instruments. This scene elicited an audible gasp from the onlookers. Fortunately, they were at a safe distance. Had they approached any closer, they might have truly encountered Sadako emerging from these devices, ready to launch an attack. They expressed admiration, silently conveying their gratitude to Ning Zhuo with their glances. Before anyone could speak to stop her, she squatted down, extending her delicate white hand toward the cockroaches sprawled across the ground. These cockroaches were unique to this eerie domain, having inexplicably proliferated since the strange resurgence began. Most creatures and plants here exhibited aggression, likely to attack humans in an uncanny manner. Aren't you adorable? May I scratch your belly? Perhaps the aura of her attire resonated with the revived nature of the cockroaches, fostering an unexpectedly harmonious interaction. You are so cute, but you must be filthy hiding below. Are you like that ugly auntie who supposedly lives in a well? Do you know her? Turning to observe the other cockroaches. They seem to take her words as a cue, promptly scurrying off in a certain direction to lead the way. One of them claimed knowledge of the ugly auntie's whereabouts and offered to guide them to her abode. Chapter 38. The cockroach minions. The onlookers stared in astonishment. Since the eerie resurgence, they had witnessed countless anomalies, yet never had they encountered such a peculiar sight. Can you converse with these repulsive cockroaches? Shun Yin recalled how this cluster had scuttled away from beneath her feet, sending shivers down her spine. They claimed to have emerged upon hearing a commotion, expressing their willingness to assist. Could you have these cockroaches remove all the electronic devices? If we touch them, Sadako will surely latch onto us. He longed to eliminate these items, but he knew they were no match for Sadako. If they carelessly took these objects the moment they made contact, they could easily become targets. Yet, these cockroaches, inherently uncanny, harbored no fear of Sadako. Can you transport all these things away? In the next moment, the marching cockroaches halted abruptly, their long antennae quivering incessantly. Before long, they dispersed in an orderly fashion, crawling beside the electronic devices, with several lifting them with great effort. Like ants carrying food, these cockroaches transported the scattered electronic gadgets, continuing their march forward. They soon found themselves following the cockroaches, and after a short distance, they spotted a narrow path ahead. Upon ascending this path, the cockroaches quickened their pace significantly. Soon, they reached the end, revealing a dry well, which the cockroaches swiftly surrounded while carrying the electronic devices. Could you have these cockroaches toss all the electronic devices into the well? She pondered for a moment before approaching one of the cockroaches. Can you throw everything into the well? Would that be too much trouble for you? It seems you've traveled quite a distance. You must be exhausted, and I feel so sorry for you. At the moment of her gentle touch, the cockroach felt as if its very soul had transcended, its antennae trembling as if in response to the pleasure. This unexpected gesture left everyone dumbfounded. It was the first time they had witnessed a cockroach expressing emotion, and a young girl had become its friend. In the past, they would have deemed such a notion absurd, but witnessing it firsthand, they could hardly believe the bizarre occurrence. Before long, the contented cockroach issued a command, its antennae rising at a 90-degree angle, prompting the others to mimic the action. In the next moment, the large cockroach unfurled its wings from its previous position, and with a powerful flap, it took flight. The other cockroaches followed suit, soaring into the air, and as the leading cockroach dove into the well, the rest followed suit. In an instant, countless flying cockroaches entered the well. This spectacular sight left them yearning to capture it on their phones, but fearing a sudden assault from Sadako, they refrained, standing at the well's edge in a daze. It was utterly incredible. They never expected such obedient cockroaches, seemingly aware that descending was a path to doom, yet willing to sacrifice themselves for a cause. A glimmer of warning shone in their clear gaze, but it was overshadowed by concern. In the future, do not engage with these anomalies recklessly. You have no idea what these creatures are thinking. If they turn on you, you won't have time to evade. However, these cockroaches were undeniably charming, and they had just praised her, remarking on her rosy appearance, likening her to a delightful little meatball, so fragrant and beautiful. Ningxue felt a wave of frustration wash over her, her expression darkening. Regardless, you must not engage with these anomalies any longer. Zhou Lin quietly produced a map, comparing it with the surrounding landmarks to confirm that they had arrived at the marked location. He sighed in relief, having deduced that Sadako, whose corpse lay within the dry well, had transformed into an unsolvable ghost following the eerie resurgence. The current situation was dire. They had to descend to uncover the truth. Yet he urged them to decide who would accompany him. But I must warn you, this place is perilous, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Though he was the leader of this small team, he understood that this would be a test of life and death. Wu Tsong remained silent throughout the journey, intent on skirting responsibility, but upon hearing about the descent into the dry well, he was vehemently opposed. Captain Zhou, do you even hear what you are saying? His incredulity was evident, soon laced with discontent. He began to criticize Zhou's actions from his own standpoint, attempting to evoke guilt to deter him from ordering the descent. Those disgusting cockroaches just tossed all the electronic devices into the well. If we go down, we will encounter Sadako. Does that not mean whoever descends will meet their demise? This is a blatant invitation to death. The very reason for disposing of electronic devices was to prevent an attack from Sadako. Acting rashly now would be akin to courting disaster. Chapter 39. Ruthless and unyielding, his words struck a chord with many. Yet a greater number believed he was deliberately trying to evade the truth. Wu Tsong had always been a self-serving individual, never placing himself in danger, instead opting to reap the benefits. Why did you not voice these concerns earlier? Now that we are about to descend, you suddenly raise objections. Are you attempting to sow discord? Several members of the team had already discerned his ulterior motives and were resolute in their lack of mercy towards such an ungrateful person. Xin Yin felt a wave of nausea at the thought of corpses, Sadako, and those repulsive cockroaches below, nearly retching. I don't care what you all decide. I refuse to go down there. If you wish to descend, do so yourselves. Why would you want to force me into such a revolting place? What if it dirties my clothes? And the stench wafting up, what if I catch a virus? She had no desire to become a mere guinea pig, nor did she wish to bravely lead the charge. Those few who were stirred by her sentiments were equally reluctant to take action. At this moment, Zhou Lin understood well that regardless of who descended or who remained above, it would incite collective outrage. A more prudent approach would be for us to descend together. After all, the mission was to uncover the truth and eliminate the entity known as Sadako. Only by locating her remains and obliterating them could they ensure she would no longer pose a threat. If there were no channels of communication, could it imply that an entity of Sadako's caliber could connect with electronic devices through its own power? If that were the case, even if they distanced themselves, as long as they utilized electronic equipment, they would be unable to escape the impending doom of an attack. I find this proposal quite commendable. This way, no one would feel slighted, and with greater numbers, we would stand united, thus avoiding provoking Sadako's ire and not easily succumbing to defeat. Lin Qing immediately voiced her agreement with his suggestion. She gently grasped Ning Zhuo's hand, noting the pallor on his face, and then tugged at his sleeve. They were just being obedient. You heard their words, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuo fell silent, and though he uttered not a word, his acquiescence was evident. After all, they were dealing with a B-grade entity, and he had already overheard their chattering upon encountering the cockroaches. The truth was, this swarm had emerged not because someone was walking above, disturbing them, but rather, they were likely waiting for the next resurgence of the anomaly to gain greater power and turn against them. At this moment, Ning Zhuo remained tense, his heart racing. Could they truly not descend? They seemed so endearing. How could they possibly harm me? I truly wish to play with them. They even promised to assist me in the future. As she spoke, a hint of tears glistened on her youthful face, stirring Ning Zhuo's compassion. Just this once, after this, no more recklessness. You're the best, Ning Zhuo. I'm so happy, she exclaimed, her fondness evident in her actions. Suddenly, he found himself plagued by an inexplicable thought. feeling somewhat sullied by it. And before he could process this, he noticed the group had already secured the ropes and were beginning to descend into the dry well. Shen Yin stood aside, arms crossed, her expression laced with disdain. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail, accentuating her arched brow. Her fiery red lips curled into a smirk, a reflection of her dissatisfaction. I have no intention of descending into certain death alongside you lot. As she muttered this, Lin Qing approached Shen Yin. We're all going down together, united in purpose. You may choose to remain above, but should you encounter Sadako, your survival will be a matter of fortune. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. One's strength is ultimately feeble. Lin Qing surveyed the surroundings, a smile creeping onto her face. It seems this place harbors more than just Sadako. Given its desolate nature, it is likely home to swarms of C-grade anomalies. You alone may not be capable of withstanding them. With a condescending smile, she then joined the others in their descent into the deep well. The well was indeed profound, and as Shen Yin remained above, she felt a chill sweep past her, lifting her flowing garments, while an ominous atmosphere enveloped her. Damn you all, she muttered through gritted teeth, yet she quietly followed the rope down into the depths. Upon her feet touching the ground, she discovered the earth was damp. Her once pristine shoes now muddied and filthy. How disgusting! Cursing under her breath, she followed the sounds further. To her surprise, the depths held unexpected wonders. Zhou Lin led the way, illuminating the surroundings with a flashlight. The cockroaches, equipped with electronic devices, had not discarded them in the well, but instead ventured further inside. One cockroach, fatigued from its flight, paused to rest, and upon hearing a sound, lifted its head to see Shen Yin hastily pursuing it. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the electronic device suddenly flickered to life. The last member of the team, intending to investigate, was abruptly seized by the woman before him, pulled close. The screen within the device immediately locked onto the man, while Shen Yin, with her ruthless nature, narrowly avoided calamity. This has nothing to do with me. Chapter 40. Escape into the tunnel in her desperate bid for survival. She had thrust her teammate into danger, an act that incited much disdain among the group. Had it not been for his attempt to save her, he would not have drawn Sadako's attention. In the next instant, the man collapsed, convulsing, his limbs contorted in an unimaginable manner, exuding a foul stench. As the others recoiled in panic, his fingers seemed to snap as if gripped by an unseen force, all breaking simultaneously before he fell, lifeless. She distinctly observed a thick, dark mist wafting from a nearby screen, enveloping the man entirely. This black fog greedily absorbed his essence, and once satiated, it dissipated into nothingness. How tragic! He was drained of all his vitality. Could we face a similar fate? Can you see anything unusual around you? Perhaps things we ordinary people cannot perceive? Just as she continued forward, Ningxue swiftly caught her wrist. Did I not advise you against wandering off? What if you encounter danger alone? If you run into someone like her, you may find yourself sacrificed. He cast a pointed glance at Shen Yin, who had just shed her shocked demeanor for an innocent facade. What are you looking at? That was merely his misfortune. It has nothing to do with me. Are you suggesting that the deaths of others are somehow my fault? Reflecting on the electronic device carried by the cockroach, Shen Yin felt a twinge of fear. The older brothers are searching for the ugly ant. I can help them find her. Besides, you can see the black mist too, can't you? She failed to grasp why Ningxue remained silent, standing at a distance when they were all in the same predicament. Pressing her lips together, Ningxue chose not to elaborate further, instead taking her soft hand and leading her back in the direction they had come. Continuing onward, they donned the prepared sunglasses, ensuring no detail was overlooked. He had conducted some research and concluded that wearing sunglasses could mitigate Sadako's attacks to some extent, though it would not guarantee complete safety. The group quickly donned their sunglasses and cautiously followed behind. Under their guidance, they soon navigated through the winding tunnels to a spacious area. Long devoid of human presence and nestled in this secluded environment, the air was thick with a musty odor. A careful sniff revealed a lingering scent of gunpowder. The ambience and the underground tunnel felt eerily familiar, as if she had encountered it somewhere before. No wonder it feels so familiar. It turns out this is the tunnel that was previously excavated. This tunnel, a remnant from the Second World War, is ancient and desolate, devoid of any maintenance by professionals, thus carrying a significant risk of collapse. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd instantly turned tense as they leaned against the walls, fearful that the earth above might give way and crush them. Zhou Lin furrowed his brow, extending his hand to caress the wall, gently tapping in various locations, gradually easing his expression and revealing a faint, tranquil smile. There's no need for excessive panic. It seems this tunnel has been reinforced. They say a formidable force lurks nearby, as if the grotesque Auntie-S corpse lies there, having claimed the lives of many, causing them to hesitate in approaching. Now, the grotesque Auntie is attempting to ensnare them using the surrounding electronic devices. Wu Cong, visibly terrified, stepped back, adjusting his sunglasses to avoid being targeted. Shen Yin also cautiously retreated a couple of steps until her back pressed against the wall, her heart racing incessantly. Damn it! Who would have thought this creature could pinpoint our location? Just as the Group S faces were filled with trepidation, numerous electronic devices suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Before Zhou Lin could issue any commands, the crowd fled in a panic, each person eager to avoid becoming the next victim. Lin Qing stood anxiously in place, unsure of what to do. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and run with me. Wu Gong et Gelim, grabbing Shen Yin's hand in a bid to escape. At that moment, Ning Zhua approached slowly, pointing at the swarm of cockroaches and glancing into the distance. With no room for deliberation, they instinctively followed Ning Zhua's lead, swiftly dashing in that direction. Chapter 41. Seeking refuge in the air raid shelter at this moment, Ning Zhua appeared to possess an uncanny ability, navigating through the unfamiliar tunnel with an almost supernatural foresight, as if he could foresee the path ahead. Though the tunnel was narrow, their speed increased noticeably under Ning Zhua's precise guidance. The fleeing individuals soon found themselves locked onto by Sadako, enveloped by a powerful aura of resentment. Utilizing the electronic devices, Sadako swiftly launched an assault, prompting some to change direction in search of traces. Fortunately, recent rainfall had left the tunnel's soil slightly damp, allowing clear footprints to be discerned. The group immediately followed the footprints, soon converging at a bend. Didn't I tell you not to run around? Now you know the consequences, don't you? Shen Yin reproached the others. But they were too frightened and breathless to engage in any argument, their hearts pounding relentlessly. There should be an air raid shelter ahead. Once we reach it, we will be safe. I sense that mysterious force. The grotesque Auntie is heading towards us. Although she has detected our presence, she seems hesitant to approach this area. At last, the group managed to shake off their pursuer, Sadako, and sat on the ground to rest. A river flowed nearby, seemingly leading to a lake. Zhou Lin crouched down to listen intently, quickly following the sound to discover a large, dark expanse of water not far away. Upon noticing the objects floating on its surface, he understood why Sadako dared not come here. It was no wonder she refrained from attacking us. This area lacked any usable electronic devices. However, this was not a true lake. It contained highly corrosive concentrated sulfuric acid, a remnant of wartime supplies. Over time, its potency had diminished, rendering it less hazardous. Zhou Lin sighed in relief, contemplating the possibility of using the sulfuric acid to mount a counterattack against Sadako. Yet, finding her corpse would not be an easy task. Faint rustling sounds reached his ears, revealing a horde of cockroaches. The two crouched down to communicate with them, quickly grasping the situation. They had been drained of vitality by Sadako and were undergoing a strange revival, seeking vengeance and wishing to ally with them. They proposed to divert Sadako's attention, but required assistance in retrieving her corpse. Skeptical, Shen Yin deemed the endeavor too perilous. Since you, little girl, proposed this idea, why don't you lead the way? After all, you can communicate with these cockroaches. What's the harm in that? A smile of satisfaction crossed her face, as if she had found a scapegoat. You, a bunch of grown men, are unwilling to take the lead, leaving a young girl to undertake such risks. Doesn't your conscience ache? Her reprimand left the others visibly nervous and uneasy, yet Shen Yin merely scoffed. You're quite the hypocrite. You couldn't care less about others' lives. But the moment it involves this little girl, you suddenly become a saint. Is she your illegitimate child? She had long disapproved of Lin Xing's behavior and was even less inclined to let him command the group. I want to give you much time to ponder. Soon, Sadako will eliminate everyone and then turn her attention to us. We either die together or dare to escape together. A glint of coldness shone in her pitch-black eyes, accompanied by a palpable aura of ominous mist that seemed ready to strike. They should contemplate wisely. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. She was uncomfortable being the center of attention, disliking the scrutinizing gazes of the others. Zhou Lin, as the leader of the group, contemplated for a moment before making a decisive choice. Our mission is to obliterate everything related to Sadako, preventing her from launching another assault. If news spreads back at the base, no one will survive. Although the means by which Sadako created the electronic devices and films remains a mystery, all who have viewed the videos met the same grim fate. This indicates a formidable regenerative capability and high transmissibility, which must not be allowed to pose a threat to the lives of those at the base. Can you convey to these cockroaches that I have decided to collaborate with them to locate Sadako's corpse? Chapter 42. Successfully locating the corpse, the cockroach's antennae perked up, seemingly expressing gratitude. The two parties quickly devised a meticulous plan, with the cockroaches leading the charge, a dark wave of them surging ahead, while the others followed closely behind. Shen Yin was reluctant to take risks, preferring to remain and await their victorious return. I want to let you face danger alone. Only by staying with everyone can you ensure your safety. What if you are attacked while left here alone? After much contemplation, she conceded that this was indeed a plausible scenario and gritted her teeth, following the group in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, the initially fleeing individuals met a tragic fate at the hands of Sadako. Among the few who narrowly escaped, 2 individuals attempted to climb a rope, only to have a hand grasp the rope, pulling them down with all its might. When they turned around, they were met with the sight of Sadako, her hair disheveled and clad in white. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams, and Zhou Lin sighed deeply, aware that none of those people would be spared. Noticing Ning Zhuo's expressionless face, he realized their time was limited. Moments from now, you two will move from the left. We will provide support from the right. A diversion is essential. You must swiftly remove the bodies when the time comes. A peculiar force emanated from their hiding place, reminiscent of an innate magnetic field unique to humans. After draining the last vestige of life from a victim, Sadako twisted her head around a full 180 degrees, her body resembling a dismembered doll, capable of movements beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Like a spider with 4 legs, she scuttled across the ground. At that moment, one of the electronic devices emitted a faint glow. Zhou Lin donned his sunglasses and hurled the device against the wall. The screen of his electronic watch shattered upon impact, creating a resounding noise. Everyone, be cautious. Do not gaze upon the electronic screen, or escape will be impossible. The corpse of the grotesque ant lay nearby, seemingly in pieces and wrapped in a quilt. The two exchanged glances and approached to investigate, discovering that the quilt had long been infested with bacteria. How pitiable. The ant has been dead for so many years, yet her body has not decayed into bones, and the flesh is infested with maggots. The two were astonished. How could a 6.5-year-old child possess such knowledge of corpses? How do you know that a corpse would turn to bones after years? Have you seen a corpse before? Because I have been around corpses since childhood. I was raised by a ghost mother. I know what a corpse looks like, but this is the first time I have seen such a mangled and maggot-ridden body. As they followed her voice, they beheld the gruesome sight. Flesh in tatters and maggots writhing within. They exchanged horrified glances and promptly retreated, clutching the wall as they retched. A foul odor assaulted their senses, causing them to feel as though their stomachs would erupt, periodically heaving up bile in their distress. After what felt like an eternity, the group grew anxious as Zhou Lin, unable to bear the weight any longer, prepared to assist. To his surprise, the two children were tugging at 2 long ropes, each tethered to a heavy quilt. The quilt had been dragged a considerable distance without any signs of wear, though it appeared ancient, stained with blood, and faintly yellowed. Zhou Lin frowned deeply. Witnessing the two, retching uncontrollably, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Recalling the repulsive scene from the quilt, the two soon found themselves vomiting again. After regaining their composure, they pointed in a direction. It seemed that Sadako had suffered a horrific fate in life, her dismembered body wrapped in the quilt. The pair felt a twinge of sympathy for Sadako's plight. Lin Xing, however, was plagued by a sense of foreboding. The corpse they had found belonged to a spirit with no resolution, merely a bizarre entity possessing a fraction of Sadako's power. Clearly, during a period of eerie resurgence, someone had brutally murdered this woman and disposed of her body in the well. Only Sadako seemed to know the truth behind the corpse's concealment in this hidden corner. Noticing Zhou Lin's perplexed expression, she tugged at his sleeve. Zhou Lin nodded and stepped forward to take the rope from Ning Zhua's hands. Ning Zhua instantly felt a surge of formidable power, surpassing even the B-grade anomalies he had encountered. Chapter 43. Zhou Lin's demise. The atmosphere was tense, the faces around him grave. It had long been stated that this place was perilous, and now everyone was gathered here, a veritable invitation to death. Discontent flashed in their eyes as Shun Yin bit her lip, casting a sharp gaze around. Suddenly, as if she had spotted something, she dashed forward. Zhou Lin furrowed his brow, sensing impending danger. He handed the body bag to a teammate behind him and hurried after her. Shin Yin, don't run off recklessly. Fearing that her panic might lead her into Sadako's grasp, Zhou Lin pursued her closely. Lin Xing felt her heart race with anxiety, but she knew she must remain composed. We must hastily remove Sadako's body. With that command, everyone sprang into action. Wu Tsong, however, cast a nervous glance at the quilt, his heart racing. Rather than waste time transporting Sadako's body, he saw a chance to flee. Just as the others expected him to lend a hand, a sly glint crossed Wu Tsong's eyes as he hurried away. Damn it, those two traitors. Lin Xing saw through his intentions and tightened her grip on the rope. Meanwhile, Sadako, returning, caught a whiff of human scent, her hurried steps slowing. Just as Shun Yin was about to turn a corner, Zhou Lin seized her arm. I know you're selfish, but I didn't expect you to be this selfish. Running off will only attract Sadako. To his astonishment, Shun Yin shoved him away, her face contorted with anger. Am I supposed to die alongside you? I refuse to compromise. Give it up. With a scoff, she prepared to flee again, only to be distracted by a flash of light. Their gazes were drawn to a nearby camera, its screen facing them. In the darkness, a glimmer appeared, revealing a familiar figure. Just as Shun Yin was about to discern the image, Zhou Lin instinctively shielded her eyes with his hand. He had no time to evade. His gaze locked with Sadako's from the video. Shun Yin immediately shut her eyes, frozen in terror, unsure of how to react. Quick, we need to escape. If danger arises, just close your eyes. Take this pair of sunglasses, Zhou Lin urged, knowing their chances of survival were slim. He thrust the sunglasses into Shun Yin's hands. She instinctively turned to flee, clutching the sunglasses tightly, her heart racing. After running a short distance, she spotted a familiar figure. What are you doing here? The previously terrified Shun Yin pointed shakily behind her. Zhou Lin steadied himself, grasping her hand, and they both sprinted toward the cave's mouth. Upon reaching the well's edge, they were met with the sight of a rigid corpse lying on the ground. A familiar face came into view, and Wu Tsong's expression turned to one of horror. He had not expected Captain Zhou to perish here. You didn't kill him, did you? Is that why you're so frantic to escape? Zhou Lin's eyes were bloodshot, streaked with crimson, tears of blood trickling down his cheeks. His mouth was tightly closed, appearing deep purple. His limbs were stiff, and his complexion was ghostly pale, devoid of any color. This was consistent with the symptoms of death following an encounter with Sadako, and he quickly understood the situation. I didn't mean to kill him. He only sought to protect me, which led to his demise at Sadako's hands. You must not speak of this. She looked anxiously at the man before her, the two entangled in a web of complicity, harboring secrets unknown to others. Faced with such a beautiful Shun Yin, Wu Tsong's mind began to churn with calculations, and soon he devised a plan. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must ensure no one else knows. She had long been flustered unaware of what she had overlooked. At that moment, they both suddenly recalled the two small spirits Zhou Lin had been carrying. Shen Yin Yin, cold-hearted and ruthless, fervently hoped to keep her secrets concealed. Upon hearing this, Wu Zong's eyes darted around in their sockets, and he quickly devised a plan. After pondering the proposal, the two soon reached a mutual agreement, promptly climbing out along the rope and taking cover in the nearby underbrush. Along their journey, they collected numerous supplies left behind by those slain by Sadako. Some canned goods and compressed biscuits would allow them to survive for another fortnight. Meanwhile, Lin Qing and her companions, carrying tattered quilts, approached the entrance. And when she beheld the lifeless body of Zhou Lin, the one she cherished, warm, glistening tears swirled in her eyes. What has happened to Brother Zhou? Why does he no longer exude any trace of humanity? The sudden scene struck everyone hard. At that moment, two small spirits, hidden nearby, emerged hauntingly. Though Lin Qing possessed a spirit of her own, its power was feeble, unable to convey any substantial information. Why are you two here? Why couldn't you protect Brother Zhou? How could this woman do such a thing? Brother Zhou had stood up for them numerous times, and now he lay here, having perished for her sake, while she sought to take more lives. How despicable. Chapter 44. Into the acid pool, Shen Yin Yin had consistently hindered the entire team, and now she had caused Zhou Lin's demise. She must pay for her bloodshed. The grief she felt was profound, and revenge consumed her thoughts. Yet Ning Zhuo attempted to dissuade her. She may have already fled to another location. No one can leave until we deal with Sadako. Our immediate task is to dispose of her body in the acid pool. Only then can we address our internal strife. Ning Zhuo exuded a maturity beyond his years. Typically reticent and composed, he consistently provided valuable insights during crises. Sister Lin, let us first dispose of the grotesque auntie's body. Once it's done, we will seek vengeance for Brother Zhou together. Witnessing a child of 6.5 grasp the gravity of the situation, she could only grit her teeth and comply. Just as the group prepared to depart, Sadako reappeared, and the man behind them suddenly became captivated by the camera. From within the narrow screen, Sadako, dressed in white with long, flowing hair, emerged directly. You must leave quickly. I'm already targeted, and there is no escape. They were resigned to their fate. Only a few remained in the team, and the arduous task now rested upon their shoulders. Lin Qing hesitated, but seeing the determination in the others, she turned with the two small spirits and proceeded onward. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but there was no time for sorrow as she urged the others forward along the rope. Soon, they neared the acid lake. Ning was suddenly quicken his pace, his steps growing fervent. The air resonated with ethereal lamentations, the voice of Sadako. You two, hurry and carry the body over. Lin Qing relinquished the rope, entrusting the heavy task to the two spirits, her gaze fixed on an old mobile phone not far off. As she lunged forward to kick the device into the acid pool, the screen lit up, revealing Sadako's visage. She swiftly extended her right foot, delivering a powerful kick toward the phone. However, as it tumbled through the air, it allowed Sadako to escape, her ethereal form landing directly in front of Lin Qing. Those cursed by Sadako would witness peculiar and eerie scenes. Seeing her emerge from the screen signified that she had marked them for her curse. The two children, despite their efforts, could not throw the quilt into the pool. Gritting her teeth, Lin Qing stepped forward, bending down to seize the quilt just as Sadako reached for her ankle. Avenging us, ensure that Shen Yin Yin pays the price. They bore the hopes of humanity's revival. And now Lin Qing was the only one with a chance to fulfill the mission. Before the two little spirits could react, she leaped into the rolling acid pool while clutching the quilt. Sister Lin, the shadow spirit, and the bun spirit were deeply moved by this tragic scene, overwhelmed with sorrow. In the realm of survival, where the strong prey on the weak, the lower-tier spirits fed on humanity while remaining vigilant against the attacks of more powerful entities. If you jump in, we are all doomed. Now that Sadako's body is destroyed, she can no longer harm humanity, but her energy lingers. I can distinctly sense her eerie power swirling nearby. A sudden wave of dark energy enveloped them. Ning Zhuo felt his strength escalating, his senses sharpening, but an ominous premonition gripped him. This is bad. We are in the realm of death, where bizarre phenomena can erupt at any moment. We must leave immediately. The roaches they had encountered earlier joined them. We hope you can lead the way quickly. Time is running out. The two followed the swarm of roaches, advancing down the concealed path. Meanwhile, Shun Yin Yin waited for a long time, growing impatient as no one returned safely. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, casting a suffocating shadow as tension etched itself onto their faces. This is troublesome. We cannot remain here idly. An eerie revival may be imminent. If we cannot escape this realm of death, we will all perish here. Wu Tsong, having experienced a bizarre revival before, understood the gravity of their situation. Shun Yin Yin scoffed, her eyes glinting with anger. They are lucky, but I doubt they will survive. Sadako is far too powerful to be easily subdued. As thoughts of their potential demise danced in her mind, a peculiar smile spread across her face. The two soon arrived at the roadside where a car was parked. And fortunately, the trunk contained 2 canisters of fuel. After refueling, Wu Tsong took on the role of driver, accelerating swiftly and vanishing into the depths of the forest like a flash of lightning, stirring up a cloud of dust in their wake. He followed the tire tracks they had previously left, quickly steering the vehicle to the vicinity of the human base. Chapter 45. Turning the tables, let us rest here for the night. We will set off at dawn. Shun Yin Yin, weary from a day of travel, ached all over. Having finally reached a transit station, she eagerly sought respite before departing. Wu Tsong, equally fatigued, nodded in agreement, and the two parked the vehicle and settled down to rest. After a considerable time, they heard voices nearby. There seems to be someone ahead. It should not be a spirit. Ning Zhuo could sense the black mist radiating from the spirit nearby, coupled with a unique power that humanity could not possess. The two halted, weary from their journey, and as they cautiously approached, they discovered 2 individuals collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. What are you two doing here? Initially, everyone had scattered like birds, each fleeing in their own direction. These 2 had evaded numerous pursuers and found refuge here, inadvertently discovering this long tunnel, hoping to escape. However, they soon realized it was extensive, filled with dead ends designed to mislead. They had wandered here by accident, but now they were out of provisions. We've been waiting here for quite some time. We managed to find a bit of water, but without food, it is hard to endure. While eating, they couldn't help but express their confusion. Why are there only the 2 of you? What about Captain Zhou and the others? How come we haven't seen them come over? Typically, they were inseparable, so why were only these 2 little ones left now? They had to watch their teammates perish one after another, which placed a tremendous psychological burden upon them. They silently endured much, and now that the captain leading them had also fallen, their sorrow was profound. It seemed that a large-scale and bizarre revival had erupted outside. Let's wait here for a moment before we depart, suggested Ning Zhuo. After some contemplation, the 2 nodded in agreement, and thus they took a brief respite. Jinzi had initially intended to seek out those with weaker vitality, but unexpectedly encountered an old foe. Lowering her gaze, she noticed a small palace appearing within her transparent abdomen. To her astonishment, she was meeting her little master so soon. At long last, you've activated me. I have waited for you for so long. A golden shadow slowly emerged from the resplendent palace. What are you? This little creature, a mere 10 centimeters tall, exuded a peculiar aura and emitted a faint golden glow. I am a specter of the underworld, a zombie, and you may call me Chi-Chi. However, what you have acquired is a pseudo-underworld, possessing energy akin to the underworld, but only 1/10 of its true power. Chi-Chi suddenly tumbled onto her hand, exclaiming softly before gradually rising to her feet. My little master is quite mischievous, but you must remember what I am about to tell you. It concerns your potential to become a savior. You will have the ability to temporarily contain the bizarre within the underworld, and as your strength grows, you will be able to purify the dark mist of the bizarre. However, for now, you can only purify some C-grade and B-grade dark mist. Of course, to completely cleanse the dark mist from the bizarre, not only will you rely on the power of the underworld, but your strength as well. Jinzi currently seems quite weak. You may attempt to enlighten her, and you can also subdue that group of cockroaches. Though Chi-Chi's power is not what it once was after breaking the seal, she can still come and go freely. Can others see you? Chi-Chi shook her head and then began to bounce in midair, radiating a soft starlight, with golden streams flowing around her. Generally, others cannot see me, but if I wish to manifest before them, I can. For now, my little master, focus on purifying Jinzi. Transforming into a shadow, she vanished without a trace. How can you run away looking so hideous? I'm not scared of you. How dare you fear me? I no longer wish to play with you. It makes me quite upset. Chapter 46. Purifying Jinzi. Jinzi's trembling body betrayed her emotions. There was no escaping. She attempted to pull away, only to feel a painful tug at her scalp. Why do you hide your face? What if you're truly beautiful? Her long black hair obscured her features. I am not afraid of you. You can show me your face without worry. A pallid visage emerged, revealing dark, hollow eyes and a delicately sculpted nose, beneath which lay a mouth sewn shut with red thread. Despite her ghastly appearance, one could discern the beauty of a young girl. Why is her mouth sewn shut? Does it hurt? It was no wonder Jinzi could not utter a sound. She had been silenced by the very thread that bound her lips. Suddenly, Jinzi whimpered. Although her mouth was sealed, she managed to convey a semblance of expression. Allow me to untie the threads from your mouth. After finally locating the end of the thread, she gently pulled it free with her soft fingertips, cautious not to inflict pain on Jinzi. Her body had long ceased to resemble a human form, having been discarded into a vat of sulfuric acid. Once the last thread was unwound, it revealed itself to be stained with blood. Jinzi recoiled and opened her mouth wide, releasing a thick cloud of dark mist. As this mist dissipated, her ethereal form began to shine with clarity. Thank you. It was the first time Jinzi spoke, her voice gentle and soothing. Soon, the two began to converse, drawing closer, the sound of weeping growing increasingly distinct. The cries were intertwined, making it difficult to discern their origins. Who are you? Why are you here? Poor sister Jinzi, she lamented. She was so young when her stepfather brutally murdered her, and her mouth was sewn shut, leaving her abandoned in this place. Yet when they awoke, they found no trace of their surroundings, feeling a surge of anxiety as they huddled together in fear. What if these two little ones deliberately left us here while we slept? What if we encounter something bizarre? With our abilities, we are no match for it. Their panic escalated, yet they dared not venture outside to investigate. All right, stop crying. What do you plan to do? Regardless, Jinzi had indeed slain their friends, including Zhou Lin, which left her feeling conflicted. Little master, Jinzi is in a good state now. You can take this opportunity to acquire her into the underworld. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in her mind. It was Chi-Chi offering guidance. I have a plan. Do not worry. This is a treasure left to me by my mother. I can achieve many things with it. She had heard of this from other bizarre entities, claiming that the savior of humanity was one who possessed the underworld, and all bizarre beings sought this individual, attempting to eliminate them to prevent any hindrance to their plans. Yet now, these bizarre beings had made no progress. While Ningxue harbored a peculiar premonition, could it be that the mother you seek is the very one they speak of as the master? In order to evade the pursuit of the bizarre, perhaps her mother had to leave her here temporarily, planning to reunite when it was safe. Do you think mother will be all right? Upon hearing this, Ningxue, usually indifferent, nodded slightly and smiled softly. Rest assured, she will be just fine. You will see her again when the time is right. Chapter 47. Healing the bizarre. Where have you just been? Did something happen? Nothing much. We just want to take a look over there. There was a glimmer of light. If we reach it, we should be able to exit. That's the exit. But we need to find a rope. Without it, we cannot ascend. She glanced at Ningxue beside her, seeking a solution. A serene expression crossed Ningxue's face as he suddenly recalled the supplies left behind by Lin Qing and Zhou Lin. We happen to have a rope, which will allow us to leave here smoothly. At his words, surprise illuminated their anxious faces, and they quickly gathered around him. The army of cockroaches led the way, and the group hurried onward. The underground tunnel twisted and turned, but with the cockroaches scouting ahead, they managed to ascertain their surroundings. The complex paths were littered with various corpses, most of which had long since turned skeletons. It was inferred that these were the victims of Jinzi's deeds. How astonishing was Jinzi's prowess to have deceived so many, yet thankfully, she was no longer a threat. A few individuals continued their journey and soon arrived at an exit, which turned out to be another well. To their surprise, a rope dangled down, presumably left by those who had ventured in before them. The two of us decided to ascend and assess the situation. Seizing the opportunity, they grasped the rope and hurriedly climbed upwards. Chi-Chi emitted a faint golden glow. Hovering in midair, her brow slightly furrowed as she gazed at the seemingly endless army of cockroaches. Master, these cockroaches can be purified. They are a peculiar kind, albeit with feeble strength. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, the cockroaches began to wave their antennae, attempting to convey their wishes. Gradually, a soft white light manifested, and these cockroaches were purified by the pseudo-underworld. Before long, Chi-Chi opened her eyes and found Ningxue was staring intently at her. Let's ascend. I wish to introduce you to a new friend, Chi-Chi. A gentle smile graced her youthful round face, and as her gaze shifted, a small zombie gradually emerged in Ningxue's eyes. Master, how could you allow others to know of my existence? What if he harms you? Dressed in a bright yellow outfit that radiated a gentle light, Chi-Chi had a yellow talisman affixed to her forehead. Her pale face, rather than being frightening, exuded a certain charm. Chi-Chi is a good person, very obedient. She is right here with me. Before she could finish her sentence, a sound suddenly emanated from the corner. The two immediately held their breath, listening intently. The footsteps below were exceedingly cautious, as if afraid to disturb whatever lurked in the shadows. As they pressed on, they soon spotted a shadow huddled in the corner. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was a C-grade anomaly, a green one emanating a familiar aura. You belong to Sister Lin. What are you doing here? The sudden appearance of this anomaly in the corner was utterly astonishing. My master has perished. I am now but a wandering spirit, devoid of any power to inflict harm. If I cannot find protection, it won't be long before I am devoured by others of my kind. Unlike other anomalies, this one possessed healing capabilities, able to provide its master with a degree of restorative power and defensive abilities, yet it lacked any offensive prowess. Though classified as a C-grade anomaly, it was the most rudimentary of its kind. However, if allied with others, it could provide substantial healing and defensive strength, enhancing the potential of ordinary anomalies. Then you may seek refuge with my master. My little master is the most formidable, and she will surely ensure your safety. But I possess no abilities to safeguard you. Even if you were to make me your anomaly, I could not provide you with any offensive capabilities. Most individuals could only acquire a limited number of anomalies, preferring those with potent offensive capabilities over those that offered only healing. Were it not for my master's compassion in granting me a chance, I would likely have been killed by other anomalies long ago. Now that you already possess such a powerful anomaly, would you still care for me? The anomaly's face displayed signs of anxiety, yet sorrow permeated its eyes, betraying a history of abandonment. I would certainly cherish you for your Sister Lin's anomaly. Now that Sister Lin is gone, I shall look after you in her stead. Please do not disdain me for being a child. I too can assist you like Sister Lin did. Chapter 48. The rescue soon. A consensus was reached between the human and the spirit. This is wonderful. I can feel my strength increasing, but this is not a long-term solution. We must escape. A widespread anomaly revival is imminent, and with it, a terrifying power will erupt. Though Chi-Chi was an adorable zombie, she was acutely aware of her surroundings, particularly the anomalous forces at play. Ningxue nodded, while the newly subdued little green face also exhibited a hint of anxiety. We must leave at once. I can sense the deep resentment here. Little Green could distinctly perceive the lingering resentment. When the resentment of anomalies runs deep, the black mist they emit becomes even denser. At this moment, they were unaware that the two had seemingly awaited them for quite some time, though in truth, they had already devised their own plans. Initially, they intended to abandon the two in this place, but considering they had yet to escape the pursuit of the anomalies, it was better to stake their chances on the two little spirits. Even if they could not successfully flee, having two as a buffer was not a loss. After a brief observation, the two revealed their intentions, yet they chose not to expose the pair's plans. Rather than unmasking the other's hand, it was preferable to leave some opportunities for the two to continue following them. The subdued little green possessed a remarkable memory and a strong sense of the atmosphere, promptly locating the path they had previously traversed. This route was the one they had driven through earlier, but they were on the fringes. Should they successfully navigate their way out, they would find the human base. Why did you bring this little spirit along? Is it not the anomaly that previously accompanied Lin Qing? One man's eyes reflected terror, yet also astonishment. It was said that anomalies with masters would perish if they could not protect them, even if they managed to linger on. They would not earn the favor of other humans and would ultimately become wandering spirits, awaiting their demise. A hint of surprise crossed Ning Zhui's face. It seemed these two were quite familiar with Little Green's origin. It appears someone is patrolling over there. Those should be vehicles from the base. Could be they have sent someone to search for us? The distance was not great, presenting an opportunity to investigate. After uttering these words, they hurriedly advanced, their bizarrely colored garments quickly attracting the attention of the vehicles nearby. The men in the car, spotting figures at the edge through binoculars, realized there were individuals in the area. What a surprise to encounter you here on duty. But who are you, and what brings you to this place? The driver's expression turned wary, especially upon noticing an anomaly among the group. Seeing the driver assume a sniper stance, gripping a firearm, Ning was swiftly produced identification from his pocket. Comrade, please do not harm us. We are from a small team. As members of a small team, they possessed their own identification documents, which, upon presentation, caused the man to lower his weapon, astonishment etched on his face. I thought your entire unit had perished. However, it seems you have been quite fortunate. Such young ones can control anomalies of this caliber. You are indeed an extraordinary child, and your presence will surely bring more hope to the nation. Yet how can you manage a B-grade anomaly? During their journey, they learned that this small team had two survivors, likely Shun Yin and Wukong. Where are they now? Are they at a nearby base awaiting our arrival? Eliminating Sadako was a significant achievement, yet they considered themselves fortunate to have survived, as the casualties had been severe, even claiming the life of their commanding officer. What honor was there in such accolades, after all? They had been earned at the cost of their comrades' blood, leaving them with hearts heavy with pain and anxiety. The driver glanced at the map and furrowed his brow. Different teams belonged to different cities, each with its own base. Chapter 49. Pursued after all. Shen Yin was the apple of the leader's eye, a favored figure in his sight, while the others were merely insignificant. Following this declaration, the man resumed driving, and the group languished in boredom until the vehicle accelerated, at which point they spotted buildings in the distance, their expressions gradually relaxing. As they approached the structure, they began to organize their belongings, and when the car finally came to a halt, they eagerly disembarked and followed the man to the transit station. After the man briefed the local supervisor, they were promptly escorted to a resting room. You may take a moment to rest. We will relay this situation to the higher-ups, but your cooperation is essential. Finally, they savored warm water and delightful food, and after resting on soft beds, warm foot baths were brought in, allowing them to unwind from the fatigue of the day. Once refreshed, they followed the men to the conference room, connecting with personnel from the base. We are members of the small team, having successfully completed our mission. However, only the two of us remain among the survivors, along with these two little ones. Please guide us on our next course of action. The leading man beamed with hope for recognition, but the leader's demeanor grew grave, especially upon seeing the two children. You have performed admirably. However, I am now issuing another directive. Capture these two children. Our investigation has revealed their collusion in the bizarre murders of humans, with this girl posing a significant threat. Execute her on the spot. The leader's expression darkened, his face rigid with an aura of menace. Currently, no one at the base could control B-grade anomalies. Those who could manage 2 or 3 C-grade anomalies were already exceptional. The ability to control B-grade anomalies posed the greatest risk. If such anomalies broke free, it could lead to considerable chaos. These two children had conspired with a ghost and other anomalies, leading to the destruction of the small team, with Zhou Lin and Lin Qing falling victim to their machinations. We could both testify that after the small team dispersed, these two conspired with the ghost, resulting in the deaths of Captain Zhou and Vice Captain Lin. If you doubt this, You may observe that Vice Captain Lin's little green companion and Captain Zhou's two anomalies have been subdued, which is sufficient evidence of this girl's terrifying nature. Ningzhua's face gradually revealed a chilling expression, seemingly taken aback by the audacity of these humans to turn the tables. You are clearly responsible for Zhou Ji's demise. Why implicate me? How can you act in such a manner? The leader, already captivated by Shen Yin, naturally trusted her words without question. The two children were exceptionally skilled in evasion, and now was the opportune moment to capture them. They must not be allowed to escape. Fortunately, they were on the first floor, the window ajar and not too high, making it easy to slip out. Following this path, retracing their steps to the left, they found no one in pursuit. Under the guidance of Little Green, Ningzhua quickened his pace to shake off their human pursuers. To avoid further complications, they chose a less traveled route. The personnel at the transit station hesitated to pursue, knowing it was a domain of bizarre resurrection, fraught with numerous anomalies. And their fragile manpower stood little chance against it. Taking a deep breath, the group retreated, reporting the incident to the Base S leadership, who unanimously agreed that the matter could not be delayed, thus issuing a pursuit order. More and more individuals joined the hunt. Chapter 50, rooted in the dead zone meanwhile. Shen Yin lounged lazily on her bed within the base. Wu Cong had been waiting outside for quite some time, and after watching the leader depart, he stealthily entered the room. Shen Yin happened to emerge in her nightgown and was taken aback upon seeing Wu Cong. What brings you here? Do you not realize how easily you could be discovered? Her brow furrowed, clearly displeased with his visit, her mind racing with doubts. Wu Cong, with an expression of infatuation, slowly approached her and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. He smirked coldly, aware that Shen Yin was intelligent enough not to provoke him and would not expose the truth. Upon hearing his words, Shen Yin regarded him with icy disdain, her expression shifting in an instant. We are the closest of partners, bound by our shared circumstances. You are aware of the base's situation, and I trust you do not wish for any grave incidents to unfold. Implied in his words was an attempt to make Shen Yin recognize the current predicament. Should she refuse to align with him, he would reveal past events to everyone. Internally, she scoffed, yet her demeanor shifted. How could I forget your kindness towards me? However, we must capture that little girl. She is an immense threat. Wu Cong lifted her chin, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The two immediately conspired, assuring that there would be no oversights, and contentedly entered the room, locking the door behind them. Yet, Little Green floated in effortlessly, followed by the Shadow Ghost and Gravebag Ghost, both C-grade anomalies. Little Green could only provide minor benefits, while Ningzhua was an independent B-grade anomaly. His formidable presence made the three little ghosts tremble, and they were astonished to see him coexisting harmoniously with humans. Thus, they endured in the room for half a month, their food nearly depleted. Little Green and the Shadow Ghost occasionally ventured out for reconnaissance, while the Gravebag Ghost kept a vigilant watch nearby. In recent days, human activity had dwindled, rendering the area unnaturally quiet. With food running low, only a few scraps of compressed biscuits and a can of food remained, and the collected water was scarce. We cannot linger here any longer. We must swiftly find another location. Ningzhua, familiar with the area, organized their belongings, and they prepared to head in a different direction. Along the way, he elucidated the nature of the dead zone. The dead zone was far more conducive to bizarre resurrection than the human base. It was the initial stronghold of the anomalies, where remnants of human structures and energy had been wholly exploited. Anomalies could traverse freely here, but due to the varying levels of their power, a hierarchy emerged. Life for anomalies in this realm mirrored that of humans, with ghost currency circulating. Although humans were not well regarded, most had fled to the human base for sanctuary, many lacking the means for self-defense, while some chose to submissively bow to the anomalies. Despite their immense power, anomalies could not accomplish everything on their own. Thus, they required humans as intermediaries to assist with various challenges. If fortune favors us, we might encounter remnants of human structures still in operation, perhaps even some restaurants, where we could earn ghost currency for consumption. I haven't inhaled my mother's scent in so long. After running for so long without finding her, she will surely scold me for wandering off. Tears glistened in her eyes, her big, watery gaze turning crimson. Yet, she did not comprehend the normal emotional landscape of humanity. She merely felt inexplicably transformed into the object of everyone's disdain. Ningxue slowly crouched down to take a look, finding only half a piece of compressed biscuit left. He hesitated momentarily, but soon urged Xiao Lu to scout the path ahead. It seemed the abandoned town lay before them, a place still operating under the eerie occupation it had endured. Chapter 51. The eerie restaurant, however, when she finally ran until exhaustion. There was no trace of the occupied area to be seen. You're not deceiving me, are you? Why can't I see anything? It's all just mountains here. Just as she was about to sulk, Ningxue suddenly spotted flickers of light in the distance. It appeared to be the location Xiao Lu had just mentioned, though it remained somewhat distant. You can replenish your strength and rest for a bit. We shall head there shortly. Following the direction Ningxue pointed, she indeed noticed the distant glimmers. After a brief rest, Xiao Lu had discovered a shortcut. Let us take this path. It's the shortest and quite easy to traverse, though obscured by overgrown weeds. Xiao Lu, with her gentle demeanor, revealed a tender green leaf atop her fluffy head. Observing this, Ningxue began to piece together a theory. After the eerie resurgence, not only humans and animals transformed into the uncanny, but peculiar flora could also become spirits due to environmental factors during this phenomenon. You seem so familiar with these plants. Could it be that you transformed from a small blade of grass into the eerie entity you are now? Indeed, plants possess certain healing abilities, serving as sources of energy, thus holding boundless power, yet they struggle to pose a threat to ordinary spirits or humans. Xiao Lu tilted her head, the leaves above quivering. However, her power was relatively weak, which led to her abandonment. Let's south hurry to that place, otherwise, we might have to spend the night in this forest. It feels so cold and eerie here. The moon hung high, and the sound of crickets echoed through the woods. How wonderful! There's actually a restaurant here. Soon we can indulge in a hearty meal. In the dead zone, no humans could manage a restaurant. Should one encounter a more formidable spirit, escape would be nearly impossible. Those creatures outside actually wish to harm me. If I don't stay here, how can I survive? Xiao Lu sensed the eerie aura within, a thick black mist enveloping the entire restaurant. Is my little master in danger? There's so many spirits, and I can feel their immense power. Xiao Lu timidly hid beside Ningxue, anxious that he might act unfavorably toward her. I acknowledge the perilous situation here. But what can I do? I must seize the moment and enter. As she stepped inside, the light illuminated her. Upon opening the door, a bell attached to it chimed melodiously, instantly capturing the attention of every spirit within. Welcome. What would you like to order, dear customer? Though the restaurant was run by spirits, they offered food suitable for humans. Spirits, too, possess human-like traits. While some may desire human flesh, the majority prefer human cuisine. Other spirits turned their gazes toward her. Although humans were present, most worked here, making it rare for a customer to traverse great distances merely for a meal. At that moment, a man clad in black approached. The restaurant offered an array of dishes, the aroma from the meals of other patrons wafting enticingly, stirring her appetite. After perusing the menu, she swiftly pointed to several items, this one, and these two, plus this and that. As she placed her order, the man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that this little girl is quite wealthy? Chapter 52. A hearty meal, and these two. I'd like a cup. Please, make it hot, I don't want it cold. After wandering through the forest for so long, a warm drink would be just the comfort she needed. Why you keep kicking me? There's so many dishes on the menu. You can order whatever you like. Ningxue, frustrated, closed the menu and leaned forward, about to speak when the man interrupted. Dear customer, are you certain you wish to order so many dishes? I fear even the two of you may not finish them. Initially, the man suspected the girl might be trying to dine and dash, but soon realized she was a B-class spirit, sparking his curiosity about Ningxue's identity. Spirits cannot be judged by appearances. Some seemingly ordinary ones are, in fact, formidable, while those that appear grand may be mere C-class spirits. Could you please serve the dishes promptly? I'm so hungry and eager for a good meal. With her adorable blinking eyes, she captured the man's heart, prompting him to nod and take the order to the kitchen. Once he departed, the two sat at their table. Ningzhuo wore an expression of dismay, while a nearby table of spirits engaged in hushed discussions. I've heard many humans have arrived these past days, though they lack strength. I even seized a couple for a meal. It seems they are searching for some defectors. Humans are truly complex. Another spirit smirked, countering. Though these humans have come from the base to capture defectors, they forget that there exists an insurmountable chasm between humans and spirits, especially those foolish humans. When I feast, I always remove the brain, fearing it may affect my intellect. You must never become a flesh-eating spirit. That's revolting and utterly intolerable. Ningzhuo nodded helplessly, just as the man returned with 2 bottles of warm milk. Lifting the cup, she savored a generous sip, licking her lips in satisfaction. This milk is truly sweet. You should try it. It's particularly delightful. As the warm milk coursed through her, a comforting warmth enveloped her heart, seemingly mending her long-standing fatigue and turmoil. The restaurant's fare was undeniably delicious, rivaling that of the human world, perhaps even surpassing it. She suspected the chef behind the dishes might have been a human captured from a base. The once empty feeling in her stomach was now pleasantly filled. Glancing at the menu again, she noted a variety of dessert options. This jade rabbit cake is exquisite, and these delicacies look tempting too. Ningzhuo's lips twitched. I only hope you consider our current situation. We have no money to pay for the meal. Soon, we may have to flee. After eating so much, can your little round belly still move? What once was enthusiasm now resembled a deflated balloon, leaving her momentarily at a loss. What shall we do without money? We finished eating. Will they chase us? Might they dispose of us? In the eyes of humans, all spirits are perceived as malicious, and none can stand against them. Naturally, they would not engage in serious confrontation with spirits. I do have a few coins, but I doubt they are usable here. This was the money Lin Qing had gifted her, tucked within her wallet. Ningzhuo was not entirely aware of the situation, but it was clear that currency circulation was taking place here. I would like these few items, and I need 2 portions. When there are delicacies, she naturally does not forget to share, as she still harbors thoughts of Ningzhuo in her heart. Ningzhuo, too, had his thoughts centered on indulgence. Before long, the man brought forth an array of pastries, exquisite desserts exuding an alluring fragrance, a feast for the senses, utterly tempting. The aroma was delightful, and one could hardly resist the urge to indulge at once. Chapter 53. Working the rich, sweet scent of milk spread across the palate as she took several bites, devouring the pastries in mere moments. The two of them consumed the desserts on the table with remarkable speed, and soon the entire platter was emptied. The food here is truly delectable. I wish I could bring my mother here. I wonder if she would also enjoy such delights. The previously joyful expression now appeared particularly forlorn. Upon hearing her words, Ningzhuo sat beside her, gently stroking her silky hair with a look of tenderness. Do not worry too much. I will certainly help you find your mother. Noticing her despondent demeanor, Ningzhuo took the initiative to soothe her feelings. Having satisfied their appetites, just as they were about to leave, the earlier human male approached and stood before them. Dear customers, since you have finished your meal, please proceed to the front desk to settle your bill. The man's face bore no expression, his demeanor rather wooden. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful female entity clad in a fiery red short skirt, with cascading curls framing a delicate face, approached. She flickered her hair, and a rich scent of perfume filled the air. The total is 483 ghost coins, she stated, handing the bill to them. I have no ghost coins, but I possess this currency. She nervously pulled out all the cash from her pocket, crumpled bills laid out on the table. The female entity's expression changed abruptly, losing her earlier enthusiasm, now shadowed with gloom. This is a realm of the dead, where the circulating currency is naturally ghost coins. The cash you present has become mere scraps of paper since the resurgence of the supernatural, only valid within human territories. Seeing her lack of ghost coins and the human cash she held, the female entity slowly turned her head, signaling another female entity not far away. In the corner sat another striking female entity dressed in a bright yellow qipao, her makeup extravagant and vibrant, hair adorned with 2 hairpins, surrounded by a thick mist of darkness. This was an A-grade entity, yet she clearly bore no intention of causing harm. She approached with a measured gait, her delicate high heels clicking softly. "You 2 little spirits dare to scheme against my establishment, seeking a free meal?" The A-grade entity raised an eyebrow, her expression inscrutable. "I apologize. It was unintentional. I did not know that ghost coins were required here. I will not eat for free. I can find a way to repay." Expecting the entity to be fearsome, she was taken aback when the female entity smiled. "Madam, this little girl seems quite obedient. How about you allow these 2 to stay? We are short-handed at the moment, and there are many orders yet to fulfill." The cashier, with a bright smile, softened her tone towards the 2. Upon hearing this, the madam crossed her arms, tapping her fingers contemplatively, as if weighing her options. After a brief moment, she nodded in agreement. With a shift in her gaze to the 2 little ones, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Since you owe me for your meal, I shall offer you 2 choices. Either surrender your hearts, or you 2 must work to repay your debt. Once all debts are settled, you may leave." Her face displayed a playful demeanor, having already made her decision, merely offering the 2 little spirits a chance. "We can work to repay our debt, but will we have enough to eat during this time?" Life in this place, while working off debts, would not be easy, and she merely hoped for 3 meals a day. A cold smile gradually appeared on the madam's face, her eyes gleaming with a hint of determination, as if her mind was made up. "Since you will be working for me, I assure you, you shall not be treated poorly. You can start right now by delivering meals to our customers." With that, the madam walked slowly to the front desk. "Xiao, fetch the latest batch of orders." This restaurant not only offered dine-in services, but also provided takeaway options. In this realm of the dead, many entities preferred to order takeout rather than dine-in. The cashier quickly retrieved numerous orders from some documents and handed them to the madam. "Complete these orders, and you will have fulfilled your task." The 2 little ones brought joy to the madam's heart, and realizing they might not be literate, she began to explain patiently. "The customers you will face are all B-grade entities. Complete these 5 orders to gain your freedom. Some orders have time constraints, but most customers are relatively easy to deal with. Just be wary of those who may be difficult. If any issues arise, seek me out immediately. Do not bring trouble upon me." Though her tone was stern, internally, she hoped the 2 would not cause any disturbances. Just then, the male server returned, carrying a gift box. "This is your first order. Go to Mr. N's residence and prepare for his dinner 3 days from now. All recipes and ingredients are ready. Ensure timely delivery." "But what if I cannot cook? Can Mr. N prepare it himself?" Upon hearing this, the madam snapped her fingers, and a C-grade entity with wings slowly descended, its former guise that of a parrot. Chapter 54. "Mr. N, I have found you new companions. Assist these 2 little spirits in completing all orders and ensure there are no mistakes." The little creature was adorable. "You may call me Quinia, just like the madam. I will guide you to Mr. N's residence." The 2 silently followed behind, and soon they departed the restaurant. As they walked along the winding path, the distant mountains came into view, with faint flickers of firelight visible deep within the woods. "You 2 are quite fortunate. Although Mr. N has a peculiar personality, he is a gentle, elegant being with a graceful demeanor." Quinia led the way while sharing tales about Mr. N. This Mr. N was a longtime patron of the madam's establishment. Before the resurgence of the supernatural, he was a dashing young nobleman, though afflicted with a chronic illness, relying on medication to sustain his life. He was extremely aloof, yet possessed an elegance and gentleness. After the supernatural resurgence, he became a B-grade entity, continuing to reside in his villa. Quinia chattered about the unique features of Mr. N's home. Surprisingly, despite being situated in a remote villa halfway up a mountain, it possessed a distinct charm. Once they ventured deep into the woods, Quinia guided them to a nearby cave where they could rest for the night. This location had once been favored by explorers, with many traces of humanity still visible. To their astonishment, even the cooled food from the restaurant remained delectable. She mused about wanting to stay in the restaurant forever, allowing her to enjoy such exquisite meals daily. If only she could find her mother sooner. She would surely bring her to dine at the restaurant, for the food was so delightful that her mother would surely enjoy it too. Still thinking of her mother, who was lost to her, Quinia chimed in, "How wonderful it would be if I had a mother like yours." Not long after their departure, they beheld a magnificent courtyard not far ahead. Could this be the residence of Mr. N? It appeared grand and splendid, adorned with an abundance of blooming roses. This is indeed Mr. N's home. I shall first seek the butler, who will guide us to Mr. N. Please refrain from speaking indiscriminately, Mr. and dislikes others prying into his secrets. As they walked along the pebble-strewn path of the courtyard, an unusual sensation washed over their feet. Surrounding them was a sea of rose bushes, with vibrant crimson roses bursting into dazzling blooms, enveloping them in a romantic ambience. The fragrance of the flowers here is exquisite. Upon hearing this, Ningxue took a whiff but found himself indifferent to the roses, instead sensing an exceptional quality about this place. Though it bore the mark of a B-level anomaly, Mr. N appeared remarkably unique. When the butler ushered them into the grand hall, the opulent decorations immediately captivated their gaze, particularly the exquisite relief sculptures that were evidently renowned pieces of art. A man enveloped in a dense black mist stood before them, his appearance unsettling. Dressed in a tailcoat, his visage was pale, with dark circles around his eyes, as the thick black mist continuously emanated from him. However, Ningxue did not perceive any additional aura from him. Rather, he resembled a non-threatening anomaly. Aware that he had been noticed, the man pursed his lips and silently descended the stairs. The butler respectfully approached him and bowed. "Young master, the mistress has sent someone over. Shall we arrange for them to stay in the upstairs rooms? After all, the banquet is still 2 days away. They can familiarize themselves with the environment before discussing the details of the dinner with Mr. N. Let them reside in the guest rooms. But there is little for them to explore here, and they must not enter other rooms." The implication was clear. The two little ones could engage in their desired activities, provided they did not disrupt his life. This surprised the butler, yet he said nothing, merely nodding as he watched Mr. N depart. "I will take you upstairs to see your rooms and ascertain if you require anything." In the meantime, Ningxue handed the gift box he was holding to the butler. Upon opening it, the butler discovered an assortment of ingredients and recipes, which he contentedly placed in the kitchen. He then led the two upstairs, where they were enveloped by the fragrant aroma of books upon entering their guest room. The room was quite spacious, furnished with 2 beds and equipped with various necessities. An entire wall was lined with bookshelves filled with a diverse range of literature. "I cannot believe Mr. N has arranged for us to stay here, but could you prepare some sweet rose juice for us?" The little bird, flapping her wings, asked the butler. He agreed, and the little bird promptly added, "It would be even better if we could have some rose honey. It shouldn't be too difficult, right?" The butler's expression shifted slightly, yet he nodded in agreement. The little bird flitted about the room in excitement. With no further requests from them, the butler obediently left the guest room to prepare the rose honey and juice. Chapter 55. Floral Pastries. After resting here, they encountered Mr. N during dinner that evening. To their surprise, he invited them to dine with him. During the meal, Mr. N expressed his desire for an unconventional banquet. His request was quite simple. He hoped the two could create delicious floral pastries. However, how could these two little ones possibly cook? "I'm sorry, big brother, but I cannot make floral pastries. I merely brought you the ingredients as instructed by the mistress. At just 6.5 years old, how could you be expected to cook?" Unexpectedly, Mr. N, meticulous as ever, chuckled softly, a faint smile gracing his ailing face. It was a rare sight, and even the butler was taken aback. Typically, their young master was taciturn, dismissing others without a word, regardless of how many had come to deliver items before. Yet, with the arrival of these two little ones, Mr. N appeared genuinely joyous, suggesting that the two sent by the mistress were indeed special. "I do not wish for you to prepare the floral pastries for me. My butler is aging and somewhat limited in mobility. I hope you can assist me in gathering roses from the garden and lend a hand in ensuring the banquet is a success." A bright smile appeared on her face as she eagerly bit into a piece of cake. "Rest assured, big brother, I will pluck the largest, reddest, and most beautiful roses, ensuring you receive the finest floral pastries. Your luck seems quite favorable. Many have come before you, yet Mr. N has barely acknowledged them, let alone shared a meal. I have a feeling your first order will proceed exceptionally well. Is it uncomfortable staying here? You both appear to have slept poorly, Mr. N inquired with a hint of concern etched upon his face. Observing this, the little bird fluttered her wings in astonishment, frozen in place as she perched on a nearby pillar, captivated by the scene. Isn't it time for us to start picking roses? At that moment, the butler approached with a basket, his mood lightening as he surveyed the garden filled with red roses. Mr. N scanned the surroundings before pointing to the left, where the roses were particularly large and vibrant. Let us pick roses from there. They are all in bloom. The two little ones nodded, taking the basket from the butler's hands, and skipped joyfully toward the flower bed. Meanwhile, the butler stood in place, puzzled by why their young master seemed so invested in these two children, who appeared rather ordinary. The old butler was still a normal human, yet having cared for Mr. And for many years, he had developed a unique bond. Even though Mr. N had transformed into an anomaly, he had no intention of abandoning him. Now an old man, he wished only to spend his remaining years here, accompanying the young master through the twilight of his life. How lively and delightful she is. It has been ages since I felt the joy of life. Were it not for this little girl's arrival, I might never have experienced such warmth again. Since the day he became an anomaly, he had lost much of his emotional depth. The greatest distinction between humans and anomalies lay in the latter's dwindling perceptions and increasing emotional detachment. The old butler nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and followed the two little ones as they began to gather roses. Suddenly, the little bird spotted a magnificent rose not far away and fluttered above it. Hearing her call, she scampered over, her little legs moving swiftly until she reached the stunning flower. This particular rose stood out, unique and captivating, instantly drawing her gaze. It's so beautiful. I never imagined such exquisite flowers could flourish here. Meanwhile, Ning was silently observed, diligently selecting roses. He merely wished to complete the mistress's orders swiftly, so he could settle his debts and attain his freedom. Chapter 56. Preparing for the banquet. Having abstained from feeding for quite some time, Mr. N's self-control had waned considerably. Tend to the wound first. I will handle the rest. How is the treatment going? Is it all taken care of? His voice was chilling, lacking even a hint of warmth, and the interrogative tone surprised the butler. Nevertheless, the butler nodded silently, indicating that everything had been taken care of. Noting the peculiarity of the situation, the butler immediately entertained a hypothesis. Your blood might possess a unique allure to the supernatural. It will be prudent for you to refrain from wandering about in front of the young master during your stay here. It is best to remain unseen whenever possible. Follow me. Once all the roses have been prepared, we can proceed with making flower cakes. A 6.5-year-old child worked diligently, aided by Ning Zhua, resulting in a more efficient process. Your tasks are nearly complete. We will merely wait for tomorrow evening's banquet, and I require your assistance with some simple tasks. It is no wonder Mr. N needs someone to run errands. The old butler has grown too frail to manage on his own. Naturally, assistance is required. Mr. N himself is not in immediate danger, yet his family is comprised of malevolent entities, skilled at ensnaring individuals in illusions without their awareness, resulting in many humans being consumed in dreams. Ning Zhua furrowed his brow, realizing that such a potent supernatural aura could not possibly stem from Mr. N himself. As long as you obediently follow instructions, there should be no significant issues. Unlike those greedy humans, you will not leave behind more than you desire. The two let out a sigh of relief, as the kingfisher chattered about tips for being a delivery person, stating that this was the simplest order yet, and they needed to gather materials to deliver to various supernatural entities. Little girl, you only think of delightful matters. After completing this order, we shall move on to the next destination. If you do not behave, you shall face dire consequences. Laughter and playful banter echoed in the room, while the old butler listened attentively from outside. As night fell and the little ones inside finally fell asleep, the old butler quietly entered Mr. N's room. Young master, everything is prepared. Are you not considering sending this young girl to the young lady? Mr. N's expression stiffened, and his pallid face cracked as if it were shattered porcelain, sharp and tragic fissures beginning to seep blood. After all these years by my side, do you not understand my intentions? The butler chose not to say more, silently exiting the room. By the following evening, the two little ones busily assisted the butler, ensuring everything necessary was ready. A woman appeared, dressed in a black and red Lolita dress adorned with embroidered roses, holding a lace-trimmed umbrella that concealed half of her face. Her fiery red lips stood out against her pallid complexion, her slender hand supporting the umbrella, which also bore rose patterns. An alluring fragrance of flowers emanated from her, and her elegant high heels made each step graceful. "It has been a long time," she said, closing her umbrella to reveal an exquisite visage. With high cheekbones and blood-red eyes, her long, dark hair curling around her. A faint red aura surrounded her, and Ning Zhuo held his breath, incredulous at the sight of the female supernatural being, an A-class entity. It was rumored that only those with an exceptionally strong grievance could ascend to A-class status, capable of annihilating an entire city and extinguishing the lives of countless individuals in mere moments. A-class supernatural beings looked down upon those of lesser rank. Yet, the mere fact that this female entity and Mr. and could coexist in the same manner astonished Ning Zhuo. As her gaze swept over him, a strange smile emerged. "I see you have arranged a little darling for me, knowing my sister would come." The female entity regarded Mr. N with a teasing expression, yet he turned ashen, his face darkening ominously. "If you intend to harm this young girl, you are not welcome here." His resolute tone rendered the female entity somewhat awkward. She waved her hand lightly, her expression returning to one of playful amusement. "I was merely teasing you. There is no need to be so serious. Since our reunion is rare, I shall refrain from uttering anything unpleasant." Chapter 57. The reunion in the illusion. She approached the dining table with poise and gracefully took her seat, as if the earlier exchange had been but a jest. Oblivious to Mr. Ann's grave demeanor, enveloped in a heavy, dark mist. The flower cakes on the table were tantalizing, exuding a rich fragrance, and the female entity wore a tranquil smile. "It has indeed been a long time since we last met. Have you given any thought to our previous discussions?" She elegantly extended her hand, taking a piece of flour cake and savoring a bite. "You too can take a break. Everything is in order, and you may depart tomorrow morning." "Mommy, are you inside? Why won't you open the door?" The persistent questions did not quell the cries from within, their penetrating sounds echoing. Resolving to act, she extended her small hands and exerted all her strength to push open the heavy door. As it creaked ajar, darkness greeted her. A woman sat on the bed, her back turned, dressed in a flowing white gown. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, exuding an ancient aura. "Mommy, is that you? We finally meet again." The young girl reached out her delicate hand, tugging at the woman's sleeve, her clear eyes brimming with tears, as if they might overflow at any moment. "Is it my fault that I made you unhappy?" A pale smile graced the woman's long-missed face. Yet her complexion was poor, as if she might cease to breathe at any moment. "Do you see me as your mother?" A completely different voice emerged, ethereal and eerie. The child's face transformed with fear, swiftly followed by anger. "You deceived me. You are not my mother. Who are you really? My dear little darling. You have yet to realize, but this time I shall consume you. You are Mr. Ann's sister? You are not my mother. Why are you pretending to be her?" The female ghost found this rather amusing. Upon having her identity uncovered, she exhibited no shock, only a calm demeanor. "Though I do not understand what makes you so significant to my brother, once I have set my sights on you as my prey, escape is out of the question. Damn it, I did not anticipate this little imp would be more formidable than I thought." The force behind the punch surprised the female entity, for she was not a supernatural being that could be easily swayed by an ordinary human. Typically, even those who dared to trespass here must tame a few little spirits, as without supernatural guidance, harming other entities would be nearly impossible. In other words, the so-called human resistance against the supernatural merely involved utilizing the power of the supernatural to attack other supernatural beings. No human possessed the absolute strength to contend with them. Soon, Chi from the underworld floated out, her body illuminated by a powerful magnetic force, appearing far more distinct than her previous translucent form. I did not expect my little master to encounter such an extraordinary supernatural being so quickly. She must be the Rose Queen, the ghost who perished beneath the roses. Chapter 58. Compromise and Surrender. Chi seemed well aware of this female ghost's origins, and she understood her position. Her slender form surveyed the surroundings, and the talisman on her forehead fluttered slightly, a serene smile gracing Chi-Chi's face. Unexpectedly, despite the passage of time, your powers remain limited, and this environment appears rather lackluster. Nevertheless, you have indeed managed to ensnare the young master here, which is a notable advancement. A look of astonishment flitted across the eerie visage of the female specter, seemingly taken aback by the other's ability to discern her secrets. Who exactly are you? How do you know me? She had encountered few humans, yet had crossed paths with numerous strange beings. However, her peculiar temperament rendered other entities hesitant to approach the Rose Queen, save for Chi-Chi, who felt no trepidation. Impossible! How could this little imp be the master of the underworld? She incredulously retreated a few steps, a strange glimmer flowing through her dark red eyes. Since you are aware that this is the underworld, why do you dare to advance recklessly? Do you seek to be subdued, forever trapped here, deprived of your freedom? Her calm words radiated an extraordinary power, instantly subduing the specter before her. The specter swayed slightly, and with a trembling gesture, the entire world became ethereal. I hope you heed my warning. Should we meet again, it shall not be so benign. Ning Zhuo collapsed on the ground, her eyes vacant, as though she had slipped into another illusion, her essence drifting elsewhere. Ning Zhuo awakened. Did she intend to use the recent moment to create an illusion and consume these two little ones? As her brother, he naturally understood her methods. Yet he never anticipated her to be so brazen, having been reprimanded for feasting on humans in her own estate and still showing no signs of learning. Today, she had clearly devised a formidable magnetic field, a realm accessible only to two little specters, where survival was an impossibility. She extended her slender, pale hand to gently wipe away the blood from her mouth, gradually forming a smile. You are quite the intriguing little creature. However, I do not consider this a loss. Encountering you, I concede defeat graciously. The Rose Queen, having spoken, slowly picked up the half-eaten floral pastry left on the table, then silently lifted her gaze. Gazing affectionately at her brother, I shall no longer insist that you leave the estate with me. This place can serve as a new refuge for you. Not everyone can relinquish the obsessions of their past lives, so I shall not compel you to depart with me. Let today serve as our final supper. These two little ones had toiled for long. Why not share a meal together? This sudden gesture left Mr. N feeling quite perplexed. His sister typically shunned close contact with humans, often devouring even the most charming of children. Why, then, did she exhibit such tenderness today, even attempting to understand him? The old butler, with tears of joy, had served his master for many years and was finally witnessing this family reunion, the barriers seemingly dissolved. The two little ones cautiously reached out, taking a piece of the floral pastry, sniffing the aroma, and were pleasantly surprised by the sweetness of the rose. Unable to resist taking a bite, enveloped by an exquisite flavor that brought them pure delight. Who would have thought the floral pastries here were so delectable? Rivaling the dishes at the mistress's restaurant? We are indeed fated to meet. Although I do not know who your mother is, seeing you so endearing, I wish to gift you a rose. The Rose Queen slowly extended her right hand, opening her palm to reveal a resplendent red rose blooming within her pale hand. The moment of contact sent a warm current coursing through them, vanishing without a trace. What a beautiful rose! Thank you, lovely Rose Queen. Chapter 59. The First Order completed. As the delightful dinner concluded and the Rose Queen departed, the two remained silently by, awaiting Mr. N's response. Mr. N glanced at the old butler, who promptly produced a bag of prepared ghost coins. Thank you for your assistance these past few days. This is a small token of my gratitude. Finally, the order was fulfilled. The kingfisher flapped its wings, flying beside the butler to count the ghost coins, discovering an unexpected surplus. The extra is your reward. Your efforts should not go unrewarded. The two little specters were taken aback. Since the last time they had dined without paying, they had learned the value of ghost coins. The cash-to-ghost coin exchange rate was 120, and with the resurgence of strange entities, a monthly wage was merely 3 to 5,000. However, after the resurgence, earning even 1 or 200 ghost coins a month was a challenge. Receiving an additional 100 ghost coins sent the Kingfisher into a joyous spiral. My goodness, this is far too generous. I've never seen such a reward. Although others had visited before, none had received such a bounty. So the Kingfisher immediately directed her delighted gaze towards the two. Big brother, you're truly kind. Not only possessing this beautiful rose garden, but also having an elder gentleman by your side. I hope your garden flourishes with even more splendid blooms. I wonder if you enjoy sweets. This is a candy I took from the supermarket. It is delicious. Her romantic smile captivated Mr. N, prompting him to accept the unremarkable lollipop. Having never tasted one in his human life, he pondered while gazing at the lollipop. Had I not been born into wealth, perhaps I would have known fewer troubles and enjoyed a happier childhood. As a scion of a wealthy family, he was naturally mindful of his every action, refraining from indulging in trivialities. Thus, he had never encountered a lollipop. After bidding farewell to the two, Mr. N slowly unwrapped the lollipop, discarding the wrapper, and upon tasting it, a refreshing sweetness filled his senses, prompting a smile to bloom on his face. The old butler had not seen his master smile in ages. Since the young master enjoys that little girl so much, why not keep her around? That way, he could see her every day. The butler was intrigued by the young master's unusual generosity, which was not typical of his character. Mr. Ann's smile gradually faded, and he turned slightly to regard the butler. Not everything we cherish must remain close. The roses in a greenhouse will never rival the wild roses by the roadside. Rather than allowing this little girl to be a greenhouse rose awaiting plucking, it is far more romantic to let her bloom like a wild rose. Life is long. We shall meet again. He seemed to embrace a hopeful dream as he watched the two disappear from his view, then slowly turned away. The two little ones hopped joyfully along the path, with the Kingfisher flapping her wings in delight. If only everyone were as generous as Mr. N. You might only need to complete 2 or 3 more orders to repay all your debts and no longer be bound by the mistress. The thought of the two little ones striving for freedom stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Ningjua quickly regained her composure and approached the Kingfisher. Where shall we go next? Upon hearing this, the Kingfisher perched on a nearby pillar, scanning the surroundings until she locked onto a direction. Next, we shall venture to the other side of this mountain. It isn't too far, but this order will be quite challenging. An expression of tension crossed the Kingfisher's face, and in the next moment, she leapt down, transforming into a girl clad in green as she landed. Aren't you just a bird? How can you transform into a human? Is it possible for you to change forms? She had never envisioned that the Kingfisher could transform. However, upon becoming human, it retained many avian habits, scratching its head and chuckling softly. I am not solely a bird. I can also take human form. Yet, I find it rather cumbersome to walk like a human, and flying is far swifter. Along their journey, the trio chattered animatedly. Soon, the two companions grasped the situation. Beyond the mountain resided a giant. Despite his colossal stature, his intellect seemed stunted, akin to that of a child, rendering him rather innocent. After the bizarre resurgence, the giant had grown even larger, appearing quite fearsome, though in reality, he posed less danger than one might imagine. This giant harbored a peculiar obsession, had a penchant for mushrooms. While the forest was replete with various fungi, he shunned the ordinary and sought only the vividly colored, toxic mushrooms. Thus, their next task was to ascertain the giant's preferred mushroom hues and search the woods for them, all while being wary of other anomalies. The forest was not solely inhabited by this B-class anomaly. Other strange entities lurked as well. If they fell into a trap, they would face an onslaught, making this mission rather formidable. Especially since you, my dear, are human. It is easy for you to inadvertently touch a toxic mushroom and succumb to its poison, rendering this task rather unfriendly for you. Oh, how I long to gather mushrooms. Although those beautiful fungi are highly toxic, the thrill of foraging is exhilarating. Time was running short, and they needed to hasten their pace. The Kingfisher, soaring above, circled for a moment before discovering a shortcut, promptly guiding the two onward. They traveled in silence, and by the time they reached another mountain, They were utterly exhausted. Let's find a cave to rest for the night. We shall continue our journey tomorrow, likely just half a day's trek. Upon entering the cave, they rested and enjoyed the flour cakes gifted by Mr. N, relishing the treat. Chapter 60. Visiting the giant at dawn the following day. The air was filled with the melodious calls of birds. Revitalized, the two trailed behind the kingfisher, soon crossing a small stream, refreshing themselves before pressing on. As the sun blazed overhead, exhaustion overtook them, prompting a desire for rest. The kingfisher, however, spotted a house not far off. Oh my, there it is. That must be the giant's home, constructed by him. It seems we are almost there. Yet, the two were weary and reluctant to move, resting for a considerable while before resuming their journey. The path meandered and was rugged, but they persevered, eventually scaling a small hill to arrive at the giant's abode. If he is sleeping, we must not knock. Awakening him while he is hungry could lead to dire consequences for you both. Seeing the kingfisher's anxious expression, one could only acquiesce, while the kingfisher slipped through a partially open window. After a brief reconnaissance, it returned, reporting that he was not home, likely out and about. They settled down to wait, and soon a massive figure emerged in the distance, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. The giant's elongated form loomed, his immense bulk akin to a small mountain, each step resonating like an earthquake. With such size and ferocity, will he devour us? If he feasts on humans, perhaps we should retreat. Hey there, why are you moving so slowly? Hurry up, we've been waiting for you. The giant, initially ambling leisurely, perked up at the call, spotting the diminutive kingfisher and waving joyfully. I didn't expect you little ones to arrive so soon. The giant was elated, bounding forward, though to him it was a gentle jog. It sent the seated pair bouncing like on a trampoline. Upon halting, he noticed the two small figures and displayed a puzzled expression, quickly shifting his gaze to the kingfisher. These are the newcomers the landlady assigned. I hope you don't mind. However, I have witnessed their remarkable abilities. What mushrooms do you wish to eat? The kingfisher enthusiastically promoted the pair, catching the giant off guard. Standing at least 5 meters tall, the giant donned garments crafted from scraps, wielding tools far larger than ordinary, and his shoes resembled boats. Currently, he held an oversized hoe and a small basket filled with peculiar vegetables, one enormous, round white radish measuring over 1 meter in diameter. I just harvested some vegetables and was curious when you would arrive. This time, we can search for blue, red, and green mushrooms to enjoy. They're my favorites. Upon entering the house, they discovered a platter laden with food. Can one eat these insects? Fear not. He relishes such unconventional fare. Who among normal folk would consume toxic mushrooms? Yet he delights in these vibrant, poisonous varieties, as the more he consumes, the stronger he becomes. Throughout this encounter, Ningzhuo remained silent, quietly observing the giant before him. From his assessment, it was evident that this giant was also a B-class anomaly. However, unlike others, he radiated a less potent magnetic field, and the dark mist surrounding him was not dense. Perhaps due to his reluctance to harm humans, he appeared rather simple and amiable. Are you feeling unwell? You seem quite cold, and you have a runny nose. Perhaps you should wipe it. With a cheerful demeanor, he extended his massive hand to grasp a handkerchief, rubbing it against his nose before discarding it carelessly. You are such a delightful little one. I wish to be your friend. Once you help me find the mushrooms, I would love to invite you for mushroom soup. Would you agree? Have you forgotten? This little girl before you is human, and the food you consume is unsuitable for her. What if she becomes ill from your fare? The kingfisher frowned slightly, compelling the giant to comply, shaking his head in resignation. Very well, I shall not invite you to dine. Chapter 61. Searching for mushrooms through the dialogue between the kingfisher and the giant, they soon crafted a note. After a wave of farewell, the giant sent them on their way. Upon reviewing the list, the kingfisher felt bewildered. It hasn't rained in the past 2 days. Where shall we find these mushrooms? Typically, the mushrooms the giant consumed thrived deep within the woods, a place he could traverse effortlessly, yet it proved arduous for the others. They could only persist in their search, and the kingfisher advised her companions to stay closely behind. The dead zone differed from the outside world. Survival for humans here was precarious. Every flower, tree, and peculiar entity posed a potential threat, as all could transform into anomalies following the bizarre resurgence. Anomalies continuously emerged, wielding formidable powers. During the resurgence, the strength of all anomalies would amplify. Humans can only huddle in their bases, safeguarding their own safety. Those aberrations that have escaped can only momentarily revel in their freedom. If fortunate, they might consume a few humans, but if luck is against them, they either perish or become slaves to humanity. This forest serves as the primordial hub for the resurgence of these anomalies. The dead zone expands from its core, with this woodland acting as the epicenter of the anomaly's revival. She implored repeatedly, hoping that the two little ones would not err on their quest for mushrooms. Otherwise, their lives would be forfeit. So what shall we do? Is it sufficient to merely follow you? You must adhere to my instructions without harboring personal thoughts or taking initiative. Some humans have been led astray by their arrogance, believing their strength to be formidable, and thus paying the price for their ignorance and folly. Her tone grew increasingly frosty, and Ningxue sensed the pervasive black mist thickening around them. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they realized they had lost their way. Fortunately, the gentle sound of flowing water reached their ears. Following the sound, they unexpectedly discovered an eerie locale, perhaps due to the towering trees that blocked much of the light. Combined with the dampness of the nearby water channels, the continuous flow of the river created an environment conducive to mushroom growth. To their astonishment, they spotted a matsutake mushroom. The kingfisher hopped eagerly toward it, and the two little ones followed suit, watching in surprise as she plucked it from the ground. In a blink of an eye, she held a perfect matsutake in her hand. Soon, they found numerous mushrooms along the banks of the river. However, most were edible for humans. Fortunately, the kingfisher possessed a large, retractable bag to collect their finds. Yet, they did not encounter many poisonous mushrooms that met their criteria. As they delved deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon a patch of bioluminescent mushrooms casting a soft glow in the dim, damp environment. Nearby, they noticed mushrooms in various colors, red, blue, yellow, and pink, each radiating a peculiar luminescence, appearing extraordinarily unique with a translucent brightness. This light was animated. As they approached, they discovered tiny transparent insects akin to fireflies, resting upon them, creating a dazzling spectacle. Ouch, that hurts. You mustn't touch these recklessly. You are human, and doing so could be fatal. You must keep a watchful eye for any strange entities or peculiar beings. If you notice anything unusual, inform us immediately. After all, the resurgence of anomalies could happen at any moment, and in such a sinister environment, countless dangers could easily arise. Within a short while, they had successfully harvested a plethora of mushrooms. The quantity was substantial, and while a typical person could feast on such a bounty for several days, the giants required a greater volume, as this was merely a single meal for them. It was only when the kingfisher was too weary to continue that they decided to stop. Having gathered so many mushrooms, we should have enough. Let's tidy up and prepare to leave. The kingfisher stretched, organizing the mushrooms into her portable retractable bag. Just as they were about to head back, a rustling sound echoed from a distance. The alert kingfisher grew tense, and even Ningxue cast a wary glance around. Damn it, we've encountered an anomaly revival. If we don't leave soon, we may be overwhelmed by countless aberrations. This forest lay in a core zone, and once an anomaly revival occurred, what was once mere foliage could transform into something sinister in the blink of an eye. Chapter 62. Confronting the anomaly suddenly, the surrounding environment became eerily desolate. The previously clear skies darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, suffocatingly lifeless. In the next moment, they beheld a swirling mass of black mist coalescing in the distance, gradually forming a tornado that rushed toward them. With the resurgence of the anomalies, the air pressure plummeted, causing even the kingfisher to retreat in fear. We cannot proceed. The path ahead is perilous. We must change our course and run forward. With that, the kingfisher flapped her robust wings and flew in the opposite direction. The two little ones quickly reversed their path, but as the kingfisher soared ahead, the two stumbled and fell, becoming soiled in the process. Yet, their short legs could not match the kingfisher's flight, and the tornado roared behind them. In an instant, the two little ones were swept into the storm. Hold your breath. This tornado exuded a peculiar aura, and once it engulfed them, it ceased its advance, dissipating to reveal an ugly anomaly. Surprisingly, you humans can survive. My interest in you has intensified. The creature, resembling a mud figure, stood 2 meters tall, its massive form emanating a foul, earthy odor that was suffocating. What manner of monster are you? Why you look so grotesque? Upon hearing this, the creature's face twisted with anger, its mud coating crumbling as if it would disintegrate with the slightest movement. Such a clever little thing. It's been ages since I encountered such a delectable human. The mud creature's mouth slowly opened, revealing a row of sharp, stone-like teeth. Why is it that a human possesses such anomalous power? The sky darkened further, and the black mist hovering above began to be absorbed by Ningzhua, whose aura surged, merging and amplifying. In no time, his strength visibly increased. You have indeed grown considerably. The mud creature was astonished. This was the first time it had witnessed an anomaly evolve. Master, you can subdue him and subsequently harness his power, allowing you to purify the anomalous forces and heal the darkened soul. Surely, you do not wish to remain in this state indefinitely? In this chilling and sinister realm, you either blindly seek prey to survive or continuously evade being consumed. But who can guarantee that you will endure to the end? The mud creature stood frozen, contemplating. Since the revival of anomalies, it had gained immense power, but it knew that it was merely the weakest among B-class anomalies, incapable of defeating the 2 before it. Do you possess a way to prevent me from languishing in this manner? Master, this is a rare opportunity. His power is formidable. Please assist me. I pledge to heed your guidance. With but a slight exertion, the radiance of the underworld became increasingly brilliant, the golden light shining resplendently. If he could purify the entirety of its power this time, he would gain further control over the underworld. Although the underworld resided within her, without Chi-Chi's assistance, manipulation would be challenging. Moreover, the operation of the underworld required a certain force for maintenance, which was drawn from the anomalies themselves. The more anomalies within the underworld, the richer the power. You can collaborate with me. The power within you will be purified. The dense black mist gradually dissipated, transforming into a dark, somber haze that slowly morphed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing into the ether. Before long, he was drawn into the underworld, transforming into a golden light that circulated within its depths. As the peculiar entity was subdued, the surrounding atmosphere gradually calmed, and the dense clouds began to disperse. Remarkably, the duration of this bizarre revival was unexpectedly brief. It was anticipated that something more terrifying would emerge. Yet, why is it that your abilities continue to expand? The levels determined by the entities during the revival period remain unchanged. Chapter 63. Completing the task, many entities sustain their power by preying upon humans or harming their kin, but few possess the capability to elevate their own ranks. Now, Ningzhua has effortlessly ascended to a B level, and such a growth-oriented power is far more intimidating than mere innate strength. I cannot fathom the reason for this enhancement, yet I can indeed sense a profound power swirling within me, gradually being absorbed. Has this task been completed? The Kingfisher, with a proud demeanor, retrieved a compact bag from her embrace and displayed it with satisfaction. With me around, can there be any unforeseen circumstances? A subtle smile graced her exquisite visage as she concealed the compact bag with great hope. Fortunately, I still possess a dream-seeking butterfly. Otherwise, I would have truly lost my way. With a wave of her hand, a pale blue butterfly emerged from the map, leaving trails of blue luminescence in its wake. The butterfly's flight was slow, allowing them to swiftly follow the glowing path. Along the way, they deliberately searched for footprints on the ground and soon discovered the previous traces. Standing outside, they caught the enticing aroma wafting from within, likely due to the giant preparing an abundance of ingredients, filling the air with a rich scent. It seemed he had been waiting for them, anticipating these mushrooms. The Kingfisher knocked on the door, and the giant, twisting his massive form, nearly knocked them over upon opening it. He then fetched a small bowl, poured in some warm water, and offered it to them. You may wash off the mud here. I have no small spaces for bathing. The novice took out the compact bag and emptied the mushrooms onto the ground. The giant reached down with his enormous hand, sniffed the mushrooms, and immediately displayed a look of delight. These mushrooms are exceptionally delicious. It seems the proprietress must have contemplated for quite some time before allowing you to come. This is your reward. The giant produced a pouch filled with coins, just enough to cover their labor, with no extra gratuity, thus offsetting a portion of their debt. We shall not bathe here. It is getting late, and we need to find a place to rest before proceeding to the next location. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the giant did not insist on their stay and watched them depart, returning to prepare a delightful dinner for himself. I will take you to a nearby hot spring where you can rest for a while before our journey to the next destination tomorrow. The two, weary from their entanglement with the entity and the effort of mushroom foraging, followed the kingfisher to a winding path that led them to a steaming hot spring in the distance. There were also some delectable fruits, sweet and tangy, though it remained uncertain if they would appeal to the others. After all, she was a bird, and her taste differed from that of humans. This time, fortune favored them. During her previous visit, many fruits had been snatched away by other birds, but now a bountiful supply remained, suggesting those birds had vanished. The kingfisher, appearing quite satisfied, transformed into a parrot and perched on a branch, selecting a large pomegranate. You catch it below. Be careful not to get hit. At that moment, Ning Zhuo approached, gently stroking her small head, and together they collaborated with the kingfisher to knock down the pomegranates from the tree. In no time, they had gathered a considerable amount of fruit in their garments. Upon seeing their ample collection, the kingfisher descended and transformed back into human form, exclaiming, "I knew these fruits would be sweet and delicious. You two are fortunate to share this treat." Previously, some humans who arrived here were too preoccupied with healing their wounds to even think of eating. The three soon cleaned and peeled the fruits, then jumped into the hot spring. The warm sensation instantly alleviated their fatigue, dissipating their exhaustion in an instant. I have brought many humans here before, but their abilities were limited. Those whom the proprietress allowed to deliver were quite fortunate. Usually, those who dine and dash become prey to the entities, so generally, they order peculiar items when visiting a restaurant. Where shall we go next? This is not an easy task. We're to go fishing next. This entity is particularly fond of fish, but lacks the skill to catch them, thus offering high rewards for assistance. I love fishing. It should be quite easy, and I can also try my hand at angling. She understood why the kingfisher appeared fatigued, yet this task seemed relatively straightforward. Mastering the technique would ensure successful catches. However, the kingfisher shook her head. It is not as simple as you think. The fish we are to catch are not ordinary. They are flesh-eating piranhas that have become sea-level entities after the revival. This fellow only feasts on piranhas. Yet, during the period of revival, anything could transform into an entity. This meant they would be facing a group of sea-level, flesh-eating piranhas, posing a danger far exceeding that of their previous tasks. What if the piranhas bite us? Chapter 64. The old fisherman, the mountain man, has his own clever schemes. A mischievous smile illuminated the kingfisher's face, as if everything were under her control, and she continued onward with her companions. Soon, they arrived at a nearby cave to rest, enjoying some delightful pomegranates. The kingfisher, transforming into a parrot, settled down to sleep. The next morning, the three, invigorated, set off towards their next destination with determined strides. Along the way, they encountered many wondrous sights, eventually drawn to a meandering stream. If we follow the river upstream, we shall find the old fisherman. The kingfisher pointed toward the nearby stream, which twisted and turned, its source hidden from view. The water was crystal clear, appearing shallow and unlikely to harbor piranhas. Are we to seek an old fisherman? If so, why does he not fish for himself and instead seek others' aid? As the sun grew increasingly fierce, the two little ones began to feel the heat. This water is wonderfully cool, much more refreshing than the path we've traveled. After flying for a while, the kingfisher could no longer endure the heat, so she transformed back into human form and continued alongside them in the river. After walking for quite some time, they suddenly spotted a gate not far ahead, likely left by previous travelers. We must head ashore. Above this gate is a vast reservoir. The piranhas we seek dwell to the north, while the south holds little of interest, and the old fisherman's home lies in the northeast. The kingfisher transformed back into her parrot form and flew ahead, guiding the two companions. Soon, they came upon a narrow path that led them to a gazebo, connected by a long corridor. Upon reaching its end, they discovered that the gazebo was situated at the edge of the reservoir. It seemed the person they sought was right there. The path beneath their feet was paved with wooden planks, producing a sound with each step that caused the two little ones to feel a sense of trepidation, compelling them to tread more cautiously than before. The kingfisher silently flew to the top of the pavilion, alighting on the eaves. As the two little imps approached, she transformed into human form upon landing. It seems your harvest today is rather meager. However, I have heard you desire fish again. Have you prepared what we need? It appeared that the duo were seasoned patrons, their gaze falling upon the old fisherman. He was clad in a conical hat, donning a wide-brimmed straw hat, and held a rather worn fishing rod, with an empty fish basket beside him. His age was apparent, and when the two little ones beheld his true visage, they were taken aback. To their surprise, the old fisherman's eyes were white, reminiscent of cataracts, rendering him nearly blind. Today, isn't particularly fortuitous. It seems the recent heavy rains have driven the fish deeper, prompting the proprietress to send for assistance. But why have you brought two little imps along? Are they reliable? The old fisherman expressed his reservations about the two youngsters, perceiving them as somewhat unreliable. Old man, you seem to underestimate us. We just completed 2 tasks. What's the big deal about catching a few piranhas? I'm sure we can manage. One of the children declared proudly, her innocent demeanor eliciting a chuckle from the old man. Indeed, the fearless are often charming. Yet, I worry for your safety, should trouble arise. There would be no one to rescue you. This reservoir was no ordinary body of water, harboring numerous dangers. Since the last peculiar resurgence, it had become even more perilous. His concerns were valid. He feared that if the little ones were not careful, they could fall into the reservoir and be consumed by the fish, leaving no trace behind. As he leisurely sat on a chair observing the two, he found nothing particularly unusual about them. The kingfisher, however, merely smiled and approached the old fisherman, squatting beside him. The proprietress never makes decisions lightly. Once a decision is made, there are reasons behind it. I'm merely following orders. Do not underestimate these children. As long as they fulfill the order, it will be a happy outcome for all. The old fisherman pondered, realizing her point had merit. He retrieved something from his pocket and handed it to the kingfisher. Very well, since you put it that way, I shall place my trust in you. I hope to receive good news. I must inform you in advance that to catch these piranhas, we must venture to the center of the reservoir, where the waters are exceedingly deep. Should we fall in, it could cost us our lives. We must travel by boat, so we must not act impulsively and must heed my instructions. The water level was quite high, plunging down at least several dozen meters. Had it not been for the barriers in place, it might have transformed from a mere stream into a mighty river. Upon arrival, they noted the dam's considerable depth. If one were to dive beneath, they would witness the dam's robust construction. This is a specially designed fishing net capable of capturing piranhas. Yet these creatures have a penchant for attacking boats. Chapter 65. The water ghost. The kingfisher's gaze shifted to the boat moored at the shore, pointing out the scratches upon its surface. Under normal circumstances, the piranhas would be submerged, leaving no visible traces of their movement. They would lie in wait, seizing the opportune moment to strike at those aboard the vessel. To convince the duo, she approached the boat, dragged it ashore, and tipped it over. The intricate scratches beneath astonished them. Does this not suggest we are likely to encounter trouble? Once they reached the center of the reservoir, it would be unfathomably deep, concealing endless dangers. Should the piranhas attack en masse, they would find themselves ensnared. But then again, considering they were all classified as C-grade anomalies, they might not be as fearsome as they seemed. Your strength is formidable now. Dealing with a group of C-grade piranhas should not pose much difficulty, right? The kingfisher shook her head, a look of concern crossing her features. She too was a B-grade anomaly, perhaps even stronger than the average, possessing the ability to switch between 2 forms. Yet, in the presence of these piranhas, she felt insignificant. Despite being C-grade, Their sheer numbers and aggressive force meant that even a coalition of B-grade anomalies might struggle against them, while piranhas did not change shape. Their teeth had evolved to become sharper since the anomalies resurfaced, and their teamwork was exceptional. Most anomalies would hesitate to engage them. They were notorious, yet they did have weaknesses. They were particularly afraid of fire. The Kingfisher's expression grew troubled. Igniting a fire underwater was exceedingly difficult, rendering their chances of capturing piranhas slim. We could use explosives. The piranhas at the reservoir's center would be stunned and float to the surface. Yet we lack explosives. Our only tools are the electrical fishing equipment on the boat and the fishing net. The group turned their attention to the fishing boat, momentarily at a loss for what to do. The voltage from the electrical fishing device was not high, posing a certain danger to the two children. Master, I sense many peculiar energies here. Your healing ability can be utilized for this. It was a tumultuous yet melancholic power that gathered beneath the water. Suddenly, she realized her consciousness could commune with the mystical force lurking below. In the realm of thought, darkness enveloped her, and the icy sensation rendered her limbs stiff and numb. She struggled to open her eyes to discern her surroundings when a powerful surge of energy overwhelmed her, and in the next moment, she beheld a woman submerged in the water, hair cascading like a mermaid, silently watching her with eyes full of sorrow and uncertainty. What is it? Have you seen something? There is a woman down there. She seems to be an anomaly, possessing extraordinary power. I cannot discern her grade, but she does not appear to fear the piranhas. The Kingfisher's expression tightened with alarm, her azure eyes reflecting shock. Impossible. That woman has been dead for ages. How could you possibly see her? It was clear that the Kingfisher was aware of the woman's tale, but was reluctant to divulge the details. Chi-Chi also emerged, but refrained from revealing her true form before the others. Master, you may attempt to heal her, though it seems she does not wish to interact with others. To heal this anomaly, a suitable opportunity for private contact would be essential. Furthermore, Ning Zhuo, concerned for her safety, would not allow her to proceed alone. She appeared capable of assisting in capturing the piranhas, and her intent did not seem malevolent, merely timid, hesitant to engage with other anomalies. Having languished in the frigid waters for so many years, she longed for liberation. At that moment, the Kingfisher sighed. The woman within must be the water ghost. She possesses great abilities, yet remains haunted by her death. She has only manifested once in many years. Encountering her is far more challenging than capturing piranhas. Yet, upon reflecting on the water ghost's prolonged suffering in the depths, she felt a pang of compassion. I shall go see for myself. You two wait here. Just as she was about to push the fishing boat toward the reservoir's center, Ning Zhuo grasped her wrist firmly. This place is unlike any other. You cannot swim or maneuver a boat, and you risk being attacked by the piranhas beneath. Do not worry for me. I can sense that the water ghost means no harm, and besides, I find her captivating. If danger should arise, simply wave your hands, and upon seeing you, I shall swiftly come to your aid. Ning Zhuo, though merely an ordinary anomaly, lacks the ability to teleport. However, the Kingfisher can transform into a bird and swiftly fly over. In no time, the boat gently began to settle into the water. But what if you cannot row? Would you like me to accompany you? Despite his tender age, Ning Zhuo could grit his teeth and exert all his strength to paddle. She would willingly assist me, allowing me to traverse without rowing. Chapter 66. Healing the water ghost. At that moment, the fishing boat floated upon the surface, akin to rootless duckweed, adrift and unsteady. Yet, it was close to the shore. Absent winds and waves, it would be challenging to propel the small vessel to the center. Just as the two grew anxious, the ripples on the water's surface suddenly intensified, and soon a strong wave propelled the little boat toward the center. The boat drifted restlessly across the water. Swiftly reaching the middle, Ning Zhuo felt a surge of anxiety, fearing an imminent attack from piranhas, while the Kingfisher's gaze remained fixed on the boat. Gradually, her attention shifted beneath the vessel, revealing a deep vortex forming below. It did not pull the boat into its depths. It appeared the water ghost had emerged, not wishing for us to interfere. You seem capable of communicating with me, though I do not comprehend the origin of your peculiar ability. I sense a desire to draw closer. The water ghost, having resided underwater for countless years, had never sought to approach the shore. Now, feeling a unique force that could offer warmth and hope, she dared to make contact. A gentle aura emanated from her, and golden light began to shimmer upon her form. This extraordinary presence was also perceived by the water ghost, whose expression turned tense. I allowed you to come alone. Why bring others? Do you intend to confront me? You must have been captured as a scapegoat, trapped in the abyss for years, your soul ensnared at the bottom of the water, unable to be liberated, imprisoned as if in an eternal cell. As Chi articulated these thoughts, the water ghost's countenance shifted to one of despair, losing the earlier tension. She seemed taken aback that this little one could discern her true feelings, never anticipating that her hidden plight would be unveiled by a mere child. You are truly unfortunate. Dear sister, remaining submerged in frigid waters must be unbearable. Reflecting upon the water ghost's fate as a captive scapegoat implies that her corpse likely lies at the lake's bottom, perhaps devoured by the piranhas. With a deep sigh, the water ghost began to recount her tale, the first time she had opened up to a human about her past. Long ago, I came here on vacation with my boyfriend, only to be ensnared by the water ghost within, ultimately becoming a scapegoat. I have been imprisoned here. My corpse is toxic, deterring the piranhas from consuming my flesh. For many years, I have been under the protection of the water god, which has granted me this peculiar power. No wonder the water ghost could not transform into an anomaly after so many years. It turns out she differs from other spirits that have revived. People worship the water god, and coincidentally, during construction, someone drowned here, becoming the first water ghost. Unwilling to remain eternally submerged in cold waters, she sought substitutes, hence the notion of scapegoats. If the water god has granted you protection, why can you not reincarnate as a human? Instead, you are left to suffer in these icy waters. This caused the water ghost to lower her head, an expression of helplessness crossing her face. Perhaps, for her, everything was predestined. This place held a formidable chaotic force that the water god could not govern alone, necessitating cooperation with the water ghost. Over the years, I have saved many, yet since the anomalies began to revive, this place has become peculiar and uncontrollable. Realizing the abundance of anomalies here, it is miraculous that the water ghost has managed to coexist with them without interference. Is there any way for me to help you leave this place? Remaining here is not a solution. Chi expressed sympathy for the water ghost. Yet with her current strength, she could effect no change. All depends on your capabilities, master. I can harness the forces of the underworld to purify the malevolent energies within the water. Having been here for so long, I have become a part of it. Only by eliminating all the malevolent energies can one become a true spirit and be received into the underworld, awaiting a chance for reincarnation. It is indeed difficult for anyone to survive in such an environment. The black malevolent energy gradually dissipated from the water ghost, her previously dark and somber form becoming clear and luminous. The two on the shore were astonished by this scene, and the kingfisher instantly transformed into a parrot and flew over. Chapter 67. The seal of the underworld, you little girl, have truly caused me great concern, but thankfully all is well. You performed admirably this time. Master, you have successfully resolved the issue. However, the water ghost mentioned many anomalies are present. With your current strength, you can attempt to formally operate the underworld and capture all the anomalies in one sweep. Chi, concealed within, swiftly articulated her perspective. Previously, she believed these anomalous forces would be overwhelming, yet now she realized they were merely concentrated at the water's bottom. I have a premonition that beneath the water lies a multitude of piranhas, all anomalous in nature. A dark mass leaped upon the surface, emanating a powerful energy that released thick black mist. It should be that during the last anomaly revival, these piranhas gained strength, now classified as sea-level anomalies, gathering in groups here. With these anomalous forces, it would not be long before they could wreak havoc. Once their power grows stronger, they would inevitably breach the dam, causing the waters to flood numerous small villages. While the village may have vanished, the anomalies now inhabit this place, living in harmony. Should a problem arise, they would scatter in all directions. I fear that when these anomalies revolt, it may impact human settlements. Although we are protected by the realm of death, that is merely a boundary. Yet a 6.5-year-old child does not truly perceive herself as a hero capable of saving the world. She only wishes to resolve the immediate troubles without causing further issues. Then let us capture all the piranhas. This way, they cannot stir beneath the surface, ensuring safety here. A faint smile appeared on her soft little face, prompting the two to consider and subsequently agree. Master, you are now the ruler of the underworld. You can attempt to wield your power to command it, purifying all these anomalies. The Kingfisher and Ning Zhuo stood aside, suddenly sensing a powerful magnetic field that caused their heads to ache intensely. Damn it, what is it that is affecting my body? The Kingfisher had never encountered such a potent magnetic field. It seemed to counter the anomalous forces, causing them discomfort. The Kingfisher clutched her head and fell to the ground, rolling in agony, while Ning Zhuo managed to steady himself, though he felt immense pain coursing through him, as if electrocuted, with the frequencies of the piranha's movements escalating. At this moment, the Kingfisher could distinctly feel a searing pain on its face, as if illuminated by a golden light. Yet in the blink of an eye, this suffering seemed to dissipate into thin air. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuo stood calmly in place, silently gazing at a small object suspended in midair, no larger than a basin. What could this be? Why does it exude such formidable power, causing me pain? The Kingfisher, unfamiliar with such a scene, inquired of Ning Zhuo, who had only heard of this phenomenon from Qi and was witnessing the emergence of the underworld for the first time. This was her unique power, one not easily wielded by ordinary beings, which was precisely why the water ghost had been subdued. The Kingfisher's expression began to soften, yet within her heart, a greater astonishment blossomed. She had not anticipated that this seemingly mischievous girl possessed such a potent aura. The underworld began to expand continuously, as if undergoing a transformation, shaking violently as it grew larger until it enveloped the entire reservoir. All the peculiarities at this moment laid bare their true forms, and the piranhas appeared to be ensnared by an invisible net, converging in the center of the reservoir. Before the two could react, all the piranhas were drawn from the water, gradually rising into the air, slowly being consumed by the underworld. One by one, the piranhas were absorbed, while the brilliance of the underworld intensified. Not far away, some higher-level anomalies were equally astonished by this spectacle. They had never witnessed such a marvel. You must have known about this girl's powers all along, which is why you chose to align with her. Are your intentions purely for self-preservation? Or do you covet this power? The Kingfisher suspected that Ning Zhuo's motives were not entirely innocent. If Ning Zhuo harbored ulterior motives, the two could become unlikely allies in their mischief. However, Ning Zhuo's gaze suddenly turned icy, and in an instant, she sensed the temperature around them plummet, as if she could freeze the Kingfisher into a block of ice. Regardless of your intentions, I implore you to abandon them. For me, we are partners, friends, not mere instruments of mutual gain, nor entangled in any sordid relationships. Ning Zhuo's eyes glimmered with warning and indifference. The Kingfisher could only respond with a resigned pout. Chapter 68. The interior of the underworld, the resplendent golden light continuously enveloped the underworld as the piranhas from the reservoir were drawn into it, causing the dark mist swirling in the water to gradually dissipate. Perhaps it was due to the overuse of her healing abilities that she felt fatigued. A good rest would suffice. Yet, with so many piranhas gone, what were they to do now? Everything before her transformed into a grayish hue, gradually fading to white. Master, how did you end up here? She exclaimed, observing the dim surroundings filled with twinkling lights, the red and golden glows appearing particularly striking. Where's this? Why am I here? Wasn't I just catching piranhas? She gazed in bewilderment at the extraordinary scene before her. The atmosphere was thick with malevolence, and she could sense the encroaching black mist. Master, you must not approach. You are alive, and venturing closer would mean having your soul devoured. This is the underworld. The river's color was obscured, yet it bloomed with numerous red and yellow flowers. This is the realm of Manjasaka and the flower of the other shore. But you cannot touch them. All the collected anomalies congregate here. Once their grievances are removed, they could be purified into normal souls. Their subsequent existence will be judged based on their deeds in life. Some anomalies may be denied rebirth, enduring various torments here, even being cast into hell. Others may have merely encountered the revival of anomalies, becoming entangled, but after their impurities are cleansed, they can smoothly reincarnate. The pervasive darkness in many places stems from your limited power, Master. You cannot yet expand the entirety of the underworld. When your strength becomes formidable enough, you will glimpse the complete underworld. However, after wandering for so long, she had yet to see the anomaly souls she had collected. Instead, there was a strange sensation in the water. Why are these flowers swaying? Could there be fish within? These piranhas were not the original inhabitants of the reservoir, but rather a unique force born from the revival of anomalies. Now that the black mist had been purified and their anomalous powers removed, these fish bore no difference from the goldfish outside. Yet, these creatures were now mere hybrids, unable to manifest as food, confined to this river. But I just witnessed the underworld consume all the piranhas. I still have a task to complete. Can I take these fish with me? Her eyes sparkled with hope, her large, watery eyes blinking adorably. Chi-Chi, unable to resist the little master's eagerness, nodded and extended her hand, causing a multitude of fish to leap from the water. You may take all these fish with you, but your entry into this space was fortuitous. Next time, you will require greater energy. A flower appeared in Chi-Chi's hand, resembling the manjusaka, but devoid of color, transparent in nature. As your power grows, these petals will respond. There are 24 petals in total. Once you illuminate them all, you will truly command the underworld for your own use. The flower floated in her palm, gradually shrinking until it vanished. What happened to the flower? Did you hide it away? You can attempt to summon the flower with your thoughts, but it is only visible to you. You have finally awakened. You startled me just now. However, you collected all the piranhas. How shall we account for this? Chapter 69. A peculiar habit yet. If this task cannot be completed, the old fisherman will undoubtedly withhold the ghost coins owed to them, perhaps even informing the proprietress. She is well aware of the proprietress's temperament. Though she appears bold and straightforward, she is, in truth, ruthless. If this task fails, the proprietress will not let it slide. She previously witnessed her obliterate a C-class ghost with a single blow, scattering its soul. Closing her eyes, she focused her thoughts, and the piranhas selected by Chi-Chi fell to the ground. The piranhas on the ground were large and plump. The kingfisher immediately picked them up with a bag, her expression one of delight. Thanks to you, we avoided many detours. However, resolving matters with the old fisherman is only the beginning. The next task will not be simple. The kingfisher transformed into a parrot, her size noticeably larger this time. Grasping the bag with her beak, she soon disappeared without a trace. She took the initiative to deliver fish to the old fisherman, leaving two little ones waiting by the shore. I was quite worried about you. Did you encounter any trouble? I encountered no trouble. Instead, I discovered many interesting things. We have completed 3 tasks, with 2 remaining before we can be free. By then, we will have earned many anomalies and can indulge in a grand feast at a restaurant. Ning Zhuo stood frozen in place, her expression stiffening, seemingly taken aback by the kingfisher's gluttonous tendencies. Observing her, like a small, greedy cat brimming with anticipation, he felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. As long as you find joy in it, that is what matters. Yet, this was indeed quite frightening. I feared you might encounter difficulties, but thankfully, you resolved it smoothly. Why do you look so peculiar? He shook his head, forcing a faint smile. This time, the old fisherman had generously given more ghost coins, seemingly quite satisfied with the piranhas. However, you, my dear girl, truly are my little lucky star. For an ordinary person, merely completing the task would be commendable. Yet the ability to consistently earn additional rewards invigorated the kingfisher. They soon packed their belongings and set off in a different direction, heading towards the opposite bank of the reservoir, once again taking the recently used fishing boat. The 2 little ones did not row the boat, leaving the kingfisher somewhat speechless. After a moment's thought, she patiently taught the pair. The 2 youngsters grasped the technique quickly, and in no time, they were adeptly gliding the small vessel. allowing the kingfisher to leisurely enjoy the beautiful scenery on the water surface. You two are remarkably clever. It seems you learn with ease. However, our next task poses certain challenges. My earlier good spirits were dampened by the thought of the upcoming mission, while the two little ones remained blissfully unaware of the peculiarities they were about to encounter. Was this task particularly difficult? Was our strength insufficient? Unbeknownst to them, not all anomalies relied on restaurants or transactions with ghost coins. Some peculiar anomalies, by sheer fortune, had amassed fortunes in the billions upon their revival. Presently, they were merely laborers striving for their own benefits, while many anomalies were born standing at the pinnacle. The individual they were to serve this time was a rather unique anomaly, a young master with peculiar tastes. This particular young master had an aversion to human food and restaurant cuisine, preferring instead the entrails of lower-ranked anomalies. The mere thought of such bloody innards churned the stomach, almost inducing a violent reaction. While the reason behind this peculiar preference eluded them, as guests who had taken the order, they were determined to fulfill it. No matter the cost, they were bound for a gathering place of anomalies, akin to the haunts of human vagrants, where they would seize the opportunity to capture defenseless anomalies to serve as the young master's dinner. The young master's character was quite eccentric. He had no interest in normal anomalies, only those of lower rank with dubious reputations. Just as the two were left pondering, the kingfisher produced an invitation from her pocket. This was an invitation sent by the young master to the restaurant, clearly stating that he wished to have his desired food at a banquet 3 days hence. The two little ones, unfamiliar with the language of anomalies, eagerly awaited the kingfisher's elucidation. A pair of bloody eyes, a pitch-black heart, and a writhing brain. These items appear to be obtainable from a single anomaly, yet only the kingfisher understood the immense difficulty of the task at hand. Therefore, if we locate a particularly malicious anomaly and eliminate it, we could gather what the young master desires. Chapter 70. Edge of the base, she would only strike when faced with an anomaly-s attack, unable to bring herself to harm those that posed no threat. The kingfisher sighed, shaking her head, her expression revealing an inscrutable emotion. It was not so simple. Our next journey would not continue through the dead zone. Perhaps it was her inherent innocence that allowed her to bond so well with the two little ones. Yet she understood that once they reached the edge of the human base, confronting the ugly nature of humanity would make it difficult for her to ensure the safety of the two children. Were we not to complete the fourth task? Why venture into human territory? She was merely a naive girl. What power did she possess to contend with such malicious beings? Implicitly, the young master would only consume those who threatened human life. Yet, there is no need for excessive worry. I am aware of a hotel nearby. During the anomalies revival, all survivors within that hotel transformed into anomalies, and it seems some unaware individuals have wandered there, leaving no survivors. At that time, Shen Yin was fixated on acquiring a particular garment, and now the bloodied clothing lay safely upon her. It was no wonder the anomalies refrained from harming her. This garment played a significant role in her protection. Should we complete the task expeditiously, freedom would soon follow. By lurking in the shadows, we could capture those anomalies that harm humans. However, the young master's demands are rather excessive. The bloody eyes indicate that this anomaly must be a female ghost, while the pitch-black heart suggests cunning and elusiveness. Soon, they would reach the shore, and as night fell, the hotel lacked human surveillance equipment, allowing them to enter boldly. Since the kingfisher was a B-grade anomaly, and Ningxue had also attained B-grade status, detection by human surveillance would render them immediate targets. Subsequently, humans would dispatch specialized teams to capture them, and even if they managed to escape, they would surely be pursued for a considerable time. Wu Tsong had once again become Shen Yin's lackey, and through their collusion, many humans in the base had been deceived. When they issued commands, a swarm would converge upon them. She did not wish to become a victim before finding her mother. In no time, the fishing boat reached the shore, and the three disembarked swiftly. However, they had little food left. The provisions obtained from the restaurant were nearly depleted. If only they could locate a store, they might stockpile some supplies. The hotel, now infested with anomalies, likely had its inventory thoroughly depleted, Otherwise, they would not be capturing people indiscriminately. There seemed to be a store nearby where they could seek sustenance. You must fill your stomach. We shall rely on you moving forward. Deep within the alley stood a dilapidated store. As they approached the entrance, a foul odor wafted from within. Perhaps we should refrain from entering. What if an anomaly lurked inside? Everyone here has perished. Previously, a B-grade anomaly inadvertently wandered into this area, prompting humans to dispatch numerous teams, leading to widespread capture. While that anomaly wreaked havoc on everything nearby. As she spoke, she gestured toward some surveillance equipment nearby and glanced at the surrounding residential buildings. These individuals had been completely consumed, leaving behind corpses that contributed to the nauseating smell. The surveillance equipment and other devices had long ceased to function, rendering any attempts to contact humans futile. Yet this little girl wished to use human devices to reach out to humans. Such actions could invite disaster, attracting human teams, leaving her with no escape. Once in the human streets, she could leverage human power to her advantage, subsequently disregarding any debts. Then let us hurry inside and search for food. My hunger is becoming unbearable. There is no access to clean water here, so we need to find some bottled water. This bag can hold quite a bit. You can fill it with anything edible. This puzzled the kingfisher. Were she a typical human, she would have haphazardly stuffed various items in the bag. Why are you checking the expiration dates? You are unlike other humans. Chapter 71. Trust in innocence, for instance. This bottle of water will expire in a few days, so it's best to drink it soon. In that moment, she profoundly felt the wisdom of a child raised in poverty. Previously, I stealthily entered a store and was taken aback by the abundance of food, only to discover that much of it was expired. My mother fell ill after consuming some of the expired items, prompting me to learn the importance of discerning expiration dates. As storage bags filled steadily, the shelves in the store gradually emptied. Time was not on our side. We needed to hasten our journey to the hotel, suspecting that strange occurrences had already permeated the premises. A flicker of anxiety crossed the face of the kingfisher, perhaps sensing the formidable supernatural forces nearby, which stirred an innate concern within. Logically, this territory belonged to humanity, where such anomalies were expected to be rare. Shall we consider an alternative location? I proposed, feeling the oppressive atmosphere of the hotel, along with a hint of B-grade supernatural entities. Ningzhui acutely perceived a purplish-black aura enveloping him and gazing into the distance. He could discern that same eerie essence lingering outside. This was ample evidence of a powerful supernatural force that, if unleashed, could wreak havoc. However, as the director of military affairs, he was not one to be easily swayed by mere words. Over the years, he had earned his accolades through his discerning vision, and the notion that a promising lead could be a supernatural accomplice seemed utterly illogical. There was undoubtedly something amiss, yet without evidence, we could not intervene too much. It was imperative to search for clues regarding the little girl. One of the team members expressed his bewilderment, unable to comprehend why their director would expend such effort on a mere child. With myriad tasks at hand, why waste energy pursuing someone seemingly insignificant? He regarded Zhao Guangming with confusion. Zhao's gaze fell upon the team member, a surge of anger swelling within him. Yet, upon reflection, he realized they were unaware of the situation's intricacies, prompting him to pose a question. If it were solely up to you, could you eliminate two individuals? One, a highly decorated squad leader, and the other, a talented healer and supporter. The man fell into contemplation, recognizing that while he was reasonably adept, it would be a considerable challenge to dispose of either of them. Moreover, how could a defenseless little girl possibly achieve such a feat? Recalling the resumes conveyed from the base, despite the duo's demise, their accomplishments were indelible. The cases they had previously encountered were exceedingly complex, even capable of vanquishing B-grade supernatural entities, placing them among the upper echelons within the human base. Suddenly, the man contemplated a possibility. While the girl might not be able to kill the two, what if she wielded the power of the supernatural? After all, the supernatural was adept at manipulating hearts, and a B-grade entity could indeed lead to the demise of two individuals. The informant, a renowned idol, had countless followers and wielded significant influence. How could such a person possibly lie? If she truly possessed the ability to control the supernatural, why would she flee to the domain of death alongside her friends after a pursuit order was issued? The man fell silent, consumed by confusion regarding the circumstances. If such extraordinary powers could manipulate a B-grade entity and collaborate with multiple anomalies, it would swiftly obliterate the human base and seize dominance. Instead, she had escaped to a realm teeming with supernatural forces, triggering unrest. The entities there were uncontrollable, and it was plausible that A-grade entities existed, capable of annihilating a city in an instant and exhibiting disdain for humanity, making it implausible that a mere child could command them. In that chaotic domain, where supernatural forces frequently surged, any human presence would likely be subservient to the anomalies. How could they possibly rise above them? Observing the man deep in thought, devoid of any inclination to resist, I sighed. The first time we observed this girl on surveillance footage, I sensed a peculiar power emanating from her. Yet, I remain unaware of how she could possibly control a B-grade entity, although it appears that the entity is of a similar size to her. As publicly available materials were disclosed, astonishment flickered across the faces of the onlookers. However, skepticism prevailed. Could it be that Shen Yinyan's words were fabrications? Such claims were dubious, as Shun had allegedly engaged in inappropriate relations with certain individuals at the base. Wu Tsong, seemingly an elite human, had previously betrayed his comrades. I had once collaborated with them, only to discover that their moral decay had resulted in the escape of merely 2 team members, with them orchestrating the downfall from behind scenes. This incident had caused quite a stir, given its tragic nature, instilling fear in all. Even now, speaking of it sent shivers down our spines. Nevertheless, Zhao Guangming had arrived at an answer, though he refrained from displaying it overtly, wary of provoking discord within the human base. After issuing commands, the others promptly complied. Chapter 72. The hotel holds no anomalies after a considerable period of activity. It was time for a well-deserved respite. The hotel boasted a strikingly unique decor, reminiscent of a quaint bed and breakfast. However, upon pushing through the glass revolving door, we were confronted with an exceptionally peculiar lobby design. It was my first encounter with a botanical-themed hotel, yet the plants appeared oddly artificial, reminiscent of faux flowers. Some flora displayed vibrant red, flamboyant blooms, while others bore flowers in gradient hues. Even the roses were multicolored, resembling nothing more than imitation flora. Ningzhu squinted slightly, peering through the gaps to observe a black mist emanating from these flowers. It was evident that the flora had been affected by the resurgence of the supernatural, leading to their mutation. Although devoid of toxicity, it confirmed the presence of numerous anomalies. After some deliberation, the trio conspired to evaluate the situation. If it proved safe, they would remain, but if danger arose, they would promptly escape through the nearest exit. They walked side by side toward the elevator, casually pressing the button, surprised to find it operational. Ningzhu's gaze revealed both vigilance and tension. The tranquility here belied the underlying treachery. The calm before the storm is always deceptive, and he hoped for the tempest to arrive sooner rather than later, so they could prepare. Otherwise, they would be caught off guard. Realizing the gravity of the situation, given the hotel's proximity to the human base and the death realm, it was not unreasonable to suspect that many anomalies had taken refuge here. Having sensed such a potent aura earlier, why was there now an absence of any visible threat? The Kingfisher felt an unsettling calm that seemed too superficial, inciting trepidation. However, the group found no leads or clues, and just then, the elevator doors slid open, compelling them to board. Before long, they discerned that the elevator's interior was quite unique. A rich floral fragrance enveloped them, yet the temperature within was frigid. The Kingfisher, clad in thin attire when transformed into a human, felt the abrupt drop in temperature and decided to revert to her parrot form. Peering out, she sensed a warmth that prompted her to stretch languidly, settling cozily in her companion's embrace. Why do I feel none of the chill here? It's advantageous to wear more layers. Let us ascend to the 6th floor. Standing before the elevator, he had already glimpsed the layout. The first 5 floors were sparsely occupied, primarily housing recreational facilities and leisure areas. with actual accommodations commencing on the 6th floor, featuring luxurious suites. As the elevator doors opened, they stepped out slowly, greeted by an unexpectedly pristine environment on the 6th floor. Despite the prolonged absence of occupancy, the space remained immaculate, an anomaly in itself. All the doors were neatly shut, and without a room card. Accessing them proved to be a challenge. To the left of the elevator lay a storeroom. Upon pushing the door open, they discovered a small cart housing a collection of keys, each marked with a unique code. Were these on the wall? Why are there so many cards? These are the room cards for the entire 6th floor. We must obtain one to enter the rooms. As for the spare keys, they seem to hold little utility, but they certainly suggest that no one has visited in quite some time. The atmosphere felt as if it were enveloped by an invisible shroud, preventing any dust from settling, thus maintaining its cleanliness. A kingfisher emerged from its hiding place, and the surrounding temperature grew less frigid. Once it transformed into human form, the kingfisher collected the room cards and arranged them in order. Let us open a room. Should we uncover anything peculiar, we can attempt to fulfill our mission. If not, we shall rest here comfortably. With a consensus reached, they promptly set about searching with the cards. Unlocking room after room revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Rather, everything was astonishingly clean, as if meticulously maintained. The rooms are remarkably tidy, and there are no unusual odors. Can we rest here? It appeared that the ambience lacked any sinister undertones, so they decided to spend the night, opting to sleep in the middle room for safety. Though the surroundings seemed devoid of irregularities, such circumstances often concealed the most enigmatic truths. After a moment's contemplation, the two little ones acquiesced, and they proceeded to room 617 in the center. The room was well equipped with various amenities, save for food and water. Chapter 73. The Enigma Captured. The kingfisher retrieved a shrinkable bag from which it produced ample provisions. Fortunately, we have prepared both water and food, ensuring we won't go hungry. Let us boil some hot water first. The group quickly busied themselves, but the kingfisher took on the more arduous and potentially hazardous tasks, instructing the others to handle simpler chores. Through the spotless window, they gazed at the starry sky. The absence of human presence for so long left the area shrouded in darkness. Let us draw the curtains. We should avoid using the lights here, lest we attract attention. Thankfully, the kingfisher had previously acquired some flashlights from a shop, which now proved invaluable. After pulling the curtains, they arranged the room, placing the flashlights in each corner, the dim light allowing them to discern their surroundings. I wish for you to tell me a bedtime story, if you would, one of the little ones requested. My mother used to tell me stories. They would help me drift off to sleep. It's so dark here, and it feels rather frightening. The ethereal energy within stirred slightly, emanating a faint glow, though the others remained oblivious to it. But I'm unfamiliar with human tales. I have not heard them. However, I have encountered many intriguing legends. The once unyielding heart softened, transforming into a pool of warmth. As the kingfisher began to recount amusing anecdotes from its time as a bird, as the night deepened, a palpable darkness encroached, shattering the tranquility, as if the hotel had succumbed to a sinister spell. Instantly, the three awake in bed opened their eyes, while the kingfisher took flight. Stay still. I will investigate the situation. Sensing that something was amiss outside, the kingfisher flew to the door, but the solid wooden barrier offered no view. After a moment's thought, it darted to the window. Crack the window just a bit. Let us minimize light exposure, so I can see what is happening outside. The kingfisher attempted to navigate from the outside to gain a clearer understanding of the environment, but upon opening the window, it discovered an unseen force binding its body, rendering it incapable of flight. The moon outside morphed into a dark crimson hue, far from the usual golden glow. At that moment, the kingfisher realized they had fallen into a trap, as the heavy aura of the uncanny was unmistakable, concealed during the day, yet revealed under the blood moon's rise. We are ensnared. There is no escaping now. Let us refrain from opening the door. If the uncanny enters, it could spell disaster. The kingfisher recognized its powers were ineffective, and even Ning Zhuo sensed a significant diminishment of strength, rendering them incapable of their previous capabilities. Outside, rustling sounds echoed, followed by a dragging noise, succeeded by the chilling sound of sharp claws scraping against the floor. The trio instinctively covered their ears, fearing the next moment could bring dire consequences. At that juncture, the previously silent Chi-Chi suddenly took flight. Young master, I can distinctly sense the uncanny outside. It's frightening. I advise against letting them out. It seems this entity targets the uncanny, not humans. Chi-Chi could vividly perceive the external force, greedily absorbing its energy. Though faint, it filled Chi-Chi with vitality, accompanied by wisps of dark essence drawn into its being, intensifying its luminescence. You two remain here. I will open the door and take a look. Do not follow me. The creatures outside may be feasting on the uncanny. Although the two felt apprehensive, they recognized the noises from outside indeed belonged to the uncanny. The sound of something being captured, and they surmised an ominous presence lurked nearby. In a matter of moments, they witnessed a creature resembling a 3-year-old child being dragged away by an unseen force. The entity was immensely powerful. The little one barely had time to cry out before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 74, Unintentional. Inside the room, the two refrained from making any sudden movements, fearful that any sound might attract the attention of the uncanny outside. What if we attempt to establish contact with the creatures beyond? Though the chances may be slim, there must be a way. His gaze reflected both anticipation and urgency. Yet the Kingfisher understood that communicating with the uncanny would expose their position. With so many uncanny beings lurking, they lacked the strength to confront them. If you reveal our location now, you invite calamity upon us. The proprietress had warned him prior to her departure, emphasizing the importance of ensuring their safety, regardless of the task's outcome. Rest assured, I will not allow the young lady to come to harm. However, we are now the most vulnerable, and must not give the uncanny an opportunity. The Kingfisher felt a powerful force spreading, akin to the roots of an ancient tree expanding underground, yet their own powers remained sealed, akin to a natural barrier, leaving them anxiously awaiting their fate. The corridor bore many signs of struggle, most notably scratches from sharp claws dragged across the floor, along with bloodstains of an otherworldly green and blue, not of human origin. A formidable energy surged into Chi-Chi, illuminating its small form in radiant brilliance. In no time, Chi-Chi appeared to be thoroughly satisfied, wearing a contented smile. I sensed that this peculiar entity possessed a unique power. It had just absorbed a considerable amount of energy from him. It seemed to continuously devour its kind to elevate its own realm, a process far swifter than that of consuming humans. Ordinary entities primarily harm humans, drawing upon their vital energy to augment their own powers. However, such entities require the consumption of numerous humans to maintain a stable balance of power within themselves. Many of these beings opt to prey upon their own kind, employing their exceptional abilities to torture and ultimately devour them. This allows them to rapidly acquire formidable strength, yet it also renders them distinctly unique, setting them apart from the common entities. We must locate him. We cannot allow him to continue his merciless rampage against the innocent. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Chi-Chi circled around her a few times, then emitted a soft golden glow that cascaded onto the ground. The entity here does not solely consume humans. It primarily inflicts harm upon its own kind, so there is no need for excessive concern. It appears this entity lacks the capacity to harm humans. Otherwise, it would have acted already. Let us investigate this creature. A dense, purplish-black aura enveloped the area, accompanied by the haunting wails of countless vengeful spirits, their heart-wrenching cries causing discomfort. Perhaps the master could attempt to utilize their healing abilities to compel the creature within to emerge, as it will be disturbed by its own reign of terror. Since my last visit, I have gained some understanding of the powers residing within the underworld, whether it be the Manjasaka or the Higanbana, both possessing significant strength. You have secretly plucked flowers from the underworld, a serious violation. If your power is insufficient to harness the energy of these blooms, you will face dire repercussions, losing control over the entire underworld and risking your soul being devoured in the process. With the resurrection of the entities, all powers are amplified, except for those of the underworld. The strength of the underworld requires sufficient prowess to command. Lacking capability will lead to a backlash. The soft golden light continued to spread, soon filtering through the cracks of the door. The previously agonizing screams abruptly ceased, followed by the sound of something crashing inside, producing a clattering noise. Moments later, a heart-wrenching roar echoed, and an entity stumbled through the door, standing in place, its gaze filled with fury and resentment. Who dares disturb my peace, forcing me out? Before me stood a ghoul resembling a ruffian. Though indistinguishable from an ordinary human at first glance, its fangs resembled those of a vampire, and a thick purplish-black aura emanated from its form. Upon closer inspection, I noticed this entity was shrouded in darkness, with a gaping void where its heart should be. If a human transforms into an entity, they will invariably possess normal organs, unless they have endured some form of trauma or betrayal leading to their demise. Such entities typically fall within the C-rank category, with B-rank beings being exceedingly rare. You have captured many little ghosts here. Could you not simply release them? They are innocent. I will do as I please. Even if I were to release them, it would be out of my own volition. Who do you think you are to command me? The entity's face contorted with rage, its eyes glowing a dark red, mirroring the color of the blood moon outside. Clad in a tattered denim outfit, its clothing bore numerous holes and stains. The aura surrounding it was not typical of ordinary entities. Preliminary judgments suggested it had consumed many of its kind, thus becoming exceedingly powerful. An entity that preys upon its own kind is unmatched, and no one can hope to subdue it. If you truly wish to save them, you can engage in a game with me. It has been ages since I encountered a human. If you manage to win, I shall release them. However, should you lose, you will become my dinner. As he spoke, he licked his lips, which were dry and stained with blood. It struck me as peculiar. Despite this creature's possession of strange powers, I felt no resonance with the resurgence of entities. The energy it had absorbed was solely derived from the little ghosts it had devoured. In essence, it lacked its own inherent power. All that Chi-Chi had absorbed was the strength of those deceased entities. This being seemed devoid of a heart, and although the cause of its demise remained a mystery, its condition presented a formidable challenge, one I could not navigate. Yet, it had neither a heart nor weakness, and I sensed no connection to the essence of the entities. It appeared nearly impossible to eliminate. This creature was even more complex than the unresolvable spirits. Sadako merely transmitted her powers through electronic devices, yet this entity's strength lay solely in its consumption of others. Let us partake in this game. If I win, you must release them. Should you renege on your word, I will take your life. The sudden declaration astonished the entity. It had never encountered such audacity in a child before. Typically, it dealt with adults who would flee when faced with danger. Yet this little girl radiated a unique confidence that left it momentarily flustered and uncertain of how to proceed. You are indeed a curious human. However, I might just choose to savor you slowly. Consider it my greatest respect for you. A wicked smile graced the entity's face as it adopted a gentlemanly posture, inviting her into the room. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that such a complex character could exist, as if multiple souls had merged into one. The moment the door closed, the room's layout transformed entirely, revealing an underground casino replete with chips, cards, and various gaming entertainment. To enhance the enjoyment of our game, let us form teams. You may choose 3 individuals from among those behind me, and I shall select 3 as well. We shall engage in a straightforward game of comparing numbers. The victor shall gain control, perhaps due to the entity's prolonged reign of terror in this locale. It possessed intricate knowledge of the surroundings and the various complicated scenarios at play. This place was indeed its domain. Every game played here fell under its purview. However, I found this arrangement rather inconvenient, uncertain if it would reach an accord with its comrades. Perhaps we should opt for a different game? You are quite an amusing little one. Nevertheless, since you have suggested it, I cannot refuse. Let us proceed as you propose. He chuckled, casually settling into the chair, crossing his legs with an air of confidence. Suddenly, a memory surfaced from my time spent alongside my mother, during which I had seen several entities playing cards. It seems you have poker cards. Let us draw one at random to compare values. I am not well versed in other games, and this method appears the fairest. You are indeed an entertaining child. Let us follow your lead. Best 2 out of 3. Surprisingly, he seemed eager to extend the game, a smile playing on his lips. I am renowned as the gambling god of this realm. However, it is indeed your honor to play with me today, little one. Chapter 76. The game begins meanwhile. The 2 individuals in the room fell into deep contemplation, anxiously awaiting news. At that moment, the Kingfisher suddenly sensed a peculiar force nearby. I could feel the presence of a dark heart lurking close. Yet this power seemed intertwined with the little girl. Could it be that the strange entity had set a trap, intending to ensnare us? His brows knitted tightly, a look of terror etched upon his face, transforming his previously calm demeanor into something remarkably distinct. This reaction also surprised the Kingfisher, as it was evidently a formidable anomaly. Why then should it be constrained by human limitations? However, having previously gauged its attitude, the Kingfisher chose not to provoke it further. We cannot leave. I sense this force is aimed directly at us, he mused, contemplating the reason behind their inability to escape moments ago. There exists an anomaly here. It preys solely upon other anomalies, not upon humans. This entity was likely classified as a sea-level anomaly, yet having consumed numerous others, its strength had progressively intensified, altering its initial classification. This signified that its power was extraordinarily unique, unfettered by human constraints, yet able to manipulate many anomalies at will, regardless of the anomaly's classification. As long as its strength did not surpass that of this creature, it could be controlled. Thus, as fellow anomalies, they found themselves powerless against it, their only hope resting upon the cleverness of the little girl, who would surely succeed with her wit. You are the most extraordinary human I have encountered, for reasons unknown. I perceive an unprecedented aura emanating from you. This essence repulses yet captivates me. Your scent is exquisite, igniting an insatiable desire to consume you. Yet, he also distinctly felt an intangible force surrounding them. Although he could not see this entity, he was certain that its power did not belong to the realm of anomalies, but to an exceedingly rare existence. No matter what methods you may employ, I shall inevitably triumph over you. Seated upon a chair, he summoned a little ghost to present the cards. This little ghost, resembling a dealer, displayed the cards before the 2, inviting them to raise any objections. The dealer and the player confirmed the integrity of the deck, and thus the first round of the high-low game commenced. The little ghost shuffled the cards with a flair akin to a circus performer, instantly capturing her full attention, though a hint of trepidation lingered within her. Before long, all 54 cards were laid out upon the table, arranged in a single row. Since you wish to play, I shall choose first, and then it will be your turn. He exhibited no gentlemanly demeanor, reverting instead to his earlier roguish self, resembling a street urchin. Master, I have a premonition that he does not intend to play any tricks, so you may choose boldly. After placing the cards before herself, she did not rush to reveal them. The dealer ghost approached again, using 2 sticks to push the selected cards to the center. The moment of unveiling had arrived. To draw a 3 from 54 cards seemed an almost impossibly slim chance. The player revealed a 4. You are indeed amusing. I did not expect you to draw such a low card. However, the odds of pulling a 3 are virtually non-existent. You might as well concede. Why should I surrender when the game has only just begun? No one can predict whether you may draw a 3. Her youthful visage radiated innocence, her large, watery eyes devoid of any cunning, fixated intently upon the anomaly before her, perhaps accustomed to the artifice of others. The anomaly found itself unprepared for the genuine sincerity emanating from the child. The little ghost, quaking, hesitantly revealed its card. The dealer displayed a 3, indeed, a spade 3, an apparent impossibility of deception. Do not become too smug. This merely reflects your ill fortune. Consider it a fluke win on your part. Contrary to expectations, he did not erupt in fury, but instead accepted the outcome with tranquility, albeit with a hint of bitterness. The little ghost promptly collected the cards, setting them aside before retrieving a new deck. What a waste. Chapter 77. Cheating had it not been for the failure of the first round. The anomaly would not have incited others to switch cards. Chi-Chi instantly recognized the swap cards were suspect. While the backs appear consistent, they had been tampered with. revealing a subtle form of cheating. Since I can run a casino here, why lament over these cards? We will have many rounds. Why not exchange several decks? Though he wore a disdainful expression, his heart raced with anxiety. Being discovered cheating on his own turf was akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Master, he is indeed cheating, and it will be easy for you to identify which card he is using, as he can clearly pinpoint the highest card. The rules of their high-low game were straightforward. A deck of 54 cards, with a big joker being the highest, followed by the small joker. Since each deck was new, neither joker had been drawn, yet the likelihood of pulling them from 54 cards was minimal. However, the newly swapped deck had also been manipulated, making it far less challenging to draw those two cards. The players simply did not know how to discern the patterns, while the anomaly was well aware. Perhaps it was through such means that the casino thrived, its reputation growing as it deceived many, leading to the consumption of numerous anomalies. I preferred the previous deck. I do not wish to swap for a new one. If you insist on changing, then I shall withdraw from the game. For no one can guarantee the integrity of the new cards. Perhaps it was unexpected for a 6.5-year-old girl to articulate such thoughts, even discerning his ulterior motives. How could such a large casino possibly engage in cheating? You are overthinking this. However, since you have made your point, I shall defer to your wishes. She was unceremonious, reaching out to touch the cards. I fear you will still lose this time. Your abilities simply do not measure up. As the cards were drawn, no matter which big joker was selected, he faced certain defeat, and he could only resign himself to drawing one. Dealer, please reveal the cards, K. With the ghost command, the anomaly unveiled its card, revealing a heart K. This card was substantial, yet the little ghost displayed no signs of joy, maintaining composure, though internally it was grief-stricken. Realizing it had lost this round, the player was commanded to reveal their card, a big joker. Those released were surely captured before, but having lingered here for so long, they had conspired with this entity, continually abetting its misdeeds, thus they would not be taken away. Now, having stumbled upon this little girl and received a lesson, the anomaly would not easily relent. Once they departed, it would ensure these anomalies face consequences, venting its pent-up rage. I believe you should raise the stakes. These anomalies do not wish to remain here. If they do, they will face either harsh reprimands or worse, be consumed entirely, thus enhancing their strength. Though she had assumed the form of a zombie, she remained acutely aware of the external circumstances. The little creature, having lived for millennia, naturally comprehends the laws of the underworld. Moreover, due to the peculiar aura it has absorbed, it allows Chi-Chi to effortlessly see through the bizarre. Although victorious this time, I still wish to offer a suggestion. If I were to emerge triumphant in the end, could these anomalies be given a choice to voluntarily remain or depart? Perhaps witnessing the arduous existence of these entities compels one to lend a helping hand, yet the anomalies were immediately incensed. I am willing to play with you, which is an opportunity in itself. Do not push your luck. All here are my staff, and if they leave, how can I sustain my casino? However, you are well aware of why I did not utilize that particular hand just now. Why must everything be laid bare? As long as I do not explicitly expose your cheating, you shall be led by your own hand, since you have mentioned allowing them the freedom of choice. If they are unwilling to depart, you cannot compel them. The deck remains unopened in the box, and when revealed before the two, it becomes evident that it is indeed a pristine set of playing cards. Chapter 78. 2 consecutive losses. The previously boisterous anomaly fell silent, then gleefully showcased the deck, confirming there were no issues before commencing to shuffle. The deity of fortune shall certainly not favor you again. However, having observed your earlier prowess, consider it a friendship extended. Once this matter concludes, you should make haste to leave. Having existed here for so long, I am acutely aware of the multitude of anomalies present, yet many matters are beyond interference. As the cards were shuffled cleanly, they were subsequently placed face down on the table. Perhaps no one could assist this time, so she casually drew the outermost card and set it before herself. The anomaly, having shed its earlier frivolity, now sat solemnly, scrutinizing the cards before it. Though no words escaped its lips, its gaze remained fixed, muttering incantations under its breath. It appeared adept at gambling. Otherwise, running a casino would be implausible. On one hand, It employed cheating to gain an advantage, and, on the other, utilized its unique skills to count cards. After a brief calculation, it quickly selected a card from the center, a look of delight illuminating its face as it placed the card before itself. Dealer, please reveal the card. A 9. The anomaly astonishingly revealed a Diamond 9. A formidable card indeed, with high odds of winning. Player, please reveal your card. A 7. The card before her was a Heart 7, incapable of surpassing the 9, leading to an anticipated defeat. A jubilant smile broke across the anomaly's face, lips curling upward with confidence. Little sister, though you appear intelligent, there are certain matters you have yet to encounter. I have navigated this industry for years, thus I understand card counting. You likely have not even completed elementary school. How could you possibly perceive these cards? It laughed heartily, as if everything lay firmly within its grasp. Unexpectedly, it continued using the previous method of card counting. Although luck had favored it before, this time it spent even longer calculating. Finally, it determined a favorable card, placing it to the left and drawing an inconspicuous card to set before itself. Dealer, please reveal the card. A king. Player, please reveal the card. A 3. The score now stood at a deadlock of 2-2. This time, little sister, you have truly lost. I merely allowed you to win earlier. Your streak of good fortune has indeed run its course. With a quick glance at the anomaly beside, it promptly collected the cards and resumed shuffling. A mere novice could never hope to best me. No matter how hard you try, you will not draw a king or a joker. It was well aware that winning this round would allow it to savor the delectable essence of humanity. The decisive round was about to commence, and the anomaly's heart raced. Despite its earlier calm demeanor, tension now etched itself across its face. Had it not been for the need to avoid consumption, it would have submitted to the anomaly's whims. Suffering daily. At last, a promising opportunity had arisen, encountering a savior, only to discover the savior was a 6.5-year-old girl whose abilities were hardly extraordinary, leaving the nearby spirits deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a rustling noise emanated from outside. The previously composed anomaly's expression shifted dramatically, veins bulging on its forehead, a clear indication of agitation. Its gaze swiftly turned toward the source of the disturbance, baring its teeth. Damn it, I did not expect the entities above to create chaos. Attempting to seize my territory will not be so simple. Although the origins of the outside anomaly remained unclear, it was evident that it was a frequent visitor. Consider this a draw between us. We shall continue the next round when the opportunity arises. A card radiating a faint crimson glow lay before them. Crafted from a unique material, imbued with the anomaly's distinctive power. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from outside, resembling that of a massive object striking the door rather than a human hand. The anomaly strode forward with purpose, standing at the door, seething with rage as it shouted at the unseen intruder. Chapter 79. The Wise Serpent. The voice was loud enough for the entity outside to hear clearly, followed by a burst of male laughter. After a brief halt, more rustling sounds emerged. Let us not speak of keeping our own affairs separate from the outset. We agreed to abide by the rules. You were the one who concealed humans in your lair. Should I not seek them out? The anomaly in the room was likely a gambler who had perished and remained here. Despite years of striving for improvement, it remained a mere C-class anomaly. Even with formidable power, its classification could not be altered. Silently, it established its own base here, nurturing numerous anomalies within its lair to assist it, yet in reality, it merely sustained the anomalies. These entities served as its sustenance, and when the day arrived with nothing left to consume, it would devour them all. The entity outside appeared to be a B-class serpent anomaly, perhaps having reached an advanced stage, thus exhibiting remarkable intelligence akin to that of humans. This serpent feasted solely on humans, shunning anomalies. Over time, a mutual understanding developed. Both parties would consume only what they required and nothing beyond that could be hoarded. After all these years of camaraderie, shall we allow it to fracture over a mere girl? I know the allure of that little girl's essence is potent for you, yet it is equally enticing for me. The wise serpent's voice grew increasingly fervent, its ire palpable. Do not fret, master. If that entity truly wished to capture you, it would have acted long ago. The current squabble merely serves to gauge the situation within. One could discern that the entity was a highly intelligent serpent, starkly contrasting with a burly C-class anomaly before it. Having coexisted for so long, each had developed their own methods of operation. If you find me intolerable, then step forth. If you cannot enter, cease your disturbances. Enraged, it shouted, seizing a nearby chair and smashing it against the door in an effort to warn the wise serpent not to overstep its bounds. The wise serpent, equally infuriated, flicked its tongue in dismay, but remained powerless to act. You insolent wretch, when we meet again, our coexistence shall not be so tranquil, for you have breached the rules first. The plump serpent, swaying its robust form, swiftly ascended the elevator. Once the sounds from outside faded into oblivion, the peculiar atmosphere within finally allowed it to exhale in relief. It is indeed inappropriate for humanity to disrupt the prior order. Yet this young lady is no ordinary individual. Master, you might consider subduing this creature first. Its power is formidable and can assist you in your endeavors, for it possesses a heart as dark as coal. Although our previous wager remains unresolved, I urge you to deliberate carefully. Either hand over the two anomalies in your possession or surrender yourself to the serpent lurking outside. He is aware that his abilities are insufficient to provoke the B-class anomaly. And the reason the wise serpent refrains from entering lightly is its fear of the other anomalies present here. However, the cunning serpent will inevitably devise a way to penetrate this sanctuary. Should it consume her, it would regurgitate her nonetheless. If I were genuinely inclined to relinquish them, why would I even engage in this gamble with you? Moreover, with but one round remaining, the victor and vanquished remain uncertain. Why should I concede defeat? This young lady is not as foolish as one might presume. Rather, she is astutely questioning herself, prompting him to fall into contemplation. Clearly, among humankind, there exist many astute individuals. Yet if you refuse to surrender these two anomalies to me, you shall ultimately meet your demise. It would be wiser to hand them over now, and I may allow you to depart. Otherwise, you are destined to perish here. After much deliberation, he realized that to acquiesce so easily would mean being led by the nose. Once he exited this chamber, neither the Kingfisher nor Ning Zhuo would be able to safeguard him. Can you truly bear the thought of being eternally trapped here, forever reliant on these anomalies for sustenance, ultimately perishing in this place? If one could die peacefully of old age, it would be a blessing, yet he feared a tragic end awaited him. After all, a menacing serpent lurked outside, poised to seize any opportunity. Ultimately, he resolved to take a step back. I shall refrain from consuming those two beings. But you must ensure that serpent will no longer trouble me, whether by slaying the wise serpent or escorting it away, as long as it does not seek him out. He would spare the three of them. This task could not be accomplished alone. Thus, he required the support of the two others. Yet the anomaly quickly shifted its stance. Chapter 80. The Lively Brain Master. Are you not in search of prey? I suspect this anomaly could very well be the lively brain you seek. Perhaps the lively brain refers to the person's sharp intellect. Their ability to count cards indicates a keen mind. Engaging here would be futile unless this individual were brought to his chamber, especially with two accomplices present. Such matters are trivial. That crafty serpent would likely not dare confront me, yet we must act swiftly. He listened intently to the sounds outside, and once he confirmed that no trace remained, he sighed in relief. However, upon glancing at the anomalies within the room, a flicker of tension and ire crossed his face. Stay put, all of you. If you wish to avoid death, do not stir. Should I discover any of you attempting to flee, only death awaits you. His fiery gaze compelled all anomalies to cower on the ground, fearful that any movement might provoke his wrath. The noise outside abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into silence. He strode purposefully through the door and into the outside world. Yet, they feared the possibility of encountering other anomalies in disguise. Ning Zhuo's expression betrayed skepticism, while the Kingfisher remained vigilant at the doorway. The Kingfisher immediately inquired, while Ning Zhuo cautiously surveyed the outside, attempting to gauge the atmosphere beyond, and indeed sensed an unusual power. This force was distinctive, as if countless anomalies were intertwined. I have brought a friend along, so do not worry. There is no danger. Then came the voice of the Kingfisher. Are you being coerced? I deliberately lured him here to obtain the lively brain. Seeing the two individuals standing outside, Ningzhua's heart raced. He had not expected this figure to emanate such a powerful aura, unmistakably a seasoned anomaly. So, you and your friend have been hiding here. However, I have discovered your lair. A hint of surprise graced his face, yet he appeared far from malicious, instead wearing a bemused expression as he regarded the two before him. Ningzhui's gaze flickered with caution and suspicion, while the other merely chuckled derisively before swaggering inside. This time, I shall grant your request, but you must fulfill my desires in return. Upon witnessing the two anomalies, his eyes glimmered with excitement. It had been a long time since he encountered such pure specimens. However, he sensed that although both were classified as B-class, their strength seemed to exceed that level. While they did not reach A-class, their power was nonetheless intimidating. Together, they could easily dispatch him, not to mention the crafty serpent outside. After all, humans are notoriously cunning. How could he outwit them? Initially, he had intended to comply with the request, but he soon realized that the other party was employing various tricks. If you win the upcoming game, I shall allow you to leave. However, should you lose, your lively brain shall remain with me. He had encountered many humans, yet Ningzhua, so young yet possessing such audacity, was a first. In that case, I shall gladly engage you, yet I hope you do not weep should you lose. A mocking smile played on his lips as he quietly took a seat. Shortly thereafter, the two small creatures brought forth a table and retrieved the only deck of cards in the room. The deck remained unopened, appearing quite secure. Once the cards were revealed, they were shuffled and placed on the table anew. This is entirely fair. You may draw first. Having witnessed numerous anomalies, he came to realize that the true horror lay not solely in their abilities, but also in their retention of human cunning. Compared to human deceit, these creatures appeared rather benign. He quickly calculated his options, selecting a card with conviction, revealing a queen of spades. It will be quite challenging for you to surpass my hand. After all, the odds here suggest that it is highly unlikely to draw a joker. His card counting focused not only on the card's newness, but also on their arrangement. If the deck were relatively new, after shuffling, there would be a certain probability of drawing a high card. However, this deck was too new, with smaller cards dispersed, while higher cards were nestled among them. Jokers were likely hidden in the corners, making them difficult to select, rather than waste time on a risky endeavor. It would be wiser to choose a card that ensured victory. Should you lose, your lively brain shall remain with me. Chapter 81. Obtaining the brain, the seasoned anomaly seemed taken aback by its predicament. Today, not only had it been bested by a mere child, but it was also poised to lose its lively brain. It would not stake its life on this outcome. Even if the young master were to lose, what could you do against me? Given your strength, you could hardly harm me, and I never intended to wager my life. He initially intended to play a cunning move, striking at the root of the problem while simultaneously leveraging his position to gain an advantage. Yet he did not anticipate that these two peculiar energy fluctuations would grow increasingly potent, their strength formidable. From the very moment you agreed to gamble with me, you should have comprehended that I'd staked my entire worth. How could you possibly escape? Chi-Chi could distinctly hear the exchange between the two, yet she remained skeptical, questioning what schemes the Kingfisher was truly plotting. There was no need to grant him time for further contemplation. He would not willingly relinquish the brain flower. So let us proceed according to our agreement. The Kingfisher, endowed with great strength, immediately pressed the man's arm against the wall upon transforming into human form. Ningzhua had been waiting for this moment, seizing the opportunity to make his move. I advise you not to act impulsively against me. There is still a slippery serpent outside. If you lose your ability to contend with me and that serpent, you may easily find yourself ensnared, with no one to rescue you. From the moment you sought to consume both of us, you had already fallen into a trap. Did you think I was unaware of your intentions? He seemed taken aback by being seen through, particularly by such a young one. Yet upon sensing the power emanating from Ningzhua, which was classified as B-level, his expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. How could this be? At such a tender age, how could one possess such formidable strength? "You are no ordinary anomaly. Who exactly are you?" He had never encountered an anomaly capable of elevating its own level. All anomalies, upon awakening, would be assessed for their rank, and while they could enhance their power thereafter, they would never surpass their initial classification. Even after consuming numerous anomalies, he could only barely maintain a level close to be, never truly achieving it. Now, he believed himself to reign supreme here, only to discover he was outmatched by the two anomalies brought by this girl. Ningxue had no intention of elucidating the reasons and merely cast a glance at the Kingfisher. "Darling, turn around for a moment, and then you may turn back." Before Ningxue could fully react, the Kingfisher extended her hand, revealing sharp claws, and in the next instant, she extracted the brain flower directly from the man's head. Producing a prepared container, she placed the brain flower within, only to be astonished that it was still writhing with life. Indeed, this was the object they sought. It was said that such a lively brain flower could only be found among sea-level anomalies, and even among 100, there would only be 1 or 2. We were quite fortunate to encounter one so swiftly, marking a promising start. The Kingfisher tightly grasped the man's head, and in a matter of moments, the once arrogant anomaly was reduced to mere dust. Next, they needed to seek out the dark heart and the blood-red eyes, which posed a bit of a challenge. However, he had mentioned that the slippery serpent might possess a dark heart or perhaps blood-red eyes. These creatures, transformed into anomalies, would undoubtedly retain their primal characteristics while also wielding powers beyond that of ordinary beings. Now, they had accomplished 1/3 of their task, yet much remained to be done. Suddenly, traces in the entire corridor faded away, replaced by a pervasive scent of blood, alerting the slippery serpent to the imminent danger. He had not anticipated that his fierce adversary would vanish at this moment. It seemed that the unexpected intruders were more formidable than he had imagined, necessitating a revision of plans. The slippery serpent had long been aware of the intrusion, but refrained from attacking, eager instead to eliminate its rival, thus securing dominance over the 6th floor. However, upon sensing the extraordinary power that could effortlessly obliterate an anomaly with a mere flick, he realized the peculiarity of this strength. "Why do I sense a peculiar floral fragrance?" The Kingfisher, being particularly sensitive to such scents, quickly deduced that the source was likely the serpentine anomalies. There must be some flower snakes around. This group of flower snakes primarily feeds on nectar, but the intensity of the aroma suggested they had experienced a significant power boost. Earlier, she had considered raising a couple of snakes, but after her mother's admonition, she had abandoned that notion. "Let us catch some snakes. This should be quite adorable, and I wish to raise a couple for fun." With bright eyes sparkling, the innocent little one made her request. Chapter 82. The Twin Serpent Kings. They had not anticipated that this young girl possessed such a peculiar penchant, for those snakes were exceedingly dangerous, and if uncontrolled, could easily lead to poisoning. Although these serpents had transformed into serpent spirits following the anomaly's awakening, they retained their original traits, meaning they were indeed venomous. Each snake's venom varies, and after the anomaly's revival, their toxins became incurable. Let us be cautious, ensuring we are not caught. Thus, we should hasten to capture the snakes, ensuring they do not poison us. A hopeful smile blossomed on her youthful face, seeing her naivety and romanticism. They felt it unkind to shatter her confidence with the grim truth. They could only muster the resolve to accompany her as they stepped out of the room. Before long, they arrived in the corridor, where an eerie silence enveloped them, soon spotting some serpentine shadows in the distance. Goodness, there are so many beautiful little snakes. Let us catch them all. With a heart full of compassion, her gaze fell upon these charming serpents. I adore capturing these little creatures that resemble tiny loaches. Previously, my mother took me to catch many large snakes. These little ones are simply delightful. The other flower snakes, witnessing this, immediately assumed aggressive stances. Yet upon hearing a sound nearby, the little snakes swiftly retreated. In no time, they encountered a massive silhouette, which, as it drew closer into the beam of their flashlight, revealed itself to be an enormous snake. "Who dares to harm my kin, foolish child? Before my wrath is unleashed, release my brethren at once." The deep-set eyes shone with a glimmer, reflecting the moonlight and revealing a pair of crimson orbs. Another voice emerged, surprisingly from the same snake's mouth. This girl is quite lovely. I wonder how she would taste. I truly wish to take a bite. The previous voice bore the weight of authority, while the latter carried a hint of femininity, laced with greed and anticipation, coupled with a touch of adorable charm. The kingfisher's face displayed shock. Although birds are the natural enemies of snakes, even in her true form as a green parrot, she found it challenging to contend with such a colossal serpent. Yet, the once sweet voice now tinged with fear. Oh my, I did not expect a bird to be here, especially one so formidable. Brother, we should leave quickly. This utterance of brother sent shivers down everyone's spines. They had not anticipated such gentleness from the serpent, which even exhibited a hint of coyness. However, the great serpent swayed its tail, shaking its massive body. A human offering such as this would not be easily dismissed, especially since you are aware of my strength. How could I not teach this girl a lesson for daring to harm my kin? The two voices alternated, both bearing a raspy quality, clearly distinguishing them as belonging to two serpents. After a prolonged silence, the kingfisher's face transformed from shock to gradual delight. Originally, this is the twin serpent king, sharing a single body, yet possessing two distinct souls. Now, having eerily revived into something strange, separation is simply impossible. Nonetheless, everything we desire lies within them. Long ago, she discerned the uniqueness of this creature's voice, while simultaneously sensing that this colossal form seemed to envelop two hearts. The kingfisher possesses a peculiar power, enabling it to perceive the unusual heartbeat. It has now become evident that this is not merely a snake, but rather a twin serpent king. According to the laws of nature, it would not be long before it could split into two snakes. However, it is surprising that these two snakes are indeed a pair of fraternal twins, exhibiting peculiar personalities, yet they manage to coexist as one, a true anomaly. The greatest weakness of the twin serpent king lies in their inability to jointly command a singular body, thus leaving us with a stroke of good fortune. As the kingfisher continues to analyze the origins of its counterpart, it suddenly notices the astonished expressions on the faces of the two serpents. The flashlight in its hand illuminates the eyes of the serpent king, revealing one eye as deep crimson and the other emitting a blue glow. They have now entered the latter stages, yet splitting is a challenge, necessitating utmost caution. Both the pitch-black heart and the bloodied eyes can be extracted from the serpent. However, they aim to capture not just one serpent, but two. The serpent in hand, a patterned snake, suddenly writhed violently, only to release a puff of black mist moments later. In no time, the patterned snake lay rigid on the ground, its body cold. Damn it! It now seeks to absorb the essence of these serpents to enhance itself. Much like the creature we previously vanquished, Ningzhua quickly recognized the intentions of the Serpent King. Since it belonged to the same kin, a fierce conflict was inevitable. Moreover, serpents inherently possess a tendency towards indifference, where one might act irrationally for the glory of their entire kind. Although the heartbeat remains undetectable, the kingfisher's gaze is firmly fixed on the serpent's heart. We must extract both hearts and the pair of eyes simultaneously. Otherwise, they will be rendered useless. Chapter 83. The struggle with the Serpent King. A mere human dares to confront me? I am not some foolish gambler. Given your strength, it would be a waste of time, for you could never triumph over me. In the eyes of the twin Serpent King, that peculiar being is merely a gambler. The reason for their usual non-interference lies in their differing circumstances. The entire sixth floor is at his disposal. Thus, the twin Serpent King can reign unchecked, free from any constraints or threats. I am not one of those ordinary barrank anomalies in your eyes. I am the twin Serpent King, wielding supreme power. The power of the twin Serpent King is doubled. The two of us can only temporarily engage him, necessitating a decisive strike. The kingfisher understands well that while Ningzhui's power may continually rise, contending with the twin Serpent King in a struggle proves quite taxing. To truly defeat the twin Serpent King, the kingfisher must transform into a more formidable state. Yet at present, she lacks the strength to metamorphose into a massive form akin to a soaring eagle. Nor does she possess a lethal attack. The twin Serpent King lashes its immense tail, eager to sweep all three of them to the ground. Dark smoke begins to emanate from its body, as if it intends to envelop the trio in an instant. My master, do not confront him directly. This serpent bears heavy sins and is difficult to subdue. However, you may find a way to tame its kin, thus weakening its power. Among serpents, an unwritten rule persists. In times of danger to companions, self-sacrifice is sometimes necessary for the greater good of the species. In times of scarcity, the twin serpent king cannot feast upon humans and is left with no choice but to turn on its own kind for survival. After careful consideration, she resolved to join forces with the two to combat the twin serpent king. You two must engage him, allowing me the opportunity to harness my power and purify him. Seizing the moment, Ningzhui circled behind the twin serpent king, swiftly grabbing a nearby stick and striking the serpent king's tail with force. Master, you might attempt to summon the underworld, first subduing these smaller pattern snakes. This will grant you sufficient power. The expansive underworld began to rise, emanating a soft golden glow interspersed with brilliant white light. A powerful magnetic field enveloped the entire 6th floor of the hotel, ensnaring the colossal twin serpent king at its center. The sudden turn of events infuriated the serpent king, yet it felt its strength dissolving and dissipating, granting the other two an advantage. A light blue luminescence fell like rain upon the twin serpent king, causing it to emit noxious black smoke akin to acid burning through its form. You're not human. What are you? Why do you pose a threat to me? The sight before the twin serpent king was torturous, its entire body suffering severe damage. Master, hold on. Success is imminent. At that moment, the underworld converged various powers, absorbing the last remnants of black mist from the serpent king. Like a limp, defeated serpent, the twin serpent king collapsed, emitting a thunderous sound that sent dust rising from the floor, shaking the very foundation of the hotel. Witnessing this, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the kingfisher transformed into human form, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Her petite frame had become frail, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Chapter 84. The 5th task. How are you? Do you feel any better? I feel much improved, yet I have not seen what we sought. They had failed to locate the bloodied eyes and the black heart. Just as disappointment enveloped the three, an extraordinary sound echoed, reminiscent of rippling water. The moonlight weaving a delicate melody, fragile yet distinctly unique. Master, you have performed admirably. You have acquired what you sought. Suddenly, a spectral figure emerged, conjuring a pair of bloodied eyes and a pitch-black heart from thin air. These were the unique possessions of the twin serpent king, the ultimate goal of their mission. Now that the crisis had been averted, they needed to deliver the prepared ingredients to their guests before proceeding to the final task. Once that was completed, freedom would be theirs. Seeing these treasures, the kingfisher joyfully approached, gathering all the ingredients into a storage bag. Subsequently, they selected an exquisite room with a grand bed for their stay. The trio settled into their respective spots, securing the door tightly. Perhaps due to the simultaneous demise of two rank anomalies, other entities dared not act recklessly, leaving only these two massive rank anomalies in chaotic disarray on the 6th floor. With the downfall of these two titans, a formidable deterrent was established, dissuading other anomalies from making a move. They slept soundly for a full day and night, awakening with expressions of contentment. It had been ages since they had enjoyed such restful repose. Their mission had progressed swiftly, and now it was time to locate the special guest. They had long believed this individual to be enigmatic. However, upon preparing to depart the hotel, they found themselves advancing towards the human base. If it were not for the need to evade these individuals, they would not have been so reckless as to wander into the dead zone, ultimately leading to their current predicament after indulging in a lavish meal. As they traversed the path, their emotions grew increasingly complex, feeling as though someone were constricting their throat and heart, rendering them breathless, while their hearts raced with a sense of helplessness. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming experiences of the past few days that they needed to rest. If fatigue weighed heavily upon them, they could wait here, though there was no guarantee of obtaining the invitation for the 5th task. Yet, if the goal was to locate this guest, why venture into human territory? The human base harbored numerous dangers, and weren't they most fearful of humans? However, the Kingfisher dismissed such concerns, letting out a sigh before retrieving a map from her bosom and indicating a location. They were not headed to the human base, but rather to a blank space at the transfer point, which was not marked on the map due to the persistent dense fog. Immediately, the Kingfisher produced a pen and sketched their forthcoming route. They would first navigate from the border towards the human base, and then proceed northeast until they reached this clearing, which also served as a boundary. However, due to the year-round fog, the situation within was utterly obscured. Only by completing the fourth task here and gaining recognition could they not only earn the corresponding ghost coins, but also obtain the invitation for the fifth task. With the invitation in hand, they would retrace their steps southwest, entering a deep, narrow path that led into a village reminiscent of a jungle, which had once been a human settlement, but had since transformed into a dead zone. The thought of facing even more terrifying oddities in the fifth task caused the Kingfisher to bristle with anxiety. Only when this guest was satisfied would they receive the invitation. Upon arrival at the village with the invitation, they could complete the fifth task, albeit not without difficulty. This guest was a gluttonous gourmet who relished unique delicacies, and once satiated, would bestow upon them the invitation for the fifth task. This task was to orchestrate a wedding, albeit one vastly different from the ordinary. Marrying the deceased was termed a ghost marriage, involving peculiar connections among oddities, and in some cases, even unions with humans, which was considered a joyous occasion for the oddities. However, this wedding diverged from the conventional, retaining an ancient charm, which posed a significant challenge for the fifth task, as they lived in modern times and possessed contemporary thoughts, rendering them ignorant of the rituals of archaic weddings. Although they were to assist, their unfamiliarity with the wedding process was a hindrance, and neither of the two young ones had ever attended a wedding, thus lacking knowledge on how to ensure the bride's happiness. This bride was extraordinarily discerning, yet as they ventured deeper into the forest, they realized they had strayed far from the human base. Here, the fog thickened, as if the air itself had solidified, obscuring the surroundings to such an extent that taking even a few steps could lead to vanishing without a trace. Chapter 85. Searching for the mountain village. This is the rope I prepared earlier. The journey appears to be quite distant and treacherous. Tie the rope around your waist, and I'll lead while the Kingfisher follows you, allowing for an exit. Following the Kingfisher's directions, Ningzhuo began to explore. Before long, they discovered a narrow path marked by muddy footprints, likely left by humans or oddities after a recent rain. The Kingfisher's face lit up with excitement. We have finally found the way. If we follow these footprints, we will reach a small hut in the woods. After walking for a while longer, they indeed spotted a small hut not far ahead. The air was infused with a rich aroma of tea, as though they had stumbled upon a tea garden, though the surrounding vegetation consisted of bamboo rather than tea plants. However, upon gazing into the distance, they found the fog to be overwhelming, obscuring all visibility. Be cautious, as some flowers here are known to be carnivorous, reputedly man-eating flowers. You truly are one of a kind, but I'm curious to see if you can successfully complete the task. Just as Ningzhuo was distracted, a flower suddenly latched onto his arm, leaving deep marks. This carnivorous flower seemed intent on tearing flesh from his arm, but Ningzhuo retaliated with a powerful punch to the flower's head, causing the vibrant bloom to droop. My goodness, you are bleeding. Allow me to tend to your wound, for more dangers lie ahead, and if your injury does not heal, infection could easily set in. She extended her soft, delicate hand, the gentle touch immediately landing on his arm. Her gentle hand began to channel a peculiar energy, perhaps due to her recent rest, radiating a soft green light that flowed into Ningzhuo's arm. It seems fortune is on our side this time, but you too must remain vigilant. There are more than just one carnivorous flower here. The Kingfisher frowned, her wide, round eyes scanning for any signs. Let us proceed together. This path seems sufficiently wide and should not pose much difficulty. Just as they hesitated, the small hut's door swung open, revealing an elderly man with white hair leaning on a cane. He gazed into the distance, quickly locking his eyes on the three approaching figures, his face breaking into a joyful expression as the surrounding white fog gradually dissipated, as if responding to an unseen force. This old man has no notion of welcoming us. The dense fog continued to clear, enhancing visibility, and soon the trio arrived at the small hut. The Kingfisher was the first to present their items to the old man. He meticulously checked the contents, confirming they matched his requests, and nodded in satisfaction before promptly producing several ghost coins to hand to her. Although I cannot ascertain how long you have been delayed, your arrival is fortuitous. I have just received this invitation, and you will surely find it useful. So I pass it on to you. His face was alight with smiles, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. You are quite lucky to have encountered such a responsible individual as the Kingfisher. However, the journey ahead will not be easy, for this mountain village has remained hidden for a long time, making it challenging to locate based on the invitation's address. After exchanging pleasantries with the old man and sampling some of his homemade bamboo tube wine, they bid farewell and resumed their journey. Along the way, they walked intermittently, eventually finding a nearby cave to rest as night descended. I have prepared some matches and a few lighters, though I forgot to mention it earlier. Ningjua had selected various items from the area, resulting in the lighters and matches. These two youngsters were not adept at starting a fire, so the Kingfisher took the initiative. After resting, we shall continue our search for the mountain village. Chapter 86. The eerie mountain village. The group settled in the cave for rest, gathering around the warm campfire, feeling drowsy. Meanwhile, in the depths of the night, several department heads convened in a conference room, attended by leaders of national stature. This evening, we gather for a significant mission that must be conveyed to you all. The leader's expression is grim, and the faces of the assembly reflect a deep concern, underscored by an undercurrent of tension and fear. The screen reveals the haunting remains of an old village, with photographs showcasing the tragic remnants of human corpses scattered about. Prior to the eerie resurgence, this location had been the site of a violent upheaval, leading to dire circumstances and a considerable loss of life. Initially suppressed by the responsible authorities, the situation has now escalated into a truly bizarre mountain village. It is evident that this is no ordinary settlement to warrant the leader's attention. Shortly thereafter, they received newly distributed materials, which revealed that all entities involved here are classified as B-level anomalies. Each anomaly possesses unique powers, situated in a remote village adjacent to human settlements. Our task is to devise a strategy to eradicate this threat. Should this village persist, each subsequent resurgence could incite violent rampages, resulting in grievous harm to humanity or even collective destruction of cities. The leader presents additional photographs, and Zhao Guangming's demeanor darkens, his eyes betraying his anxiety. Zhao Guangming, as the director, are you unaware of this matter? The leader inquires, intensifying the scrutiny upon him. The weight of accountability bears heavily upon the man, especially in light of the recent resurgence, during which the B-level villagers brutally slaughtered the city's inhabitants, leading to the obliteration of a once-esteemed team. Can the citizens still rely on us for protection, as the slaughter of innocents escalated during the resurgence? Zhao Guangming's culpability looms large. Had he detected the threat sooner, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Even more disturbing is the fact that these anomalies, having committed such heinous acts, vanished without a trace, shrouded in a dense fog. Zhao Guangming remains silent under the rebuke. Yet the leader acknowledges that this predicament is not solely his fault. After careful analysis and foresight from upper management, a decisive course of action is declared. The leader articulates the strategy from higher authorities. I will join you in the search. We must deploy our finest teams to locate and eliminate the bizarre mountain village. Failing that, we must ensure they do not inflict harm upon humanity. The leader's expression softens slightly, yet the weight of the victim's plight presses heavily on their conscience. At that moment, a sharply dressed man bursts through the door, his face etched with urgency. Sir, we have observed individuals on the road, likely aligned with our intentions. To prevent harm from the anomalies, they plan to encircle controlled areas along the route and issue warnings. Attention shifts to the man as he approaches with equipment, projecting surveillance footage onto the large screen. The images reveal indistinct figures, gradually coming into focus as the camera adjusts. As dawn breaks, Three individuals traverse the muddy mountain path, their steps confident as they scan their surroundings. It's her. At this moment, the leader's expression shifts to one of astonishment, recognizing her as the individual previously deemed significant by their superiors. According to our analysis, this girl possesses formidable powers and the ability to manipulate anomalies, inflicting damage upon them as well. This revelation ignites a fervor among the assembly, akin to a bolt of lightning striking the crowd and inciting fervent discussion. The leader's astonishment mirrors that of the researchers who have struggled in their endeavors, with even the anomaly tamers facing dire challenges. High-level anomalies elude control, while the more powerful ones can retaliate, leaving humanity's position precarious. The leader furrows his brow, discontent evident on his face. Yet, she is the very one responsible for the demise of Zhou Lin. The B-level anomaly at her side is her subordinate. Although she can control anomalies, she has also led a team to ruin, with only two fortunate survivors escaping what could have been total annihilation. Zhao Guangming's dissatisfaction is palpable as he presents the dossier on Shen Yinyan, which he was instructed to investigate by higher authorities, seeking any signs of corruption or malfeasance. Such malevolent individuals cannot be allowed to evade justice. I have mobilized all resources to apprehend her. Zhou Lin and Lin Qing were an exemplary duo, and neither can escape. I wonder about the qualifications of the two who managed to flee your grasp. This is the material we have gathered, which you may find useful. Since our objectives align, it would be prudent to deploy some personnel for investigation while we monitor this girl's movements. In these turbulent times for our nation, it is crucial to utilize our resources wisely and observe her closely. As you suggest, let all drones be deployed. Once the leader makes this decision, the team springs into action. As night falls, a dim glow emerges. Chapter 87. The hospitable encounter wonderful. We've finally located it. The youthful exuberance on her face is tinged with fatigue as she collapses onto the ground, utterly exhausted from their journey. Ningxua's face beams with relief. They have at last found the village they sought. Let us wait here for a moment. We should avoid the village at night, as all inhabitants are B-level anomalies, making it difficult for us to establish a foothold. Moreover, this village is insular. Outsiders are scrutinized repeatedly by the villagers' watchful eyes. The group rests beneath an ancient locust tree near the village, their spirits momentarily dampened as they gaze at the elusive settlement. But it seems lively in there. Could they be hosting an event? The two are drawn to the commotion, and Shui Niao, contemplating, transforms into a parrot with lustrous feathers, soaring above them. I'll investigate. If all is well, we'll proceed. Upon hearing this, anticipation brightens their expressions as they watch Shui Niao take flight. The village's excitement stems from a beautiful girl's impending marriage, and their mission is to assist in the wedding procession. This revelation puzzles them. Such matters are rarely straightforward. Yet, recalling that this is their final assignment, they feel invigorated and promptly follow Shui Niao into the village. This scene is silently recorded by the hovering drones above, leaving the onlookers astonished. They had not anticipated that these three young individuals could uncover the long-hidden village and even integrate themselves among its inhabitants. Zhao Guangming is particularly intrigued by Shui Niao's ability to shift between two forms. Recently discovered anomalies often exhibit self-awareness but struggle to transition between modes. This parrot clearly possesses extraordinary abilities, suggesting it has evolved beyond mere animal instincts. Many creatures, even post-resurgence, retain their original forms, yet they appear more feral and grotesque, as if mutated by radiation. As a senior leader, he has encountered numerous anomaly reports, but is witnessing the remarkable dual-form capabilities of this anomaly for the first time, even obeying the girl's commands. It seems this girl is indeed extraordinary, capable of controlling two B-level anomalies, leading them to the long-lost village, which bodes well for her promising future. In contemporary times, our beloved Huaxia is steeped in a dearth of hope. Should this young girl truly embody the vibrant spirit described in her resume, she will undoubtedly become an object of admiration for the populace, instilling in everyone a sense of encouragement and hope. As they approached the village, it was adorned with festive decorations, even amidst the darkness. An atmosphere of joy and happiness permeated the surroundings. The appearance of the trio immediately attracted a throng of curious villagers. Typically, these villagers refrain from engaging with outsiders. Even among the peculiar beings, encounters are rare. If a human were to appear, they would merely be regarded as a meal, with no inclination for cordial interaction. However, the sight of a young human girl accompanied by two peculiar beings stirred the curiosity of all, seeking a reasonable explanation. We are the proprietress of the restaurant, here to fulfill an order. This is our invitation, the clever kingfisher asserted, promptly presenting the invitation to the villagers upon sensing their skepticism. The daughter of our village chief is to be wed, and due to a lack of manpower, we require your assistance. It seems you have arrived at the perfect moment. It was revealed that the village chief had a single daughter, whose beauty was akin to that of a celestial being. After years of courtship, the couple was finally set to celebrate their union with a grand wedding that night. However, with so few hands to help, the chief had no choice but to seek assistance from the proprietress. We need 2 flower children, and you two, being a pair of boy and girl, perfectly meet the chief's requirements. The chief, being a man of great pride, naturally wished to create a magnificent spectacle for his only daughter's marriage. The villagers, eager to partake in the festivities, gathered around, while the groom, a commendable young man from the village, prepared for the occasion. How splendid! I shall be a flower child. Does that mean I can scatter numerous beautiful petals? She exclaimed, envisioning the fragrant, exquisite petals. The peculiar beings appeared no different from ordinary humans, albeit somewhat frail, resembling delicate figures that could be toppled by a gentle breeze. This little girl is rather endearing, one mused. Yet, as you mentioned, there are indeed many lovely petals. But prior to that, you must assist in some tasks. Chapter 88. Petal harvesting. Before long, they had seamlessly blended into the cheerful ambience of the village. The groom was prepared, yet the grand ceremony was scheduled for the morning, prompting all those assisting to gather. At that moment, the chief, accompanied by a group of villagers, approached. A man adorned in eccentric attire stepped forward, a scarf draped upon his head and a glimmering gold piece seemingly embedded in his forehead. His teeth shining with a golden hue, exuding an air of nobility. I extend my gratitude to all who have come to assist. The wedding of my daughter rests upon your shoulders, so please ensure that everything required is arranged flawlessly. As he spoke, the chief bowed deeply, a gesture of respect that left the villagers feeling overwhelmed, immediately offering their support to him. Shortly thereafter, a girl in a pink gown approached, carrying 3 baskets and adorned with a delicate pink bracelet. Her playful pigtails accentuated her charm, yet her pallid complexion rendered her almost lifeless. You are the ones from the restaurant, here to lend a hand, correct? She inquired, her wide eyes lacking the expected spark of vitality, appearing more like a mechanical automaton. We were sent by the proprietress to assist, wishing for a successful wedding. The kingfisher replied, ever astute. The girl's face brightened with a hint of joy as she handed them the baskets. You must venture to the nearby flower field to gather petals, ensuring you select only the most exquisite and intact ones, while being cautious of the formidable bees that may be present. In no time, they found themselves in an open expanse that bore no resemblance to a flower field. Yet, crossing this barren stretch, they beheld a vibrant sea of blossoms, the air infused with their sweet fragrance. It was the first time they had encountered such a delightful aroma, distinctly different from the roses in Mr. N's garden. The flowers here were bizarrely shaped and vividly colored. Why are these flowers so beautiful? They appear so diverse. Even Ningxue was enthralled by the resplendent sight, realizing this was no ordinary place, particularly as the soft soil beneath their feet released a rich floral scent. The girl smiled and gently plucked a few petals, causing the flower to bloom even more radiantly. Our village is indeed extraordinary. These flowers thrive without sunlight, and they possess life. When handling them, be gentle, for they can feel pain. She then observed the flowers nearby and began to elaborate. I am the groom's sister. The bride will be my sister-in-law. This expansive flower field is tended solely by her, and all the flowers here are sentient. However, some bees possess unique attributes. They help pollinate these blooms by collecting nectar, while others merely wreak havoc upon their beauty. This land is blessed with talent and spirit. Many bees, upon awakening from their peculiar slumber, have transformed into formidable beings, asserting dominance with their vast numbers, even claiming a territory here. Yet, the bees are not content with ordinary flowers and have set their sights on these splendid blossoms. We have previously harvested some petals for winemaking, and what remains can only be considered remnants. Their search for the proprietress's assistance stemmed from a desire to find extraordinary individuals to aid in gathering the remaining petals. Once harvested, the flowers would naturally wither, only to bloom anew the following year. Hence, it was crucial to handle them delicately to avoid damaging the stems. After imparting her advice, they quickly grasped the technique for petal gathering and began to move about the flower field. Why haven't we seen any bees? Could it be that they only venture out during the day? A hint of confusion flickered across the child's innocent face, her dark eyes brimming with curiosity. The girl sighed deeply and shook her head. Before she could respond, a buzzing sound filled the air, as if a swarm of bees were rapidly approaching. Look out! Quickly hide! Do not let those bees sting you, and protect the petals you hold as well as the untouched flowers. The swarm of bees descended like bullies, inciting panic among the crowd. The once jubilant gathering scattered in an instant, with some individuals brandishing tools prepared to spray flames at the bees. Get down! Do not allow the bees to sting you. This was a force that instilled fear in all peculiar beings. Accompanied by a faint golden light, the bees flitted about chaotically, only to be drawn into the depths of the underworld in the next moment. Everything happening was captured by drones, relayed in real time on a large screen. As national leaders observed, they were taken aback, astonished that such a petite figure could unleash such immense power. Truly, a strong youth heralds a strong nation. Chapter 89. The clear spring, the underworld, suspended in midair, began to expand, its golden light gradually radiating to the surrounding peculiar beings. The master may also choose to evolve these peculiar powers, so that the anomalies will no longer harm others easily and can reside here peacefully, no longer troubling those around them. Their powers are malevolent, and since the anomalies revived, their strength has been continuously expanding. Due to the inherently sinful nature of their powers, their temperament cannot be easily controlled, especially during the revival of the anomalies, when they are dominated by this intangible force, leading them to inflict harm upon humanity. However, should their powers be purified, they would be free to act as they wish, even casting aside their malevolent thoughts, no longer posing a threat to the world. Are we certain we wish to purify these villagers? I sense their powers are formidable, and I feel I lack the strength to confront them. Here, everyone is a B-grade anomaly, far beyond the capability of a mere human such as I challenge. As long as your influence does not encompass the entire village, your power should suffice. With the continuous purification of the anomaly's strength, you may gradually acquire greater power yourself. Now, we must swiftly search for an expert in lip reading. We must break into this domain. If the power of that young girl is beyond our control, yet holds immense potential benefits, we shall prioritize her protection. National leaders view matters comprehensively and are unlikely to act rashly. With solid reasoning, they will undoubtedly provide the most authoritative response. Previously, the leader bore an expression of trepidation, realizing that if others discovered his abuse of power and believed the slanderous whispers of petty individuals targeting such a treasure, his position would not only be jeopardized, but he might also face legal consequences. He did not wish to find himself perishing at the hands of the anomalies, only to have his future extinguished by his own kind. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Zhao Guangming give a cold snort. The words he was on the brink of uttering were swallowed back down. Meanwhile, the villagers within the radius of influence were slightly purified, the dense black mist surrounding them gradually dimming. Before long, the black vapor began to dissipate, replaced by a radiant white. This transformation occurred unbeknownst to anyone, until the leading girl noticed and rushed over, utterly frightened. Such occurrences were common here. If these bees took notice, the consequences could be dire. The flowers they had diligently nurtured would ultimately be consumed by the swarm, a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. At this moment, the three individuals joyfully lifted their baskets. Brimming with their harvest, eliciting a smile of satisfaction from the girl. The young lady patiently explained the spring's properties as a mysterious spring manifested in her mind. The flowers here, existing in a dead zone, became tainted with negative traits each time the anomalies revived, simultaneously besieged by the murky air of this place. Thus, after harvesting, they must be sent to the spring for cleansing, as the spring possesses a certain purifying power. However, this power is exceedingly weak. While it may have a curative effect on the petals, it is challenging to eradicate the anomalies entirely. Most anomalies can, with the village chief's assistance, consume the spring water over time to control the power within them. Yet approximately 6 months ago, for reasons unknown, the spring became blocked. Once a source gushing with countless springs, it has now dried up, yielding only a trickle of water. Only during weddings can petals be harvested for cleansing with the spring water. The water we consume daily is merely the trickling stream. The hope that the proprietress would send reinforcements was also a desire to investigate the cause of the spring's blockage. Yet upon seeing only a few small figures arrive, they felt disheartened. The group soon gathered the harvested petals and made their way toward the spring, traversing a winding path until reaching a hillside. The mountain here is not high and is lush with greenery, appearing particularly mysterious amidst the white mist. Not far away stands a stone tablet, surrounded by dense weeds. The girl led the trio through the undergrowth, revealing a spring trickling between the stones. Below lay a large pool, yet the water only filled halfway. This pool, once unable to contain the spring's bounty, now struggles to fill even to the brim. The girl's face displayed a sense of helplessness as she carefully drew 2 buckets of spring water. The 2 buckets of pristine water were set aside, and then the harvested petals were placed into a large cylinder. Just like washing clothes, she gently rinsed the petals in the water and from the once vibrant flowers. Dark gas began to seep out. After being purified by the spring water, the flowers' colors became even more brilliant, more radiant than before. The processed petals not only boasted vibrant hues, but also retained their moisture for an extended period, preventing them from drying out in the sun. The water here is crystal clear, yet no fish can be seen. Is it possible that no aquatic life exists here? Even in a well, if the water is clear, one might spot small shrimp swimming within. Yet in such a substantial spring, the absence of any living creatures seems quite illogical. The girl sighed and transferred the freshly cleaned petals into a nearby bucket. Here, one could observe numerous small fish and a variety of aquatic life. But after the spring became blocked, these fish could no longer access abundant fresh water, leading them to the brink of extinction. 3 months ago, all traces of aquatic life had vanished. The water is too clear, devoid of even the algae one would typically find, and the remains of deceased aquatic creatures are nowhere to be seen. Not only is the water lifeless, but even the surrounding grass appears barren. With only some ordinary greenery remaining, perhaps something has stolen away the vitality. As a beastly anomaly, the kingfisher can sense its environment quickly. This place seems perilous. I cannot perceive any signs of life. The grass may seem lush, but it is, in truth, dead. Simultaneously, due to Xiao Lu's healing abilities, she is highly attuned to the environment, sensing the absence of any life force. Impossible. If the trees here were dead, how could there be such greenery? Surely, you must be mistaken. The girl could hardly believe that the trees here were lifeless. Should the trees die, their future existence would become exceedingly challenging. The once tender green grass now appeared yellowed, and before long, she witnessed the grass withering at a visible rate, ultimately disappearing without a trace. Healthy plants exude vitality. This is the essence of their existence. Only with life can they radiate strength. Yet here, the living beings have clearly been stripped of their vitality. This must be related to the blockage of the spring. If I am not mistaken, before long, the flow of water will diminish, and it may cease entirely. The girl's expression turned pale with anxiety, unable to fathom such a dire turn of events. Such a crucial matter was beyond her control. She could only inform the village chief and let him make the decision. To her surprise, the individuals sent by the proprietress indeed possessed keen insight, quickly identifying the perplexing issue that had troubled them for so long. To be frank, this situation is precisely as you described. Some speculate that it won't be long before the spring becomes entirely blocked, perhaps never flowing again. I will inform the village chief. Please wait for me here. Before the group could fully comprehend the situation, the young girl swiftly turned and fled. Observing the disarray on the ground, the kingfisher let out a deep sigh. After transforming into human form, she gathered her companions to retrieve all the scattered petals. They then began to search for traces of energy in the area, quickly sensing an overwhelming power building around them. However, this power was not life-giving. It was the rumored eerie aura. Once the eeriness awakened, a dense black mist would envelop the area, leading to a surge of chaotic energy that could manifest formidable strength in a short time. Yet during such moments, the entity would lose its essence and act uncontrollably, as if bewitched. The group began to look for clues and soon discovered some leads. I suspected that a powerful entity had been lying dormant in the forest for over a year, draining the life force from the surroundings, leaving the forest largely devoid of vitality. Before long, its malevolent grasp would extend towards the village. This creature resembled a carnivorous plant. Once it had consumed the surrounding soil as energy, it would reach out with its wicked tendrils to ensnare passers-by. The villagers possessed B-grade abilities, and if this malevolent entity absorbed them, its power would grow at an alarming rate, making it unbeatable. This was no trivial matter, without sufficient evidence. They dared not act recklessly. Meanwhile, a drone hovering above recorded their conversation. When the experts translated this for the leaders, a look of terror spread across the face of a national leader. He finally understood why these entities frequently attacked humans. It was not merely their own volition. I had not anticipated that the villagers were all B-grade entities, and their powers were intricately linked to the formidable entity lurking nearby. If this young girl could resolve the issue, she would possess capabilities beyond what ordinary people could contend with. The base leader, seated in his chair, immediately displayed a look of trepidation. He had not foreseen the girl's remarkable abilities, nor her multitude of companions. Whether it was the kingfisher, capable of switching between forms, the ever-strengthening Ning Zhuo, or the supportive and healing Xiao Lu, none were adversaries he could withstand. This girl would be my lifeline. After years of toil to reach this position, I could not allow her to thwart my grand scheme. His subordinates nodded in agreement and promptly departed to undertake the necessary actions. Chapter 91. The village chief. Simultaneously, the girl detailed the situation to the village chief, who had been basking in joy, only to now wear a tense expression. He seemed surprised to find answers to his long-standing questions. Yet after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the notion that this girl, merely an employee of the proprietress, could possess such extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, the evidence mounted, leaving the chief no room for doubt. He was determined to resolve the issue swiftly. If that is the case, I shall gather my people to verify if what this girl claims is true. If anything is indeed obstructing our village's progress, we shall unite and eliminate the threat at all costs. For the chief, the eerie presence felt like a family member who had lived here for generations. Before the awakening of the eerie forces, all villagers bore the marks of their trials and tribulations. Now that they had finally banded together, they would not allow a greater crisis to descend upon them. The chief was eager to uncover the true nature of their adversary. They found it. They finally found it. A smile graced the girl's youthful face as she cheered and danced, her companions quickly joining in. It seemed the kingfisher's words held truth. However, capturing this entity would require waiting until the dead of night. The dawn was approaching, and it appeared the creature had already slipped away. But as their gazes fell upon the village chief, a flicker of fear crossed their faces before they regained composure and shared the good news. The kingfisher had mentioned that the creature was continuously absorbing spiritual energy, growing stronger during the eerie awakening, so they had been listening for sounds. Indeed, as the kingfisher had said, there should be a large frog lurking nearby. The chief's expression darkened. Could they be fabricating tales? It was hard to believe. This large frog not only devoured the life force here, but it also drained much of the spring water. The reason they hadn't noticed was that this frog possessed the ability to inhabit others. Instantly, the group's faces grew serious. They had never encountered an entity with such capabilities. The kingfisher also began to sense danger. This was beyond what they could handle alone, and reinforcements must be requested. The chief, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired, "Indeed, we are facing some unforeseen events, but you are merely employees sent by the proprietress. How can I trust that what you say is the truth?" He could not simply believe their words without solid proof, as it was his responsibility to lead the villagers toward continued prosperity. "Village chief, I am not lying. If you doubt me, I will find evidence for you." The girl's delicate hand grasped the chief's larger one, barely encircling two of his fingers. His hand appeared aged, with wrinkles and prominent veins, the palm roughened from years of labor. Suddenly being grasped by the soft, gentle hand made the chief's heart skip a beat, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursing through him. "Do you see these footprints? Are they not from a frog? And look at these remnants. Do they not belong to a frog?" The chief's face registered surprise. The footprints on the ground were indeed from a frog, accompanied by flakes of its skin. From this evidence alone, one could deduce that the frog was approximately 2 meters in length. He could hardly believe that the statue he had placed at the village entrance had turned into an eerie entity. Nor could he fathom how such a creature could appear and vanish without a trace, soundlessly. In the past, when their village was haunted, many residents had moved away, with no means of survival. Some, wishing to save the village, had taken him to seek a sorcerer, who instructed him to create a statue of a golden cicada, which still stood at the village entrance. They had entered through the back, unaware of the statue. Only those at the front could see the golden cicada. This cicada was no ordinary item. If what you just said is true, it is likely that the statue has become sentient, and the cicada within is wreaking havoc upon the world. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Ningxue, who felt a sense of helplessness. He understood that the statue the chief referred to had indeed come to life. The entity's level was also B grade, but it possessed remarkable mobility and the ability to inhabit others, allowing it to remain undetected. However, proving this was not difficult. Ningxue, who had remained silent until now, slowly stepped forward before the group. Chapter 92. The enigmatic entity, the peculiarities that attach themselves to other objects possess supplementary abilities. When drenched in the blood of a black dog, they absorb it, yet this act inflicts harm upon the entity residing within. Thus, they manifest only at dusk. This explains why these entities cannot easily attach themselves elsewhere. Once discovered, they are easily harmed. No one in the village keeps dogs, and since the resurgence of the supernatural, local fauna has dwindled. The village chief's expression grew increasingly grave as he pondered, deeming it a prudent strategy. "You must find a black dog and procure its blood. But do not touch it, or we will be in peril." Most Class B entities have developed the ability to act independently, yet they also fear certain highly positive objects. Following the village chief's guidance, several individuals set out to locate a black dog. They soon uncovered traces scattered across the mountainous terrain and encircled the animal, ultimately collecting some of its blood. Meanwhile, the village chief led the group towards the location of the golden cicada statue. After a considerable trek, they finally beheld a stream. This stream is the source of our drinking water. It once flooded, prompting the construction of a dam and reservoir upstream. A fortune teller had advised us to erect the golden cicada statue here. The villagers, inherently insular, placed immense trust in wandering Taoists, thus heeding his counsel and crafting an imposing golden sculpture. Over the years, skilled artisans have sculpted it into a lifelike representation. From a distance, the statue's uniqueness is apparent, standing as if it were alive. The craftsmanship is unattainable for ordinary folk, yet its power remains feeble. Ningxue sensed the force emanating from the statue, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety, aware that the entity had been attached for many years, making its appearance unlikely. A kingfisher, drawn to this energy, found itself compelled to approach. If one possesses sufficient power, the entire village could be purified, ridding it of the malevolent entities and elevating oneself to the status of a hero. However, such power is rare, and one must ensure their own strength. A hasty pursuit of power invites backlash, leading to one's demise. Can I elevate my strength to find my mother? The young girl yearned merely to locate her mother, rather than fulfill the role of a savior. Her heart held no grand ambitions. Her sole desire was a complete family, a notion that Chi could not fathom. If you solely seek your mother, finding her may prove challenging. I sense a potent aura. Once you restore the underworld, you will gain formidable strength and knowledge of your mother's whereabouts. Speaking of the underworld, one must mention the hidden ledger of life and death, which records humanity's fate. Yet, the current power of the underworld is weak, rendering the ledger ineffective. Only with sufficient strength can the underworld function properly, allowing access to the ledger. Drones hovered above, silently documenting the unfolding events. Upon arriving at the village and witnessing the numerous anomalies, the dispatch team found themselves at a loss, hesitating to make an appearance. They were cautioned against acting recklessly, for the magnetic field here is intense. Without specialized technology, they risked losing their signal and disappearing. They could not afford a single error, nor could they allow any member to vanish again. This elite squad, if faced with casualties, would suffer a significant blow to their strength. After the leader's admonishment, tension gripped the others, prompting them to enhance the drone's communication signals, attempting to clarify the footage. The images grew increasingly vivid, as lip-reading specialists in the conference room diligently transcribed the translations. I feel this situation has exceeded expectations. If they discover I have wronged the girl, I will surely face repercussions. Wu Tsong remained remarkably calm, recognizing that a leader possesses undeniable strength. The leader once wielded power within the team. Would they now stand by as circumstances shifted? If one encountered issues, would the leader not share in the responsibility? All were in the same boat. If one faltered, so too would another. The previously anxious Shun Yin found solace in this realization. Should her multitude of secrets come to light, all would witness her true nature. Wu Tsong hoped Shen Yin would continue to garner the leader's favor, ensuring his own existence within the human base would be more manageable. You make a valid point. I shall lead a team to investigate. Meanwhile, Shen Yin discreetly acquired information stolen from the leader. Upon hearing this, a calm demeanor settled upon the man's face as he ascended the mountain, seeking the hidden village. Chapter 93. The Golden Cicada Breathless. They placed the black dog's blood cautiously in the center. Acquiring this scarce substance had proven arduous, and they questioned whether it would suffice. Finding a black dog on such a vast mountain was no simple feat. Securing even half a bucket of its blood was a considerable achievement. As they gazed at the bucket, still viscous and uncoagulated, Ningzhu's face reflected his growing apprehension, his eyes fixated on the golden toad statue. Step back, as the black dog's blood can easily splatter. At noon, when the sun reached its zenith, illuminating the surroundings, they were to heed his instructions and pour the blood upon the statue. The moment was ripe. They acted swiftly. A bucket of thick black dog's blood cascaded onto the statue, which, astonishingly, absorbed every drop as if it were a sponge. Alarmingly, no trace remained, as if nothing had transpired. Now absorbed, it wouldn't be long before the entity revealed its true form, but they must wait for nightfall. It would not emerge under sufficient light. The choice to act under the veil of night, rather than in daylight, was due to the cicada's need for attachment. As time passed, their actions were transmitted to the conference room screen, and national leaders observed with anticipation as they endeavored to uncover new anomalies. It seemed the girl might indeed be their savior. Should she adeptly confront Class B entities, she would possess the capability to contend with Class A entities. His motives extended beyond merely annihilating the mountain village. Through this mission, he sought to identify exceptional talent. Given the current internal and external strife, as a leader, he could not bear to witness the populace suffer. Thus, he was eager to discover capable individuals to assist him. Yet, he could not reveal his intentions too plainly, for opportunists might exploit the situation, bringing calamity upon all. Fortuitously, he encountered a remarkable girl, whose abilities exceeded expectations and who could combat these entities. Once the leader departed the conference room, Zhao Guangming quietly followed, and together they entered the leader's private quarters, where the soundproofing ensured their discussions remained confidential. The leader's gaze fell upon him, tinged with anticipation and hope. I have heard that you were the first to discover this young girl, so you must enlighten me about the events and the truth behind them. I find it difficult to trust most of the people here, Their immediate interests cloud their judgment, rendering them incapable of wholeheartedly striving for the betterment of humanity. After all, as a leader, one must possess a broader vision. Yet he is aware that there are those who would exploit the situation for their own gain. When the opportunity arose, Zhao Guangming swiftly submitted the materials he had gathered. The leader perused the documents, acquiring knowledge of the unfolding events. Shen Yin had once been an idol, but her connection with this leader led to our preliminary conclusion that her arrogance and hubris ultimately resulted in the team's demise, forcing them to unjustly blame the young girl. Zhao Guangming's expression darkened. He was taken aback by the malicious intentions of these individuals and shocked that a revered idol could exhibit such reprehensible behavior. A person's character ultimately determines their longevity. Her true nature had already been unveiled before the leader. With a heavy sigh, the leader's face reflected his dilemma. It was a pity that I had not encountered the young girl sooner. Now, she has been so grievously wounded that it seems implausible for her to trust us again. The thought of losing such a talent weighed heavily on the leader's heart, for he was someone who valued talent and was unwilling to relinquish opportunities easily. I have a task for you. You must discreetly lead a group to provide assistance, but you must not expose yourselves. Here, he could only trust Zhao Guangming. The others had ulterior motives, and he did not wish to fall into their traps. Only we two may maintain our connection. You must not heed any commands from others. When the time is ripe, I will issue my orders. Zhao Guangming was astonished to find himself entrusted with such responsibility, his face alight with surprise, and he nodded enthusiastically before setting out to organize a team. Simultaneously, Wu Tsong and his group stealthily approached the mountain, initially intending to find the entrance to the village. However, upon noticing the multitude of people lying in ambush, he suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He decided to abandon the mission and make a hasty retreat. Being inherently timid, he did not wish to expose himself now that the leader was present. He knew that there would be no escaping if he drew attention. After all, there was still a chance. As long as he did not involve himself, Shen Yin's fate was of no concern to him. As time passed and night descended, the village chief, along with numerous villagers, surrounded the area. At that moment, the seemingly unremarkable statue began to tremble. The ground beneath them quaked, resembling an earthquake, causing expressions of terror to spread across the faces of the crowd. They fixated nervously on the statue, observing intently, and soon noticed it developing cracks. Everyone hastily retreated, ensuring they maintained a safe distance. Ningxue had encountered such phenomena before and recognized the peculiarities attached to other objects possessing formidable power. Chapter 94. Unranked Anomalies. Two villagers stood curiously, refusing to believe any danger was present. Yet, in the next moment, a golden cicada sprang forth, extending its long tongue toward the two villagers. A viscous liquid coated them completely, and the cicada's tongue twisted around them, drawing the two into its abdomen. The movement was fluid and decisive. After consuming the two without hesitation, the cicada belched contentedly. The expressions of all the villagers turned to shock, while the village chief, unfamiliar with such a spectacle, was rendered speechless, unsure how to react. You dare to lay hands on me? I should have consumed all of you back then. Having drunk from the clear spring and retained most of its water within, this cicada was not to be underestimated. This was no ordinary cicada. If it could absorb more power, the strength of the underworld would significantly increase. Chi-Chi wore a devilish smile, and the swelling on her forehead swayed gently with the breeze. That water belongs to our entire village. Why did you consume it all? Furthermore, from whence do you hail? Why have you taken residence in our village's cicada? The village chief glared at the cicada, his previous fear and panic completely dissipated, replaced by calm authority and emanating a formidable presence. Being a seasoned survivor, he possessed a strong, cohesive bond with the villagers and would not allow a cicada to intimidate him. This village is my home. I have lived here for many years, and it seems you humans are truly deluded. The cicada blinked its fiery red eyes, exuding a noxious mist, a clear indication of long-term decay. An elderly man leaned on his cane, fully aware of the cicada's origins, especially upon noticing the red string tied around its ankle. This little creature has grown so large, evolving into a spirit. It seems our village is indeed a place of exceptional talent. The old man, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, viewed the cicada's growth as an auspicious opportunity. The village chief's gaze shifted to the old man, who began recounting the cicada's tale. A toad had lived here for 2 years, metamorphosing from a tadpole into a creature the size of a bull. One day, it was caught by a fisherman who deemed it an omen of misfortune and was about to dispose of it when the old man intervened. I was just a child then, herding cattle when I stumbled upon this little creature, so I saved it and tied a red string around its leg. Every year, I would see it, but I never expected it to grow so large and vanish. Now that I have matured, I have no idea where it went, only to be surprised that after all these years, it has transformed into a formidable spirit. The old man's heart swelled with pride, as he held a deep affection for the toad. Upon learning this, the village chief sighed heavily. Now that this creature posed a threat to the entire village, he felt compelled to act for the sake of his people. Yet, taking action could incite panic, especially with his daughter's impending wedding. He wished to avoid making a spectacle of the situation. The kingfisher understood the village chief's intentions and transformed into a parrot, perching on his shoulder. According to protocol, this was an emergency necessitating additional compensation. Otherwise, they would not acquiesce. Accepting this was a fortuitous opportunity for the village chief, who was at his wit's end, and he naturally fixed his hopeful gaze upon them. If you manage to resolve this issue flawlessly, I can reward you with a greater amount of ghost currency. Their village was financially robust, a refreshing anomaly among the supernatural beings. Unlike other anomalies that would succumb if the entire village were infected, these supernatural beings, under the village chief's leadership, began to prosper, continuing their industrious ways. That is not an issue. As long as the funds are in order, everything can be resolved. A smile of anticipation gradually spread across their faces, and they soon reached an agreement. If you do not deal with this toad, once you leave the village, what if danger strikes and your mother is targeted next? Can I even contend with it? I can temporarily sign a contract with you to help you navigate this crisis, but I will not become your servant. Then please assist me quickly, for the opportunity may soon slip away. As the halo continued to expand, a golden talisman materialized, depicting a form of contract. Master, I can only temporarily bind this contract with you. I do not belong to any peculiar entity, thus cannot truly submit to you. I can only obey your commands for a brief period. The two placed their hands on either side of the talisman, and soon golden-purple light emanated from their palms. An immense force invisibly bound them together, flowing through them like a warm, peculiar energy, even exuding an oddly comfortable sensation. As the glow gradually dissipated, Chi-Chi abruptly appeared before the crowd. You shall not cause disturbances here. Chi-Chi unleashed a powerful aura, and with a flash of golden light, this force radiated, affecting all bizarre entities in the vicinity. The villagers' faces displayed a mixture of disbelief, and even the humans on the drone side were rendered speechless by the astonishing scene before them. Their eyes widened, never having witnessed such a terrifyingly strange sight. Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind blew the talisman from Chi-Chi's forehead, revealing a youthful visage that, despite its innocence, bore a pallid complexion and an aura of the uncanny. Jin Chan had never encountered such oddity before and found himself bewildered, unable to ascertain its level, standing still with a tilted head and his tongue extended. You are quite the peculiar little one, yet I wonder what level you truly are to dare speak in my presence. Having lived for many years, Jin Chan had never met someone so audacious. Chi-Chi's demeanor resembled that of an ancient being, lacking the simplicity of modernity, and her aura was of a regal nature, akin to that of a powerful princess. You have caused disturbances here for far too long. According to the laws, you should be taken to the underworld. I intended to grant you a chance for redemption, yet you do not cherish it. Now, I shall drag you into the depths of hell. Unexpectedly, Chi-Chi, appearing as a mere child, was actually a king in the underworld. The expression on the kingfisher's face turned anxious, yet she feared overthinking, convinced that such a powerful ruler could not possibly be present here. The other bizarre entities surrounding her also sought to uncover her origins, but after long scrutiny, they failed to discern her true level. Meanwhile, The lip-reading expert promptly translated Chi-Chi's words in real time. And even the national leaders had never heard of the underworld or its kings. They immediately reported the recent footage and translations to leaders of other nations. As the clear spring was drained, Jin Chan's power gradually increased. Terrified by the intimidation, Jin Chan felt a twinge of fear, but remembered that there were 18 kings of the underworld, each governing different realms, and thus he believed none would appear here. To my knowledge, the 18 kings of hell do not easily manifest in this world. You cannot possibly possess the power of the underworld, nor can you drag me into it. Do not attempt to scare me with such nonsense. I am not easily frightened. A surge of resentment welled within him, and he extended his long tongue, launching an attack towards Chi-Chi. Having consumed numerous peculiar entities over the years, Jin Chan's tongue emitted a foul stench, causing those nearby to recoil in disgust. A villager wielding a hoe accidentally inhaled the pungent odor and promptly leaned against a nearby willow tree to regurgitate. Just as Jin Chan's tongue was about to strike Chi-Chi, she reached out her hand, mimicking a gesture of throttling, instantly rendering the arrogant Jin Chan as if his fate was grasped by an unseen force, lifting him into the air. A mere B-level peculiar entity is hardly worthy of my attention. Today, you dare to defy me and refuse to acknowledge your crimes. Thus, I shall have you dragged to the 7th level of hell to face torment. In that moment, the onlookers began to believe that the peculiar entity before them was indeed a king of the underworld. While they were uncertain of which level, they recognized its formidable power. The peculiar aura they had just sensed must have originated from the underworld, where the kings of hell transcended all classifications of bizarre entities. Just as they intended to flaunt their strength, they found themselves ensnared by the king of the underworld, a stroke of misfortune indeed. Attempting to flee, they discovered they lacked even the ability to break free from their bindings. Gasping for breath, Jin Chan found himself lifted into the air by Chi-Chi, only to be violently slammed to the ground. No sound accompanied his fall, leaving the crowd wide-eyed in astonishment. A vast, bottomless pit appeared, its entrance shimmering in gold and black, and Jin Chan plummeted directly into its depths. They were enveloped in shock, never anticipating such an encounter with a being devoid of rank. It seemed that when all power erupted, none of the peculiar entities within the village could rival her. Chapter 95. The bizarre wedding. They dared not show any impatience, merely waiting silently at the side. Wu Tsong intended to charge in with his men, but suddenly noticed a purple-black aura enveloping the area, as if it had eyes, drawing closer with urgency. Damn it, I didn't expect their people to be here as well. We must retreat. We cannot afford to take risks. Lacking absolute leadership power, he hesitated to lead his subordinates into danger. Having witnessed the terror of the bazaar, Wu Tsong had grown accustomed to retreating when faced with adversity, knowing better than to confront it head-on. As they dispersed, Zhao Guangming and his companions, who were hidden in the grass, were equally astonished. However, upon sensing the approaching aura, they too had to change direction. Opting for a strategic retreat, they headed northwest, occupying higher ground and finding a dense thicket to conceal themselves. The materials currently under their control indicated that sea-level bizarre entities were the lowest tier, yet they could still inflict significant harm upon ordinary people. The large screen displayed analyses of various levels of bizarre entities. The known A-level entities had exceeded their limits. They had encountered one before, resulting in the instantaneous disappearance of an entire city. Now, even these B-level entities posed no challenge, and this bizarre entity, though lacking classification, was beyond their comprehension. Among them was a former professor who had guided many doctoral students. In his youth, he had participated in a scientific expedition, unexpectedly discovering numerous documents and materials. Reflecting on this, he quickly organized those materials. Many years ago, when I was younger, I led a research team, and I never imagined that the documents and materials I found back then would be relevant today. Shocked, he presented these documents and reference materials in an accessible manner. The leaders were no longer composed, their faces betraying fear. Every bizarre entity possessed a level, and it was likely that the king controlling the underworld, the infamous Yama, was the source of the recent resurgence of the bizarre. This had all been premeditated, unbeknownst to them. The leaders sighed heavily, taken aback by the sudden calamity that caught them off guard. Faced with such a perilous situation and unable to make decisive choices, they could only lament their fate. The incident had caused enough uproar, yet they did not wish to bring disaster upon the populace, so they suppressed the matter thoroughly. By dawn, the clear spring water released by Jin Chan had been collected in a small vial. Chi emerged joyfully, pouring the collected spring water at its source. And in an instant, the previously dry spring bubbled forth with abundant life. This time, there is no need to worry about desiccation, for all the water has gathered here. However, there is a matter you must contemplate carefully. Humanity has always been cunning. When you were wrongfully accused at the human base, no one came to your aid. Now, with so many humans observing you here, their intentions appear far from innocent. As the power drawn from the underworld increases, its operation accelerates. As the king of ghosts in the underworld, one must naturally oversee every movement here. Thus one cannot simply roam outside. Ningxue seems to have discerned the village chief's hesitation, and with a deep sigh, a calm expression emerges on his face. They have selected an auspicious day and, adhering to the most ancient methods, soon determined the time for divination, prompting immediate preparations among the people. Remarkably, at midday, the sun unexpectedly shone down. The village chief's home was adorned festively, with lanterns glowing vibrantly. Yet, just as preparations were underway to send the daughter off, the sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds obscuring any trace of sunlight, casting a pall over the entire village. The appointed time had arrived. Off we go, my daughter. The groom, strikingly handsome yet clad in traditional attire, bore a pallid complexion that raised an unsettling chill. They were indeed peculiar, having lingered in death too long, merely existing in this diminished state, rendering their customs incomprehensible to us. Let them have their way. It seems we are on the brink of completing this task. Chapter 96. The mysterious elder. Everyone stood along the road, awaiting the bride's arrival at the groom's home. The chefs swiftly served the prepared dishes onto the table. Soon, when the bride and groom appeared, petals would be scattered. But remember, do not make eye contact with the peculiar beings present, lest it lead to complications. The girl who had previously gathered petals with them wore a look of caution, sensing a peculiar atmosphere. At that moment, Ningxue's gaze sharpened and fell upon an elderly woman in the corner. His intuition told him that this aged entity was not merely a B-class anomaly. It was likely an A-class, though lacking the anticipated lethality. In no time, the ghostly bride arrived at the groom's home, enveloped by the crowd's adulation, their faces glowing with joy as they offered heartfelt congratulations to the newlyweds. The village chief led his daughter into her new home, gazing at her beside the groom, nodding with satisfaction, but also displaying a hint of reluctance. You'd best treat my daughter well. Should I discover that you mistreat her, I will not let this go unpunished. The seemingly stern village chief held deep affection for his daughter, his eyes betraying both anxiety and hope. Amidst the throng, the ghostly bride gradually grasped the red silk, symbolizing their union, while the groom's hand clasped the other end. Upon reaching the center of the house, a typical courtyard, all eyes turned to the couple as they entered the main hall. The elderly woman, seated at the head of the table, received their respectful bows, and soon everyone gathered around to seat the newlyweds. The couple raised their cups, and the ghostly bride lifted her veil to join the groom in toasting each table. The Kingfisher seemed to have long anticipated this day, marveling that these two human spirits could aid in fulfilling her desires. The two little ones nestled in a corner, gazing at the array of dishes before them, hesitant to use their chopsticks, for this was not food meant for humans, but rather that favored by the peculiar beings. I'm so hungry. I wish I could eat something. Their rosy lips had become parched, and their eyes lost their luster, devoid of vitality. Have a taste of my osmanthus cake. Though it may not be exquisite, it should suffice to quell your hunger. Are you afraid I might poison it? The elderly woman's voice was hoarse yet devoid of malice, exuding warmth, a stark contrast to the peculiar entities. In such close proximity, just a meter away, Ningxue felt the power radiating from the elderly woman, unmistakably an A-class anomaly, whose strength was beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Can I truly eat this? As she nodded, She eagerly retrieved a plate of osmanthus cake from the basket, taking a piece and savoring it, the rich fragrance of osmanthus enveloping her senses. I see you are a kind-hearted little one. It seems we are destined to meet. I sense you may have taken a liking to my bracelet. I would like to gift it to you, but there is a task I must ask of you. If I cannot assist you, will you demand I regurgitate what I just ate? Having interacted with the peculiar beings often, she recognized that many harbored no ill intent, while humans often fell short of their benevolent image. However, these anomalies would not coerce her into actions contrary to decorum, nor would they compel her to complete their tasks. The elderly woman shook her head, her face breaking into a gentle smile, completely unpretentious. The gift of this silver bracelet is entirely my choice, though I believe only you can fulfill this request. I hope that once you leave, you will keep the matters of this place to yourself, for we wish to live here in peace forever and shall not trouble anyone again. Chapter 97. The Gift of Gratitude. Following the elderly woman's gaze upward, Ningxue spotted a tiny drone in the sky. Perhaps sensing the anxious glances, the drone wobbled slightly before soaring into the distance. The man controlling the drone grew increasingly tense, fearing that his actions might provoke the peculiar beings and invite calamity. It seems we have been discovered. What shall we do next? Should we continue observing? As the operator felt the weight of the moment, the higher-ups swiftly issued a retreat order and launched a signal flare. The scout, hidden in the underbrush, spotted the signal and reported back, while Zhao Guangming's expression turned grave, directing everyone to evacuate promptly. On their return journey, the group was puzzled. The mission appeared incomplete, yet they were commanded to withdraw. Simply follow the orders. Regardless of your confusion, do not voice your questions. He sensed the collective bewilderment among them and promptly clarified his stance, directing his gaze toward the sparse shadows not far off. It appeared their presence had been detected, and these peculiar entities were indeed their targets. The groom's face radiated joy, seemingly elated at having wed his bride, their love celebrated by all. Sister, are you not a peculiar being? Why do you appear just like a human? Her bright, expressive eyes blinked in wonder, filled with curiosity. I am indeed human. I simply cannot bear to leave, for all here are my family and friends. Whether peculiar or human, those of good nature can coexist harmoniously. Though the awakening of the anomalies had descended upon the village, it did not imply that all villagers were peculiar beings. The village chief had once concealed his daughter in a cellar, later rescuing her when she had transformed into an anomaly. Although the groom was indeed peculiar, their bond had long transcended the boundaries of life and death. Long lashes fluttered, rosy lips pursed together, and her round, cherubic face invited an irresistible urge to pinch. How could children possibly drink alcohol? Wasn't it prepared for them to have juice instead? After dispelling everyone's doubts, he presented the freshly brewed juice, pouring it personally for the little ones. Holding the delicious juice, smiles broke out on the faces of the three children. At that moment, the bride's attendant delivered a beautifully adorned red envelope to them. Thank you for helping me complete this grand wedding. I sincerely hope you accept this token of my gratitude. Following that, they settled the expenses, and the trio successfully completed 5 tasks, garnering ample ghost coins, which further elevated their joy. This time, they had indeed earned enough to repay their debts, with the remaining funds set aside for a delightful meal as travel expenses. After a simple meal, the group bid their farewells. Open it and see. I am utterly curious about what treasures they might have gifted you. On their way, the Kingfisher opened the red envelope and discovered it contained 100 ghost coins, filling her with exuberance. As they departed the village, a nearby drone captured this scene. At that moment, Zhao Guangming had retreated to a nearby transit station, where he suddenly received directives from central leadership. You must bring them to the base. We will conduct a personal evaluation. In order to avoid detection, the group could only follow discreetly, yet after waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of their quarry. It was then that someone spotted a cave not far away, and according to the map, it seemed to be a shortcut. Why don't we take this cave? We can cross through the mountain, and they will surely appear at the other end. Although the path ahead twisted and turned with several routes, only the one beneath their feet was viable. Without hesitation, they embarked on their journey. When they left the next day, they unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals nearby. Could it be that you've offended someone again, and they are waiting for you here? Though their strength was not overwhelming, it was sufficiently intimidating. Chapter 98. Reporting in the tall, slender figure appeared remarkably imposing at this moment. As the first rays of morning sun illuminated his face, highlighting his youthful features while still exuding a powerful presence. What do you intend to do? Why block our path? However, with Ningzhuo present, she gently looped her arm through his, peering curiously at the crowd with wide, innocent eyes. Please, do not misunderstand. I mean no harm. I simply wish to discuss something with you. We should run. They are likely here to capture us. Ningzhuo stood alertly in front, casting a fierce glare at the strangers, his expression stern. The wanted notice has long been revoked. We are sent by the higher-ups to investigate this matter thoroughly. I have witnessed your strength, and there is certainly something awry here. A pair of delicate hands slowly released Ningzhuo's wrist, yet she remained apprehensive, anxiously scrutinizing the man before her, fearing his words might be deceitful. You swear, if you lie, you shall be a puppy. Her chubby face, pouting adorably, rendered Zhao Guangming utterly defenseless. He felt an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Strangely compelled, he swore before the crowd, I swear if I deceive you, I will indeed be a puppy. The onlookers were astonished to see the iron-willed director display such behavior, leaving them in disbelief. Even the leader monitoring from the drone burst into laughter at the sight. This little girl seems quite endearing, retaining such innocence in her demeanor. Do you have something to tell me? Enlightenment dawned upon him, and he extended his pinky finger, initiating a binding promise. Pinky swear, for 100 years we shall not change. If we do, we shall be puppies. Are you not afraid this little girl might deceive you? He could not comprehend why Zhao Guangming would consent to wait for a child here, when he could simply take them away, not wishing to waste time. Some matters are not as simple as they seem. One must first present sincerity to receive it. The group traveled through the night, arriving at the restaurant by morning. Utterly exhausted, you two rest for a while. I will speak to the proprietress. They nodded in agreement and sat on a chair outside, while the proprietress warmly welcomed the guests inside. Upon learning of their successful mission, a joyful smile blossomed on her face. You have accomplished everything splendidly. All the guests have chosen to leave you positive reviews, and your debts have been fully repaid. As for the gifts from customers, you may open them upon your departure. Although their initial encounter had not been particularly pleasant, after enduring so much together, it felt appropriate to consider them friends, and she expressed her hope that they would stand by her side if she ever needed assistance. Saying this, the proprietress graciously presented a bento box filled with an abundance of food. Come in and have a meal. You must rest before setting off again. The hospitable proprietress ushered them inside, preparing a private room filled with a variety of delicacies, instantly capturing the attention of the two little ones. Chapter 99. The appointment, recalling how they had been forced to work off their debts due to a lack of funds during their first encounter. The proprietress's initial demeanor had been quite unsightly. Now, witnessing their resounding victory had transformed her attitude, compelling them to ponder deeply. Sensing their hesitation, the proprietress eagerly brought 2 glasses of fresh juice to the table. Please do not stand on ceremony. You are no longer guests, but my friends. Why Haven Tea? I seen the Kingfisher. Did you take her somewhere else? They spotted her carrying 2 food containers, with a piece of bread clenched in her mouth, devouring it voraciously. After finally swallowing the bread, she excitedly placed the containers on the table. The proprietress is truly kind, allowing us to pack so much food. What are you waiting for? I just ordered more dishes. We must indulge and eat heartily. With newfound confidence, the Kingfisher beamed with delight. Observing from the side, the proprietress felt a pang of concern, realizing that this little creature had devoured an astonishing amount of food. However, recognizing the need to foster relationships, she mustered a smile, nodding in acceptance, allowing the 2 little ones to lower their guard and enjoy their meal. For reasons unknown, she felt a personal growth from following them, sensing a transformation from a mere parrot to a formidable eagle, capable of soaring with them, albeit still unsteady. A bit more progress would surely solidify this ability. Meanwhile, the drones had long departed, likely having assessed the village's situation. After discussing their plans, they decided to set off, with the proprietress generously gifting them a storage bag. After bidding farewell to her, they swiftly advanced, fortuitously finding a tricycle along the way, which the Kingfisher adeptly rode, carrying the two children to their appointment. At this moment, Zhao Guangming was utterly bored, while his subordinates began to murmur, believing he had been outsmarted, convinced that the little girl would not show up. Just as they debated animatedly, they spotted a tricycle approaching swiftly, with a girl clad in feathers riding it and two children in tow, leaving them stunned in disbelief. Everyone was left speechless, gazing in astonishment at the trio before them, except for Zhao Guangming, whose face radiated with delight. Not everyone chooses to abandon their commitments. Some individuals steadfastly uphold their principles and choose to honor their appointments. He curled the corners of his lips into a slightly mischievous smile before greeting the three. Now that the matters on that end were concluded, I can fulfill my promise. However, this time, I need you to guarantee that you won't take me away, nor will you force me to face that malicious woman. She witnessed Shen Yinyan's wickedness firsthand and ultimately became the scapegoat, hunted by all of humanity. Rest assured, I shall be your most unwavering ally. Yet, just as they were growing weary, they noticed Zhao Guangming trailing behind a kind-looking middle-aged man. The man walked in slowly, a smile gracing his face. He once had a daughter as charming as this one, but she vanished without a trace. Who are you? You can call me Uncle Zhang. It was my idea to meet you this time. There are some matters I wish to inquire about. The scene was being transmitted live to a meeting room filled with leaders from various countries. You can trust him. But when the man abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, he began probing into the circumstances surrounding the handling of Sadako, about which they knew little. The entire elite squad had perished, leaving them astounded. It was all that wicked woman's doing. If you don't believe me, I can have Sadako tell you. At that moment, silence enveloped the room, as everyone sat uneasily, incredulity etched on their faces. ISN T. Sadako dead? Chapter 100. Confrontation. I did not lie. Sensing the situation was amiss, Zhao Guangming hurried to comfort the people involved. All right, we believe you. Please don't cry. The little girl, naturally adorable, wore a look of grievance that tugged at Zhao Guangming's heartstrings. Don't scare her. How could we? We're not frightening her. Please don't be anxious. I don't disbelieve you, little one. I'm just a bit surprised. Sadako, ISNT, dead is she? Who told you that? ISNT, that what everyone is saying outside? As the man spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Zhao Guangming, who seemed to be more approachable to the little girl. Let us go capture Shen Yinyan. She has committed wrongdoings. Really? Of course. Yay. But could you please wait for me? Finding someone takes a little time. All right. After signaling to the man, Zhao Guangming led his team to locate Shen Yinyan, swiftly pinpointing her whereabouts and dispatching personnel to capture her. Half an hour later. What do you want? Let me go. Shen Yinyan screamed as she was brought forth by the subordinates, cursing vehemently the entire way. Ugh. So noisy, Zhao Guangming thought, promptly shoving a rag into Shen Yinyan's mouth. MMM. The world grew quiet, and Zhao Guangming exhaled in relief. Her loud protests nearly compromised their covert operation. The person has been brought over. So fast. Zhao Guangming noted that the little girl, resembling a dumpling, was unusually shy, while even a burly man standing at 6 feet tall felt his cheeks warm. That's good. She is responsible for that incident. It's her fault. If not for her, so many Wu-Ti have perished. What are you doing here? What incident are you blaming on me? Don't slander me. Shen Yinyan was well aware of what was being referenced, but feigned ignorance, believing that no one in attendance had evidence to accuse her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have summoned her for questioning. What are you pretending for? Are you claiming you weren't present when Sadako was dealt with? You're not going to take her word for it, are you? Do you have evidence? This matter has nothing to do with me. Let me go. Shen Yinyan was eager to escape. The longer she remained there, the higher the chances of her being discovered. Still not admitting it? Do you have anything else to say? It has nothing to do with me. We've already begun searching for evidence. You cannot flee. Shen Yinyan was about to retort when Zhao Guangming interrupted her, and she was subsequently taken away by his subordinates. Everyone, this little girl possesses remarkable abilities. We strongly recommend her to serve as the city commander. The man accompanying Zhao Guangming made this statement, leaving the attendees in shock. Was this truly the intention behind such an introduction? to immediately assign her such a significant position? We should discuss this further, although she's quite capable. She can't just step into the role of commander. Indeed, I believe this is rather inappropriate. She is so young. This could jeopardize both her and others. She may be young, but she can assist us immensely. If she cannot serve as commander, then let her be a team leader assigned to Xiao Qiqi's team, with Xiao Qiqi as her deputy. This is our greatest concession, Zhao Guangming asserted, his tone unwavering. Others, seeing this, felt it unwise to oppose him, and thus they sighed, turning a blind eye to the arrangement. Urgent report. The human base has just received a distress signal. Chapter 101. Encountering a mysterious attack, newly appointed team leader. Do you see? Your mission awaits. I see it. I shall go. The little dumpling puffed out her chest, displaying no signs of retreat. Ha ha ha, excellent. That's the spirit. Let us set off now. I'll call someone to prepare for you. Go, and perform well. I await your triumphant return. Okay, I'll be back. Could you please not stand so close? Initially, she thought perhaps it was indeed her fault, but after the second instance of Xiao Qiqi nitpicking, her underlying dissatisfaction became increasingly evident. Are you blocking me? Could you not encroach upon my space? To her surprise, despite trying to avoid confrontation, Xiao Qiqi continued to provoke her. Growing weary, Ningxuan noticed and took the bag from her. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiao Qiqi spoke again. You can't even carry one bag. I truly wonder how you became the team leader. As Xiao Qiqi spoke, she rolled her eyes, her disdain evident. You, don't stoop to her level. That's just how she is. It's normal for her to be displeased since you've taken her position as leader. Just try to keep your distance. Until they arrived at the border of the dead zone. Hey, they're Essenen over there. Everyone must be tired. Let us settle there for the night. Xiao Qiqi gazed at the towering building with excitement, as the group, having walked all day, now wore expressions of relief. I think it's fine. Let us go. We're almost there. Wait, I feel that building exudes a strange aura. It's unsafe. We should find another place. What do you mean by strange? If you have an issue with me, you can confront me, but don't take it out on everyone else. We're all tired, and there's only one in nearby. Where else can we find accommodations? Xiao Qiqi frowned, the first to voice her opposition. I don't see any danger. Are you upset and trying to prevent everyone from resting? Useless. Anyone wanted to rest, come with me. Xiao Qiqi continued, leading a group directly to the inn. Let us not worry about them. We should leave now before it gets dark, and finding a place to stay becomes difficult. While making a phone call, Xiao Qiqi struggled to fend off the aggressive and eerie presence. Where are you? Hold on. I'll be there soon. If anything were to happen to this unexpected squad leader, they would certainly be in trouble. Captain, look behind you. Run. If we don't, we'll all perish, and I don't want to die. Xiao Qiqi urged. Hurry and open the door. If you don't, we'll die here. What are you standing there for? She pushed the girl standing outside the group, and reluctantly, the girl began to tremble towards the door. However, as soon as she stepped out, the eerie figure seized her by the throat, and with a sickening crack, the girl fell lifeless. The others screamed and scattered in terror. Are you even human? If you're scared, just open the door yourself. You've gotten someone killed. They chastised Xiao Qiqi. She had never faced such an onslaught of accusations and was brought to tears. Suddenly, the eerie figure, having covered its eyes, spoke. Hide well. I'll count to 10. Those who fail to conceal themselves will face punishment. 1, 2, 3. The eerie figure truly began to count, and the others, not daring to waste a moment, scrambled to find hiding spots. After counting to 10, the figure opened its eyes, scanned the surroundings, and began its hunt. Found you. Ha ha ha. The chilling laughter was soon followed by the agonizing cries of a companion. He was dead. The second victim was soon discovered, and after a struggle, met the same fate. Hey, you're finding them too slowly. How about we play with just the two of us first, and the others can wait? You must find me first, or the others 1 T count. All right, hide well. I'll count to 10. Quickly, get to safety. I'll hold it off as long as I can. Xiao Qiqi, without hesitation, rallied the remaining individuals, preparing for a swift escape. Chapter 102. Successful rescue. Is anyone here? Damn it, where did they go? The eerie figure grew frustrated after failing to find anyone in the wardrobe. Just then, A noise echoed from outside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. It seemed someone had failed to hide and had inadvertently exposed themselves. The figure rushed out, but found nothing at the scene. "Come out. Show yourselves." Bang. "Hey, you little brat. Don't tell me you're playing tricks on me. Where are you?" Bang. The last remaining vase in the internet CF shattered as the furious figure began wreaking havoc, sending those hiding in the shadows into a trembling panic. "You little brat. Come out. I'm done playing." Zhou Qiqi observed the figure's back, contemplating. She did not believe the figure would honor its word, so she swiftly jumped out from behind it, tightly concealing herself while watching the figure grow increasingly agitated. "I give up. Come out, you little brat. Do you hear me? Master, capture it." The strategy against the eerie figure relied on surprise and preemptive strikes. Otherwise, they would be in for a fierce battle once it regained its composure. Qiqi wasted no words and immediately launched an attack, catching the figure off guard. Once it recovered, it retaliated quickly, resulting in a fierce clash. Qiqi maintained her focus. Her eyes closed as she performed her incantation. The talisman on her forehead was lifted, revealing a delicate, pale face that appeared innocent. If one disregarded the fact that she later overpowered the eerie figure. "Go to hell." After delivering that final line, Qiqi sent the defeated figure to the underworld, demonstrating her adeptness even against an entity of B rank. "Hooray, Qiqi, you're amazing. We should not linger here. Let us find your comrades and leave quickly. We must hurry, or we risk attracting more of these eerie figures." "Why should we? Who knows what your intentions are? It's quite late, and it's even more dangerous outside. You're not trying to lead us to our doom, are you?" Zhou Qiqi was the first to voice opposition. "I don't trust your motives. We're well aware of your intentions, especially after that companion you led to his death. We haven't even settled the score with you yet. You, how can you say such things?" Zhou Qiqi, at a loss for words, glared at them with fury. "Fine, if you all think she is so great, then follow her. I refuse to go." With that, she turned her back, unbothered by their protests, feeling temporarily safe where she stood. "We must hurry to save the others. Their distress signal is nearby." Soon, they located the source of the distress signal based on the information from headquarters. "Captain, come quickly. I hear noises down below." Chapter 103, Mysterious Gift Wonderful. We finally rescued someone, thanks to our captain's decisive action. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense. "You all did exceptionally well, completing the mission sooner than I had anticipated." "Well, it wasn't too difficult. Everyone follow my lead." "What nonsense. You were the one dragging us down the whole way. Now you have the audacity to take credit? Were you during the rescue? Didn't you claim you were afraid the captain would harm you and refuse to join us? We're still waiting to settle the score for that teammate you encouraged to flee, leading to his demise. How can you show your face here? How can you all be like this?" Zhou Qiqi found herself speechless, staring at them with resentment. "Fine, if you all believe in her so much, then go with her. I want to follow." With that, she stormed out, regardless of their protests, feeling temporarily safe where she stood. The next day, everyone received an urgent meeting notification once again. In the conference room, the atmosphere was grave, and everyone listened intently to the emergency announcement. Emergency notification. We received a distress signal. Location as follows. The distress signal location appeared on the large screen, and the leaders began organizing a rescue mission. Yes. This time we'll go with you. I don't trust you alone. That is too dangerous. You can't come with me. I can run fast. It won't be a problem. Take us with you. We won't cause any trouble. All right, but you must stay close to me. Before long, the group set off, this journey being longer than the last, so they planned to stay at a nearby resort. "You little lazybones, are you worn out?" "Yes. Are you going to reward me?" "Speaking of rewards, I suddenly remembered the gift that the bride's older sister sent you. Did you check it out? What is it? I'm quite curious. I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Let's open it and see." "Wow, it's so beautiful." The Kingfisher was indeed captivated by the exquisite red veil. It was truly beautiful. "Why are you in such a hurry at this moment? The A-level anomaly has been triggered, and I must promptly evacuate the others." "Captain, since you have such a strong premonition, perhaps you should stay outside? That way, if danger arises, you can notify us immediately. I have just arranged a place for her. You need not worry. Zhou Qiqi smiled like a blossoming flower, while Ningzhou chose to remain silent. Chapter 104. The Mysterious Prophet after everyone finished their tasks. The kingfisher flew to Ningzhuo's shoulder and looked around, still unable to locate the little girl. I haven't seen her for a while either. I just asked Zhou Qiqi, and she mentioned she had arranged accommodations for her, which made me uneasy. Ningzhuo furrowed her beautiful brows, and her concern was palpable. The kingfisher, upon hearing this, became disheartened. How could someone be so nonchalant? Frustrated, the kingfisher flapped its wings and attempted to peck at Ningzhuo, who skillfully dodged and restrained the bird's beak. What do you want from me? Zhou Qiqi exclaimed, surprised to see Ningzhuo at the door. Ningzhuo's expression was frosty, and the oppressive atmosphere made the kingfisher instinctively shrink. Did I not say I have arranged for her? If she is unharmed, what more is there to discuss? Why concern ourselves with unnecessary details? What do you mean? I didn't pay attention to where she was staying. Zhou Qiqi shrugged nonchalantly. Ningzhuo's brows tightened at her response, and the kingfisher, infuriated, was ready to confront the woman, but Ningzhuo quickly restrained it. Why are you stopping me? The kingfisher glared at Ningzhuo. Ningzhuo turned away with the kingfisher, harboring an ominous premonition. Qiqi, is it beautiful? Yes, it is. Ah, help. I don't understand. Let's go check it out. Be careful. Stay behind me. Qiqi stepped forward, adopting a defensive posture as she opened the door, only to be puzzled by the emptiness outside. Where did that voice come from? Even if someone had been taken, it shouldn't have happened so swiftly. The situation was suspicious. Everyone around had vanished. We must be cautious and find our people to regroup. We need to expedite our actions. It could be the work of the A-level anomaly. What if Ningzhuo and the others are in danger? We must find them quickly. Who is there? Ningzhuo. It's me. With a swift motion, she dashed toward the source of the voice, accurately leaping into someone's embrace. Whoa, you're alive. You scared me to death. It's all right, we're all fine. Ningzhuo gently patted the little one in his arms, holding her hand tightly. He dared not let her out of his sight again. This is likely the doing of the A-level anomaly. Master, you might try dispelling it. Me? An A-level anomaly? You overestimate me. Be a bit more confident. Master, you can do it. Let us find the others first. The more people we have, the better our chances. Ningzhuo suggested, and thus the trio, along with the bird, hurried toward the resort. Along the way, they encountered both familiar and unfamiliar corpses, all victims of the chaos. They could only hope the resort was in better condition. What is your destination? At a crossroads, they were halted by a man dressed in black, his hat obscuring his eyes and nose. Who are you? Ningzhuo inquired, his tone clear and unwavering as he scrutinized the man. I am a prophet. Regardless of whether you believe me, anomalies will soon awaken, and I can assist you. The man kept his head lowered, his features shrouded in mystery. Yet an air of intrigue surrounded him. Why should we trust you? My assistance is not without conditions. It is perilous for individuals to remain isolated. I propose that you allow me to join your group. What say you? And how will you prove the veracity of your claims? Very well, but I trust you won't play tricks. Of course, little one, may our collaboration be fruitful. As a group prepared to set off, they indeed encountered the awakening of anomalies, and to their surprise, the man's ominous prediction held true. Before Qiqi could intervene, Ningzhuo and the kingfisher had already dispatched the anomalies with swift punches. The journey continued, and more anomalies arose, yet all were subdued, allowing the group to carve their path through the resort's wine cellar. Compared to the carnage outside, the cellar was significantly safer, though devoid of signal. Chapter 105. Ningzhuo's upgrade. Once the group secured the entrance to the wine cellar, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, though the absence of signal caused furrowed brows among them. There's not a shred of signal. The resort was vast, with numerous uncontrollable dangers. Locating the distressed populace would prove exceedingly challenging without communication. Our numbers are dwindling. Ningzhuo's brows rarely knitted together, reflecting the gravity of the situation. At this juncture, there was little choice but to search one area at a time. The group was troubled, yet they silently prepared their belongings, readying themselves for any eventuality. Hey, why aren't you asking me anything? The overlooked prophet cleared his throat, drawing the group's attention. Skepticism was evident in their eyes. After all, he claimed to be a prophet, reminiscent of a charlatan. Although he had proven somewhat useful earlier, he had yet to earn their complete trust. What should we ask you? Do you have a way to find the trapped individuals? Yes, the prophet answered with confidence. What method do you propose? Ning Zhuo asked, intrigued by how the man could locate those in peril without any signal. They were currently floundering in their search, so it was prudent to hear him out. Indeed, spare us the suspense. Once we rescue the individuals, we shall surely express our gratitude. If I help you locate them, will you allow me to accompany you? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Joining your group will ensure my safety, which is far better than acting alone. Collaborating with me will benefit you. Since Ning Zhuo deemed it a viable option, they decided to entertain the idea for the time being. The prophet posed no immediate threat. How will you locate the trapped individuals? Patience. I have my methods. With that, the prophet produced a crystal ball from within his voluminous robe. The orb was stunningly beautiful, its surface crystalline and transparent, yet the contents remained a mystery. Let us proceed. The prophet opened his eyes, cradling the crystal ball in his palm, addressing the group. Although they remained uncertain, they dared not delay, hastily rising to follow the prophet's lead. Rescuing the trapped was paramount. If he deceives us, I shall discreetly make off with his crystal ball. Agreed. Ning Zhuo replied with a gentle smile, recognizing the childlike spirit in Chi-Chi. The prophet led them out of the wine cellar and down a narrow path, growing increasingly secluded. Just as the group suspected the prophet was toying with them, they arrived at the front of a dilapidated house. The people are inside. Ning Zhuo stepped forward from a group. I'll take a look. Wait for me here. Be cautious. We must find a safe place soon. The anomalies are about to awaken. Well, you're quite bold to emerge. Don't speak so grandly. Who do you underestimate? What is wrong with you? Wait for me to catch my breath. Have you leveled up? Yes, but still slightly inferior to the A-grade anomaly. Ning Zhuo responded in a low voice before releasing the person he had been holding, having fully adjusted to the physical changes and restored his usual calm demeanor. Yay, let us keep this between us for now. All right, what is going on? Chapter 106. Rock, paper, scissors, what happened? Are you injured? No, there's an A-grade anomaly approaching us, and it possesses immense power. We can't escape. Tonight we are all doomed. Are we still fighting? Why are you so certain of our demise? Don't act rashly. I know, but rather than waiting to die here, we should negotiate with it. I will accompany you. If we cannot stop it, then we shall face it together. I'm in. The night sky was exceptionally dark, and with their lights on, they soon encountered the so-called A-grade anomaly, which was indescribably terrifying. Yes, its appearance was horrifying, and its strength even more so. Hey you, I challenge you. What? The anomaly was momentarily taken aback. What was this little brat joking about? It was the first time someone had actively challenged it, especially a child. How amusing, truly amusing. I said I challenge you. If you lose, you will spare me and my companions. If I lose, you can do as you wish. What do you say? All right, but the terms must be set by me. This child was genuinely amusing. The anomaly raised an eyebrow in mischief. Fine, let us play rock, paper, scissors, best 2 out of 3. It was confident that she would lose. Let us begin. Rock, paper, scissors. As she prepared to reveal scissors, her index and middle fingers reflexively twitched, a detail quickly noticed by the anomaly. How is it? The anomaly's tone was laced with undeniable pride and disdain. Challenge it? Utterly overestimating oneself. Again, how could this be? The A-grade anomaly slammed the table in anger. Are you mocking me? Did you specify that only one hand could be used? You did not, right? You. Its voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo furrowed their brows. Why would they still perish despite winning? Was this anomaly capable of going back on its word? No, that was impossible. No one had ever defeated it before. The previous round was merely an accident. Again, as if provoked by the words of the seer, the anomaly's gaze turned fierce, devoid of any previous arrogance. Replaced entirely by fury. It would not allow anyone to win against it in rock, paper, scissors. The more it pondered, the angrier it became. Since she was supposed to win, it would directly seize control of her mind. It would not lose, it thought madly. Begin. Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo, seeing this, rushed forward but were halted by the seer's grip. Trust her. The anomaly grinned widely, certain of its victory. It had promised it would never lose. Hurry. I will count to 3, and we will throw our hands together. The anomaly urged, eager to win. 3, 2, impossible. I won. Although the anomaly was furious, it still adhered to the rules and withdrew. Chapter 107. The Seer's Sacrifice. Seer. Your predictions weren't all that accurate, were they? We survived. After all, no, we must leave quickly. There's danger. We can't escape. The Seer shook his head, his expression unnaturally calm. Don't look like that. Hurry and run. What has to rush? Another A-grade anomaly is approaching us, significantly more powerful than the previous one. Suddenly speaking up, Chi exclaimed, no, we have no chance. I barely managed to contend with the last A-grade anomaly, and this one is even stronger. I have no confidence. Don't be so quick to dismiss yourself. You are quite remarkable. It's fine, let us run first. Not good, it's closing in. The one we just faced is also here. Put me down. You can't run while carrying me. What nonsense are you saying? Hold on tight. Put me down, or none of us will survive. I will not abandon you. As they spoke, the 2 A-grade anomalies had already caught up. Not good, quickly move aside. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, a pained groan was heard. It was the Seer. Chi and Ning Zhuo quickly stopped and turned, with Chi rushing forward to catch the Seer as he began to fall. Hey, what are you doing? You could have run. She never expected that they had just met, and he would sacrifice himself to shield them. An overwhelming sorrow filled her heart, causing it to ache painfully. Ning Zhuo and Chi also felt the weight of despair. Their expressions were grim. Stop crying. It's not cute anymore. Conserve your strength. I will find a way to save you. I know I won to survive. If you two live, my life will not have been in vain. The Seer forced a smile, trying to divert his attention from the pain. Why are you doing this? Can't you foresee the future? If you die, who will guide us? Yes, I can foresee the future, which is why I saved you. That reason isn't amusing at all. Unbeknownst to her, the Seer replied seriously. No, I mean it. I foresaw the future, which is why I saved you. You are a good child. I believe in you. In the future, you will surely achieve great things and lead humanity toward the light. The Seer spoke earnestly, devoid of any hint of jest. You mean I can still save the future? Yes, so you must live well for me and let me witness your future achievements. I will be very happy. Be brave, little one. I will. That's a good child. Farewell, little friend. The Seer passed away. Chapter 108. Challenging 2 A-grade anomalies. I challenge you both. Will you accept? You? Challenge me? You? A mere child. Dare to utter such words? This is not a child's play. The anomaly stared at the child, momentarily stunned, before scoffing. Yes, I am alone, and I will set the rules. Just say whether you accept. Accepted. You set the terms. The approaching A-grade anomaly spoke with keen interest, curious about what tricks this little child might conjure. Such audacity. I wonder what it will be like when you inevitably cry. Deal. I wish to join as well. You have already lost. I am aware. Yet given the present circumstances, your agreement is imperative, whether you desire it or not. That A-rank anomaly merely jested in its threats. Allowing this child to set the rules is a significant act of mercy. The subsequent A-rank anomaly, driven by curiosity, wonders what mischief she might unleash. Had it been him, he would not have granted her such an opportunity. However, he finds himself incapable of overcoming the latter anomaly, yet it does not deter him from his indecisiveness. The current situation is decidedly unfavorable for them, and facing blatant danger, she can only muster the courage to feign agreement. Securing the authority to dictate the game rules is already quite commendable. An additional opportunity is merely a gamble. Rock, paper, scissors. The loser must choose between truth or dare. Chi steps forward to act as the judge. Speak up, what do you choose? Truth. Truth. The 2 A-rank anomalies respond in unison. You may pose but a single question. Ponder wisely before you inquire. I understand. I shall take a moment to think. Do not fear. Take your time. You are limited to one question. At this juncture, it is wise to select an inquiry that benefits us while simultaneously instilling some caution in them. I comprehend. Yet one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. I find myself somewhat conflicted. The incident transpired abruptly, leaving her little time to prepare. After all, she is still a child. Remaining composed in the presence of two A-rank anomalies is already commendable. Had it been Zhou Qiqi, the chaos would have likely escalated. How many anomalies inhabit this area? The brilliance of this question lies in the potential victory it presents. Should they prevail in this game, the anomalies' prosperous days would soon come to an end. Understanding their numbers will enable better preparation for confronting them, easing the struggle against them. Even in the event of a loss, they can still instill fear in the two A-rank anomalies. And indeed, the two anomalies exhibit hesitation. Qiqi seizes the timely moment to interject. I see. There's no need to rush. The latter A-rank anomaly, displaying great impatience, responds, there are 77 of them. Such a multitude? Ning Zhuo and Qiqi's expressions darken. This revelation elicits a more pronounced reaction from them. Chapter 109. Attracting numerous anomalies, you merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. Now we must take this seriously. Exactly. What use is your question? Ultimately, we shall prevail. Oh, how terrifying. Cease your bravado and hurry. We are in the second round. One of the A-rank anomalies expresses considerable impatience. Should you concede now, I may consider granting you a less painful demise. Why the haste? Who is truly afraid here? Is it me or you? The word fear does not exist in my vocabulary. Enough chatter, let us commence. Very well. Help! Upon hearing Zhou Qiqi's cry, the crowd quiets momentarily, only to be startled by the approaching anomalies drawn by her voice. Those who rushed out to investigate are left bewildered. What is happening? You arrive and yet scream? Now all the anomalies are drawn to you. Even if you do not assist, must you create such chaos? Do you realize the peril we face? Your loudness has attracted so many anomalies. Someone in the crowd, temperamental and intolerant of Zhou Qiqi, retorts sharply. I did not mean to. I am genuinely frightened. Look, I am injured. I lost my way and finally found you, sobbing. Zhou Qiqi's tears flow freely, cascading down her cheeks. I apologize. I did not foresee this. You do not hold it against me, do you? They are not of high rank. You can handle them, right? It is all my fault. I am too weak. I did not intend for this, sobbing. Hearing the group's reproaches, Zhou Qiqi weeps pitifully, her apologies making her appear all the more endearing. Ning Zhuo, rubbing his aching temples, steps forward. All right, we shall settle this later. Brothers, prepare for battle. The others, upon hearing this, cast aside their anger. Confronting the anomalies takes precedence. Fortunately, the anomalies' ranks are manageable, making the situation more than adequate for them, though their numbers are somewhat overwhelming, complicating their swift resolution. Please wait for me. I shall assist them first. What? Are you frightened? Planning to flee? Not a chance. The game is not over. Where do you think you're going? I implore you, let us be reasonable. Who is truly lacking in reason here? Hurry and continue. Let us begin. You have emerged victorious. What do you choose? Truth or dare? I choose truth. Very well. Let us ponder for a moment. With that, the two anomalies retreat to converse in hushed tones. What shall we inquire? I possess little curiosity regarding humans. Yet the formidable A-rank anomaly ponders thoughtfully. The other anomaly analyzes. Naturally, it should pertain to her fears. Humans are inherently timid, particularly regarding their fears, which they often avoid mentioning or even dare not articulate. And if she lies? One anomaly expresses concern. This little girl possesses a cunning intellect. I am somewhat uncertain. Have you forgotten? I excel at discerning the human heart. I can ascertain whether she speaks the truth with a mere glance. Rest assured, that is reassuring. We are prepared to ask. What is your greatest fear? The anomaly does not beat around the bush and poses the question directly. Chapter 110. Confronting oneself, little one. Time is of the essence. You have only 5 minutes remaining. 1 minute left. You are about to lose. 10 seconds remain. 10, 9. The A-rank anomaly relishes the countdown. Victory within reach. I declare, my greatest fear is the dark room. Is that it? She did not lie. One anomaly, momentarily taken aback, cannot comprehend the rapid admission. Surely there must be a trick. However, the other anomaly's expression shifts to one of realization. No, she speaks the truth. She is fortunate. There is still 1 round remaining. we shall undoubtedly secure victory. After a fleeting moment of anger, the A-rank anomaly quickly regains its fighting spirit. Let her off for now. There is another round ahead. I refuse to believe she merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. Continue. The anomaly grits its teeth, while the other anomaly echoes in agreement. Indeed, let us proceed. Casting a glance at Chi-Chi and Ningxua, who lack assistance, the anomaly secretly exhales in relief. These anomalies are indeed significantly weaker than the two before them, barely worth considering. Impossible. The anomaly stares incredulously at its own hand. Have I truly lost? This cannot be. How infuriating. Who would believe it? This child is remarkably skilled. Indeed, the more innocuous and beautiful one appears, the more perilous they may be. You have already chosen truth once. Now you can only select dare. Speak quickly. One peculiar entity could not help but ask, gritting its teeth, I want you to kill yourselves. What did you say? I believe you have heard me clearly enough. There is no need for repetition, correct? Do not push your luck. An A-level entity's teeth itched with resentment, yet it felt powerless. Suicide? Huh. Don't even think about it. Since we are destined for death, shall we gamble? After a moment of contemplation, another entity pulled the first one aside to discuss. What shall we wager? Let us kill her. Upon uttering this, the entity's face lit up with excitement. There existed a method to break this game. If the winning side perished, the game would be rendered void. Are you attempting to play dirty? So what if we are? The two entities remained oblivious to their folly, exhibiting a most unpleasant demeanor. Chapter 111. Still breathing, hey? You must abide by the rules of gambling. You've already lost. Given the circumstances, even if we die, you shall not fare better. At worst, we will perish together. I didn't expect you to be so untrustworthy. I misjudged you. Huh, are you having regrets? Alas, you no longer have the chance to start anew. Hiss. The young one was quick to evade. Take this. MMM. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, the anguished cries of two entities echoed. For the 5-minute mark had been reached, and they were due to perish. Chi-Chi, how are you holding up? Of course. I would not come to find you if I had not resolved the situation. Why are there so many? Hold on. We are nearing victory. Chi-Chi spoke wearily. Despite the weaker entities causing her little harm, the fatigue was undeniable. Anyone would grow weary after such prolonged combat. Their numbers were overwhelming. Continuing this way would lead to our exhaustion. An opportunity to escape must be sought. Anywhere would suffice. The priority was to flee. Chi-Chi clenched her teeth. If she could escape, she could survive, and survival meant hope, regardless of the destination. All right, just don't worry about me. I can make it out. Very well. Regardless, the seer was there to save them, and she could not abandon him. At the very least, she wished for him to leave with dignity. She continued moving forward, despite the fatigue, fearing that a single lapse in attention might allow an entity to leap from the shadows. Is this an amusement park? Seer? Wait here for me. I will find a way to assist you. Chapter 112. The Three Brothers of Peculiarity, Nothing Over Here. Crack. Not far away. 3 sea-level entities perked their ears. Their hearing was exceptional, evidently having caught the earlier sound. What was that noise? Even so, the 3 entities spotted her silhouette. Brother, was it a human? The entity on the far right scratched its head. There was definitely a human. I clearly saw it, asserted the entity on the left. Little brother, you are so impatient. Let's go take a look. That human appears quite small. The entity referred to as the eldest took the lead, preparing to investigate. The other 2 sea-level entities exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement, turning their gaze to the side. She shifted her position repeatedly in search, but one entity turned its head and discovered her presence. Eldest. Third. I see that human. Over there. Eldest, this human is so tiny. Indeed, I have never seen one so small. Fool, if you like her, just make her ours. Why stare? Did you seek my consent for this discussion? Had been earlier, she would have found amusement in toying with these entities, but not now. The seer could not afford to wait. She needed to find the medicine swiftly. Your agreement is irrelevant. You will agree, whether you wish to or not. You are quite adorable when angry. So cute, so cute. Hurry and become our pet. Look at the pitiful way you laugh. It lacks any intelligence. The lead sea-level entity turned in exasperation to glare at the eldest and second, feeling quite distressed. Eldest, do you not find her appealing? Yes, yes. Eldest, do you not find this little creature delightful? The two entities posed this question, leaving him momentarily speechless. This? See, you hesitated. You do like her. The second entity gazed at the eldest with excitement, as if discovering something monumental. Eldest, it is not shameful to like human offspring. She is utterly adorable. Why? Do not play tricks. You cannot escape. If you behave, we will care for you well. Indeed, follow us, and you shall not go hungry. Do not even think of fleeing. The third entity chimed in, genuinely fond of the little one. I challenge you. What? The second entity was taken aback. This little girl had quite the audacity. You? Challenge us three? The third entity's jaw dropped in disbelief. This little creature had just declared a challenge against them? Just you? Little one, this is not a game. I speak truthfully. I am not joking. Do you dare accept? What do you wish to challenge? Just that. Just this? Is this child jesting? Is she seeking her own demise? If she perishes, where shall we find another? Let us see what she intends. We accept the challenge. The lead sea-level entity decisively agreed to the challenge. Chapter 113. Bumper cart, do not so. Eldest actually agreed. What if she truly perishes? We may never encounter such a charming being again. The third entity expressed his discontent. They had finally found such a small human. And now the eldest was challenging her. If she dies, it will no longer be fun. She has provoked us to this extent. How could I not agree? The lead sea-level entity huffed, exasperated with his third brother's infatuation with looks. We could negotiate. There is no need to push her to the brink of death. Wouldn't you agree? Hey, have you come to a decision? There can be no backing out. Wait, little girl, how do you possess such audacity? You wish to take on three at once? Well, what else? Do I appear to be joking? However, I have one condition. Speak. In our challenge, we must adhere to the original rules of bumper cars while implementing the condition that the three of you cannot utilize your abilities. If I lose, I will leave myself and my friend at your mercy. If you lose, you must let me go. Do you dare to accept? Who among you is afraid? Who do you look down upon? As expected, the leader was the first to lose composure, immediately rising to accept the challenge. I shall grant you 3 seconds to reconsider. Once that time elapses, I shall take it as your unanimous agreement. 3, 2, do not dawdle. Commence swiftly. If you seek your own demise, I shall not intervene. Alas, it appears I must once again seek out human cubs. The second one shook his head in regret, noting how the little girl appeared so adorable, yet was unexpectedly feisty and sharp-tongued. Well, if she is this infuriating, who knows how she would react if we truly bound her. Very well, find her bumper cars and begin. Once again, I emphasize, you must not use your abilities. This is how we shall play. All right, enough with the prattle. The leader was the first to locate a bumper car and take a seat, followed closely by the second and third. The game commenced. Little girl, you can still concede at this moment. Indeed, if you call out sweetly, perhaps your brothers might spare you. You think you're worthy of such a consideration? At that moment, who knows who will be pleading with whom? I advise you not to refuse my goodwill. Take this. How about that? After a moment of silence, the third suddenly let out an enraged roar. Hey, what is wrong with you? Did the leader and second annoy you, so you took it out on me? Feeling wronged, he lamented that he was merely daydreaming when he was bumped, nearly sending him flying. Of course, it was because I thought you would be easier to hit. Watch closely. Little one, you are lacking as well. You are not significantly better than I. Thus, the four of them engaged in a playful banter while challenging one another, which turned out to be quite entertaining. Although their words were sharp and filled with bravado, their actual skills were rather lacking. Perhaps this was simply a case of being both inexperienced and playful. My victory in the first round. Merely luck, and you truly believe yourself formidable? Precisely. Your pride is unwarranted. In the next round, let us show her our true colors. Brother, this little girl is quite remarkable. We ought to be cautious. I sense we may be in trouble. The second voiced his concerns, harboring a foreboding feeling. Indeed, leader, we should proceed with caution. She is indeed formidable. But let us not forget that we are 3 against 1. She may possess strength, but surely her stamina cannot surpass ours. Leader, do you mean? The second looked at the leader excitedly, speaking with a hint of trepidation. Ah, yes, exactly. Do not voice it aloud. We must be wary of this little brat overhearing us. The leader gestured for silence, and the second and third immediately held a silent conference, communicating in hushed tones. Chapter 114. We must not lose. Ready for the second round? Come on, come on. Do not rejoice too soon, little sister. Is that so? Little one, you are not endearing in the slightest. Smile a bit more, and perhaps I shall let you lose gracefully. Tisich, spare me your chatter. Let us begin swiftly. Your words are bold, yet I wonder if you will retain such confidence in the face of defeat. I thought you were impressive, yet here you are, already losing. Oh my, little one, do not cry if you lose. Perhaps you ought to consider your own abilities. The leader maintained his usual cold demeanor. Little one, should you lose this round, you shall belong to us. The second's eyes sparkled with excitement. Step aside, step aside. I am far more charming. She will surely prefer to play with me. It is not too late to concede now. Enough with the chatter. Let us start. Little one, why are you hiding? So timid? This girl is truly formidable. The third remarked, somewhat amazed. This child was far more entertaining than he had anticipated. Indeed, I believe her driving skills surpass those of the third. How dare you say that? Do you truly think you can best her in a duel? Mind your own business. Enough with the bickering. Focus on the battle. As the second and third squabbled, the leader felt his head spinning and decisively intervened. Pay attention. It's the final blow. Thus, the third and second collided in front of her, inadvertently blocking the oncoming leader. Help! You two fools. This. Leader, allow us to explain. The second and third spoke weakly, cowering in a corner, appearing pitiful and helpless. How could you be so foolish? Victory was within your grasp, and yet you two managed to ruin it. What good can you possibly achieve? The leader was so furious he nearly spat fire. These two were utterly useless, and their incompetence was infuriating. You have lost. It is all your fault. After a brief silence, the second and third received a kick from the leader. Woe is me, we did not expect this outcome. We acknowledge our mistakes, leader. The second and third sincerely admitted their faults. And if one could overlook the fact that they could not produce a single tear, their repentance would have been perfect. The leader, seeing their demeanor, turned away in exasperation. Alas, encountering these two misfits was his misfortune. You have won. We accept our defeat and shall take our leave. The leader readily agreed, proving to be more trustworthy than those two A-grade oddities. What a pity! I had hoped to acquire a few little pets. The second lamented, woe is me. Have human cubs become this fierce? I no longer dare to play with them. The third felt wronged. He truly bore no ill intent. You two be quiet. Look at the mess you've made. How dare you still cry? Blubbering like that, what kind of man are you? The leader, unable to contain himself, delivered a sharp rap on the heads of the second and third, causing them both to groan in pain. Brother, please check if it's swollen. And while you're at it, help me heal from the blows the leader just gave me. It hurts terribly. The third grimaced, clearly in considerable pain. Be silent. I am in pain as well. Let me recover first. The second was not much better off, also grimacing in agony. Wait, did you just say that the second can heal? If they truly possessed healing abilities, it would be a fortuitous discovery, a stroke of luck that required no effort to obtain. Chapter 115. Let us discuss a deal. You just wish to speak with us? Yes. You possess healing abilities? If so, could you assist me? Of course, I shall not ask you to help me for free. Whatever your requests may be, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. She spoke softly, yet her tone was imbued with an uncommon resolve. She must save the oracle by any means necessary. But now that she was in need of assistance, she felt a tinge of anxiety. Yes, we do. But what makes you think we would be inclined to help you? I have stated that I shall repay you. Will you assist me, please? Little girl, who do you think we are? You expect us to come running when you need us and then retreat when you don't? Are you overestimating us or simply naive? So what do you want? The enigmatic leader extended 3 fingers, glancing at the oracle with a confident smile. At this moment, I can do little more. Agreeing to your 2 conditions is already beyond my limits. Would 3 be excessive? Our capabilities are not so formidable, and I fear this person may not be saved. It's up to you to decide. How dare you? All right, speak. Ha! It would have been better if you had said so earlier. Now, tell me your first condition. Given your loyalty, it must be quite distasteful for you to betray humanity for just one person, correct? What do you mean? Don't be so anxious. All you need to do is reveal where the rest of your companions are. Honestly, I can't disclose their exact location, but there's no rule against fabricating a tale, is there? Just say they've moved. Shiwantino. Yes, it's at the hot springs. You swift one. Go check it out. The enigmatic leader directed the second one towards the hot springs. All right. The second one wasted no time, responding and darting away without a trace. Now, can you tell me the second condition? He is on the brink of death. Leader, there truly is someone there. Indeed, there is someone. Well then, for the second condition, let me think. Since it's to save a life, you must sacrifice something in return. It's only fair, after all. Leader, this. Silence. The third one attempted to voice a concern, but a sharp glance from the leader silenced him. What do you desire? Ha ha ha, how refreshing. Then, I'd like your eye, an arm, or a leg. Just one will suffice, all right? The enigmatic leader uttered this cruel demand with alarming ease, as if discussing the pleasantness of the weather, leaving the others dumbfounded. What? Are you afraid? You think you can save someone acting like this? Chapter 116, Reviving the Oracle. Very well, I shall give you my eye. Will you do it yourself, or shall we assist you? No need. Just wait here for me. I want to run away. The three enigmas were not in a hurry, knowing the oracle lay beneath that tree, and given the girl's intensity of attachment to him, she wouldn't flee. Even if she did, they wouldn't lose anything. Hurry up, the enigmatic leader called from outside. Understood. Throughout the ordeal, the girl did not utter a single cry of pain, only furrowing her brow, somewhat uncomfortable using one eye, while the other socket lay empty. Did she truly gouge it out? This little girl possesses quite a ferocity. Excellent. The enigmatic leader took the eye, pausing momentarily before breaking into a wide grin. What is the final condition? Just look at that stubborn little expression. How adorable this child must be. Even her innards must be equally small and cute, right? Don't be anxious. All you need to do is provide us with one of your organs. Oh, poor thing if you join us now. We might even return your eye. Ha ha. Do you still need our assistance? The second one exclaimed with malicious glee, and the three erupted in laughter, their pride unmistakable. Oh dear, could you at least give me a heads up before you wield that knife? What kind of child is this? Have you ever seen a child so cruel to themselves? She is practically a devil. This also raised the three enigmas' suspicions regarding the oracle's identity. Who could compel her to treat herself so harshly? Is this person even more important than her own life? I have adhered to your demands. It is now your turn. TSK understood. All right, just wait, and he will awaken soon. He must awaken before you can leave. How do I know you're not deceiving me? Fine, I concede. There's so many demands. Cough, cough, cough. Oracle Uncle, how are you? I am well enough. Thank you for saving me. I haven't formally introduced myself. I am you. She had a premonition that Oracle you would assist her greatly in the future. Allow me to share a secret. There's no one at the hot springs. What did you say? I saw it with my own eyes. The second one protested, insisting that seeing is believing. Shall we go investigate? Do you dare play us? I forgot to mention. The extraction of the eye and organ was also a ruse. The wound still aches a bit, but that's inconsequential. You despicable creature. The enigmatic leader was furious, nearly beside himself, while the second and third were equally displeased, and the entire group was in disarray. Chapter 117, Lost in Desolation. I see you have no desire to leave here alive. The enigmatic leader's face contorted with rage, clearly agitated. Don't threaten me. Do you truly believe the three of you can contend with me now? Just moments ago, none of you could match me. Now, with my friend revived, what are your chances? Were I in your position, I would choose to flee immediately. At least that way, I could preserve my life. Wouldn't you agree? Leader, perhaps we should reconsider. The second one, recognizing the gravity of their situation, quickly acknowledged the reality. Should they engage seriously, they might not even have corpses left. Indeed, leader, let us withdraw for now. The third one, with no ill intent, also urged the leader to retreat. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, may not be so favorable. The leader scoffed, delivering one last sharp remark before swiftly turning to leave, with the second and third following suit, vanishing in the blink of an eye. TCH, I thought they were formidable. Thank you for saving me. You must have suffered greatly. Haven to you? It's nothing. I'll be fine after a short rest. Uncle, don't wear that expression. You owe me nothing. You've already aided us tremendously. My saving you is merely a means to secure your future assistance, as you will be quite busy. The child looked up, beaming a broad smile at Hiyu, even extending her small, chubby hand to pat him for reassurance. All right, it's settled then. Very well, let us first seek out Chi-Chi and the others. They may be worried if they cannot see us. Are your injuries manageable? They're fine. I'll find some medicine shortly. My recovery is swift. MMM. The two traversed the amusement park, intent on locating an exit. Wait, what is the matter? There's danger. A formidable A-class enigma is approaching us. You explained, and his words left both of them momentarily stunned. There's more? How powerful is it? More powerful than the previous two A-class enigmas. It's not even in the same league. This amusement park is its territory. Hiyu gazed intently at the ever-shifting crystal ball in her hands, her expression gradually growing solemn. What are we waiting for? We must leave before she notices us. We need supplies for our escape. Let us search for necessities as we go. Uncle, are you able to manage? I can take you along without issue. After walking for a short while, they indeed discovered some food and medical supplies. Cautiously selecting what they needed, they hastily stowed the items in their pockets and prepared to depart. I remember that intersection. We're close to escaping. Good. But where are we now? Unclear. We should find a concealed spot to hide. The seer scanned the surroundings warily, seeking a refuge, but found only desolation, no buildings in sight. The amusement park is gone. We must have entered another realm. Let's proceed and see. He sighed, realizing they could only take one step at a time. Wait, look over there. Could she possibly be like us? All alone, how pitiful. Indeed, observing the little girl's lack of aggression, Hiyu felt she too might be a bewildered newcomer to this place. Let's take her with us. Hey, little sister, are you lost? We mean you no harm. We can help you leave here. Chapter 118. Revealing true faces. What are you doing? Does her reaction seem normal to you? What do you mean? When we arrived, we were both frantic. How can a child remain so composed? And her gaze towards us was one of pure curiosity, as if we were some alien species. Hiyu coldly assessed the situation, sensing something amiss about the girl. Now that you mention it, could she be? Chill. Let's not raise any alarms. All right. Who are you? Have you seen my mother? Wah. Mommy, have you seen my mother? I want my mommy. Wah. What is happening? I'm not certain, but this may be her lingering attachment from life. The seer observed the girl's contorted face, guessing her emotional turmoil. That resentment runs deep. Have you seen my mother? Have you seen my mother? The girl mechanically repeated her questions, inching closer to them. Listen, little sister. Enough with the act. We know you are not human. You figured it out? How dull. Upon hearing this, the girl ceased her wailing, her expression turning somewhat disdainful. Do you know I met an untimely demise? The amusement park was my dream destination, yet I now emerge from hell, deriving pleasure solely from witnessing your abject terror and helplessness. I sympathize with your plight. However, that does not justify your desire to harm others. Stand down. I do not require your sympathy. Why should I stop? When I was harmed, why didn't you intervene? The girl's expression grew increasingly deranged, her aura darkening ominously. Then let us settle this through strength. Quite the bravado. Very well, I shall set the rules. You may proceed. Do not act rashly. Caution is paramount. I am here. All right, let us play hide and seek. I will count while you hide, and other monsters will seek you. If they find you within the allotted time, you lose. If not, I lose, and the loser must take their own life. Do you dare? The girl announced the rules of the game with a sinister smile, undeniably twisted. Very well. I fear there may be more than one monster seeking us. Hiyu frowned, realizing the girl was clearly leveraging her dominion over this place, establishing unreasonable rules. We have no choice. The game begins. You have 1 minute to hide, and I shall wait here. The girl perched herself atop a tree stump, watching the two with an innocent smile. If one disregarded their current predicament, one might mistake her for a charming and harmless child. Let us go. Yet, the only suitable hiding place was there, and the monsters would surely make a beeline for it. He pondered briefly before choosing a different direction towards the foam mountain. They continued deeper into the expanse, not daring to linger, fearful of sudden monster appearances. If a monster discovers us, would it be against the rules if we were to eliminate it? That could work, but are you certain you can manage? He contemplated for a moment. Exploiting the situation seemed feasible. Do you trust me? I do. Then shall we take the initiative? I will calculate when they are likely to appear, and we shall lie in wait. In 3 minutes, 2 weaker monsters will emerge from that direction. He pointed to a tree nearby. Excellent. I can climb trees. Hide well, and leave the rest to me. Understood. Indeed, they were quite weak. Let's continue. Chapter 119. Terrifying memories. Only 10 minutes remain. We must endure this duration. We must be even more cautious now. Master, trouble. The small monster hurriedly approached the girl, panting heavily. Why the urgency? The girl frowned at the clumsy creature. That man beside the girl knows where we are. They have ambushed many of our brethren. The creature flailed its arms. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression darkened. We cannot allow them to succeed. With a swift motion, several crawling monsters appeared, their malevolence far more palpable than those summoned previously. Go, regardless of the cost. Bring those 2 humans here alive or dead. The girl commanded fiercely. Yes, master. The summoned beasts sped towards the indicated location, their pace significantly quicker than that of the smaller monsters. I will scout ahead. Wait here. After a time, without any sign of approaching monsters, he resolved to check the situation. Be careful. Understood. As he turned to leave, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Too late. I am surrounded. The 2 found themselves entangled with the eerie creatures. After the fight, we must find a place to hide. I know, you as well. After struggling against 2 attacking monsters, the girl hastily sought refuge before more could converge upon her. The 2 dared not stray too far from one another, fearing separation. They were compelled to change hiding spots repeatedly until they finally reunited within a cave. These monsters move far too swiftly. They possess the power of clairvoyance, making it entirely reasonable that they discovered us so swiftly. He, too, was not faring any better. His complexion was pale. During their escape, he had realized that these monsters had a singular focus, relentlessly pursuing them. Their current hiding place would soon be compromised. Are you suggesting that these creatures possess not only incredible speed, but also clairvoyance? This seems rather unfair. How are we to continue? Let us remain here, resting to regain our strength. At this moment, we have no choice but to risk everything. After quenching their thirst and consuming a small amount of food, they soon heard noises from outside. Heightening their vigilance, they assumed defensive positions, fixating on the cave entrance. The first to emerge were 2 towering monsters, followed closely by the silhouette of a little girl. Ha ha! I thought you were formidable. Yet your endurance is quite commendable, she taunted. The game concluded long ago. You have already lost. Oh, and what of it? You find yourselves in a similar predicament, she mocked, surveying their pale faces. The taste of fleeing must be quite unpleasant. No, the girl wore a mischievous grin, a visage of wickedness. This is merely the prelude. I shall ensure you experience everything I have endured. You shall not die easily. Not necessarily, one of them retorted. Let me ponder how you shall fare next. I was pursued by a multitude, barely escaping, only to be discovered and plunged into another abyss. They tormented me to the brink of death, confining me with snakes for 3 days and nights. My mother never found me. They slashed my face, my body, and ultimately, I was dismembered and fed to the snakes. I longed for my mother, yet I never found her. My suffering was immense, but fret not. You shall soon share in my agony. Understanding her tragic transformation into a vengeful spirit was becoming clearer. Her plight was indeed pitiable. Do not show compassion, or you shall become the next wraith. I am aware. Now, it is impossible to redeem the little girl. She is irrevocably darkened. Her sole amusement lies in tormenting others. The current circumstances do not allow for her to be soft-hearted. She must retaliate. Chapter 120. Capturing the thief by seizing the leader weight. Do you not enjoy playing games? Shall we engage in another round? You cannot possibly defeat me. Is that so? Let us compete against your monsters. Should we triumph, you will grant us our freedom. If we fail, you may do with us as you please. Very well, she replied, her agreement swift. It is merely a futile struggle. Could it be that these monsters are mere phantoms, feeding off her fear to amplify their strength? Once she no longer fears them, they cannot harm her? Indeed. Go. All of you attack. The battle raged on. To capture the leader would bring an end to the game. Understood. Ha! As if it were that simple. The girl, unfazed upon hearing their plan, remained unhurried. She was no mere novice. What are you doing? Nothing of consequence. Guess if she will emerge victorious this time? The girl's lips curled into a more confident smile, as if victory were assured. I will kill you. You lunged forward, gripping the girl's throat, poised to strangle her. Killing me will accomplish nothing. My demise means this game becomes an endless abyss. You will perish here from exhaustion. I merely created an illusion, and whether she escapes it lies in her own fate. The girl, unfazed by being throttled, only smiled more triumphantly. Yu Hiyu's eyes burned with fury as he released her, his chest heaving. This malevolent spirit was indeed a formidable opponent. Before him lay a base under siege, and he watched helplessly as it fell, while he was far removed from it. Desperately, he ran towards the base, the air thick with smoke, evidence of a bloody battle. Uncle Zhang, director, emerging from a base, she was engulfed by the wails of suffering. Help me, save me. Blood painted the ground before her. Wait for me, I will save you. Hold on. She was bewildered as to how she had arrived at the base and why such calamity had befallen it overnight. Everything felt so real, even the warmth of the blood on her hands. After digging through the debris, she found a person who had perished from excessive bleeding. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. For the first time, she felt utterly helpless, so close to rescuing someone yet failing. Chapter 121, finally over why. This is not how it should be. Doubt crept in. She questioned her reality, unable to believe what lay before her. Yet now, facing the monster, her movements slowed as though surrendering. Hiyu's voice grew hoarse from shouting, yet he persisted. Enough, you're tiresome. The girl, however, ignored him, isolating his voice. No matter how loudly you scream, it changes nothing. Surrounded by monsters, Hiyu found it increasingly difficult to move. Hearing the girl's taunt, he said nothing, merely glaring at her in anger. Do not look at me with such disdain. Why is it that when she is in peril, others fight desperately to save her? Why was I left unrescued? Why? The girl, seemingly incensed by his gaze, erupted into a frenzied roar. Hiyu at a loss, observed the girl's profound resentment, stemming from a tragically sorrowful past. Yet, he knew she was beyond reason, so he chose to avert his gaze. How could this happen? Ha ha, splendid. Now is her moment of greatest vulnerability and fear. Unleash your attack. No, it is impossible. No one can escape fear. It cannot be. How can you? Surprise. I did not perish in your illusion. It is I. I am unharmed. Rest assured. You have won. I will ensure you are escorted to safety. Indeed, I have triumphed. Having already won, what more do you desire? The girl stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to struggle. Mother's embrace is so warm. I long for her. The malice in her eyes began to dissipate, revealing the clarity within. Will you not kill me? You simply lost your way. I have let go of my past wounds. You can too. If one disregards the girl's ensuing madness, when she first encountered her, one might have found her adorable. A reflection of a once charming and lively child. Thank you. Please do not release me. Your embrace is so warm. In the final moment of consciousness, the little girl softly uttered, do not be afraid. Chapter 122, Return to the Base. Let us go. After the girl vanished, the desolate landscape outside transformed, and the two now stood atop a small hill. I remember. Follow me. Hand me the backpack. Thank you, uncle. You're welcome. Boo-hoo, bow-bow. I thought you were lost. I was so worried. I'm fine. Sorry to have made everyone anxious. First, let us go tend to your wounds. Wait, I'll call Uncle Hiyu. He is also injured. Hiyu? Who is that? Aren't you dead? A ghost. Before Hiyu could respond, another sharp voice rang out. Stop speaking nonsense. He merely fainted from his injuries. How could he be dead? Impossible. In that situation, he should have died unless he is not human. Zhou Qiqi obstinately refused to accept that Yu was still alive. If he is not human, then what is he? You've never been close to him. How do you know his condition? Can you show some decency? So what? He is already dead. He is dead. Zhou Qiqi insisted that Yu was deceased, declaring that the Yu before them was not human. Ningxue frowned, observing the aggressive Zhou Qiqi. The onlookers, who already held gratitude towards Yu, began to voice their support as they heard the usually composed Ningxue speak up for him. Without Yu, we might not have survived, Zhou Qiqi. If you don't care about him, at least refrain from insisting he is dead. We are not ungrateful wretches. An individual who had long harbored dislike for Zhou Qiqi spoke out. Ningxue extended his hand towards Yu. Then I will trouble you to take care. I'll first assist you with your wounds to prevent infection. Saying this, Ningxue led the two to a small compartment designated for treating injuries. Thank you for your efforts. Boss, if it weren't for Uncle Yu, we might not have completed our mission so smoothly. What? He is not even human. That bizarre weapon pierced through his body. He couldn't possibly still be alive. Just as everyone was expressing their gratitude towards Yu, Zhou Qiqi interrupted again. Really? That sounds terrifying. Those in the base who usually had a good relationship with Zhou Qiqi began to echo her sentiments, having not ventured outside with the others. They started to doubt Yu's identity. I can also testify. Those who were rescued and the teammates who went along also spoke in Yu's defense. Thank you all for your trust. Miss Zhou was likely too far away to see clearly and may have misunderstood. Yu calmly responded, showing no signs of displeasure at Zhou Qiqi's harsh words, remaining gentle and gracious. The leaders, appreciating Yu's calm demeanor, immediately expressed their intent to host a banquet in his honor, disregarding Zhou Qiqi's comments, even suggesting she retreat for the time being. Chapter 123, Deployment. Xiao Zhou, you should go rest. I'll have someone call you when the banquet begins. Understood. Although Zhou Qiqi was displeased, she dared not speak further after the boss's command, her expression souring immediately upon her exit. Suddenly, she froze, realizing, why hadn't the bizarre creature killed her? Why hadn't she thought of that before? A strange smile spread across her face. Those passing by her were hesitant to inquire, merely casting a glance before hastily departing, not wishing to bring misfortune upon themselves. This time, let you bask in the limelight. Next time, let us see if you're still this fortunate, ha ha ha. Gulme. Let us raise a toast to our heroes this time. Seeing this, everyone rose to toast. Thank you all. Every individual in this operation is a hero, and I appreciate the care of everyone in the base. At the banquet, everyone appeared exuberant, the tension that had been suppressed for many days dissipating at that moment, with genuine joy radiating from each person. Though the banquet concluded, everyone felt a lingering sense of fulfillment, yet they understood that after relaxation, various tasks awaited them. So they did not linger long, bidding one another farewell. Hurry and rest. You must be exhausted after so many days. Good night. Good night. After exchanging good nights, the individual and the bird embraced sleep, untroubled by dreams. After breakfast, the boss's assistant hurried over. Big sister, what has happened? Why are you in such a rush? Something has gone wrong. Come with me to the chief's office. Boss, did you urgently summon me for something? A new danger has emerged. A large group of bizarre creatures is rapidly approaching our territory. This mission is perilous. The boss's expression was grave, clearly aware that this new threat was formidable. Do we have an estimate of their numbers? Not yet, but according to the intelligence, the situation is dire. I've arranged for the residents at the borders to be evacuated and have sent people to keep watch. The boss, overwhelmed, was growing more anxious by the minute. Zhou Qiqi remained silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in the boss's demeanor, a sense of dread creeping in. I understand. I will immediately lead a team to resolve this. I want to go too. Boss, let me lead this time. I want to disappoint you. Very well. Chief, why? Zhou Qiqi attempted to voice her concerns, but the boss cut her off with a wave of his hand, announcing, All right, I will prepare now. Be cautious in all matters. The boss reminded. Understood. Is that all? That is all. All right. Prepare and set off. The rest may disperse. I want to go too. I was involved in the previous missions. As everyone was preparing to disperse, Zhou Qiqi stood up to speak. This mission is extremely dangerous. Remaining at the base is also a task. There are others in the base. What? Are you afraid I might outshine you, and you dare not take me? Zhou Qiqi was undeterred, insisting on joining regardless of the objections. Chapter 124. Zhou Qiqi's scheme. Xiao Zhou, do not act recklessly. This is not the time for personal rivalry. We must prioritize the greater good. The leader chastised upon hearing Zhou Qiqi's obstinate remarks. I am not acting recklessly. I too wish to contribute to the base. Is that wrong? If she wants to go, let her go. Fine. Zhou Qiqi averted her gaze, pretending the earlier chaos was not her doing. Ultimately, the team was assembled, and everyone prayed for their safety. After the prayer, they officially commenced their mission. Remember, be careful. Safety is paramount. Before their departure, the boss reiterated, underscoring that while the mission was crucial, he did not wish for any unnecessary sacrifices. We will await your news. Their mission was to investigate the movements of the bizarre creatures and ascertain whether there were any survivors outside. You must all follow my lead. While I was in charge previously, there were no casualties. Once aboard the vehicle, Zhou Qiqi assumed an air of authority, her face brimming with confidence and pride. Zhou Qiqi glared fiercely at Hiyu. Disinterested, chose not to engage with someone like her. The other two were also well aware of Zhou Qiqi's capabilities. There were few in the A-level anomaly base who could handle her, and her bravado was clearly unfounded. They stifled their laughter and continued to feign ignorance. As Zhou Qiqi noticed that no one was paying her any mind, her frustration boiled over, and she fell silent, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the three in the vehicle, finally enjoying a moment of peace. Following the map provided by their leader, they reached their destination and parked the vehicle discreetly before regrouping at a fork in the road. Ningzhua and I will take you two down that path. The rest will follow Hiyu and Qiqi down another. If there's any danger, retreat immediately and signal with the flare gun if absolutely necessary. We will regroup before dark. Why should we? Zhou Qiqi protested. Splitting up is dangerous. We are here to scout, not to fight. Dividing our forces enhances efficiency. I still disagree. Suit yourself. We're leaving. Hiyu had no intention of dealing with her tantrums. If she was uncooperative, she could stay behind as long as she didn't create trouble. Both teams departed, leaving Zhou Qiqi behind, who remained in a state of indignation. Hey, why are you all like this? She exclaimed in exasperation, and she could hardly blame herself for being miffed. Suddenly, the sharp sound of fireworks echoed, startling the group ahead, who were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected noise. Who would set off fireworks in this desolate place? There's someone deliberately exposing our whereabouts. Ningzhua remarked with a frown, and the others shared his concern. Is this never-ending? Before long, strange entities began to converge toward them. Are you all right? Hiyu asked as the two teams quickly reunited. We're fine. Prepare yourselves. Our position has been compromised, and the anomalies will be here soon. We need to find cover. What about Zhou Qiqi? Uncertain. We didn't see her on our way here. Let us deal with the nearby anomaly first, then we'll search for her. Ningzhua spotted a D-level anomaly approaching in the distance. The group swiftly fell into a combat stance, ready to confront the D-level entity, which they felt confident handling with their current abilities. Leave it to us. You two go ahead, the pair following Hiyu and Qiqi stated, both of whom were elite trainees from the base and more than capable of managing a D-level anomaly. All right, but be careful. Chapter 125. A minor skirmish shortly after Zhou Qiqi departed. The two managed to dispatch the D-level anomaly without any injuries. Be cautious. That was just a prelude. I truly cannot believe Zhou Qiqi. She always falters at the crucial moments. That firework display was likely her doing. Now we're all in peril, and she is hardly better off. The kingfisher perched on Ningzhua's shoulder couldn't help but voice her thoughts, and the others remained silent, all too aware of the implications. Let us discuss this later. I can already sense the anomaly as fluctuations. Stay close and don't stray. Here they come. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from ahead, and several anomalies materialized, all of low rank, making them manageable for the group. You stand in front. We'll cover the rear. We can't linger here. More anomalies will arrive, and we'll eventually be overwhelmed. Let us take out those sea-level anomalies first. Agreed. Both locked onto their targets and swiftly engaged the sea-level entities with seamless coordination, eliminating them in no time. Meanwhile, Ningxua's team dealt with the remaining D-level anomalies, and a sense of relief washed over them. However, at that moment, he suddenly began to vomit. What is wrong? Are you injured? It's nothing. We need to leave quickly. A truly powerful anomaly is approaching, and we cannot contend with it. Our only chance of survival is to depart immediately. He rinsed his mouth with the water Ning Zhuo provided and spoke, shocking everyone. I just checked. There are currently no anomalies heading this way. One of the rear team members voiced his confusion, unaware of Hiyu's prophetic abilities. Let us move. Our vehicle is not far off. Ningxua and another supported Hiyu as they hurried towards the car. Ah, help! As they prepared to depart. A piercing scream pierced the air. It was Zhou Qiqi's voice. One of the team members familiar with her spoke up. She's in danger. You all go ahead. I'll check it out. No, it's too dangerous. Another team member objected, bluntly stating that their current predicament was due to her, and if she were to perish, it would be her own doing. She won't last much longer. Regardless, I'm the captain, and I must ensure my team's safety. Zhou Qiqi understood the implications of the team member's words. Yet in the face of life and death, personal grievances mattered little. What about us? We want to allow you to go in there. You cannot. You are needed here to protect the others. Hiyu is still weak, and too many people could easily expose our location. If you're still worried, let Qiqi accompany me. There is no need for this. Frankly, she deserves it. A foolish endeavor often leads to self-destruction. Ah, I know. She's a member of the base, after all. I must provide an explanation to everyone. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Hey, Qiqi is the best. After walking for a short while, they encountered a residential area, and as they entered, Zhou Qiqi's scream erupted once more. She should be nearby. Let us proceed with caution. She is still yelling quite loudly, so it seems she is not significantly harmed. Stay alert, Qiqi warned, scanning their surroundings. Ah, don't come any closer. Stay close to me. Upon closer inspection, they realized the first floor was teeming with anomalies. To attract so many anomalies, she must have been quite loud. Qiqi scoffed, exasperated by Zhou Qiqi's recklessness. How can someone be so foolish, constantly seeking trouble? At least we can confirm she is here. Let us devise a plan to deal with these anomalies first. Chapter 126. Ascending the stairs, we should find a way to get upstairs. Wait. The anomalies likely saw the light from our flashlights. Let us wait until they pursue us before deciding. The two waited for about 10 minutes, but none of the anomalies emerged from within the door. Strange. Did they not see us? This doesn't feel right. Something is off. When we were scouting earlier, we were extremely cautious. And the only thing that could expose us was the flashlight. The fact that they haven't followed us suggests only two possibilities. However, I can ascertain that they're all of low rank. Qiqi continued to analyze, recalling her previous observations. These anomalies are weak. I could handle 10 of them at once. We must rescue Zhou Qiqi tonight. Ningxua and he are also in danger, and our time is running short. Follow my lead. I'll go in first. They want to be as vigilant toward me as they would be with you. Qiqi did not object. She simply drew the person behind her and began to lead the way. After making their decision, the two quickly approached the large door, which was unlocked and opened with a gentle push. Qiqi moved with utmost caution, ensuring that the door did not creak as she peered inside, taking in her surroundings. To her surprise, the strange beings remained on the first floor, oblivious to their presence at the door. It struck her that these entities lacked both eyes and noses. No wonder they had not noticed the beam of their flashlight earlier. They were indeed blind. However, despite their lack of sight and smell, they possessed ears and likely relied on their hearing to navigate their environment. Upon entering, even though they had mentally prepared themselves, seeing so many eyeless, noseless beings still caused their pupils to dilate in fear. As they reached a corner, they began to survey the room, which appeared to be an ordinary hall. Aside from those strange entities, there was no sign of Zhou Qiqi. The two tiptoed cautiously towards the elevator, with Qiqi leading the way, their progress both tense and smooth. Just as they were nearing the staircase, an unexpected incident occurred. The table and floor emitted a sharp, grating sound, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Were they frozen in fear, unable to hide? In this critical moment, Chi-Chi swiftly pulled the other person into her embrace and whispered a command. The number of strange beings surrounding them was increasing. "Cover me. I will go find the others," she urged. Continuing the fight would only attract more of these entities, and their goal tonight was to rescue someone. They needed to locate that person first. "Let's move quickly. I've got your back. Don't linger. Seize the opportunity to come up." Understood. In the midst of their exchange, Chi-Chi managed to take down 2 more strange beings and led the rest away from the staircase, preventing them from pursuing. "Don't be afraid, it's me. You're not hurt, are you?" she asked, her pride shining through as she held her head high, a hint of arrogance in her demeanor. Suddenly, a piercing scream interrupted their conversation. Zhou Chi-Chi was indeed on the 2nd floor. Her face was pale, her clothes disheveled, and she bore an expression of utter despair. "Please, don't shock me anymore. I'll do anything you ask." Hearing the commotion, Zhou Chi-Chi mistook them for the strange beings returning and desperately pleaded without even realizing who it was. "It's me. I'm here to save you." This seemed to be a guest room, with nothing but a bed and a wardrobe inside. "Please save me. They VE kept me here and kept shocking me." Chapter 127. A formidable opponent, these strange beings were silent, and even Chi-Chi had not noticed them. They stood by the door, their numbers seemingly few, yet they appeared significantly more powerful than those downstairs. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and untie me. Save me," Zhou Chi-Chi exclaimed. "Are you just going to watch me suffer? How can you be so selfish?" Chi-Chi immediately sensed that the strange beings guarding the door were multiplying. "Be quiet. If you weren't causing trouble, would we be in this situation? Are you going to get captured?" Zhou Chi-Chi fell silent at Chi-Chi's reprimand, aware of her own faults. Bowing her head in contemplation, Chi-Chi rolled up her sleeves, ready for action, as she always advocated for resolving issues through force. "We don't even know how many there are. We must proceed with caution. Still, we need a break out of here. Waiting around is not an option." "Fine, I'll go untie her." As she turned to unbind Zhou Chi-Chi, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged within her, making it hard to breathe. The oppressive force was too strong, far beyond that of the previous A-level entities. This might be an S-level entity. Chi-Chi's expression darkened, but she had to face the truth. The suffocating sensation intensified as the S-level entity drew closer, and the two braced themselves for battle. This encounter was likely to be the most formidable they had faced thus far. They focused intently on the doorway, awaiting the entrance of the S-level entity. Moments later, the strange beings at the door lined up in 2 rows, preparing to welcome their leader. As anticipated, just as Chi-Chi spoke, footsteps approached outside the door, slow and leisurely, indicating that the individual was in no rush. The footsteps grew nearer, and the tension in the room escalated. Finally, he stepped through the door. This was typical. Generally, the more powerful entities appeared innocuous and excelled at disguising themselves. Chi-Chi quickly composed herself. "Are you here to play with me?" What? "I'm asking. Are you here to play games with me? What games do you like? Let us play together." "No. Why are you refusing me? On what grounds do you reject me?" The nearby strange beings sensed the boy's shift in emotions and mirrored his anger, their expressions turning fierce, as if ready to pounce and tear them apart. "Calm down. Can we talk? If you won't play with me, why should I talk to you?" The boy's voice was grave, devoid of the earlier lightness. "No. Please calm down and listen to me. Go ahead. First, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to rescue our friend. Keeping her with you brings you no benefit, and instead, you will continue to be disturbed by us. Why should I care? I don't want to play games right now. Weren't you just asking to play? That was earlier. Now I've changed my mind." Chapter 128. The exchange continuing on this path would yield no favorable outcome for either side. "Let us both take a step back. It will be better for everyone, wouldn't it?" Chi-Chi persisted, attempting to reason with the boy. Her sudden interjection caught his attention. It was evident that she was a strange being, yet she was so close to humans. "I could release her, but I have conditions." The boy glanced at the trembling Zhou Chi-Chi in the corner. "What conditions?" "I can't just give you someone for nothing. You must exchange her with me." Give me that one, and I'll let her go. What do you say? Absolutely not. Unreasonable. Then none of you will escape today. A battle was imminent. All of you charge. As the boy's furious shout rang out, the towering, muscular strange beings surged forward as if triggered by a switch. Don't get ahead of yourself. Let us finish them all off first. After swiftly dealing with a nearby entity, Chi-Chi spoke, sensing that the boy was likely planning something significant. Understood. Aren't we close to finishing? Can't I have a moment of joy? What are you all waiting for? Charge at once. The boy, exasperated, shouted in anger. You useless creatures, capture her and let us go. He leapt onto the shoulder of another strange being, which then fled swiftly. Caught off guard, Zhou Chi-Chi nearly cried out in fright as she was hoisted onto the strange being's shoulder, wailing helplessly. Quick, chase after them. Don't let them escape. Chase. You must get through us first. In the room, 3 strange entities emerged unexpectedly, 2 Class A and 1 Class B, seemingly more formidable than the lower-level anomalies encountered earlier. How vexing. Chi-Chi was exasperated. When would these individuals cease their relentless pursuit? Pursuing our master is not an easy feat. The Class B entity, brimming with eagerness, swiftly closed the door, completely obstructing the escape route for the two. If they wish to survive, they better make way quickly. Chi-Chi's temper was fraying. The day had already been disastrous enough without these conspicuous obstacles. Enough with the chatter. Take this. First, go open the door. Understood. This is infuriating. Ah, young lady. It's rather unseemly for someone so young to be this irritable. Yet, before he could finish, a piercing scream escaped him as he was kicked several meters away, struggling on the ground for a while. It turned out that Chi-Chi had unexpectedly broken free from the 2 Class A entities and sent the Class B entity flying. How impressive. Chi-Chi, stop daydreaming. Why are you standing there? Hurry and open the door to pursue. I'll handle this. What about you? Just go. I can manage for now. If we delay, Zhou Chi-Chi might not live to see another day. In a 1-to-3 scenario, she was unable to divide her focus. I refuse to abandon you. Call it selfish or willful. She could not bring herself to leave first. Even if she couldn't save Zhou Chi-Chi, she would ensure Chi-Chi's safety. Chapter 129. The fake you leaving you behind would be truly foolish of me. You never mind. Of course. The two exerted all their strength and managed to hold their ground against the entities. They discovered that although these 3 anomalies were formidable with intact features, the 2 Class A entities had one with only auditory faculties and another solely relying on sight, while the Class B entity possessed only olfactory senses. They feigned an attack on the entity with visual capability, causing it to immediately adopt a defensive stance, while the auditory entity remained vigilant, prepared to counter. How infuriating! With one entity relying solely on sight and the other on hearing, defeating them was not as daunting as it seemed. First, they would eliminate the Class A entity with auditory senses, and then the remaining one relying on sight would be considerably easier to handle. As they watched their companions fall one after another, the remaining Class A entity finally realized the dire situation and attempted to flee. Planning to escape? Too late. Oh dear, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Let us head outside. We must not forget our objective. The two surveyed their surroundings, and indeed, the young boy and Zhou Chi-Chi had long since vanished. We are a step behind. Hiyu, what are you doing here? Where are the others? Hiyu smiled gently. He appeared to be in much better spirits than when they had departed. I know where Zhou Chi-Chi has been taken. Shall we pursue her? Really? That's wonderful. Let us hurry. They hadn't informed him that Zhou Chi-Chi had been taken, and he had used the word pursue, not find. How'd he know they were after Zhou Chi-Chi? No, you're not Hiyu. Who are you? Stop pretending. Hiyu's clothing had been torn in several places by the anomalies, and he bore scratches on his neck. Your clothes are pristine, without a single mark. Who are you really? In such a situation, Hiyu would not have had the composure to tidy himself up. I truly am your Hiyu. What are you talking about? Even now, you're still pretending? Do you think I would believe you? I didn't expect you to be quite clever. You're not easily deceived. Seeing the situation unfold, he let out a cold laugh and transformed into the appearance of the young boy. You again. Where have you taken Zhou Chi-Chi? How dull. I had hoped you would naively follow me, but you're proving rather uncooperative. If you wish to save her, Then I shall take her away, so you may see her again. In your dreams. Chapter 130. Saving He Humph. Even if you've seen through my disguise. What does it matter? You remain powerless to act. How do you know He? Have you encountered him? What have you done to him? Why are you so anxious? The main event is yet to come. What are you planning to do? Don't rush. Let us see what he has to say. Don't be so hasty. I haven't harmed them. How about we play a game? First, release my friend. Do you have any choice in this matter? If you don't comply, I can't guarantee the safety of your friends. The young boy's voice turned cold, his fury palpable. Fine, I agree. Just don't harm them. You should have been this agreeable from the start. What a waste of time. Speak. What game do you wish to play? Quite simple, a guessing game. The young boy tilted his head, leaning against a tree, appearing utterly relaxed. Guess what? Guess this. The boy flashed a cryptic smile and snapped his fingers, prompting a cacophony from the tree above. He hung there, blood seeping from the wounds on his face, unconscious and battered. Wait, this is a game? Not a melodramatic rescue scene. Is he the game you speak of? What else could it be? How entertaining this is. You have no heart. You are not human. I was never human to begin with. State the rules of the game. Guess whether he will still be alive afterward. The one who guesses correctly wins. The boy pointed at the suspended Hiyu. However, she had no choice. She must play this game. I guess he will survive. Just as I hoped. I guess he will surely die. Once both had made their guesses, the game officially commenced, yet Hiyu remained unconscious. Chi-Chi kept her gaze fixed on the boy's movements, fearful he would resort to underhanded tactics. Hiyu, please wake up. Cough, cough, cough. To everyone's surprise, Hiyu suddenly frowned and began coughing violently. Hiyu, are you all right? Why did you suddenly awaken? How is it that you are so resilient? The young boy clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Hiyu, filled with murderous intent. Hiyu, don't move. I'll save you. Not a chance. Chi-Chi rushed forward, seizing the boy's whip and flinging it aside. Enraged, the boy's eyes blazed red as he lunged at Chi-Chi. Chapter 131. Hiyu is dead. Hiyu. Are you all right? Hurry and leave. Don't worry about me. Don't say such things. I will take you away from here. Chi-Chi, retreat. How infuriating. The young boy stomped in rage, immediately pursuing them as they engaged in a frantic chase. This way. They temporarily shook off the young boy, and the three of them breathed a brief sigh of relief. Yet none dared to let their guard down. You stay here and hide. I will scout ahead. After covering the two with whatever they could find, Chi-Chi departed. No, it's too dangerous. Don't worry, wherever I go, I will find you. Just be careful. With that, Chi-Chi turned and soon vanished into the darkness. Brother hold on. We will find a way. I know I can't last much longer. If you stay with me, you'll be discovered soon. You must leave. I refuse. You will be saved, and I won't allow you to give up. All right, stop crying. It's not charming anymore. We need to change locations. We've lingered here too long. At this moment, they could no longer afford to think about Zhou Chi-Chi. Their own survival was at stake. You make it hard for me to find you. The young boy grinned malevolently as he charged towards them. None of you are escaping tonight. Trust me, will you? I believe in you. However, Hiyu's condition was not much better. The relentless pace took its toll, and although he remained silent, he was gradually running out of strength. Still not planning to give up? Brother you must leave. I can no longer protect you. Brother you could live on. Why are you shielding me? Don't cry. Let me see you smile once more. Brother hold on. We will leave here soon. Chapter 132. Zhou Chi-Chi returns little ghost. Don't be so foolish next time. Take care of yourself. Brother you wake up. Don't sleep, please. In a fit of rage, she struck the young boy with fists and kicks. One would never know how much potential a frantic person could unleash. She erupted with unprecedented strength. Even Chi-Chi was taken aback. Before anyone could react, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes still open in death. Let us go. Are you all right? I'm fine. Did you find a way? Let me handle it. I'll go find Ning Zhua and the others. Chi-Chi wanted to offer comfort, but found herself at a loss for words. When a person descends into despair, no words can truly console them. Only they can comfort themselves. What is wrong with her? Let her take her time. She probably won't recover quickly. Alas, the captain has exhausted all options. Zhou Chi-Chi is still missing. I must go find her. You should rest for a while. You've been through enough. Captain, take a break. With things this dire, Zhou Qiqi is likely in grave danger. Indeed, Captain, to be blunt, Zhou Qiqi has brought this upon herself. This mission has been delayed for too long because of her, and we cannot continue like this. No, she is one of us. We must see her alive or confirm her death. Keep an eye on Brother He for me. I will go alone. Ning Zhuo and Qiqi firmly restrained her, refusing to let her go this time. Stop being stubborn. We've already done enough for her. I'll go, am I cursed? One teammate pointed in terror at Zhou Qiqi, who had suddenly appeared, causing everyone to jump in surprise. They had all accepted the fact she was dead. It's me, Zhou Qiqi. She approached, her demeanor lifeless, completely lacking her usual fiery spirit. Fine. If you don't want to talk, go rest. We will continue our mission once we've recuperated. The following morning, after everyone had gathered themselves, they began to move, driving around to assess the situation. Captain, look, that seems to be a distress signal. While passing through a residential area, an observant team member spotted the signal. Find a concealed spot to park. Let us check it out, but be cautious. Chapter 133. Chaos, everyone be careful. Qiqi and I will lead. Ning Zhuo, you bring up the rear to protect them. Understood. Ning Zhuo acknowledged and positioned herself at the back of the group. However, Zhou Qiqi turned pale upon hearing the distress signal and began to tremble. Stay with us. It will be easier to keep an eye on you. The group cautiously approached the house from which the signal emanated. Ning Zhuo and I will assess the situation first. If there are any anomalies, they won't easily detect us. Qiqi, always prudent, remained vigilant after their previous experiences with such residences. All right, but be careful. If anything seems off, run. Qiqi and Ning Zhuo rose swiftly towards the house, not entering immediately, but cautiously peering around the corner, while Ning Zhuo climbed a tree to get a better view. What's the situation? From what we observed, there are anomalies on every floor of this house. Qiqi shook her head softly, estimating that the number was considerable. What? There are anomalies? Zhou Qiqi shouted loudly, just as Qiqi spoke. Keep your voice down. They hear us. I don't want to go. Let us not. It's too frightening. What are you doing? You're going to attract those anomalies. A younger team member voiced his frustration. Why was Zhou Qiqi so troublesome? Please stop shouting. Let us hear what Qiqi has to say. Although they're numerous, they're not of high level. We could force our way through. Once Zhou Qiqi was finally calmed down by the others, Qiqi continued. Why force our way? Those are anomalies. Zhou Qiqi expressed her strong dissatisfaction with Qiqi's suggestion to charge in, clearly haunted by the thought of the anomalies. I want to go. I absolutely refuse. Zhou Qiqi screamed, her voice even louder than before. Zhou Qiqi, stop being foolish. Don't forget our mission. We must rescue those inside. Your life matters, but so does theirs. Quiet down. We will protect you and the captain. Don't be afraid. A teammate stepped forward to comfort her, concerned she might scream again and attract the anomaly's attention. Trust us. We will keep you safe. Just as the group thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw the anomalies on the first floor of the house rushing towards them, drawn by Zhou Qiqi's screams. Ugh, I'm done. Qiqi stepped forward to protect the others, entering a combat stance while coldly remarking on Zhou Qiqi's constant trouble. How had she survived this long? You all protect Zhou Qiqi and Brother He. The anomalies were of low level, and the three of them could handle them with ease. Finally, after resolving the peculiarities, the three breathed a sigh of relief. Now that they had been discovered, they needed to act swiftly. Entering to rescue the trapped souls was imperative. Delay could spell disaster. What was that odor? It was overwhelmingly foul. One teammate, trailing behind, quietly complained, remarking on the unbearable stench, which, had it not been for their strong mental fortitude, would have made them retch. The scent was indescribable, reminiscent of numerous corpses left to decay together for an extended period, a truly disconcerting aroma. Bear with it. Once we save the people, we can leave. Help! Is anyone there? Please save us. As they searched room by room for survivors, the desperate cries echoed again. Where is it? Ning Zhuo, possessing the keenest hearing, quickly discerned the source of the sound emanating from the innermost room. Let us go. Don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you. Inside the room were three individuals, a ragged woman accompanied by two indistinguishable children, clearly having been trapped for several days. Their appearance disheveled and filthy. "Thank you. We've been trapped for days. Don't worry, we'll take you to safety. Follow us." As they exited the room and made their way toward the door, the three individuals at the second-floor staircase suddenly began to scream and scatter as if they had seen something terrifying. The scene descended into chaos. Chapter 134. Surrender he you are. Don't come any closer. The woman was the first to cover her head and rush upstairs, with the two children screaming and following suit. "No, what is wrong with you?" "Never mind. Let us follow them. We can't let them face danger alone." As the three vanished from sight, oblivious to the potential threats on the second floor, they hastily pursued them upstairs. They had fallen into a trap. The three they had just rescued morphed into grotesque forms before their eyes, grinning triumphantly, their eyes filled with provocation. "How foolish you are! So easily deceived." The entity masquerading as the woman sneered derisively. The true survivors were now silenced and held captive nearby, and it dawned on the team that this had been a ruse from the beginning. "Help! Don't catch me!" Zhou Qiqi began to scream again, clutching her head as she rushed toward the staircase. "Release them." The entities on the second floor were predominantly B rank, their numbers seemingly outstripping the team's by several folds. A confrontation would be perilous. The team immediately entered a defensive stance, ready to counter the impending onslaught. "You have no sincerity. Do you expect me to release them after a mere word? You think you could deceive me so easily?" The entities quickly turned their attention to the team members Qiqi and Ningzhua, intrigued that they were mingling with humans. "Do not entertain thoughts of them. Then there is nothing to discuss. Entities should not associate with humans. If you wish to surrender them, I might release them. Dream on. That's impossible." Each entity aimed to seize Qiqi and her companions, leaving no room for negotiation. "This is my responsibility along with Qiqi. We must prioritize the hostages." "No. Why?" "I want to save them, but under different conditions. If you are unwilling to trade them, surely you brought a corpse with you?" The entity casually stated something that shocked everyone present. How did it know about Hiyu? Had it anticipated their arrival all along? Why did it possess such knowledge? A wave of questions flooded their minds. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Zhou Qiqi suddenly shouted, "Quiet. I know what to do. What do you intend?" "I'll exchange him for these people." "How about it? One corpse for so many living souls. You would not be at a loss." The entity chuckled, its laughter sending shivers down the spines of all present. "Let me think." Zhou Qiqi began to wail again. If he knew that after his death, he saved so many, he wouldn't blame you. Tears streamed down her face, her sorrow palpable. "Captain, perhaps we should acquiesce. If brother he knows the truth from beyond, he wouldn't hold it against you," Qiqi urged, convinced that even if you were alive, he would have unhesitatingly agreed. "But he died because he saved me. I can't let him be disturbed after his death." Chapter 135. Agreement I understand. "Brother he's body is in the vehicle. We must retrieve him." "Very well. I will send two with you, but do not pull any tricks or you know the consequences." The B-rank entity relented, allowing them to fetch Hiyu's corpse while simultaneously threatening them with the hostages. "Do not harm them. We know what to do." The B-rank entity snorted, watching them leave. Two subordinates following closely. "I'm sorry, brother he. We have wronged you. We brought the person you wanted. Now release them." "You must first hand over the hostages before we will release them," the entity replied, its eyes fixated on Hiyu's corpse. "Fine. Hear the people." Upon receiving Hiyu's body, the entity erupted into sinister laughter, a smile of triumph. "What are you laughing at? We fulfilled your request. Now hurry and release them. Look closely. Are these truly the people you wish to save?" The B-rank entity laughed uncontrollably. Everyone was taken aback, swiftly glancing toward the hostages, only to find eerie smiles plastered across their faces, sending chills down their spines. They watched helplessly as the hostages were untied and revealed their true grotesque forms. Even Zhou Qiqi twisted her face into a distorted grin. "Isn't this what you see? Surprising? Isn't it? TSK, fooled again, truly foolish." At that moment, they realized that everything had been a deception from the very beginning, a ruse orchestrated by these entities. "You are utterly shameless. One team member shouted, unable to contain their outrage, realizing they had been played for fools for so long. Do you not have any shame left? Why were they so fixated on Hiyu's corpse? What did they intend to do with it? Retreat. Thinking of escaping? Not so easy. The B-rank entity immediately recognized their intent and waved, summoning the surrounding entities to converge upon them, including itself. The sheer number of entities was overwhelming. They were relentless, making it impossible to defeat them all, particularly with the remaining team members lacking sufficient combat prowess against such a multitude of B-rank foes. As the entities closed in, they found no opportunity to escape. Exhaustion set in as two teammates were captured, plunging the situation into a more precarious state. As teammates were gradually taken away, only 3 remained, desperately holding on. However, ultimately, the trio found it challenging to withstand the onslaught of numerous bizarre attacks. "I'm sorry, everyone." The last image etched in her mind was that of Ning Zhuo and Chi rushing over anxiously to check on her condition. All had been ensnared by these strange forces and subsequently confined in a small room. Cough, cough, cough. Looking out the window, she noticed a small skylight, rendering the outside world invisible, save for a faint light filtering through. Dusk had yet to descend. Cough, cough, cough. Chi, wake up. Ning Zhuo. Chapter 136. Entering the illusion, please wake up, everyone. Approaching the door in an attempt to open it, she discovered it was locked from the outside and could not be opened unless someone intervened externally. Hurry, wake up. Hey. Her gaze fell upon the face of an approaching figure, and she instantly froze, her expression turning icy. She would never forget that face. It belonged to the entity that had impersonated Zhou Chi. What do you want? Zhou Chi cautiously stepped back, creating distance. Her eyes filled with suspicion. Don't be alarmed. I mean you no harm. Oh, then please leave. You're not welcome here. Don't be like that. Let us converse. We have nothing to discuss. I genuinely wish to speak with you. I can assist you in escaping, provided you take me along. Is that agreeable? What makes you willing to help us? Or rather, why should I trust you? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This arrangement benefits both of us. Does it not? Is that so? Indeed, truly. The entity nodded fervently, its eyes sparkling with sincerity. I don't believe you. I understand your reluctance to trust after I deceived you before, but this time I genuinely seek cooperation. Will you trust me just this once? The entity spoke urgently, a hint of plea in its tone. Are you finished? If so, please leave. You. The entity, desperate to say more, suddenly sensed the approaching footsteps and, without finishing its thought, swiftly retreated, disappearing in an instant. Before long, another B-grade entity arrived. Oh, you woke up quite quickly, it remarked disdainfully. What have you done to them? Nothing much, just ensured they will never awaken again. What do you mean? I have crafted illusions for each of them. They will remain trapped within, never to awaken. You are shameless. Feel free to think as you wish. I want you to witness your companions withering away day by day until death claims them, leaving you in unbearable agony. The B-grade entity laughed with glee, relishing the power it wielded. Let me enter the illusion as well. That is out of the question. You must observe them perish in the illusion. The B-grade entity refused, asserting that if it wanted, she would not awaken now either. I will certainly awaken. Impossible. No one has ever escaped my illusions. I shall be the first. You cannot possibly be afraid, can you? Such bravado for a little girl. Since you seek death, allow me to fulfill your wish. I await your illusion. You had better not disappoint me. She did not flinch, quietly awaiting the entity's illusion while continuously reinforcing her purpose in her mind, fearful of losing her resolve. She understood that in order to maintain her consciousness within the illusion, her will must remain steadfast. Chapter 137. Discovering the secret if I truly can awaken. It seems the game has become all the more intriguing. What is this? Silly child, why are you dazed? Hurry and eat. Mother has made your favorite sweet and sour ribs today. Mother? Oh dear, what is wrong with you today? Are you unwell? Eat up. The pressure of studies must be too much for the child. Be good. Just be happy. Your father and I only wish for your happiness. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I understand, mother and father. Eat quickly. You have to rise early for school tomorrow. Mother. I want to sleep with you tonight. How old are you to still want to sleep with your mother? I don't care. I just want to sleep with mother. All right, but you must eat well. Okay. Even while clutching her mother in bed, she felt a sense of disorientation. It was so warm. It truly was mother. Being with her parents, engaging in activities she loved, devoid of strange entities and worries. She needed to escape the illusion. She had to save her teammates. Feeling immense regret for her greed. No wonder the entity claimed no one could escape its illusions. They crafted the deepest desires of each individual's heart. Humans are inherently selfish and greedy, making it no surprise they cannot break free. A voice in her mind urged her to forget everything and remain there. No, I don't want to. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her. The greatest flaw in this world appeared to be herself. The thoughts in her mind grew increasingly intense. She would take the plunge. Gritting her teeth, she unhesitatingly drew a small knife and viciously slashed at her neck. An hour and a half later. How could anyone refuse the most coveted life, willing to die? I have done it. So what? They remain in slumber. The B-grade entity was no longer as furious as before, speaking indifferently. If I can awaken, so can they. Let's wait and see. The B-grade entity appeared entirely composed, casting sidelong glances at the others lying unconscious on the ground. You are afraid they might end up like me? Aren't you? What did you say? The B-grade entity's anger flared, its voice rising a notch. I said you were frightened. It thrived on control. These humans were mere playthings to alleviate its boredom. Forever unable to rise again. Your life and death are now in my hands. Why should I be afraid? Then let me enter their illusions. How does that make you the victor? Why should I heed your command? The B-grade entity retained a modicum of rationality, countering directly. Oh, are you afraid? Huh. What do I have to fear? ISNT this fear? TCH. Do you even know what you were saying? I do. I wish to enter their illusions. Each and every one of them. Whose illusion will you enter first? I am curious if you truly possess such capability. This was merely a fluke. Then let it be him. Ning Zhuo. Who are you? I do not know you. Ning Zhuo shook his head, assuming it was a trickster, and turned to leave. Chapter 138. Eliminate Ning Zhuo. What are your intentions? I do not recognize you. Why has Ning Zhuo completely forgotten about her? It appears that devising a plan to take him out will require considerable time. In the illusion, Ning Zhuo is no longer bizarre. He is a healthy individual, leading a normal life at school, and he must traverse that path. Why are you here again? Can we talk? I have class. I don't have time. May I accompany you? I'll wait for you at the school gate, and after your classes, we can have a discussion. All right. It is evident that Ning Zhuo is genuinely delighted. What do you wish to convey? Ning Zhuo gets straight to the point, seemingly unwilling to waste time. Ning Zhuo, whether you believe it or not, you do not belong here. This is merely an illusion. The real you is a bizarre entity. We fought side by side, and due to a mission, you fell into this illusion. Now I'm here to lead you out. What are you saying? Are you insane? Leave me alone. Why would I want to die with you? You're simply envious of others' happiness. At this point, Ning Zhuo realizes that this person is indeed deranged, spouting nonsensical claims. Please, just trust me. Although Ning Zhuo enjoys his time here and wishes to see him happy, they are trapped in an illusion, and the deeper they sink, the more perilous their situation becomes, potentially leading to death. Oh, release me. What do you intend to do? Ning Zhuo, unable to endure any longer, shouts in anger, drawing the attention of passers-by. Yet they remain oblivious, like characters in a system-generated narrative. You'll soon understand. I mean you no harm. Why should I trust you? Let me go. Allow me to leave, or I will call the authorities. Despite not knowing how this small girl possesses such extraordinary strength, nor why she has suddenly become a nuisance, he understands that he must escape quickly. Are you out of your mind? Listen to me. I truly will not harm you. Trust me. The two engage in a fierce struggle within the illusion, while a B-class anomaly sitting on a bench watches with amusement. Ha ha, this is delightful. What a spectacle. I never anticipated such an entertaining show. Watching them fight amongst themselves is simply too amusing. I wish I had placed them in the illusion sooner. Thankfully, I did not miss this opportunity. Chapter 139. Exiting the illusion, please listen to me carefully. No one jokes about such matters. I understand that this is difficult for you to accept, but you must confront reality. We have companions awaiting rescue. Why? How could I possibly be a bizarre entity? It's impossible. This is an illusion that manifests your deepest desires, which is why my words seem incredible. But the truth is, as I say, if it were possible, I would wish for this to be reality. However, if you do not take action, the real you will perish. Is that so? What about you? I am fine. Have you awakened? Do you feel unwell? Ningxua's tone is filled with regret for her conduct within the illusion. It's all right. I can't believe you actually succeeded. After the two share their emotional moment, the B-class anomaly speaks leisurely. You must keep your promise. It's time for the next. I understand. Chi soon awakens, comprehending everything. The B-class anomaly does not shy away from the individuals gradually regaining consciousness in the room, directly projecting the illusion before them. Everyone rushes to inquire about her condition. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. How can this be? It's impossible. For a moment, everyone forgets that a B-class anomaly is present in the room. Everyone perish. The B-class anomaly roars and lunges at the crowd, transforming into a frenzied being. It must eliminate them, for the consequences of being discovered by other anomalies due to this oversight would be dire. The B-class anomaly attempts to thrust the group back into the illusion, but they have already emerged. The illusion holds no power over them now. So, now you wish to escape? Too late. Realizing its predicament, the B-class anomaly tries to flee, but is swiftly intercepted by Chi and Ningxua. In that case, let us perish together. Do not worry. I intend to handle this anomaly personally. Captain, you are absolutely magnificent. Without you, we would not be here now. Chapter 140. Capturing the anomaly, let us hurry, before they notice. Captain, you were incredibly impressive just now. Oh, it was nothing. You all did splendidly too. She still holds onto the hope of finding Yu's body. Even the slightest chance will not be overlooked. We are still uncertain of their intentions. It is best not to act rashly. Ningxua reflects and concludes that prioritizing the greater good is wiser. We are all somewhat injured. If we engage in battle with them now, we may not fare well. The teammates also wish to recover Yu's body, but given their current situation, they are exposed while the others are concealed, making the likelihood of successfully retrieving Yu's body slim, risking the safety of the entire group. Then we must act swiftly. Chi casts a wary glance at the door. Although no anomalies have yet appeared, the B-class anomaly that was guarding them is dead, and they should soon discover this and take action. Let's move. As they converse, the group prepares to stealthily exit the room. Retreat. There is danger. No. Do not engage. I come not to harm you. This allows the group to clearly see the anomaly's appearance. It is the one impersonating Zhou Chi, but they remain unaware of its intentions. Why are you here again? Do you intend to leave? Please take me with you. I will do whatever you ask. Please let me leave. The anomaly pleads humbly, seeking to be taken along. Why should we trust you? What trickery do you intend? Let us go. Do not heed him. I beg you, take me with you. The pitiable demeanor and desperate pleas stand in stark contrast to its previous attitude. Is that true? Why? Has he deceived us before? Bringing him along would facilitate our escape. Let's take him. The group officially begins their flight, cautiously making their way to the exit, circumventing areas guarded by anomalies. They are confined to the third floor, and to escape, they must descend. As they pass the second floor, they all halt in surprise, observing a room with its door ajar, revealing numerous individuals sprawled on the floor, accompanied by a lurking anomaly. Others, concealed in unseen corners, may also be present. All those individuals are in a deep slumber, mirroring the symptoms of their teammates earlier, yet a few appear to be stirring. The B-class anomaly they had just defeated is now lifeless, and the others should be awakening soon. Who are you? Help! We are trapped. Indeed, as the first individual regains consciousness and realizes their captivity, they begin to scream for assistance. As others awakened to the unsettling sounds, they quickly grasped the peril of their situation, their panic driving them to flee in all directions in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet, they were all thwarted by these strange entities. Their efforts to resist were futile, as ordinary individuals stood no chance against the otherworldly beings. Help us! Is there anyone there? Save us, I have children. The captives began to cry out one by one. Chaos ensued as the entities, astonished at why these humans had awakened from their slumber, commenced disciplining those who dared to run amok. Where do you think you're going? No one is coming to your aid. You would do well to behave yourselves. Not a single one of you will survive this uproar. The beings exhibited immense strength. One individual struggled on the ground, unable to rise, groaning in agony. Observing this, the others, fearful of being the next to be discarded, ceased their commotion. Once the situation was under control, the entities breathed a sigh of relief, perplexed at how these humans had managed to awaken from the illusion, and even more so that they had all done so. The onlookers remained concealed at the stairwell, taking in the unfolding scene. These are genuine survivors. We must rescue them. Let us three investigate how many entities there are, while you guard the entrance and remain undisclosed. If they release anyone, ensure to escort them to safety. Though others were uneasy about their solitary venture, they ultimately refrained from further protest. Chapter 141. The Exchange of Hostages. Hey, release them. Weren't you all trapped in illusion? How did you end up here? That's none of your concern. Can you release them? You think you can just demand their release? Little one, you lack sincerity. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This little girl and the two entities beside her should have been confined on the third floor. How did you get here? What have you done with our people? Worry about yourselves first. Hurry and release them. Little girl, don't be too presumptuous. The hostages are still in our possession. Are you certain we won't take action? One of the entities made a move to strangle a nearby hostage, who desperately struggled and cried for help. I can exchange myself for them. Release them, and I will stay here. Just you? You intend to trade your life for so many? How does that benefit us? What do you want? Bring them along. You three stay, and we will let them go. How does that sound? The entities exhibited great interest in Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo, perplexed at why, as fellow entities, they could engage with humans. Listen to her. It's better for us to stay together for your protection. But this means you will also be risking your safety alongside me. Don't overthink it. We will devise a plan later. All right, we will stay. Release them immediately. You may leave now. The entities addressed the survivors. Upon hearing they could escape, the individuals regained their spirits, shedding their previous lethargy, fearing that if they delayed, they might miss their chance. What a pitiful rescue. No one even remembers to thank you. You saved a bunch of ingrates. Oh, first, bind them. We will report back to the boss later. One of the entities gestured for the others to bring ropes and secure the captives. Indeed, they still hold significant value. Better not to kill them just yet. Another entity spoke, and their words rendered the three silent. Who's their boss? What value do they possess? The boss has sent someone. Keep an eye on them while I go meet him. After giving a few instructions, the leading entity turned and left. Shortly thereafter, they heard disordered footsteps outside, suggesting many were approaching. Yes, they are here. Does the boss wish to meet them now? It was the same entity, returning as if in conversation with someone. All right, send them in now. A deep, resonant voice echoed, unfamiliar to them, likely the person the boss had dispatched. Understood. The entity responded respectfully before opening the door and entering. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar illusion, yet the binding of their limbs remained unchanged. Awake? Are you all right? Not injured? We're fine. They locked us in and left, and no one has come yet. Wait until they arrive. In this entirely alien environment, Ning Zhuo maintained his composure. However, a glance around revealed no apparent weaknesses. Chapter 142. Torture. What? Only now do you think of escaping? Chi-Chi ignored the entity's scornful taunts, struggling independently, yet no matter the method. The ropes binding them remained steadfast, causing her hands to blister. Calm down, we cannot break free. Let us observe their next move and seize an opportunity then. Fine. Chi-Chi nodded, resigned to the fact that the ropes were indeed unyielding. What do you intend to do with us? You will find out shortly. Here they come. Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo focused on the doorway, and soon a tall, dark figure appeared, exceptionally robust, barely fitting through the narrow entrance. An A-grade entity. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chi-Chi whispered, as the entity radiated an overwhelming, terrifying strength, almost suffocating them. This is bad. Ning Zhuo frowned, realizing the entity's power far exceeded their expectations. It's all right. They have yet to harm us. I am curious to learn their intentions. Ah, still conscious. You truly are remarkable. What is your purpose? Me? You genuinely wish to know? The entity began to tantalize them. The only similarity it shared with others was its avaricious visage. Speak. Look at that defiance. No wonder I chose you. To be frank, you possess a unique power that we find invaluable. The entity, no longer coy, plainly stated the reason for their abduction. My subordinates tell me you are formidable. Take her away. What are you planning? I advise you to focus on your own safety. Hearing Chi-Chi's cries, the entity turned coldly. Do not harm them. I will go with you. Very well. They remain here. I will not touch them as long as you accompany us. The entity did not press further, instead leaving two of its kind to guard them. Chi-Chi was on the verge of tears, yet felt entirely powerless, bound and immobile. Her backpack is still here. We must find a way to retrieve it. Ningzhu discreetly glanced at the backpack tossed in the corner. Lift it. What do you truly intend to do? You will serve our purposes, and of course, you must be trained to obey. The peculiar entity opened its mouth in a manner both strange and enigmatic. Begone. Who wishes to be at your service? Dream on. With a sigh, the A-class anomaly shook its head, realizing it needed to discipline the disobedient puppet. Drawing forth a long whip adorned with barbs, it prepared for a strike that would tear through flesh and skin. Boss, shall we join in? This seems quite entertaining. Chimed in another anomaly nearby, eager to participate. Very well. Each of us shall take 3 strikes, and we shall see to whom she first pleads for mercy. The A-class anomaly readily agreed, igniting excitement among those present. Their overwhelming desire for conquest stirred them into action. Despite her efforts to shield herself from harm, after the initial round, she was already a bloody mess, with drops of blood splattering onto the ground, soon forming a pool. Her spirit is quite resilient. Let us continue. Chapter 143. The challenge, boss. Is she going to die? Humph. Let us drop her and see if she still breathes. Boss, she is still alive. She is drawing breath. No chance of escaping alive. Let us engage in a challenge. Shall we? All right, but the rules shall be mine to set. Agreed. Let us play a guessing game with 2 cups, one containing poison, the other harmless. Blind guessing will ensure one of us meets their end, but the anomaly surely has a trick up its sleeve. Agreed. With a grand gesture, the A-class anomaly summoned forth 2 unidentifiable figures, each holding a small cup of clear liquid. You may choose first. This one. Let's drink together. You have lost. No, it is you who has lost. Why did you not swallow? You cheated. In truth, neither cup was poisoned initially. The poison was concealed within their rings, correct? You know that the cheater in a challenge is destined for self-destruction once discovered. You shall perish. As the A-class anomaly self-destructed, the 2 figures who had previously held the cups met the same fate instantaneously, leaving no room for reaction. I have won. Allow me to depart. Hold on. That was his promise to you. We made no such agreement. Then let each take their turn to challenge me. Should I prevail, I shall be free. Who shall go first? Let's conclude this swiftly. I shall go first. Chapter 144. The plea, it's all right. It has passed. Take some medicine. I will tend to your wounds. How could they inflict such harm upon you? Where are they? Ishal exact vengeance. Chi-Chi, growing increasingly furious, rolled up her sleeves. Ready for action. I've already dealt with it. I shall recover in a couple of days. Brutes, you have suffered greatly. Upon exiting, they discovered the marks left by their teammates and followed them to their location. It is our fault. Had we been present, perhaps you would not have been so gravely injured. The teammates expressed their guilt, their concern palpable as they beheld their usually vibrant captain lying weakly in Ningzhu's embrace. It is not your fault. Captain, those survivors fled from the residences. We could not persuade them to join us. They're not far away. Should we investigate? One teammate suggested as they prepared to set out. Despite the captain's grievous injuries, he felt it necessary to mention it. Let's go take a look. Didn't you run away? Why are you still here? Chi-Chi inquired, her tone far from friendly, unable to fully comprehend the survivor's previous betrayal. We have nowhere else to go. We can assist you. We are willing to work, as long as you take us with you. Yes, thank you so much. Without you, we would be lost. We want to be a burden. Very well, let us depart before nightfall. Just as they prepared to leave, an unexpected guest arrived, the entity masquerading as Zhou Qi. What do you want now? Qi confronted the entity at the front of the group, her tone unfriendly. Will you take me with you? I beg you. I know you can escape this place. We have already led you away from those anomalies. I wish to accompany you. I can be of service. Please take me with you. I implore you. No. Have you forgotten what he did before? Why? They are also anomalies. Why can they follow you while I cannot? Chapter 145. Resentment. We have helped you escape those anomalies. You possess the ability to protect yourself. Do not follow us. Very well. Remember your words. Let's depart. Following the command, the other teammates led the group away, ignoring the furious entity left behind, stamping its feet in frustration. One teammate frowned and remarked, traveling with so many will inevitably delay our journey. Our vehicle was destroyed by those anomalies when we handed over his US body. It's fine. We will find a safe place to rest before nightfall. Agreed. The teammate responded and fell silent, focusing on leading the group onward. Are you all right? I'm fine. How much further? Why haven't we reached your base yet? A large and irritable survivor inquired. We still have half a day's journey. Half a day? This base is far too remote. Is it safe? You aren't deceiving us. Are you? I can't believe we've followed you this far. The survivors began to complain, adopting an increasingly unreasonable tone. TSK. Ningzhuo noted their grievances with a low click of his tongue. What is it? We shouldn't have saved them. Look at them nitpicking again. Ningzhuo frowned, the incessant complaints from the survivors ringing in his ears, and they seemed intent on causing trouble. Fortunately, his teammates ignored them, allowing their discontent to unfold. Enough. This is our mission. We shall not stoop to their level. That does not excuse their insolence. Ningzhuo was unwilling to let the matter rest. Their ungratefulness irked him deeply. Initially, when they risked their lives to save them, they left a poor impression, and now they were turning the tables. Was this behavior befitting of humanity? Do not act impulsively. Stay quiet. Let me handle this. A survivor retorted. Indeed, it's one thing to be without transportation, but why are you blaming us? Your implication is that we should refrain from rescuing you, is it not? Since you refused to cooperate, why did you so fervently call for help in the first place? Now, each of you adopts a haughty demeanor, presenting yourselves as superior. Chi, unable to bear it any longer, retorted angrily, What do you mean? If you wish us ill, just say so. We shall not accompany you. The individual standing at the forefront of the survivors took a seat on the ground, and others followed suit, embodying a resolute stance of, if you do not desire our assistance, we shall remain seated. If you have grievances against us, kindly leave this place. We are still within a perilous zone of strange entities. Any disputes can be addressed once we reach the base. On what grounds? It appears you harbor no good intentions. The survivors collectively expressed their refusal to rise. Just moments ago, the path was devoid of danger, and now there's a threat? Absurd, whether you believe it or not. We need not persist in pleading like sycophants. A few strange entities had trailed them, and those outside had already been gruesomely torn apart. Help! Save us! Yet, the survivors' terror only incited further excitement among the entities, who relentlessly pursued them, resulting in the demise of nearly half the survivors in a matter of moments. Chapter 146. The real Chi-Chi, the few strange entities that charged and were swiftly dealt with by the team members, but a continuous stream of entities approached. They needed to depart promptly. Please save us. Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo observed, urging the others to assist. After all, these were living beings, and it was impossible for anyone to remain indifferent to the gruesome deaths of their compatriots. Despite previous discontent, they resolved to prioritize saving lives, and the team members hurriedly engaged with the entities to rescue the survivors. The number of strange entities was manageable, and their levels were low enough for the team to cope. We must retreat. More entities will arrive shortly. Along the way, Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo dealt with several pursuing entities. Over there, they directed. After ensuring the area was clear, the others hastily took refuge in the warehouse. Once Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo had dispatched the entities, they followed suit, securing the doors behind them, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Zhou Chi-Chi. The others turned in the direction of Chi-Chi's gaze, having not noticed the presence of another person in the warehouse amidst their earlier haste. "Do not kill me. Please don't." Zhou Chi-Chi, startled by the sudden intrusion, cowered and screamed, her disheveled appearance making it hard to recognize her true self. Indeed, it was Zhou Chi-Chi. Was she perhaps transformed into one of those entities? The team members, recognizing her familiar voice, identified her but remained wary due to their previous encounter with a deceiver masquerading as Zhou Chi-Chi. Thus, none dared to approach her closely. "What? An entity? Throw her out immediately." The nearby survivors echoed the team's alarm, the memory of their fallen companions fresh in their minds. "Kill her. She is an entity." The survivors pushed the team members towards a corner. "Enough. Do you wish to attract more entities with your shouting? We will ascertain whether she is an entity. Kindly refrain from complicating matters. Do not approach. Don't kill me. It's me. Are you capable of rational thought?" Yes. The individuals referred to were indeed the unreasonable survivors. "Fine, I understand. Please eat something and rest. I will keep this person. She is not an entity. If you have objections, direct them at me. But do not harm her, or you will be thrown out to face the entities. No objections? Then attend to your own matters. Rest until it is safe outside, and we shall continue our journey." The survivors, heads bowed, found places to sit, genuinely beginning to recuperate from the fright and fatigue of their earlier flight. Bang! 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 Just as they prepared to rest, the warehouse doors suddenly rattled, as if something outside was colliding with them, undoubtedly the entities that had followed closely behind. Silence. Everyone, quickly find something to block the door. The survivors, filled with anxiety and a will to survive, sprang into action, busily moving objects to barricade the entrance. Chapter 147. Mission failed in a flurry. They managed to push enough items against the door to hold it momentarily. The crashing from outside persisted, and no one dared to relax, their eyes fixed anxiously on the door that continued to thud ominously, fearing the next moment could see it breached. "I truly do not understand why we sought refuge here. If they enter, we are doomed. Wasn't it promised that our safety would be assured? Why don't you venture out and eliminate them now? What purpose do you serve? You boast of your strength, yet only shout in chaos. Perhaps we should never have bothered with you." Chi-Chi, no longer inclined to tolerate their complaints, shot back angrily. "Would we be in this predicament if it weren't for you? Enough. We are all in the same boat. Do not create discord now. You need not feign superiority. You are merely a burden, requiring assistance to walk. What arrogance is this? Do not provoke me. I will not hesitate to take action against you." Ning Zhui clenched his fists, ready to confront the ungrateful survivors. "Enough. The door cannot withstand much more. Conserve your strength for the entities." As the entities outside sensed the door's impending failure, they delivered a powerful strike, shattering the barrier. The heavy objects flew, and everyone quickly dodged out of the way. In a swift rush, several entities surged through, casting aside the obstacles that had impeded their entry, their eyes gleaming with greed. "So many. Just the right feast, ha." The entity's avarice intensified, their desire palpable. "Please do not kill us. We beg you. We will do anything you ask. We are innocent, and your kind are the ones who have slain them, not us. Spare us." The survivors, witnessing the entity's approach, fell to their knees, trembling in fear. Perhaps to them, the team members were not saviors, but merely instruments of survival. A pack of ingrates. Without us, you would have perished in that building. Chi-Chi trembled with rage at their audacity, and the others seethed with indignation, having never encountered such selfishness. Today had indeed opened their eyes to the truth that like attracts like. How amusing. If you wish for your lives, kill them, and we shall let you go. A bunch of useless beings, perish. You serve no purpose. Without hesitation, the entities surged forward, attacking the survivors, who were caught off guard by the betrayal, scattering in panic. The survivors, in a state of panic, could do little more than scream and scatter, resulting in several casualties in a short span of time. The current bizarre situation was not overly dire. They could not afford to waste time and needed to charge forth. The two individuals exchanged nods and gestured to the others to form a line, preparing to move out. "Please lead us. We acknowledge our mistakes. Save us. We will no longer speak ill of you." They pleaded. "There is no need. You lack the merit to warrant our assistance. We are not saints. Only those of worth are entitled to survive in this apocalyptic world. You, mere echoes of the past, are of no use. Captain, this mission has been deemed a failure. Yet we harbor no regrets. We shall bear this responsibility together. Chapter 148. A new mission. Let us first eat and rest. We can address any issues after recuperating, the leader suggested. I apologize for our inability to succeed in this task. What happened? It is not your fault. Do not bear undue guilt. They brought this upon themselves. Failure is merely a part of our journey, as long as our team remains unharmed. I happen to have a new mission. Are you willing to take it on? Of course. Please proceed. The leader subsequently outlined the new task, which involved rescuing more survivors, albeit from a location farther from their current hideout. Early the next morning, the group organized themselves and set off without delay, aware of the pressing timeline and weighty responsibilities ahead. They refrained from lingering, remaining vigilant throughout their journey. Everyone halt. What is it, Captain? Is something amiss? The team members responded with curiosity as they paused. Take cover. Something feels off. Where is Xiao Shizhang? I'm not sure. She was just here. Indeed, she just asked me for water. The team expressed their confusion, realizing that in mere moments, a member had vanished without any of them noticing. I'm here. I'm here. At that moment, Xiao Shizhang reappeared, calling out, but simultaneously, an S-Class anomaly emerged. Get behind us. The S-Class anomaly wasted no time. It was aggressive from the onset. Such ferocity. Chi-Chi was the first to confront the S-Class anomaly, only to be flung backward, struggling to regain her footing. Why do you, a being of anomaly, seek to protect humanity? Mind your own business. Do you reside by the sea? Ningzhua charged at the anomaly, interrupting its words. Is that all you've got? Those people have inflated your worth, but you are nothing without them. I will take these humans with me, the S-Class anomaly declared, swiftly seizing Chi-Chi and Ningzhua, leaving them no chance to resist before disappearing from sight. What do we do now? What could I want with them? The team members voiced their distress. Strange, we encountered no anomalies during our journey, and we concealed our traces. How could our position be compromised? Another team member questioned, pondering the possibility of intentional exposure. As they recalled Xiao Shizhang's sudden departure, a collective suspicion arose regarding her whereabouts. Why are you looking at me? Xiao Shizhang stammered defensively. I merely went to the restroom. One has to answer nature's call. Though the group chose not to press further, doubt lingered in their minds, especially given the recent events. Let us devise a plan to escape and rescue Chi-Chi and the others. They began to scout for a safe haven, knowing their location had been compromised and needed to vacate promptly. Where to? The S-Class anomaly returned unexpectedly, startling them. What have you done to them? Focus on your own safety. This area is surrounded by our kind. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. You will remain trapped here forever. Chapter 149. Unmasking the anomaly. With that, the anomaly left behind a chilling laughter. Such malice, the team sat exhausted. We were too numerous earlier. It made us an easy target. If I had concealed myself better, they would not have noticed me. Just tell me where the base is. Do you not know where the base is? Xiao Shizhang, suddenly uneasy, tried to maintain her composure. It is too dangerous. You should stick with us and not wander off again. Would it not be more efficient for you to just tell me? Do you wish to see everyone perish here? Through door number 2. Who are you? What do you mean? Is there a need for pretense? You're not Xiao Shizhang. Who are you truly? Impressive deduction. The anomaly sneered. You revealed our position, but what is your objective? We have done nothing against you. Are you unwell? Do not kill me. I will do anything you ask. The anomaly, realizing its impending doom, pleaded for mercy, astonished by the girl's strength. I truly regret my actions. Please spare me. You deserve death. Spare me. I can guide you to save your friends. In a moment of desperation, the anomaly hastily proposed a bargain. Is that genuine? Absolutely. My life is in your hands. I would not dare deceive you. The anomaly nodded fervently, desperate to prove its sincerity. Do not attempt any tricks. Lead the way. They navigated cautiously, avoiding the remnants of the S-Class anomaly, finally arriving at a structure resembling a cage. This is it. There are guards at the entrance. You will need to find a way inside. I must leave now. Show us your strength, if you can. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. They quickly hid behind a pillar. soon hearing the foul-mouthed remarks of the anomaly impersonating Xiao Qiqi. Chapter 150. Xiao Qiqi's return. Release me. I have done so much for you. What more do you want? Do you have the audacity to ask? Where's that little girl you took? One anomaly coldly inquired. How should I know? I did not take anyone. Still stubborn, you'll soon regret it. After all, there's no use keeping a useless waste like you around. I'll dispose of you shortly. The ominous tone did not suggest jest. The entity impersonating Xiao Qiqi was likely doomed. Living under your control holds no meaning. Death would be a relief. The entity masquerading as Xiao Qiqi let out a cold snort, suddenly unafraid of death, having long endured a life of puppetry. These entities had exploited his abilities to force him into perilous situations, ultimately demanding his life. So, let me grant you this favor. Another entity swiftly raised a knife and struck at the one pretending to be Xiao Qiqi. He ceased to struggle, and ultimately, their bodies were severed. Someone will come to handle this soon. After resolving the matter of the impersonator, the two entities departed without casting a glance back. Xiao Qiqi, hidden in the shadows, observed the gruesome scene with cold indifference. He felt no sympathy, as this fate was self-inflicted. The anguished moans of Qiqi and Ning Zhua had faded. They were likely rendered unconscious from the torment. Such fragile resilience? A deep voice arose, seemingly discontent with Qiqi and Ning Zhua's faintness. Perhaps we should dissect their skulls to uncover their thoughts. Why would they choose to associate with humans? I'm also curious. Let's extract their entrails and see how they compare to ours. The deep voice echoed in agreement. Clearly, they were intensely interested in studying Qiqi and Ning Zhua. Someone is outside. Oh, a little human girl, daring to eavesdrop at the door. Quite audacious. Let us capture her as well for our research. Ha ha ha. Another entity laughed maniacally. Kika, Ning Zhua. Wake up. Oh, a familiar face? The voice, sharp and mocking, found the situation amusing. It seems this was an easy catch. Yet they did not appear as formidable as the rumors suggested. Indeed, tales can be misleading. You underestimated her. When we seized her earlier, she offered no resistance. This little one wasn't even ready to bite. Clever girl. You knew to let that fellow bring you here. What have you done to them? Nothing much. Why not join us and bring along your two companions? I assure you I won't harm them further. Are you dreaming? Don't be so hasty to judge. I can grant you time to consider. No need. I refuse to sink to your level. Such a spirited individual, if truly harnessed, could serve gloriously in the future. Ha ha ha. How amusing, simply delightful. Just as those in the room pondered their thoughts, the floor was suddenly blasted open by a bomb. Fortunately, its power was minimal, merely damaging the ground without injuring anyone, leaving everyone covered in dust. They were puzzled as to who dared throw a bomb at them at this moment. The entities quickly regained their composure, scanning for the bomber. It is I, Xiao Qiqi. Unbeknownst to them, she had appeared at the door, standing tall and fearless, leaning against the frame as she stared down the entities. Chapter 151. All captured another one? Release them. Her explosion not only harmed no one, but also caused quite a commotion. Be careful not to endanger yourself while trying to save them. You should leave quickly. What do you mean? I came to rescue you all. As expected, while Xiao Qiqi and the entities were locked in a standoff, more noise emerged from outside. The boss received word that someone intends to rescue them from our grasp. Capture her. The S-Class entity quickly sensed Xiao Qiqi's actions and promptly dispatched individuals to notify and assist. Understood. The two entities, upon realizing it was an order from the S-Class, lunged at Xiao Qiqi without hesitation. Even with a weapon in hand, she struggled against the two entities' assault. She was simply too weak, and within moments, they subdued her without needing the assistance of the third entity. It appears another has walked into their own demise. The entities clucked their tongues, watching Xiao Qiqi struggle as they shook their heads. Let me go. 2 against 1 is hardly impressive. Your victory is unearned. Xiao Qiqi fought hard against her restraints, but her efforts were futile. The two entities bound her with ease. Yes. The two entities nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to escort Xiao Qiqi out of the room, even kindly closing the door behind them. I told you to leave first. Who could escape in that situation? I'm too tired to argue with you. By the way, where have you been all this time? None of your business. Do you wish my demise? Zhou Qiqi replied with annoyance, her tone as sharp as ever, showcasing a true essence of Zhou Qiqi, contrasting markedly with the entity impersonating her. Fine, do as you wish. So what do we do now? We wait. Qiqi and Ning Zhuo are still unconscious, leaving us unable to flee. Even if we could escape, we remain unaware of their fate. If she and Zhou Qiqi were to flee first and be discovered, it would spell danger for Qiqi and Ning Zhuo. Zhou Qiqi grasped the gravity of the situation, uncharacteristically quieting down. She entered without a word, hoisting Qiqi and Ning Zhuo and making for the door. Where are you taking them? To another location, of course. You all stay here and await your fate. Where is he taking them? They are in danger. We must follow. Quickly, let me help you untie the ropes. After considerable effort, they finally freed themselves from their bindings, though they were left with sore teeth. Wait for me. Hurry. He hasn't gone far. Carrying two hefty individuals, Zhou Qiqi had not ventured far, and she caught up to him, standing by the window to observe the entity navigating through the woods with Qiqi and Ning Zhuo in tow. The two cautiously trailed behind the entity, leading them deep into the forest, where it halted before the largest tree, seemingly waiting for someone. Chapter 152, Infiltration follow closely. However, upon entering, they found an unusual quietness. The entity quickly sensed something amiss and rushed inside, only to find the room empty save for severed ropes on the ground. The entity turned and dashed out to find the others. They have escaped. Everyone mobilize, pursue with full force. The entity calmly commanded its subordinates before leaving to report the incident to the S-Class entity. How intriguing. I shall witness firsthand what they are capable of. After a brief sit, the S-Class entity also rose and exited. Why are we venturing deeper into the wilderness? What are they truly after? I do not know. Let us follow for now. They cautiously trailed the entities, growing increasingly distant, and just as Zhou Qiqi considered retreating, they noticed the entities heading towards the only building in sight. This structure was grander and more imposing than the previous one. It likely served as their true headquarters. These peculiar aesthetics are rather impressive. Zhou Qiqi found herself able to critique the imposing architecture before her. Yet it must be acknowledged that this structure appeared perfect and intricate from every angle, hinting at the complexity within. As she observed the bizarre assembly growing larger with each strange entity joining, it became evident that the later arrivals were nearly obscuring the figures of Qiqi and Ning Zhuo. Seizing the moment, they decided to blend into the crowd. With the throng expanding and new oddities continuously joining, Zhou Qiqi contemplated whether they could seize this opportunity to infiltrate the building amidst the chaos. Is this feasible? Zhou Qiqi voiced her uncertainty. Do we have any other options? Perhaps. What do you both intend to do? What now? Is there food inside? There isn't any food. Do you even know who we are? Are you lost too? Ah, ha ha ha. Indeed. Do you wish to accompany us? We shall have food shortly. Really? That would be splendid. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Let us proceed. However, Zhou Qiqi was acutely aware that these strange beings harbored ill intentions, and she suspected that greater dangers awaited them. Nevertheless, she resolved to infiltrate the building first. What are you up to? You'll find out soon enough. Chapter 153. The experiment, their display of fear towards the strange entities greatly amused them. Ha ha ha. Humans are indeed foolish. We should inform our superiors about capturing two of them. The beings locked the door behind them and left with a sense of triumph. Look, it's Qiqi and Ning Zhuo. Oh, they are quite compliant, saving us considerable effort. Zhou Qiqi, initially anxious, found her composure upon seeing Qiqi and Ning Zhuo. Qiqi, Ning Zhuo, witnessing their unconscious state filled her with concern. She wanted to shake them awake, but hesitated upon seeing their injuries. Regardless of her calls, they showed no signs of awakening. Well, it seems they won't regain consciousness anytime soon. I must devise a plan for escape. Zhou Qiqi spoke coldly, her demeanor starkly contrasting her usual self. As they pondered their escape, an unexpected visitor approached. The footsteps drew nearer, and upon reaching the iron-barred door, they finally recognized their visitor, a formidable S-Class entity. Quite adept at running, I see, to have made it this far. And you're quite skilled at pursuit, You caught up quickly. Oomph. Do you truly wish to save these two entities? None of your concern. If you wish to rescue them, you should consider your abilities. You are all in my grasp now. Do not resist. Aren't you quite capable? Let us see how you handle this. Upon receiving the command, two entities rushed to the opposite side to unlock the cell where Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo were held, dragging Chi-Chi away. I will document her demise and present it to you. Having issued his threat, the entity departed. There is nothing but this. Are you capable of this? Zhou Chi-Chi observed, growing anxious. Almost there. First, create a straw doll comparable to my size. What are you planning? Zhou Chi-Chi inquired, puzzled but complied. I will go out to rescue them. You remain here to avoid early detection. Can you manage alone? Zhou Chi-Chi frowned, worry etched on her face. Do you have any other alternatives? She then moved beside Zhou Chi-Chi, assisting her in crafting the straw figure, shedding her coat to dress it. Once prepared, she placed the straw figure in a dim corner, ensuring that Zhou Chi-Chi could shield it from scrutiny. I'm off. This is now your responsibility. Certainly. After completing everything, she turned to Zhou Chi-Chi, advising, do not act rashly unless absolutely necessary, understood? Understood. Quickly attend to your friend. It has been quite a while. Upon exiting the prison-like space, she spotted a room across the way. Treading lightly, she entered through the slightly ajar door. The sight before her widened her eyes. It resembled a laboratory, with various bizarre organs submerged in mysterious liquids within glass tanks, alongside human specimens. The tanks filled the room, accompanied by an array of implements and experimental tools lining an entire wall. She crouched down, scanning for Chi-Chi, and finally spotted her by the window, unconscious and free of bindings. Chapter 154. The uprising hiding behind a table, but still unable to reach Chi-Chi, she cautiously adjusted her position, catching a glimpse of a page of paper at the table's edge, seemingly inscribed with something. She sensed the entity's gaze linger on their hiding spot momentarily before casually moving away. It's up to you now. Slowly, she approached the open space and abruptly hurled the bomb she held towards the group of entities that had just entered the building. The bomb detonated upon impact, exhibiting considerable force, obliterating the last few entities into fragments. The ones in front fared little better, hurled several meters away from the explosion's impact, and the surrounding decor was utterly demolished. Naturally, the bomb's detonation generated a significant noise, likely audible for miles around. Who is it? The S-class entity conducting experiments in the room also heard the commotion. What are those fools doing with such a ruckus? Shortly after the explosion, several entities rushed in to report. Boss, we have a situation. That human girl has somehow emerged and is throwing bombs at us. She's already hurled several, and many of our comrades have perished. You bunch of fools. Why are you all standing around? Hurry, eliminate her. The other entities were taken aback. How could such a formidable group struggle against a mere girl? The S-class entity observed, a look of admiration in his eyes, realizing the girl was far stronger than she pretended. Do not harm her. Let me engage her. Are you interested in playing a game with me? The S-class entity regarded the defiant girl before him, speaking softly. What game? Chapter 155. Together consider your options. If you submit to me early on, I can spare you from punishment. We have yet to begin. Do not be too hasty in determining the outcome. Victory and defeat remain uncertain. Fortunately, Ning Zhuo had already regained consciousness, ultimately defeating the entity. Zhou Chi-Chi, while waiting for Ning Zhuo to venture out, explained that she could discern the type of weapon by its sound, a skill that had reinstated her value within the base. Was she supposed to assist Chi-Chi? Ning Zhuo frowned, recalling Zhou Chi-Chi's earlier statement. Well, guessing is futile. We shall find out by going out. The two followed the marks until they discovered the S-class entity's chamber, inside which lay a weakened Chi-Chi, who had regained consciousness but was somewhat disoriented. Ning Zhuo fed Chi-Chi a pill to help her recover. Upon witnessing the outcome, the entity raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the girl's formidable strength. Such a person, should she choose to serve him, would surely lead to the eventual domination of humanity. You are formidable. To compel someone like her to willingly serve him, he must subdue her, ensuring her complete allegiance. The strange figure observed the dark expressions on the faces of Chi-Chi and Zhou Qiqi Ning, astonished that they had all emerged. Qiqi, you're awake. Do you feel unwell? Just some superficial injuries. I'm not that fragile. Qiqi waved off, indicating that she was fine. Although she felt somewhat weak, she was still capable of fighting. Why have you all come out? Why not leave? What nonsense are you talking? When have I ever abandoned you? We will always stand by your side. Don't be so sentimental. Had I not been counting on you to lead us out, I surely wouldn't have rescued you. I truly appreciate your help. All right, enough of that. You look utterly disheveled. So, are you prepared? A fierce battle awaits us. Of course. Ready? Yes. The four of them assumed a combat stance. This is my territory, not a stage for your emotional displays. Attack. The strange figure glared at the four before him, finding them exceedingly bothersome. If he could not possess them, he would annihilate them. With a command from the S-class entity, the strange army surged forth from all directions, descending upon the four like a swarm. Initially, the four managed to hold their ground, but with Qiqi and Ning, who was still injured, their capabilities were far from their prime. Despite Zhou Qiqi's efforts, she was ultimately weaker than the others. By the time Qiqi and Ning realized the impending danger, it was too late. They were too preoccupied to offer assistance. Chapter 156. Jimmy, the bombardment continued, and the S-class entity sought refuge behind its subordinates. It's the base. The base has sent people to rescue us. Zhou Qiqi exclaimed upon seeing figures rushing towards them. The leading man was indeed handsome. Unlike Ning, was gentle charm. His appearance exuded a striking aggression. Though tall, it was evident he was still quite young. To rise to a leadership position within the elite team of the base at such a young age spoke volumes of his strength. You weren't hurt, were you? He inquired upon approaching, his voice deep and captivating. No, the group replied, but before they could elaborate, the strange army began to close in again. Despite their previous losses, many strange entities remained. Can you hold on? I'm fine. Just get them to safety. They're severely injured. Can you protect them? All right. You three take them away first. Without hesitation, the man gestured for a few others to escort Ning Zhuo and the others away. Ning Zhuo, uneasy, wanted to stay, but was stopped by the man. You're injured. It's best not to. I'll cover your retreat. Otherwise, no one will escape. You all go ahead. Qiqi and Zhou Qiqi have no one to look after them. Don't worry about me. They weren't keen on lingering, seizing the opportunity to evade the strange entities before hastily boarding their vehicle. Damn it, issue a manhunt order. No matter where they flee, they must perish. The S-class entity, infuriated by the departing vehicle, barked orders before turning away. The manhunt order was swiftly disseminated, and many strange entities received the news. Well done, little sister. You performed admirably. I'm Jimmy. You need to call me by name. Just call me brother. Big brother Jimmy. That sounds unpleasant. Don't you want to call me brother? Would you prefer something else? They're S and ahead. Let us take a look. Jimmy was somewhat displeased by Ning Zhuo's presence, but kept his thoughts to himself. Qiqi and Zhou Qiqi followed behind, puzzled by the man's intentions. After a brief tidy-up, Jimmy eagerly offered to prepare lunch, and Ning Zhuo, unwilling to be outdone, joined him in the kitchen while the others rested for a moment. Eat this, little girl. You're still growing. You need more meat. Thank you. This is your favorite. Thank you. You all should eat. I can serve myself. Hurry and eat. All right. Ning Zhuo rolled her eyes in silence. This man was quite the performer. Qiqi and Zhou Qiqi, the amused onlookers, were struggling to contain their laughter. Have you eaten too much? Chapter 157. Pursuit next time. Eat less. Ning Zhuo sighed, realizing she shouldn't have quarreled with Jimmy earlier, observing how stuffed the child had become. Are you full? Little sister, do you need a massage? My technique is quite good. No, thank you, big brother Jimmy. I'm feeling much better. Good night, everyone. Indeed, those eyes are watching you with ill intent. Zhou Qiqi chimed in, getting closer. Huh? What do you mean? Though she felt uneasy under Jimmy's gaze, she was still young and largely unaware of such dangers. I'm so sleepy. They continued to keep an eye on Jimmy. The following morning, you've all worked hard, but the survivors have yet to be located. We must find and rescue them. Understood. Then I can't leave. I can't let you take risks. As the elder brother, I must be responsible for you. Jimmy was resolute in joining them, and the others, realizing he wouldn't be swayed, ceased their attempts to dissuade him. If that's the case, let us set off. The group began their journey. The location provided by the base was not far, but it was imprecise, and they would have to assess the survivors' whereabouts upon arrival. However, as they commenced their trek, strange entities spotted them, having received the manhunt order. Watch how I deal with them. The number of strange entities was limited, and with Ningxua's later edition, they swiftly dispatched the foes. Am I handsome? Very impressive. The group resumed their journey, albeit slowly. They traveled intermittently, making little progress throughout the day. Let us find a place to rest before nightfall. It will be more perilous then. Jimmy frowned, noting that while they hadn't sustained severe injuries from the strange entities, the relentless onslaught was taxing even the strongest among them. Yes, that night, they maintained their vigilance. Ningxua and Jimmy took turns keeping watch, and indeed, strange entities sought them out in the dead of night. After dispatching the adversaries, they forced one remaining entity to reveal why they were being relentlessly pursued. Ultimately, they learned that the S-Class entity had issued a manhunt order, ensuring that strange entities would continue to follow them. The next morning, they relayed the events of the previous night to the group. We can't afford to delay. The survivors need our help. On the fifth night, they slipped into a desolate area and fortuitously encountered the survivors they had been seeking. Who are you? We are not villains. Rest assured, we are here to rescue you. Let us move quickly. Encountering strange entities during the day with so many people will lead to trouble. Jimmy suggested that, given the moon was shrouded in darkness, it would be wise to proceed cautiously on their journey. The others agreed, and the survivors raised no objections. Thus, they began their trek towards the base. Thank you all so much. Truly, we will do our utmost to assist you. It is our duty. Let's not be overly formal. Chapter 158. Lost the following day. Everyone had rested and regained their spirits considerably. Here, take more this morning. Wow, thank you. Zhou Qi was taken aback by the radiant smile directed at her. She had not realized how endearing this young girl could be. Drink up, it's still warm. Afterward, have a bite to fill your stomach. The boss just sent someone to fetch us to his office. There may be another mission. Zhou Qi awkwardly turned her face away and handed a bun over. Resources were scarce. The milk she had earlier was something she had stealthily saved from the celebration banquet last night. All right, come in. The boss's deep voice called out just as they entered the room. Boss, is there a new mission? In this apocalypse, every life saved counts. There is no such thing as hardship. Very well, you will lead the team again, and no one has any objections. You may choose your team members. Understood. I have no say in this matter. You must seek forgiveness from your team. They're the victims, as are those survivors who perished without timely rescue. As the captain, I acknowledge that my negligence has delayed this mission, and I must accept my share of the blame. Then consider this mission a chance for redemption. If you fail, you will all face double penalties. As for Zhou Qi and your personal matters, resolve them yourselves. The boss was taken aback, not expecting the two to create such a scene. He waved his hand, urging them to focus on the task at hand. He understood that both were good-hearted individuals, and their sense of responsibility at that moment brought him some solace. Yes, the two responded in unison. Wow, is it quite the commotion? What mission is it? I want to join. Jimmy had unexpectedly entered the office, startling the three. What are you doing here? You have plenty on your plate. The boss frowned at Jimmy, whose expression was rarely so uncontrolled. I have already arranged the defenses. I can ensure their safety while accompanying them. That little glutinous rice ball looks easy to bully. Can you bear to let her be in danger time and again? You, fine, go if you must. But if anything goes awry, I will hold you accountable. Do you not trust me? I guarantee the mission will be a success. Zhou Qi apologized to her teammates one by one, having shared hardships together for so long. They understood her temperament. Although they could not bring themselves to truly like her, they chose to forgive her for her sincere attitude. This time, the mission would include Qi, Ningxua, Zhou Qi, Jimmy, and two of his capable companions. After all, both Jimmy and his friends possessed considerable combat prowess, and no one raised further objections, silently wishing them well. Stop the car. Quickly get out and find somewhere to hide. Danger is near. As soon as they disembarked, they spotted a strange formation not far away, visually outnumbering them. Instantly, they fell into combat mode. Wow, what a promising start. Without uttering a word, The entities charged towards them with clear intentions. It appeared they were summoned by another assassination order. This mission was poised to become quite challenging, as they had to confront the pursuing entities while searching for survivors. Stay close to me. I will protect you. Chapter 159. Confronting the abnormal entity, do not worry about them. Asan and Xiao will ensure those two are safe. Let us find the survivors first before searching for them. Otherwise, if those entities catch up, we will be delayed further, Ning suggested from the side. Was I cool during the fight just now? Jimmy broke the silence among the three as they traveled. How can you think of such things at a time like this? I wasn't asking you. What do you care whether I'm cool or not? Childish. Ningzhu turned away, disinterested in engaging with him. You are the childish one. You are not even as tall as I am. You are childish. In a fit of pique, Jimmy began to compare their heights, which only incited Ningzhu further. You're just tall without any brains. You. Enough. Do not forget, we have a mission. However, the two quickly resumed their quarrel over whether a bee or a butterfly had just flown past. Just as Jimmy was about to intervene and urge them to move on, the entities appeared. A massive abnormal entity loomed before them, its size dwarfing all three combined, and its appearance was indeed most alien. Run. What do you mean run? Since it's here, why not settle this matter? Jimmy provoked Ning, his competitive spirit ignited. Fine. Ning agreed without a second thought, in a duel between men. He refused to back down. What are you two up to? Before she could finish her sentence, the two were sent flying by a punch from the entity. They had underestimated its strength. It was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Both were injured and left momentarily stunned on the ground, while the entity, too, suffered as Ning's throwing knife struck its arm, causing it to stagger. What are you waiting for? Run. Its strides were immense, making it difficult to shake off. Over there. The three managed to escape into a cave, but before they could catch their breath, a noise from within startled them. As they turned, they saw a figure crouched in a corner. Upon closer inspection, it appeared human, surrounded by some straw that likely served as a bed, remnants of a burnt fire, stone tools and bones. It seemed he had been living there for quite some time. Uru. Suddenly, the figure let out a fierce roar akin to a wild beast. Having lost all semblance of humanity, his body was covered in long hair, and he wore nothing but a piece of animal skin, resembling a caveman. Hello, we are not your enemies. The three were taken aback. He could not speak, and had become a complete savage, yet certain behaviors indicated he had once been normal. Do not be angry. We are here to rescue you. Jimmy swiftly subdued the frenzied wild man, discovering he possessed surprising strength. Ning found some vines to assist Jimmy in binding him. However, they were soon interrupted by the approaching abnormal entities, which sent the wild man into another fit of rage. The entities followed closely behind, but as they ventured deeper into the cave, the distance between them widened. The entity was too massive, and the narrow paths and steep terrain significantly hindered its speed. Having spent years outdoors, Jimmy was well acquainted with treacherous terrain. He led the group in circles within the cave, and before long, the entity became lost amidst the myriad paths. They hid in a dim corner. Goodness, why won't that entity just leave us alone? With a sigh of relief, Jimmy began to criticize the entity. We must devise a plan to escape. Otherwise, it will eventually discover us. However, before the crowd could catch their breath, a person behind them began to wail loudly, his resonant voice echoing painfully within the cave. Jimmy and Ningzhu were utterly unable to stifle his cries. Chapter 160. The cliff, you certainly make it difficult for me to find you. The bizarre creature cackled as it swiftly approached them. An imminent battle loomed, and the three were preoccupied with calming the frenzied individual, leaving them no time to evade the creature's fierce onslaught. Kingfisher, what are you doing here? Aren't you at the base? Don't just stand there. He's heavy. I'll restrain him. You find an opportunity to kill him. His weak point is his head. Who are you? The attack she had just unleashed could have been fatal had he not dodged in time. His strength was terrifying. Confronting him head-on was not an option. Sensing the urgency, Ningzhu conjured a weapon to assist Kingfisher in holding off the creature. Seeing Ningzhu join the fray, Jimmy, too, could not remain idle. He tossed the deranged individual aside and hurriedly joined the battle. Jimmy was soon overpowered and sent flying by the creature, struggling for some time before he could rise again. Had it not been for Kingfisher's timely intervention, he would have been crushed underfoot. The creature, feeling pain, kicked Ning Zhuo against the cave's rocky wall. The violent impact nearly rendering him unconscious. The creature momentarily staggered from the blow. Now's our chance. Caught off guard, the creature was ultimately struck in the head, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, the previously overlooked deranged survivor had somehow freed himself from his restraints and crawled to the lifeless body of the creature, beginning to gnaw on it. The sight astonished everyone. They had witnessed creatures devouring humans before, but never had they seen a human consume a creature. The man appeared ravenous, tearing into the creature's corpse, devouring its arm in mere moments. "Is he insane?" Jimmy exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "I have no idea. I've never seen anything like this," Kingfisher replied, equally bewildered. The three of them watched in astonishment as the man consumed the creature before they could even comprehend the rapidity of his actions. Suddenly, the man began to transform, visibly gaining strength as his muscles tore through the animal hide he wore, morphing him into a new, grotesque creature. "Run!" The creature pursued them relentlessly, initiating another round of hunting. The terrain of the cave was evidently familiar to this creature, allowing it to move far more swiftly than the previous one. They could only run desperately out of the cave and into the woods. To their dismay, they encountered other creatures drawn in by the commotion. The group quickly changed direction, leaving those creatures and the newly formed monster behind. Before long, they could hear the enraged roars of the mutated creature and the anguished cries of those it hunted. All were ultimately consumed by this new predator. "How brutal," Jimmy remarked, having never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. "Let me report first. After all this, they faced yet another wave of pursuing creatures. Lead them to the grotesque creature," Kingfisher suddenly suggested when the group found themselves cornered. In subsequent encounters with other pursuing creatures, they followed this strategy, although the escape routes grew increasingly obscure. The three ran tirelessly until they reached a cliff and were forced to halt. Before them loomed the precipice, and behind them, the grotesque creature was closing in. They found themselves in a dire predicament. They could either leap into the abyss or be devoured by the creature. As they hesitated, the creature caught up with them. With no other options, they leaped, for the chance of survival in the fall seemed preferable to being consumed. Chapter 161. Discovery of survivors. They plummeted to the bottom of the cliff, landing amidst a collection of dry branches that softened their fall. Aside from some severe injuries, Jimmy and Ning Zhuo were still alive. While the valley's environment was harsh, the creature had not discovered their hiding place, granting them a semblance of safety. Upon entering, they noticed faint sounds emanating from above the trees. "Hello, could you spare a few fruits for me? My friend is injured. Just a few would suffice." "All right, here you go, little sister." "Thank you, that's enough." "Hey, you haven't left yet, little sister. Where's your companion? Are you alone too?" "No offense intended. Our base received your distress signal. If you're willing, you can accompany us to a safe location. Here, that's my identification." "Wow, you're quite impressive." He had indeed attempted to send out a distress signal, initially believing it had gone unnoticed, but now it seemed it had borne fruit. "Would you like to join us?" "I can, but I have other friends." "Okay, don't be anxious. I understand your fear, but I assure you that if you come with me, I will ensure your safety." "Are you a fairy? Do you believe me now?" "Thank you so much. We will follow you. Please, do not encounter any mishaps." The nearby survivors watched in astonishment as the two individuals, once on the brink of death, gradually regained vitality, their pallor fading to a healthy hue. "Auntie, is she a celestial being?" a young boy exclaimed, shaking the woman's hand in wonder. "Perhaps. May the Bodhisattva bless us. They have encountered a living deity. Under different circumstances, they might have knelt in reverence." "How are you feeling now?" "Much better, thank you. These are the survivors we were searching for. Now I need to locate Chi-Chi and the others. You all stay here. I will go with Kingfisher. You are severely injured, so do not follow me. Be careful," Ning Zhuo cautioned, though he did not impede her, knowing well their injuries might hinder them. Moreover, the survivors require their oversight. "We will wait for you." Seeing Ning Zhuo's lack of objection, Jimmy added, Chapter 162. The great battle, can you sense Chi-Chi now? I can. Has she encountered danger? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kingfisher inquired. There are 3 A-grade creatures with her. We must hurry. Come up. Take care of them. I will rescue Chi-Chi and the others. Over there. Understood. Rest for a while. A great battle awaits us. Okay. Kingfisher soared through the skies at remarkable speed, soon discovering Chi-Chi and her companions confronting the 3 creatures. What are you doing here? If you hadn't come, you would have perished here. We'll talk later. Let's deal with them first. Hey, where did this little brat come from? Looks delicious. Must be quite tasty. Indeed, indeed. 3 A-grade creatures. We cannot confront them head-on. I know. Let us not speak too boldly. How about a challenge? If you can save us 3, we will save you 3. Just you? In the midst of it all. The grade A anomaly looked at the 3 of them with disdain, amused by the audacity of these mere children to speak so boldly. How amusing! How dare 3 little kids utter such words? Have you lost your wits to say such things? The 3 grade anomalies exchanged glances and burst into laughter, finding this to be the most entertaining joke they had heard all day. Enough with the laughter. Let us ask if you dare, one of them challenged. Cui Niao furrowed her brow. Despite the disparity in strength, she would never concede until the last moment. Very well, but we shall establish the rules. After their laughter subsided, the anomaly spoke again. You are all so powerful, yet fear the rules we set? You wish to create your own? Fine. That way you cannot claim we won unfairly. Let us deliberate. Do not keep us waiting too long. Chi-Chi interjected. Surely it will be a single round. The longer it goes on, the better your odds. Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Niao agreed, fully aware of the anomaly's nature. If they could not secure an immediate victory, the chance of a comeback would diminish greatly. One round it is, but we must decide what game to play. Both Chi-Chi and Cui Niao were troubled. The 3 grade A anomalies were unlike their lower-tier counterparts. They had but one chance, and any misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Just as they were at a loss, a familiar roar echoed. A grotesque anomaly had appeared. What bad luck! Cui Niao despaired, gazing skyward. With 3 grade A anomalies ahead and an aberrant being behind, she felt trapped. The grotesque anomaly greedily eyed the 3 grade A beings, as if they were a sumptuous feast. The sight left the trio in shock. Was this creature targeting them? The 3 anomalies were not faring any better. This newly appeared grotesque anomaly was far more robust than they were, its avaricious gaze clearly indicating its intent to consume them. They immediately became alert, meticulously watching every move of the grotesque being. Why does it seem stronger now? Cui Niao pondered. Isn't that obvious? It has consumed numerous anomalies along the way. How could it not be stronger? But something felt amiss to Cui Niao. No, it has transformed into a starving ghost. What? Chi-Chi exclaimed, shocked. The starving ghost was a formidable and terrifying entity. It consumed everything, and if it devoured powerful beings or anomalies, it would gain their abilities. It all makes sense now. We cannot allow it to consume these 3 grade A anomalies, Cui Niao declared. While both the grade A anomalies and the starving ghost posed significant threats, the prospect of the ghost devouring the 3 and acquiring their powers was far more terrifying. They could scarcely imagine the horror of a starving ghost empowered by the abilities of 3 grade A anomalies. Chapter 163. A desperate stand, the 3 grade A anomalies quickly became embroiled in a fierce battle with the starving ghost, the conflict raging with intensity. This is utterly terrifying, Cui Niao gasped as she narrowly avoided a sweeping punch from the starving ghost, a few feathers falling in the process. These 3 grade A beings are in dire straits. You all go ahead. Head in that direction to find Jimmy and the others. And what about you? While they are still entangled, take the chance to escape with us. Stop looking back and hurry. Are we really going now? Wait a moment. Neither side had yet gained a clear advantage. Joining the fray would only draw their attention. Cui Niao analyzed the situation calmly, though her furrowed brow betrayed her concern. Today, they might truly meet their end here. What a predicament, Chi-Chi lamented. Just when one issue resolves, another arises. We cannot fight back, nor can we escape far. The starving ghost, like a brute of immense strength, displayed boundless ferocity. The 3 grade anomalies were visibly beginning to tire. One was caught off guard and struck hard, sending it flying. The other two, unable to aid their comrade, desperately sought to intercept the starving ghost's advance. However, without the full fighting force of all three, they quickly found themselves overwhelmed. Now, go! After dispatching the three anomalies, two rushed to assist Chuanyao. Despite having just battled the three grade A beings, the starving ghost still exuded terrifying strength, a testament to how many anomalies it had devoured along its path. Its purifying power rendered it frenzied, each strike more brutal than the last. Chuanyao and Chi-Chi, caught off guard, were sent flying by a powerful kick, rolling several meters before they finally came to a stop, unable to rise immediately. Chi-Chi Chuanyao, the starving ghost, having missed its target, momentarily slowed. It seemed the underworld was continuously siphoning its power. If only they could hold it off long enough to find a chance to strike when it weakened. But that was no easy feat, even as its abilities waned. It remained formidable, and a mere brush with it could cost them dearly. With all their might, the two managed to land a blow, staggering the grotesque entity for a moment. The starving ghost, enraged, swung its arm toward Chuanyao and Chi-Chi without hesitation. Having already expended their strength, they could not evade, and they took the blow head-on, sent flying once more, harder than before, causing them to spit out a mouthful of dark blood. It's all my fault. Foolish child. It's not your fault. Chi-Chi managed to rise with difficulty. Chapter 164. Just a decorative vase, let us find them. Chuanyao gestured for the others to climb onto her back. Can you manage? Just a minor issue. As long as we avoid conflict, I can still fly. Hurry. We mustn't be discovered. Before long, a team of doctors clad in white coats arrived, with a female doctor leading the charge, her face etched with worry. Upon seeing Jimmy, unconscious and battered on the bed, her face paled with concern. The doctors wasted no time and began treating his wounds and administering 4 fluids. Thankfully, Jimmy was not in mortal danger. He had sustained numerous injuries and had only fainted from the strain of holding on for so long. Aren't you the captain? How can you remain composed when your teammate is in such a state? I'm sorry. I failed to protect them. What good is your apology? You are nothing but a decorative pillow, dragging everyone down. Other than posing, what can you do? Why don't you just die? Dr. Mu, we understand your concern for Jimmy, but you were not involved in this mission and do not grasp the situation. Please refrain from making hasty judgments. She is merely injured, not dead. Did you not see her numerous bruises? As a doctor, you should not be so quick to judge her. You're all in cahoots, of course. You defend her. If anything happens to Jimmy, I will hold you accountable. Suit yourself. Your lack of involvement means we need not stoop to your level. Dr. Mu, I know you are worried about Jimmy. This is a failure on my part as captain, and I will explain it to the leadership. However, attacking other team members is unnecessary. Why do you all defend her? What benefits has she provided you to warrant such loyalty? Mu Yan, in a fit of anger, blurted out reckless words. I have always believed that there is a distinction between humans and beasts, yet today you have opened my eyes. Should Jimmy encounter any trouble, it is not your place to interfere. I advise you not to extend your hand too far. Zhou Chi-Chi cast a cold glance at Mu Yan, having long disdained her pretentious demeanor of superiority. How can you be like this too? Have you all gone mad? Oh, you may stay here with your Jimmy. The leaders have summoned us for a meeting. Upon their arrival at the conference room, the leaders were already waiting. Your recent tasks have been executed commendably. This is the result of everyone's efforts. The injuries sustained by my teammates on my oversight. The nature of our work has always been perilous. The absence of fatalities is already a significant achievement, and injuries are commonplace. I appreciate the understanding from all the leaders. Do not rush to express gratitude. Given your excellent performance in previous missions, perhaps we should assign all future tasks to you. Coincidentally, we have identified a new mission today. Shall we proceed tomorrow? What do you mean? They are my people. If you intend to deploy them, you must inform me first. Given their severe injuries, are you sending them to their doom? Zhao Guangming fell silent for a moment before retorting. I observe that their injuries do not appear severe. They are still able to attend this meeting, are they not? You speak as if you are unaware. I recall the last time your team was on a mission, 2 members were injured, and the entire group rested for half a month without undertaking any tasks. Were there serious injuries not worthy of rest? You cannot compare that time to now. Do you not realize how dire the situation has become? The Mediterranean did not sense anything amiss. You know the circumstances are critical. Are you truly willing to risk the lives of several injured individuals? Regardless, I will not release them today. Zhao Guangming's retort left the Mediterranean momentarily speechless, unable to find a counterargument. The others, having found Zhao Guangming's points reasonable, fell silent as well. Enough, enough. Let us not argue further. Allow them to rest. Tomorrow's tasks shall be assigned to others. Our base does not harbor idleness. We cannot allow them to be the sole ones deployed. The head, who had remained silent, waved his hand and spoke up. Upon hearing their leader's words, the others ceased their discussions and nodded in agreement. Uncle Zhang, thank you for speaking on our behalf. It is nothing. As I promised, I will ensure your safety. No one shall bully you. This incident is indeed a result of my negligence. They suffered such severe injuries because of it. Do not blame yourself. I understand the pressure you bear, but you are still merely a child. And achieving this much is already commendable. Please come in. As soon as Zhao Guangming finished speaking, Xiao Bangming pushed open the door, his expression fraught with urgency. Director, we are currently facing a shortage of supplies. The survivors have begun to stir unrest. Xiao Bangming, still catching his breath, spoke as if genuinely anxious. Do not panic. Did we not budget for supplies for about a month during the last assessment? Zhao Guangming, being somewhat older, exhibited no signs of panic upon hearing the news. Yet his furrowed brow betrayed the difficulties surrounding the shortage of supplies. After all, in the apocalypse, resources equate to life and are exceedingly difficult to procure. There is no immediate place to acquire more. Initially, we had enough, but the number of survivors we rescued has been overwhelming, and we have not been able to distribute supplies for several days. The survivors are growing increasingly agitated and have begun to protest. Xiao Bangming explained, and Zhao Guangming's brow furrowed even deeper. Indeed, the number of survivors at the base has been rising steadily. They have been diligently fortifying the base, and we cannot neglect their needs for food and clothing. Let's go see them. As he spoke, Zhao Guangming gestured for Xiao Bangming to lead the way, and the three hurried towards the gathering place of the survivors. If we do not distribute food soon, we might perish from starvation before we face any threats. We have been subsisting on a single bun a day. We can hardly endure much longer. Please, we beg you, provide us with some food. As they approached, the cries and pleas of the survivors reached their ears, causing the trio to frown. The situation was evidently more severe than they had anticipated. Everyone, please remain calm. We will resolve the issue of supplies as swiftly as possible. Can we all endure for just a little while longer? Zhao Guangming spoke to soothe the agitated survivors. But those driven by hunger were beyond listening. Endure? It is precisely because we cannot endure that we have resorted to this. We are currently receiving only a bit of flour daily, and water is distributed every 3 days. For the past 2 days, there has been nothing at all. How are we supposed to survive? The survivors cried out, with others joining in their lamentations. I understand. Our supplies are limited as well. How about this? We, the staff, will first allocate some supplies to you. We all share the burden. Zhao Guangming addressed the visibly emaciated survivors. He could not bear to see them in such a state, but he knew that the staff supplies were nearly as meager as those of the survivors. Even if they were to share, it would not amount to much. However, upon hearing Zhao Guangming's willingness to assist, the survivors ceased their protests, dispersing in silence. Zhao Guangming immediately ordered that all staff members contribute their remaining supplies to the survivors. Fortunately, the staff complied, donating all their surplus supplies. It was their responsibility. In truth, the underworld could exchange sufficient quantities of peculiar items for dwellings, and the higher the level, the more they could obtain. Ning Zhuo agreed, expressing, "It seems reasonable. After all, relying solely on those individuals will not yield sufficient supplies." Kingfisher, standing on the windowsill, also voiced her opinion. "Thank you, but are your injuries all right?" "We are fine. Let us go." The leaders were pleased to hear that they were willing to take the initiative in seeking supplies and promptly granted permission, even eager to accompany them personally to ensure they did not change their minds. "I will join as well. You should rest. We are merely searching for supplies." "I will not. I can assist. Zhou Qiqi insisted on accompanying them. Very well, then. This time, we must take the initiative. There may be some danger, so everyone must remain vigilant. Understood. I just flew up to take a look. There's movement over there. Let's investigate. Kingfisher descended from the sky, transforming into her human form. Then, let us proceed. The group followed Kingfisher to the location she had mentioned. It is just ahead. Everyone be cautious. Kingfisher spoke seriously, and the others heightened their alertness. We can handle the peculiarities if they arise. She blinked her large eyes, exclaiming, "Supplies are here." The group approached their destination cautiously, and as they passed through the woods, they came upon a dilapidated house, where they could vaguely discern figures within. It was likely the peculiarities. I will assess the situation first. It would be unfortunate to harm anyone inadvertently. With that, Kingfisher fluttered her wings and silently landed on the roof, surveying the interior. There are peculiarities. There should be 3 to 5 of them, and they are not particularly strong. We can manage. Qiqi, stay outside to signal. If any other peculiarities approach, alert us. Qiqi, Ningzhua, come with me. This place is ours to secure. You should go elsewhere. The leader of the peculiarities spoke. There were 4 in total within the house, each small and frail, indicating that they were indeed not formidable. The first to rush in was Qiqi, who was met with the unsettling presence of 3 peculiar entities. They initially assumed that Qiqi was there to contest their territory. Coincidentally, we have no interest in this place. Rather, we find you quite intriguing. The Kingfisher tilted its head and chuckled lightly, yet its words sent shivers down the spines of the 3 oddities, who could clearly sense that they were no match for these newcomers. Before the 4 entities could react, they charged forward, each one confronting a different peculiar being. After a brief moment of shock, the entities began to resist. This is hardly sufficient. They're far too weak. Qiqi explained. These entities possess a low level, but they are also the most easily detectable type. Higher-level entities are adept at hiding, making them more challenging to locate. Let us continue searching for other oddities. The group pressed on, with the Kingfisher leading them to areas abundant with low-level entities. Upon arrival, they discovered that these weaker beings had congregated in significant numbers. After a moment's hesitation, they decided to engage, for to them, such a multitude represented a considerable resource. This encounter proved far more challenging than their previous skirmish with 4 entities. The 4 nearly struggled to prevail, yet they managed to secure a narrow victory, acquiring a decent amount of resources, though still far from adequate. This method is dreadfully inefficient, and after witnessing the meager rewards from their efforts, Qiqi couldn't help but voice her frustration. Indeed, this approach is unsustainable. The Kingfisher concurred. Perhaps we should seek higher-level entities, while perilous. Our current pace will not yield the necessary resources quickly enough to satisfy the base S needs. Ningzhua suggested with a frown. I agree. It truly is a waste of time and energy. We should conserve our strength for the more formidable entities. However, the 5 continued their search throughout the afternoon until sunset, encountering only a few low-level entities along the way. After a fruitless search, Zhou Qiqi could no longer contain her frustration. Pursuing these entities is not a simple task. What should we do now? We have no leads. Qiqi found a patch of ground and sat down exhausted. Just as the group prepared to rest, a familiar figure approached, a subordinate of Zhao Guangming. Hey, what brings you here? The newcomer gasped, clearly rushed. You could have just sent a message. It's dangerous to come in person. The locator indicated you had not moved. The director feared you might be in peril and sent me to assess the situation. Thankfully, you're unharmed. Zhao Guangming had been worried about their safety. No, don't worry. Frowning will only lead to wrinkles. As long as you're fine. That's what matters, Zhao Guangming murmured after a thorough inspection. Uncle Zhao, is it true that you've discovered a lead on a higher-level entity? Yes. I'll take you to meet someone. The group followed Zhao Guangming as he briefly recounted the information he had received. According to him, thousands of miles away lies a Qingshan base, overtaken by a monstrous tree, reputed to be a formidable entity. Uncle Zhao, how did you come by this information? It was a survivor we rescued who informed us. He escaped from Qingshan base, and I intend to introduce you to him, Zhao Guangming explained. So that is how it is. Just as Zhao Guangming prepared to knock, the door swung open as if the individual had been anticipating their arrival. The person was short and gaunt, yet exuded an air of refinement. Greetings, you may call me Uncle Bai for now. The Qingshan base was initially established for survivors. But a month ago, it was discovered and seized by that creature, which has since controlled its inhabitants, rendering their existence a living hell. It can consume all living beings and low-level entities with its powers. Upon hearing the man's account, the group furrowed their brows. The monstrous tree appeared quite formidable. Should we go? If we can subdue this creature, we could alleviate our resource concerns. However, we have never encountered such a powerful entity, and it lies 1,000 miles away. Should anything go awry, our base would be unable to respond in time. Ningzhou voiced his concerns. The Kingfisher, however, believed they should take the risk. The urgency of the base's resource situation is critical. Aside from subduing the monstrous tree, we are unlikely to find alternative entities for exchange. Shall we give it a try? Chi-Chi also felt they should investigate, and Ningzhou, hearing this, said nothing further, tacitly agreeing. Then it's settled. It's getting late. Let us freshen up and rest for the night. We'll set off in the morning. The next morning, the group prepared to depart, only to be confronted by Zhao Guangming's superior, who appeared anxious after receiving news from an unknown source. You plan to go to Qingshan base? The elderly man exclaimed. Yes, we wish to ascertain the nature of that monstrous tree. No, that is far too dangerous. You must remain at the base. Do not allow them to step outside the base. The elderly man commanded. What do you mean? We are considering the welfare of the base. How can we procure resources if we do not venture out? Ningzhou was perplexed by the leader's actions. If you truly care for the base, you should not go. TSK. Hearing the elderly man's unyielding words, Ningzhou clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, then exchanged knowing glances with Chi-Chi and the Kingfisher. In a swift and unexpected move, they incapacitated those meant to watch over them. Being members of the base, they did not inflict serious harm, but merely demonstrated their strength. Though these individuals may appear formidable to an ordinary person, they were no match for the trio. Who dares to stop us? Ningzhou glared at the elderly man, who retreated, intimidated by the fierce gaze. He knew that should he utter a word of dissent, he would be the next to fall. Go on, all of you. The leader feigned calmness, waving his hand, then quickly fled, unable to contain them. The Kingfisher had already prepared their vehicle. Get in, let us set off. The Kingfisher drove skillfully, fast, and steady. With only a few of them, they moved swiftly, reaching a place called Longyu Town in just a few days. Upon entering the town, they found it deserted. The buildings were mostly in ruins, clearly ravaged by the entities. Let us disembark and take a look around. The four exited the vehicle, exploring the quiet town in search of any signs of life. However, the eerie stillness enveloped them, as if they were the only beings left. Let us call it day. We'll find a place to rest. Chapter 168. Qingmu Base. As the group prepared to enter a lodge, four figures approached. 3 men and a woman, each devoid of expression, appearing remarkably indifferent. Who are you? We just escaped from Qingmu Base. Please allow us to stay here for the night. Qingmu Base. Do you know where it is? It's right over there. We traveled a long way. Please, spare us. The woman pointed in a direction where a building was faintly visible, though its size remained unclear. Something about them felt off. Did you notice anything unusual? While observing their interactions with you, I noted that regardless of the topic, their expressions remained utterly unchanged, unlike that of ordinary individuals. Exercise caution. Ningzhou analyzed that the reactions of these individuals starkly contrasted with those of the survivor rescued by Zhao Guangming. They claimed to have escaped, yet their countenance bore no trace of fear. Rather, they appeared almost numb, akin to automatons programmed to behave in a certain manner. I understand now. You all should remain vigilant as well. I will send a message to Chi-Chi, urging her to exercise caution too. The drowsy Kingfisher, upon hearing this, immediately perked up and silently conveyed the message to Chi-Chi at the window. Chi-Chi quickly appeared in the room after receiving the message. Let us stay together tonight, just in case. Indeed, this way we can at least feel more secure. Chi-Chi concurred. Agreed. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The door was soon pried open, and as expected, It was the four individuals. Chi and Ning Zhuo swiftly subdued them, with the Kingfisher providing ropes to bind them together. Speak. Who sent you, and to what end? Chi demanded sharply. The four remained expressionless, muttering the same phrases they had uttered during the day, causing both Ning Zhuo and Chi to furrow their brows in concern. Let me see if I can purify them. After the attempt, Chi questioned them again, but they remained as impassive as before, no longer speaking. Sensing something amiss, she grasped one of their hands to take a pulse, then frowned and released it, proceeding to check the others in turn. After examining all four, Chi stood before the others, her expression grim. Did you discover anything? Your purification ability is ineffective against them. Their souls have been obliterated. They are now mere shells, devoid of humanity or spirit. Very well, let us rest. Tomorrow we shall visit the Qingmu base. After realizing that no information could be extracted from the four, she waved for everyone to rest. After a long night of turmoil, the four were finally able to rest peacefully after eliminating the immediate threat. At dawn, they prepared to set out for the Qingmu base, and the Kingfisher swiftly led them to the outskirts. It appears this is the place, the Kingfisher remarked as she removed her sunglasses, surveying the tall structure before them. Let's go in and investigate. The four disembarked and cautiously ventured onto this perilous land. They crossed the boundary represented by a fence and followed a path ahead, but soon began to sense something was amiss. Isn't this the intersection we just passed? Chi questioned incredulously, fearing she was hallucinating. All the paths look alike. Perhaps I misremembered. Let us mark our trail and choose another route. Upon selecting a different path, they were struck dumb when they recognized familiar markers. Let's try another path. It must be the work of some anomaly. There should be more than one at play. Ning Zhuo, having attempted to break free without success, spoke up. Ordinary anomalies shouldn't be able to trap us for so long. Just as he finished speaking, the fog around them suddenly dissipated, revealing several C-class anomalies that had appeared inexplicably nearby. No worries, we have each other. The three worked in unison, with Chi controlling the few C-class anomalies, while the Kingfisher and Ning Zhuo swiftly took them down. However, as soon as they vanquished these C-class entities, more began to emerge, and in increasing numbers. They would eventually be overwhelmed here. With support from the underworld, Chi could control anomalies within a several-mile radius, and both the Kingfisher and Ning Zhuo remained vigilant, gathering their strength to sweep away the anomalies within their reach. The Qingmu base support team has arrived. Just as the battle intensified, a deep voice resonated, followed by three figures landing confidently to join the fray. Two men and a woman. Among them, the younger male wielded a violin, and as he played, the anomalies froze in their tracks. The older male commanded a B-class anomaly, which, filled with aggression, swiftly dispatched the heads of the other anomalies with its white silk. As they appeared poised to break free, the younger male was accidentally struck by an anomaly, but the woman managed to catch him just in time. Seeing this, the older male ordered the white silk to carry everyone away. The older male was Si Wenpeng, the team leader, while the other two members were named Batu and Chen Lu. Captain, please save Batu. Chen Lu cried out anxiously. Si Wenpeng was also frustrated. Realizing there were no available medicines or personnel to treat him, his injuries were too severe. Is that all? Aren't you quite capable? We just saved your life. You cannot simply stand by and watch him perish. I am not. Then hurry and treat him. Captain, what's wrong with her? You are simply too impatient. This situation is our fault, and we apologize, but you will need our assistance to enter the Qingmu base. You are awake. Yes, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Here, take this. It's fine. Batu expressed his gratitude, and this matter was settled. We are currently only at the outskirts of the Qingmu base. Entering will still pose challenges. There are B-class anomalies guarding the area, adept at using ghost walls and mazes to impede anyone attempting to enter. Si Wenpeng assessed the situation, explaining that they had encountered ghost walls due to the vigilance of the B-class anomaly. So to enter, we must evade them? Yes. Oh no, it's a trap from the B-class anomaly. We've been discovered. The knowledgeable Si Wenpeng shouted, but it was too late. The fog rapidly enveloped them, obscuring their vision. They could no longer discern their surroundings, only hearing voices without seeing anyone. Damn it, I can't see a thing. Chun Lu angrily swung her bronze sword in the air, attempting to slash through the fog, but to no avail. Chi-Chi, can you see this green thing over here? It looks like a blood vessel. I see it. I see it. Chi-Chi sprinted towards it, with the others rushing from different directions. Yet they still could not see one another. Strike at this blood vessel-like object. It could very well be the anomaly's lifeline. At Si Wenping's command, the group launched a fierce offensive, and as expected, they heard a painful shriek before the blood vessel vanished, revealing maze-like partitions around them. It appeared the anomaly had shifted from a ghost wall to a maze. Chapter 170. The maze. The anomaly required time to transform into a maze, and the group seized the opportunity to gather together. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the fog began to spread once more, rendering their efforts futile. Perhaps the underworld can absorb the fog. Chi-Chi suddenly realized, her mind racing, and she shouted urgently, "Let us resolve this first. Don't just stand there. Hurry and assist them." "Yes." "Understood." The maze gradually formed, trapping them in the center. The combination of fog and maze made it difficult to discern direction. Ning Zhuo and the others continued their attempts to attack the anomaly. Although they could not see, they managed to inflict some damage through their senses. The anomaly, feeling the pain, hastened the maze's formation and continuously altered its layout, quickly separating them. "Hurry, let us find a pattern and regroup." "I'm leaving. Take this." "What is this?" However, Si Wenpeng had already been separated by the labyrinth, and soon his figure vanished from sight. Fortunately, with Si Wenpeng gone, the path did not seem to narrow further, though it was only wide enough for a single person. After pondering for a long time, the significance eluded me. Since it was a hairpin, I might as well wear it. The shimmering golden underworld appeared remarkably clear even amidst the fog, as the surrounding mist gradually dissipated, slowly being absorbed by the realm of the dead. "Master, I have found you. Is there no news from Ning Zhuo and the others?" This entity is exceedingly cunning, constantly altering the labyrinth structure, forcing us to change our positions repeatedly, and we have long been separated. It seems we must first dismantle this maze. Indeed, it appears quite vast, yet I sense hope. Chi-Chi exclaimed as she opened her eyes. However, she soon caught the attention of Ning Zhuo and Si Wenpeng. The entity, having just been injured by Ning Zhuo, fled to the other side only to encounter Si Wenpeng, already constrained and under attack from purification abilities. It was overwhelmed and unaware that wherever it went, it was struck. Ultimately, Chi-Chi captured it and directly cast it into the underworld. With the entity's complete disappearance, the labyrinth vanished as well. "Are you all right?" Chi-Chi, ever observant, noticed that the three of them bore injuries, likely sustained during their battle with that entity. "Oomph. What do you think?" Chun Lu snorted coldly, not even glancing at Chi-Chi. "I shall assist you in healing. Who are you pretending for? If you hadn't guessed the trap and alerted that entity, would we be in this predicament?" Chun Lu's tone was charged with agitation, indicating that this frustration had been pent up for quite some time. "What do you mean? If you do not wish to heal, it saves our master the trouble. Let's ignore her." Chi-Chi was never one to let go of those she disapproved of. Ning Zhuo and Chi-Chi exchanged barbs, escalating the tension, while Chun Lu, displeased, sought to retort, but was silenced by a mere glance from Si Wenpeng, thus swallowing her indignation and turning her head away. "My apologies. My team tends to be impulsive, and I believe it is a misunderstanding. We will be immensely grateful for your healing." Si Wenpeng, as the captain, remained rational and immediately sought to smooth over the situation. Yes, Alu merely spoke thoughtlessly and meant no offense. Please do not take it to heart." The gentle Bada chimed in, smiling as he shielded Chun Lu to prevent further outbursts. Chapter 171. Under scrutiny, it is of no concern. Your injuries are of utmost importance. After Si Wenpeng had nearly recovered, he frowned and spoke. "Then we shall trouble Captain Si to lead the way. Please forgive us. The ground is under surveillance. Only the underground passage is deemed safe." "I understand." "Stop. Who are you?" The guard, vigilant, cast a wary glance at Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo, clearly perceiving them as two entities. "How do they gain entry? They are my friends. You may allow them through. It is not that I refuse passage, but these are two entities accompanied by a young girl. You are well aware of the current dangers. I cannot simply let them in. Please do not complicate my duties. Very well. Chi-Chi longed to retort, but reconsidered. Recognizing this was a crucial step to earn trust, ultimately choosing to remain silent and sulking in the corner. Did you say she can summon the underworld and possesses healing abilities? The man, standing with his back to Si Wenpeng, turned in excitement. He had only encountered 2 individuals with the power to summon the underworld and heal. Could this little girl be? Absolutely. Release them and bring them to me. The man spoke in a low voice, his eyes gleaming with an unusual fervor. Understood. Si Wenpeng, upon receiving the command, swiftly exited to notify the prison warden to release the individuals, hurrying to fetch them. Excuse me, sir, what is the matter? A little girl, I ask you. What is your relationship with Yu Xiao? She is my mother. Do you know her? Before the warden could respond, Si Wenpeng rushed over. All right, uncle. We shall talk next time. Though she was curious about her parents, she also needed to meet the base commander. Hello, I am Shirley. You can call me Uncle Shir. You resemble her greatly. Shirley murmured, so much alike, it is uncanny. Alike to whom? To your mother, Yu Xiao. Do you know my mother? Follow me. The photograph was quite old, clearly taken several years prior, showing several individuals standing in a row, one of whom was evidently a youthful Shirley. This is a photo from when we fought against the entities. These 2 are your parents. The man in the photograph stood tall and straight, and even without a clear view of his face, one could sense his extraordinary handsomeness. The woman, clad in a qipao, exuded an elegant demeanor, likely a beauty in her youth. I hear you possess healing abilities? Yes. You are just like your mother. Not only have you inherited her appearance, but also her talents. My mother must have been incredible. Indeed, without her, we all would have perished in that battle. Chapter 172. Father, and what of my father? He is a great hero. I hold him in high esteem. Shirley, recalling his former comrade's once vibrant spirit, suddenly appeared aged. Do you know where they are? I am afraid I do not. I too have sought their whereabouts for many years. I see. By the way, our base is in urgent need of doctor. I would like to request your assistance in treating the injured, and I will offer ample compensation. Certainly, it is a simple task. What ails you? Sudden, severe headache. It is quite painful. Ning Zhuo, having uttered the words, was already beaded with sweat on his forehead. This should not be. Why can I not heal you? This headache is abnormal. I am aware. I shall manage it. Ning Zhuo adjusted his breathing, feeling considerably better. Our team has reported that the demon tree is not far from here. What a coincidence. Very well. Ning Zhuo, suffering from intense pain, clutched his head as he departed with Si Wenpeng's assistance. Why do you not rest? Are you not tired? I cannot sleep. Is it because of your parents? How did you know? Since I saw you summon the underworld, I suspected you were the descendant of Senior Shiming. You know my father? Of course. Senior Shiming is regarded as a legendary figure in the realm of entity tamers. Without him, we would not be where we are today. I greatly admire him. He is my idol. Boom. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a sudden loud noise erupted, followed by a tremor in the ground, as if emanating from below. What has happened? I shall investigate. Si Wenpeng immediately reacted and prepared to leave. I will accompany you. Before them, the ground was covered in a dense mass of vines. This is bad. It is the demon tree. Observing the situation, Si Wenpeng furrowed his brow and promptly rushed to one side to sound the alarm, alerting everyone to be vigilant. This commotion quickly caught the attention of the demon tree, which soon discovered the safety fortress. It wielded its vines to launch relentless attacks, forcing the Qingmu base exorcists to split into 2 groups, one to protect the civilians during their evacuation and the other to engage in combat, striving to buy precious time for their escape. The scene descended into chaos. The Kingfisher transformed into a towering figure, charging forward as the vanguard. All spirits, heed my command. Chi-Chi closed her eyes, suspended in midair as she recited incantations. Soon, a swarm of low-level anomalies rushed forth from the underworld, previously purified entities, which Chi-Chi directed against the demon tree. Niangzhuo, what troubles you? Do not go there. It's dangerous. She felt overwhelmed, torn in multiple directions. Yet at that moment, Niangzhuo was impervious to her words. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the allure of the demon tree. Suddenly, a familiar and melodious violin melody filled the air, causing the vines and anomalies to cease their movements. The arrival of this sound brought a collective sigh of relief. Thank you. It's only right. Quickly, hold him. My music cannot sustain for long. I will handle it. You all focus on dealing with the vines. Very well. Everyone, gather closely. Do not be isolated. Despite the vines encroaching upon the concentrated crowd, they were evidently at a loss for how to proceed. Their growth rate was alarmingly rapid. Mere cutting would not suffice. Concentrate your fire. Strike at specific spots. Chi-Chi urged, collaborating with her companion to utilize their purification powers to sear the vines, momentarily distracting them. The low-level anomalies summoned from the underworld pressed on, proving their worth as exorcists. The group coordinated efficiently, managing to inflict significant damage upon the vines. Do not act impulsively. Remain calm. Even after neutralizing the vines, Si Wanpeng's situation remained dire. Nyang Zhuo was still not fully conscious. The force continued to draw him, and the persistent interruptions from Si Wanpeng only heightened his agitation, his expression darkening as if on the verge of erupting. Nyang Zhuo, do not act this way. Awaken. This is not you. Indeed, she saw Nyang Zhuo momentarily lose focus, yet soon, the tempest of irritation regained control. Look at me. Fix your gaze upon me. The others were equally elated to witness Nyang Zhuo returning to his senses. From the outset, all events had been transmitted in real time to the high-level leadership conference room within the Qingmu base via concealed drones. If they could rally such individuals, perhaps the base would not be enduring such hardship. This little girl exhibits remarkable potential. Indeed, we must seize the opportunity to nurture such talent. Our base is in dire need of individuals like her. The leaders engaged in discussions about the recent events, while Shirley observed the drone footage, contemplating the matter even though he did not partake in the dialogue. Uncle Shir, were you looking for me? The logistics minister entered the room, his expression troubled. Supplies were indeed a vexing issue. Allocate all salvageable resources to the injured first. We shall devise a plan for the remainder later. Shirley instructed, furrowing his brow. As this was all they could do for now. Uncle, I have supplies. Just exchange them from the underworld today. Take them for emergency use. Good child. Thank you. You need not be so formal. Saving lives is paramount. You are a hero, Shirley solemnly proclaimed, then proceeded to jot down notes in his ledger. By the time Shirley uttered those words, it was already half an hour later within the high-level leadership conference room. Hey. Are you just going to sleep? The kingfisher fluttered anxiously at the bedside. Huh. Fool. Something is off with Nyang Zhuo today. It undoubtedly relates to the demon tree. Indeed, I must check on him. With that, she dashed to the door, swiftly heading to Nyang Zhuo's room, knocking and entering with fluidity. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Not anymore. It has been a busy day. Why did you come looking for me? Nyang Zhuo's complexion had returned to normal, markedly improved compared to earlier. I couldn't find anyone in your room, so I panicked and searched everywhere. Thankfully, I found you. Why did you suddenly come here? I just wanted some solitude. Is it because of this morning's incident? Yes. Nyang Zhuo nodded, revealing no intent to conceal his thoughts, gazing into the distance as if pondering something profound. When did this begin? Had it occurred before? Never. It seems some force is drawing me in, and I cannot control myself. Nyang Zhuo frowned. The sensation was indeed unbearable, as if he were powerless over his own being. I believe it is undoubtedly connected to that demon tree. Should we not investigate? Upon hearing this, Nyang Zhuo instinctively tightened his brow. The true strength of the demon tree remained unknown to him, yet it was undoubtedly perilous. Patience, you have had a long day. Rest now. We shall go in the morning. And what about you? I am fine now. Listen to me. It is too late and dangerous to go now. All right. Nyang Zhuo departed the base, making his way deeper into the Qingmu base, drawn irresistibly by the power emanating from this place, determined to uncover its nature. His departure exuded a resolute aura, accompanied by solitude, reminiscent of his initial arrival, utterly alone. Whereas he vanished again, she frantically searched the base for Nyang Zhuo's presence, while Chi-Chi and the kingfisher split up to assist in the search. After a while, everyone in the base became aware of Nyang Zhuo's disappearance and began their own searches. However, despite turning the base inside out, no trace of Nyang Zhuo was found. Where could he possibly be? Master, do not fret. What did you discuss when you met last night? Perhaps that might provide clues to where he could be. The demon tree, yes. He must have gone to find the demon tree. With that, she hurried to Shirley's office, seeking answers regarding Yang Zhua's whereabouts. No, that is far too dangerous. The demon tree is at least an A-level anomaly. It is perilous for you to go alone. But Yang Zhua is in danger alone as well. However, we currently have no knowledge of Yang Zhua's location and no precise intel on the demon tree. If you charge out alone, you will simply become easy prey. I can manage on my own. You all are needed here. If you wish to search for him, you must take Si Peng and the others. Only then can I feel assured. Fine, that is the right approach. Uncle, sure, since that is the case, we must set off swiftly. I have grown somewhat concerned for Ning Zhua after all this time. All right, I understand your urgency. Gather your things and prepare to depart. Take this with you. What is this? It is a vessel of a mother's obsession who perished to protect her child. It can withstand a single attack from an A-grade anomaly. Your journey is fraught with danger. Carry it with you, for it may save your life in a critical moment. Thank you, Uncle Sure. Yes, you. I will take great care. Stay close behind me. I shall scout ahead. The kingfisher expanded her form and soared to the forefront, perfectly suited for reconnaissance with her agility. Be cautious. Si Wenpeng and Badu brought up the rear as the group commenced their journey. Upon entering the deeper regions of the Qingmu base, they encountered some anomalies. But fortunately, their levels were not high, and the kingfisher managed to handle them alone. Here we go. My friends, protect yourselves, the kingfisher exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she dispatched another approaching anomaly. From the moment she encountered the first anomaly, she sensed that stronger foes awaited them. Be careful. If you cannot defeat them, retreat. Do not engage recklessly. Understood. I will exercise caution. What a grand place. What is this? That is the central municipal building of the Qingmu base, long since occupied by anomalies. No wonder. Master, the anomalies within can enhance the powers of the underworld. It seems we must venture inside. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. The kingfisher, being impetuous, dashed inside without hesitation. With her leading the way, the others quickly followed, anxious not to fall behind. As they cautiously entered the hall, they were met by a guarding anomaly. The kingfisher swiftly covered its mouth, and Chi-Chi promptly joined her, the pair working in perfect harmony to eliminate the anomaly without a sound. This is merely the beginning. Everyone, stay alert, for the anomalies within are certainly not as weak as this one. Si Wenpeng approached the kingfisher, aware that she might struggle against the forthcoming anomalies. They proceeded cautiously through the long corridor, but just as they planned their next move, they were discovered. Who's there? The anomaly's voice rang out, and it swiftly peered to assess the situation. The group had no time to evade and could only engage in battle with the anomaly. What are you dawdling for? Find a place to hide. Don't wait until you're captured and devoured. Understood, but you're quite handsome. Chen Lu quickly regained her composure and efficiently dealt with the anomaly lunging at them. Master, I now feel invigorated with energy. As they encountered increasingly powerful anomalies, the underworld absorbed more and more energy, and Chi-Chi naturally felt a surge of strength as well. Excited, Chi-Chi joined Si Wenpeng and the others, her energy levels high. Although confronting anomalies would deplete her stamina, the underworld's continuous absorption of power fortified her. Despite the emergence of higher-level anomalies, they were no match for the collective strength of the group. Even with numerical superiority, the anomalies failed to present a real threat. One by one, they were dispatched and absorbed into the underworld. Chi-Chi's power surged due to the presence of the underworld, and the group displayed no signs of defeat against the multitude of anomalies in the hall. Instead, they grew more tenacious, as these anomalies were indeed less formidable than they had anticipated. Chapter 176, The Demon Tree and Ning Zhua. Do not linger in battle. Conserve your strength for the impending confrontation with the demon tree. If there is an opportunity to escape, take it swiftly. The kingfisher cautioned, aware that while the current anomalies posed little threat, they were nevertheless hampering their progress. Understood. Si Wenpeng nodded, coordinating with Batu to carve a path through the anomalies. Batu played the violin, temporarily immobilizing the anomalies. Now is our chance. Let us go. The kingfisher called out, and the others hastily retreated behind her. Finally departing the hall, they ventured deeper. I've heard the demon tree resides in the innermost part of the Qingmu base. Perhaps there we will find the person you seek. Si Wenpeng spoke as the group pondered their next move. Then we shall head there, but it is the most perilous route. Bada warned. We must go, for if Ning Zhuo is indeed there, we cannot delay. Moreover, the demon tree will eventually need to be dealt with, whether sooner or later. Let's proceed. Remarkably, as they approached the depths, the levels of the anomalies escalated. Initially, everyone managed to cope, but soon Chen Lu and Bada found themselves struggling. Fortunately, Chi-Chi quickly identified the need for assistance and stepped in, allowing the group to advance with relative ease. That must be the demon tree. Gazing at the ominous, smoke-emitting black mass, the kingfisher hesitantly remarked. Indeed, Si Wenpeng affirmed with a glance, nearly certain. Badu and Chen Lu exchanged concerned looks, recognizing that this truly was the legendary demon tree. Cautiously, they approached the tree, the kingfisher anxious about Ning Zhuo's fate. As the others noticed Ning Zhuo suspended from the tree, their expressions turned grave. However, they could not approach the demon tree, as it was surrounded by a circle of high-level anomalies. To reach the demon tree, they had to eliminate all of these anomalies, which were evidently much stronger. Chen Lu and Badu could no longer confront a single anomaly alone. It took their combined efforts to barely manage against one. Fortunately, their teamwork was seamless, preventing any disadvantage. We will cover you while you seek an opportunity to rescue him. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and looked up again. Ning Zhuo's lower body was completely ensnared by vines, and if they delayed any longer, he might be consumed. Chi-Chi floated beneath the demon tree, intending to investigate further. She closed her eyes and placed her hand on the tree. To her astonishment, she sensed the power of the underworld within this colossal tree, a being that could rival an A-grade anomaly possessing the abilities of the underworld. Chi-Chi was dumbfounded, even questioning her own sanity. How could this be possible? The group managed a brief respite. How could this be happening? Si Wenpeng observed Ning Zhuo's complexion closely and concluded. He must be trapped in a nightmare. We need to enter his dream to awaken him. Is that true? Master, let me take over. Your body may not withstand it. Entering the nightmare carries significant risk. Either both of them remain trapped or only one may awaken. I understand. I shall proceed. Please ensure success. We must have faith in her. At that moment, the kingfisher was at a loss for words, offering only hollow reassurances. Chapter 177. The Dreamscape. In the small village, people constantly entered and exited, each engaged in their own tasks, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and fulfillment. She entered the village, proceeding with a sense of purpose, believing she could find Ning Zhuo here. Ning Zhuo. She called out his name, but he showed no response. She waved her hand in front of his face, yet he remained unresponsive. It seemed she was merely an external observer within this dream, invisible to its inhabitants. In order to validate her conjecture, she deliberately approached others for a test, and, upon discovering that they truly could not see her, boldly walked over to Ning Zhuo's side. The young Ning Zhuo, with his cherubic cheeks still plump from childhood, appeared delightfully adorable. He scrutinized the ants with great attention, curiosity sparkling in his dark eyes. Ajwa, hurry and wash your hands, it's time for dinner. A gentle, yet aged voice resounded. Grandma's here. The grandmother had already set the dishes on a small square table in the yard. After little Ning Zhuo washed his hands and took his seat, his grandmother served the food. Wow, this is so delicious. Grandma's cooking is the best in the world. If it's tasty, eat more. You're growing. She smiled as she added vegetables to his bowl, her eyes filled with affection for her beloved grandson. As she realized that little Ning Zhuo had fallen asleep, she still had not found a way to remind him, helplessly leaning beside his bed, contemplating how to awaken him. Although the small village had not succumbed to bizarre resurrections, it remained chaotic, often beset by desperate robbers. Soon, the robbers stormed into the home of little Ning Zhuo and his grandmother, the frail wooden door incapable of thwarting their immense strength. Hand over your money. The leader of the robbers bellowed at the grandmother. We don't have any. Please let us be, she pleaded, desperately shielding little Ning Zhuo as she knelt in supplication, praying that these merciless demons would spare them. Ignoring her cries, the robbers ransacked the house, finding nothing of value before viciously kicking the grandmother. "Why are you so poor?" The robber glared at her menacingly. "Grandma!" The grandmother was sent sprawling against the wall, unable to rise, as little Ning Zhuo rushed to embrace her, his heart aching. "You won't need it anymore. Just die." "Grandma!" Little Ning Zhuo cried out, watching his grandmother bleed, overwhelmed with despair and helplessness. "Hurry, run," the grandmother urged, knowing she could not survive, only wishing for her precious grandson to live on. "Whoa, Grandma, don't leave me," little Ning Zhuo cried, unwilling to abandon her. The robbers, uninterested in their tragic display, raised their knives to strike. Perhaps instinctively, the grandmother, despite her inability to stand, crawled in a final effort to shield little Ning Zhuo. Even as she fell, she urged him to flee. Reluctantly, he turned and dashed out of the house, understanding that only by surviving could he avenge her. He ran with all his might, tears streaming down his face, not daring to slow his pace, aware that any delay might lead to the robber's pursuit. She entered the cycle once more, still unable to find a single crack in a dream, witnessing Ning Zhuo's joy and suffering repeatedly, powerless to intervene, relegated to mere observation. Finally, during the 7th cycle, as the robbers attacked for the 7th time, she noticed a fleeting vine at the doorway, vines from the demon tree. Immediately, she threw herself to the ground, grasping the vine and channeling purifying energy to scorch it. The vine was powerful and retaliated swiftly. A fierce struggle ensued, and ultimately, as the vine struck her hard, she managed to uproot it and incinerate it entirely. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground, closing her eyes with a smile in her final moments. This ordeal was finally over. Chapter 178. The Cycle of the Underworld. Well, Ning Zhuo held her tightly in his arms, filled with remorse. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for letting you get hurt again." "Don't worry. It's just superficial wounds. I'm all right," she reassured him. "By the way, what were you dreaming about? You nearly couldn't escape. No wonder you didn't want to wake up. Truth be told, you were quite happy as a child," Chi remarked after hearing Ning Zhuo's dream. Then, suddenly recalling something, she slapped her forehead. "Oh dear, I almost forgot something important. While you were unconscious, they sent others to investigate the demon tree and discovered it is not truly bizarre, but more akin to a puppet." "A puppet?" "Our people also found the demon tree's hollow." At this point, Si Wenpeng interjected, "Let us go take a look." "Are you sure you're all right?" "I'm fine. Let us go. Captain Si, I'll need you to lead the way." The others, seeing this, refrained from further comments and silently protected her in the center as Si Wenpeng led the way. "This is it." They soon approached the colossal demon tree and located its hollow. "Be careful. Stay close and don't fall behind," Si Wenpeng cautioned uneasily. "Understood," replied the group. Cautiously, they entered the hollow of the demon tree, which was pitch black. They pulled out their lighting devices, proceeding with caution. After walking a while, they discovered something in the middle of the hollow, a well. "What is this doing here?" Sui Cao confirmed repeatedly, astonished to find it was indeed a well. The others remained silent, wary of the unknown contents within. "I'll go take a look," Chi decided, stepping forward. "Be careful," Sui Cao warned. "Understood," Chi replied, moving cautiously towards the well, while the others held their breath, alert for any unexpected occurrences. As she drew closer, she confirmed that there was indeed a force from the underworld within. "What do you think?" She immediately summoned the underworld. "Can it be contained? It rightfully belongs to the underworld. This might work," Sui Cao exclaimed excitedly. "Good luck." Just as the situation reached a critical point, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared. Mysterious figures cloaked in bright red with patterned faces emerged from nowhere. "This is bad. Stop her." Their dialogue echoed sharply in the ears of those present. "Stop them. Don't let them disturb the master." Chi was the first to rush forward to intercept them, but outnumbered, she couldn't hold them back. Si Wenpeng and the others followed closely, but were taken aback by the formidable strength of the opponents, struggling to restrain them. This was Ning Zhuo's suppression ability, which had nearly rendered the opponent powerless. Unexpectedly, the adversary withstood Ning Zhuo's attack and quickly retaliated, engaging him in a fierce standoff. Meanwhile, Si Wenpeng and his companions were equally occupied, locked in a stalemate with the red-caped figures. Chapter 179. Lanrua Temple. This is bad. Retreat and keep your distance from the well. Sui Cao urgently warned upon recognizing the opponent's movements. They are truly despicable. First, let us contain the well. We'll handle them. All right. Chi transformed into a protective light shield, encompassing the red-caped figures and spirits, momentarily preventing their escape. Sui Cao, Si Wenpeng, and the others remained vigilant, seizing the opportunity to eliminate one adversary at a time. I'll assist you, Ningzhuo offered, knowing Chi might not hold out much longer. They needed to act swiftly. Retreat. At their leader's command, they vanished without a trace, along with the spirits that had crawled from the well. Their attempts to pursue were futile, and they ultimately abandoned the chase. We owe you all a great debt. You are the heroes of everyone. This is the result of everyone's hard work. You are our hero, and we are at a loss as to how to repay you. A divine being has descended. In gratitude, we have decided to erect a statue in your honor to commemorate your achievements. No, this is not solely my merit. Captain C and his team have also made significant contributions. When it comes to rewards, they are truly deserving. Indeed, they have also worked very hard. Their contributions are substantial. Without their assistance, we would not have been able to accomplish such a formidable task. Cuckoo and others also spoke of the merits of Si Wenpeng's team. Thank you all for your efforts. The base will surely express its profound gratitude to each of you. Upon hearing this, Shirley cast a reassuring glance at Si Wenpeng and his companions. This team indeed has an immeasurable future. Chi suggested, I agree. Really? Chenlu, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement as she had long wished to possess a personal anomaly. Bada was also pleased, but remained quiet out of politeness, highlighting the significance of a personal anomaly for an anomaly master. Si Wenpeng already possessed by Ling and did not require it. Shirley would provide him with the appropriate rewards and honors. Of course, choose what you wish. You're short-staffed. It will be somewhat difficult to protect the base. How about I use the underworld to help train and enhance your abilities? This way, you will be more assured in the face of danger. Thank you. No problem. Just a small favor. All right. Chi had no objections. I'll follow your lead. Huh? Must we? I want to sleep. Cuckoo pouted, as training was her greatest dread. It is necessary. The anomalies in the future will only grow stronger. We cannot afford to stagnate in our abilities. Fine. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Sure. No. Go rest. You must be tired after such a long day. I'll arrange for dinner to be brought to you. Fortunately, everyone was agreeable, with no complaints. Aside from Cuckoo occasionally lamenting after training sessions, everything proceeded smoothly. A month passed unnoticed, and the anomaly masters at Qingmu Base experienced a qualitative leap in strength, as did others. Come again when you have a chance. Shirley understood that he could not retain the young girl and said nothing further. Just as everyone was preparing to set off, someone reported that the ancient temple, Lanrua Temple, was under siege by formidable anomalies, and the situation was dire. Chapter 180, The Goddess Village. Lanrua Temple? How could it be invaded by anomalies? Upon hearing the news, Shirley immediately furrowed his brows and paced in his room. Alas, I never expected Lanrua Temple to fall as well, Shirley muttered, shaking his head. We could not have foreseen it either, replied the messenger, wearing a troubled expression. Is that in the imperial capital? Indeed, it is where your parents first met. Really? Yes. I want to go see. The anomalies that can establish themselves in the imperial capital are not to be underestimated. Are you certain you wish to go? Regardless, I still want to take a look. Very well then, travel safely. The journey is long and fraught with danger. We shall set off now. After Shirley reminded them to be cautious, he watched them depart. Upon learning that the person with healing and purification abilities was actually a 6-year-old girl, they could no longer remain composed. This information swiftly reached the mayor. Once they entered the imperial capital, he would dispatch someone to observe them discreetly. If she truly was talented, he would await her progress. If she was an ordinary child, they could still ensure her protection. There is a village ahead. Shall we stay here for the night? It is getting dark, and it could be dangerous. Cuckoo suggested, halting the vehicle. All right, The group parked outside the village and disembarked, carefully navigating through it. They noticed that despite every house being lit, it was unusually quiet for a village. Surely, someone must reside here. Shall we knock on a door to inquire? Cuckoo hesitated before speaking. I will, Ningzhuo replied, approaching a nearby house to knock. A woman soon opened the door, eyeing Ningzhuo with caution. Who are you? Hello, ma'am. We are traveling and would like to stay here for the night. May we, of course, come in? It's quite pitiful for such small children. No need. Our village has a custom of hosting distant guests together. I will speak to the village chief shortly. The woman smiled, yet her eyes betrayed no emotion. Even the attentive Chi noticed this. Ah, very well then. The pregnant woman whispered to her husband, who hurried outside. Upon closer inspection, they realized that every woman who approached them was visibly pregnant. Oh, why is your belly so small? You must be 6 months along. It seems you won't bear the goddess after all. A heavily pregnant woman in the corner taunted another. Who can say for sure? The goddess will undoubtedly be born from my womb first. Your large belly might just be his son. The mocked woman retorted defiantly. We shall see. The goddess will certainly be mine. Enough, enough. Cease the quarrel. We have guests present. Go prepare the evening meal. We must host them well. Understood. The two pregnant women, upon hearing the village chief's admonition, ceased their bickering and returned to their tasks. Ah, my apologies, everyone. Please bear with us while we prepare dinner for you. No need for such trouble. Just a light meal would suffice. They observed that aside from the children, all the women in the village were pregnant, which was quite bizarre. This is the stuff of the Anomaly Master Agreement. Chapter 181, The Offering. The paper crane revealed that this village was called Goddess Village, where every household was obsessed with who would give birth to the goddess first, influenced by the anomalies. They needed to resolve these anomalies, and the burning of the paper crane signified acceptance of the task. Let us take it. This task is quite lucrative. All right then, we must be cautious. I sense a heavy aura of malevolence in this village. Indeed, I find the villagers rather peculiar. They seem both alive and dead. Chi shared her observations with the group. Since we are here, let us see what their intentions are. Just as they were strategizing, the village chief sent someone to invite them for dinner. Let us go. Let us not be too tense. At least we shouldn't alarm them just yet. All right, let us proceed. The villagers prepared a banquet, which looked quite sumptuous. Isn't that ancient text called the Peach Blossom Spring? Don't we resemble its protagonists now? Ningzhuo and others had been hungry for a considerable time. Although they did not indulge in a lavish feast, they still consumed a fair amount. Honorable sir, the offerings have been delivered here for your acceptance. The village chief hurried over to join the villagers. It was imperative to locate the malevolent and enigmatic entity quickly. Otherwise, none of them would escape unscathed. Each individual was preoccupied with their own tasks. Chapter 182. The enigmatic entity, just as they were preparing to confront the villagers. Ningzhuo was unexpectedly injured by an unseen force. The strange entity lurked beneath them. The crowd was startled upon seeing the black coffin, as the lid fell away to reveal the female corpse within, sitting upright. Taking advantage of the corpse's momentary struggle, the kingfisher swiftly darted forward and pecked open the corpse's abdomen. Inside remained a swirling mass of ghostly energy, and without granting that dark essence a moment's reprieve, the kingfisher proclaimed it devoured. "Ah, my child! Return my child!" The female corpse beheld her offspring being consumed and uttered the only words she had spoken since her appearance. Her eyes brimmed with resentment, her demeanor suggesting she was on the verge of transforming into a vengeful spirit. The corpse thrashed desperately, and Ningzhuo felt himself losing control over the situation. "All spirits, heed my command." What was that? The inverted altar bore witness to the tale of this peculiar village. Though named Goddess Village, it was notoriously biased towards males. After years of poor harvests, the villagers believed they had angered the mountain deity and cruelly sacrificed all the village's girls. It could be surmised that the female corpse bore heavy grievances, having been a victim of such sacrificial rites. However, ordinary purifying abilities could not cleanse the corpse now overwhelmed by resentment. A moment's lapse could result in a counterattack from a corpse. Gradually, the corpse ceased its struggle. Hurry, act swiftly. Do not dawdle. As the corpse fought, The ghostly energy surrounding it dissipated bit by bit. The depth of grievance was such that, even in death, the corpse retained a formidable fixation. In her memories, the corpse recalled how her family had shown indifference upon learning of her pregnancy. Newlywed, she paid little mind to others' opinions about her relationships. Their only concern was how much money they could earn and when a son would be born. Even as she approached labor, she assisted with the rice planting. The present youth could hardly fathom where their middle-aged counterparts had fled. In her memories, her parents and others hid in corners, watching the pregnant woman. When a man unexpectedly appeared before her mother-in-law, she was seized by the latter, denounced as shameless. A remedy from unknown origins led her family to conclude the child she bore was a girl. The villagers, deeming a girl useless, resolved to terminate the pregnancy. Then, a self-proclaimed demigod emerged, pointing at the woman and declaring that the mountain deity had chosen her for sacrifice, promising better crops for the village. They bound her tightly and placed her into the black coffin, summoning a priest to perform the ritual, arguing that a mere woman's sacrifice for the village's welfare was an honor. The villagers, much like they did now, sang and danced, chanting prayers as they sealed the coffin. The woman struggled fiercely. "Let me out. You have no right to confine me here. I shall not let you escape." Even in death, she was suffocated within the coffin, her death agonizing, her last breaths filled with curses. That night, as her life extinguished, a shroud of darkness enveloped every villager's home. This was the origin of the ghostly energies permeating the village. In truth, the villagers' current plight was a consequence of their own deeds. Let us hope for better fortunes in the next life. The curse of Goddess Village vanished along with the enigmatic entity. Chapter 183. The foolish giant do not jest. They are merely girls. Why should we apologize? I am their father. Although she had witnessed this scene through the strange memories, she did not anticipate their retaliation after the girl's demise, believing they were justified in their actions. Even more audacious was the dead girl daring to seek revenge. She should have been grateful for not being obliterated. Chi-Chi frowned, but was relieved that a small portion of people remained aware. We have wronged them. Had we not erred, they would not seek vengeance. The village chief, trembling, led the two to a desolate clearing outside the village. A few steps further revealed a pit resembling a small pond, at the bottom of which lay hundreds of skeletal remains, the flesh long gone, leaving only dry bones. "Is this where you buried them?" The village chief hesitated to speak. "May you find kindness in your next life, free from suffering." The task accomplished, she wished to depart, bidding farewell to the village chief before seeking the nearest spirit exorcist association to claim her reward. "Hello, do you sell spatial rings?" The person in charge regarded the tiny child before him without disdain, knowing that the task she had just completed had claimed the attention of several spirit exorcists. "Ah, dear one, you have come to the right place. We have an auction upstairs today, featuring the spatial rings you seek. With some funds at hand, she decided to purchase one. Chi-Chi, Kingfisher, you can now rest within this." Upon hearing this, without further ado, the girl and the bird swiftly entered the spatial ring. "What transpired? Are you the young spirit exorcist from earlier today? Time is short. I shall explain later." A middle-aged man, recognizing her as a spirit exorcist, promptly pulled her in to assist. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the incident. Many were astonished to see a man carrying a small child. "Why would you bring a child here in such danger?" one of the man's companions admonished. The man scratched his head, but this child is also a spirit exorcist. Just as they were about to say more, ghostly energy erupted once again. "Enough talk. We must assist. Quickly help them." Upon hearing this, Ningzhuan nodded and employed his abilities to suppress the ghostly energy. Soon, another person took note of their commotion, yet, preoccupied with suppressing the anomaly, she remained silent. The other spirit exorcists, upon receiving such aid, breathed a sigh of relief, quickly realizing someone was assisting them. However, they had no time to search for the source of help, instead focusing entirely on the ensuing battle. Ningzhua had intended to join the fray, but seeing how small she was, the others swiftly seized her and pulled her away from the battlefield. "I must say that giant is foolish indeed, bringing such a small girl along." The others nodded in agreement. Soon, with Ningzhua's assistance, the first battle swiftly came to an end. "Greetings, I am Xiao Tao. a practitioner of the supernatural. Xiao Jian looked up at the woman before her, puzzled by why this stranger had approached her. Sensing her confusion, Xiao Tao explained, I noticed the young man you brought during the fight. Oh, you mean Ning Zhua? In the next moment, she summoned Ning Zhua. And only then did Xiao Tao comprehend the true identity of the young man in front of her. I desire that peculiar one. I am willing to exchange anything for him. I apologize, but we are friends, and I would never trade a friend for anything. Consider the consequences of your refusal. Xiao Tao narrowed her eyes, surprised that this child had so easily rejected her. Originally intending to intimidate her, she found this girl surprisingly resolute. Then bring it on. After saying this, Xiao Jian relocated to a different spot, wanting to distance herself from the woman. Frustrated, Xiao Tao contemplated teaching this child a lesson, to show her that not everyone is someone she can offend. However, in no time, the second battle was imminent. Xiao Jian witnessed a man surrounded by supernatural beings and rushed forward to assist him. Just as she approached, a hand suddenly reached out from behind her. Chapter 184. Where did the metal come from? Fortunately, with their help, she managed to escape. Upon hearing this, the person in charge fell silent for a moment. Could it be that you misremembered, perhaps tripping over something accidentally? Impossible. I remember distinctly. She was the one who tripped me. Nonsense. My disciple would never harm her own companions. Hearing this, the person in charge immediately stood upright and bowed towards the source of the voice. Elder, you have arrived. Indeed, young lady, this is our elder's disciple. How could you possibly resort to such violence over a mere quarrel with you? At that moment, the other practitioners of the supernatural who had accompanied them also began to support Xiao Tao. Yes. In such a critical situation, it's possible you simply misremembered. Yet, despite this, no one was willing to speak on her behalf. Now, do you think what I said is true or false? As the crowd fell silent, unsure of what to say, an elderly figure gradually descended from above. The elder who had just spoken approached her. I'm afraid I don't believe we have anything to discuss. Meanwhile, the people from the imperial city, upon seeing the young girl emerge from the association, approached with great interest. They had witnessed her performance during the battle and were eager to recruit such a promising practitioner of the supernatural to their side. If you're interested, you're welcome to join us. After she had walked quite a distance, Chi and the others finally emerged to comfort Xiao Jian. In truth, individuals like them are quite rare. Most people in the world are inherently kind and compassionate. Do not worry, nothing can defeat me. Having just endured a fierce battle, they needed to recuperate. It's nothing. I merely feel somewhat inadequate. If he had possessed the ability, he would have taught those bullies a lesson when Xiao Jian was being tormented, rather than waiting until now to console her. How could that be? If you were not so formidable, how could that woman seek to trade for you? Besides, we are friends, are we not? Upon hearing this, Ning Zhua finally exhaled with relief. Indeed, we are friends. With that, Ning Zhua vanished from sight. His companions, noticing the young girl alone, felt something was amiss. Some even attempted to sense whether the girl was supernatural, but without exception, they concluded that she was entirely normal. Upon discovering that the girl was indeed normal, reactions among the onlookers diverged into two categories. Some felt sympathy for the girl, who had to traverse such a long distance alone. However, many others mocked her for believing she could walk to Lan Ruo Temple alone. Little girl, you cannot be serious. You think you can reach Lan Ruo Temple all by yourself? You might end up being devoured by supernatural beings before you even arrive. Exactly. Are you planning to feed the supernatural? Chapter 185. The complete annihilation of the practitioner team, fortunately, with the assistance of Chi and the others. Xiao Jian did not dwell in sorrow for too long. The world is not merely black and white. Most people fall somewhere in between. And it can be said that the kind-hearted certainly outnumber the cruel. The silver lining was that Lan Ruo Temple was now within sight. After such a long journey, they were finally nearing their destination. As they approached, the air grew increasingly heavy with an unsettling scent. They soon discerned the unmistakable odor of blood. The group exchanged wary glances, and in front of them lay a multitude of corpses, the ground littered with severed limbs and heads, all bearing witness to a prior battle. They had mocked me before. Ning Zhua furrowed his brow. With Lan Ruo Temple so close, Could it be the work of the supernatural there? Though posed as a question, Ning Zhui's gaze at the scene revealed a dawning realization. He had not anticipated that just days prior they had seemed so well, only to discover upon return that they had perished. In the face of such a sight, she displayed a composure that belied her youth. Just then, amidst the silence, a faint cry emerged from the pile of bodies. "Help me." Hearing this, the group jolted. Could there still be survivors among the dead? As they searched for the source of the voice, a hand suddenly emerged from the heap, grasping at the ground before Xiao Jian. "Please, save me." Xiao Jian was caught off guard and jumped in fright. When they finally managed to pull the figure from the pile, they discovered it to be a low-ranking practitioner of the supernatural. As they dragged him out, the man sighed in relief, having thought he was doomed, only to narrowly escape the clutches of the supernatural, only to nearly be buried alive among the dead. Once he regained his composure and looked at the young girl and her companions, he asked, "Yes, you remember me, don't you?" Xiao Jian nodded. The man cast a complicated glance at her. He indeed remembered this girl, for she was exceptionally unique, being the only child they had encountered on their journey here. Little did he know that just days later, his entire team would meet their demise in this very place. Yet he had survived and was fortunate enough to see this girl again. What manner of supernatural beings lurk within Lan Rua Temple, and why did your entire team perish? Ning Zhui could not help but inquire. The man swallowed hard, seemingly gathering the courage to speak. We had only just entered the vicinity of Lan Rua Temple when we were suddenly surrounded by a horde of strange entities. We fought and fled simultaneously, but by the time we reached this point, the number of these entities had multiplied, leading to our complete annihilation. Must we continue to carry him along? Ning Zhui felt a twinge of impatience. He had never been one to trust individuals who appeared out of nowhere. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement, suggesting they should simply send him away, ensuring he could not follow them. At that moment, Qin Hao, hearing their words, lunged forward, clinging desperately to Xiao Jian's leg. "Don't let me leave alone. I beg you. You can see for yourselves that my abilities are limited. If you abandon me, it's tantamount to signing my death warrant." Xiao Jian appeared conflicted, but ultimately resolved to bring the man along. Chi-Chi and Ning Zhui clenched their fists in unison. They truly wished to ignore Qin Hao. "Since you're staying, know that our group does not accommodate idlers. You can enter first and assess the situation." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt as though his legs might give way beneath him. Yet he understood that should he defy the directives of these two, they would have all the more reason to cast him aside. Thus, mustering his courage, he stepped into Lan Rua Temple. To his surprise, nothing unusual occurred as they entered the temple. Upon reaching the main hall, they found no sign of anything amiss. However, when Xiao Jian glanced back, she was met with an empty space, as if everything had merely been a figment of her imagination. "Do you not feel that someone has been watching us since we arrived here?" The remaining few nodded in response. They had initially thought it was just their imagination, but it was a relief to discover they all shared the same sentiment. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached the altar. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the bronze statue within the room. Why is a woman being venerated here? She pondered, intrigued by the identity of the figure deserving such worship, a question echoed by the others. Without hesitation, Chi-Chi extracted a wisp of ghostly energy from herself and directed it toward the statue, eager to uncover its secrets. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Chapter 186, One Less Person. The surface of the statue cracked, fragments cascading away like dirt falling from a person. As the group shuddered in fear, several eerie forms burst forth, charging directly at Chi-Chi. Startled, she stumbled back, unable to retaliate before Ning Zhui intervened. The movements of the strange entities abruptly slowed, leaving the others bewildered. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. As battle was imminent, gritting their teeth, they began to counterattack, for mere defense could only deplete their strength. Amidst the conflict, they failed to notice that Qin Hao, who had been trailing behind, had suddenly vanished. While Ning Zhui held the entities at bay, Chi-Chi and Shui Niao pressed their assault, momentarily avoiding significant loss. However, they knew that if this continued, they would eventually be worn down. Just then, several of the entities merged into one, reshaping themselves into a figure resembling Guanyin. As the group exchanged uncertain glances, a dark barrier enveloped them. Upon regaining their senses, they realized they had been trapped within the enemy's domain, a ghost realm. The realm of death. If they remained within, their fate was sealed. Death awaited them. They surveyed their surroundings, noting the absence of any living beings and the pervasive miasma that would claim any who wandered too close, leaving only bones behind. Despite the dire circumstances, Ning Zhuo felt a sense of resignation. He could suppress the entities, yet within this realm, he was powerless. Chi-Chi and Shui Niao attempted to attack the barrier, but their efforts were entirely absorbed, creating not even a ripple. Anxiety filled their hearts. Were they truly destined to be ensnared in this place? Suddenly, several entities surged from the underworld, clawing at the barrier. Gradually, they began to establish a foothold within the realm, yet elation was short-lived. The group discerned that the entities were not exerting their full strength. At that moment, Ning Zhuo realized something was amiss. Ever since they had been trapped in this realm, Qin Hao had seemingly disappeared. Gritting his teeth, Ning Zhuo had always sensed that this man was untrustworthy, and now it seemed he had slipped away while they fought. Who knew whether Qin Hao was in league with these entities? The thought fueled Ning Zhuo's anger, wishing he could shatter this accursed domain at that instant. Qin Hao is a coward. While we battle here, he abandons us and flees. Where could he have gone? Was he captured by the entities? Impossible. If there were entities, I would sense their presence. He simply fled out of fear of confronting the entities directly. As the group argued, they were unaware that the ghostly Guanyin was gradually overpowering the underworld. The space in which they could remain untainted was shrinking. Ning Zhuo, unable to do anything but grit his teeth, continued to contain the entities before him, while Chi-Chi and Shui Niao kept attacking. Although their strikes had not inflicted substantial damage, they were still somewhat effective. Yet even this would not suffice for long. Eventually, they too would be consumed by the realm. What should we do now? Can we escape? Chi-Chi sighed, lamenting their predicament of being trapped by the entities, potentially losing their lives. Hearing her words, the others felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Nevertheless, they refused to surrender entirely. After all, it was not yet the final moment. Who knew what miracles might yet unfold? If only someone outside could assist them, perhaps they could indeed escape. They had scoured the realm for a flaw, but found none, meaning there was no way to break free. If someone were to attack the barrier from outside, it might just offer them a chance of escape. Yet who could be outside now? Relying on that coward Qin Hao was futile. It would be better to devise their own means of escape. Ning Zhuo had no faith in Qin Hao to help them. To him, it felt as though Qin Hao had already betrayed them. Besides, who knew where Qin Hao had scurried off to, and whether he would return to lend a hand? Qin Hao, can you hear me? Do you not desire to avenge your comrades? Wei warned you. That man is utterly unreliable. Ning Zhuo gritted his teeth. They were on the brink of collapse, while the ghostly Guanyin continued to compress the space of the realm. Just as they felt their strength waning and were about to be consumed, a radiant light appeared above them. In the next moment, the light grew larger, engulfing their entire field of vision. Chapter 187. Qin Hao in the next moment, it appeared as though he had come to an eerie realization. Hastily channeling the ghostly energy to fill the gaps, attempting to mend the domain. At this juncture, Qin Hao seemed to shed his fear and exerted his full strength. They were engaged in combat within, while Qin Hao positioned himself outside. In a brief span, he managed to subdue the ghostly Bodhisattva entirely. I sincerely apologize. I was overwhelmed with fear, which compelled me to abandon you and flee alone, Qin Hao expressed, his face etched with remorse. He was acutely aware that his recent actions were inexcusable, a cowardly retreat in the face of danger. Naturally, he understood that the young girl before him was offering solace, and he could only muster a feeble smile in response. Ning Zhuo stepped forward, raising his hand. Observing this, Qin Hao instinctively lifted his hand, seemingly attempting to shield himself from something. However, in the next instant, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Ning Zhuo, unable to directly apologize due to his pride, nonetheless managed to evoke a deep sense of gratitude within Qin Hao. Let us not linger with words. We must swiftly seal this ghostly entity, Ning Zhuo urged. extending his congratulations for Qin Hao's vengeance on behalf of his comrades. Hearing these words, Qin Hao gradually crouched down, recognizing that it was his teammates who bestowed upon him the strength to courageously take this step. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuo and the others hastened to assist. Concurrently, Chi-Chi sensed something amiss. The entire space they occupied seemed to be dissipating. The entire Lanrua temple appeared to be vanishing. "Hurry and leave this place," she urged. "There's no need to look back. I've already been poisoned and cannot escape." "You must go," came the response. "I'm truly sorry. It seems my only option is to do this for you. I must seek out my team." Initially, he had perceived this man as a coward devoid of spirit. It became evident that he had misjudged him. "I apologize. You are indeed a valiant ghost master." Just as sadness enveloped them, a group of individuals suddenly arrived. They had sensed an anomaly in the vicinity, prompting them to investigate, only to witness the Lanrua temple disappearing before their eyes. As they drew closer, they noticed a small girl standing at the temple's entrance. Gong Sun Yu deduced in an instant that this girl was likely the one the Ghost Master Association had sought to recruit earlier. "I am, but I believe we are not acquainted," she replied, still lost in her recent sorrow. "You may not know me, but I am familiar with you," came the reply. Given that she was a key target for the Ghost Master Association, it was evident that those before her possessed significant abilities, and they typically welcomed individuals of such caliber. "Does the sudden disappearance of the Lanrua temple bear any relation to you?" "I came here in search of the marriage tree, hoping to locate the cloth bearing my parents' names. Little did I expect to encounter an A-level anomaly inside. Before we entered, it had already slain a team of ghost masters. If not for someone aiding us, we too might have perished." Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu was intrigued. "An A-level anomaly? Could you share how you managed to defeat it?" "It was he who aided us in vanquishing the anomaly," she replied. Gong Sun Yu nodded, feeling somewhat puzzled. "Qin Hao, I have not heard of any formidable ghost master by that name. Perhaps my information network is insufficient? This anomaly possesses a domain within which no living beings exist." Gong Sun Yu's brow twitched. Until now, he had yet to encounter an anomaly with a domain. A-level anomalies were already quite formidable, making it hard to fathom how they had managed to escape from one with a domain. It was apparent that this seemingly youthful girl possessed some measure of capability, shedding light on why the Ghost Master Association sought to recruit her even after offending her. "So your teammate, Qin Hao." Gong Sun Yu did not finish his sentence. Yet he comprehended why he had not seen Qin Hao. It seemed this individual was indeed loyal. He had pushed them out, or else they might have vanished alongside the Lanrua Temple. Chapter 188. The Exchange Conference among Ghost Masters. Welcome to Hong City. Upon reaching a building, they changed their mode of transportation. "Our base is quite substantial, isn't it?" Gong Sun Yu inquired with a smile, already knowing the answer. The sights observed on their journey had clearly indicated that this base was affluent. "Indeed, I would like to introduce you to our commanding officer," Gong Sun Yu stated, his expression growing serious, revealing his deep respect for the officer. "Enter." A steady male voice resonated from within. Upon hearing this, the man engrossed in work finally lifted his gaze. Upon just a glance, he immediately ceased his tasks, astonished to encounter them here. "Who are you? Why does everyone seem to recognize me?" "Haha, I am merely an ordinary individual, though I have heard of your exploits," Yu Hui replied with a smile. As the head of the command center, despite being an ordinary person, he took a keen interest in these ghost masters. He understood that only formidable ghost masters could fortify their base. Thus, he had meticulously gathered information on those of renown who could potentially join their ranks. However, the young girl before him had little information available. He only knew her name and that she was accompanied by Chi-Chi, Ning Zhuo, and Chuan Yao. He was unaware of her specific background. "I wonder if Shirley has mentioned me to you." "We are friends," he remarked. "Indeed. I hope you will consider joining our base. As you can see, our grounds are extensive, and I assure you that if you join, the benefits will be unparalleled." Individuals sought after by the Ghost Master Association were certainly not to be overlooked. "Should you desire anything further, we can discuss specifics." Upon hearing this, Yu Hui did not exhibit disappointment. "We will not interfere with your decision. But should you discover the whereabouts of your parents and wish to settle down, we would appreciate your consideration of our base. I almost forgot to mention, there is currently a gathering for Ghost Masters outside. If you're interested, you may wish to attend. Standing at the entrance, Gong Sun Yu realized he had inadvertently awakened her from her slumber. After providing the gathering's address, he hurriedly departed, stating, "I have some matters to attend to. Feel free to explore if you wish." With this bead in hand, they could feign ignorance. As they indulged in a leisurely stroll, a sudden commotion captured their attention. "Uncle, what is this? Why are there so many people gathered? Are you unaware? This is a competition among Ghost Masters." A middle-aged man glanced at the little girl tugging at his sleeve, explaining, "All Ghost Masters can engage in combat, and the victor will receive a prize. Do you wish to participate in this competition? The winner gets to choose items from the base's treasury." With that, he dashed away, leaving Gong Sun Yu to shake his head in resignation. It is believed that everyone is already acquainted with the competition rules and rewards. Thus, I shall refrain from further elaboration and directly present the content of this contest. The man standing on the stage is none other than Yui. This time, the competition revolved around the B grade anomaly known as the Skinless Demon. The one who can vanquish this peculiar entity shall be crowned champion. As everyone is aware, the prize for the champion is the opportunity to enter the vast treasury of Hong City and select any desired item. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, for such a grand base undoubtedly possesses immense resources. Furthermore, even if one cannot find their coveted item, simply taking something at random could yield a substantial monetary return. Yui smiled as he announced that anyone who is expelled from Hong City would never be allowed to return. Now that all the requirements have been introduced, let the competition commence. The previously boisterous crowd surged forward, each participant eager to be the first to discover the B-grade anomaly. Chapter 189. The Skinless Puppet. Many of these anomaly hunters had come from afar to participate in this competition. Thus, they were unfamiliar with the base and had not thought to acquire any information about it. After walking for a brief, while they began to sense a thick, eerie aura enveloping them, indicating they had entered the vicinity of the anomaly. Before they could take a few more steps, they were left breathless by the horrific sight that lay before them. An uncountable number of corpses. The skin had long since vanished from these bodies, leaving behind a ghastly array of skinless corpses that sent chills down their spines. This anomaly was utterly brazen. Once I acquire the judge's pen, I shall ensure this entity is cast into the abyss. Chi-Chi seethed with barely contained rage. The other anomaly hunters, however, seemed indifferent, viewing the deceased as mere casualties. For their primary objective was to capture the anomaly. As they pressed onward, they were swiftly ambushed. The corpses, previously discarded on the ground, suddenly began to stir. In the next moment, all the bodies wobbled to their feet, causing nearly everyone to feel nauseated. It was appalling to think that the anomaly had not only flayed these individuals, but was now using their corpses as puppets to attack the anomaly hunters. In no time at all, several lower-ranked hunters were pierced through by these bodies, joining the ranks of the dead. "We must escape swiftly." Ningzhua furrowed his brow, realizing that remaining here would only lead to their demise at the hands of the relentless corpses. Meanwhile, the remaining anomaly hunters had already begun to engage in combat, with only a few rational individuals observing from the sidelines. Their ultimate goal was to eliminate the anomaly, lest they expend too much energy in this futile skirmish. Outside, many spectators had already witnessed the scene through drones and couldn't help but curse under their breath, deeming the participants shameless. Yet beyond that, there was little they could do. The hunters had no time to rest. The moment they ceased their attacks, an unending wave of corpses would descend upon them, forcing them to disperse the bodies with relentless fervor. Looking at the scattered remains, their fury intensified. They were determined to eradicate this anomaly. By the time they reached the end of the chaos, most of the corpses had been dealt with, leaving only a few stragglers flailing about like headless flies. Did you just see that young girl summon something capable of absorbing the ghostly aura? The man's companions were oblivious to this development. We didn't witness anything. Let's not dwell on it. We must focus on locating the anomaly, as we have already envisioned what we would select from the treasury. Upon hearing this, the man nodded. Why waste so much energy on a mere girl? If we linger any longer, we risk falling far behind. Zoom in on the scene. We observe the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. At this point, many attendees began to recognize the eerie resemblance to the fabled underworld. Indeed, upon finally arriving at their destination, they were astonished to find themselves in a beauty salon. The Central Beauty Salon. One of the men cleared the dust from the sign on the wall to reveal its name. Even they found the situation rather bizarre. What do you think this anomaly is? Why would it have a penchant for skinning people and reside in a beauty salon? At that moment, Chi-Chi sensed something unusual on the second floor of the salon. It was known that during the earlier skirmish with the corpses, these individuals had exhibited the most ferocious fighting styles. Moreover, their unwavering confidence suggested they had uncovered something significant. Perhaps following them might yield unexpected rewards. Just as the remaining anomaly hunters were about to enter the beauty salon, they found themselves subdued and utterly immobilized. A few inexperienced hunters panicked, realizing they had come here for fortune, not to lose their lives. The memory of so many deaths made their legs tremble. It must be the ghostly aura from earlier. Chapter 190. The duel of two anomalies. This skin is quite exquisite. One can hardly imagine how stunning it would be if I were to peel it off alive. Yet, she remained calm, observing the scene intently. The girl, witnessing the anomaly daring to approach her, prepared herself. The moment it drew near, she was ready to unleash her purifying powers, convinced that this anomaly could not possibly harm her. I warn you not to come any closer, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. She was uncertain how she had suddenly found herself separated from Chi-Chi and the others, but she knew that her solitary strength would be insufficient to subdue this entity. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi and Ning Zhua theorized that the anomaly was the work of this particular entity. As they struggled to find a way inside, after searching for a while, they still could not locate an entrance. At that moment, Chi-Chi felt a connection. Chi-Chi, can you hear me? Upon hearing this voice, Chi-Chi was almost moved to tears. Where have you been taken? Are you safe? Is everything all right? I was brought into a room by this anomaly, and it is now right beside me. Can you come in and assist me? Chi-Chi hesitated, expressing concern that they had searched for so long without finding an entrance. The moment the B-grade anomaly emerged, the skinning monster sensed it immediately. Where do you come from? This is my territory. Do you not realize that? The seamstress was undeterred, charging directly at the ghost. Chi-Chi and her companions finally managed to enter the beauty salon. Upon their arrival, they saw the seamstress and the skinning monster occupying opposite corners, equally matched. The anomaly hunters outside keenly noted that the oppressive force weighing down on them had seemingly vanished. Could something have gone awry inside? With this thought, they surged forward, eager not to fall behind. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, Ning Zhua, and Cui Niao intended to assist, while the late-arriving anomaly hunters also sought to join the fray. If they did not display even a modicum of effort, they would surely miss out on the championship. Ning Zhua swiftly restrained both anomalies, while Chi-Chi and Cui Niao launched their attacks from the side. As the skinning monster beheld the throngs invading its lair, rage surged within it. Yet, it understood all too well that remaining here would lead only to its demise. Thus, while fending off the attackers, it contemplated possible avenues of escape. Regrettably, the onslaught from the group before it was relentless, leaving it scarcely a moment to breathe. The adept practitioners of illusion, initially poised to assist, found themselves stifled by the overwhelming power of the two entities present, rendered mute and motionless, forced to merely observe the unfolding conflict. Fortunately, they surmised that the battle was nearing its conclusion, for it was clear that the skinning monster stood no chance against a B-class anomaly, especially with so many allies at the opponent's side. Meanwhile, at the Hongqing base, Yu Hui watched the scene unfold, and it dawned on everyone that the little girl was likely the descendant of the most formidable practitioner of illusion. It appeared she had seamlessly inherited his prodigious talent. Compared to others, she was nothing short of a genius. Upon hearing this, the remaining individuals nodded in agreement. Yet, Yu Hui remained somewhat reluctant to concede, for there were few practitioners of illusion with such vast potential and current prowess. If they failed to recruit this remarkable girl to their base, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss. On the other side, a practitioner of illusion, whose body was breached by the skinning monster, turned pale, fully aware that his demise would mean the end for the anomaly as well. He feared that someone might kill him in pursuit of victory. "You are so powerful. Surely you have a way to save me, right?" After uttering this plea, he made the man kneel before him, cautioning, "You may feel some pain shortly. You must endure." Without a moment's hesitation, the man nodded, willing to do anything to ensure his survival. "I hope you can assist me. After all, it is a matter of life and death." The others hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced, their consciences compelling them. "What should we do?" "You will assist me from the sidelines and follow my commands." They had initially intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate the man, hoping to claim victory for themselves. In the next moment, a shriek pierced the air, and a dark mist wafted from the man's body. After the fierce battle, exhaustion enveloped everyone. Upon hearing the news, they rejoiced, marveling at Yu Hui's meticulous execution. It was no wonder he held the position of chief commander of the base. They broadcast all the events on the public channel, ensuring everyone in the base was aware of their remarkable feats. Upon hearing this, several practitioners currently dining choked on their food. The crowd below waved their hands, jesting about their lack of opinions, since everyone in the base had witnessed their inability to assist even with a mere gesture. The base leader held a fondness for the little girl before him and hoped she would choose something of comparable worth, even granting her an extended period to do so. "Isn't this just a notebook? Does such a large base truly possess something as mundane as a diary?" Chi-Chi was about to voice her thoughts, but fell silent upon seeing the two prominent characters on the cover. "Do you desire this notebook?" Chi-Chi's voice softened. Upon hearing this, smiles graced the faces of those present. "We didn't originally seek anything of value. The treasures here are rather commonplace. However, if you have chosen this, let's take it with us." When they emerged from the treasury, the base leader had yet to depart. "Why are you back so soon? Did you fail to find anything worthwhile?" The man sighed heavily, while other practitioners of illusion were astonished to see the girl exit with nothing more than a diary. "Is she foolish for taking such a trivial item?" The others quickly chimed in. In truth, she felt a flutter of excitement, curious about what her father might have inscribed within a diary. During her recent respite at the base, she often sought out Gong Sunyu for companionship. Without him, she might never have participated in this competition, nor would she have obtained her father's diary. "I wager you came here for the noodles." Gong Sunyu pulled up a stool and sat down, but Xiao Yu's noodle shop truly is delightful. I find myself longing for it after just a few days. Since their last meal together, he had developed a fondness for this establishment. "Captain Gong's son has arrived. Same as always?" Xiao Yu's parents emerged from the noodle shop, their faces beaming with smiles. "It has been a while since we last saw Captain Gong's son. What have you been busy with lately?" "Not much, just routine patrols." Xiao Yu has had plenty of free time these past few days. Upon hearing this, the couple nodded, their concern for Xiao Yu evident as they worried about her possibly straying from the right path, especially given her recent tendency to linger at home. After enjoying a hearty meal, Gong Sunyu finally took his leave. "Young lady, do come by often. Are you really leaving? Why not stay here? Our base is quite safe." The woman expressed her concerns. "If you venture outside, the dangers are manifold." "No, I wish to find my parents." "Hurry, come with me." Upon reaching the command center, they were greeted with a monumental revelation. Yu Hui sat at his desk, announcing, "We have recently discovered, during the excavation of an ancient scholar's tomb, the emergence of an unknown anomaly. Some fortunate survivors reported seeing what appeared to be a pen." Chapter 192. Bittersweet farewell. As he spoke, even Yu Hui himself harbored uncertainties, unsure if this information would be of any assistance to them. "When I first heard it, I felt the same way. However, we must prepare to depart soon." The others nodded, fully cognizant that their stay could not last much longer. "We shall rest one final night and set off in the morning." Upon learning of the pen of the judge, the atmosphere within the group brightened considerably. It is far too perilous for such a young girl to venture out alone, Xiao Yu's mother exclaimed, her emotions rising as tears shimmered in her eyes. "Do not worry, mother. Though she is young, her abilities place her at the pinnacle within our base." Upon hearing this, the lingering sadness dissipated, replaced by laughter sparked by the little girl before them. "Everyone knows you're leaving soon, so we organized a farewell party for you." The onlookers were misty-eyed, For though their time together had been brief, they had already grown fond of the girl. At last, they all made an agreement. I have sent you the newly released electronic map from the association. This map will update in real time regarding the locations of anomalies. Please exercise caution on your journey. Rest assured, I shall assist you in obtaining the judge's pen. The electronic map proved to be quite commendable. At least, during their entire journey, they encountered no peculiarities. Upon reaching the tomb of the scholars, they discovered that other teams had already arrived ahead of them. It seemed that several individuals had likely entered before. Hearing this, Chi-Chi felt a pang of anxiety. What if the judge's pen had been claimed by someone else? However, she calmed herself. Rest assured, the judge's pen would not easily recognize a master. If it had been taken, it would only indicate that it was not the true judge's pen. Just then, another group approached. Upon seeing others at the entrance, they felt a surge of tension. Each of them yearned to claim the pen for themselves. The more competitors, the fiercer the rivalry. Doesn't that little girl look somewhat familiar? A man scrutinized the young girl, suddenly realizing, isn't she the one the association is trying to recruit? Upon hearing this, the remaining few nodded hastily. Yes, we just entered here. What's the situation inside? Chi-Chi inquired, needing to ascertain whether the pen had indeed been taken. We received some intel earlier, but it was unclear. However, we can confirm that the pen hasn't been taken yet. After a pause, the man suggested, why don't we team up and proceed together? Who knows what we might encounter next? A team could offer us some protection. Apologies, but we are not accustomed to teaming up with others. Thank you, but we shall descend tomorrow morning. Chi-Chi replied, feeling no urgency now. After all, so many were gathered here, and venturing into the tomb at night felt rather unsettling. Thus, she decided to crawl into the tent to rest properly. They had come here for the pen, and everyone was on guard against one another. Yet, this little girl had the audacity to sleep. However, it was dark now, and they dared not descend, so they leaned against a nearby tree to catch some rest. Ningzhua, Chi-Chi, and the Kingfisher planned to take turns keeping watch outside the tent. They built a small fire, gradually feeding it with dry branches, while remaining wary of the remaining ghost tamers. Chapter 193. Retrieving the judge's pen. By the time she had finished preparing, most of the group had already descended. Don't worry, we aren't in a hurry. How could these ordinary people possibly obtain the judge's pen? Chi-Chi said with a smile as she followed the others to the entrance of the tomb. At that moment, Chi-Chi seemed to sense something. I can feel the power of the judge's pen. We must hurry inside. This elicited laughter from the group. Just moments ago, she had appeared so calm. And now she was urging them forward. Ningzhua, always one to enjoy the spectacle, chimed in, indeed. How could those ordinary people possibly lay their hands on the judge's pen? We needn't rush. Though Ningzhua jested with Chi-Chi, he had already released his suppressive aura, restricting the movements of those around them. Rest assured, who doesn't know how much you cherish that pen? I've already constrained some of them. If we hurry, we might yet arrive first. Following this, the remaining few hastened their pace, trailing behind the ghost tamers until they arrived at the main chamber of the tomb. To their astonishment, they had reached the main chamber without encountering a single trap along the way. Could it be a bait? A senior ghost tamer paused at the entrance of the main chamber, where they beheld a black coffin on a raised platform in the center, and the pen lay within it. While he desperately desired to seize the pen, he remained cautious about the tomb's defenses. After all, such a treasure appearing in a tomb could only signify that its master was a remarkable individual. Just as the man began to probe for potential mechanisms, a young man dashed into the chamber. Oh, you fools! There are no traps ahead. How could there be any here? The pen is mine now. In the next instant, the young man found himself enveloped in an array, collapsing to the ground as the earth was stained with blood. There is actually a formation here. The ghost tamers, who had initially planned to follow the young man, hesitated in shock as they witnessed his demise. Their steps faltered, and they found themselves unable to advance. In the ensuing moments, several senior ghost tamers attempted to break the formation, but to no avail. They could only watch helplessly as the pen hung tantalizingly close. Yet they were barred from entering the chamber. Chi-Chi stood beside the formation, her eyes darting, deep in thought. You want to find a way in, will you? The others regarded her with skepticism, doubtful she could breach the formation. As they hesitated at the edge, Chi-Chi unleashed the pressure of the King of Hell, startling the resting ghost tamers. In the next moment, they turned to see someone stepping into the formation without facing any repercussions from it. Let us go in. With this, several senior ghost tamers, seeing the success of the others, attempted to follow suit, only to be repelled by the formation's edge. The remaining onlookers dared not make further attempts. While the Kingfisher mocked, "Really? Did you think you could just stroll into the formation like that? How naive for supposedly senior ghost tamers." At this, Ningzhou joined in indeed. "Look at you, so brazen in your approach to the formation, as if you weren't at all intimidated." The ghost tamers below were incensed. "What do you mean? How did you get in? Tell us, or don't blame us for being rude when you come out. I want to come out. If you have the guts, come in yourself. A bunch of shameless fools, unable to enter, yet demanding we inform you." Ningzhou remained unfazed, further infuriating the elder ghost tamers. They longed to retaliate, but found themselves powerless to breach the formation, forced to endure the taunts from within. Meanwhile, a thick smoke billowed forth, causing the ghost tamers outside to collapse. Suddenly, a throng surged forward. Upon closer inspection, Ningzhou and his companions recognized them as members of the mysterious organization they had encountered at the Demon Arts. This group could enter the formation and was now charging toward them, revealing their intent to claim the judge's pen. In the next moment, Chi-Chi brandished the judge's pen, and in that instant, her aura transformed dramatically. At that moment, Chi-Chi wielded dominion over life and death, her mere presence rendering the approaching individuals immobile. In the blink of an eye, those who rushed forward were sent flying, suffering grievous injuries with a single strike. Such a feeling was profoundly nostalgic. Chapter 194. Clues from the parents. Even so, a multitude of reckless souls continued to charge forward, desperate to seize the pen. However, the inevitable outcome was their collapse. Left, writhing on the ground, unable to rise. These individuals pose an undeniable threat, having already made attempts against us on several occasions. They must not be allowed to remain. Ningzhou gazed at the people lying on the ground, realizing that if they did not eliminate them now, they would likely return with renewed vigor. It was far better to eradicate the roots of this problem in one fell swoop. Just as they were poised to execute their plan, a man behind them raised his hand. "Wait, do not harm us. I have information about your parents." "What do you mean by that? Do you know his parents?" Ningzhou inquired, a hint of concern in his voice as he stepped forward and seized the man's collar. "You had better clarify your statement, or I cannot guarantee what I might do." The man, taken aback by the threat, stepped back in fear. The others remained silent, their attention drawn to the girl's fervent reaction. The man felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed his gamble had paid off. Chi-Chi, observing the tense atmosphere, regarded the man with a calm demeanor. "Speak everything you know. Of course, I possess information about your parents. If you doubt me, I can share some details about them. Your father was the foremost master of deception, and he met your mother, leaving the underworld in your care. Your mother vanished shortly after your birth." A smile spread across the man's face. However, Ningzhou harbored doubts. Despite the man's claims being true, he could not be certain that no one else knew these details. Thus, he found it difficult to trust him. "What do you want? Name your terms. I can provide anything within my means. You must be the one to reveal the clues about my parents." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the man's face. "Rest assured, I will as long as you can exchange the judge's pen with me for that information." Although the man sought to strike a bargain with them, he was fully aware that he did not possess any information about their parents. The details he had were merely remnants of chance encounters he had noted down. If pressed to provide them with leads, he would be unable to do so. Thus, while he appeared to propose a trade, he was secretly messaging his comrades. "Our team has been entirely wiped out. Hurry and send reinforcements." He understood the significance of the judge's pen to the atmosphere. Yet the opportunity to learn about his parents was too precious for him to let slip away. "Chi-Chi, can you give me the judge's pen?" At this, Ningzhou rushed forward to dissuade her. "We still do not know if what he says is true or false. If we give him the pen and he fails to deliver your parents' information, what then? I understand, but such a splendid opportunity cannot be ignored. If I possessed that pen, it is unfathomable how high I could rise." To everyone's surprise, The young girl did not hand the pen over without hesitation. How can I be certain of your honesty? I will only give you the pen once you have fulfilled your end of the bargain. Ning Zhuo, witnessing the exchange, kicked the man in frustration. We have already agreed to your demands. Now, tell us about his parents. Otherwise, not only will you not obtain the pen, but you may also die here. He ground his teeth, just like your fallen comrades. At that moment, the man realized the grim fate that had befallen his subordinates. He clenched his jaw, knowing he had fought hard to gain this position and earn the loyalty of his followers, only for this mission to end in utter failure. Internally, he vowed to make those responsible pay dearly. Chapter 195. Unraveling the illusion, yet he still needed to feign compliance with the group before him. With a smile, he addressed them, of course, but I must first ascertain the authenticity of that pen. Ning Zhuo bristled at his words. What do you mean? Do you think we would deceive you? The man quickly recognized that the man before him was not to be trifled with. That is not my intention. I merely wish to gauge the power of the pen. The young sister understood that the pen would not be taken from them, so she confidently handed it over. However, the man fumbled with the pen for a while, unable to discern its function. Are you trying to deceive me? Who is deceiving you? With that, Chi-Chi snatched the pen back from him and unleashed an attack. The man's face turned pale, realizing that what felt like an ordinary pen in his hands could wield such immense power in the hands of that woman. He was far too composed. Did he not fear that they would eliminate him once they acquire the information? One shadow swiftly seized the man they had just captured, retreating from the scene. I cannot believe you delayed for so long without being killed, remarked one man, observing the injured leader. The leader attempted to retort, but thought better of it, as he was still at the mercy of the eerie puppet controlled by their adversaries. Should the puppet's master grow displeased, he might find himself consumed by it. With a smile, the leader acknowledged the situation, though he found the two who had come to his rescue insufferable. It did not mean he could not take advantage of them. How foolish of you! Yet I did not acquire your judge's pen, so we are even. Ning was seethed with anger. Their entire group had been played by that man. Naturally, hostilities erupted between the two sides. Ning Zhuo engaged in combat with the puppet. Surprised by its agility, it was surprisingly adept, even rivaling their own capabilities. How is this man controlling such an entity? Ning Zhuo cursed inwardly, yet he remained fully committed to the battle. In a short time, both he and Ning Zhuo bore numerous wounds from the encounter. Seeing this, Chi-Chi produced the judge's pen, and an intangible attack diminished the puppet's strength. Ning Zhuo sensed the creature's movements beginning to slow, its strength waning. The onlookers laughed at their comrade's predicament. Who would have thought you would suffer such misfortune? Upon hearing this, the mocked man broke into a cold sweat. Stop with the chatter and help me. This thing is truly sinister. At that, the man unleashed his control over the creature. As they examined it closely, they realized it was a man-eating mushroom. In the next moment, countless spores erupted from the mushroom, and by the time they attempted to hold their breath, it was already too late. They had inhaled the spores. Within moments, they bore wounds all over their bodies. However, they were utterly unable to even graze the hem of their opponent's garment. Gradually, as injuries accumulated upon their bodies, the remaining few could not help but feel a rising sense of agitation. What should we do? If this continues, we might truly perish. Upon hearing these words, a sense of despair inevitably settled in the hearts of the others. None had anticipated that, in their moment of carelessness, they had unwittingly entered an illusion. Ning Zhuo watched this scene unfold, his eyes filled with fury. Do not harm her. Ning Zhuo rushed forward, seemingly intent on obstructing the mushroom, but in the next moment, the zombie appeared suddenly behind him. Did not foresee it. You, lad, possess quite the courage. I absolutely will not allow you to harm her. The next moment, the zombie standing atop, Ning Zhuo felt an overwhelming force erupt beneath its feet, an instinctive urge to kneel before this man rising within it. Just as the zombie gritted its teeth in resistance, Ning Zhuo charged directly at the mushroom. The mushroom unleashed its powers, attempting to ensnare Ning Zhuo within the illusion. Yet unexpectedly, Ning Zhuo's fist landed squarely on the mushroom's face. The mushroom was sent flying, and the zombie attempted to assist, only to be struck down by Ning Zhuo. unable to escape the pit it had fallen into despite its struggles. "How are you? Are you all right? Rest assured, I am fine. You weren't hurt, were you?" The next moment, the zombie injected poison gas into Ning Zhuo's body, prompting him to retaliate and eliminate the zombie. The two individuals controlling the zombie, sensing the situation turning dire, swiftly fled with their small leader. Chapter 196. Special training. After watching the others depart, Ning Zhuo finally collapsed to the ground. The zombie poison, if not swiftly neutralized, could very well be lethal. Let's first head to the Hongchang base. Perhaps we can devise a solution there. Indeed, aside from this course of action, they could not conjure a better idea. Well, there is indeed a remedy for the zombie poison at the base. I know you all mean well, but I will not remain here under any circumstances unless I can locate my parents. I brought you here because I have something to inquire about. Previously, you mentioned a mysterious organization concerning matters within the tomb. They have come twice, both times regarding issues linked to you. Do you not suspect that you possess something they desire? I suspect they might be after your connection to the underworld, the very legacy your father bequeathed to you. Upon hearing this, the remaining individuals nodded in agreement, aware that those individuals are pursuing you, yet knowing you possess little means of self-defense. I believe you should train yourself. This way, you may better safeguard yourself. I shall devise a comprehensive special training plan for you, which I will personally oversee. Fear not. You will certainly acquire the ability to protect yourself in future battles. Perhaps not. Your time is indeed precious. Do not squander it on my account. Witnessing this scene, Ning Zhuo's eyes widened, his heart nearly melting at the utterance of brother. Perhaps it is best to forego this. She truly need not learn so much, for I will always be there to protect her. We cannot follow her for a lifetime, and besides, acquiring more knowledge will benefit him. The Kingfisher interjected. Subsequently, the two of them flanked Ning Zhuo and guided him away. Focus on your training. Early the next morning, Yu Hui arrived with Xiao Shizhang at the isolated training ground. This is the training area we originally designated. For the next few days, they shall not intrude, allowing you to have it all to yourself. This is your weapon. You must complete these 3 training sessions on your own. After saying this, Yu Hui turned and departed. Their entire training is divided into 3 parts. The first focuses on physical endurance, the second on speed, and the third on willpower. When Xiao Shizhang pushed open the large door and entered the room, the door behind her quietly closed without her noticing. She understood that the only one capable of assisting her was herself. Fortunately, the peachwood knife exerts a formidable deterrent against these low-level spirits. With a single strike, it sent them wailing in retreat. For each swift spirit she dispatched, another quickly filled its place, and soon she found herself utterly exhausted. Chapter 197. The pattern. They have even unleashed intermediate spirits. A bloody gash marred her arm, yet there was no time to tend to it as blood continued to flow. Are you truly going to train her this way? Isn't it a bit too fast? Shouldn't it be a gradual process? If possible, we would prefer otherwise. However, you surely do not wish to see her harmed in your absence. Thus, we would rather she endure a bit of hardship now than face harm from those scoundrels later. Ning Zhuo could no longer contain himself, shouting loudly to retreat into the corner, conserving her strength. By moving to the corner, she would at least shield herself from potential harm, thereby preserving her energy. Ning Zhuo regarded Gongsun Yu and Yu Hui with skepticism. Yu Hui furrowed his brows. No matter how loudly you shout, it will be in vain since this training room is soundproof. No noise can escape. Xiao Shizhang shook her head, realizing that fatigue had likely led her to hallucinate. Eliminate him, and I can clear this level. When she finally plunged the peachwood knife into the spirit's chest, in the next instant, all spirits dissipated. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the first level. Please proceed down the corridor ahead to face the second round of training. Congratulations! You have reached the second level. Do you see those holes in the wall? They will emit lasers as you pass through. Your task is to navigate past this laser wall within 1 hour. Were it not for her quick reflexes, she might have already been injured by one of those lasers. If her speed was sufficient, perhaps she could traverse this laser wall. Several wounds had already marred her skin, creating a ghastly sight. Were it not for her own actions, Ning Zhuo would not have fallen victim to the zombie poison. Meanwhile, Yu Hui quickly discerned her movements and intervened. I know you're concerned, fearing she might sustain injuries inside. Rest assured, I guarantee her life will not be in jeopardy. Moreover, given her determination, surely you trust her capabilities. She has passed the laser wall. Chapter 198. Connecting the 3 levels within this space, there was nothing but a solitary book placed there. She gazed at the unremarkable book before her, devoid of any distinctive features. However, as she reached out to grasp it, her hand was swiftly repelled. Could it be that they are testing my mental fortitude? With this thought in mind, Xiao Shizhang continued to exert her mental strength to lift the brick, while the contents within continued to shift. The brick suddenly transformed into a large barrel of water, which then morphed into a table. As the weight of these objects continuously increased, she found it increasingly burdensome. What were they truly attempting to accomplish? Was she meant to hold these items indefinitely? The weight had already become significant. Could the training not yet be concluded? Once such thoughts crept into her mind, the resolve with which she had initially persevered began to waver. At that moment, the external chaos overwhelmed her senses, and she succumbed to unconsciousness, as if the poison within her had resurfaced. Seeing this, her companions furrowed their brows and knelt beside her. 7-7, in a state of urgency, observed the strange black markings creeping up Ning Zhuo's body. Without hesitation, she channeled the ghostly energy from the underworld into him, striving to stabilize his condition and prevent the toxin from spreading further. What could be happening outside? Why was 7-7 resorting to such measures? Yet at that moment, his concern was not for himself, but for the unfolding events beyond. It was evident that he must venture out to uncover the truth. It became clear that something sinister was at play, orchestrated by the malevolent entity that sought to imprison him with these manifestations, making him believe that he could not complete the training. Her willpower nearly shattered. The objects she had witnessed transforming were merely illusions conjured by this entity. They were originally just a book, but her faltering resolve made them seem increasingly heavy. Drawing upon the inexhaustible mental fortitude she had acquired from the underworld, her determination solidified. Facing the malevolent presence, she approached without fear and struck it down with a decisive blow. In an instant, what had morphed into a vehicle reverted back to the original book. At that moment, the entity attempted to flee. However, the ghost recognized the young girl before it and, realizing its scheme had been unraveled, shattered the illusion. Fearful of its fate, the entity considered escape, but she swiftly ended its existence, leaving not even a trace of ghostly energy behind. She had triumphed, passing the 3rd trial of this rigorous training through her own strength. Outside, Yu Hui observed with a complex expression as he approached the training room's entrance. Chapter 199, The Castle Mission. At that moment, she spotted Yu Hui, along with the Kingfisher behind him. However, no one else was present. Were Ning Zhuo and the others? Was something amiss? She recalled sensing a disturbance in the ghostly energy while training. Could it truly be that something had happened to them? Nothing serious. First, congratulations on successfully completing the training, Yu Hui said with a smile. Yes, shortly after you entered, Ning Zhuo's emotions became too intense, triggering a resurgence of the poison. He has since been taken to rest. Enough with the frowning. Let me take you to see them, the Kingfisher added. I sincerely apologize. I must check on Ning Zhuo first, and we'll find you later. Let's have a proper discussion in my office tomorrow morning. Upon entering the room, she found Ning Zhuo still lying in bed, his eyes closed and his body marked with ominous black patterns. 7-7 was tirelessly channeling ghostly energy into him, yet it seemed a futile endeavor. He is not in serious trouble, is he? She inquired. Upon hearing this, 7-7 shook her head. I didn't expect the illness to strike so violently. He collapsed all at once. Despite having taken medication, it hasn't proven effective. Weren't previous attempts to purge the toxin unsuccessful? 7-7's words trailed off as she noticed Ning Zhuo's complexion becoming increasingly vibrant, the black markings gradually fading away. I can't believe it's actually working, 7-7 exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. She had already exhausted considerable energy during the training, and now she was exerting her full strength to suppress the toxin. Meanwhile, the time for her appointment with Yu Hui had arrived. We merely did what we were meant to do. Gong Sun Yu interjected. We watched all your training from outside yesterday. with your abilities. Joining the Ghost Manipulator Association would elevate your status significantly, granting you access to greater resources. Would you consider it? Gong Sun Yu sighed, knowing the young girl appeared soft-spoken but possessed an unyielding spirit. He then produced a communicator from his pocket, anticipating her reluctance to join the association. I brought you a new Ghost Manipulator Communicator. You can accept tasks that pique your interest and collect rewards. Once more, I ask, are you truly unwilling to remain in our base? You accepted this task. Gong Sun Yu's eyes widened in alarm as he glanced at the communicator. Do you realize how perilous this task is? Hearing this, Yu Hui's expression shifted dramatically. We've heard about this. Many ghost manipulators have attempted this task, yet none have returned. What's going on? You should persuade her to reconsider. The upcoming task has seen no survivors thus far. Yu Hui lamented, scratching his head in frustration. Upon hearing this, concern etched across their faces. Let us not pursue such a dangerous task. While the commission is lucrative, we should prioritize our lives. I understand the risks, but I must accept this task. Could you share your reasons for venturing to this location? I once read about this castle in my father's notes. Its owner was a close friend of my father. I wish to explore the castle for any clues regarding him. Then we shall depart this afternoon. Yu Hui, seeing her determination, felt resigned. I have prior commitments this afternoon, so I may not be able to accompany you. That's all right, Uncle. Your assistance has already been invaluable. Enough with the pleasantries. Chapter 200, The Deceased Steward. Since I can't escort you, consider this a parting gift. It will surely prove useful in crucial moments. If you don't want it, feel free to discard it, Yu Hui said with a carefree gesture. Let us be on our way. They had no luggage to speak of, merely a brief gathering of essentials before setting off. Where's Gong Sun Yu? Turning away behind her, she did so with great flair. Just as they had not gone far, a cloud of smoke enveloped them, and an SUV halted in their path, blocking their exit. Before they could approach, Gong Sun Yu emerged from the vehicle, the very figure who had been absent moments ago. With the pace you're moving, how long until you arrive? Allow me to give you a lift. In no time, they reached the next Ghost Manipulator Association outpost. Shi Jian nodded in acknowledgement. Gong Sun Yu nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Upon hearing this, the remaining individuals began to murmur amongst themselves. Taking advantage of the evening hours spent resting at the inn, they replenished all their supplies, passing the night there. Uncertainty lingered over whether she would uncover any clues about her father this time. Did you not rest well last night? Ning Zhuo expressed concern. It's nothing. I simply found it hard to sleep due to the noise from the inn, she replied, feigning a spirited demeanor. Let us set forth. The others, left with no choice, nodded in acquiescence. The distance to the castle was not far, and their journey did not take long. However, as they approached the vicinity of the castle, they discovered that it was surrounded by a graveyard. What could have transpired here? Why were there so many graves? Moreover, who would construct a castle adjacent to a burial ground? Fear not, for we are here. The entire castle was cloaked in climbing vines, exuding a dark crimson hue that evoked an unsettling feeling. Just as they hesitated, the castle door creaked open. The others hastily followed suit, and while they wandered inside, a man with grizzled hair and dressed in a uniform approached them. Esteemed guest from afar, are you here to meet our master? After your arduous journey, please accompany me to the dining hall. The butler's every action seemed meticulously choreographed. Nevertheless, they followed him into the dining area. Upon reaching the entrance, the butler flung the door wide open, revealing a bizarre scene that unfolded before their eyes. They found numerous individuals seated within the dining hall, utterly motionless, their expressions rife with terror, as if they had witnessed something horrific. Please step inside and dine. The butler wore a peculiar smile, gesturing for them to enter. Do you see? These individuals are tethered by a thread that pierces through the ceiling, leading who knows where. The others rubbed their eyes in disbelief, failing to perceive it. Yet Ning Zhuo sensed an ominous presence surrounding them, as if they were ensnared by some malevolent force. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi's gaze brightened with excitement, whispering, I believe I can sense the call of the infernal fire. Chapter 201. Controlled Chi-Chi the Hellfire is right here. Chi-Chi spoke with unwavering certainty, a subtle joy flickering across her face. Ning Zhuo shook his head, signaling for caution. Do you not realize? These spirit tamers are still alive, which indicates that this strange entity does not seek their demise. This situation was increasingly extraordinary. Not only did it manipulate their presence in the dining hall, but it also controlled their movements. This entity was toying with them, as well as with us. Moreover, I cannot discern the source of the strongest ghostly energy here, rendering it impossible to track the entity's whereabouts. What shall we do now? The butler might serve as a pivotal link. Perhaps we can uncover a means to escape from him. Ningxue scrutinized the butler who had first appeared before them. In the next moment, the previously amiable butler's expression darkened, his face turning ashen, and unbeknownst to them, his pupils transformed to a crimson hue. The kingfisher, sensing something amiss, swiftly shifted forms and launched an attack. Ningxue reacted promptly, joining the kingfisher in the assault on the butler. Yet the spirit tamers at the dining table remained powerless to escape, their faces contorted in fear as the attacks rained down upon them. At the utterance of these words, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of many spirit tamers, only to be extinguished almost immediately. They had been trapped here for an extended period, witnessing numerous spirit tamers provoke the butler, only to meet the same fate, becoming ensnared here. Or perhaps you could enlighten us about this situation. Yet none of the spirit tamers responded, seemingly unwilling to engage in conversation. You must trust us. Are your tongues severed? Ningxue realized the reason for their silence. All the spirit tamers had their tongues cut out, rendering them mute. Chi, what has happened to you? She seemed to be under control, just like these spirit tamers. Quickly, find a way to help her regain control. Ningxue sensed something was wrong. By harnessing the power of heartfelt words, she discerned a thread attached to Chi-Chi's head, controlling her every motion. At that moment, a spirit tamer, in a rigid manner, produced a dagger from their person. It appeared that when the thread manipulated one individual, it would loosen its grip on others. Ningxue furrowed her brow. Could this dagger possess some significance? You all restrain Chi-Chi's movements. I will handle the rest. In the next instant, Chi discovered that her fingers could move. This is effective. Continue. Chapter 202. Purifying the infernal fire before long. They had severed all the threads controlling Chi, and she finally returned to her normal self, collapsing to the ground as if her strength had been completely drained. We must leave this place and abandon this mission. Determination shone in Chi-Chi's eyes. Although she sensed the presence of the infernal fire here, that did not mean she could watch her companions risk their lives. When I was being controlled, I fought with all my might for autonomy, yet I remained powerless. The door through which they had entered had long since sealed shut, and despite their efforts, they could not pry it open. The once bright dining hall had transformed into an ominous space. Blood splattered across the dishes, suggesting a gruesome feast. The remaining spirits turned upon their own spirit tamers, and soon, not a single living soul remained. The door to the dining area slammed shut behind them, and all the spirit tamers stood, their darkened gazes betraying that they were no longer the individuals they once were. In the next instant, they charged toward them. Ningxue, Chi, and the kingfisher stepped forward, assuring, "Do not worry. We will not let you come to harm." But in the next moment, the spirits launched their attacks without warning. They intend to wear us down. Little do they know who will outlast whom. A shadow flickered in Ningxue's eyes, a realization dawning upon him that he had never been pushed into such a dire predicament before. If he could capture the entity behind these spirits, he would relish the opportunity to dismantle it piece by piece to quell his rage. Just then, these ghostly beings vanished before their eyes. What shall we do to escape now? As she spoke, they surveyed their surroundings. The dining hall door was firmly shut, and the windows were sealed tight, making it impractical to escape through them. She noticed the strange patterns above the entrance, yet didn't dwell on it, pushing against the door instead. At that moment, Chi felt a sense of familiarity with the door, stepping forward to inspect it closely. At the moment when everyone fell silent, Chi suddenly let out an excited cry. I recognized the source of her enthusiasm. Upon hearing her exclamation, everyone turned their gaze in her direction, where Chi was pointing excitedly at the entrance of the restaurant. As I had sensed a faint aura of ghostly fire the moment I entered this ancient castle, Chi-Chi's face brightened with a smile, her eyes brimming with excitement. You can attempt to harness the power of purification to see if you can restore your hands, she exclaimed. The horrific burns that had marred her once delicate hands had vanished. It seemed my suspicions were correct. Once we resolved the matters here, we would undoubtedly acquire the ghostly fire, Chi-Chi mused to herself. At that moment, the entire castle was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if no living beings resided within its walls. Let us split up and search for any clues. Upon hearing this suggestion, the others nodded in agreement. Realizing that searching room by room together would take an eternity, they swiftly began to scour the various chambers of the castle. Its vastness and emptiness allowed them to remain close enough to assist one another should any danger arise. This is a wedding photo. Chapter 203, The Intact Girl. Meanwhile, others in different rooms were making discoveries of their own. As they wandered through the chambers, they encountered numerous female corpses displayed along the sides. Each corpse was arranged in a unique manner, with scarcely any similarities, save for the fact that a certain organ had been severed from each of them. These bodies appeared to have been dead for quite some time, yet they remained astonishingly well preserved. As they traversed the center of the room, even Ningxue couldn't help but comment on the morbid taste of the castle's master. Has this person suffered some emotional trauma? Why else would they mutilate so many female corpses? After pausing briefly, he speculated, could it be that they intended to assemble a bride? Perhaps you're onto something, Ningxue. They might indeed be trying to piece together a woman. Chi-Chi frowned, feeling a twinge of discomfort despite her role as the king of hell. After searching every room, they still had not found what they sought. Where on earth is the master of this castle? The group lingered in the room filled with corpses, contemplating whether to remove and bury them when, unnoticed, the fingers of the female corpses twitched slightly. Just as curiosity peaked, the corpses suddenly sprang to life, clawing and lunging toward the group. Ningxue reacted swiftly, launching an attack against the encroaching figures. Could it be that our desire to uncover the castle master's whereabouts has disturbed these corpses? He pondered aloud. Even the butler transformed only after inquiring about the master's location. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, finding it plausible. Yet Ningxue couldn't help but scoff. What does this mean? Are they commanding these puppets to attack us simply because we wish to know their master's whereabouts? Perhaps the master is hideous, fearing discovery? Upon hearing this, the others were visibly exasperated. Come on, can you be more sensible? Besides, there are still plenty of puppets around. Provoking them in their presence might lead to unforeseen consequences. Ningxue, undeterred, boasted, with just a little strategy, we could easily overpower them. While he reveled in his bravado, the remaining members of the group caught sight of something behind him. Why run? Do you really think I'm afraid of these puppets? Defeating them would be a trivial task. Ningxue confidently turned around, only to find the puppets had encircled him. Even those that had initially attacked Chi-Chi and the others were now advancing toward Ningxue. You should probably flee, Chi-Chi remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. It seemed that what truly enraged these entities was not merely their inquiry about the master's whereabouts, but rather their mention of him. At that moment, Chi-Chi suddenly sensed something and quickly closed her eyes to concentrate. You keep them occupied, she instructed Ningxue. Why should I be the one to draw their attention? He retorted, you try provoking them. I think I just sensed a ghostly presence. Reluctantly, Ningxue stepped forward to test the waters. The master of this castle must be quite the sight. At this, the puppets surged once more. Chi-Chi, however, truly sensed that the most potent ghostly energy in the castle emanated from below. It appeared we had been searching in the wrong direction all along. The castle must possess a basement or similar space, which explained our lack of discoveries. The others nodded in agreement and swiftly dispatched the remaining puppets in the room. As they prepared to properly bury the bodies once they could leave, they noticed a timid girl hiding behind the curtains. Who are you? How did you end up here? The girl's voice was hoarse, and she regarded them as if they were ravenous beasts. Chi-Chi immediately realized that the girl must have witnessed their brutal actions while hiding in the room. We are good people, here to resolve the mysteries of this castle. Who are you? How did you come to be here? As Chi-Chi scrutinized the girl before her, she noted that not a single part of her was missing. The girl seemed disinterested in engaging with them. You are bad people, She whimpered, trembling at the thought of some dreadful fate. What should we do? We cannot continue to keep this fragile girl with us. Any misfortune could befall her. Ningzhou frowned, recognizing that bringing along someone so defenseless would only lead to danger. And who would save her then? The others fell silent, fully aware that they could not afford to have such a liability in their midst. Chapter 204, The Headless Bride. The group smiled as they observed the little girl finding a safe hiding place before they departed to search for the basement. Following a thorough search, they finally uncovered the entrance to the basement beneath a section of carpet. Before them lay nearly blackened wooden planks with a copper ring for opening the door, which was tainted with a sticky substance of unknown origin. Ningzhou, unconcerned, reached out and opened the door to the basement. In an instant, a dark passage revealed itself to the group. A few girls hesitated, taking a step back, overwhelmed by the oppressive darkness. It's too dark here. The boys should lead the way, they decided. Ningzhou found himself reluctantly pushed forward by the girls, walking at the forefront. He snapped his fingers, conjuring a flickering azure flame that illuminated the previously narrow space. With the newfound light, they could see their surroundings. The steps were composed of black stone, and the floor shimmered with an eerie dark red hue. The narrow passage could only accommodate one person at a time, and before long, they reached the end, confronted by a large door surrounded by a scattering of dismembered remains. It is the ghostly fire. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chi-Chi's eyes as she implored. Could I trouble you to assist me? I wish to absorb this infernal fire. Please stand guard beside me. With that, she turned to face the imposing door before her. Silent yet radiating the formidable power of the King of Hell, establishing a connection with the ominous portal. Meanwhile, Ningzhou and Cui Niao, feeling somewhat idle, decided to occupy themselves by keeping watch for the duo. Why are there so many remnants on the ground? Ningzhou exclaimed, kicking at the dismembered limbs scattered about, muttering under his breath. Have a bit of respect for these remains. They might belong to the girls we encountered earlier. Cui Niao, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but roll her eyes. In my opinion, this master is quite deranged, Ningzhou remarked disdainfully, lamenting the plight of so many young women. Cui Niao, upon hearing this, looked at him with a hint of anxiety. Could you not control your tongue? What if those puppets return? Haven't we already dealt with those puppets? Ningzhou retorted. Besides, there are only these remains here. Do you think they can come back to attack me? No sooner had he spoken than the dismembered limbs on the ground seemed to stir, slowly converging and assembling into the form of a woman. Strangely, the upper part of this woman's body was entirely devoid of a head. To add to the peculiarity, she was clad in a wedding gown. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Honestly, you two just can't keep your mouths shut, can you? And now we have another adversary. Upon hearing this, the two could only shrug their shoulders in resignation. They were unable to restrain their own chatter. As they bickered, the assembled body turned to them, asking, "Do you know where my head has been placed?" In the next moment, the headless corpse advanced towards them, moving with a grace that belied its recent assembly. The group was taken aback. This body exhibited far greater agility than the previous puppets. However, they soon noticed that the woman held a nearly colorless thread in her hand. Once this thread made contact with them, it would sever their control over that part of their being. This thread seemed to manipulate the thoughts of those it ensnared. But its clarity surpassed that of the earlier puppets, with movements that were decidedly swifter. Could it be that the puppets grow stronger the closer they are to their master? The specter inquired, her voice sending chills down their spines. How could she speak without a head? Ningzhou could no longer contain his sarcasm, pondering aloud how unattractive the master must be to hide away from the world, even choosing to lurk underground to evade detection. The others looked at him, exasperated. Enough already. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Chi-Chi, however, was deep in thought, stroking her chin. Since their first encounter, the headless bride had continually lamented her missing head. Could it be that the weakness of this puppet lies in her neck? She pondered. Cover me. I shall investigate. It appeared that the ghostly energy was what sustained the puppet's movements. Distract her while I attempt to purify her. With that, Ningzhou took the lead, exerting all her strength to restrain the headless bride's actions. Leave this to us. Focus on what you need to do. Fortunately, Her prior training ensured she would not falter in this moment. As she was flung into the air, she skillfully adjusted her position, landing safely on the ground. Albeit with a sore backside, Ning Zhuo quickly suppressed the headless bride's movements. Take your time. A glimmer of hope flashed across their faces. It seemed effective. Why don't we see if we can send her to the underworld? Chi-Chi suggested. We've purified her to this extent. We might succeed. With this, Chi-Chi attempted to draw the bride into the underworld. However, despite her exhaustive efforts, the headless bride remained firmly in place. Cui Niao mused. Perhaps this bride is merely a puppet, infused with the castle's eerie power, lacking a true soul. After all, this bride was cobbled together from the remains of those female corpses. It was impossible for her to be a genuine specter. Realizing this, Chi-Chi understood why her attempts had been in vain. Just as they were deliberating, the headless bride seemed to break free from their restraint, reaching towards Ning Zhuo's chest. With a sharp sound, Ning Zhuo managed to suppress the bride once more. If she could see her own expression, it would reflect sheer relief. Although Ning Zhuo was seething with anger, she still lacked the means to defeat the headless bride for the moment. Yet, she knew she would find out during their next encounter. Once they managed to remove the headless bride's body, they finally beheld the true visage of the door before them. The four exchanged glances before stepping forward to push it open. What's going on? Could it be the ghostly energy from before? They immediately recalled the malevolent aura that had surged forth when they first opened the door. Oh no! She has been robbed of her senses by that ghostly energy. Chi-Chi's face turned pale, while Ning Zhuo and Cui Niao also recognized the gravity of the situation. What has happened to me? Nothing serious. You must be exhausted. Ning Zhuo opted to tell a white lie rather than reveal the truth. As they continued their descent into the underground, they discovered a multitude of assembled brides. How twisted must one be to create so many brides? After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the end of the room, surrounded by corpses and meticulously sewn brides. Before them stood a door plastered with yellow talismans. Ultimately, they refrained from touching the door and chose instead to contact Yue, hoping she might possess some relevant knowledge. After listening to their description, a moment of silence ensued before she spoke. Behind this door lies a sealed entity, consumed by the supernatural. The revelation left them astonished. However, Yue's next words struck them like a thunderclap. She examined her father's notes and discovered that the castle owner's wife had passed away long ago. Unable to let go of his deceased beloved, he had meticulously researched and ultimately fashioned her into a specter, believing she would forever remain by his side. Little did he realize that this very act would incite her profound resentment, culminating in the series of unfortunate events that followed. At that moment, the door before them seemed to tremble ever so slightly. I have come to understand some of the events you have encountered. You must urgently inform the Association of Spirit Manipulators to come and reseal this place. Yu Hui's expression was grave, as it was likely that the multitude of spirits before them were all conjured by that spirit manipulator from years past, seeking to break the seal once more. Just then, the great door shook violently, as if someone was forcefully banging against it from within. Chi-Chi, witnessing this scene, could not help but grit her teeth, exclaiming, I am running out of time. In the next instant, an eerie figure burst forth through the door. Meanwhile, Yu Hui realized that their communication had inexplicably been severed, and after a moment of uncanny silence, a crackle echoed, leaving them in complete silence. Surely, something must have gone awry on their end. Recognizing this, Yu Hui hastily contacted Gong Sunyu, insisting, You must come to my office immediately, bringing your team with you. Gong Sunyu, taken aback by Yu Hui's urgency, rushed his office. I do not trust the others. You must take your team to provide support. But the seal has been broken. What shall we do? Yu Hui sighed and handed Gong Sunyu 2 items. I just retrieved these from the treasury. They have not yet been voted upon. But I believe that if they were aware of this matter, they would undoubtedly consent. Gong Sunyu's eyes widened as he gazed at the items in his hands. Brother, you truly are my dear brother. Should I ever find myself in danger again, will you act as such for me? He marveled at the golden coffin and the gilded sealing talisman that floated quietly in the space before him. Remember, if possible, you must reseal it. Gong Sunyu rarely maintained a serious demeanor, assuring her, Do not worry. However, she had already been ensnared in such an environment. The pain coursing through her body, tormenting her relentlessly. She had encountered the castle's master. Had it not been for this man, the ghostly bride would not have suffered such anguish, nor would she have repeatedly experienced this torment. In the next moment, the illusion shattered, and the ghostly realm dissipated, expelling the remaining 3 individuals. Ning Zhuo and Cui Niao lay unconscious on the ground. Opposite them stood the ghostly bride, whose vengeful aura was palpable. Anyone whose husband had transformed them into a specter would surely harbor resentment. Chapter 207. Dual ghostly realms alone. They could not hope to defeat the ghostly bride. Yet neither had they sustained injuries. Cui Niao and Ning Zhuo remained sprawled on the ground, showing no signs of awakening. Chi gazed intently at the eerie figure before her, sighing inwardly. She could not even defeat such a minor specter. Just as the two were nearly caught by the apparition, they stepped back, only to find that it was no longer pursuing them. Could it be guarding something? The ghostly bride could not fathom their thoughts. Her mind was reduced to primal instinct. She must remain here, preventing anyone from approaching. Perhaps we should release a spirit to draw her away. A brush, glowing with a soft blue light, materialized in the air, its handle a dark brown, exuding a slight pressure. If an ordinary person stood before it, they would likely be rendered immobile. Use your power to communicate with the judge's brush. Chi urged, relieved that the ghostly bride did not leave her designated area, allowing them to converse with some sense of security. Caution! A sudden voice broke through their conversation. It was Gong Sunyu. After receiving his orders, he had hurried to the castle with his team. Upon his arrival, he was met with a shocking sight, his heart skipping a beat. Recalling the information he had gathered regarding the specters here, he instinctively warned, "Be wary of this ghostly realm." As the group stood in shock, none noticed the ghostly bride moving behind them. Another ghostly realm. Just recently, she had broken through the ghostly bride's domain. To discover she possessed a dual ghostly realm was astonishing. This new realm did not subject her to the suffering the ghostly bride endured before becoming specter. It was undeniably chilling. The area was filled with dolls, all dismembered remnants of real children. Some were connected by threads, which manipulated the puppet-like dolls. He recalled being engulfed in darkness within the ghostly realm, his memory failing him. Hearing this, Gong Sunyu was equally astonished. Prior to arriving, he had only learned of the ghostly bride's singular domain, unaware that she possessed a dual ghostly realm. If this were true, then they were in grave trouble. This specter was beyond their capacity to confront. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuo, struggling to accept this reality, charged toward the spot where they had vanished. If they disappeared here, the specter must still be nearby. Gong Sunyu was about to protest, acknowledging that while they had entered this ghostly realm, it was not trivial to navigate. Yet in the next moment, they watched in disbelief as Ning Zhuo vanished before their eyes. She could enter? Gong Sunyu was left speechless, glancing at Chi. "Don't look at me. If I could do that, I would have gone in already." Chi shrugged helplessly. At that moment, amidst the endless dolls, a glimmer of light appeared, and an instant later, Ning Zhuo emerged within the ghostly realm. Impossible. Could it be an illusion before death? Chapter 208. Breaking the specter again, could it be a false version of myself? Ning Zhuo retorted, exasperated. "What are you trying to prove, acting like a hero? You little girl?" Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the puppet dolls surrounding her. Ning Zhuo struggled to suppress and control the puppets before her. Yet, there were simply too many, and to subdue them required an immense expenditure of ghostly energy. Before long, her energy was nearly depleted. I, Ning Zhuo, would never allow a child to battle a specter alone. Do not worry, we will surely survive. Ning Zhuo gritted her teeth, praying that those outside would prove themselves capable. Meanwhile, the others had not been idle. Since Ning Zhuo's disappearance, they had been relentlessly assaulting the area, knowing full well the ghostly realm lay within. Soon, they pinpointed the exact location of the ghostly realm, concentrating their attacks on one spot, attempting to tear open a breach. The ghostly bride quickly noticed their actions, and in the next moment, she appeared before Chi. "No, do not take another step closer." The ghostly bride stammered, her tone laced with murderous intent. It seemed that if these individuals continued their advance, she would not hesitate to tear them apart. However, Chi-Chi and the others were unfazed by the specter's threats, and a fierce battle ensued. Fortunately, Chi-Chi had many allies at her side, allowing them to hold their ground. Seeing that Ning Zhuo was on the verge of exhausting her ghostly energy, Chi-Chi could not merely stand by and watch. "I will transfer this power to you." Instantly, Ning Zhuo felt a surge of ghostly energy flowing from behind her, replenishing her previously depleted reserves and allowing her to once again suppress the restless puppets. One must uncover the nature of this peculiar obsession to unravel the enigma of the ghost realm. Although the doll appeared unremarkable, it seemed that all the other dolls were safeguarding it. The two individuals, feeling a sense of unease at the sight, nevertheless approached the doll. Within the doll's heart lay a photograph, a wedding photo, identical to the one previously seen in that very bedroom. "I understand now," exclaimed Ning Zhuo, straining to press down on one side of the doll while curiously inquiring, "What have you discovered?" "Fear not. I know how to escape. Quickly, lead me closer to the core doll." Fortunately, after their recent replenishment, they still possessed combat strength, and the core doll exhibited no signs of aggression, allowing them to retrieve the wedding photograph with ease. "Is it truly this simple?" Ning Zhuo questioned in disbelief, yet the next moment, reality unfolded before him. As the faces in the photograph became indistinguishable, the center of the ghost realm began to warp, and the doll surrounding them contorted grotesquely. Outside, Chi-Chi sensed the shift in the ghost realm and unleashed a surge of ghostly energy, cleaving an opening in the space. "You hold her off. I shall tear open that rift." With that, Chi-Chi turned and dashed toward the ghost realm. The ghostly bride attempted to intervene, but with the breach of the ghost realm, her power diminished significantly. When the two entered through the door, they found the room utterly vacant, save for a black coffin situated in the center. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi assisted Gong Sun Yu and others in restraining the ghostly bride, realizing that the recently opened room heralded the conclusion of their ordeal. The eerie presence outside seemed to sense something amiss, but was held back by the group. Chapter 209. Diverging Paths. Gong Sun Yu, while assaulting the ghostly bride, could not help but voice his thoughts. What kind of grudge must one harbor to transform others into such eerie entities? Chi-Chi, enduring his incessant chatter while contending with the ghostly bride, felt increasingly exasperated. The ghostly bride, oblivious to her predicament, repeatedly resorted to underhanded tactics. Yet Chi-Chi could scarcely touch her, further aggravating her frustration. Noticing Chi-Chi's attacks growing more ferocious, Gong Sun Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. For some reason, he felt as if a vengeful gaze was fixed upon him. "How are you faring? I shall assist." "All right, but please refrain from further commentary and lend a hand," Chi-Chi urged, fearing that if Ning Zhuo continued to dilly-dally, she would face humiliation. At last, under Ning Zhuo's pressure, they managed to subdue the ghostly bride. In that moment, Chi-Chi seemed to recall something and swiftly ceased her assault. "What are you doing?" Ning Zhuo instinctively asked, nearly caught in the ghostly bride's attack. "I suddenly remembered. Did we not encounter a little girl upstairs? If something were to transpire in this ancient castle, she would be unable to escape. I must go rescue her." With that, Chi-Chi departed, though her departing figure bore an air of mischief. Ning Zhuo shook his head, hastily dismissing his thoughts. Chi-Chi was indeed going to save someone. How could she possibly harbor ill intentions? However, Chi-Chi was genuinely delighted, relishing the opportunity to outwit Ning Zhuo. She even took Gong Sun Yu along with her. Why is there a little girl in this ancient castle? Gong Sun Yu wondered, noting that all they had seen thus far were corpses. While searching this castle, we discovered that little girl. She is the only one still alive, and unharmed Chi-Chi recounted their experiences within the castle. Gong Sun Yu could not suppress a sense of melancholy, realizing that each occupant of this castle had their own story. Before long, they found the little girl nestled within a wardrobe, her wide eyes fixed upon the group. Gong Sun Yu felt a wave of affection wash over him, yet remained cautious. After all, in this castle, nearly all had perished. How had this little girl survived? He quickly dispelled such thoughts, reasoning that if the girl were indeed a threat, they would have discovered it long ago. Inside the room, Chi-Chi had successfully purified the last remnants of ghostly energy from the individual within the coffin. Outside, the ghostly bride seemed to sense something, her ghostly energy surging, and in an instant, she charged into the room in a frenzy. Ning Zhuo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this eerie entity would lose control. If left unchecked, it would soon transform into a vengeful specter. With this thought in mind, Ning Zhuo hurriedly pursued the frenzied entity. Upon the emergence of the golden coffin, the ghostly bride was promptly confined within it, rendering her immobile. At last, the group exhaled in relief, believing they had eradicated all threats from the ancient castle. However, Chi-Chi furrowed her brow. Despite the ghostly bride being contained and the castle's master purified, she sensed the presence of yet another eerie entity within the castle. Do not celebrate prematurely. It seems there is still an eerie presence lurking here. Exercise caution. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. The ghostly bride had already drained much of their strength. If another entity were to appear now, they would find themselves utterly helpless. Just then, a thick smoke surged into the basement. The place is ablaze. However, they managed to navigate the underground passage and finally emerged above ground, only to find the ancient castle engulfed in flames. No matter how they attempted to douse the fire, it showed no signs of abating. Instead, it blazed more fiercely. Stop wasting your efforts. This is hellfire. Are we going to perish here? The recently rescued little girl asked timidly. Gong Sun Yu, take these ordinary folks and evacuate. Fear not. My companions are formidable. They will ensure my safety. Yet Ning Zhuo and the others felt a sense of indignation. Who do you look down upon? They exclaimed, promptly showcasing their abilities, while Gong Sun Yu's group was nearly overwhelmed. Staying by your side makes us truly uneasy. As Ning Zhuo spoke, he retracted his powers. Gong Sun Yu finally managed to catch his breath, but did not feign politeness. Just remember to be cautious. We shall take our leave now. With that, they took the little girl and promptly departed the ancient castle, while the others followed Chi-Chi in search of the source of the hellfire. I can sense that hellfire is surely here, Chi-Chi declared resolutely at the door. The group pushed it open, revealing a collection room. Those milky white lights continuously mingled with the flames, yet it was like a stone cast into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 210. Altering the outcome. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was busy manipulating the items within the collection room. Finding the entire scenario rather peculiar, she sensed that some skill was required to navigate this space. Suddenly, a collection shelf that had been against the wall rotated, revealing a dark passageway before them. The secret passage was not particularly long. Soon they arrived at its end, which led into a hidden chamber. The room was shrouded in darkness, with only a furnace at its center emitting a faint glow. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a massive sword lodged in the center of the furnace. This fire within the furnace is hellfire, Chi-Chi realized, feeling the call of the flames. Quickly, use the underworld to see if you can subdue this hellfire, Chi-Chi urged. Still no success? Chi-Chi felt a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps her expectations had been set too high, leading to her current state of despondency. Could it be that the sword was the cause? Ning Zhuo scrutinized the furnace, which appeared rather ordinary, incapable of containing the ghostly flames. Thus, it must be this sword that held them at bay. Upon hearing this, the kingfisher transformed and cautiously approached the furnace. However, the heat was unbearable, preventing her from getting any closer. Although she was uncertain about the sword's true nature, the mere fact that it could suppress the ghostly flames indicated its extraordinary essence. As the white light neared the colossal sword, a moment later, it erupted with a chilling aura. The density of this ghostly energy startled even Ning Zhuo and the others. It was so thick it was nearly liquid. Chi-Chi frowned, recognizing that while the ghostly flames were crucial, their safety was paramount. Ning Zhuo harnessed his abilities in an attempt to contain the ghostly energy, but then he stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. He began to compress and condense the ghostly energy emanating from the sword into a spherical form. This energy was so dense that he had initially only intended to suppress it, yet he found he could compress it. Try to see if he can purify this. The sword had existed for over a century, and after the strange revival, it had gained consciousness. However, it had been trapped in this furnace long before it attained awareness, unable to escape this sealed chamber. It wasn't until it met its master, a soldier who gradually rose through the ranks to become a national general, that it experienced freedom. Even as a general, he always led from the front in battles, ultimately succumbing on the battlefield during one fateful campaign. After his demise, the illusion before the sword twisted once more, returning to the moment it was first wielded by that young man. In this iteration of the illusion, the sword seemed to possess awareness, even taking the initiative to shield its master from harm during certain encounters. Yet, despite this, its master still perished in combat. With this thought, she endeavored to see if she could influence the subsequent illusions. Soon, she discovered that she could indeed leave traces within the illusions. The sword's master hailed from a relatively weak nation, and his relentless efforts were driven by a desire for peace and prosperity for all. Through numerous illusions, she amassed a wealth of experience, aiding the national general in achieving victory in battle each time. Finally, peace was restored, and tranquility reigned. In the final illusion, the national general retired to a secluded mountain forest. "How are you? Are you all right? How long have I been unconscious? You've been out for an hour. If you don't wake up soon, we're going to worry ourselves to death." Chi-Chi chided, "You too should be more cautious. If you act recklessly, you might end up dead with no one to claim your bodies." Meanwhile, the ghostly flames in the furnace surged, and the colossal sword seemed to lose all essence. Chapter 211. The arrival of the Oxhead and Horseface. Fortunately, all matters have been resolved, allowing them to tidy up and depart from the ancient castle. This experience further enlightened Yu Hui regarding the capabilities of these individuals. Although he had sensed their strength, he was astounded that they had even managed to resolve the tasks associated with the ancient castle and return safely. "These ghost tamers are here for you." Before Yu Hui could finish his sentence, he realized his words could easily be misinterpreted. "They come from the Imperial City Ghost Tamer Association. They have heard of your exploits to varying degrees, and to demonstrate their sincerity, they have personally come to invite you to join the association." Gong Sun Yu, standing nearby, was not particularly surprised by this news. "I have no interest in the Ghost Tamer Association. I only wish to find clues about my parents." Hearing this, Gong Sun Yu was taken aback. "I think you should consider joining the association." The others chimed in, yes. Joining the Ghost Tamer Association would be highly beneficial for you. Yu Hui added, "Though your strength is formidable, if you gain certification from the Imperial City Ghost Tamer Association, the entire association will stand as your support. This way, if anyone wishes to harm you in the future, they will think twice." "Perfect. I happen to be heading in the same direction as you. I shall escort you." Gong Sun Yu exclaimed with excitement. "I need to transport the ghostly bride we captured to the Imperial City prison. And you're heading there as well? Let us not forget. We accepted this task, and the reward is substantial." At that moment, Ning Zhuo recalled something and couldn't help but interject, "That could make you quite wealthy. Don't forget to treat us to a meal afterward." Gong Sun Yu laughed in agreement. The group erupted into laughter, teasing, "You better reward us handsomely for this." Just then, amidst the jovial atmosphere, the communication devices of several individuals suddenly beeped. Upon retrieving their devices, they discovered messages from their Ghost Tamer communication system. Powerful anomalies detected near the Hongcheng base. All Ghost Tamers in the vicinity are to proceed immediately. The expressions of the group turned grave, and Yu Hui promptly summoned all Ghost Tamers within the Hongcheng base. "A powerful anomaly has appeared near the base. We must confront it together. Uncle, please let me accompany you. I can't rest easy if I don't. We want to help too." When they arrived at the Hongcheng Command Center, the remaining Ghost Tamers had already assembled. Once everyone was present, the large screen in the command center flickered to life. Yu Hui activated it, displaying a video transmitted from headquarters. The footage appeared to have been hastily recorded in a state of chaos. The visuals were unclear, but the cacophony of sounds was unmistakable. She quickly discerned that the noise in the video was the sound of hooves. "Sister Chi-Chi, did you hear the sound of hooves in the video? Could the anomalies they mentioned be the Oxhead and Horseface?" Chapter 212. The infighting among Ghost Tamers. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi listened intently. Whether it was a figment of their imagination or reality, they indeed heard the sound of hooves in the video. It could genuinely be the Oxhead and Horseface. Uncle, I want to see this anomaly with them. Yu Hui, who was examining the map near the base, immediately rejected her without a second thought. This anomaly has been preliminarily classified as an A-class entity. You have just endured a fierce battle and should rest properly. They were aware that the ghostly bride they had previously battled was also an A-class anomaly, which made Yu Hui even more cautious. He crouched down, determined that if they could resolve this anomaly, they wouldn't wish to rely on a young girl for assistance. Don't overthink it. I'm doing this for your own good. If you manage to defeat those anomalies, the Ghost Tamers will merely view you as a name-dropper. If you fail, it will only serve as a source of ridicule for them. Let them engage in their own battles for now. Rising so early today, I intended to gather some information from this side, but upon entering the association, I discovered that most members wore grave expressions, their faces betraying unease. Weren't you present at the association last night? An unknown entity attacked the base, resulting in the demise of several exorcists. Upon hearing this, the man beside me subtly retreated. Who are you? What is your interest in viewing their corpses? Just then, several exorcists approached. Who are you? I wish to see the bodies. Perhaps I can sense the entity's location. Only then did the crowd's gaze shift to Chi-Chi. Why should I trust you? You are also an entity. Who knows what you might do with my friend's remains? The man's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Everyone understood that entities could possess living bodies, and indignation spread among them. What does an entity like you intend to do? At that moment, Gongsun Yu stepped forward, inquiring about the situation. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the director's office, having secured permission for us to proceed to the morgue. Chi-Chi felt a familiar energy even before entering the room. To confirm her suspicions, she stepped inside to closely examine the ghostly aura emanating from the corpses. What is your purpose in examining these bodies? It's too early to say, but we should have a way to deal with that entity, Gongsun Yu replied, somewhat doubtful, but unable to voice his concerns. Chi-Chi was filled with excitement. She was finally on the verge of finding her subordinate. Behind her, the exorcist could not help but scoff, thinking she was naive to believe she could discern anything upon entering. That entity was far too formidable, and even if they perceived something, they would not be able to defeat it. Indeed, it is simply foolish. Hearing this, Gongsun Yu's expression turned serious. If you can defeat that entity, it would be wonderful. I shall lead you there at once. However, this is merely conjecture. What if something goes awry? Fear not, uncle. We have previously dealt with entities as powerful as the Ghost Bride. You must trust in my abilities. Moreover, since I intend to join the Imperial City Exorcist Association, I must possess the requisite skills, and this is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate my prowess. We could only agree with resignation. That evening, led by Chi-Chi, they set out to confront the entity. As night fell, they walked along the desolate road outside the base. Do you think this is truly the bull-headed and horse-faced? It is almost certain. The ghostly energy from the corpses emanates from the bull-headed and horse-faced. Chi-Chi stood resolutely, eager to confront them. In an instant, a voice reached their ears, and simultaneously, a black steed appeared before them. Before they could utter a word, the black horse lunged at them. It extended its hands, unleashing the power of the King of Hell, momentarily silencing the horse. Yet in the next moment, it resumed its assault, and the ferocity of its attack intensified. Others shared a similar concern. Chi-Chi, with unwavering conviction, stated, "It is indeed the horse-faced, but strangely, I sense a sealing power within it. Perhaps its unprovoked aggression is linked to this seal. Let's first subdue the horse-faced and see if we can purify it." Chi-Chi was too preoccupied to heed the vengeful spirit, Ningzhua, who stepped forward to help restrain the horse-faced. Chi-Chi intended to join in, but noticed a flicker of red light in the horse's eyes. In the next moment, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the horse-faced, throwing both Ningzhua and Chi-Chi aside. The energy bolstered Ning Zhui's suppression, rendering it almost negligible against the horse-faced. A stalemate ensued, and just then, a throng of exorcists emerged from the path they had taken. These exorcists were also drawn to the overwhelming power radiating from the horse-faced. Unfortunately, they remained oblivious to the calamity this entity could bring upon them, their eyes filled with greed. One man's gaze sparked with fervor. He envisioned the power he would gain by forming a pact with this entity, elevating his status within the Imperial City Exorcists Association. His future would be secure. In that moment, a collective thought resonated among them. They must capture this entity. Consequently, these exorcists seemed to reach a consensus and charged forward, encircling the horse-faced, as if intending to attack en masse. You must warn those exorcists to keep their distance. They cannot withstand the horse-faced's power. Chi-Chi wondered if these exorcists were fearless or simply reckless, daring to approach so closely. Stay away from this entity. Be cautious of injury. Assaults rained down, seemingly aimed at overwhelming the horse-faced. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the tide turned. The exorcists barely had time to react before the horse-faced unleashed its abilities, breaking free from their grasp. This was one of the horse-faced powers, soul snatching. Chi-Chi sighed in frustration, feeling an immense weight in her heart, unable to vent her frustration. As the exorcists realized their control over the entity was slipping, panic set in. A man shouted in alarm, but he quickly noticed that others faced the same predicament. A few among them, though pale, managed to maintain their grip on their entities. These were all high-ranking exorcists. It seems we have underestimated this entity. The man's voice emerged through gritted teeth. They had never anticipated that this entity could sever their control. Now, apart from a few of them, the remaining exorcists could no longer command their entities, severely diminishing their combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, the entities they had once controlled turned against them, and many exorcists fell victim to their own spirits. Even if these high-ranking exorcists could manage their entities to save the others, it would not suffice to rescue them all. Thus, Chi-Chi stepped forward to restrain the horse-faced. Look closely at me, horse-faced. Do you not recognize me? The horse-faced sensed a familiar aura from this woman, yet continued to attack. See if you can purify it. This seal is incredibly potent. It may take considerable time to fully purify. Rest assured, I shall handle this. Beads of sweat formed on Chi-Chi's forehead, yet she persisted. Although she was unaware of a horse-faced's past, she was determined to awaken it. Just when everyone anticipated a calm wait for the seal to lift, a blue bull entity suddenly materialized before them. This sight sent the already terrified exorcists into a fresh panic. They could feel the pressure emanating from this entity, clearly on par with the previous horse, an A-grade entity. The bull swiftly approached Chi-Chi and the others, prompting her to realize that this was indeed the bull-headed. As Chi-Chi prepared to voice her thoughts, the bull-headed figure disregarded her completely, barging in without a second glance. Chi-Chi found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 214. Training in the ghost cave, she was unable to confine the bull-headed entity after subduing the horse-faced one. And Ningzhua beside her had long since exhausted his strength, leaving them powerless to prevent the bull-headed creature from abducting the horse-faced entity. You are responsible for what transpired tonight. Had you not exaggerated your abilities, we would never have followed you, nor would we have suffered such grievous injuries and fatalities among our ranks of exorcists. The onlookers expressed these sentiments without a hint of shame, with even Ningzhua, who was inherently a peculiar being, feeling embarrassed by their words. You are all utterly shameless. During the battle, you offered no assistance, and even hindered us further. If your peculiarities had not been controlled by others, could I have exhausted myself trying to aid you, resulting in our own mission's failure? Have some dignity. The atmosphere grew tense as Ningzhua's reprimand silenced the crowd, yet these exorcists seemed intent on evading responsibility. We intended to assist you, yet we suffered substantial losses. If not for our desire to help, we would not have endured these hardships. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi, who had been contemplating the bull-headed and horse-faced entities, couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Did you truly wish to aid us? You were merely seeking to harness that peculiar being for your own gain. To call you greedy is an understatement. You are both foolish and malicious. As Chi-Chi berated them, her frustration grew. Had it not been for these imbeciles, they might have successfully subdued the bull-headed and horse-faced entities. Their efforts to rescue these fools had drained their strength. If it weren't for you, how could we have let them escape right before our eyes? We care not for your excuses. We came to assist you, and your words wound our hearts. You must compensate for the losses we incurred in battle. Ningzhua was nearly driven to exasperation by these claims. Indeed, one can be invincible when devoid of shame. She had never encountered such a situation where, despite her innocence, she was expected to bear the consequences. What is the meaning of this? Gong Sun-yu, witnessing the unfolding drama, stepped forward, his eyes ablaze. Captain, we are merely demanding our due compensation. Will you interfere in this matter as well? At that moment, a senior exorcist emerged, flanked by several others of the same rank. Their presence intended to exert pressure. They reiterated their stance, accusing Gong Sun-yu of being oblivious to their goodwill, asserting that their demand for compensation was entirely reasonable. Yu Hui fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon the exorcists before her. This situation is indeed my fault, yet I implore you to grant me a favor. Allow me to take the individuals away first, and I will provide you with an explanation. The exorcists hesitated momentarily, recalling their previous harsh words towards Gong Sun-yu, whose standing was not particularly high. However, Yu Hui held significant influence in the Hongqing base, and they were reluctant to completely offend her. Very well, since Minister Yu has spoken, we shall concede. You may take them, but please provide us with a prompt explanation. Once the full circumstances were elucidated, Gong Sun-yu could not restrain himself from inquiring why the bull-headed and horse-faced entities were not under the jurisdiction of the underworld. Chi-Chi shared her suspicions. While probing the horse-faced entity, I sensed a seal within him. I suspect it may be related to that seal. Thus, we must confront the bull-headed and horse-faced entities again tomorrow. Perhaps we can subjugate them. Upon hearing this, Yu Hui could not suppress a light chuckle. Who would have thought that beneath your petite exterior lies such confidence? Since you are so assured, allow me to take you to a certain place. How we end up back here? Chi-Chi questioned, to which Yu Hui responded with a mysterious smile. Rest assured, I shall not permit you to continue your previous training. Upon entering the training grounds, Yu Hui's expression shifted, her gaze fixated on the cave entrance, lost in thought, before she unexpectedly sealed the entrance of the ghost cave. Gong Sun-yu, startled, exclaimed, Yu Hui, what are you doing? I am acting in their best interest. Should they persist in this matter, those exorcists will undoubtedly target them further. Now, summon all the senior exorcists. We shall handle these two peculiar beings ourselves. Realizing the implications of her words, Gong Sun-yu understood the gravity of the situation. We may not be sufficient on our own. He began, but was interrupted by Yu Hui. I am well aware that this is fundamentally our base's concern, is it not? If they had not sought to assist, they would not be in such dire straits. With a resigned sigh, Gong Sun-yu turned to contact the senior exorcists. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi bravely deflected an attack, and Ning was swiftly retaliated. Yet, the most troubling aspect was that they had yet to discover a means of escape. They needed to resolve the situation with the bull-headed and horse-faced entities. They were outmatched and had to find a way out quickly. Elsewhere, Yu Hui personally led the senior exorcists, stating, I understand that your presence here is motivated by the desire to confront these two peculiar entities. I assure you, should anyone successfully subdue them, they will be privately gifted to that individual. The exorcists, previously contemplating whether to engage the two entities, were spurred into action by her words, joining her without hesitation. Though they valued their lives, the prospect of claiming the two peculiar beings for themselves was far too tempting, and they could not resist the allure. Before long, they caught sight of the bull-headed and horse-faced entities in the darkness. Yu Hui directed the group in their assault, albeit with a sense of uncertainty. She had organized battles before, but had never faced foes of such high caliber. As they unleashed their full might, it became evident that their efforts were in vain against these formidable entities. Just as despair began to settle in, Ningxue intercepted an incoming attack. How did you discover us? Yu Hui was taken aback. The seal had been reinforced by numerous individuals, and only she could have unraveled it. Fear not. We later sealed the cave entrance again. As the tension mounted, Chi-Chi seemed to discern Yu Hui's unease and hastily reassured him. You can leave this to us. Having recently engaged in a fierce struggle with those spectral entities, she had nearly mastered the colossal sword. In the next moment, a flicker of ethereal blue flames danced along the blade, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. Even Yu Hui had felt the aura emanating from the sword, igniting a glimmer of hope that perhaps they could indeed vanquish the two strange beings. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuo had been assigned to protect the injured spirit manipulators. What could he do? There was only one healing spirit manipulator, and he was gravely wounded. How could he possibly tend to their ailments? What are you doing? I warn you, do not attempt anything against me. Everyone is watching. Chapter 2:16. A change of heart. I have no time for this. Please let me finish my treatment quickly. I still need to assist. I sincerely apologize for our earlier actions. I never imagined you would still be willing to heal us. I may despise you, but that does not mean I will stand idly by and watch you perish before my eyes. The crowd recoiled in fright, narrowly evading the impending attack. Yet, their fortune would not hold. The spectral bull was intent on claiming their lives. Observing this, Ning Zhuo immediately employed a suppression technique. But the attack disregarded his efforts and charged directly at the group. No, do not let them stand together. Chi-Chi finally sensed something amiss, but by the time she shouted, it was too late. The bull-headed and horse-faced specters had gathered to unleash their ghostly domain. Upon reaching the entrance, she was taken aback. The plaque hung above the door bore the ominous inscription Ghost Gate. It seemed the Ghost Gate resided within the domain of the bull-headed and horse-faced entities. Once she had regained her strength, she found it peculiar that not a single spectral being occupied the Grand Hall. Her current task was to plow the field, and any sign of negligence would result in punishment from the whip at her back. Her daily sustenance consisted of mere hay, and the water she drank was likely stale. At night, she was tethered in the yard, swatting away mosquitoes with her tail. Initially, she thought she was finally free from labor, but that night, she overheard the conversation of the bull's owner. The bull was aging. Perhaps it was time to sell it to the tavern and use the money to purchase a young calf. Listening to this, the silent man could only nod in agreement. In her youth, she had attempted to escape, but slipped off a cliff and met her demise. Thus began the third cycle. During this iteration, she noticed something unusual about the horses in the yard. At midnight, they began to gnaw at the ropes binding them. It turned out that Ning Zhuo, upon entering the ghostly domain, had inadvertently encountered something that led him into this secondary, ghostly realm. Together, they endeavored to escape. Finally, on a sunlit afternoon, a bull and a horse, unnoticed by their owner, dashed out of the yard. The man behind them chased after them, but the pair had already devised a plan. Before long, they vanished into the mountains, eluding capture. The fates of the bull-headed and horse-faced specters were ultimately altered. Yet, before they could celebrate their newfound freedom, the scenery around them shifted once more. Chapter 2:17. The seal cannot be broken at that moment. Chaos reigned in the first ghostly domain. Once rational specters had inexplicably descended into madness, launching frenzied attacks on everyone in their vicinity. Many spirit manipulators were injured here, soon realizing that these entities were even turning against their allies. If this continued, the deranged specters would consume them all. The current situation was likely linked to the events they had encountered in the secondary, ghostly domain. The only solution lay in locating and defeating the bull-headed and horse-faced specters. After all, the longer they delayed, the more harm would befall the spirit manipulators. All right, let me sense their location. As there were only the two of them, Ning Zhuo was exceedingly cautious. A moment's inattention could lead to injury, which he could endure, but not if it befell the young girl. Ning Zhuo quickly pinpointed the source of the ghostly domain. Stand behind me and be careful. He initiated a suppression technique, preventing the specters from approaching them. Yet, the sheer number of entities was overwhelming as they surged toward the pair. The moment they emerged, the bloodthirsty aura emanating from them forced even the once rational specters to retreat momentarily, only to charge forward again as if under some unseen compulsion. The already chilly atmosphere of the ghostly domain plummeted even further. Upon sensing the presence of the nether fire, the specters hesitated, gripped by an instinctual fear deeply embedded within them. Even in their irrational state, they understood that this young girl was not to be trifled with. Still, they refused to back down. How did you arrive here? At this point, Chi-Chi felt a pang of apprehension. She recognized that they were at the Ghost Gate and wondered who could possibly command these specters. It was our entry into the secondary ghostly domain that shattered the seal, and upon our return, we discovered this chaos. How did you know we were here? To her surprise, Chi-Chi shot her a disdainful glance. Look at the sword in your hand. The aura it emits is far too conspicuous to go unnoticed. Ningzhua had already sensed the whereabouts of the bull-headed and horse-faced specters. If they could resolve the situation with them, the chaos would surely subside. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. The bull-headed and horse-faced entities governed the Ghost Gate, and only they could manipulate the spectral beings. However, she found it perplexing why they had descended into such a state. Nevertheless, she believed they would soon locate and defeat the bull-headed and horse-faced specters. Fortunately, with the arrival of Chi-Chi and Chuanyao, much of their burden had been alleviated. Ningzhua focused on suppressing the spectral entities, while Chi-Chi and Chuanyao cleared the immediate area of threats. In mere moments, a vast space emerged before them, as these lowly entities posed little resistance. Sighing, Chi-Chi reflected that although these specters lacked significant offensive power, their sheer numbers could be intimidating, especially since they had gained some semblance of reasoning, making it difficult for her to strike at them. Before long, they spotted the bull-headed and horse-faced specters encircled by the ghostly entities. Realizing the danger, the pair attempted to retreat, but were already marked by substantial wounds, the nether fire clinging to their injuries and preventing any natural healing. In an instant, the two spectral beings dispersed, their dark eyes filled with animosity. Chi-Chi sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate her concerns. The bull-headed and horse-faced specters had summoned a multitude of spectral entities, and the closer they drew, the more deeply these entities were ensnared by control. Fortunately, confronting these entities was not overly challenging for Chi-Chi and her companions. She remained convinced that the seal held the key to resolving the issue. If they could break it, perhaps the bull-headed and horse-faced specters could be restored to their former selves. The wounds inflicted by the nether fire had rendered their healing impossible, allowing the purifying force to infiltrate their very beings. Regrettably, that fleeting hint of purifying power proved to be nothing more than a drop in the bucket against the seal. Presently, I find myself unable to approach them. If the two rely solely on this method, they stand no chance of breaking the seal. Is there any way to diminish the strength of the Oxhead and Horseface? Once their power is weakened, perhaps she will find an opportunity to lift the seal. Chapter 218, A Letter from the Imperial Capital Chi-Chi. Here is the Judge S pen for you. See if you can subdue the two of them. Chi-Chi caught the Judge S pen and distanced herself from Suizhao and Ningzhua. The pressure on the two of them intensified, yet they managed to hold their ground. Hurry, we cannot sustain this for long. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi dashed to the opposite side of the Oxhead and Horseface, who seemed to sense the significant threat posed by this woman. They immediately braced themselves, preparing to confront her. Do not worry, I carry the flames of the underworld, and they will hesitate to approach me. Let's assist Chi-Chi in dealing with the Oxhead and Horseface. Though Chi-Chi wielded the Judge S pen, she was momentarily unable to inflict harm on the Oxhead and Horseface. The arrival of Ningzhua and the others provided invaluable support. The Oxhead and Horseface realized that while this woman exuded an aura that instilled fear, her actual strength was not particularly formidable. Consequently, they had grown complacent, only to be caught off guard by Ningzhua and his companion's ambush. In a fit of rage, the Oxhead and Horseface turned to retaliate against those who dared to harm them. At that moment, Chi-Chi finally seized her chance. The Judge S pen unleashed an attack. In an instant, the attack penetrated the bodies of the Oxhead and Horseface. Chi-Chi did not intend to defeat them outright. Her goal was to unravel the seal within their bodies. Finally, a crack appeared in the seal contained within the Oxhead and Horseface. Chi-Chi unleashed the power of the King of Hell. If the Oxhead and Horseface regained their clarity, they would likely cease their opposition. As the seal shattered, the expressions of the Oxhead and Horseface transformed. The hatred in their eyes momentarily gave way to clarity. Before they could fully process what was happening, they were nearly brought to their knees by the force emanating from Chi-Chi. Although this power was not overwhelmingly strong, the fear ingrained in them was palpable. At that moment, the entire realm of spirits fell silent. The once controlled spirits ceased their rampage. My lord, you have vanquished us. We shall willingly follow you. The eyes of the Oxhead and Horseface gleamed with loyalty. Just as they were subdued, the ghostly realm before them vanished. You have defeated those two aberrations. Upon hearing this, the nearby spirit masters could hardly contain their elation, wishing they could embrace these individuals in gratitude. They had endured significant harm in that ghostly realm, fearing for their lives. Yet here they stood alive. Amidst the commotion, a message suddenly came through Yu Hui as communicator. "What is it?" Gong Sun Yu inquired, puzzled by Yu Hui's changing expression. "Are you saying the message from the imperial capital instructs us to promptly escort the ghost bride to the golden prison in the capital?" Upon hearing Yu Hui's explanation, Gong Sun Yu scratched his head. Although the ghost bride was an A-grade aberration, it hardly seemed worthy of such attention from the capital. Gong Sun Yu's words echoed the doubts of the others. "Certainly not. I suspect it may be related to the master of the ancient castle." Yu Hui, well informed of certain rumors, knew that the Hongchang base had previously gathered considerable intel regarding shimming. If they could uncover such details, it stood to reason that the imperial capital had even more comprehensive information. Their urgency to have us deliver the ghost bride likely stems from a desire to extract some clues from her. Is it possible they have leads on my father? Then may I accompany the ghost bride? I too wish to hasten to the imperial capital. Rest assured, I shall not falter. Do not rush. You have just emerged from a fierce battle. You must rest well. This matter is not urgent. Uncle, I understand you're looking out for me, but I truly wish to go to the imperial capital. I desperately hope to uncover clues about my father. Gong Sun Yu will escort the ghost bride. You may accompany him. Gong Sun Yu nodded in agreement, affirming that he could assist in any situation, especially since the name of the Hongchang base carried weight. With us nearby, no one would dare to disturb you. Naturally, I will protect you in times of crisis as well. Chapter 219. A dispute arises. Yu Hui nodded. This outcome was indeed favorable. Hearing this, laughter erupted around them, while Xiao Yu wore a face of exasperation. "Father, how can you speak of your own child in such a manner?" The boss shot his son a glare. "What of it? At your age, you still have no girlfriend, and your mother and I have to tend to you daily. Can I say a word or two?" Xiao Yu's face turned a shade of purple at being publicly exposed. "Mother, look at him. He gives me no face in front of so many people." The boss's wife smiled, remarking, "Your father speaks the truth without a girlfriend. You ought not to be a nuisance at home." At these words, the crowd erupted in laughter. As night deepened, everyone finally took their leave. Gong Sun Yu and his companions had long been waiting. "If all goes as planned, we shall set out in the afternoon." "What is he doing?" Gong Sun Yu asked curiously. "To ensure safety, I suggest we reinforce the seal, just in case." Yu Hui, approaching, quickly reassured him, "Do not worry. The golden coffin, combined with that golden seal, represents the highest level of protection and cannot fail." Before he could finish, a wisp of ghostly energy seeped through the crack in the golden coffin. Ning Zhua, keenly aware of this ghostly energy, noted its conspicuousness to everyone present. Yu Hui, who had confidently guaranteed their safety, suddenly felt as though he had been slapped in the face. Fortunately, they had discovered the issue before departing, leaving room for remedy. Rest assured, such a situation will not recur. It seems she may not recover for at least 10 days or 2 weeks. After all, the combat prowess of these individuals likely surpasses the combined strength of everyone present. Yet, no one anticipated that shortly after exiting the base, a dispute would arise. The two sat in the vehicle, examining the map. The journey to the imperial capital was long, but fortunately, there were many main roads. If we stick to the main roads, we might arrive a few days later, but would be safer. However, the main roads also contain numerous forbidden zones, making the smaller paths more appealing. Taking this route may allow us to arrive 2 days earlier than initially estimated. However, Gong Sun Yu is adamantly opposed to this route. While the smaller path might indeed be quicker, let us not forget that these maps are not fully accurate. What if we encounter danger on the smaller road? These dangers encompass more than just aberrations. Some spirit masters, having acquired such formidable power, have allowed their malevolence to surpass their virtue, resorting to ambushes on passers-by. Though they traveled in sufficient numbers, no one could predict what might transpire next. Let us proceed along this path. Gong Sun Yu, who had intended to catch up, found himself thwarted by the dust kicked up by the vehicle. "What shall we do now, leader?" one of the group inquired. "What else can we do? The ghostly bride is in their vehicle. We must hasten to follow. However, good fortune was fleeting, as a fierce wind stirred along the road. The gale whipped up sand, pelting the car, and had they been outside, the sand would surely have left painful lacerations on their skin. Why is the wind so strong? Chi-Chi attempted to open the window, only to be forced to shut it again by the relentless gusts. This was highly unusual. They were not in a region known for such tempests. In another vehicle, Gong Sun Yu sent out a message. This wind seems rather peculiar. He immediately ordered the car to halt, and several individuals disembarked to investigate. The strange winds warranted scrutiny, perhaps indicating nearby supernatural forces at work. They dispersed to search the surroundings, but when the winds died down, they had thoroughly scoured the area. Could it be that we have been overly cautious? Gong Sun Yu pondered, while the remaining team members jested about their leader's apparent fright from the supernatural. Nonsense. After jesting, Gong Sun Yu urged everyone back into the vehicle, emphasizing the need to continue their journey. The wind was too potent. They must escape this place swiftly. Ningxue also spoke up, relieved that upon resuming their drive, nothing seemed amiss. Perhaps they had been overly imaginative. Yet, despite her words, her heart remained vigilant. Something feels off. Gong Sun Yu and the others quickly noticed a change and jumped from the vehicle. What's going on? Why did you suddenly jump out? There's something strange here. It feels as though we've been going in circles. I recognize this stone. It's the third time I've seen it. A silence fell at this revelation. And soon Chi-Chi stepped forward. Wait for me here. I'll venture ahead. It finally dawned on them that they had indeed been circling the same spot. Could there be a supernatural entity causing this? Ningxue furrowed his brow, feeling something amiss since the onset of the wind, though he could not specify what it was. Now, stuck in a loop, it seemed only a supernatural force could be responsible. As they stood in astonishment, the scenery around them abruptly shifted. When they regained their footing, they found themselves in a ghostly realm. So it was indeed supernatural. Ningxue clenched his fists, vowing not to let this entity evade him. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, caught in the ghostly domain, sensed a strange familiarity within the ghostly energy. This energy feels oddly familiar. Perhaps it's another spirit that has escaped from the underworld. Before them lay an ancient street, devoid of life. As Chi-Chi led them forward, the eerie silence was palpable, their voices the only sound cutting through the stillness. They soon stumbled upon an ancient mansion. For some reason, this house feels exceedingly strange, Xiao Yu remarked, her legs trembling, nearly causing her to collapse. Chi-Chi nodded, having come in search of the strongest ghostly presence, suspecting that the supernatural force they sought might reside within this very mansion. With a creak, Ningxue pushed open the mansion's door, revealing a vast courtyard. Curiously, it was adorned with festive decorations, yet devoid of illumination, with red silk draping everywhere. It seemed as though preparations for a celebration were underway, yet not a soul was in sight. The group peered inside to see a newlywed couple, not marrying each other, but rather bowing to a spirit tablet. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the couple did not appear entirely human. Before they could process this, a blinding light engulfed them, and they found themselves unable to control their movements, as if someone were manipulating their bodies. Could it be another ghostly wedding? Ningxue speculated, helplessly caught in the ceremony. An idea struck him. Perhaps the entity was observing them, and if they acted amiably, they might lure it out. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, the entity seethed with jealousy, unwilling to permit these two individuals to enjoy such fortune. With a swift strike, Ningxue's sword sent the entity fleeing, and the others finally regained their autonomy. The absurdity of the situation elicited laughter from the group. Chi-Chi stepped back. Upon hearing the warning, Chi-Chi instinctively retreated, just as a dagger appeared in her previous spot, wielded by Gong Sun Yu. Seeing his attack fail, Gong Sun Yu pivoted to assault the others. The remaining members were on high alert, unwilling to let him near. Yet they were also hesitant to retaliate, perplexed by the situation. Gong Sun Yu, perceiving the danger, dashed toward a golden coffin, intent on releasing the ghostly bride. As he nearly breached the coffin's seal, cold sweat trickled down everyone's backs. Thankfully, Ningxue managed to suppress Gong Sun Yu's actions just in time. Otherwise, they would have faced not only Gong Sun Yu, but also a fleeing ghostly bride. quickly restrain him. We cannot let him act recklessly, Ning Zhuo exclaimed, noticing the others frozen in confusion. What a useless bunch, seeing our leader in distress, and yet no one dares to assist. Hearing this, they snapped out of their stupor and rushed to his aid. At that moment, Cao Yang, positioned behind Gong Sunyu, discerned something unusual. With heightened senses, she noticed a red thread binding Gong Sunyu. She rubbed her eyes, doubting her vision, yet the thread remained. It became evident that this thread was controlling Gong Sunyu, compelling him to attack them. With determination, Ning Zhuo wielded a massive sword wreathed in ethereal blue flames. Last time, he had used a dagger. This time, the sword would yield more potent results. As the blade touched the thread, the flames surged along it, incinerating it until nothing remained. At the moment the thread was severed, Gong Sunyu's eyes cleared, and he looked at his comrades in confusion. What is happening? Why is everyone surrounding me? As he took a step forward, the group instinctively retreated, as if he were a ferocious beast. Gong Sunyu was utterly bewildered. You were just possessed. Surprise flashed across Gong Sunyu's face as he realized he had no recollection of his actions, remembering only being led to a wedding before everything went dark. Have you noticed anything peculiar? Ning Zhuo furrowed his brow, softly reminding, we must not fixate on this enigmatic presence. We must remember we are still within the realm of spirits, and this domain belongs to someone. Upon hearing this, the others also frowned. Indeed, up until now, the entity that had ensnared them within this ghostly realm had yet to reveal itself. Just as the group was engaged in fervent discussion, a sharp, piercing laughter suddenly echoed from the east, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. The laughter was excruciatingly shrill, and for a fleeting moment, they feared their eardrums would shatter. As they searched for the source of this unsettling sound, a woman clad in red appeared from above the ghostly domain. Her hair was as white as snow, and a vivid crimson mark adorned her brow. At the moment of her emergence, all doors in the courtyard swung open, and the newlyweds, who had been incessantly bowing within those rooms, stepped out, their expressions vacant and lifeless, as if mere shells devoid of souls. The woman gracefully descended into the courtyard, making her way to the center where a quaint pond and a wooden bridge awaited. She approached the bridge, sat down, and, as she did, a fleeting thought crossed Chi-Chi's mind. The woman caressed her hair, surveying the scene before her, and smiled. Chi-Chi, sensing a realization, connected the dots. This woman in the red bridal gown, the blood-red mark on her forehead, and her flowing white hair were all too familiar. Could this bridge possibly be the infamous Naiha Bridge of the underworld? This bridge cannot be the Naiha Bridge, can it? Chi-Chi whispered, her heart swelling with a mix of dread and certainty. Chapter 222. The envious Meng Pa. However, the formidable Oxhead and Horseface were already a challenge. She wondered what level of power Meng Pa possessed. Should they confront Meng Pa, their chances of survival would be slim. This Meng Pa is best left to you all. Upon hearing this, the group nodded vigorously, lacking confidence in facing the legendary Meng Pa. Gong Sunyu shot a disapproving glance at his subordinates, incredulous that they were so easily intimidated by a mere specter. After all, they were still within Meng Po's domain. Surely no entity would dare to act recklessly here. It was likely Meng Po who manipulated the minds of others with her threads. Ning was suddenly recalled their prior encounter with the ghostly bride, who had similarly exerted control through threads. Regrettably, they had failed to capture her essence. Otherwise, they might have had the opportunity to test their mettle against her. Meanwhile, Meng Po, seated upon the bridge, observed the unfolding scene with a glimmer of jealousy in her eyes. In the next instant, she commanded the newlyweds, who had merely surrounded them, to spring into action. Gong Sunyu, while battling the puppets before him, found it perplexing that so many were aimed at them. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, yet he kept his thoughts to himself as he maneuvered closer to Chi-Chi. Are you all right? You haven't been harmed, have you? I will protect you. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi nearly faltered, almost struck by a puppet, but after dispatching it, she turned her gaze to Gong Sunyu. What's going on? Gong Sunyu offered a bashful smile, one that nearly blinded Chi-Chi. She internally mused about how Gong Sun You had transformed into such a brooding figure. Yet now is not the time for such reflections. As the number of puppets surrounding them swelled, Chi-Chi suddenly grasped the situation. She realized Gong Sun Yu's actions were merely a ploy to elicit Meng Po's jealousy. In her past life, Meng Po had been a woman with a childhood sweetheart, only to be abandoned cruelly as an adult. This betrayal had stained her heart with hatred, turning her hair white in despair. Ultimately, she met her demise and became the Meng Po of the Naiha Bridge, forever envious of blissful couples. Chi-Chi, help me. Gong Sun Yu's cry for help jolted her back to reality, and she swiftly repelled the puppet before him. Yet, unexpectedly, Gong Sun Yu struck her with a punch from behind. Feeling the sudden pain, Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and tore through the puppet before her, turning to confront Gong Sun Yu, who was evidently under control once more. Gong Sun Yu, observing that his blow had not inflicted serious harm on Chi-Chi, lunged forward again. Chi-Chi hastily retreated to join Ning Zhuo and the others, narrowly avoiding disaster. Ning Zhuo rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Not this fool again." Though he voiced his irritation, his actions remained swift as he kicked Gong Sun Yu away. "Don't go so hard on him." Chi-Chi frowned, recognizing that he had merely been manipulated, not truly their enemy. "Are you feeling a pang of sympathy?" Ning Zhuo retorted with a smirk. Chi-Chi dismissed him, focusing on assessing her injuries. Meanwhile, Meng Po, seated on the bridge, observed their actions and contemplated the significance of the golden coffin. With determination, she manipulated Gong Sun Yu to retrieve it, eager to unveil its contents that had caused such distress. Gong Sun Yu, inadvertently kicked near the coffin, was on the brink of unconsciousness, yet under Meng Po's control, he staggered to his feet. It seemed his body was incapable of bearing the coffin, and she resolved that opening it would be more prudent. With that thought, Meng Po directed the body she controlled towards the coffin, extending her hand toward the golden talisman. "Look!" Xiao Yu exclaimed, eyes wide with alarm as he witnessed Gong Sun Yu seemingly tearing at the talisman. Despair washed over the group. If they failed to intervene, the ghostly bride and Meng put together would be more than enough to overpower them. The moment Ning Zhuo realized Gong Sun Yu's intentions, he dashed forward. Chapter 223. The Obsession of Meng Po. As Gong Sun Yu was about to remove the talisman, Ning Zhuo lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the coffin flying. Gong Sun Yu retaliated with a fierce punch, sending Ning Zhuo sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Meng Po, sensing the power of the sword in her grasp, adorned with ethereal flames, regarded it with trepidation. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and commanded Gong Sun Yu to continue attacking the others. "You lot, restrain him. I will sever the threads behind him." "What is happening? Have I been controlled again?" Gong Sun Yu discerned the group's expressions and pieced together the situation. Once he finally regained his footing, he pointed an accusatory finger at Meng Po on the bridge, unleashing a tirade. "You old hag, continually controlling me. Do you think I'm handsome and wish to scheme against me?" He declared, "I only fancy the young and vibrant, like Chi-Chi. A decrepit crone, like you wouldn't stand a chance, even if you threw yourself at me." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi was left speechless, struggling to find words, but ultimately unable to restrain her sarcastic retort. "Is it possible that you are the weakest among us, and thus the most easily controlled, which is why they chose to manipulate you?" Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu clutched his heart. "Chi-Chi, how can you say such a thing? My pure young heart is about to shatter." This remark sent shivers down not only Chi-Chi's spine, but also those of Gong Sun Li's subordinates. "Boss, could you not speak in such a manner? It's utterly revolting." In response, Gong Sun Yu swiftly donned a different expression. "Did I speak to you? I am well aware of the underhanded tricks you were plotting behind my back. My waist still aches from it." Hearing this, the group begrudgingly fell silent. During his tirade, Meng Po, who was originally seated on the bridge, had vanished. What happened? How did that entity escape? The onlookers were perplexed, yet a sense of urgency began to rise within them. With that strange being gone, how would they find a way out of the ghost realm? Were they to remain trapped here indefinitely? "Let us see if we can exit the mansion first." They attempted to open the ancient house door, only to find it mysteriously locked from the outside. No matter how forcefully they pushed, the door remained immovable. After all, They had just been manipulated to enter those rooms for the wedding ceremony. Although they didn't understand why, they complied, and as they smashed through the rooms, Meng Po, hiding in the shadows, grew increasingly anxious. As they approached a particular room, Meng Po could no longer contain herself. So, this room must be the embodiment of my obsession. I surmise that what I cherish most resides within this mansion, she thought as she continued to demolish the rooms, finally leading her to the truth. This very room held her deepest attachment. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi glanced at the room before her. Though she had not entered, it was clear that this space appeared no different from the others. This room must house Meng Po's treasured possession. I will block them here. You go inside. She even approached them directly instead of remaining at a distance to attack. The puppets surrounded Meng Po in layers, creating a formidable barrier, with these puppets serving as shields. Even if they wanted to capture Meng Po, they would have to circumvent the puppets before them. As a result, not only did they fail to reach Meng Po, but some among them were also unwittingly manipulated by her. When they realized they had been controlled, a flicker of reverence for Meng Po appeared in their eyes. Observing this, Meng Po gritted her teeth and glared at Chi-Chi. Once assured that no one had noticed her, she stealthily slipped into the room. By the time Meng Po came to her senses, it was already too late. Chapter 224. The life and past of Meng Po. Curiosity about the nature of Meng Po's obsession surged within her, but upon seeing the room's furnishings, she immediately grasped the situation. The room was sparsely furnished. On an ancient redwood table lay 2 jade bowls covering 2 marriage certificates. Before she could reach for the bowls and certificates, Meng Po instinctively turned in fury. "Damn it, come out this instant," she bellowed, breaking free from Chi-Chi's grasp and dashing into the room like a streak of light. Her sharp claws glimmered with an eerie green glow, instilling dread at the mere sight. "Is this your obsession? I shall see what lies within." In the next moment, she was absorbed into the marriage certificate, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "No!" Witnessing this, Meng Po's eyes widened in rage. An indescribable panic welled from deep within her. Filled with fear, she attempted to seize the other marriage certificate, but was blocked by Ningxua. "It appears these 2 marriage certificates hold significant value for you. What do you want from us? I bear no grudge against you. Why act so cruelly?" A powerful wave of resentment emanated from Meng Po, surging toward Ningxua. Chi-Chi, arriving too late, felt compelled to act without hesitation, hastily throwing her dagger to control Meng Po's movements. "Old witch, your opponent is me. Do not go after them." "Chi-Chi, can you truly keep her under control?" Ningxua asked, glancing at the strained Chi-Chi with concern. The only option now was to enter the marriage certificate. Once they stepped into the object of obsession, they would be ensnared in a labyrinth of illusions. Such a jest was perilous. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi nodded with determination. Very well. Both marriage certificates had been opened. The 2 immaculate jade bowls began to reveal shadowy figures. "Damn it, you will all pay." The terrifying resentment and ghostly power erupted from Meng Po, transforming into a storm that assailed the room from all sides. At that moment, Meng Po had completely succumbed to a frenzied state, making it impossible for Chi-Chi to exert full control over her. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Meng Po. Why is this old witch's ghostly power growing stronger? What exactly are those marriage certificates? Whatever it is, hold on. I will soon retrieve my hidden treasure. Gong Sun Yu exclaimed nervously. Could you not move any faster? I'm barely holding on. I know. Stop urging me. Gong Sun Yu's search grew increasingly frantic. It's easy for you to say. Come help us already. Chi-Chi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just then, Gong Sun Yu shouted excitedly, I found it. Meng Po, look at this. The golden talisman. With Gong Sun Yu's command, a beam of golden light cleaved through the darkness, striking Meng Po with precise accuracy. The moment the golden light penetrated her body, an overwhelming wave of resentment was confined, no longer seeping forth from Meng Po. Ah! She cried out in a piercing wail, turning in despair to the two beside her. Do not push your luck. Old witch, at a time like this, you still have the audacity to threaten us? Chi-Chi sneered, throwing her dagger once more, slicing into Meng Po's form. Seeing her intent to retaliate, Gong Sun Yu hastily interjected, Chi-Chi, that's enough. My golden talisman cannot hold her for long. The more you provoke her, the stronger her resentment will grow. Once it reaches a certain intensity, she will break free from the talisman's grasp. Stop playing around. Why did you not say so sooner? Enough. You two, stop chatting and find a way to escape. Song Ying urged anxiously, flapping her wings as she soared into the air, scanning the surroundings. In response, Chi-Chi and Gong Sunyu followed her lead. Meanwhile, she slowly opened her eyes, gazing in bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings. At this moment, she had shed her original guise, transforming into an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Memories flooded her mind like a tidal wave, flashing before her like a film reel. The Celestial Maiden. The Celestial Maiden? Indeed. It was astonishing to discover that Meng Pe, who seemed no different from an old witch, had once been such a stunning beauty. From the moment of her birth, the villagers regarded her as a celestial being. For 10 years, she devoted herself to praying for the village's well-being. Unfortunately, the village had faced a series of misfortunes, droughts, plagues, and other calamities. As time passed, skepticism about Meng Pe's identity as a celestial maiden began to grow among the villagers. Just as she pondered this, a blurred figure suddenly came into view. The man's voice accompanied her heartache. It seemed he was Meng Pe's lover. How absurd. She endured countless inhumane treatments. And just when she finally discovered an opportunity to escape, her lover betrayed her. The grotesque faces haunted her like a nightmare, and despite her relentless efforts, she remained ensnared. The betrayal of her lover became the final straw that broke the camel's back. In the midst of darkness, Meng Pe chose to embrace death. Chapter 225. The second layer of the ghost domain shattered. She found herself trapped in a cycle, repeatedly experiencing the life of Meng Pe. The ceaseless torment felt like a heavy burden upon her. She hurriedly suppressed the memories of the underworld, her heart trembling at the recollections that invaded her mind. How terrifying it was that these memories could distort her original ones. Fortunately, she reacted in time, or she would have been devoured by the underworld. Unable to conceive a flawless solution, she resolved to eliminate those who wrought nightmares upon her. She leaped back into the cycle, and this time, she chose not to follow Meng Pe's memories and the script step by step. Instead, she unhesitatingly killed those who sought to harm Meng Pe. Before she could rejoice, the space twisted once more. The village chief, everyone, how could this happen? At that moment, a man sat on a nearby wooden bench, his expression complex as he observed the unfolding scene. She strode confidently before him and coldly inquired, "What is your name?" He gazed intently at her, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As she scrutinized him, she quickly realized that something was amiss. Ning Zhuo must have entered this man's body, otherwise his demeanor would not have shifted so drastically. At present, both were ensnared within Meng Pe's memories, unable to communicate directly. They could only convey their thoughts through their gazes. Through mental resonance, they began to alter the tragic trajectory of Meng Pe's life together. Pain and despair vanished. Alongside her, Ning Zhuo escaped. We finally escaped from that place. Upon uttering these words, she became aware that something was amiss. Observing this, Ning Zhuo nodded. We have altered Meng Pe's entire life path. We need no longer adhere to the script. It was astonishing to realize that Meng Pe had suffered so many injustices. Had she been born in a healthy village, she would not have encountered such futile superstitions. Natural disasters are the feedback of nature, not something human efforts can alter. It is laughable that the villagers pinned all the blame on Meng Pe. Ultimately, Meng Pe was merely a frail woman incapable of harming a chicken. Did they not find their actions absurd? Every place has its own rules. We cannot change everything, only respect it. You are correct. Meng Pe's greatest sorrow must be the betrayal of her beloved man. Had that man made a different choice, Meng Pe would not have become this way. As they spoke, the second layer of the ghost domain began to collapse rapidly. Nightmares were buried beneath the ruins, and light transformed into chaos, vanishing from sight. What is happening now? Hearing this, Ning Zhuo's gaze swept across the surrounding darkness. Surely, we must have overlooked something significant. She racked her brain, and after a considerable amount of time, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. I understand now. When I burst into the room earlier, aside from seeing 2 marriage certificates, I also noticed 2 jade bowls. The problem must lie with those bowls. Although her memory of the jade bowls was hazy, they could not have appeared in the room without reason. It had to be them. The two immaculate jade bowls were neatly arranged on the table. Are you certain? It must be the jade bowls. After voicing this thought, the two approached without hesitation and shattered the jade bowls. The overwhelming resentment suddenly dissipated. The three, who had been anxiously searching for an escape route, gradually came to a halt. You all are so fast. We haven't even found a way out yet. What can we do? Meng Po's memories are too terrifying. Before she could respond, Gong Sun Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Look at Meng Po's face. Wow, she is actually so beautiful." Upon hearing Gong Sun Yu's words, they all turned their heads. Once they beheld Meng Po's current appearance, they were momentarily stunned. What does beauty matter? Have you forgotten how ruthless she was when she attacked us earlier? Gong Sun Yu awkwardly scratched his head. If he hadn't promptly found the ancient golden talisman, he, along with Chi and the Kingfisher, would be lying on the ground by now. They marveled at Meng Po's beauty, while Meng Po was astonished by Chi's identity. As her obsessions dissipated, she was now merely a pure ghost. I pay my respects to the King of Hell. She respectfully bowed to Chi, her eyes glimmering with remorse. I apologize, King of Hell. I was disrespectful earlier. Please forgive me. No harm done. Such experiences were not your intent. Restoring normalcy is sufficient. However, regarding this matter, I believe you should express gratitude to the one beside me. Upon hearing this, Meng Po scoffed. Why should I thank her? I refuse to accept her. Chapter 226. The battlefield of 25 years ago. What? Chi struggled to believe her ears. She was not afraid of a miserable future for herself. Yet, Meng Po's dissipated obsession meant that all the credit belonged to her. Even without a thank you, was it necessary to be so antagonistic? I do not understand. In response, Meng Po disdainfully laughed. You did help me, but in my eyes, you, as a ghost master, are not worthy. I truly do not comprehend how you possess such good fortune to inherit Shi Ming's legacy. Only he, as the first generation's strongest ghost master, deserves to wield control over the underworld. The onlookers were equally astonished to learn that Meng Po recognized Shi Ming. Meng Po, with an expression of disdain, had yet to realize the gravity of the situation until Gong Sun Yu spoke up, perplexed. Sister Meng Po, do you know who she is? Isn't she the current ruler of the underworld? Upon hearing this, Meng Po raised her eyebrows in astonishment. So that is the case. Ridiculous. So what if she is Shi Ming's daughter? Without your assistance, she would not have been able to break my second layer of the ghost domain. You still have much to learn. I hope you do not tarnish your father's name. Do not worry, Sister Meng Po. I will certainly follow in my father's footsteps. Not for any other reason, but she sought to glean more clues about her father from Meng Po. Sister Meng Po, do you know anything else about my father? Please tell me everything. I do not know much, and do not expect to extract anything from me. With your current strength, even if I knew, I would not divulge it. When your strength increases, you will naturally learn all that you need to know. Very well. I suppose I should focus on enhancing my strength. Once the two had finished their conversation, Chi quietly raised her hand. Have you both forgotten that we are still in Meng Po's first layer of the ghost domain? Meng Po, you have already resolved your obsession. Please quickly close this first layer of the ghost domain. We have matters to attend to and cannot linger here. Chi gestured toward Meng Po with her chin. The three of them had searched for a long time without finding a way out, and they were unsure where Meng Po had concealed the exit. They hoped she would be a benevolent ghost and simply release them. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, a wicked smile appeared on Meng Po's face. Do not expect me to let you out easily. If you possess the skill, find the exit yourselves. This is a challenge I have meticulously prepared for you. Let us see if you can meet my expectations. After delivering this remark, Meng Po turned and vanished. Chi-Chi stood there in fury, gritting her teeth and cursing under her breath. Little Meng Po, do you dare to trip me up? I am the King of Hell. Everyone step aside. I shall forcibly break through this first layer of the ghost domain. I refuse to believe that I lack such ability. Chi-Chi slightly moved her limbs. Yet before she could act, she sensed her power being suppressed. Not just her, but also Cui Niao, Ning Zhuo, and Gong Sun Yu experienced the same. With a worried expression, Ning Zhuo spoke, "Can you do it?" "I can definitely do it." As soon as she finished speaking, The surrounding space twisted once more, feeling the rampant resentment around them. Everyone furrowed their brows in vigilance. What is Mengpa trying to convey? Suppressing our strength and bringing us here. Does she truly wish for our demise? Chi-Chi voiced her irritation, a profound sense of helplessness swelling within her. Do not scatter. Remain behind me. I will ensure your safety. At that moment, Gongsun Yu suddenly realized something, his expression filled with shock. I recognize this battlefield. What? This battlefield is a remnant of a great battle from 25 years ago. Why did Mengpa bring us here? Upon hearing Gongsun Yu's words, Ning Zhuo surveyed the surroundings. Regardless of the reason, everyone should be on high alert. I suspect this is an illusion crafted by Mengpa specifically for us. Until we comprehend her intentions, we cannot afford to let our guard down. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Just then, a few figures approached from a distance. Chi-Chi looked closely, finding them familiar. She rubbed her eyes and cautiously took a couple of steps forward. Is it true? Could Mengpa be attempting to reveal everything about my father this way? No, that's impossible. Mengpa has made it abundantly clear that until I possess sufficient strength, I am not qualified to engage with anything. It seems this is merely a test. This trial is directed at me, and no matter the effort required, I shall prevail. We believe in you. Indeed, you can certainly accomplish this. She fixed her gaze on the group that belonged to her father, awaiting the opportunity to act. There. Chapter 227. The astonishing appearance of Mount Tai. Chi-Chi, initially eager to assist, found herself unable to harness her ghostly power. With no alternative, she stood there in frustration. Damn Mengpa, why would she seal my ghostly power for no reason? Chi-Chi cursed under her breath. No sooner had she finished speaking than Mengpa's spectral figure appeared beside her. My dear King of Hell, do not be so agitated. I did not seal your ghostly power without reason. I simply wish to prevent you from disrupting this young lady's trial. As the daughter of Shiming, your current capabilities are insufficient. Mengpa regarded Chi-Chi with a smile, a flicker of barely noticeable anticipation in her eyes. Hearing this, Chi-Chi shot her an indignant glare. Ning Zhuo, witnessing the exchange, remarked with a smirk, I never expected that the mighty King of Hell would be outmatched by her subordinates. I believe Mengpa would be more suited for your position. Chi-Chi, already irate, found Ning Zhuo's comment infuriating. This fellow was clearly reveling in the chaos. What nonsense! Who says the King of Hell must surpass their subordinates? Our approach is all about the new generation surpassing the old. Furthermore, Mengpa is from the 10th Hall. What does that have to do with me? If she were my direct subordinate, I would have led you all out by now. Chi-Chi defended herself without a hint of embarrassment. Ning Zhuo noted, choosing not to expose her. While they were conversing, a low-level ghost suddenly lunged at them. Gongsun Yu's gaze turned icy, poised to retaliate, only to abruptly remember that he was now an ordinary person. They could only watch helplessly as the low-level ghost charged towards them, unable to react. The sensation was utterly dreadful. Hey, at least spare us some strength for self-defense. Just because we aren't the aggressors doesn't mean they won't provoke us. You see the situation. These low-level ghosts are already coming for us. Gongsun Yu shouted in dissatisfaction at Mengpa. To this, Mengpa remained unperturbed. It's merely a low-level ghost. Even if I were engaged in a battle with others, I would still have the opportunity to rescue you. If I cannot fulfill such a simple request, then you should remain here obediently. At her words, Gongsun Yu clenched his fists in frustration. He turned angrily to Ning Zhuo, gritting his teeth. Aren't you capable of fighting back either? A mere SS-level anomaly, hiding so many secrets. How could it possibly not be a match for Mengpa? This fellow must be concealing her strength. Sensing the turmoil in Gongsun Yu's eyes, Ning Zhuo slowly shook his head. If the King of Hell cannot manage, what can I do? I don't wish to repeat myself. Please refrain from dragging me down. You two stop arguing. How do we deal with this ghost? What a curious situation. Under normal circumstances, they could independently slay high-level anomalies. Yet now, faced with a mere low-level ghost, they were at a loss. The disparity was stark. As time progressed, more and more ghosts emerged from the fissures in the ground. Although most were low-level, the sheer volume made it a challenging situation. I will first lead you to a safe place. At this rate, It won't be long before this area is completely overrun by ghosts. Remaining here will only invite danger. What is Mingpa thinking? Why suppress our strength to this extent? You have no idea how much I want to fight back upon seeing these low-level ghosts. Gong Sun glanced at his slightly trembling hand, momentarily at a loss for words. The power of a low-level ghost master was far too weak to contend with these low-level ghosts. Chi, initially wanting to join Gong Sun in venting her frustrations, suddenly remembered something. Where did Ming's group go? They were coming from this direction, weren't they? They were indeed coming from this direction. I initially thought they harbored ill intentions, but it turns out they were attacking those low-level ghosts. Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence, save for Ning Zhuo, who spoke clearly. Mingpa likely wishes to convey something through this illusion. At the very least, everything that just occurred must have been a true experience of your father's group, and we are now part of that team. Ning Zhuo's words left everyone in disbelief, their eyes widening. They were part of Ming's group? If Ning Zhuo's speculation holds any truth, it would be utterly absurd. They currently possess the strength of mere low-level ghost masters. How could Ming's group possibly be so weak? Indeed, I refuse to believe that my father's team comprises only low-level ghost masters. Initially intending to compel Mingpa to reveal the situation, they were met with her silence. Damn it! Stop searching for her. She wants to easily divulge what she knows. Let us move forward. Perhaps we will soon find the answers we seek. Ghosts continue to die and reappear. This cannot go on any longer. The others sense the urgency and swiftly turn around. Such a powerful presence. Could this truly be the focal point of this ghost domain? Look over there. There's a painting, following the direction of the powerful aura. A painting came into view. The group examined it closely for a moment before gasping in unison. Mount Tai, Chapter 228, The Ghost Painting Incident. The Lord of Mount Tai is an immensely powerful being among countless ghosts. At this moment, his presence here elucidated everything. The group had no time to react when the painting of the Lord of Mount Tai swiftly approached them, unleashing an indescribable force that pulled them into its depths. After a tumultuous whirl, they found themselves in a peculiar mansion. Was this the residence of the Lord of Mount Tai? What could Mingpa possibly intend? The feeble strength of a novice ghost master stood no chance against the Lord of Mount Tai. It was undoubtedly a death sentence. Had their entire team encountered misfortune here? That seemed implausible. The disparity between their memories and the present situation was staggering. Gong Sun, in exasperation, raked his fingers through his hair, utterly baffled by the bizarre scene before him. Just as their curiosity piqued, the mansion's grand doors creaked open. Darkness was dispelled by flickering lights, revealing a vast hall. The group's gaze slowly traversed the hall, and in the next instant, a cry of "Father!" pierced the air. Ming, how could this be? The figure concealed within the residence of the Lord of Mount Tai was not the Lord himself, but rather Ming. Moreover, he sat upon the throne. What did this mean? Was he now the master of this place? She sheathed her colossal sword, her petite form wavering unsteadily. Trembling, she approached, yearning to embrace her long-lost father. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still my father. Chi-Chi's emotions surged with fervor. Fake. After enduring such hardship to find her father, how could it possibly be a deception? Just then, the figure on the throne erupted into laughter. She could scarcely recall the last time she had seen her father. All memories associated with him were rooted in her childhood. Do you wish for Ming's daughter to become the laughingstock of the entire underworld? Do not forget Mingpa's identity. Her audacity to provoke the ruler of the underworld was alarming. Did you not desire to prove your worth to them? In that moment, clarity washed over her. She fixed her determined gaze on Ning Zhuo, nodding emphatically. Then, she turned to confront the one on the throne, unsheathing her colossal sword once more. You are not my father. My father is not like you. The others watched with apprehension as this unfolded. Shui Niao flapped her wings anxiously, yearning to intervene. Shui Niao's words jolted the remaining trio into realization. Chi, with an odd expression, turned to Ning Zhuo and Gong Sun, thoughtfully speaking. A mere Mingpa could conjure the Lord of Mount Tai? This sounded rather far-fetched. I concur. Although this imitation of the Lord of Mount Tai undoubtedly lacks the true Lord's strength, it remains utterly absurd. There seems to be some connection between Meng Pe and the Lord of Mount Tai. Upon hearing their musings, Ning Zhuo remained impassive, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the figure ahead. Silence enveloped the group once more. Witnessing this, Chi gasped in alarm. Cui Niao Gong Sun Yu. What are you two doing? As they appeared on the verge of launching an attack, Chi's eyes widened in despair, urgently imploring them. What is this situation? Why can I not control my own body? I too am powerless to command my own actions. What has transpired? Attempting to resist, yet finding herself utterly helpless. This scene felt eerily familiar to Chi. After a moment's contemplation, she recalled. This was the ghost painting incident they had encountered during the resurgence of the first anomaly. What ghost painting incident? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Can you two devise a plan to regain control of our actions? Gong Sun Yu struggled feebly. In response, Chi shook her head slowly. I have yet to conceive a solution. Please grant me a moment longer. Ha ha. Do you little ones genuinely believe you possess the capability to escape from here? Dream on. Once you are in my domain, you must obediently follow my directives. The counterfeit Shi Ming observed the thrashing figures below, unable to suppress her laughter. In light of this, Chi, filled with trepidation, spoke up. Upon uttering these words, Shi and Ning Zhuo charged forward. Fortunately, their collective strength was relatively balanced. Otherwise, they would surely suffer grave injuries after a few exchanges. Direct your ire towards me. Spare my friends. Chapter 229. I would rather perish alongside it. Ha ha ha, splendid. I have awaited your declaration. Since you have taken the initiative, I shall not hold back. Surrender all that is anomalous in the underworld to me, and I shall release these two. What is it with this individual, desiring nothing but the peculiarities of the underworld? The counterfeit Shi Ming frowned in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Little girl, this matter does not concern you. I advise you to refrain from meddling. Lord of Mount Tai, do not harbor delusions. I will never relinquish the anomalies of the underworld to you. At this, the counterfeit Shi Ming's lips curved into a sinister smile. In the next moment, she transformed into the likeness of Meng Pe and rose from the throne. The others, even amidst the skirmish, could not help but interject with their incredulity. When the world is happening, one moment it is Shi Ming, the next it is Meng Pe. Who are they truly? Gong Sun Yu, vexed, voiced his frustration. He too remained unable to shake off the control. As Meng Pe began to speak, a dreadful aura radiated from her. In the blink of an eye, the entire residence of the Lord of Mount Tai was enveloped in a chilling spirit, the oppressive atmosphere palpable, as a howling wind swept through, chilling them to the bone. Are you truly willing to forsake so many lives? Hand over the anomalies of the underworld, and you can lead a better life. You need not involve yourself in these matters. She glared defiantly at the figure ahead, her voice seething with anger. Why are you doing this? The underworld was left to me by my father, and I will govern it just as he did. If you seek anything related to the underworld from me, you shall find no entrance. After declaring this, she turned to Chi. Chi, do you know how my father dealt with this situation back then? Since all that unfolds now is a mere repetition of the past, there must be a solution. Just as Chi was about to respond, Meng Pe, with a mere thought, sealed her lips. Wu Chi stared at Meng Pe in disbelief, pointing at her sealed mouth, her hands flailing in a desperate attempt to communicate. It seemed Meng Pe intended to resolve this matter using her own power. With no other options, she decided to attempt purification. It bore no fruit. No matter how fervently she wielded the power of purification, she could not alter the current predicament. Chi, on the sidelines, felt anxious and wished to assist, yet was at a loss for where to begin. Do not hesitate any longer. There is but one path before you. Do you truly wish for me to control Yin Wang as well? No. If my father had indeed surrendered the underworld at that time, the human base would not exist now. My father must have employed some other method to resolve the predicament before him. I reiterate, under no circumstances will I surrender the underworld to you. I would rather self-destruct alongside it than allow you to succeed. You, with her unwavering resolution, she forged a path for the group. Sensing this, Chi's spirits lifted. With the suppression of the ghost domain lifted, they returned to their usual selves. They turned their attention to the now distant Meng Pa, a flicker of hostility gleaming in their eyes. Ningxue observed this scene, thoughtfully directing his gaze back to Chi-Chi. Meng Pa has already been subdued. Why is your strength not increased at all? She is not my direct subordinate. How can I gain strength from that? Must you always pry into matters best left alone? Chi-Chi rolled her eyes in exasperation. This man seemed intent on tormenting her. She had explained this countless times already. Even if his memory faltered, there was only to ask the same question repeatedly. Was there? Ningxue shook his head in regret. Upon witnessing the scene, Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. If you dare utter another word, believe me, I will fight you. Don't think that just because you are of SS rank, I will be intimidated. I am the formidable king of hell. The quarrel between the two was rather amusing. All right, Chi-Chi, do not be angry. We have finally resolved this trouble. Let us depart swiftly. Hopefully, we shall encounter no further issues, as I am eager to reach the imperial capital. The group followed closely behind, while the kingfisher perched atop Chi-Chi's head. Gong Sun Yu, with a tinge of regret, spoke. I still wish to solve everything with my own strength. The appearance of Meng Pa only solidified this resolve. She understood that to catch up with her father's legacy, she needed to exert substantial effort. No worries, I will strive harder. Just remember, don't always seek shortcuts. Enhancing one's strength is the true path. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement, raising her chin with a hint of pride. Based on your words, if I encounter a similar situation next time, I shall knock myself out first. I refuse to believe she can control me that way. Chapter 230. The uprising of the Golden Coffin. The journey to the imperial capital was long and arduous. Without any mode of transportation, they could only meander along on foot. Resigned to their fate, they ambled on. After what felt like an eternity, a team of spirit masters came into view, their vehicles parked by the roadside, anxiously engaged in some task. After such a lengthy trek, they finally spotted a vehicle. They hurriedly approached to inquire if they might catch a ride to the imperial capital. Upon seeing the convoy, a glimmer of hope ignited in Gong Sun Yu's eyes. He truly did not wish to walk any longer. This exertion rivals that of a lifetime. It would be far better to expedite our journey to the imperial capital. Let us go. The group stepped forward in unison. Upon noticing their approach, the team of spirit masters turned vigilantly. Who are you? Hello. It seems you're facing some trouble. Do you require assistance? I am also a spirit master and can provide healing. At her words, the group's faces brightened. Little sister, can you truly heal? Please help our friends. We were attacked during our journey, and although we managed to fend it off, 2 of our companions were injured. We have no healing potions or anyone to treat them, and they're barely hanging on. She knelt beside the 2 injured individuals and extended her hand. A warm, white light blossomed from her palm, enveloping them and purging all malevolent energy from within. Seeing their companions' expressions improve, the worried group finally breathed a sigh of relief. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort remaining? Upon hearing this, the injured individuals moved slightly. We are truly fine now, little sister. You are amazing. We cannot thank you enough, little sister. Without your help, we might not have made it safely to the imperial capital. You do not need to be so polite. It is simply my duty. Everyone, you look weary from your journey. You must also be headed to the imperial capital, right? Feel free to join us for the ride. The team leader greeted them warmly. Upon hearing this, the group's spirits soared. Would this be too intrusive? Not at all. You have greatly aided us. It is getting late, so hurry and get on. With the team's enthusiastic invitation, they no longer hesitated and quickly boarded the vehicle. As it turned out, 4 wheels were far swifter than 2 legs. Within 2 hours, the bustling imperial capital came into view. Is this the imperial capital? It is truly magnificent and beautiful, regardless of its splendor. We must not forget our main task. Once we disembark, we shall head to the Spirit Master Association first, Gong Sun Yu said, assuming a motherly demeanor. I almost forgot about that. She was currently enamored by the imperial capital, her mind preoccupied with its allure. I knew this would happen. Do not worry. I will remind you. Gong Sun Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. What would you do without me? Hearing a voice from behind, the team leader turned around. Are you headed to the Spirit Master Association? Conveniently, we will be passing by. I will remind you shortly. Thank you. Brother, you are truly a lifesaver. Stop with the thanks. If anything, we should be thanking you. Next time we meet, I shall treat you to a meal. All right. The vehicle halted before the Spirit Master Association. After bidding farewell to the convoy, they turned and entered. They revealed their identities and intentions to the reception staff. And within 10 minutes, the president himself arrived. My apologies, President. We encountered a minor inconvenience on our journey, which caused a delay. The sight before them left everyone in the association's hall dumbfounded. The president of the Spirit Master Association, such a prestigious figure, was personally attending to a young girl? Who on earth was this girl? Surely, she could not be a relative of the president. Would your relatives treat you this courteously? Perhaps these individuals are experts. Sigh. Will I ever receive such treatment from the president? Sensing the gazes of others upon them, the president waved to the group. This place is crowded and not suitable for conversation. Let us proceed to the conference room. With that, President Ouyang Zhen led them directly to the VIP conference room. Although the staff were astonished, they did not forget their duties. They swiftly prepared tea and snacks, accompanying Ouyang Zhen into the conference room. Once the door closed, all external clamor was sealed outside. You resemble your parents remarkably. President, I have come to inquire about my parents' whereabouts. Could you share any information? I truly miss them. President, upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhen felt a twinge of helplessness. Just as he was about to respond, there was a knock at the VIP conference room door. President, trouble is brewing. The golden coffin is exhibiting unusual activity. You must come and see at once. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhen dared not hesitate and quickly led the group toward the golden prison. Before they even entered, Chi-Chi and the others felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. They anxiously tugged at their ears, casting frustrated glances at the prison before them. I feel it too. The Kingfisher nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Ouyang Zhen finally noticed their unease. The cursed energy from the contract could be mitigated by the Master's aura. Yet the trio before him was unable to shield themselves, which was the cause of their distress. They're my friends. There is no need for a contract. President, could you assist them? He was genuinely concerned about their well-being. Rest assured, I have a solution. Chapter 231, S-Rank Anomaly. The Fisherwoman After Speaking. Ouyang Zhen produced 3 talismans from his robe. After igniting them, he cast them into the water, instructing them to drink it, thus rendering them immune to the prison's influence. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and the others hurriedly accepted the talismans from Ouyang Zhen and followed his instructions. In the next moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over them, their previous tension and uncontrollable emotions dissipating entirely. Thank you, President. There is no need for such formality with me. Now let us enter. The Golden Prison was the most significant prison in the imperial capital. Its decor and security measures far surpassed those of ordinary prisons. As they walked, the group marveled at their surroundings, their expressions filled with awe. Is this truly a prison? One might mistake it for a tourist attraction. This prison is far too beautiful. Their voices blended in an excited chorus. President, may we visit the storage area for the spirits? She couldn't help but inquire. Compared to other matters, her curiosity about the room containing the spirits was particularly piqued. Of course, but before we go, I intend to first take you to select a suitable weapon. A weapon? That is something I have no use for. She had long been accustomed to the weight and function of the great sword. Switching to another weapon would undoubtedly cause some discomfort. Thank you for your kindness, President, but I already possess a weapon and have no intention of replacing it at this time. Are you certain? The weapons stored in the Golden Prison are not just for anyone to possess. I am sure. Should I find the need later, I will inform you. The group journeyed deep into the Golden Prison. At this point, their mission in the imperial capital could be considered complete. Ouyang Zhen released the Ghost Bride. After a fleeting glance at her, he directly confined her to a cell. Observing the Ghost Bride's retreating figure, the president sighed regretfully. What a pity. Had the Ghost Bride not acted recklessly, she might have truly had the chance to remain with the castle's master. Alas, one misstep leads to another. I hope she can reflect upon her actions. Upon hearing this, those beside her couldn't help but nod in agreement. As they approached a particular cell, the shell necklace hanging on the door suddenly began to vibrate violently. President, what is this? Inside is an S-class eerie fisherwoman, adept at using her voice to attack. The mournful melody carried an inescapable sorrow. The inner turmoil surged within her, and she found herself unable to control her emotions. What's wrong? You look like you're about to cry for no reason. Indeed, we haven't bullied you at all, have we? The kingfisher expressed doubt about her own words. I don't know. Upon hearing the fisherwoman's lament, I felt an overwhelming sadness. She seems to be in deep sorrow. Don't overthink it. As I mentioned earlier, the fisherwoman excels at attacking others with her song. She seeks your pity, hoping to devise a means of escape. Upon finishing, Ouyang Zhen cast a disapproving glance at the spirit keeper stationed nearby. Noticing this, the spirit keeper hastily interjected, I apologize, President. There must be an issue with the seal. I will reinforce it immediately. With that, he turned to attend to the seal. As the seal was reinforced, the mournful melody indeed vanished. President, may I have that shell necklace? What do you need that for? The fisherwoman's strength cannot be underestimated. We dispatched numerous high-ranking spirit keepers to subdue her, and it took great effort to confine her. We cannot afford to take any risks. Ouyang Zhen shook his head in disagreement. Hearing the voices from the side, the spirit keeper quickly added, the president is right. Young lady, you seem inexperienced, and your strength is likely lacking. Do not gamble with your life. The fisherwoman is not someone you should confront. I am resolute. You need not persuade me further. The president believes in me, and I am confident I can subdue her. Should she manage to tame the S-class fisherwoman, her song alone would be capable of eliminating numerous foes in the future. Before they could respond, Chi-Chi stepped forward. As the king of hell, handling the S-class fisherwoman would pose no challenge for her. Hearing this, the president fell silent. Yet she was still quite young. Her mastery over the realm of the underworld was surely not as refined as Shiming's. If something were to go awry, who would bear the responsibility? With Gong Sun Yu having spoken so, the president found it difficult to refuse any longer. He nodded in agreement while reminding her, rest assured, President, I understand. She turned, casting a grateful glance at Gong Sun Yu. By the way, if you are indeed successful in subduing the fisherwoman, I can directly grant you the title of high-ranking spirit keeper. Ouyang Zhen added as an afterthought. Upon hearing this, the other's eyes lit up in excitement. Indeed, we shall seize the title of high-ranking spirit keeper in one fell swoop. Chapter 232. Nightmare of the Fisherwoman. The surrounding prison staff witnessed this scene and approached with concern. President, will anything go wrong? The spirit keeper expressed his anxiety. Ouyang Zhen shook his head in response. Trust her. After all, a tiger begets a tiger's offspring. All right, let us proceed to the hall. There I can project the internal situation of the fisherwoman's room. After Ouyang Zhen spoke, the others followed him out. Chi-Chi and the others exchanged hesitant glances, but ultimately chose to keep pace with him. The salty sea breeze met them, faintly carrying the scent of fish. The fisherwoman in her memories was born into a warm family. Her parents showered her with love, and the three of them lived harmoniously, following a simple routine. However, such bliss did not last long. In gratitude for the fisherwoman's kindness, dolphins assisted her family in fishing. The villagers, witnessing this, regarded the fisherwoman as a goddess, believing she possessed the ability to communicate with marine creatures and could lead their village to prosperity. They placed all their hopes in her, abandoning their daily fishing endeavors, eagerly anticipating the luck she would bring. Regrettably, the imagined beauty never materialized. As time passed, the villagers' lives grew increasingly difficult, and they blamed all their misfortunes on the fisherwoman. Anger drove them to cast her into the sea as food for the fish. You saw it, didn't you? I did nothing wrong. The fault lies with those ridiculous villagers. All the good fortune came from the dolphins. I truly do not understand why they placed all their hopes upon me. Do you know? At that time, I longed for someone to rescue me, to take me away from here. Anywhere would suffice, but no one came. No one. Just as she was about to say something further, the scene before her shifted once more. The villagers, wielding clubs, were violently attacking the fisherwoman's parents. Stop! You must stop. Do not harm my parents any further. They will die at your hands. Please stop. The fisherwoman's anguished cries fell upon deaf ears. The villagers showed no signs of relenting. They grew more fervent in their assault until her parents were brutally beaten to death. Why did this happen? You find those people ridiculous as well, do you not? Clearly, it is their own inability, yet they place all the blame and misery upon me. Countless nights filled with nightmares replayed this scene in her mind, and she could never forgive the events of that day. She could never forgive the villagers of the fishing village. I cursed them forever. As the fisherwoman spoke, the scene whirled once more. The pain in her heart intensified with the passage of time. After a long while, she managed to speak. It is all in the past. I believe they have paid the price for their actions. Why do you cling so tightly to those bygone events? In doing so, have you considered your parents? They save you not to see you seek revenge. You should live well. As soon as her words fell, the fisherwoman erupted in furious retorts. Live well. Your words sound pleasant, but having gone through such an ordeal, can you truly let it all go? You are here as my observer. You should understand my helplessness. You tell me to let go. Can you do the same? She was merely a bystander. Even she found it impossible to ignore what had just transpired, let alone the fisherwoman who had personally endured the agony of losing her loved ones. In the association's hall, the spirit keeper in charge of the golden prison remarked, "This young girl is ultimately too naive. Had it been me, I would have exited within 3 hours." Hearing this, the president nodded in agreement. Even though these peculiar beings were pitiable in life, their current bizarre reality remained unaltered. Communication through words was utterly futile when dealing with them. Could she truly decipher the ghostly realm? It was perplexing to witness this young girl's obstinacy. Lacking the requisite skills, she still sought to tackle such a daunting task. The crowd around them buzzed with discussions, and upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and Ningxue instinctively clenched their hands at their sides. The Kingfisher attempted to soothe Chi-Chi, who simply shook her head in response. Were I by her side, I would undoubtedly advocate for a more forceful approach to deal with these villagers. Reasoning with such individuals was beyond futile. It was only through sheer strength that one could prevail. Although this sentiment might seem excessively violent, I find myself in complete agreement with your perspective. These villagers have gone too far, and even the act of beating them to death would hardly be excessive. Gong Su and Yu chimed in, echoing Chi-Chi's sentiments. At this, Chi-Chi nodded in satisfaction, recognizing their shared understanding. Just as her words faded, Ouyang Zhan approached her. Why now? This is merely the beginning. Chapter 233, Reclaiming the Fisherwoman, Senior Ghost Master 13 hours? This was absurd. How could the ghostly realm of the fisherwoman adhere to such a rule? Chi-Chi's expression was one of disbelief. At this juncture, Ouyang Zhan ceased to conceal the truth and laid bare the entire situation. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three individuals and the bird shifted dramatically. If the fisherwoman was indeed so perilous, why hadn't he elucidated this earlier? Indeed, had we known that this S-grade anomaly was so terrifying, we would have never permitted her to enter. What scheme was Ouyang Zhan concocting? Why reveal this only now, playing the role of an afterthought? What were they to do? I shall enter, Ningxue declared resolutely after a moment of contemplation. Seeing this, the golden prison guard hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct his path. No, only one person may enter each room at a time. Your rash decision will only complicate matters. That is unacceptable. Then tell me, what are we to do now? Ningxue's frustration was palpable. He glared at the others before an ominous intent began to rise in his eyes. Noticing this, Ouyang Zhan sought to reassure him. While we cannot allow another person to accompany her for the assessment, we can forcibly open the door in a time of crisis, allowing one of you to enter and retrieve her. However, you must act swiftly. We can only grant you 10 seconds. Upon hearing Ouyang Zhan's words, Chi-Chi, Gong Su and Yu, the Kingfisher, and Ningxue fell silent, rendered speechless. They had encountered many forms of treachery, but never had they seen such blatant disregard for clarity. Did revealing the truth truly pose a risk? It was baffling to comprehend the thoughts swirling within their minds. You have yet to locate your father. You cannot allow yourself to be ensnared here. Time is running out, and you must conquer her. Damn it. I almost succumbed to the allure of confusion. Thankfully, Chi-Chi provided a timely reminder. Otherwise, calamity would have ensued. Yet, as was often the case, the outcome remained unchanged. She understood that the villagers were beyond redemption. To alter the fate that awaited them, they must depart. The three of them sprinted toward the outskirts of the fishing village. It is the fisherwoman. What are you doing? Why are you leaving? The ones who should depart have never been us. The fisherwoman's voice dripped with resentment. It was her parents who had perished. While was they who had escaped? Why should this group of villagers not face the consequences? Was that not just? If you do not leave, what do you intend to do here? Do you believe that exterminating everyone will erase your regrets? We both know that your true regret is not having fled this village, but rather your inability to protect your parents. To you, their survival is paramount, is it not? Moments later, the ghostly realm began to collapse at a visible pace. The story reached its conclusion as the fishing village vanished in the blink of an eye. You see, this time, they're not living well. Why? Why did you not kill them for me? Why choose this path? Why? The fisherwoman's deep-seated resentment surged forth. In the association hall, the crowd observed this scene, their concern intensifying. This girl is taking far too great a risk. Indeed, watching this unfold sends shivers down my spine. I hope she successfully reclaims the fisherwoman, otherwise. Amidst their anxious chatter, a disturbing image suddenly manifested on screen. The fisherwoman's hand trembled uncontrollably as she clutched the massive sword, while her other hand nervously fidgeted with her throat and mouth. The encroaching vapor enveloped her entirely. In terror, she gazed at the fisherwoman, desperately channeling her purifying power. The fisherwoman, caught off guard, was scorched by the terrifying force of evolution. She let out a piercing scream, the dark aura encircling her dissipating significantly. What is this? Of course it is something splendid. Savor it. Upon witnessing the situation, Mengpa rushed towards the fisherwoman, holding a bowl of her special brew. Taking advantage of the fisherwoman's inattention, she swiftly poured the concoction into her mouth. The bitter liquid slid down, and in an instant, the fisherwoman's vision darkened. Seeing this unfold, the spectators were momentarily stunned, followed by an outburst of incredulity. This girl actually succeeded. She truly subdued an S-grade anomaly. Can someone enlighten me as to who this girl is? Such talent, at such a young age, is not to be underestimated. No wonder the association leader was willing to grant her an opportunity. She is remarkable. Listening to the remarks of those around him, Ouyang Jun couldn't help but smile. Such prowess indeed befits the title of a Master of Ghosts. Let us proceed to welcome this newly promoted Senior Ghost Master. Chapter 234, Success. Senior Ghost Master. The crowd followed Ouyang Jun towards the room where the fisherwoman resided. She removed the shell necklace hanging by the door and adorned herself with it. Turning to face the crowd, she smiled gently. Everyone, I have succeeded. Chi-Chi was lavish in her praise, but just as she was about to say more, the world around her began to spin violently. In the next moment, darkness enveloped her, and she fell back helplessly. Upon witnessing this, Ningzhu swiftly stepped forward, catching her in his arms. His gaze was filled with concern as he examined her pale face, hastily lifting her. The others were equally taken aback by this unforeseen circumstance. Chi-Chi took a few steps forward, ready to inquire, but was interrupted by Ningzhu's voice. It seems the strain from confronting the fisherwoman was too great, compounded by the effects of her song on her spirit. She simply needs to rest. You frightened me. I thought she was injured. Nodding at Ningzhu's assessment, Chi-Chi felt relief wash over her. Ouyang Jun, quick to react, interjected, Our association has a designated resting area for Ghost Masters. I will escort you there immediately. If necessary, I can summon medical personnel right away. There's no need. Let her rest. Seeing Ningzhu's firm resolve, Ouyang Jun refrained from pressing further. Where am I? How did I end up here? You fainted earlier. It was President Ouyang who had us bring you here. This is the designated resting area for Ghost Masters. Since you are awake now, I will call for President Ouyang. He appeared to have something important to discuss with you. Ningzhu said, nodding towards the entrance where the kingfisher hovered. As she took off, before Ningzhu could react, the fisherwoman reappeared within their line of sight. I apologize. I did not anticipate that my ghostly presence would have such a detrimental effect on you. It's all right. This level of ghostly energy is nothing to me. I shall purify it shortly. Realizing this, the fisherwoman's expression shifted. Just then, Ouyang Zhen rushed in with urgency. There is no need to trouble yourself, President. I have no pressing matters, so you need not worry. You, my dear, are far more stubborn than your father. To speak candidly, I never anticipated that you would pass the trial and reclaim the mermaid. However, since you have succeeded, I must honor my promise. This journey has not been in vain. Is it true? Am I truly that remarkable? Ouyang Zhen chuckled. In that case, President, could you share with me what you know about my father? She had traveled a great distance to the capital, eager to uncover her father's whereabouts. Whether he was alive or deceased, she was prepared to accept the outcome. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhen sighed helplessly. You have yet to recover, and you're already inquiring about your father's news. Your temperament is undeniably identical to his. Allow me to contemplate this matter thoroughly. He reached out to accept the item, nodding politely at Gong Sunyu. Thank you. I happen to need this. Why are you thanking me? When did we become so distant? Gong Sunyu responded with exasperation. Do not be so hasty. Leaving here may not be as simple as you think. What do you mean? Have you not yet received a call from Yue? Ouyang Zhen's words left Gong Sunyu momentarily stunned. Before he could ponder the implications, his phone rang cheerfully. He hurriedly answered the call. Gong Sunyu, you must have completed the task of escorting the ghost bride, correct? Chapter 235, Do Not Force My Hand. The Ghost Master Conference? Hearing those 5 words, Gong Sunyu was taken aback. No one had briefed him about the Ghost Master Conference before his arrival. What was it? No, Very well. This matter is settled amicably. Stay there and look forward to achieving a commendable result for our Hongqing base. Yu Hui concluded the conversation swiftly, eager to avoid any further dialogue. Gong Sunyu sighed in resignation as he heard the busy signal on the other end. May I be so bold as to inquire what exactly the Ghost Master Conference entails? It is a regular competition for Ghost Masters, primarily aimed at assessing your talents. Should we encounter those with exceptional gifts, our association will nurture their potential. Ouyang Zhen explained with a smile. He was indifferent to whether others participated in the conference. The top 5 contestants will receive special rewards from the association, with the first place prize being particularly generous. If you possess the capability, I encourage you to strive for the top position. While speaking, he pointedly nodded towards Ning Zhuo and Cui Niao to bolster his credibility. What do you both think? It matters not what choice you make. What is crucial is that you do not harbor regrets. Ning Zhuo replied with calmness. I have no objections. I merely hope you will reflect carefully on your decision. Just then, Ouyang Zhen spoke again. Your father also participated in the conference and, with absolute prowess, defeated 100 individuals to secure first place. I hope to witness you standing on the same stage, achieving the same honor as your father. President Ouyang, I shall participate. I will not let you down. She vowed to follow in her father's footsteps unwaveringly, determined to find him at all costs. Very well, please wait here a moment. I will arrange accommodations for you and have you fill out a registration form to submit your basic information. Should any questions arise, feel free to approach the association at any time. After completing their tasks, the group departed from the association as evening fell. The days of travel had left everyone famished. It is pleasant, but I do not enjoy this lively atmosphere. Chi-Chi's expression darkened. Accustomed to lurking in the shadows, she found such brightly lit gatherings utterly incompatible with her nature. Just as Gong Sunyu was about to speak, his attention was drawn to a commotion ahead. Not far away, a young girl was cornered by several burly men. Her face was filled with terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. What do you want from me? Please, spare me. Spare you? It is not that simple. It is an honor to be chosen by us. You would do well to comply. The filthy grin on the man's face was nauseating. Passers-by moved along, casting only fleeting glances at the scene, unwilling to intervene. They merely glanced at the situation before diverting their gazes, adopting an air of indifference as they departed. No one was willing to help her, so she would help herself. What is there to fear? Please, let me go. I beg you. As the man's threats echoed, the girl's heart quaked even more. Seeing her pitiful expression stirred excitement in the man. Just then, a figure stepped forward, placing themselves between the girl and her aggressors. Oh look, another little girl has come to play, but she appears even younger than the other. Shall we take her? Let go, big brother. This little girl looks like a minor. What enjoyment could she provide? I still find that girl much more interesting. Agreed, I can hardly wait. The men fail to recognize the person standing before them. What if I refuse to leave? If you do not leave, do not blame me for being rude. You may be small, but you are rather pleasing to the eye, a delightful sight indeed. As the man spoke, he reached forward, but a hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Ningzhou regarded the group with a sardonic smile. Gentlemen, in broad daylight, do not act recklessly. What if I act recklessly? What do you do about it? The man shot Ningzhou a challenging look and impatiently swatted his hand away. The crowd of onlookers grew, their expressions a mix of intrigue and apprehension. Is that not Sun Yang? Why is he causing trouble again? Alas, do you not know that fellow's temper? He spends all day teasing girls. I never imagined someone would dare to stand up to him. These newcomers appeared unfamiliar. They likely hailed from outside and were unaware of Sun Yang's influence. It was hoped they would retreat before things escalated. If they angered him, it could lead to dire consequences. Upon overhearing the murmurs, Ningzhou raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Sun Yang? I have never heard of that name. What if his family possesses great power? Does that grant him the right to bully girls in the street? You still have time to leave. Do not force my hand. Chapter 236. S-Class. Color Deception. Are you two Ghost Masters? Gong Sun Yu was not surprised that they were Ghost Masters. This girl had achieved such status at a young age, indicating remarkable talent. Securing an individual like her for the family would be advantageous. Sun Yang eagerly contemplated the possibilities. My apologies. I fail to recognize you both as Ghost Masters. Since you have chosen to intervene, let us consider this matter settled. They exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered by the situation. When did Sun Yang become so accommodating? This was not his usual demeanor. He had always relied on his family's influence to act tyrannically in the capital, indifferent even to the criticisms from his elders. How could such an arrogant individual lower himself? Little sister, please accept this card. It is a VIP card from the Sun family. With it, you can navigate the capital freely. A small token of goodwill, not meant as a slight. Of course, if you're willing to join our Sun family as our exclusive Ghost Master, that would be even better. I guarantee that if you join, our family will nurture your potential wholeheartedly. This unexpected olive branch left the onlookers speechless. Did I not see correctly? This young girl is a high-level spirit manipulator? No wonder Sun Yang has been acting out of character. It turns out he's captivated by her identity as a high-level spirit manipulator. What an astute calculation. I cannot help but applaud. On what basis do you believe I would acquiesce to your demands? Merely because I am a member of the Sun family. I can offer you boundless resources. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to have assistance rather than facing challenges alone? Sun Yang's face radiated absolute confidence. This fellow truly knows how to embellish his own worth. He ought to reflect on his own capabilities. Does he truly believe he is deserving of her aid? Ningzhou, you come forth. Very well. Words are futile. To deal with such a person, one must engage in earnest combat. Ningzhou stepped forward, and in the next moment, an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy surged forth. Observing this, Sun Yang retreated a step and scoffed. Is being a spirit manipulator truly impressive? My Sun family has them too. At that moment, a figure behind him stepped forward without hesitation, summoning their own spirit. Unfortunately, before the SS-level Ningzhou, all spirits appeared woefully inferior. The spirit had barely materialized when it was ruthlessly subdued by Ningzhou. It did not even have a chance to retaliate before being vanquished in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, the spirit manipulator's eyes widened in disbelief. How can someone so young possess such terrifying spirits? Who are you? Age is not a measure of one's strength. Why should I not command such power? Aren't you a low-level spirit manipulator? The spirit manipulator's expression darkened. The onlookers were left speechless. Such arrogance. No wonder the Sun family had taken an interest. After all this time, someone finally stood up to the Sun family. It was utterly exhilarating. Indeed, it had been ages since anything so gratifying occurred. I hope this young girl can thoroughly teach Sun Yang a lesson and temper his arrogance. Otherwise, he might continue his reckless behavior. The whispers among the crowd rendered Sun Yang uncomfortable. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to the spirit manipulator beside him and declared, "This is no longer your concern. Allow me to handle it." Without hesitation, he summoned two A-level spirits. Observing this, the kingfisher surged forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ning Zhuo, ready to confront the challenge. Seeing this unfold, Chi decisively stepped forward. How could I miss such an interesting battle? Let me join in the fun. In contrast to Sun Yang, the battle-hardened duo and the bird were already accustomed to the unfolding scene, efficiently resolving the conflict. They then provocatively gestured towards Sun Yang. Is this all you can do? Do not get too cocky. I have yet to summon my strongest spirit. This is far from over. Color spirit, arise. Sun Yang bellowed. The next second, a powerful S-level spirit appeared on the scene. Sensing its formidable presence, the expressions of several individuals shifted. They had not anticipated that this fellow possessed an S-level spirit. It was quite surprising. A minor issue. Let us eliminate this S-level spirit and see if he dares to be so arrogant afterward. Indeed, let us go. As they spoke, the ghostly energy emanating from the S-level color spirit suddenly vanished, revealing the pudgy, lecherous face of a man. The crowd stared in bewilderment, and 3 seconds later, they turned away in uncontrollable disgust. What on earth is this? It's revolting. No way. I'm leaving him to you. He is too disgusting. I refuse to engage with him. Chi exclaimed, her face contorted in repulsion. Little did she expect that this loathsome entity would be so outrageous. After several exchanges, the color spirit began to take advantage of her. His lascivious laughter echoed in the ears of the crowd, causing headaches. What beautiful young ladies. Sun Yang, you truly have an eye for beauty. It's a pity there aren't more of you. That's enough. Let us deal with these few first. Sun Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Eliminate everyone except the girls. Chapter 237. Sun Yang pleads for mercy. Understood. At this point, the color spirit ceased to hold back its power and unleashed its full strength. The other two A-level spirits assisted from the sidelines, and the battle intensified. Observing this, Gongsun Yu hesitated briefly before deciding to seek out Ouyang Jun for assistance. Although he did not frequent the imperial capital, he had heard of the Sun family's reputation. Under such circumstances, escaping unscathed was impossible. Their only option was to seek Ouyang Jun's help. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, many pulling out their phones to capture the moment. It's a rare sight to see the Sun family challenged in the imperial capital. I wonder how formidable these individuals are. Stop fighting. How could someone so young possibly possess the strength of a high-level spirit manipulator? I refuse to believe it. But the color spirit continued to press forward, causing her frustration to mount. Left with no choice, she summoned both the old lady Meng and the fisher maiden simultaneously. Two spirits re-emerged on the scene, leaving the audience astonished. Was she not afraid of backlash? Sun Yang was equally taken aback, his mind blank. In that moment of distraction, the old lady Meng and fisher maiden seized their opportunity, launching a dual assault on the color spirit. In the next instant, the color spirit let out a piercing scream, its ghostly energy dissipating at a visible rate. Sun Yang stood there, stunned, as he realized it was too late to react. He watched helplessly as the color spirit vanished. Feeling the severance of their connection, his face turned ashen. What have you done? Speak. What have you done to my color spirit? Nothing much. We merely purified it. Why keep such a repulsive entity? The old lady Meng taunted Sun Yang. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang's chest heaved with rage. You will compensate me for my S-level spirit. That S-level spirit had cost him immense effort, and now it was gone. What was he to do? Anger and resentment intertwined within him, twisting his features. Why do you have to reprimand me? Killing my S-level spirit necessitates compensation. I find this woman quite appealing. Let her be my compensation. Sun Yang's gaze fell upon the fisher maiden nearby. Hearing this, the fisher maiden pointed at herself in disbelief. Why me? There are other S-level spirits here. Sun Yang's choice seemed rather peculiar. In response to her inquiry, the old lady Meng turned to her with an understanding smile. Because you're the most beautiful. Old lady Meng is not lacking in beauty either. In my ghostly form, no one believes I am a beauty. The old lady Meng had grown accustomed to her appearance. Even when resentment faded, she had no intention of returning to normal. Dream on. I would never agree to that. You. What do you mean by that? Why so much chatter? Let us go. Observing this, Sun Yang immediately commanded his subordinates to block their path. No one is to let them leave without my command. Yes. In any case, today, he would ensure that the loss of his S-level spirit was compensated. Sensing their hostility, the Fisher Maiden turned to Sun Yang with a smirk. Are you sure you want to be this foolish? Don't say I didn't warn you. Crossing me brings you no good. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang let out a cold laugh. Do you think I was raised in fear? Do you not realize where this is? In the imperial capital, my Sun family holds the power. If you do not accompany me with an S-level spirit today, none of you will leave. Very well, then I shall teach you a lesson today. With the Fisher Maiden's words, she transformed into a blur, swiftly dispatching the spirit manipulators before they could react. They had no chance to summon any strange entities before collapsing to the ground. Sun Yang could hardly believe the terrifying strength of the Fisher Maiden. He anxiously gazed at the person before him, unable to suppress a gulp. You, weren't you just acting so brazenly? Why are you frightened so quickly? Come on, I'm right here. If you have the guts, come and take it. The scene ignited the fervor of the onlookers. While they felt exhilarated, a sense of unease crept in upon recalling Sun Yang's identity. Little girl, you should leave here quickly. The Sun family is not something you can contend with. Indeed, you should hurry. For now, only Sun Yang is here. If the others from the Sun family arrive, you won't be able to leave. Sun Yang was indeed notorious for his misdeeds, but his powerful background made it unwise to confront him directly. Thank you all for your advice. I know what to do. Well, let's talk things over. I realize my mistakes. I won't demand compensation for my S-class anomaly, all right? After uttering these words, Sun Yang attempted to make a hasty retreat. However, before he could escape, the Fisher Maiden stepped into his path. Weren't you very interested in me just now? Why the sudden fear? No need to rush. We have plenty of time to play. No, please don't kill me. You can't kill me. I am a young master of the Sun family. If you kill me, you will never leave the imperial capital unscathed. I beg you spare me. I truly understand my wrongs. Chapter 238. The three prominent families at this moment. Sun Yang was far from his earlier arrogant demeanor. The fear of death overwhelmed him, shattering his confidence. He could not fathom that someone would dare to act against him in the imperial capital. What should he do? In a panic, Sun Yang scanned the crowd, desperately searching for something. No. Where have those fools from the Sun family gone? Why is there not a single one present at such a critical moment? You need not worry about whether we can leave the imperial capital safely. Today, you will not leave this place unscathed. Just as he was about to command the Fisher Maiden to act, two figures rushed in. President, what brings you here? I summoned the president. The Sun family's power in the imperial capital is formidable, and only the president can resolve this if it escalates. Gongsun Yu candidly expressed his concerns. I understand your discontent, but you do not comprehend the situation in the imperial capital. The Sun family's power is beyond our reckoning. Recklessly harming him will only bring you trouble. At this moment, you are not their match. Ouyang Zhen openly shared his worries. President, if what you're saying is true, then I believe the Sun family will not let me off the hook. What do you mean? I just eliminated Sun Yang's S-class anomaly. What? Ouyang Zhen stood frozen, his mind blank. How much time had passed? The S-class anomaly was something the Sun family had put immense effort into acquiring. With this incident occurring, things would likely spiral out of control. President? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhen looked up. I am fully aware of the situation. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Ultimately, this is not your fault. Even if the Sun family pursues the matter, I have ways to silence them. What you must do now is release Sun Yang. She nodded, stepping before Sun Yang, regarding him coldly. Today, I spare you for the sake of President Ouyang. But should I see you causing harm on the streets again, do not blame me for being unkind. This opportunity is singular. I hope you grasp it well, for I am not one to be trifled with. As the farce concluded, Sun Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the individuals sprawled on the ground, then irritably kicked at them. You bunch of useless fools, pretending to be dead when the danger has already passed. Get up at once. Excuse me, young lady. Could you please wait a moment? Upon seeing the newcomer, she smiled in confusion. Young lady, I truly wish to express my gratitude. I appreciate your timely intervention today. Had you not appeared to help me, I cannot imagine what might have occurred. The earlier events replayed vividly in her mind. The girl trembled as she spoke. This is what we ought to do. I believe others would make the same choice. Hearing this, the girl's lips curled into a mocking smile. She was a local of the imperial capital. Such situations were not unprecedented, yet previously, no one had dared to step forward due to their fear of the Sun family. She found it laughable, a group of adults, a bunch of grown men, unable to stand up to a young girl. It was something that would provoke laughter. In any case, thank you. With that, she waved goodbye and turned to leave. Watching their departing figures, a flicker of reluctance crossed her eyes. Reflecting on the events of the day, she clenched her fist resolutely. I, too, shall become a master of the strange, and like that young lady, I will protect others. Just wait, Sun Yang. My current inability to confront you does not mean I will not in the future. I will surely seek my revenge. President, could you elaborate on the Sun family for me? The esteemed president of the Master of the Strange Association should not be so intimidated by spoiled heir. She needed to understand the reasons behind this trepidation. To be frank, there are 3 prominent families of Masters of the Strange in the imperial capital: the Sun family, the Bai family, and the Hu family. You may offend anyone in the imperial capital, but you must never provoke a member of these 3 families. Let me put it this way. Half of the members of the Master of the Strange Association hail from these 3 families. Once you anger them, you will face relentless pursuit from all 3, a consequence that neither you nor I can bear. Ouyang Zhen's eyes glimmered with profound apprehension as he spoke of the 3 families. Is it truly that severe? No wonder Sun Yang possesses an S-class anomaly. It seems this is the root of the issue. But does power grant them the liberty to act recklessly? Is there truly no one who can rein them in? I cannot stand the sight of Sun Yang bullying girls. You cannot imagine the look in his eyes. Just seeing it makes me want to gouge them out. I feel the same way. Agreed. I've never seen such despicable eyes. Sigh. As disgusting as it is, just remember not to provoke him. Chapter 239. The protective elder son, Ouyang Zhen, sighed helplessly. You may despise him, and I may despise him, but what can I do? The Sun family's influence is too great. No matter how much dissatisfaction I harbor, I must swallow it. Moreover, there is an elder from a Master of the Strange Association in their family. Since you all are currently within the association, that old man will certainly seek opportunities to trip you up. Be clever, and if you cannot resolve matters, come find me. Upon hearing this, the group nodded, ultimately saying little more. They initially thought the farce had concluded, but unexpectedly, the following morning, before they could step out, they were confronted by the elder from the Sun family's Master of the Strange Association. Excuse me, who did you say you are? Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu stepped forward, arms crossed defiantly. If you want her to come with you, then she must. Who do you think you are? Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently adopting a very friendly stance in asking you. Are you certain you wish to respond in such an uncooperative manner? The men in black gazed at Gong Sun Yu, a smirk curling at the corners of their lips. As they were leaving, Elder Sun specifically instructed us that if anyone refused to cooperate, they could be forcibly taken away, and he would take responsibility for any ensuing issues. Given this context, do any of you still wish to act recklessly? This is a blatant threat. Am I not allowed to accompany her? At this point, Gong Sun Yu found himself at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up. Should I seek President Ouyang's assistance? It's fine, I will go with them. Don't worry about me. My strength is not lacking, and besides, I have Ning Zhuo and the others to protect me. Even if we cannot defeat the Sun family members, we can still retreat unscathed. He glanced at the time and set an alarm on his phone. All right, everyone, we can leave now. As he watched their departing figures, Gong Sun Yu clenched his fists anxiously. You must return safely. Half an hour later, at the Sun family residence. Yesterday, they had no concrete understanding of the Sun family. But today, everything had become clear. The Sun family was truly outrageous. Which family would renovate a villa like this? Chi-Chi shook her head, her expression one of disbelief. I think this villa suits Sun Yang's temperament perfectly. It is as ostentatious as he is. Really? What else could it be? Everyone, let us stop chatting here. Elder Sun is already waiting inside. Please go ahead. The man in black urged as he noticed the group had no intention of moving. Upon hearing this, they nodded and strode into the villa. As soon as they entered, an unpleasant voice echoed in their ears. Oh, you arrived so quickly. Are you ready to face your doom? The familiar voice was accompanied by an unsightly face. Young Master Sun, have you already forgotten my warning from yesterday? You truly believe I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? Bah, don't think you can intimidate me. This is the Sun family. Do you dare to act against me here? Sun Yang, who taught you manners? How can you allow guests to speak at the entrance? Everyone, let us discuss this inside. Upon hearing this, the group followed Elder Sun's lead and took their seats beside the sofa. The maid timely served tea and snacks. Aside from Sun Yang, everything appeared harmonious. You all should understand why I have called you here today, right? Elder Sun spoke politely. Isn't it about what happened yesterday? I'm sorry, Elder Sun, but I don't believe I did anything wrong. Even if it were you who had acted yesterday, I would still have been unyielding. With just these two simple sentences, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Ning was seized upon the fleeting glimmer of hostility and spoke up. Ultimately, this matter revolves around Sun Yang. I have footage to prove it. What more can Elder Sun say? I am not one for your so-called evidence. I only know one thing. You bullied my grandson. Regardless of whether he was in the wrong, it is not for outsiders like you to teach him a lesson. I'm still alive. He spoke defensively, casting a glance at the maid beside him. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, we shall not end this here. She had mentally prepared herself before coming. Initially hoping for a glimmer of hope, she found that the situation had indeed turned out as she had anticipated. Interesting. Elder Sun, when you invited me in, I thought you were a reasonable person, but it seems I overestimated you. I truly cannot comprehend how someone like you could become an elder of the Ghost Manipulators Association. If the association allows someone like you to muddle the waters, it won't be long before it meets its demise. What did you say? Each word infuriated Elder Sunday. He intended to explode in anger, but was halted by a glance from Sun Yang. Observing Sun Yang's pleading expression, Elder Sun took a deep breath. You are young, and I shall not argue with you. Let us discuss compensation. My demand is simple. Compensate my grandson with an S-class anomaly. If you agree, you can leave here unscathed. But if you refuse, do not blame me for being unkind. Chapter 240. Sun Yang, brace yourself. After much deliberation, it turned out it was all for the sake of the mermaid. This was entirely his own doing. Why should I compensate him? As soon as she finished speaking, Chi-Chi disapproved and grasped her hand. Still puzzled, she heard Chi-Chi continue. How about this? You release the S-class anomaly and let young Master Sun try to subdue it. If he can manage it, we will give it to him. After all, you're not in need of it. Chi-Chi stated generously. Since my friend has suggested it, I will give you an opportunity. How confident are you? Of course. I am confident, Sun Yang exclaimed, unaware of the underlying tension. Something felt amiss. This girl had just opposed their suggestion, and now she was suddenly in favor. Are you sure you want to try? Grandfather, I want that S-class anomaly. Seeing Sun Yang's firm stance, Elder Sun could not say more. Speak. Which anomaly do you desire? The S-class mermaid you summoned yesterday. Sun Yang blurted out eagerly. At this, Elder Sun's expression shifted. S-class mermaid? Yesterday, the only S-class mermaid in the association was subdued by a novice girl. That girl even used this opportunity to successfully ascend to a high-level ghost manipulator. Could she possibly be the one standing before us? No, it must be a coincidence. How could this girl possess such extraordinary power? Since my grandson has spoken, please release the mermaid for him to try. That is acceptable, but let me warn you in advance. If he fails and the mermaid consumes him, do not blame me for not giving you a heads up. As the powerful ghostly energy surged forth, Elder Sun's face changed dramatically. How could this be? Damn it. How could it be this coincidental? Had he known that Sun Yang had provoked such a terrifying genius, he would not have been so reckless in bringing her here. Now, how could he salvage the situation? Grandfather, why are you grabbing my hand? Let go of me, Be quiet. Elder Sun roared. His sudden change in demeanor left everyone present stunned. Sun Yang was perplexed, anxiously looking at those around him. Grandfather, what are you doing? Let go of me. I need to subdue this S-class anomaly. You wish to subdue me? The mermaid's eyes flashed with anger upon hearing Sun Yang's words. Though she resided in the underworld, she was still somewhat aware of external events. In her anger, a tempest of ghostly energy surged forth, sweeping directly towards Sun Yang. Seeing this unfold, Elder Sun urgently shouted, Stop! The mermaid possesses terrifying power. Once ensnared in her ghostly domain, Sun Yang will have no chance of survival. Hearing this, the mermaid coldly glanced at Elder Sunday. Old man, this has nothing to do with you. Stay where it's cool, or I won't hesitate to act against you. As her words fell, Chi-Chi's voice rang in the air. I see, don't worry, I know what to do. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's assurance, the mermaid finally relaxed. She manipulated her ghostly domain, enveloping Sun Yang within it. Everything transpired too swiftly. Elder Sun had no time to release an anomaly to intervene. He glared at the few individuals before him, his anger palpable as he spoke. How dare they stand on the Sun family's territory and treat his grandson in such a manner right in front of him? It was utterly outrageous. Elder Sun, I, too, would like to release Sun Yang, but the fisherwoman is temperamental. She heard every word of our conversation just now, and under these circumstances, I truly cannot restrain her. She is your peculiarity. How could you possibly control her? Yesterday, when I ordered her to cease, it only incited her displeasure. If I were to further dampen her spirits now, she would undoubtedly ignore me. You might as well let Sun Yang fend for himself. Upon hearing this, Elder Sun sneered and nodded. Very well. Once I rescue Sun Yang, I shall relish in dealing with these individuals. Meanwhile, Sun Yang, caught within the realm of the supernatural, called out, Grandfather, where are you? Though the anomalies he wielded were formidable, each had been subdued with external aid. Since becoming a master of the supernatural, he had never faced an anomaly alone, and in such a predicament, how could he not feel panic? Grandfather, grandfather? Stop calling. This is my domain of spirits. Escaping is simple. Defeat me. The moment the fisherwoman's voice echoed, Sun Yang's eyes brightened. He looked up at the encroaching darkness, momentarily casting aside his fear. Why should I defeat you? Can't we sit down and have a proper conversation? I have nothing to discuss with you. Don't say that, fisherwoman. I find you incredibly intriguing. If you were to become my anomaly, I would cultivate you meticulously, elevating you to SS rank in the shortest time possible. What do you say? Give it some thought. Chapter 241. You're just as detestable as your father. In response to Sun Yang's honeyed words, the fisherwoman scoffed. Do you think I care for such things? Moreover, if you truly had the capability to cultivate an SS rank, that S rank anomaly would not have met its demise so easily. The fisherwoman's mind was exceptionally clear. Observing the individual before her, she decisively ensnared him within a fabricated illusion. As time elapsed, seeing Sun Yang linger without emerging, Elder Sun's heart raced. He cherished Sun Yang, his only grandson. Who else would he care for? Elder Sun, I made myself quite clear. Please do not make this difficult for me. Difficult for you? Elder Sun chuckled coldly. Very well, since you insist, do not blame me for being rude. At this juncture, tearing apart their facade was of little consequence to him. Without hesitation, Elder Sun summoned his S-rank anomaly, the Blazing Giant. Blazing Giant shattered the fisherwoman's domain. Yes, as Elder Sun commanded, the Blazing Giant erupted in brilliant flames. In the next moment, a terrifying heat wave surged forth, starkly contrasting the chilling aura of the supernatural. Instantly, the fisherwoman's domain was consumed by the might of the Blazing Giant. Simultaneously, Sun Yang reappeared within the sight of the crowd. Sun Yang, upon seeing his grandson, Elder Sun was overwhelmed with excitement. He rushed forward, grasping Sun Yang's arm. Before he could speak, he sensed a formidable aura of spirits swirling within Sun Yang's body. Damn it! No wonder the fisherwoman was imprisoned in the golden prison. Her aura is truly terrifying. He needed to get Sun Yang treated quickly, or else he would be ruined. Watching them depart, Chi-Chi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Clearly, he provoked us first, yet it seems as if we are in the wrong. There's nothing to discuss with such a person. Indeed, since they have left, let's make our exit swiftly. Chi-Chi, Cooling, and Ningxue followed closely behind. Upon reaching the doorway, the guards mercilessly blocked their advance, expressions betraying their ignorance of the individuals before them. We cannot force our way through. The enemy's numbers are unclear, and there may be masters of the supernatural among them. We should exercise caution. Cooling, see if you can fly out to find President Ouyang to rescue us. Not a problem. Just wait for me here. Cooling nodded obediently and took to the skies. To their astonishment, A barrier restricting anomalies enveloped the Sun family's grounds. Upon reaching a certain altitude, cooling was immobilized, unable to ascend further. It seems the Sun family never intended to let us leave. Had I known, I wouldn't have followed. I underestimated them. Reflecting on Gong Sun Yu's obstruction, she found her previous overconfidence to be laughable. Now, she had dragged so many into this mess. Do not blame yourself. This is the Sun family's doing. It has nothing to do with you. At present, we cannot leave. We must find a place to recuperate. Agreed. Just as they settled down, Elder Sun approached angrily from behind. He had underestimated the fisherwoman. Despite the Sun family's abundant resources and advanced healers, they remained powerless against the fisherwoman's terrifying aura. I'm afraid I cannot comply with your request, Elder Sunday. Everything is a consequence of Sun Yang's own actions. I have no obligation to bear the burden of his mistakes. Moreover, does this attitude of yours reflect a plea for assistance? We too have our own tempers. Must you truly sever ties with the Sun family? Given the current state of affairs, have we not reached a point of no return? You wish to kill us, and we, in turn, wish to eliminate Sun Yang. Let us see whose life is more resilient. Ning Zhuo taunted, his mocking gaze sending a tremor through Elder Sunday. Damn it, what should I do? On another front, the master of the Supernatural Association. Upon receiving the news, Ouyang Zhen hurriedly rose, leading a group towards the door. Why was I not informed of this sooner? Did I not warn you yesterday? Why did you agree to the Sun family's invitation? No, they must be stopped immediately. I hope it is not too late. At the Sun family, both sides had been at a stalemate for some time. Elder Sun gritted his teeth and spoke. He had exhausted every method, threats, inducements, all to no avail. I refuse to let anyone offend the Sun family on my behalf. I have stated it clearly. I will not save Sun Yang. Again, with this refrain. What did you say? You know my father. Elder Sun recognized the father. I say you are as detestable as your father. Equally loathsome. Chapter 242. The uncertain fate of Shiming. You know my father? Then do you know where he is? Can you tell me his whereabouts? She disregarded everything else, focused solely on finding her father's location. Hearing this, Elder Sun paused, but soon a look of wild joy spread across his face. You wish to know your father's whereabouts? Yes, please tell me. If you want me to tell you, first heal my grandson. As Elder Sun spoke, he pointed towards the back of the villa. She hesitated, conflicted about whether to agree to his demand. Observing her indecision, they smiled and said, Do not look at us. Do as you see fit. Indeed, as long as you are content. Sun Yang could be dealt with at any time. But the news about Shiming would be difficult to obtain again if missed. With their backing, what did she have to fear? Take me there. But you must promise that after healing Sun Yang, you will inform me immediately about my father's whereabouts. Absolutely. Elder Sun nodded calmly. A powerful healing force surged from him into Sun Yang, continuously purifying and dispelling the dark energy within him. As time passed, Sun Yang's complexion gradually returned to normal. He was on the brink of death, but with timely intervention, he would recover, though it would take some time. All right, I understand. He approached Sun Yang and sat down beside him, feeling relieved upon seeing him unharmed. Can you now tell me the whereabouts of my parents? Observing her trembling figure, Ning Zhuo walked over to her side with concern. In response, Elder Sun turned with a cold smile. There is no news. Your parents have long since passed. Stop searching for them. She stared blankly at the figure before her mind a void. Her body shook uncontrollably, her heart gripped by an invisible hand. That can't be true. You must be lying. My mom and dad wouldn't have died so easily. She refused to believe it. Surely, this was a malicious lie spun by Elder Sun out of vengeance. Exhausted, she could hardly bear the weight of such devastating news. Had it not been for Ning Zhuo supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Instinctively, she grasped Ning Zhuo's hand and turned to him with a pleading gaze. They're fine, right? The answer lies with you alone. If you don't believe what he says, then we shall continue the search. The living must see the living. The dead must see the dead. She nodded resolutely, steeling herself, and looked coldly at Elder Sun once more. Just as she was about to speak, fatigue washed over her like a tide. Seeing this, Ning Zhuo hurriedly caught her. When Ouyang Zhen and Gong Sun Yu arrived, they witnessed this scene. Ouyang Zhen, filled with anger, confronted Elder Sun, but but was interrupted by Ning Zhuo. Can we leave the Sun residence now? Ning Zhuo regarded Elder Sun with a frigid gaze. The look in his eyes suggested that should he dare to refuse, he would not hesitate to strike him down. Sensing Ning Zhuo's murderous intent, Elder Sun nodded. Of course. With that, Ning Zhuo said no more and turned to leave with her. Today's events are far from over. By then, it will not only be Sun Yang who suffers. The group departed from the Sun residence. Ouyang Zhen, fraught with worry, momentarily set aside thoughts of the Sun family. Gazing at the unconscious figure lying on the bed, they formed a circle and sat down together. Time passed, and eventually, the person on the bed stirred awake. Her attention was instantly drawn to Ouyang Zhen sitting beside her. A powerful thirst for knowledge surged within her as she grasped his hand, her eyes filled with yearning. President Ouyang, please tell me, what is the situation with my parents? Are they truly dead? He stared at her in shock, his eyes wide and brow furrowed with concern. Why would you think that? It's what Elder Sun told me. I don't know if he spoke the truth. I can only seek an answer from you, President Ouyang. Please tell me. Until now, she had been filled with hope. Only today had she wavered time and again. She did not know whether to continue her pursuit, needing someone to illuminate her path. Their gazes locked, and Ouyang Zhen sighed helplessly. It's not that I am unwilling to tell you, but I do not know the whereabouts of your parents either. What do you mean? After the great battle, I have not seen them since. I do not know if they are alive or dead. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu sighed with a strange expression. If you cannot speak, then remain silent. No one considers you mute. Day after day, all you do is curse. Chapter 243. Stop deceiving yourself. I was merely speaking casually. Why are you so hostile towards me? Gong Sun Yu looked at Ning Zhuo with a face full of grievance. Do not heed his nonsense. Trust your instincts. The living must see the living. The dead must see the dead. Until I find them both, I will not jump to conclusions. I believe they are waiting for me somewhere in this world, and I will surely find them. Suppressing the turmoil within her heart, she turned to Ouyang Zhen, her expression calm. President, can you share anything about my parents? The more detailed, the better. Rather than me telling you, it would be better for you to see for yourself. Time ticked by, and finally, as dinner approached, there was a knock at the door. Watching the flickering images on the television, he reassured her, not finding any bodies is the best news. It indicates they're still alive. Do not overthink it. You are right. I will continue to strive. In the upcoming Spirit Master Tournament, I will achieve first place just like my father, proving to those who doubt me that Shiming's daughter is far from mediocre. With several significant spirits in her possession, the tournament posed no challenge for her. As long as no unexpected contender emerged, victory was assured. It is getting late. You should rest early. We need to register tomorrow. The next day, they arrived at the Spirit Master Association as planned. The announcement of the Spirit Master Tournament drew numerous participants. The hall was packed, with long lines at several registration windows. Her presence attracted considerable attention. Excuse me, are you the newly promoted high-level Spirit Master who captured the water nymph a few days ago? Indeed, that is I. As soon as she spoke, the inquirer bowed slightly. It truly is you. Are you here to register for the tournament? If so, may I suggest you stand with me? There are only 3 people ahead of me. Do not embarrass yourself. A mere intermediate Spirit Master trying to associate with a high-level one is laughable. What did you say? Did I say something incorrect? While I may not know your name, I'm aware you have lingered at the intermediate level for quite some time. Many of your contemporaries have successfully advanced to high level, yet you remain stagnant. What qualification do you have to participate in the tournament? My advice is to go where it is cooler and stay there. She looked around in confusion, unable to comprehend why the two were quarreling. The others behind her exchanged exasperated glances. The way you humans argue is quite childish. To prove your strength, you resort to exposing each other's weaknesses. Chi-Chi scoffed at Gong Sun Yu beside her. In response, Gong Sun Yu sighed in resignation. I admit their behavior is somewhat ridiculous, but you cannot generalize. There are still many normal individuals among humans like myself. Is that so? I truly haven't noticed. Excessive. I have never encountered such an inconsiderate spirit. Just because you call me worthless does not mean your team is impressive. To offend a high-level Spirit Master and provoke one, you have committed every possible mistake. I cannot fathom whether you are here for the tournament or merely to cause trouble. The man collected his thoughts and launched a counterattack. Upon hearing this, the other person's smile faltered, and their hands, which hung at their sides, tightened unconsciously. This lady, judging by your appearance, seems you have not joined any guild or team. Would you be interested in considering us? Should you choose to join our team, all resources in the future will be at your disposal. Even if you desire to take them all for yourself, I will not object. Regrettably, she was not interested in joining a team. Thank you for your kind offer, but I prefer to act alone. I do not wish to waste your time. Miss, please do not rush to refuse. Think it over carefully. Having already expressed disinterest, do you not understand human language? Seizing the opportunity for a retort, the earlier speaker coldly scoffed. As soon as those words left his mouth, the other's expression shifted. Just then, a familiar figure entered the hall. It was Elder Sunday. What a coincidence to see you all here. Are you also intending to participate in the tournament? Is there anything wrong? There is nothing wrong. I simply feel it is unnecessary. Elder Sun waved his hand dismissively. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere between the two parties, the onlookers became curious. What is happening? Is there some conflict between the Yugishi and the Sun family? After all, it is the Sun family. What has she done to offend them? Who would wonder? They must be aware that offending the Sun family would make it difficult to thrive in the Yugishi Association in the future. Hearing the whispers of those around him, Elder Sun continued unhurriedly. I thought you cared deeply about your parents, but it seems otherwise. Learning of their demise, yet still having the intention to participate in the Yugishi competition, you truly possess remarkable ability. I warn you, do not speak nonsense. My parents are alive. Chapter 244. By Shui, I am fine. There is no need to worry about me. I have come to understand that hearing is deceiving, and seeing is believing. Attempting to convince me with mere words is futile. Upon hearing this, Ningzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak again, a figure hurriedly approached. Before departing, he shot a warning glance at a person not far away, hostility swirling in his eyes. Upon seeing the newcomer, Elder Sun's lips curled into a cold smile. Sun Yang, witnessing the scene, protested, "Grandfather, how can you so easily let them go? What they did to me? Have you forgotten? Enough, what is the rush? We have plenty of time. We can toy with them slowly." Once certain that Elder Sun was out of sight, he finally relaxed. Even if he couldn't kill him, he must ensure he is thoroughly humiliated. Upon returning home, before they even opened the door, Chi-Chi and Ningzhou sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? There are people in the house, and some are quite strange. Could they be sent by the Sun family? This was the only explanation she could think of. Hearing this, Ningzhou shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Primedon senza familia presenza. We have not encountered them before. Inside the house stood a group of people. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening behind them, they turned in unison. The leader was a young girl. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" She stared blankly at the person in front of her, curiously inquiring, "Who exactly are you? Why are you inexplicably in our home?" Chi-Chi looked at the girl speechlessly and replied, "What do you mean? I don't know you. I heard about what happened on the street when you confronted Sun Yang. It was so satisfying. You have no idea. That brat has always relied on his family's power to bully others in the capital, running rampant without consequence. If not for Elder Sun's protection, he would have been beaten to death long ago. You have avenged us." Bai Shui excitedly spoke, her face beaming with joy. "Coincidentally, I didn't expect to encounter such an event on the way here. Let us all sit down, don't stand around. Would you like something to drink? I'll get it for you." She warmly invited them, but before she could move, Bai Shui seized her hand. "What's the point of staying at home? I remember you're not from the capital. It's rare for you to visit. Let me show you around. I know the capital like the back of my hand. This is a perfect opportunity for us to deepen our understanding of each other and become friends. Don't you think?" Bai Shui patted her chest confidently. Seeing this, Ningzhou stepped forward. "Going out is fine, but I will accompany you. What does a boy have to do with us? This is a gathering for girls. Don't you think it's presumptuous?" Ningzhou firmly replied. Bai Shui shook her head obstinately. "No way. Why not?" "Because I said so." She glanced helplessly at the two, then turned to comfort Ningzhou. "Ningzhou, just wait for me at home. With Chi-Chi and Chuan Yao with me. There won't be any problems. Chi proudly lifted her chin, mockingly gazing at Ning Zhuo. Ning Zhuo hadn't anticipated things would develop to this point. He forced a smile while feeling utterly defeated. Gongsun, you stepped forward at the right moment, patting Ning Zhuo on the shoulder. All right, brother. At least you have me for company. Let us stay at home together. Ning Zhuo watched them leave, resignedly sighing. Wow, it's so lively here. All right, Meng Po and the Fisher Girl, you should come out and join us. Chapter 245, A-Class Spirit Object. Heavenly Thunder Bamboo, the arrival of the Fisher Girl, and Meng Po expanded their group, and a few of them walked excitedly, occasionally distracted by the sights around them. Bai Shui enthusiastically introduced various attractions, and within half an hour, they had completely bonded. Hey, look over there. She tugged Bai Shui forward, struggling to squeeze through the crowd. Hello, how do you play this? This is a blind box. It costs 48 gold coins each and randomly opens various items. If you're lucky, you might even get treasures or spirit objects. 48 gold coins, is it really that cheap? No wonder so many people are gathered here. She hesitated, glancing at the people beside her. Should I buy one too? Bai Shui, have you played this before? Yes, but my luck was terrible. I didn't get anything good after trying many times, and it cost me quite a bit of gold. Over time, I lost interest in it. Bai Shui spoke disdainfully, recalling the money she wasted on blind boxes. She should have trusted such a scam. You could buy one for fun, just don't cling to it too tightly. She carefully selected one, while the others chattered excitedly beside her. Come on, these cocoons look exactly the same. How can there be any difference? How can there be no difference? They clearly look different. You must trust a woman's intuition. After a moment of hesitation, she randomly picked one up. Just as she was about to open it, a gasp erupted from beside her. Wow, this guy's so lucky. He actually opened a B-class treasure. I bought so many blind boxes without getting anything useful. What does that mean? Don't talk about it. I bought almost 10. I can't believe it. I won't leave until I get a treasure today. It seemed the odds of treasures appearing from the blind boxes were quite high. Don't be foolish. How would you know how many he opened before? There are indeed treasures inside, but the ratio of treasures to ordinary items is vastly different. Unless one is extremely lucky, buying hundreds might yield no treasures. The group discussing didn't notice that after the individual who won the treasure left, the vendor exchanged glances with someone in the crowd. A hidden accomplice sneaked away, targeting the earlier winner. All right, hurry up and open yours. Once you do, we can head to other places. Bai Shui urged. In the next moment, a brilliant light burst forth. Whose A-class treasure just got opened? Wow, what a day. Treasures keep appearing. Why does good fortune never come my way? I'm truly fed up. Why am I standing here? I'm done. Let's go. This is ridiculous. I bought so many blind boxes. I should at least get a consolation prize, right? This is just pointless. They voiced their frustrations, tossing aside their blind boxes and leaving. You actually drew the A-grade mystical item, the Thunder Bamboo? Is my luck truly that unfortunate? We are all human, after all. Why has she purchased so many times without a single win? Is it because she did not pay enough? The fisherwoman exclaimed with excitement. She eagerly selected a jade cocoon and opened it with great anticipation. The attention of all adversaries was focused on the fisherwoman, oblivious to the sudden change in the vendor's expression at the moment the Thunder Bamboo was revealed. No, I absolutely cannot allow this woman to take my item. Why did I only draw a decorative piece? As the vendor pondered, the fisherwoman's disappointed voice suddenly echoed. She stared despondently at the jade cocoon and casually tossed it to the ground. Thankfully, if they all drew significant items, where would my dignity go? Alas, how pitiful. This is no longer entertaining. Let us depart and explore other places. The fisherwoman stated, pulling a few companions as she prepared to leave. Observing this, the vendor hurriedly interjected. Ladies, please wait. What is it? We already paid. Upon hearing the vendor speak, Bai Shui frowned, her gaze unfriendly. This expression clearly indicated she had been duped often. The vendor smiled and waved his hand. I meant no offense. Please do not misunderstand. I simply wish to purchase that Thunder Bamboo from you. Sell? The vendor's intentions were rather audacious. Why should we sell it to you? Bai Shui scoffed. I must ask, are you unable to afford it? That item was placed by you, and the jade cocoon was chosen by us. If we win, it is our fortune. Is there a problem? Oh dear, miss. Why such harsh words? I meant no offense. I merely thought that, Judging by your expressions, that thunder bamboo is of no use to you. So why not sell it to me? I assure you I will offer a satisfactory price. The vendor maintained a cheerful demeanor. Hearing this, Bai Shui rolled her eyes dismissively. I'm sorry, but I'm not in need of money. We can make use of this thunder bamboo. We are leaving. With those words, Bai Shui led her companions away without a second glance. The vendor watched their departing figures, and his expression shifted abruptly. How audacious! You dare to disregard my authority? You lot, keep a close watch on them. There's no way they'll take my items away. Boss, rest assured, we know what to do. Good. Report to me in real time. Do not act rashly. Let us see if they possess anything else of value. Chapter 246. Spare no mercy. The vendor's subordinates trailed them diligently, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. After an indeterminate distance, several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. Who are you? Bai Shui frowned, regarding the individuals before her with suspicion. The group greedily licked their lips, grinning maliciously as they replied, You need not concern yourselves with who we are. All you need to know is that we have come for the item in your possession. Hand over the thunder bamboo promptly, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The thunder bamboo? How do these ruffians know we possess it? Bai Shui sensed something amiss. She pondered for a moment, then scoffed. I never expected that vendor to be so petty. To send so many after us for an A-grade treasure. How amusing. They gazed at the individuals before them with disdain. If you are so fragile, what business do you conduct? Our business is none of your concern. What you need to do now is hand over the thunder bamboo. I warn you, do not test my patience. I have no inclination to harm beautiful women. Though she appeared petite and lacking the mature allure of a seductress, she possessed a unique charm that stirred a primal desire. The man, lost in thought, greedily licked his lips. After all, even a mere grasshopper, easily squashed, could arouse such interest. Indeed, the leader of the group laughed mockingly, leisurely releasing his own peculiar aura. In the darkness, a flower poised to bloom gradually unfurled, revealing an enchanting and eerie silhouette. What a formidable presence. This creature is also of S-grade? I never anticipated that a mere vendor could command such powerful subordinates. Moreover, this creature is clearly targeting me. It restrains my power. The fisherwoman turned pale and averted her gaze. Although she held the advantage in strength, her abilities were drastically hindered by the opposing attributes. Winning this encounter would not be simple. Do not fear. I will assist you. Bai Shui replied with a cold smile, then unleashed her own entity. An A-grade firebird. The fisherwoman glanced at the firebird beside her, then transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the flower maiden. The three entities became entangled in a fierce struggle. The overwhelming ghostly energy surged forth, shaking the surrounding buildings. They were no match for the flower maiden. Let me take over. With that, Chi-Chi stepped forward, retrieving the judge's pen. An indescribable sense of oppression emanated from the pen, causing the flower maiden to turn in shock towards Chi-Chi. You're the king of hell. Is there a problem? Chi-Chi chuckled lightly, mockingly gazing at the flower maiden. She wielded the judge's pen, drawing a prison in the darkness. The flower maiden attempted to resist, but ghostly flames suddenly ignited along the bottom of the prison. It's so hot. The flower maiden's terrified screams shattered the night's tranquility as she panicked and attacked, striving to escape this perilous situation. Yet her efforts were in vain. Her body could not withstand direct contact with the ghostly flames. As the flower maiden's tendrils were gradually consumed by the fire, the leader's expression darkened ominously. Who are you? Do you dare to come and rob us without knowing our identities? You possess quite the audacity. All right, Chui Niao, the rest are yours. Leave it to me. She spread her wings and flew straight at the group, launching a frenzied assault. Chi-Chi and Chui Niao joined forces, rendering the bandits utterly defenseless. Observing this, Chi-Chi chuckled coldly and casually stowed away the judge's pen. With such abilities, they dare to come and rob us? What a pity the vendor is not present. Otherwise, we could rob him. Indeed, we should seek that vendor out for a reckoning another time. After their exchange, they turned to Bai Shui. Bai Shui, are you all right? Why do you look at me with such eyes? Is your entity injured? Do you need me to heal it? Upon hearing this, Bai Shui took a deep breath, rigidly shaking her head. I simply did not expect your strength to be so formidable. I thought you were just ordinary entities. It is already astonishing for an ordinary individual to possess an S-grade entity. Just the ones who have engaged, the fiery Chi-Chi, Chuan Yao, and the fisherwoman, have demonstrated strengths of S-grade or higher, not to mention Ning Zhuo and Meng Pe, who have yet to act. It is utterly disheartening. They are genuinely ordinary entities. Although her words seemed somewhat feeble, Bai Shui shot her a glare, exasperated. Do not deceive me. My sight is quite good. I have nothing more to say. Just spare mercy during the competition. Spare mercy? The competition's roster has yet to be released. How do you know we will be adversaries? Chapter 247. The beginning of the Ghost Master competition. Perhaps I have an inkling. Gong Sun nodded. Among the participating families, one surname is Bai. Coincidentally, there is also a participant named Bai Shui. Without a photograph, I cannot ascertain if they're the same person, but given the circumstances, the odds are high. How formidable is Bai Shui? Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Even if they are friends now, once on the competition stage, personal and professional matters must be clearly distinguished. I cannot be certain. During tonight's battle, she only summoned an A-grade anomaly. Yet I believe her strength should not be so lacking. A-grade? It seems that Bai Shui never regarded you as a friend. Gong Suanyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. The prominent families in the imperial capital differ greatly from those outside. These individuals are typically powerful and influential. Is there any anomaly they cannot acquire? An A-grade anomaly is hardly worth mentioning. Do not say that. I can sense that Bai Shui genuinely regards me as a friend. Perhaps she withheld her true strength for some reason. Upon hearing this, Gong Suanyu shrugged indifferently. In any case, the families in the imperial capital are far more intricate than they appear. During the competition, you must exercise utmost caution. As long as the judges have not declared your victory, there is still a glimmer of hope. Understood. As the two conversed, they gradually shifted their discussion towards the list of participants. Chi-Chi cautiously approached Ning Zhuo, lowering her voice to whisper in his ear. Should we find an opportunity to deal with that stall owner? No rush. Let us discuss it after the competition. Such greedy individuals will never easily relinquish any treasures. So there is no need to worry about him running away. There are priorities in life. Given the current situation, it is unwise to stir up trouble. I'm not concerned about him escaping. My fear lies in what he might do during the competition. Rest assured, with us keeping watch, there will be no issue. Ning was said with a confident smile. At his words, Chi-Chi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Although Ning's statement sounded somewhat arrogant, every word rang true. The following day, on the outskirts of the imperial capital, a desolate mountain, the originally barren hills were now bustling with people due to the competition. Chi-Chi eagerly spoke up. But before she could express her excitement, Gong Suanyu turned to her with an odd expression. He glanced among the group and cautiously said, "Excuse me for asking, but haven't you all familiarized yourselves with the competition rules? We had no time to concern ourselves with such matters. What is wrong?" Chi-Chi replied dismissively. "Well done. You haven't even reviewed the competition rules? I regret to inform you that you cannot participate in this competition. The registration rules are restrictive. Only those who have signed contracts with anomalies may enter, and you truly cannot." Gong Suanyu helplessly raised his hands. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo exchanged shocked glances. Wait, what is happening? Why was such an important matter not communicated to us? Why didn't you mention this earlier? I've been excited for days. Chi-Chi glared at Gong Suanyu, with displeasure evident. Seeing her reaction, Gong Suanyu rolled his eyes innocently. I assumed you knew. Who knew you were so indifferent to this issue? Consider it a lesson learned. Having had previous dealings with the Sun family, they would undoubtedly take measures against the fisherwoman. No, we must find a way to enter the competition. I don't care. You must find a way for us to participate. My dear Yalma, I am merely an ordinary person, not the president of the Anomaly Control Association. What good would it do to tell me? If you have the ability, speak to Ouyang Jun. As long as he agrees, you can enter the competition. However, once he consents, the situation in the arena will not be so straightforward. As he spoke, Gong Suanyu's expression suddenly grew serious. Their eyes met, and Chi-Chi abruptly realized something. If the competition allowed uncontracted anomalies to participate, who knows how many SS-grade anomalies would emerge? The lack of contracts signifies risk, with casualties beyond control. Upon reflection, it is entirely reasonable for the association to make such a decision. Do not worry, I will be fine. Are you not aware of my strength? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi glanced at Ning Zhua. What shall we do? As the situation has developed to this extent, we can only abide by their rules. We shall remain vigilant outside the arena, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of trouble. If we cannot enter the competition, then we will guard the perimeter. Hearing this, Chi-Chi and Ning Zhua nodded, refraining from further discussion. An hour later, the first match commenced. The first round utilized a chaotic free-for-all format, with 20 participants per group, from which the top 5 would be selected. Before she could express her astonishment, the first round's participant list appeared on the large screen, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. Bai Shui truly is Bai Shui, Gong Suanyu remarked warily. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shui hurried over, excitedly exclaiming, "The first match is about to begin." Upon hearing this, Bai Shui sheepishly scratched her head. Yesterday, I simply wanted to conserve my strength. I did not intend to deceive you. My strongest anomaly is indeed not the flame bird. You will see shortly. Regardless of who your strongest anomaly is, remember this. Do not attempt any underhanded tactics. Chi-Chi warned, her gaze fixed on Bai Shui. At that moment, she desperately needed an outlet for her pent-up emotions. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui immediately responded. Just before taking the stage, Ning Zhua did not forget to remind them, be cautious. If anything seems amiss, do not force it. I understand, you can rest assured. As the competition commenced, Bai Shui did not hesitate to summon her strongest anomaly, an S-grade ghost horse. The magnificent creature was ablaze with dark, ghostly flames, its proud figure and sleek musculature radiating an air of contempt. This ghost horse is so magnificent. If you like it, I can get you one after the competition. Really? Wouldn't that be too much trouble? What a thing to say, we are friends. The two chatted and laughed, completely disregarding the other 18 participants. Witnessing this, the other competitors exchanged glances filled with frustration before summoning their own anomalies. These two girls were insufferably arrogant. They must be dealt with first. I agree. The anomaly control competition is not a place for idle chatter. Everyone, charge. Before she could even command the fisherwoman, Chi-Chi's voice echoed through the arena. All right. The competitors looked on in confusion at this unfolding scene, filled with doubt. What is that? I don't know. It might be some kind of treasure. Just be careful. The competition only stipulated that uncontracted anomalies could not participate. There were no other strict regulations. Can something that devours anomalies help me control this group? It's a bit challenging, but it can be done in short time. The ghastly aura gradually dissipated under the illumination of the white light. The 18 anomalies hardly had the chance to launch an attack before their strength was significantly weakened by the purifying power. Do not panic. This merely diminishes their power. Wails echoed throughout, yet not a single anomaly managed to escape. Such strength. It is no wonder she has become the youngest senior anomaly controller in the Anomaly Control Association. After resolving all the anomalies, she turned to the judge. Hello. May I announce the results of this round? You too. While the other matches concluded, their duel continued. Without a clear victor, the judge was uncertain to whom the first place should be awarded. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui eagerly raised her hand. Perhaps it would be best if she refrained from causing a scene. Hearing this, the judge nodded and announced loudly, the first round is concluded. May the next group of competitors take the stage. As they watched the two descend from the stage, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard. Are these the dark horse contenders of this competition? It is truly terrifying. Uncertainty looms, and one must exercise utmost caution when encountering her. A moment's carelessness could lead to our expulsion. Alas, I can only hope to avoid such an encounter. Bai Shui, are you not a tad too early in your elation? We are merely at the beginning, and I believe everyone possesses considerable strength. Whether we can secure the first place remains uncertain. Within the crowd, there exists an almost imperceptible pressure. Undoubtedly, there are experts among them. You must trust my judgment. I have perused the registration list, and I am well aware of the capabilities of those individuals. Trust me, the championship shall undoubtedly belong to you. Bai Shui assuredly patted her chest. The kingfisher echoed in agreement, excitedly flapping its wings. All right, let us tone it down a bit. There are so many eyes upon us. What of it? They ought to recognize your prowess. Indeed, to celebrate our triumphant start, I shall treat tonight. Let us rejoice. Bai Shui exclaimed with exhilaration. Chapter 249. Defeated opponents rest assured. This time there are no restrictions on gender. Bai Shui generously patted Gong Sun Yu on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu gratefully nodded, thanking Miss Bai for the opportunity to attend the gathering. So, where shall we convene tonight? At the Indulgence Club. The Indulgence Club, the largest establishment in the capital, frequented by the elite. Its resplendent exterior exudes sophistication. Upon entering, they were astounded by the sights before them. Bai Shui, this place is stunning. The expenses must be exorbitant, and the servers are dressed to the nines. Standard procedure. This is the largest club in the capital. Had I not borne the surname Bai, we would not have had the privilege of being here today. Bai Shui spoke proudly, leading her companions towards her usual private room. As they strolled, pausing to marvel at their surroundings, none noticed the grim expression on Ning Zhuo's face. From a moment, he stepped into the club. A splitting headache assaulted him. Something deep within his mind churned relentlessly, striving to break free from its confines. What? Been here before? How could Ning Zhuo have visited the capital? Surely, you must be mistaken. He pressed his hand against his temple, desperately attempting to discern the fleeting images flickering before him. It was futile. The more he sought clarity, the more intense his pain became. Why was this happening? What connection did he have to this place? When would his memories return? A myriad of questions swirled in Ning Zhuo's mind, akin to a lost fawn unable to find its path. Ning Zhuo's distress made it difficult for her to enjoy herself. Rather than squander time here, it would be better to take him away. Bai Shui and Gong Sun Yu ahead noticed the situation behind them, turning with curiosity and confusion. What is wrong with you two? It's nothing. Let us keep moving. Rest assured, if I cannot endure, I will speak up. Very well then. Reflecting on Ning Zhuo's earlier words, Chi turned thoughtfully towards the kingfisher. Ning Zhuo is an SS-class anomaly. Such prowess renders mid-tier high-ranking anomaly masters utterly powerless against him. Apart from those exceptionally skilled high-ranking masters, who could possibly harm him? I too ponder this question. The most crucial point is that Ning Zhuo's emergence predates ours by a significant margin. Could it be that the original Prodigy anomaly master can find him? Doubts lingered in Chi and the kingfisher's minds. Their discussions were mere speculations. The truth could only be unveiled if Ning Zhuo regained his memory. Let us proceed step by step. We are already in the capital, and the truth cannot be too far off. The group arrived before the elevator doors, chatting and laughing as they awaited their turn. As the doors opened, a familiar figure appeared before them, and in an instant, the smiles on their faces vanished, replaced by indifference and hostility. One ironic twist of fate. Gong Sun Yu rolled his eyes at Sun Yang, who also appeared taken aback by their presence. His surprise quickly morphed into a sneer. Have you come to celebrate so soon? Aren't you a bit premature in your joy? And what of you? Without the S-class anomaly, what significance does your participation in this grand competition hold? I advise you to withdraw promptly to avoid embarrassing yourself. Bai Shui provocatively gazed at Sun Yang. Their rivalry had roots in childhood. Ignoring the provocations, he spoke for himself. Very well, I'm always up for a challenge. Sun Yang is merely a defeated opponent to her. She had bested him before and could do so again. There's nothing to fear. Oh, you possess quite a bit of confidence, don't you? Just wait. It won't be long before you pay dearly for your arrogance. Sun Yang retorted, then turned to Chi and the others. You must be present during the competition, otherwise there will be no one to collect her remains. Sun Yang, enough already. If it were anyone else provoking me, I would remain silent, but since it's you, I find your words utterly ridiculous. Just a defeated opponent. I truly wonder where you derive your courage to challenge me. You. His sensitive spot struck. Sun Yang erupted in fury. Sensing his intent, Bai Shui stepped forward, positioning herself between the two. Sun Yang, understand where you are. Causing a ruckus here will not be tolerated. Even the Sun family cannot protect you. Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Sun Yang's expression shifted. The Indulgence Club has a complex background, one he could not afford to provoke. Fine, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. I shall find my opportunity. Today, consider yourselves fortunate. With that, he strode away from the elevator. Gong Sun Yu rolled his eyes sarcastically, muttering, "Consider us fortunate?" It's bewildering how he dares to utter such words. He is merely a defeated foe. Enough, enough. We are here to celebrate today. Let's not waste our good spirits on such unworthy individuals. Bai Shui soothed, and then led everyone into the elevator. The sounds of revelry erupted within the private room. Having departed the casino hall, Ningxue gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Observing the jubilant faces of his companions, a flicker of murkiness crossed his gaze. He must uncover the connection between himself and this place. He greeted his companions hastily and rushed towards the exit. No one anticipated that this small oversight would lead to trouble. Chapter 250. Capture the club's layout resembled a labyrinth, with all doors appearing identical. She remained oblivious to the fact that, at some point, a figure had begun to stealthily follow her. Upon realizing this, the individual hastily concealed their belongings. The brightly lit room exuded a faint fragrance as she lay on the plush bed, bewildered by her surroundings. Where's this place? How did she end up here? Memories surged back from her unconsciousness. Just as she pondered who was responsible, footsteps echoed from the bathroom. In the next moment, a familiar figure emerged from the bathroom, disheveled. I didn't expect you to awaken so soon. Sun Yang, what is your intent in bringing me here? Had she known he had ulterior motives, she would not have been so careless. Given this place and its atmosphere, can you not deduce what I desire? What do you want? What do I want? Surely you are aware. I covet your anomaly, and, incidentally, I wish to eliminate you. Ha ha. However, it is futile. Sun Yang had manipulated something within her. At present, she felt no connection to the underworld. Damn, how could this be? Do not struggle. This room possesses special restrictions, apart from allowing me to slaughter you. You may accomplish nothing else. You. Her gaze darkened, a fierce determination emanating from her being. You would be wise to take my life, for if I depart from here, the Sun family shall face utter ruin. Even when death looms, you still dare to utter threats. It appears you are truly oblivious to your current predicament. Meanwhile, in the opulent private room of a club, after searching high and low, no familiar face could be found. Hearing a sound, Bai Shui and Gong Sun Yu abruptly turned their heads. A fleeting look of panic crossed their eyes as Bai Shui dropped the microphone and hurried over to Qi Qi. Are you certain? Could it be that you overlooked something? Cautiously inquired Chuan Yao. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui did not hesitate, quickly leading everyone out of the private room. She intercepted a passing waiter, regarding him with an icy demeanor. Have you seen the girl who came with me earlier? And no, I haven't seen her. The waiter averted his gaze nervously, and after uttering these words, he attempted to flee. Observing this, Bai Shui reacted swiftly, seizing the collar of his shirt. You had better speak the truth. You cannot possibly be unaware of my identity. I may not be able to confront your boss, but you, I can. The waiter, alarmed by Bai Shui's warning, felt a surge of panic. I'm not sure, but when I delivered water, I saw a young master Sun S-man lurking behind her. After that, I witnessed that man leaving with a girl, but it was too far away for me to ascertain if it was the one you seek. What? Sun Yang again. Damn it. How could I forget such a crucial detail? Bai Shui lamented. Sun Yang is notoriously vindictive in the capital. He repays every slight. Can you trace his whereabouts? Ningxue inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety as he observed Bai Shui's increasingly troubled expression. After a brief hesitation, Bai Shui produced her phone. I am uncertain. The Sun family possesses an overwhelming number of properties in the capital, and coupled with their standing within the Association of Ghost Manipulators, locating him will not be easy. I shall do my utmost. With that, she dialed a number. It won't work. I just tried, and the underworld seems to have been tampered with. I cannot feel its presence at all. Neither can I. The Sun family's power is formidable enough to sever the connection between Qi Qi, Chuan Yao, and the underworld. Alone, how could she possibly contend with Sun Yang? No, we must find her post-haste. Bai Shui, we are pressed for time. Rest assured, I have already dispatched people to search. Bai Shui nodded, turning aside to continue her call. Gong Sun Yu hesitated before dialing Ouyang Zhen. I will reach out to President Ouyang to see if he has any solutions. Meanwhile, on the other side, unable to summon Meng Pe, the Lady of the River, for assistance, she had no choice but to rely on her own strength. Fortunately, she had been diligently honing her skills during her previous encounters with the uncanny. Otherwise, she would have been nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter at this moment. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I did not expect you to possess such resilience. You can still resist in this situation. Do not think that just because the Sun family are the locals of the capital, they can act with impunity. Without me, there are countless others like me in the world. One day, you shall perish at the hands of someone like me. She was merely buying time, confident that Chi and the others would soon realize her absence. Given enough time, she would surely await their rescue. Do you believe you are the first to attempt to bring me to justice? Regrettably, they all perished. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 251. Ouyang Zhen's confrontation. As Sun Yang's words fell, an uncanny presence materialized beside him. He was the master of the room, rendering him nearly invincible within these confines. She remained vigilant against the A-grade anomaly before her, daring not to let her guard down. Go ahead, devour her. Let her become your supplement. Sun Yang sneered. The purifying energy dispelled the ghostly aura, brushing past the dark serpent. Sensing the extraordinary power, the malice in the serpent's eyes intensified. Witnessing this, Sun Yang erupted in manic laughter. Ha ha, were you not quite capable? Have you conceded so swiftly? It makes sense, without the anomaly in the underworld. You are but an inexperienced child. How could you possibly hope to challenge me? Do not delude yourself, ha ha ha. His laughter was grating to the ears. Just as the gaping maw was about to engulf her, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. Bang! He glared coldly at the A-grade anomaly before him, allowing the SS-grade power to surge forth. It was Ning Zhuo. How'd you find this place? Upon seeing the newcomer, Sun Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. Had he known these fools would act so swiftly, he would not have squandered precious time. Heish, what are you waiting for? Move. Sun Yang, seemingly oblivious to the formidable ghostly energy radiating from Ning Zhuo, angrily commanded the dark serpent. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuo's expression shifted abruptly. Seeking death, he bellowed, unleashing terrifying power that rippled outward from his center. Sun Yang was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. As for the dark serpent, Ning Zhuo's ghostly energy consumed him in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time even to scream. With Sun Yang's domain shattered, Meng Pe and the Lady of the River rushed forth from the underworld. You dare to employ underhanded tactics to ensnare us? Let's teach him a lesson. The two women unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Chi and Bai Shui could not help but join in. Is everything all right? He could hardly imagine what might have transpired had they arrived, even a moment later. I am fine. Do not fear. It is all over. Nothing will happen. I know. Observing this, Chi-Chi's fury towards Sun Yang intensified. Do not strike anymore. Stop this madness. Sun Yang roared in unrestrained fury as the women continued to beat him mercilessly. He glared at those surrounding him, scoffing derisively. Do you even know who I am? How dare you strike me? Do you wish to die? Sun Yang, do not use the Sun family to intimidate us. They may lack influence, but I possess it. In the face of Sun Yang's aggression, Bai Shui stepped forward defiantly. I am the eldest daughter of the Bai family. In terms of status, I surpass you. Dare to harm my friends, and you truly must be tired of living. You shall await your reckoning. If I do not teach you a proper lesson, I shall no longer bear the surname Bai. Bai Shui's confidence was unwavering. The title of young lady spoke volumes. Hearing this, Sun Yang clenched his fists in resentment. He had intended to retort, but the women's unwavering gazes bore down upon him. To avoid further conflict, he was compelled to remain silent. Gong Sun Yu surveyed the situation before turning to call Ouyang Zhen. She is unharmed, just a bit shaken. Rest assured, we will take good care of her. I appreciate your assistance, President. Gong Sun Yu briefly relayed the situation to Ouyang Zhen before ending the call. She had believed that timely communication would prevent any clash between Ouyang Zhen and the Sun family. At this moment, Ouyang Zhen was engaged in a face-to-face discussion with Elder Sunday. Upon hearing the earlier phone call, Elder Sun breathed a sigh of relief. He forced a smile at the person before him and spoke somewhat politely. Ouyang Zhan sneered, directly interrupting Elder Sunday. Upon hearing this, Elder Sun felt a flush of embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words, while being backed by the Sun family. Regardless, Ouyang Zhan was the president of the Association of Ghost Manipulators. As long as he held this title, the Sun family would remain beneath him. He genuinely feared that Sun Yang, in a moment of folly, might undertake an unwise action. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. Elder Sun, I am aware that the Sun family is powerful, but that does not grant you the right to act unchallenged in the capital. Should you overreach, you will effectively sever your own path. There is no need for the Sun family to jeopardize the hard-earned legacy of many years for the sake of a single Sun Yang. I trust you grasp my meaning? He gazed at the person before him with a complex expression, and after a long pause, he politely clasped his fists and bowed slightly. Thank you for your guidance, President. I now know how to proceed. Excellent. Elder Sun, you are a wise man. Do not let me down. As he watched Ouyang Zhan depart, Elder Sun angrily slammed the cup he held onto the ground. Chapter 252. Tampering with the list, Ouyang Zhan attempted to enter several times, but was repeatedly blocked by Chi-Chi. Left with no choice, he waited outside. Chi-Chi candidly conveyed her message to Ouyang Zhan without any intention of seeking his opinion. She merely wished to inform him. Upon hearing her words, Ouyang Zhan nodded. Is that so? I beg to differ. You did not witness Sun Yang's smug expression yesterday. The matter is far from simple. Chi-Chi shook her head disapprovingly. A petty person would never relinquish their intentions due to mere threats from others. Malice ingrained in one's nature cannot be feigned. I firmly believe the Sun family will soon take further action. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhan could not help but furrow his brow. He was at a loss for words to amend the unfavorable image of the Sun family in Chi-Chi's eyes. It was futile to say more now. He could only hope the Sun family would act sensibly. Ouyang Zhan glanced at his watch and then stood up. The others nodded in agreement. We appreciate your assistance tonight. President Ouyang. Gongsun Yu graciously escorted Ouyang Zhan to the door. Ouyang Zhan smiled and shook his head. Chi-Chi, for some reason, I feel a lingering unease in my heart, as if something significant is about to happen. I share the same sentiment. The Sun family will certainly not remain compliant if they insist on their reckless ways. They shall not blame me for my lack of courtesy. It was not until the second round of the competition commenced that she, accompanied by Ning Zhuo and others, made her way to the venue. Upon arrival, Bai Shui approached with a grim expression. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, the group inquired, What has happened? Why do you look so troubled? Don't even get me started. I fear you will go mad if I tell you. Bai Shui coldly shook her head and pointed towards the Sun family's team. What did you say? Bai Shui's words caused their expressions to change dramatically. I knew this would happen. How could the Sun family abandon their intentions simply due to Ouyang Zhan's warning? Damn it, what should we do now? Feeling Chi-Chi's thoughts, Sui Tsui spoke thoughtfully. That's a good idea. I was thinking the same. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement with Sui Tsui. Their gazes intertwined in the air, forming an unspoken consensus. Gongsun Yu, anxious, positioned himself between them, expressing concern. Please, don't be so agitated. This is a public place. How can we resort to violence? Chi-Chi and Sui Tsui, known for their unpredictable nature, realized that if they killed Sun Yang, they would immediately find themselves in a ceaseless chase. Such reckless actions were unacceptable to him. Is it really that simple to resort to violence? Chi-Chi retorted, Calm down. There must be a better solution to this matter. Bai Shui and Gongsun Yu share the same thoughts. Let me handle it. Can you? Under different circumstances, he preferred to avoid conflict. Thank you for your concern, but I wish to resolve this myself. Now unbound, standing in public, she was absolutely confident in her ability to make Sun Yang unable to rise again. The nightmares he had caused her over the past few days had to end. They turned their gaze towards the Sun family, and by coincidence, they locked eyes with Sun Yang's provocative stare. Damn it, this guy's too arrogant. Bai Shui's fury ignited upon witnessing this scene. The tampering with the competition list had already infuriated her, and now Sun Yang dared to provoke them in public. Was he out of his mind? Did the Sun family not understand the meaning of death? Chi-Chi gritted her teeth, rolling up her sleeves. Bai Shui, feeling agitated, ran her fingers through her hair. Ningzhu chuckled coldly. Let us wait and see. Chapter 253. S-Class Deception. The Firestarter, it is no exaggeration to say that the Sun family was the most treacherous and cunning group she had ever encountered. The collective cunning of everyone else in the capital could not compare to the Sun family's. Not to mention their underhanded tactics. If they were to claim the second position, no one would dare contest for the first. To be blunt, it was entirely possible that she could lose her life at Sun Yang's hands. Thank you for your warning. Bai Shui, I now know how to proceed. On the surface, she appeared nonchalant, yet the fury in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. As the second round of the competition began, Ouyang Zhen had initially paid little attention until he saw the battle list on the large screen, causing his heart to leap. He turned angrily toward the staff beside him, who hung their heads in silence, and he swiftly realized the situation at hand. Nearby, Elder Sun lounged in a recliner, half-closed eyes suggesting he felt assured of victory. Ouyang Zhen strode toward Elder Sun, kicking his chair. President Ouyang, I do not comprehend your intentions. Are you truly ignorant? Or are you pretending? Have you already forgotten my warning? How ridiculous! He had been filled with delight, believing Elder Sun would amend his ways. Who could have anticipated this scene? The Sun family clearly had no regard for him. Elder Sun calmly insisted that the matter had nothing to do with him. Ouyang Zhen was immediately incensed. Well, your family truly excels. I hope you do not regret your actions today. Do not forget, her surname is Shi. If Shi Ming were standing here, I might fear him. However, she is merely a young girl. No matter her talent, she cannot surpass Shi Ming in such a short time. To threaten me with her, President Ouyang, do you not find that amusing? Elder Sun remained impervious to his words. With the situation escalated to this point, Ouyang Zhen understood there was no need to continue the conversation. Very well, we shall see the true skills on the battlefield. He ordered 24-hour surveillance on Sun Yang and Elder Sun's every move, ready to disqualify them at the first sign of deceit. Understood. Since the situation had reached this level, he saw no reason to spare them any dignity. Ouyang Zhen stated this plainly in front of Elder Sun, who stiffened at his words, casting a cold glance at him, but refraining from further comment. As they stood on the competition stage, the atmosphere fell into silence. This battle would be one to witness. Some observers expressed their disbelief. Indeed, especially with so many advanced anomalies beside her. Few words need to be said about the girls, but that man looks quite formidable. I felt the same. When I brushed past him earlier, the anomaly within me dared not stir, fearing it would provoke him. Thus, this competition is truly intriguing. Let's anticipate it together. Their gazes intertwined, sparking vibrant fireworks in the air. You too, despite being beaten to a pulp, managed to recover in such a short time. I expected you to enter with a swollen face. His words directly enraged Sun Yang. With a darkened expression, gritting his teeth, he retorted, do not get too pleased with yourself. I have put in considerable effort to deal with you. Just wait. Today, before this audience, I shall thoroughly trample you. Let us hope you can deliver. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what you will become. Two individuals exchanged fierce words, repeatedly stoking the flames of conflict. The audience observed this scene with increasingly grave expressions, including Chi-Chi and Bai Shui. In her anxiety, Bai Shui spoke up. As her words fell, Ningzhu's lips curled into a smile. Fear not. Soon you shall witness an intriguing spectacle. What does that mean? The group looked at Ningzhu in confusion. Though they were puzzled, Ningzhu's assurance provided them a sense of relief. The impending battle was electrifying. Amidst the astonishment of those present, Sun Yang summoned the S-grade fire artisan. My goodness, am I seeing this correctly? Has the Sun family gone mad? To invest such significant resources, of all people, why on Sun Yang, the notorious wastrel? That is the fire artisan. The audience lamented, feeling a deep sense of injustice for the fire artisan. Some things can only yield their utmost value when wielded appropriately. Clearly, Sun Yang lacked the capability, not to mention an S-grade anomaly. Even an SS grade would not help this inept individual create any significant impact. Chapter 254. Is there cheating in the junior division? The atmosphere in the arena was tense. The moment the fire artisan appeared, Gong Sun Yu rolled his eyes in annoyance. I truly cannot comprehend why elder son favors Sun Yang so much. Even if he is his only grandson, such favoritism is unwarranted. Entrusting the fire artisan to Sun Yang is akin to squandering resources. I'm utterly astounded. In response, Bai Shui shook her head helplessly. Although Sun Yang is not the legitimate heir of the Sun family, he is the sole offspring of this generation, and until another emerges, I suspect all family resources will be directed toward him. Hearing this, Gong's son Yu fell silent. One elder son's lack of clarity is one thing. To think there are so many of them in the Sun family. Alas, we are all doomed together. Ningzhua, is there really no need for us to intervene subtly? The fire artisan has a natural advantage over the fisherwoman. Chi-Chi turned to Ningzhua anxiously. Did I not just say? Just wait for the show. Ningzhua remained composed. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi refrained from further comment, her expression indifferent as she directed the fisherwoman. The fisherwoman manipulated the water vapor, attempting to envelop the fire artisan. Unfortunately, it was futile. The fire artisan was completely unaffected by the water vapor. The scorching heat emanating from him evaporated the vapor before it could form a shield. While this tactic might be devastating for others, it was ineffectual against him. Is there no other anomaly you can employ besides the fisherwoman? I have eagerly anticipated this battle, so please do not disappoint me. With that, Sun Yang glanced at Ningzhua and his companions. All right, I just remembered. Those few are not even your anomalies. What does it matter if you claim to have a good relationship with them? At a crucial moment, none will be useful. I advise you to concede early to avoid others accusing me of bullying you. The one who should be worried is you, not me. Rest assured, victory in this match is assured for me. At that moment, enough, fire artisan, do not waste time with her. Eliminate her with a single blow. Sun Yang's impatience grew. Upon hearing this, the fire artisan showed no hesitation, igniting with searing flames, akin to a fireball, hurtling toward the fisherwoman. Observing this, the fisherwoman stood motionless, calmly counting down. 3, 2, 1. As her voice fell, the advancing fire artisan abruptly halted. The flames dissipated, revealing a face of innocent bewilderment. The fire artisan gazed around, seemingly unaware of the circumstances. Unlike his previous decisiveness, he now resembled child. Sun Yang was taken aback. Fire artisan, what are you doing? I commanded you to attack the fisherwoman. Fire artisan. Sun Yang roared in fury. The fire artisan turned his head irritably to glance at him, but showed no intention of complying. The audience began to exchange glances, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. Is it just my imagination, or has the fire artisan become foolish? I share the same sentiment. It appears he no longer recognizes Sun Yang. The fisherwoman possesses a skill that induces foolishness. How utterly absurd. The fisherwoman's domain is already challenging for ordinary people to escape. Now, with an added ability to render others foolish, it is preposterous. Nearby, Chi-Chi and the others were equally stunned by the unfolding scene. 3 seconds later, Chi-Chi erupted into uncontrollable laughter. What on earth did you do to the fire artisan? This is cheating, pure cheating. The fire artisan is his strongest anomaly. Now reduced to this ridiculous state, it signifies his disqualification from the entire match. Damn! Bai Shui stared in shock, utterly perplexed. Wait, can someone explain what is happening? Do you recall the other anomaly you encountered a few days ago? Chi-Chi laughed while turning to Bai Shui. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui nodded. Her name is Meng Pe, the one standing on the bridge of forgetfulness. The water vapor released by the fisherwoman is not ordinary. It is the vapor of Meng Pe soup. Not only the fire artisan, but had the vapor spread further, all present would have succumbed to foolishness. Chi-Chi laughed uncontrollably, seemingly envisioning a scene where a multitude of fools sat watching others compete in foolishness. Hearing this, Bai Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. So that is Meng Pe. I never imagined she was so formidable. If I may inquire, what is her grade? S. Although she had anticipated this, Bai Shui felt a sense of helplessness upon receiving the answer. Such talent transcends mere prodigy. It is utterly outrageous. Referee, she has cheated. You must intervene. Not receiving any attention, Sun Yang turned to the referee in a fit of rage. The referee, looking down, coldly snorted, "Do not spout nonsense. How could I be unaware that the fisherwoman's skill can render someone foolish? This is clearly favoritism. Sun Yang seethed with anger. He turned to seek help from Elder Sun, only to find Ouyang Zhen standing before him. It seems this matter must be resolved on his own. Very well, continue the battle and do not waste time. Chapter 255, You're no match for him. Fisherwoman, Ghost Domain. In the next moment, the fisherwoman unleashed her ability, attempting to ensnare Sun Yang within its depths, forcibly dragging him into a nightmarish realm. The transparent ghost domain allowed the audience to witness everything transpiring within. Sun Yang, now within the ghost domain, transformed into an alternate version of the fisherwoman. They watched as Sun Yang was adorned in bridal attire by villagers, repeatedly cast into the sea, drowning time and again. Such a scene was chilling, even for onlookers. A few moves directly rendered both Sun Yang and the fire artisan foolish. Impressive. Who could argue otherwise? I only hope I do not draw her as my opponent in the upcoming matches. A formidable contender for the championship has emerged. Who will be next? Observing Elder Sun's grim expression, Ouyang Zhen felt elated. You. The words spoken by Ouyang Zhen were akin to pouring oil on flames. Elder Sun gritted his teeth, wishing to retaliate, but this individual was the president. Alas, despite his grievances, he could only swallow his anger. Noticing the fleeting glint of malevolence in Elder Sun's eyes, Ouyang Zhen concealed his smile. Elder Sun, I have warned you thrice, yet you remain obstinate. This time, I shall not concern myself with you. Ouyang Zhen waved his hand dismissively. As he prepared to turn away, he suddenly recalled something. You. Ouyang Zhen's words were a blatant attack on the heart. Upon observing the expression on Elder Sun's face, Ouyang Zhen nodded in satisfaction, uttering no further words as he turned and departed. In response, Elder Sun hurriedly rushed to the stage, embracing the dazed Sun Yang. Yang, look at me, I am your grandfather. Elder Sun called out with concern, cautious not to startle Sun Yang with his volume. Hearing this, Sun Yang turned with a bewildered expression, gazing at Elder Sun in confusion. Grandfather? What is a grandfather? Can it be eaten? The scene was utterly hilarious, a source of great amusement for everyone present. They erupted in laughter, their earlier frustrations dissipating along with Sun Yang's foolishness. This incident would not be overlooked. Calm down. Your turn to compete is coming soon. Are you prepared? In her view, Sun Yang's plight was a result of his own actions. Bai Shui responded with a composed demeanor. Rest assured, I have been prepared for a while. Fortunately, I did not face you. Otherwise, regardless of how much my family invested in me, I would not stand a chance against you. Bai Shui had already mentally prepared herself for the competition when she signed up. Reputation was trivial. It was unnecessary to humiliate oneself. By the way, you haven't informed me who your opponent is. In reply, Bai Shui pointed to a figure clad in a black robe, adorned with a red mask, not far away. That person is my opponent. Intriguing, isn't it? I had someone investigate his background, but aside from basic information, nothing else was found. I can't shake the feeling that he is quite dangerous. How did he end up here? Chi-Chi and Ning Zhuo also recognized this familiar figure. They exchanged glances, beginning to speculate on his purpose for being present. There is a possibility, but I can't help but feel that his intentions are not so straightforward. Cui Niao expressed her concerns. Chi-Chi, feeling agitated, ran her fingers through her hair. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui curiously leaned in. What are you talking about? Do you know this person? Indeed, we do, and there has been considerable conflict in the past. In summary, remember this. He is a dangerous individual, Chi-Chi warned. Bai Shui, during the match, if you sense anything amiss, surrender immediately. Do not hesitate. No, you should go inform the referee now that you forfeit this match. She grasped Bai Shui's hand tightly, her concern evident. She genuinely did not wish for Bai Shui to compete. Bai Shui was taken aback by the intensity of the other's attitudes. She stared blankly at them before finally speaking. Wait, you all are rambling on about this. I truly don't understand. But you do not comprehend him, nor his terrifying nature. You will not be his match. Forfeit. Chapter 256. The mysterious masked man Bai Shui entered the Grand Sorcerer competition partly due to the Bai family and partly for herself. She was eager to see how far she could progress without relying on external forces or her family's influence. At the moment the referee called her name, she reiterated her warning. Remember, if anything feels off, surrender immediately. Nothing is more important than your safety. All right, I know what to do. Wait for my good news. Bai Shui declared as she strode confidently onto the stage. The two competitors, a figure in peculiar attire, shrouded in mystery, and the esteemed young lady of the Bai family, created an undeniable spectacle. As the referee's voice echoed, Bai Shui immediately summoned her S-class anomaly, the siren. The audience gasped in astonishment. Is that the siren? Bai Shui truly embodies the privilege of the Bai family. The siren not only represented the Bai family's status, but also symbolized Bai Shui's identity. In this regard, Sun Yang fell short. It seemed the outcome of this match was predetermined. Perhaps they should announce the results now? Do not rejoice too soon. I have an inkling that Miss Bai Shui's opponent is far from ordinary. He gives off an unsettling aura, someone cautioned. Agreed, I witnessed his previous match. He also wielded an S-class anomaly. His strength cannot be underestimated. Chi reassured them. Bai Shui, being the Bai family's daughter, would not be overlooked by the Sorcerer Association, and they hoped that no significant issues would arise. As anticipated, the cloaked figure glanced at the siren and decisively summoned the Hellhound. With two S-class anomalies in play, the atmosphere became tense. The three heads of the Hellhound fixated on the siren, greedily licking their lips. They turned to their master, receiving a nod before charging forward without hesitation. Bai Shui, however, was undeterred. Siren, attack. The Hellhound, a fire attribute creature, faced the water attribute siren. In this scenario, the Hellhound could not exert its full potential. Bai Shui was confident in her ability to secure victory. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The flames of the Hellhound rapidly transformed into a cage, ensnaring the siren. In an instant, the fire surged, engulfing the siren entirely. It was a swift defeat. Silence fell over the arena. Was it merely an illusion? The Hellhound exhibited a terrifying prowess, despite being of the same rank. How could it disregard the inherent weaknesses of their elemental attributes? How is this possible? Thank goodness I was eliminated early. Otherwise, had I drawn him as an opponent, I would have been finished, she thought, staring in disbelief at the two figures before her. Did you just kill the siren like that? You seem to find this hard to accept? Not to worry. I have more surprises in store for you. The masked man chuckled softly. They landed gracefully before Bai Shui, their gazes icy and unwavering. The masked man's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. Long time no see, everyone. What do you intend to do? Bai Shui sensed that the masked man's previous statement was not a jest. He genuinely intended her harm. Isn't it pointless to announce your intentions now? Patience, and soon you will understand, he replied. You. Chi provocatively lifted her chin. Once the Hellhound was unleashed, no matter how powerful the masked man was, resistance would be futile. They could not allow him to continue gaining strength. Wait, you cannot directly attack this competitor. That violates regulations. If you insist on doing so, I will have to disqualify you, the referee interjected, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Chi turned, speechless. Can someone explain where this fool emerged from? He remained inactive during the earlier crisis, and now chooses to interject. Noting Chi-Chi's incredulity, the referee helplessly raised his hands. Chi, let us get Bai Shui out of here. We need to deliberate on this matter. Losing the siren was trivial compared to the potential danger this masked individual posed to the Bai family. Gong Sun Yu, having listened attentively, interjected, It's futile. After seeing the list, I immediately checked his identity. This individual has considerable backing. Aside from basic details, nothing else could be uncovered. Bai Shui shook her head. If we cannot find anything, we should directly consult the president. He must have the answers we seek. Gong Sun Yu spoke as he rose to head towards Ouyang Zhen's location. It's better not to go. I don't wish to trouble President Ouyang. However, he pondered, I have somewhat discerned his intentions. Chapter 257. A wave of peculiarities approaches Bai Shui suddenly interjected. Upon hearing her words, the gazes of several individuals fell upon her. If I am not mistaken, this fellow is targeting the peculiarities of the underworld. If his goal truly lies with the underworld's anomalies, it could spell trouble. She lacked complete assurance that she could triumph over the masked man. Do not fret. We are currently at the venue of the Ghost Master competition. Should any issues arise, the president will not stand idly by. We have time to observe this individual closely. Once we identify his weaknesses, we will have our opportunity. Chi-Chi, listening nearby, exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Zhuo. Reflecting on the recent events, she thoughtfully remarked, I can't shake the feeling that the Hellhound seems somewhat off. What do you mean? All right. The competition continues. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they were intercepted by members of the Sun family midway. Now look where we are. Huh. Do you believe the Sun family cares about the arena competition? Young lady, you have gravely offended young Master Sunday. You have thoroughly provoked Elder Sun. Do you realize that? How absurd. Even at death's door, you still have the audacity to be defiant. It seems this young lady truly does not know how to write the character for death. With that thought, the leaders signaled behind him. Before they could act, the Sun family employed talismans, forcibly restraining them. Feeling an almost imperceptible confinement enveloping her, Chi-Chi spoke in anger. The leader provocatively tilted his chin at her, and without further ado, summoned the peculiarities. She struggled against the oppressive force, her expression growing increasingly serious. Observing this, the Sun family members smirked mockingly, recording the scene on their phones while enjoying the spectacle. Ning Zhuo and the others watched in anxious desperation. Despite exerting all their strength, they found themselves unable to break free from the terrifying confinement. Despair washed over her as she realized she was no match for them. At that critical moment, the earth suddenly began to tremble violently. The surrounding buildings swayed precariously, and an indescribable sense of fear, accompanied by the quaking ground, surged into everyone's hearts. All present stood in stunned silence. A few members of the Sun family exchanged fearful glances and turned to flee. No, this power has nothing to do with the peculiarities. Could it be an earthquake? Don't be ridiculous. The capital has never experienced an earthquake in years. Surely, something significant must be occurring. As the crowd murmured, they remained oblivious to the expiration of the talismans. With frigid gazes, they regarded the 8 peculiarities before them and swiftly struck. The peculiarities were easily dispatched, and their attention then shifted to the group of individuals. Meeting each other's eyes, the latter gulped in fear. Why you? Don't come any closer. Now you realize fear? Do you not think it's too late? Attack! With that, Chi-Chi transformed into a fleeting shadow, decisively eliminating the leader. Ning Zhuo and Cui Niao followed suit, swiftly dealing with the 3 remaining individuals. The 4 at the back, witnessing this, dared not hesitate and scrambled back the way they came. Chi-Chi, don't pursue. This earthquake feels peculiar. We should first seek Bai Shui to ascertain the situation. The earlier earthquake had indeed been unsettling. Others may not have noticed, but she had distinctly sensed a powerful, ghastly aura. They needed to clarify what was truly happening. Upon arriving at the Bai residence, they encountered Bai Shui, who was preparing to venture out in search of them. Before they could speak, Bai Shui asked, Are you all right? We're fine, Bai Shui. We came to ask you about the recent happenings. You must have felt the earthquake, too. I suspect something is amiss. Indeed. What are those peculiarities up to? Do they not realize that the capital is the headquarters of the Ghost Master Association? Acting so brazenly, are they not afraid of repercussions? Does the Bai family or the Ghost Master Association have any countermeasures in place? I'm not certain. But my father and grandfather have already gone to the Ghost Master Association to consult with President Ouyang regarding this matter. I believe it won't be long before we receive good news. Thank you for your concern. My primary worry is that the peculiarities are targeting me. If everything unfolds as I fear, my presence here will only endanger you all. Chapter 258. The outbreak of war in light of the urgent situation. Should we not depart the capital? Perhaps if we leave, these peculiarities will retreat as well, Ning Zhuo proposed. Upon seeing the person standing at the door, Bai Shui's eyes lit up. However, she frowned in confusion. Stepping forward, she coldly regarded the individual before her and sneered, Do you truly require our assistance? Is the Sun family not capable? The Sun family? What does this have to do with them? Uncle Bai gazed at Ning Zhuo in bewilderment, failing to grasp the meaning behind his words. Given the current circumstances, it was not just the Sun family and Bai family that needed to mobilize, but the entire capital. Had Ning Zhuo misunderstood something? As Uncle Bai prepared to explain, Ning Zhuo interjected, Half an hour ago, the Sun family sent people to ambush us. If it weren't for our formidable strength, we would not be standing here now. If you seek our assistance, you must provide us with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. What? Has the Sun family lost their minds? How dare they act rashly at such a time? The audacity of the Sun family, disregarding the repeated warnings from the president. Their arrogance is truly disgusting. Whether they are mad or not is of no concern to me. I only hope that the Ghost Master Association can offer us a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter. If you cannot, do not expect us to lend a hand. The Sun family is powerful. Facing them alone is not the wisest choice. Rather than confronting them head-on, it would be better to let them resolve their internal conflicts. With the conversation reaching this point, Uncle Bai could no longer provide further explanations. He nodded solemnly, assuring, "Rest assured, I will ensure you receive a satisfactory answer regarding this matter. However, before that, I hope you will assist us. Of course, we are not without reason. Let us proceed to the city wall. I will accompany you." As the group turned to leave, Bai Shui spoke with excitement. Hearing this, the others turned with disapproval etched on their faces. Bai Shui, this is not the time for recklessness. Do not forget, your S-rank anomaly perished in the competition. Currently, you possess only a few A-rank anomalies. With such a large-scale attack, you cannot withstand it, Uncle Bai said coldly. In response, Bai Shui stubbornly replied, "I refuse to believe that all the anomalies are S-rank. Uncle, please allow me to accompany you. I have trained to protect the capital and its people. With the capital in crisis, how can I stand idly by?" Bai Shui's words moved Uncle Bai. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "Since you are determined to go, I will not oppose you. However, I advise you to stay close and not wander off. Rest assured, Uncle, I will be a sensible shadow. Time is of the essence. Let's set off now." The group turned and boarded their vehicle, heading straight for the city wall. The moment the defense mechanism was activated, all the malevolent entities within the capital were forcefully expelled. Those of weaker prowess were unable to resist the defensive barriers and perished. 10 minutes later, the vehicles halted at the city wall of the capital. As a few individuals disembarked, a torrent of ghostly energy surged towards them through the barrier. Sensing the overwhelming density of this spectral energy, Ningzhu spread his arms wide, allowing it to engulf him completely. It appears we have underestimated the scale of this bizarre siege. Given the current intensity of the ghostly energy, there must be no fewer than 10 S-class entities outside. Perhaps some of them are even SS-class. As Ningzhu spoke, a flicker of battle intent ignited in his eyes. To regain his strength and elevate himself, he must continually transcend his own limits. Ordinary A-class and S-class entities posed little threat to him. Only the SS-class were worthy adversaries. Observing Ningzhu's excitement, Gongsun Yu rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Brother, can you not control your emotions a bit? Is the presence of SS-class entities good news for us? How many among us can contend with them? As long as I can handle them. Very well. I've never seen such arrogance. Do you have a death wish to be so brazen? Enough of this. Let us ascend and assess the situation." After White Uncle's remark, he led the group directly onto the city wall. Standing at the edge, they gazed in shock at the malevolent entities congregating below. Were these entities mad? What could possibly compel them to invade the capital in such numbers? The capital had always been a forbidden ground for these entities. Even if something attracted them, they would not dare act recklessly. Something was amiss. Regardless of their intentions, they now posed a threat to the capital, and we cannot remain passive. Hearing the murmurs from those beside him, the base leader took a deep breath. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. The capital was in peril, and only we can protect it. Let's all take action. We will safeguard the capital. Indeed, these minor entities pose no threat to the capital. They must ask for our consent. With the rallying cry, one by one, they summoned their entities. The atmosphere became charged with tension. The battle was imminent. The entities on the wall leaped down, while those below surged forward with clamor. "Engage." Yes. With that, she mounted her emerald bird and soared down. From the moment the battle erupted, Ningzhu transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the throng of malevolent entities. He wielded his hands as blades, mercilessly reaping the lives of these entities. In mere breaths, their numbers diminished significantly. Chapter 259. Is SS class truly formidable? Ningzhua, must you be so reckless? Can't you leave a few for us? Noticing this scene, Chi-Chi exclaimed in dissatisfaction. This guy is so formidable. Why doesn't he handle all the entities alone? It's infuriating. You all are moving too slowly. Hasten your pace. Under the leadership of Ningzhua and Chi-Chi, the capital's exorcists easily vanquished the troublesome entities. The base leader watched in astonishment, a lingering shock in his eyes. Why do I feel that Ningzhua's strength has increased? Could he be on the verge of breaking through to SS class? Do you think SS class is as common as cabbage? If it were that easy to break through, Ningzhua wouldn't be wasting his time here. Gongsun, you muttered, unable to contain himself. Yet, he has indeed grown stronger. Is there a problem with that? No wonder you became a senior exorcist in such a short time. It turns out you are this formidable, truly terrifying. At this rate, it won't be long before she surpasses Shiming. Half an hour later, all the malevolent entities had been defeated or subdued. The crisis was thus resolved. Ningzhua and Chi-Chi licked their lips, clearly still craving more action. Investigating the riot? Logically, this should be the base's responsibility. They would certainly find a way to keep her occupied. The base leader smiled sheepishly at this remark. She was indifferent, but the base's stance was crucial. This matter is serious. If the base cannot provide them with a satisfactory answer, she will not act. I wonder how the association and the base plan to deal with the Sun family. Simple. The Sun family has indeed overstepped this time. I have already communicated with the association, and they have dispatched personnel to imprison everyone from the Sun family. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see for yourselves. All imprisoned? I initially thought the base and the association would merely have the Sun family apologize. I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. Can you take us to see? Of course, follow me. The group hastily descended the city wall, heading towards the place where Elder Sun was detained. Shouldn't we be targeting you instead? Ningzhua retorted. The old fox truly lived up to his reputation. His shamelessness was astonishing. Old man, if it weren't for your repeated provocations, we wouldn't have wasted time on you. Now that you find yourself in this predicament, it can only be deemed a consequence of your own actions. Is that so? Haha, you don't think they would dare to kill me, do you? To be frank, they are merely putting on a show to appease you. Kill me? Impossible. Elder Sun wore a confident smile. He was genuinely curious about the nature of Elder Sun's backing. Locking eyes with him, the base leader sighed helplessly. Unless absolutely necessary, we indeed cannot afford to act against him. Why not? To be frank, aside from him, the Sun family possesses a genius known as the Kirin Child, who wields an SS-class entity. Such strength would rank within the top 5 in both the association and the base. If it were not for this reason, do you think the Sun family could have persisted in the capital for so long? SS-class? She gazed curiously at Elder Sun, suddenly intrigued by the Kirin Child of the Sun family. I wonder where that person is now. He seldom makes an appearance. But if he learns that someone is harming the Sun family, he will surely appear. At that point, things will not be so easily resolved. Take my advice. Do not provoke such individuals for the sake of Elder Sun and Sun Yang. The base leader had made his warning clear. However, to everyone's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Ningzhua transformed his hand into a blade and decisively slashed Elder Sun's throat. Blood spurted forth, staining the vision of those present. Is SS class truly formidable? The base leader could not have anticipated that events would escalate to this point. He stared at Ningzhua in shock, his mind blank. You just killed them all? Did you not hear what I said? I heard clearly, but SS class poses no threat to me. Do you even know what you're saying? Have you lost your mind? The base leader's emotions were beginning to unravel. Do not worry. We do not fear SS class entities. If any issues arise, simply have that person from the Sun family come to find us. We will not implicate you. Now that the matter with the Sun family is resolved, I will immediately set out to investigate the cause of the entity riot. Chapter 260. I want to eat something. Given that the situation had already unfolded, the base leader could no longer pursue the matter. After all, it was not they who acted against the Sun family. So even if that person sought retribution, they could easily extricate themselves. Very well, let them be. This matter is now in your hands. All right, but before that, could you provide me with some information? All right, let's take our leave. Shiming, your daughter truly resembles you. I wonder how she compares to the prodigy of the Sun family. As he spoke, he did not forget to reproach the few individuals behind him. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu appeared utterly bewildered. How should one respond? This elder brother is an SS-level anomaly. If given sufficient time, he could evolve into an SSS-level being, at which point, wouldn't he be unstoppable? What do you think? In response, Bai Shui rolled her eyes in exasperation. Are you under the impression that I am naive? If achieving SSS level were so simple, what role would we have in this world? Her statement, though a bit blunt, held some truth. The power he could unleash varied under different circumstances. However, one thing was certain. Ningzhu would undoubtedly ensure her safety. Bai Shui, I understand your concern for me, but if we do not uncover the cause of the anomaly's uprising, trouble will soon follow. I must go. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui let out a resigned sigh. Very well, since you have articulated your intent so clearly, go ahead, but be cautious. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. Rest assured, I am not foolish. If I cannot win, I will flee. Bai Shui bid farewell to several individuals. However, now is not the time for such discussions. We must first ascertain the details of the uprising. The following day, as they exited the Imperial capital base, they encountered several anomalies blocking their path. Judging by their furious demeanor, they seemed to be part of the same group as the anomalies from yesterday. How amusing. You humans are quite audacious. Do you still dare to venture out? Why should we fear? We dealt with so many anomalies yesterday. Do you think the two of you can stir up much trouble? Before they could even make a move, Ningzhu swiftly dispatched them. None of the obstructing anomalies stood a chance against Ningzhu's prowess. He was agile, not allowing them the opportunity to speak further. Observing this, Chi, who had not yet spoken, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Ningzhu, after you have eliminated these anomalies, where shall we conduct our investigation? They are merely A-level anomalies. Do you think they possess any valuable information? Although it sounded like a defense, there was indeed some merit to her words. Very well. What do you propose as our next step? We must first clarify the origins of these anomalies and investigate from the beginning. I concur. I have carefully observed the situation over the past 2 days, and it seems those anomalies originated from the eastern side of the base. I suggest we head there. Excellent. Let us not delay. We shall set off immediately. The group journeyed eastward, and after an indeterminate time, a small squad of anomaly hunters appeared within their line of sight. Are you humans or anomalies? She hurried forward, striving to maintain a calm tone. Please do not be alarmed. We are humans, having come from the Imperial capital. A few days ago, the capital was besieged by anomalies, and we are here specifically to investigate this matter. Upon hearing this, the group visibly relaxed. I see, it seems that besides our city, others have also faced the anomaly siege. What is the current situation in the Imperial capital? Thank you for your concern. The troubles in the capital have been resolved. How about your side? We are faring well. The number of anomalies besieging us is not significant. While our overall strength as anomaly hunters may not match that of the capital, it is still adequate. Our primary objective in venturing out is to investigate the truth behind this anomaly uprising. The group spoke candidly. It is good to have someone to rely on, as it helps avert potential issues. They reached a consensus and continued forward, exchanging information along the way. After a considerable time, Meng Pe and the Fisher girl suddenly appeared. What are you doing out here? For some reason, I suddenly feel an overwhelming desire to eat. I feel the same way. Meng Pe and the Fisher girl exchanged glances, their lips curling in a hint of greed. As soon as they spoke, the other anomalies also manifested uncontrollably. We share the same sensation. I can barely restrain myself. Hearing this, the group exchanged confused looks. Do you all feel the same way? Not at all. Chi shook her head in bewilderment, unsure of what was happening. Over there, Meng Pe suddenly exclaimed, her steps hastening towards the source of the enticing aroma. Observing this, the others quickly followed, eager to uncover the truth. Chapter 261. The Emperor's Tomb. As they advanced, the number of anomalies in the vicinity increased. Half an hour later, the group halted before a recently unearthed tomb. Observing this, Gong Sun Yu pondered aloud. If I am not mistaken, this should be the Emperor's Tomb that was just discovered not long ago. What could possibly be drawing the anomalies here? Gong Sun Yu was perplexed. I do not know, but I can sense that the closer I get, the more I struggle to control my emotions. I feel I am on the verge of losing my reason. I feel the same. All I can think about is food. Meng Pa and the Fisher girl struggled to articulate. We cannot enter. Once we do, the existing balance may be disrupted. They were unaware of the circumstances inside. To act so recklessly would only invite disaster. Upon hearing this, the others were about to agree when Ning Zhui stepped forward. We must investigate. I sensed a familiar anomaly aura earlier, and this may be connected to me. This is the Emperor's tomb of the imperial capital. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Gongsun, you looked at Ning Zhuo in shock. Surely you did not emerge from the Emperor's tomb? I do not know, but I genuinely recognize that aura. Familiar, you say? If that is the case, let us proceed and take a look. We should accompany you. It appears too perilous here, and we cannot in good conscience allow you to go alone. Very well. Then stay close to us. Should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances, we shall leave immediately. In the dimly lit passageway, a chilling wind blew. The eerie sounds emanating from the stones resembled a woman weeping. Merely listening to it sent shivers down their spines. Observing this, Gongsun Yu rolled his eyes in irritation, unable to suppress his disdain for the nearby anomaly hunters. These individuals are far too timid. How can they call themselves anomaly hunters? I cannot fathom what their city lord was thinking in sending such people to investigate. I share your sentiment. These individuals are woefully weak. Without us, they would never have made it this far. When they first encountered each other, Chi had gauged their strength. Except for the leader, who possessed an S-level anomaly. The rest were merely low-level anomaly hunters with A and B-level abilities. Such strength would only suffice for fleeing in any situation. Alas, I should have been more assertive earlier and left them outside. I truly do not understand what benefit there is in bringing along such burdens. Gongsun Yu lamented his decision. Just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming surge of ghostly energy surged toward them from within the passage. The ghostly energy erupted from the tunnel, which was a straight shot, leaving no room for evasion. Upon realizing this, the anomaly hunter squad behind them let out cries of alarm. What a terrifying force! We must flee. Silence. It is merely a slight tremor of ghostly energy. Is such fear warranted? With such meager strength, how can you dare to call yourselves anomaly hunters? If you're not embarrassed, I am embarrassed for you. Chi turned and shouted in annoyance. As her words fell, the crowd fell silent, their fearful gazes fixed ahead. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder this young girl dared to investigate the matter. Her power was truly formidable. Is this the genius from the imperial capital? Indeed, we are not worthy to be compared with them. I wonder when I will reach her level. Hush, let us not dwell on such trivialities. At least we have someone to protect us for now. Once the task is complete, we shall depart swiftly. My apologies, everyone. The recent attack has drained much of my strength, so I may need your assistance in the upcoming battle. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Us? We are hardly their match. Perhaps we should retreat? Do not panic. I have assessed the situation. These are merely ordinary low-level anomalies. With your strength, dealing with them should be effortless. Even if you struggle, we are here to assist you. Let us act quickly. We need a moment to breathe. With that said, they could no longer refuse and began to manipulate the anomalies, carving a path through the chaos. 10 minutes later, they located the entrance to the underground tomb. As they descended one by one, concealed arrows suddenly shot out from both sides of the passage. Fortunately, the anomalies reacted swiftly, shielding everyone behind them. Otherwise, this rain of arrows could have claimed their lives. In contrast, the others advanced with considerable difficulty despite the anomaly's protection. Little sister, could you ask your anomaly to assist us? These traps are too deadly, and our defenses are wearing thin. Yes, I'm a supportive anomaly controller, lacking in self-defense capabilities. Can you protect me? She approached Ning Zhui deliberately, her voice tinged with feigned innocence. Can I trouble you to look after me for a moment? Rest assured, I won't let you exert yourselves for nothing. If there is a way I can be of use, I will give it my all. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhui turned away, his demeanor icy and silent. Gong Sun Yu observed this interaction and rolled his eyes in exasperation. Lady, let us be clear. You are part of their team, not ours. We have no obligation to protect you, so kindly keep your distance. Chapter 262. The wrong chef. What you say sound a bit distant. Our goals are aligned. Shouldn't we help each other? Wang Xinxin boldly expressed her thoughts. She showed no hesitation in revealing her admiration for Ning Zhuo and reached out to grasp his hand. However, before she could succeed, Ning Zhuo's cold gaze fell upon her. In that instant, Wang Xinxin felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. The shadow of death loomed large, engulfing her completely. Sensing Ning Zhuo's disdain, she feigned composure and spoke, "Please don't look at me with such eyes. Although my strength is lacking, my family is affluent. Accompany me, and I promise you will not be shortchanged." At this, Chi-Chi and the others couldn't help but laugh. Chi-Chi teased Ning Zhuo, playfully lifting her chin. "Who would have thought you had such charm? I wonder how much she is willing to pay for you. Do you think my strength can be measured by a price?" A simple phrase from Ning Zhuo successfully flustered Chi-Chi. She silently gave him a thumbs up, nodding in respect. Truly, he was the strongest among their group. Just look at that attitude. Impressive. So you came here for him, huh? I suspected you were getting too close to us. Little sister, here is some advice. Do not covet what does not belong to you. Even the most enticing bread is not yours to take. Since you refuse to sell him to me, you must take on the responsibility of protecting me. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile crept across Ning Zhuo's lips. Guess what? Is the anomaly here more terrifying, or am I? Keep your distance. If you come any closer, do not blame me for being impolite. The expressions of those behind him shifted. What is this fool bragging about? Who knows? If I had known they would act so excessively, I wouldn't have joined them. Reflecting on the recent events, she clenched her fists in frustration. Jealousy surged within her, almost consuming all her reason. Just then, the trap reactivated. Witnessing this, Ning Zhuo's eyes widened in horror. Just as he was about to pursue, the tomb passage eerily sealed itself, flattening into the ground. I'm fine, but what is this place? The enclosed chamber was filled with an array of culinary tools, resembling a storage space akin to a kitchen. How could there be such a place in an imperial tomb? Did the emperor have a penchant for cooking? This must be the royal kitchen. It seems the tomb's owner lived quite well during his lifetime. As he pondered, the royal kitchen abruptly transformed. Dust vanished in an instant, and several figures appeared unexpectedly within the chamber. With such dreadful cooking, you still wish to linger here? Begone. It's not like that. It was he who stole my ancestral recipe. He has set me up. Meng spoke thoughtfully. It appears this is the realm of that anomaly, at her words. The fisherwoman was about to nod in agreement when the matron beside her turned in fury. What are you three still doing here? All you do is slack off. Hurry up and get to work. Upon hearing this, the three stood frozen. Only when they exchanged glances did they realize their attire had changed completely. Oh no, we've turned into palace maids. Meng rolled her eyes in resignation. Yet, there was no choice within the realm of the ghost domain. They could only comply with its master's orders. Hopefully, they would soon unravel the ghost domain. This situation was simply too awkward. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuo and Chi-Chi were urgently searching for a way forward. This tomb passage is completely sealed. We cannot find an entrance. Chi-Chi shook her head, her expression grim. Turning, she fixed her icy gaze on Wang Xinxin. Initially, she hoped for a reaction, but to her surprise, Wang Xinxin wore a smile. Don't waste your efforts. You want to find her. The little girl has gone missing. Why don't you all come and join me? I assure you I will nurture you well. Why do you have to speak to me like that? Ning Zhuo scoffed. Just as he was about to confront the woman, she leisurely produced a mysterious talisman from her bosom. Wang Xinxin casually tossed the talisman toward Ning Zhuo. In the next moment, the talisman transformed into strands of golden thread, ensnaring Ning Zhuo completely. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Xinxin swiftly drew Ning Zhuo into her golden ring. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Chi-Chi and Gong Sun Yu reacted, it was too late. They gazed in shock at the woman before them, a flicker of shadowy uncertainty gleaming in their eyes. What have you done? Release him at once. Why should I? I captured this anomaly through my own strength. If he possesses the capability, he can break free from my binds. Otherwise, he belongs to me. Wang Xinxin raised her chin triumphantly, exuding an air of arrogance akin to a swan. Seeing this, just as Chi-Chi prepared to advance, Gong Sun Yu hastily pulled her back. Calm down. If Ningxue cannot escape her talisman, what chance do you have? Let's wait for an opportunity. Don't let me catch a break. Otherwise, I'll devour her anomaly completely. After uttering these words, Chi-Chi turned on her heel in fury. Gong Sun Yu shot a cold glance at Wang Xinxin before hastily following after her. I don't see it that way. He is simply too cowardly. If it were me, I would have charged at him with a knife. Chapter 263. The Ancient Ghost Manipulator. What time is it now? Why are you targeting him? The focus should be on how to escape this cursed domain. Perceiving Meng Po's discontent towards the chef, the fisherwoman spoke helplessly. If everyone harbored personal motives while deciphering the ghost realm, they would inevitably find themselves trapped here for eternity. As the two conversed, a sudden flash caught their attention. Stop talking and let us figure out how to leave. Initially, they believed the ghost domain would shatter, yet no one anticipated that, under such circumstances, the chef would still be framed and expelled from the palace. Clearly, to unravel the ghost domain, they must prevent the chef's banishment from the palace. Moreover, they needed to devise a way to teach this master a lesson. Although they were supposed to be mentor and disciple, this person continually undermined the chef, leaving one to wonder what his intentions were in taking on a student. The fisherwoman shook her head in confusion. Regardless, this master remained the chef's greatest obstacle within the palace. They needed to be direct and eradicate the root cause. I refuse to believe that without him, the chef could still be expelled from the palace. As Meng Pa spoke, she rolled up her sleeves. Just as she was about to take action, a figure suddenly entered their line of sight. It was the Emperor. Wait, perhaps we don't need to resort to murder. What do you mean? This is the Imperial Palace. The Emperor holds the utmost power. Rather than risk expulsion after committing murder, why not showcase his brilliance to the Emperor? With the Emperor's favor, who would dare touch him? Meng Pa and the fisherwoman followed closely, holding the exquisite dishes freshly prepared by the chef. After tasting the chef's culinary creations, the Emperor, without hesitation, bestowed upon him the title of first chef. With the chef's rising status, the master gradually lost the leverage to oppose him. The chef was no longer framed nor expelled from the palace. Time passed, and in an instant, the ghost domain collapsed. The group reappeared in the long-sealed imperial kitchen, accompanied by the honest chef from the ghost realm. Thank you, young lady, for your assistance. Without you, I might never have reached such heights. The chef was humble. You possess true talent. Those petty individuals cannot possibly replace you. At this, the chef bowed again. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your rescue. I will do my utmost to assist you in the future. There's no need to go that far. I only have one question. Can you truly cook? Yes. Perfect. I have a plethora of peculiar ingredients. Could you assist in transforming them? I genuinely wish to avoid consuming these raw materials any longer. Earlier, in the ghost domain, Meng Pa had noted how delectable his cooking was. If he could indeed transform these bizarre ingredients, they would be in for a treat. Just the thought brought her joy. Upon hearing this, the chef nodded. No problem. Leave it to me. Once we are out, I will prepare a feast for you. Well, that meant she wouldn't be included. By the way, how did you all end up here? Although the royal mausoleum has been discovered, very few have entered. And you're the first group to infiltrate my ghost domain. To be honest, we came to investigate the bizarre disturbances. We were drawn in by a strange aroma near the royal mausoleum, but curiously, that enticing scent vanished upon entering. Indeed, my desire for food also faded. Yet upon reflection, it resembled the aroma of ordinary dishes. Could it be you who created it? Realizing a possibility, the fisherwoman looked curiously at the chef. Please don't misunderstand. This matter is in no way related to me. However, I believe I know what you're referring to. Allow me to guide you there. Meanwhile, others were still struggling to find their way forward. After the earlier incident, Gong Sun Yu and his companions had ceased communication with those behind them. As long as they could find another path, they would not hesitate to part ways with these individuals. Which fool constructed the royal mausoleum? Why build such a long corridor? Is it for running? Gong Sun Yu complained. Hearing this, Chi-Chi boldly conjectured perhaps the emperor needed the exercise. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu was left speechless. You certainly have an imagination. What's wrong? Is there a problem with what I said? At that moment, the group came to a halt, their attention drawn to a sudden emergence of countless skeletons crawling from all directions. The sight left them astonished, instinctively drawing closer together. What is this? A chilling aura enveloped them, nearly freezing them in place. Gong Sun Yu nervously licked his lips, hiding behind Chi-Chi. These beings emit a strange energy. The emerald bird observed in confusion. Just then, someone from behind exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary ancient ghost manipulator? What on earth is that?" The unfamiliar term left Chi-Chi perplexed. I've read some accounts of the ancient ghost manipulator. It is said that they possess the ability to control the bizarre, manifesting in a parasitic form that utilizes the host's body. Once the host perishes, they too lose their vitality. In other words, their fates are intertwined. So, according to you, these individuals are long dead, yet now they appear alive? Can you explain the current situation to me? Chi-Chi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Upon hearing this, the man hesitantly replied, "Perhaps this latest resurrection of the bizarre has affected them, which explains why they appear human yet exude an eerie aura." Chapter 264. Act quickly to seize enough with the idle chatter. Let us eliminate them. Chi-Chi huffed. After uttering this, she was about to command Wang Xinxin to release Ning Zhuo when an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from the golden ring. In the next moment, the golden ring shattered, and a familiar figure materialized before them. Before Wang Xinxin could comprehend what had happened, Ning Zhuo swiftly severed her head. Blood sprayed forth, splattering those nearest to Wang Xinxin with the crimson liquid. The nauseating stench of blood invaded their nostrils, prompting horrified gasps as they frantically wiped the blood from their faces. Observing this, Ning Zhuo shot them a warning glare. "If anyone dares provoke me again, don't blame me for slaughtering you all." Hearing this, the group stiffly nodded, not daring to utter a word. Let us go. With their silence, Ning Zhuo offered no further commentary, transforming into a streak of light and charging forward. Under the full force of the SS-level bizarre, all skeletons were instantly shattered. Chi-Chi, the emerald bird, and Gong Sun Yu closely followed Ning Zhuo, focused solely on their swift escape. Upon entering the grand hall, an indescribable allure re-emerged, stronger than before. The fisherwoman and Meng Pa gasped, their eyes betraying a glint of greed. Their gazes fixated on the flickering candles in the hall, trembling as they drew nearer. Were the candles enticing them? What were they? Those are mermaid candles. The bizarre can enhance their level by consuming the incense. Had I not been trapped here for so long, accustomed to the scent, I might have lost my sanity like them. These incense can actually elevate the bizarre's level. The potency of the incense surprised them. If Ning Zhuo consumes this incense, could he potentially ascend to SSS level? Just as they were about to seize the mermaid candles, a commotion arose behind them. Under Ning Zhuo's lead, other ghost manipulators finally reached the grand hall. Is that the mermaid candle? What is the mermaid candle? Fool! How could you not know about the mermaid candle? It is a remarkable artifact that enhances the level of the bizarre. If we could obtain the mermaid candle, our strange abilities would ascend to the S or even SS grade. What? Is it really that powerful? Then why are we hesitating? Let's swiftly seize it. After this exchange, the crowd, without a moment's thought, surged forward with their bizarre powers. Witnessing this, Ning Zhuo's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He transformed his hand into a blade, mercilessly reaping the lives of the exorcists present. The sudden and indiscriminate onslaught left the others in a state of shock. Ning Zhuo had never exhibited such terrifying prowess in front of her before. What had transpired? All the blame lay on that woman named Wang Xinxin. Not only did she push him into the tomb passage, but she also forcibly bound him. If it weren't for his exceptional strength, he would still be trapped by her. And that woman? Rest assured, she is already dead. The moment Ning Zhuo broke free from his seal, he eliminated her. She deserved it. Speaking of Wang Xinxin, Chi-Chi wore a sardonic smile. There are sins that can be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones cannot be endured. That woman sought her own demise, and there is no need for sympathy. However, one cannot deny that she was quite detestable. In her demise, she left them with a significant dilemma. As an SS-grade entity, Ningzhua's transformation into a vengeful spirit greatly amplified his ghostly power. Under such circumstances, even if all present united, they would stand no chance against him. Do not worry. Leave it to me. A warm white light enveloped Ningzhua, attempting to dispel the crimson ghostly energy within him, but to no avail. We underestimated his SS-grade strength. Damn that woman. Chi-Chi, stop your cursing and think of a solution. At this rate, Ningzhua will eliminate them all, and then it will be our turn. Gongsun, you spoke nervously. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi rolled her eyes in exasperation. How can you call yourself a man and lack any spirit? Sister, did you not witness his indiscriminate attacks? He strikes with lethal precision, and I possess but a single head. How can I withstand him? Gongsun, you gritted his teeth. If only he had an impervious body, he would not feel such fear. Ningzhua. At this moment, human greed was laid bare. They could disregard their own lives, all for a fleeting opportunity to enhance their strength. Ridiculous. Meng Pe, fisherwoman. Safeguard the mermaid candle. We must not allow them to claim it. Fear not. What I desire shall not be relinquished easily, even if I must destroy it. I will ensure they do not obtain it. Meng Pe sneered. The three stood back to back, protecting the mermaid candle, coldly observing the approaching exorcists. Seeing this, Chi-Chi's expression shifted. Do not worry, I am fine. How can that be? Chi-Chi anxiously protested, but in the current situation, she had no means to forcefully intervene. Under the taint of ghostly energy, her entire state appeared quite unwell. Ningzhua, troubled, reached out to steady her, closely examining her condition. After a moment, he furrowed his brow at the surrounding crowd. Who is the senior exorcist? Come forth and assist. Upon hearing this, those repelled by Meng Pe exchanged glances instinctively. The combat prowess of Meng Pe and her companions was indeed formidable. A direct confrontation was clearly unfeasible. The only viable option was to outsmart them. I am a senior exorcist. If you wish for my assistance, simply hand over the mermaid candle, and we shall handle the rest. Without hesitation, Ningzhua nodded in agreement. Very well, then. No. The exorcist, elated by Ningzhua's response, reached out, but Chi-Chi shouted emphatically. She hurried to Ningzhua's side, shaking her head in disapproval. Both Ningzhua and Chi-Chi held steadfast to their views, unwilling to yield. Their gazes clashed in the air, igniting sparks. Observing this, Ziliu and Gongsun Yu rushed forward, forcibly separating them. Calm down, both of you, Gongsun Yu implored earnestly. In response, Ningzhua boldly declared, unless you can propose an alternative, I shall unhesitatingly hand over whatever they desire. As soon as Ningzhua's words fell, Ziliu excitedly interjected. A few exorcists nearby exchanged subtle glances of derision. You must think carefully. As beings of the bizarre, you should understand better than anyone the dangers of ghostly energy invading the body. This girl cannot wait much longer. Silence. Ningzhua turned sharply, his voice a cold warning. If these fools continue to speak recklessly, he would not hold back. Boom. The underworld manifested beneath her feet, shadow-like, accompanying her closely. Chi-Chi struggled to absorb the ghostly energy. Time ticked away, and the surrounding individuals began to murmur. This is our best opportunity to act. Delay, and it will be too late. We're no match for them. The outcome remains uncertain. Do not bolster their confidence at the expense of our own. They intended to seize the mermaid candle amidst this chaos, but the sudden sound of footsteps shattered their illusions. At that moment, every heart present leaped into their throats. They turned to the source of the sound and soon saw several groups charging in. Who are you? We are from the Imperial Capital Base. Sensing a powerful surge of bizarre energy, we came to investigate. What has transpired? The situation is as follows. Damn it, how could those people be here? Gongsun Yu's expression darkened as he glanced at those conversing with a neighboring city's exorcist team. What is the matter? Ziliu inquired curiously. I recognize them. They are from the Sun family. Their presence here at such a time cannot bode well. Everyone, stay alert. The Sun family? She glared angrily at the distant figures, her hands clenching unconsciously at her sides. These individuals are truly relentless. To target her, they have followed her here. Seeing this, Ziliu and Gongsun Yu stepped forward, directly placing themselves before the three. The Sun family members had already grasped the situation unfolding in the Emperor's tomb. What a surprise to encounter you here. How amusing. What do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? Your question is rather amusing. Shouldn't you reflect on your own actions? You think you can bully the Sun family and escape unscathed? You are courting death. The leader of the Sun family sneered and beckoned to his companions. You four, stop them. The rest of you come with me. Let us seize the mermaid candle. Yes. Sun Xiang, do not go too far. Just as the Sun family was about to act, another group appeared. It was the Bai family. Bai Shui. Seeing a familiar face, Gong Sun Yu's spirits lifted. Bai Shui, this matter does not concern you. It would be wise not to meddle. How absurd. Do not forget the purpose of our outing. What will you do to the imperial capital? The bizarre disturbances intensified, affecting even the Emperor's tomb. The base had no choice but to send reinforcements. Had she not arrived in time, one could only imagine the chaos that would have ensued. The Sun family conducts its affairs. What does it have to do with your Bai family? I advise you not to meddle, lest you bring calamity upon yourselves. What are you waiting for? Move. Chapter 266. The battle imminent before the previous year. The atmosphere was charged with impending conflict as the members of the Sun family surged towards Ning Zhuo and his companions. Despite his formidable strength, he found himself at a disadvantage, outnumbered. Sensing the difficulty painted across Ning Zhuo's face, Bai Shui turned anxiously to those behind her. Uncle, stop hesitating. Quickly, lend a hand. Are you certain? Bai Ershu regarded Bai Shui with disapproval. You and father have always taught me that mere individual strength is insufficient. What is essential is a steadfast and reliable ally. That ally stands before us now. Do you truly wish to abandon this opportunity? Bai Ershu was taken aback by Bai Shui's words. He paused, then nodded in acquiescence. Xiao Shui has grown up and understands the current predicament. Since our esteemed Bai family lady has spoken, let us confront the Sun family. Indeed, with Bai Ershu's directive, the Bai family members surged forward. It was not entirely his fault. Apart from Bai Shui and Bai Ershu, he had no prior interaction with the others present, leaving him uncertain of their intentions. As he observed figures approaching, Ning's alarm bells rang fiercely in his mind. Stay back. At his words, the several Bai family members stared at Ning Zhuo, momentarily bewildered as they struggled to comprehend his reaction. Bai Shui, caught off guard by Ning Zhuo's intense response, hurried to his side, her voice laced with urgency. Ning Zhuo, do not be alarmed. They are my family. They will not harm you. While I trust you, that does not extend to them. Ning Zhuo candidly expressed his sentiments. Bai Shui was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether to feel pleased or to offer a wry smile. You must believe me. We genuinely come to assist. If you prefer we keep our distance, simply voice your needs directly. Upon concluding her statement, Bai Shui beckoned her companions, and they began to mobilize. Combat erupted throughout the hall's corners, yet Ning Zhuo remained indifferent, unwilling to intervene. Time passed, and suddenly, a voice filled with excitement broke through the chaos. Rest assured, I'm fine now, thanks to everyone's help. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui waved her hand dismissively. Very well, but first, we must address the current predicament. Initially allies, they now found themselves as adversaries. How absurd. Bai Shui, does your team include a healer? Yes, her name is Bai Shuang, our team's healer, and her skills are quite commendable. Excellent. Everyone, gather around us, with Bai Shuang and me at the center. We will provide support and do our utmost to prevent your injuries. As he spoke, Ming Pe, the Fisher Maiden, and other Bai family sorcerers hurriedly positioned themselves back to back, forming a protective circle. Chef Spirit, it is time for you to showcase your prowess. Let them witness the might of a culinary sorcerer. In response, the Chef Spirit nodded resolutely. Rest assured, leave it to me. True to its nature, the Chef Spirit conjured manifestations that were utterly bewildering and impossible to withstand. As the onslaught of eerie entities began to lose their coherence, the sorcerers grew frantic. What are you fools doing? We have not issued orders. Do you even know who your master is? What are you imbeciles doing? Yet at that moment, the Fisher Maiden's mermaid candle flickered and vanished. The mermaid candle is gone. She turned to investigate the situation, only to find her surroundings shifting abruptly. The group was forcefully drawn into an unfamiliar, ghostly realm. As the darkness receded, a breathtaking vista from a millennium past unfolded. How beautiful! Goodness, Chef, is this truly where you dwell? If I were born in such a place, I would roam freely rather than confine myself to the palace. Meng marveled, shaking her head disapprovingly at her companions. The chef spirit, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Every individual has their aspirations. My desire to remain in the palace is to preserve my family's culinary legacy. For me, cooking is paramount. Hearing this, Meng nodded in appreciation. I did not realize your resolve was so profound. Well done. Wait, why are there only a few of us here? Where are Ning Zhuo and the others? Apart from the spirits bound to her, the rest had vanished. You foolish girl, what are you dawdling about for? The rules class is about to commence. If you wish to avoid being expelled from the palace, hurry to class. But soon, she recognized her predicament. Stripped of her previous guise, she now resembled a lowly maid from the Cold Palace. The teaching space was set within the Cold Palace Hall. Just as she was about to converse with Meng Pe and the Fisher Maiden, she was astonished to find them missing. What is happening? Where have they gone? You dim-witted girl, why are you looking around in confusion? Do you even comprehend the gravity of this situation? Continue this foolishness, and I shall break your legs. Chapter 267. The obsession of concubine Xiao. Her full attention was on the melancholy figure of concubine Xiao seated on the throne, her eyes glimmering with uncertainty. The oppressive aura of ghostly energy surrounding her was even more potent than what they had sensed in the Emperor's tomb. If her intuition was correct, concubine Xiao was likely the foremost entity among the myriad of spirits within the ancient tomb. What could have transpired in her life? Sensing the gaze of others, concubine Xiao lifted her head pensively. Their eyes met, and her brow furrowed in intrigue. Your Highness appears unwell. I possess some medical knowledge. Perhaps I could offer you assistance? In response, concubine Xiao nodded. You possess considerable audacity, entering my ghostly realm while contemplating your escape, yet seeking to approach me. Your Highness jests. I am no stranger to the ghostly realm. I am well aware that to exit requires unraveling its mysteries, rather than engage in futile efforts. It would be wise to comprehend your obsessions. Should you wish to confide in someone, I am here to listen. Memories long buried surged forth like a tumultuous tide, tormenting her with unbearable anguish. Obsession? Had I known entering the palace would lead to this fate, I would have never come. The palace's intrigues are far more terrifying than I had ever imagined. I wish no harm upon others, yet they conspire against me. How absurd. Concubine Xiao scoffed, her eyes betraying a sense of regret. At that moment, a familiar figure interrupted her thoughts. Your Highness, it is time for your meal. The matron approached concubine Xiao with obsequiousness, bowing respectfully. You may proceed. Yes. Having finally encountered a familiar face, she was unwilling to squander the opportunity. The current situation was beyond her capacity to manage alone. She needed to gather them to devise a plan. Just as she opened her mouth, she heard a cold voice. Do not obstruct the way. Please form a line at the back. She pointed to herself, bewildered. Chef Spirit, do you not recognize me? I have traversed this palace countless times. I have seen nearly 100 people. Should I know you? The chef spirit appeared increasingly impatient. Enough. Do not waste my time here. Line up at the back. She found herself standing behind a throng of palace maids, her gaze fixed intently on the chef spirit. Confusion blossomed within her, but she soon grasped the situation. She was currently ensnared within concubine Zhao's ghostly realm, where everything was a manifestation of her memories. The chef spirit from 1,000 years ago was merely a palace cook. It was unsurprising that he did not recognize her. Sigh. I had thought I had finally found someone to strategize with, yet it has turned out like this. What am I to do now? Casting a glance at the maids surrounding her, an idea sparked in her mind. Apologies, my dear sister, but I must inquire. The Cold Palace is not that vast. It should be simple to gather information. After synthesizing all the details, she arrived at a conclusion. The obsession of the noble consort Xiao lies in her wrongful accusation. Only by finding a way to clarify this matter can she escape the realm of spirits and depart from here. But how exactly was consort Xiao wronged? Days passed by one after another. She gradually uncovers the truth behind consort Xiao's injustice and understands why she ended up in the cold palace. However, thus far, she has yet to discover a means to exonerate consort Xiao. Another day slips away. A visit? At that moment, consort Xiao suddenly uttered such a remark, leaving her feeling somewhat perplexed. She truly does not know who the relatives of this body as owner are. The next day, Ningxue, what brings you here? How wonderful. I feared I would never find you. I did not expect that my relative in the palace would be you. Perhaps this is destiny. It's a long story. Let's find a place to discuss it further. Why is this realm of spirits so peculiar? Normally, upon entering, one transforms into the master of the realm, experiencing all that they once endured, yet this time. In fact, not just this time. What does this mean? The last time I subdued the culinary spirit, I also witnessed everything unfold as a mere observer. The imperial tomb may not be as simple as we imagine. Upon hearing this, Ningxue expressed his concern. Should I find a way to enter with you? I am genuinely uneasy about you being alone in the cold palace. It's best if you don't. That place is fraught with danger. Recklessly disrupting the plot will only bring us trouble. Rest assured, I'll be fine. In places like the palace, the fewer people who enter, the better. Hearing this, Ningxue reluctantly nodded. Very well, in that case, let's keep in touch. Should anything seem amiss, contact me immediately. Agreed, I will. Chapter 268. The Truth of Obsession. Resolving consort Xiao's obsession is quite straightforward. First, we must thaw the ice between her and the emperor. Awakening the deeply buried feelings they share will later facilitate clarifying misunderstandings. I hope everything unfolds as I envision. As she departed, she cast a contemplative glance at the imperial study, yearning for the emperor's prompt arrival. In the stillness of the night, she remained motionless, concealed among the bushes, eagerly watching the entrance of the cold palace. After an indeterminate passage of time, a figure finally graced her line of sight. It was the emperor. How splendid. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a quarrel behind her. Preparing to investigate, she sensed a torrent of malevolent energy surging forth from within the palace. A chilling wind blasted open the tightly shut doors and windows. Stunned, she stood frozen, eyes wide with horror, as consort Xiao transformed into a malevolent specter and swallowed the emperor whole. How could this happen? Trembling, she recoiled in terror. Amidst the overwhelming fear, she found it impossible to maintain her composure. Bai Shue's voice emerged from behind. Bai Shue, you truly frightened me. You witnessed the events that transpired within the palace. Did you not? Yes. Recalling that horrifying scene, Bai Shue instinctively closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Consort Xiao is far from the simple figure we perceive. We must find a way to leave here swiftly. Knowing someone's appearance does not equate to understanding their heart. Perhaps she feigns innocence to lure you into bringing the emperor. In any case, we cannot linger here any longer. We must depart immediately. Bai Shue spoke hastily. Yet both were acutely aware that, trapped within the realm of spirits, escape was an impossibility. No, I must uncover what truly transpired with consort Xiao. Bai Shue shook her head disapprovingly. We both know the only way to leave the realm of spirits is to resolve the owner's obsession. I firmly believe consort Xiao harbors no ulterior motives against me. Otherwise, the moment she recognized my identity, she could have simply killed me. Why keep me around until now? I must ascertain the truth. Since escape is futile, we might as well tread this perilous path to the end. Very well. After all, there are no other options. But we must act swiftly. The emperor has been devoured by consort Xiao. Once this news spreads, chaos will ensue in the entire palace. And we do not have the luxury of time. Let's not delay. We shall depart at once. Without hesitation, they hastily exited the cold palace, while consort Xiao had not yet pursued them. They navigated through every corner of the palace, utilizing their identities as palace maids to gather as much information as possible. During this time, they encountered other spirit tamers. Compared to them, the circumstances of these other spirit tamers were undeniably dire. How dare you serve us such wretched scraps? Do you even know who we are? Indeed, I can no longer endure this wretched existence for even a day longer. Brothers, let's show these scoundrels our prowess. Several spirit tamers summoned their spirits without hesitation, attempting to force their way out. Unfortunately, Just as the spirits manifested, Consort Xiao appeared behind them, greedily devouring all the spirits in one fell swoop. This is madness. This woman has completely lost her mind. By Shui, we are out of time. We must swiftly uncover the entire truth. Let us go. As she turned, she collided with an approaching guard. The gazes of the three intertwined in the air. The guard apologetically nodded to the individuals before him, then directed his attention to Consort Xiao. Noticing this, the two women exchanged knowing glances, following the guard's gaze. The way he looked at Consort Xiao seems rather dubious. Young master, may I have a moment of your time? Upon hearing this, the guard immediately shook his head in refusal. I'm sorry, but I have nothing to discuss with you. Is that so? However, this concerns Consort Xiao. I thought you might be interested. The mention of Consort Xiao instantly changed the guard's expression. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Let us find somewhere else to converse. What is your relationship with Consort Xiao? The three found a secluded corner. The guard's face flickered with a hint of discomfort. He feigned calmness, avoiding eye contact, and spoke awkwardly. I do not understand what you are insinuating. Young master, your gaze upon Consort Xiao was anything but innocent. Though we may be young, we are not oblivious to matters of the heart. I merely wish to ascertain whether you harbor a one-sided affection for Consort Xiao, or, at this juncture, the guard ceased to conceal anything. A self-deprecating smile graced his lips as he took a deep breath. I did not expect you two to see through it so clearly. Indeed, Consort Xiao and I have cherished feelings for each other for quite some time. I once believed we would be together forever, but I never imagined the Emperor would take an interest in her. They share no genuine feelings, yet the Emperor clings to her stubbornly. What am I to do? He is the Emperor, the sovereign of a nation, while I am but a mere guard in the palace. Reluctantly, I continue our affair in secrecy. Chapter 269, The Harsh Truth. Both of them are acutely aware that in that era, those favored by the Emperor are destined to be devoid of freedom. Though they cannot entirely escape the Emperor's grasp, our secret relationship has been bearable until that fateful day. As the guard spoke, the surrounding environment began to twist disturbingly. Having been a spirit tamer for so long, she had unraveled countless realms of spirits. Yet before her now lay a realm devoid of any clues. May the guard provide her with the answers she seeks. A series of anguished wails echoed from the adjacent chamber, sending chills down her spine. What'll be happening? She is pregnant, with my child. Ever since the discovery of this pregnancy, she has been devising ways to keep the Emperor within her palace. Not for any other reason than our hope for the child's safety. We initially believed our plans were flawless, yet who could have anticipated? The guard's words unfolded like a narration, each syllable resonating with the shifting scenes before them. Before their eyes lay the frail Xiao Guifei, freshly delivered, alongside the Emperor, whose fury erupted upon learning the truth. This is not the reality. Do not listen to their wild claims. Trust me, she implored. What should I trust you with? The Emperor retorted. I pondered why you suddenly took such interest in me, even climbing into my bed. All that you have done has been for this wretched child. Have I not treated you well? Why have you resorted to such actions? The Emperor glared at the kneeling figure before him. He raised his hand several times, yet it remained suspended, unyielding. Though Xiao Guifei held no affection for him, he had cherished her for a long time. Had he known this was all a deception, he would have disregarded her entirely. Confronted with the Emperor's heart-wrenching inquiries, Xiao Guifei wiped away her tears. You are admirable, yet your goodness bears no relation to me. Dislike is dislike. No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains unchanged. I do not regret my actions. I merely pursued what I desired. If you have grievances, direct them at me and spare my child. As she spoke, she thought of her mother. Take him away from here, protect him. Inexplicably, her thoughts lingered on her mother. However, at that very moment, the Emperor appeared before her, blocking her path. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Guifei's heart raced. No, what do you intend to do? Spare him. Let any consequences fall upon me. Do you think I would allow such a wretched being to exist in this world? As long as he lives, I will forever remember the humiliation you brought upon me. Only with his demise can I release this burden. Please, this matter has nothing to do with the child. Do not harm him. Hearing the Emperor's underlying menace, Xiao Guifei stumbled toward him. She grasped his pant leg, disregarding her weakened state after childbirth. Gazing up at him with pleading eyes. "I beg you, spare him." "Impossible," the emperor coldly declared, and before the onlookers, he brutally hurled the wailing infant to the ground. The newborn, unable to withstand such a horrific impact, fell silent, lifeless. How could the emperor be so cruel? That was still a child. Yes, a vibrant life extinguished in an instant. He appeared to have long since grown numb to the scene before him, his expression betraying no hint of sorrow. Xiao Guifei stared blankly at her lifeless child, trembling as she gathered him into her arms. "Child, look at your mother, child." The emperor, indifferent, commanded, "Remove this dead infant and burn it." "Yes." The elderly nurse, upon hearing the emperor's order, rushed forward to seize the child from Xiao Guifei's grasp. "No, you cannot take him away. Return him to me. He is my child." Xiao Guifei, consumed by despair, surged forward, but her frail body was no match for the others. She was mercilessly pushed to the ground, forced to watch as her child was taken away. Despair intertwined with anguish within her heart. Clenching her fists, she lifted her gaze, filled with resentment, toward the emperor. "Did I not say that any grievances you have should be directed at me? Why must you act thus? This is your punishment. Next time, it shall not be as simple as killing a child." The emperor looked down upon Xiao Guifei, his gaze devoid of any emotion. The situation before her was far more perilous than she had imagined, leaving her at a loss for how to break the impasse. At that moment, a flash of white light crossed her vision. Before she could comprehend, Xiao Guifei pulled out a hairpin from her hair and charged angrily at the emperor. "I will kill you." Overwhelmed by a torrent of negative emotions, Xiao Guifei could no longer contain herself. At that moment, her mind fixated solely on one thought: kill the emperor. She intended to intervene, but her feet felt as heavy as lead. All she could do was watch as the emperor struck Xiao Guifei down. "Ah, wretched woman, I have given you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Very well. Since you seek death, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Someone, take that guard away and execute him. Display his corpse on the city wall for 3 days as a warning. Yes. No, please. I beg you. Spare him. Any consequences fall upon me." The emperor's words once again plunged Xiao Guifei's heart into despair. She struggled to alter the outcome, yet all she received was the emperor's mocking laughter. "I offered you an opportunity, but alas, you chose not to seize it. Thus do not blame me." Xiao Guifei, in anguish, gazed toward the doorway, shouting, "My child, my husband, no." Chapter 270. She has trapped herself. Xiao Guifei is utterly pitiable. Bai Shui, unable to bear it, averted her gaze. The events that had just transpired remained vivid in her mind. As an observer, she found it unbearable. How much more so for those who had experienced it firsthand. "Are you also peculiar?" she asked, realizing something was amiss with the person beside her. The guard, forced to smile bitterly, nodded. "What you witnessed just before my death is precisely what transpired. The emperor ordered my execution by the palace guards. I thought I would vanish from this world, yet I awoke to find myself in this ghastly state." Bai Shui, eager and anxious, pressed further. "What happened next? What else transpired?" He inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "Nothing much. Merely that Xiao Guifei was accused of treason, resulting in the execution of her entire family." "What? An entire family executed? What does that even mean?" "The Sun and Bai families each number over 300 individuals. The Xiao family cannot be far behind." "How terrifying. The emperor is truly a murderous fiend." It was precisely because of these events that the relationship between Xiao Guifei and the emperor deteriorated further. At least to my knowledge. They did not share a single peaceful day after my death. I had hoped to take her away after her demise, to live the life we had long planned. Yet I never expected her to entrap herself here. No matter how hard I try, I cannot awaken her. I can only remain here with her, waiting for the moment she wishes to leave. The guard smiled self-deprecatingly. It was not Xiao Guifei who trapped herself, but rather this seemingly ordinary, insurmountable wall. Those nightmares had long since transformed into a haunting presence, ensnaring her in unrest. Is there truly nothing you can do? If I had a solution, I would not be standing here with you both. All I can do now is protect her from harm. Beyond that, the guard shook his head. The three fell into silence. We were mistaken from the very beginning. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Shui offered a bitter smile. Indeed, the resentment within Xiao Guifei is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Even if she were not suppressed by the ghostly realm, I am uncertain I could purify all the resentment within her. What should we do? Perhaps I could speak with her, persuade her to release you from this place. She will listen to me. The guard hesitated for a moment before responding. Let us embark on a quest to find her together, and perhaps uncover other means to alleviate the resentment that envelopes her. If she is amenable, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, the guard pondered briefly before resolutely nodding. Very well, Bai Shui, you must find a safe place to conceal yourself. Once our task is accomplished, I shall seek you out. The perilous journey ahead dissuaded her from wanting Bai Shui to accompany them. Observing this, Bai Shui gazed imploringly at their retreating figures, her hands clasped together in prayer. When the two found the esteemed Lady Xiao, she sat beneath a tree, petals cascading on her shoulders, enhancing her beauty. Her murmurs lingered in the air, yet remained indistinct to their ears. This was the very site where the child had been laid to rest. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. Lady Xiao, I am fully aware of your story. I have come today with him to engage in earnest discourse. Yet, even as her words faded, the figure before her remained unresponsive. Suddenly, Lady Xiao whirled around, her gaze filled with malice. What right do you have to command me to cease? You have not endured my suffering. You cannot fathom the agony of losing a child. Do you comprehend the torment of seeing a beloved's lifeless body displayed upon the city wall? All this anguish has been wrought upon me by them. No matter how many times I slay them, I cannot erase what they have done. If I cannot find resolution, then neither shall they find solace, including you. What? What did her words imply? As she pondered this, the guard swiftly positioned himself before her. Xiao, please cease this madness. Allow me to accompany you. Let us face this together. With sorrowful eyes, he regarded Lady Xiao. Their gazes locked, and she slowly shook her head. Had I possessed the strength I have now back then, you and the child would not have perished. I will pay any price to amend the past. Chapter 271, Lady Xiao's Ascension. SS class anomaly before them stood a Lady Xiao consumed by madness. She would not heed the pleas of others. Thus, the guard had no choice but to draw his massive sword and confront her directly. Witnessing this, his heart raced with trepidation. Yet, Lady Xiao was not one to be trifled with. If these two were to clash, it would not be a simple affair. With this thought in mind, he weaved between them, continually intercepting their strikes. Lady Xiao glared at him, her attacks growing ever swifter. At the moment her ominous energy struck, the sword slipped from his grasp. Seeing this, Lady Xiao's expression brightened. She cackled, her fingertips piercing through the guard's body as chaotic energy surged forth like a flood. Ravaging his form, after what felt like an eternity, he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. The two women stood frozen for a moment, then staggered toward the fallen guard. Are you all right? She intended to confer with Lady Xiao beside her, but was unexpectedly shoved aside with fierce determination. Lady Xiao tremblingly reached out, cradling the fallen figure in her arms. Why? Why did you choose to help her? Do you no longer wish to remain by my side? I simply cannot bear to witness your suffering any longer. Let it go. It is time to move on. The guard managed to force a smile, gently caressing Lady Xiao's face. No, I refuse. I will not allow you to perish. Lady Xiao laughed maniacally, tightening her embrace around the guard. She threw her head back, a tempest of resentment and dark energy erupting from her, swirling into a vortex. The surroundings succumbed to darkness as the potent malice and malevolence threatened to engulf all. Stop. Have you lost your mind? Your strength is insufficient to uphold the ascension of this cursed realm. Cease this madness. No one can prevent us from being together. No one. Lady Xiao roared with laughter, blood tears streaming from her eyes. As she declared, she was prepared to sacrifice anything to keep the guard and the child eternally by her side, even if it meant she would ultimately forget the past. Becoming a soulless shell, the storm intensified. At that moment, the guard abruptly grasped Lady Xiao's hand. This is something I have long wished to gift you, yet never found a moment to do so. He produced a wooden hairpin from his cloak, smiling as he secured it within her hair. Lady Xiao blinked in surprise. This is, even when I am no longer by your side, it shall remain with you, a token of my love for you and the child. A millennium has passed. It is time to let go. I cherished you as you once were. The guard spoke haltingly. Promise me, you must live well. Carry forth the essence of both the child and me, and explore the world beyond. Do not confine yourself. You do not belong within these towering walls. You are destined to soar across the heavens. Go. As his words concluded, white flames enveloped him. He held Lady Xiao tightly, expending his final vestiges of strength to incinerate the resentment that clung to her. No, do not. Please, no. Lady Xiao struggled with all her might. Yet no matter how fiercely she fought, she could not halt his disappearance. At the moment the malice dissipated, she successfully ascended to SS class, her formidable energy shattering the cursed realm and propelling her into reality. Staring blankly at her hands, tears streamed down her cheeks. She understood that this was a gift bestowed upon her by the guard. Why? Why must you be so foolish? I would rather depart alongside you than remain here alone. Why did you not take me with you? Lady Xiao sank helplessly to the ground. This eerie and terrifying power. Indeed, they were fortunate that someone had alleviated her malice at such a critical juncture. Had she advanced further, they all would have perished in the cursed realm. Chi-Chi and Gong Sun Yu exchanged anxious glances. She approached Lady Xiao, crouching beside her to offer solace. Without the burden of resentment, Lady Xiao now appeared pitifully vulnerable, her every expression evoking sympathy. Is this truly the case? Yes, you must look to the future. No sooner had the words left her lips than the palace began to collapse. The entire imperial tomb trembled violently, countless stones cascading from above, swiftly sealing off multiple passages. Damn it, this accursed place is on the verge of collapse. We must find a way out immediately. What other options do we have? The passages are blocked, and with our current strength, we cannot excavate a new route before the tomb completely collapses. Damn it, had I known such calamity awaited us, I would never have entered. A member of the Sun family cursed vehemently. What are you all staring at? Where's the mermaid's candle? Hand it over. Chapter 272. Journeying westward with their current abilities. They were utterly incapable of breaking free. The only hope of a swift resolution lay in the mermaid's candle. Are you seeking death? Her form radiated a unique luminescence, a sign of recognition. Lady Xiaoyu, you are the one who pulled me from the illusion. It is only natural that I acknowledge you as my master, especially since you shattered the cursed realm. She surveyed her surroundings before declaring, Let us go. I shall lead you out. I am well acquainted with this place. Lady Zhao's words ignited a spark of hope among all present, who had believed all hope was lost. They gazed at her with excitement, but before they could act, Lady Xiao coldly turned away. I never said I would take you with me. What do you mean? As Lady Xiao finished her words with a mocking smile, she raised her hand, and the group suddenly vanished from sight. As she departed, she made sure to take with her all the treasures in the shop, along with the members of the Bai family. Noticing this, the gathered spirit masters were filled with envy. Indeed, we entered together, yet now we find ourselves devoid of any benefits and in peril of our very lives. Had I known this would come to pass, I would have exercised more restraint. Enough of this. Let us dispense with such futile talk and devise a means of escape. Upon hearing a voice nearby, the members of the Sun family exchanged glances. S-Class? Do not heed their nonsensical chatter. These individuals have no comprehension of what it means to be a master of the supernatural. The aura emanating from that peculiar entity far exceeds S-Class. In my estimation, it has likely ascended to SS Class. With the assistance of the esteemed consort Xiao, the group effortlessly emerged from the ruins. The Bai family cast a glance back at the completely collapsed imperial tomb, breathing a sigh of relief tinged with trepidation. You are too gracious. It is my duty to assist, Bai Shui replied. The Bai family had never acted against her, and she was not one to judge indiscriminately. Hearing this, the Bai family members shared contemplative glances, uncertain if they could truly escape. The collapse of the imperial tomb was a significant loss for the capital. Oh well, let's turn a blind eye for now. Where are you headed? Do not worry, we shall be fine. Very well, then we shall take our leave. Consort Xiao, Are you aware of the recent disturbances? Is this related to you and the Imperial Tomb? I do not know. There are special restrictions within the tomb, and combined with my ghostly domain, all supernatural beings therein were confined until today. They cannot even break free from my control, let alone create chaos. I had thought I had found a clue, only to discover it was a fruitless endeavor. It appears we must continue searching. The vast palace is filled with treasures. Who could remain unmoved? The somber atmosphere dissipated entirely at a remark from Gong Sun Yu. Chi-Chi shot him an exasperated glare, exclaiming, "At a time like this, you're still thinking about treasures? What concern is it of yours? How can it not be? As the saying goes, those who witness are entitled to a share. Pish! Cease your coveting. Those treasures have nothing to do with you." Chi-Chi crossed her arms in warning, eyeing Gong Sun Yu sternly. Seeing this, Gong Sun Yu pouted in dismay. "You two should stop bickering. Now is not the time for such discussions. Once we resolve our primary concerns, we can deliberate over treasures. But I do not know where we should go next." With all leads exhausted, they felt like headless flies, utterly lost. Hearing this, Consort Xiao thoughtfully pointed west. "Let us venture in that direction. Although I cannot leave the Imperial Tomb, I have felt a peculiar call from the west ever since its construction. It is an odd sensation I cannot quite articulate. We should investigate." "Very well, we shall proceed west." The group set off, unaware that as they departed, someone was already breaching the ruins. In the blink of an eye, half a day had elapsed, and they had yet to make any significant discoveries. "I can't go on. I truly need a break," Gong Sun Yu gasped. Chi-Chi glared at him, exasperated. "How far have we come? You're young. How can your stamina be so poor? Is it my fault? Do you think I desire this?" Gong Sun Yu sighed in resignation. As his words faded, all eyes turned toward him. Embarrassed, he forced a smile. "Please, do not look at me like that. It frightens me. I'll move, all right?" With that, Gong Sun Yu stepped beside Chi-Chi, about to urge her forward when she impatiently shoved him aside. "Go away." Only then did Gong Sun Yu realize that their focus was not on him. Was there something behind him? Driven by curiosity, he turned to look in the direction they had come from. "Have you been following us and still have no intention of showing yourself?" Ningxue spoke coldly. "If you do not reveal yourself soon, do not blame me for being impolite." The simple yet forceful statement prompted a small figure to emerge cautiously from behind a boulder. Floating nervously before them, it looked up in alarm. "I. Who are you?" Ningxue inquired, intrigued by the strange presence. To his astonishment, he found he could not discern its level of power. Was this creature a supernatural being from the Imperial Tomb? He turned to Consort Xiao for confirmation. "No, I have never seen it before." Ningxue nodded, pressing further. "Who are you?" I do not know." The small entity gazed at Ningxue with a sense of grievance. "When I opened my eyes, I saw you passing nearby. There seems to be something about you that draws me in. I could not resist following you. I truly mean no harm." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged knowing glances. This little fellow appeared unusual. Bringing it along might prove beneficial. If I am not mistaken, its potential surpasses that of Ningxue and Consort Xiao. "Really?" Chi-Chi nodded. "Having reached this point in conversation, how could we not take it with us? You seem alone and without a destination. Why not join us? Is it really all right?" "Of course, I am the one making the decision. What is your name?" I do not have a name." The small entity's memory of this world was blank. It did not know where it came from or where it was headed. After a moment of thought, it smiled and said, "In that case, I shall temporarily call you Ningyi." "All right. Names are merely labels." It was indifferent to him. "Let us proceed then." With that, Gong Sun Yu and the sparrow swiftly followed. Ningxue, Consort Xiao, and Chi-Chi walked side by side at the rear, each with varying expressions. "Why bring along that little one? We know nothing of its identity or background. Are you not concerned about potential trouble?" Ningxue regarded Chi-Chi disapprovingly. "I would prefer not to, but this little one gives me an odd feeling. I sense we may benefit from it. Whether there will be benefits is uncertain, but there is undoubtedly a threat. Even with my current strength, I feel an inexplicable sense of dread in its presence. Its identity must be complex." The three exchanged glances, ultimately choosing not to pursue the matter further. However, during their journey, they intentionally kept their distance from Ning Yi, not for any particular reason, but because walking beside him felt stifling. Gong Sun, you noticed the two trailing behind and raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why are you two lagging so far behind? Come over here. None of your business. Why do you have so much to say? Go your own way. Gong Sun, you scrutinized Ning Yi thoughtfully before suddenly realizing something. Oh no, you two aren't afraid of this little creature, are you? Don't joke around. Such a cute little being could never be your adversary. How did I not notice before that you both lack courage? Gong Sun, you teased, just as he was about to boast that even his supernatural being was braver than Ning Zhuo and consort Xiao. He was stunned to find that the supernatural entity within him had gone silent. What's going on? Why isn't my supernatural being responding? No matter how he called, it showed no intention of emerging. If it weren't for the lingering fluctuations of their breath, Gong Sun, you would have truly believed they had perished. A complex expression flickered in her eyes. I did nothing. I do not know them. Why should I take action against them? Ning Yi blinked her large eyes and shook her head. Not to mention anything else, this little one was undeniably adorable. I am sorry, elder sister. I truly do not understand why this is happening. All my memories began with you. I cannot recall anything prior to that. She gently reached out to ruffle Ning Yi's hair, nodding in understanding. All right, I comprehend. I trust you. If you remember anything later, be sure to inform me immediately. Rest assured, sister, you all need not be so startled. Let us continue on. We have already brought him along. It would be foolish to abandon him now. Perhaps he can lead us to some discovery. The group pressed onward. Just then, a shadow darted forth from the darkness. When did this figure arrive? Surely, they had not been trailing them all along? What do you intend to do? Hand over that little one to me, or do not blame me for being impolite. The masked figure pointed at Ning Yi. She never anticipated that the masked individual was after Ning Yi. Did he know her identity? Why should I hand him over to you? Humph, if you have the ability, come and seize him yourself. You seek death. Cerberus, go. Chapter 274, The Valley of Death. The battle was imminent. Ning Zhuo and Cerberus found themselves in a fierce struggle. Although this foe appeared to possess only S-level strength, his combat prowess exceeded that significantly. After several exchanges, Ning Zhuo could only manage to hold her ground. Observing this, Xiao Guifei swiftly joined the fray. The two formidable SS-level entities collaborated, and within just 2 moves, Cerberus found itself at a disadvantage. Another SS-level entity? Where did you acquire such power? Damn it, I was careless. Had I known, I would not have acted so impulsively. What does it matter where I got it? Today, you shall not leave easily. She was eager to see if the masked figure could maintain his arrogance after losing such an invaluable asset. As Cerberus was thoroughly suppressed, the masked figure dared not linger. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he turned to flee, a black butterfly landed precisely upon his cloak. The jet-black butterfly seamlessly merged with his garment and vanished in an instant. Ning Zhuo clenched her fists in frustration as she watched him depart. They were so close to capturing Cerberus. This is not your fault. Cerberus's power is inherently abnormal. Fortunately, with Xiao Guifei's assistance, we might have found it challenging to repel him otherwise. Xiao Guifei smiled and shook her head. It is my duty. By the way, I have just placed a tracking spell on him. If you wish to pursue, I can assist. Wow, Xiao Guifei, you are formidable. Gong Sun, you exclaimed in astonishment. After all, she had lived for a millennium. It was merely a precaution. Should he reappear, I will detect his presence immediately. After finishing her explanation, Xiao Guifei turned her gaze toward Ning Yi. However, compared to that individual, I find this little one more deserving of our attention. The overwhelming strength of Cerberus had failed to instill any sense of pressure in her. What was it about this little one that could accomplish such a feat? Confusion lingered in the hearts of the group. Upon hearing this, they nodded in agreement. We will follow your lead. Well then, without further ado, let us proceed. After taking only a few steps, a thick, ominous aura suddenly enveloped them from all sides. It greedily consumed the surrounding ghostly energy, and madness flickered in their eyes. What is happening? Gong Sun, you surveyed the area, utterly bewildered. The anomalies are stirring. Look over there. Chi pointed toward the source of the ghostly energy. Before them, dozens of entities were hurtling toward them. The leading entity was S-level, while the others hovered around A and B levels. You all charge in together. Let's see if we can locate the source. Good. The 7 joined forces, ruthlessly slaughtering the entities present and consuming their energy. Witnessing the scene, Gongsun Yu wished to summon her own entity for assistance. Yet no matter how hard she tried, the entity within her remained unresponsive. Little one, what have you done to the entity inside me? Gongsun Yu gazed at Ning Yi, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. To which Ning Yi could only shake her head in confusion. I did nothing at all. If you did nothing, why is there no response from them? Gongsun Yu felt utterly perplexed, her agitation causing her to run her fingers through her hair as she helplessly watched. Just then, Chi-Chi suddenly shouted with excitement. I found it. Come quickly. Look over there. This group of anomalies emerged from that valley. When did a valley appear there? They had clearly traversed this path before. Never mind that. Let's enter and investigate. As Chi-Chi spoke, the group sprinted toward the valley. As they approached, a nauseating stench of blood assaulted their senses. An indescribable despair enveloped their hearts, causing their steps to falter. Do we truly have to go in? Gongsun Yu unconsciously voiced. This place gives me a sense of impending doom. I feel the same. Such a thick aura of blood and resentment. Countless souls must have perished here. Chi-Chi gazed anxiously at the valley above. You all must see this. These are all remnants from various bases. Gongsun Yu stared in shock at the warnings plastered on the walls. Typically, the convergence of 2 or 3 bases would be a significant event. What kind of place was this valley to attract so many bases? We should not enter. So many warnings imply that numerous individuals from various bases have ventured inside. And even the original exorcists could not handle it. What hope do we have? Gongsun Yu pondered for a moment before providing a more prudent suggestion. Can any of you perceive what lies within? Let us try. Ning Zhuo and Xiao Guifei closed their eyes in unison, unleashing their ghostly domain in an attempt to probe the valley's interior. However, an unknown barrier surrounded the valley, preventing their efforts from penetrating. This is futile. We cannot see a thing. The valley is encircled by a unique barrier. Our ghostly domain cannot infiltrate. See, I knew this place was extraordinary. We should not waste time. Let us leave. Gongsun Yu could not suppress the rising anxiety within her. She urged them to depart swiftly. I wish to take a look inside. For some reason, I feel as if something within is calling to me. I must enter. Chapter 275, Power Integration, SSS Level. You all, stop standing there foolishly and persuade her. He spoke in a rush, only to find Ning Zhuo and Chi-Chi remaining motionless. What was wrong with them? Why were they faltering at such a crucial moment? Sister, do not enter. It is dangerous inside. He flailed his arms, seemingly aware of what awaited within. Do not worry. I will only take a quick look. What is truly perilous? The others followed closely behind. Only Gongsun Yu approached Ning Yi. Little one, I understand your urgency, but your frantic gestures were incomprehensible to anyone. Alas, we have come this far. Let's venture inside. As he spoke, Gongsun Yu shoved Ning Yi, and they entered the valley together. The enveloping darkness shrouded them all. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from behind. Damn it, what is this? Why can't I move? Me too. What's happening to you all? Why has our bodies turned gray? Gongsun Yu stared in shock at the group of Ning Zhuo before him. He watched as their figures were rapidly cloaked in an eerie gray, resembling stone statues, losing all ability to move in an instant. The others struggled in vain, realizing the petrification had penetrated deep within, freezing their ghostly energy entirely. A sense of impending danger gripped Ning Zhuo's heart. A strange confinement arose from the ground, transforming into a cage that ensnared them. The chilling screams of humanity filled the air, and countless vengeful spirits emerged from the darkness. The two retreated, trembling, until their backs pressed against one another, halting their movements. What on earth is this place? Chi-Chi barked furiously. It was only then that they understood the multitude of prohibitive signs at the valley's entrance. All of it stemmed from the blood and tears of their ancestors. Ning Zhuo felt an urgent desperation. No, this place has severed my connection to the underworld. I can't even summon my great sword. At this critical moment, Ning Yi appeared beside Ning Zhuo, placing a hand against his back and channeling all his internal strength into him. The powerful, ghostly energy shattered the petrification. In the blink of an eye, Ning Zhuo was forcibly elevated to SSS rank. The others felt the immense power radiating from him, their eyes wide with astonishment. You can graph power. Chi-Chi realized a certain possibility. Who exactly are you? That S and SSS rank, an aspiration for all anomalies. Ningxue could not afford to dwell on the tremendous power swelling within him. He unleashed all his strength. The SSS rank power transforming into a wave that repelled their encasement. With Ning Yi and Ningxue's assistance, they successfully broke free from the petrification. They dared not hesitate and turned to flee. The moment they stepped out of the valley, dense fog rose around them, obscuring the sky and disorienting their vision. The series of bizarre occurrences filled their hearts with dread. Even the experienced Xiao Guifei furrowed her brow. That Death Valley is quite peculiar. We cannot venture in again. Agreed. Let us hurry. But how do we get out? Gongsun Yu looked around helplessly. I know. Ning Yi raised his hand, struggling to utter 3 words. Gongsun Yu was taken aback. How do you know? Remembering Ning Yi's earlier odd behavior, Gongsun Yu frowned. What exactly is your identity? Didn't he say he didn't know who he was? Don't ask. Chi-Chi scrutinized Ning Yi for a moment, casting a glare at Gongsun Yu. Given Ning Yi's peculiar conduct throughout their journey, her curiosity about his identity intensified. Forget about that. Let us follow Ning Yi to a safe place. We can discuss everything else when the fog dissipates. All right. Ning Yi, please lead the way. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi nodded and guided them through the mist. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at a cave. Ningxue scanned the surroundings, ensuring there was no danger before beckoning everyone inside. They rested there for the night. When they awoke the next day, the fog had cleared. Along with it, the Death Valley had vanished. Where did the Death Valley go? Did we really walk that far yesterday? Upon hearing this, everyone moved closer. That's impossible. We barely walked for long. Even if it's 1 meter at a time, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Gongsun Yu scratched his head in confusion. The Death Valley must have disappeared into thin air. Xiao Guifei boldly offered her speculation. At her words, everyone fell silent. After ruling out all impossible scenarios, the only remaining explanation, however absurd, was a fact. Then what exactly is this place? Perhaps President Ouyang can provide us with answers. The numerous bases left warnings at the cave entrance to alert future visitors, indicating they had entered before. Such a perilous location must have been documented by various bases and the Ghost Exorcist Association. Seeing them safe, Ouyang Zhen finally relaxed. He sighed. The anomaly outbreak is no trivial matter. Just as you left, I received news from several neighboring cities. They too suffered from an anomaly outbreak. How can this be? I'm not sure. All the personnel we dispatched for investigation returned empty-handed, and we still don't know the situation. After discussion, we unanimously decided to temporarily seal the city. If there is nothing urgent, please refrain from going out. Chapter 276, Sun Yang. Don't seek death. She glanced around to ensure no outsiders were present before speaking. Actually, our expedition wasn't entirely fruitless. During our investigation, we happened upon a valley and saw numerous warning signs left by the bases around its periphery. The conclusion could be described as utterly bleak. It seemed he knew what that place was. President Ouyang, what exactly is that place? What happened inside? Is it related to my father? The more they delved, the paler Ouyang Jin became. President Ouyang, you don't ask. What? I don't care what you experienced or saw in the valley. Please forget everything about it as soon as possible. Never mention the words Death Valley in my presence again. Ouyang Zhen's tone was resolute, his words brooking no contradiction. Why? The group watched Ouyang Zhen's departing figure, filled with confusion. It appeared that something significant had transpired in that Death Valley. Xiao Guifei's lips curled with intrigue. If he won to speak, then he won to. After the anomalies emerged, every major event is documented. If he won to tell us, we'll seek the answers ourselves. Gongsun Yu waved dismissively. It seems we have no choice. Hopefully, the records will contain the answer she seeks. What exactly was Ouyang Zhen concealing? The group departed, burdened with questions in their hearts. Upon learning of the situation, Bai Shui proactively sought counsel from her elders. The response was uniformly the same, to refrain from meddling. Now, even Bai Shui joined the expedition of discovery. Bai Shui, your family, as one of the three great families in the imperial capital, possesses an extensive information network. With such a significant matter at hand, have you truly not heard a whisper about it? My family members aren't gossips. They know what should and shouldn't be said. They wouldn't disclose anything I'm not meant to know. What can I do? Bai Shui shook her head helplessly while searching through books. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to Gong Sunyu. Wait, aren't you from the Hongqing base? Didn't you hear any clues from there? Don't mention it. They treated me like a fool, rather than waste time with them. I'd prefer to read a few more books. I truly don't believe it. In the vast library, the group immersed themselves in ancient texts, striving to unearth clues. The people around them changed repeatedly, yet they showed no intention of leaving. After an indeterminate time, Chi-Chi suddenly raised her head in excitement. Come here quickly. I made a discovery. Upon hearing this, the others' faces lit up with joy. Before they could approach to examine it closely, several unexpected guests appeared beside them. Oh, you're really here? What time is it? Yet you're still engrossed in reading. How amusing. Come, let me see what materials you're perusing. The Sun family truly lingers everywhere, doesn't it? Lady Bai, you jest, but are you not also like a shadow, trailing behind them day in and day out? Do the members of the Sun family never learn? She was reluctant to squander her time on such inconsequential individuals. Is that so? Then I would appreciate it if you could convey to him that I look forward to his troublesome visit. Upon hearing this, the Sun family members were momentarily taken aback. What did you say? At such a young age, your hearing is already so poor? Is my voice too soft? Do you have any idea of the prowess possessed by the Sun family's genius? And are you aware of my own capabilities? We have never clashed directly. Thus, it remains uncertain who is stronger. I advise you not to be overly optimistic. Just then, a familiar figure entered her line of sight. It was Sun Yang. The Sun Yang before her had returned to his normal state. How could this be? He has recovered? Before she could voice her questions, Bai Shui approached her side. So that is how it is. But why would a member of the Sun family assist them while demanding payment? At this, a playful smile tugged at Bai Shui's lips. Under different circumstances, she might have been intrigued to gossip further, but at present, she was solely focused on unraveling the mysteries of the Death Valley. If you have no business here, kindly take your leave and do not disturb me. If you wish to challenge me, you may do so at this very moment. Do you truly believe I would shy away? He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, ready to strike when a light chuckle rang out from behind. Sun Yang, even now you remain oblivious to your temperament? I saved you once, but I cannot do so a second time. Do not court your own demise. Chapter 277. Accepting the challenge, the crowd turned towards the source of the voice, and upon seeing the newcomer, the Sun family members hastily bowed their heads. Young Master Yu, they spoke with utmost reverence. In response, the newcomer casually nodded. This is Sun Tianyu, the pride of the Sun family. Rumored to wield an SS-class peculiar Nine Lives cat, and has shattered numerous records held by the exorcists. The Nine Lives cat? Lady Xiao Guifei's face brightened at this mention. A cat, you say? I happen to be in search of a small pet. I wonder if this individual would be willing to part with his little feline for me. Lady Xiao Guifei, are you serious? As an SS-class peculiar, it is difficult to ascertain who among you is stronger. Perhaps we should maintain a lower profile. Gong Sunyu interjected, unable to restrain himself from reminding her. Hearing this, Xiao Guifei chuckled lightly. She did not counter Gong Sunyu's skepticism, but merely smiled at the person ahead. Ning Zhuo and Chi exchanged glances with Gong Sunyu, then shook their heads. Although Xiao Guifei had just stepped into the SS class, she possessed millennia of cultivation. Merely on that basis, an ordinary SS class peculiar would not stand a chance against her. Moreover, having once transformed into an evil peculiar, her mental strength vastly surpassed that of average SS class peculiars. Unless that Nine Lives cat possessed unique abilities, it would be impossible for it to create any waves in Xiao Guifei's presence. Young Master Sun, greetings. I am wondering if you are available to accept my challenge? To approach someone directly with a challenge. Do you not understand the concept of courtesy? Gong Sunyu was genuinely taken aback by Sun Tianyu's straightforwardness. He had not even introduced himself. His first words were a challenge. Apologies, but I am quite busy. Is it true that you lack time? Or do you simply wish to avoid dealing with the Sun family? Sun Tianyu retorted, glancing back to tease Sun Yang. Is a bit of both. Is that so? It seems that without some bait, you would not accept my invitation. Sun Tianyu shook his head with a smile. To be candid, I come with sincerity. I have heard you are the daughter of Shi Ming. Conveniently, I possess information regarding him, and if you defeat me, I shall divulge everything I know. What do you say? Do you have time now? Do you truly possess leads on my father? This individual is the pride of the Sun family. It is not surprising that he is aware of such matters. We shall see if it is true. He gestured towards Ning Zhua. If I lose, I will share all the information you desire, but if you lose, you must hand him over to me. How peculiar. After all this time, his target is Ning Zhua. What is he thinking? The expressions of the others were somewhat strange, and Chi could not help but roll her eyes several times. It seems you are quite popular. If I were not SS class, do you think you would even be here? If you were more than just SS class, do you think you would not resort to trickery? Chi-Chi's words were laden with implication. Very well, I accept your challenge. I trust you will keep your word. Rest assured, I am not of Sun Yang's ilk. By the way, during the battle, both parties may only use the peculiarities they have contracted. If any other peculiar appears, it will be deemed a default loss. I must say, Sun Tianyu, do not overstep. Why should you dictate all the rules? Bai Shui, witnessing Sun Tianyu's confident smile, felt a surge of anger. This fellow was clearly being deliberately obstinate. The Sun family truly shares a common heart of malice. Upon hearing Bai Shui's outcry, Sun Tianyu turned to offer a reminder. The Sun family members, seeing Bai Shui in a state of fury, began to jest. Lady Bai, why are you so agitated? Are you perhaps afraid? If you are scared, simply concede. There is no shame in it. Retreating without a fight is far better than being utterly defeated. Indeed, as long as you hand over that SS class peculiar, young master, you will not make things difficult for you. They bantered back and forth, wearing victorious smiles. Are you confident? Could you perhaps negotiate with him? If he loses, he should gift me that little fellow as a pet. Lady Xiao Guifei giggled. He would certainly not agree. An SS class peculiar is far more valuable to them than an entire family. To ask for the 9 lives cat is akin to demanding their lives. Very well. It seems I must resort to consuming that little creature. Lady Xiao Guifei sighed regretfully. She exhaled like an orchid, her tongue brushing her lips, exuding a hint of alluring charm. Without further ado, let us commence. Excellent. The crowd followed suit. How laughable. Does she think SS class is merely a title? Young master, you. Do not be courteous. Let her witness your prowess. Dare to bully the Sun family? Today, I shall ensure you lose all face. In less than 10 minutes, the arena was surrounded, packed to the brim, including elders and prominent figures. Ouyang Zhen arrived fashionably late. He surveyed the surroundings, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Upon seeing him, Elder Sun raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. I thought the president would not deign to attend. Nonsense. How could I miss such a grand event? Ouyang Zhen shot him a cold glare. Genius, after all, has its idiosyncrasies, and I trust President Ouyang will not take offense. I believe today's battle will surely meet your expectations. Let's hope so. Chapter 278. Lady Xiao Guifei demonstrates her might. I never anticipated arriving to find such a spectacle. Let us begin swiftly, for I can hardly contain my excitement. Indeed, let's not forget, young Master Tianyu possesses an SS class peculiar. The murmurs of the onlookers reached Sun Tianyu's ears. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across his face. Compliments are always so delightful to hear. Shall we commence? At this, Sun Tianyu nodded with a smile. Certainly. The formidable aura of the SS class peculiar surged forth, successfully shifting the atmosphere of the scene. Is this peculiar entity truly of SS rank? Has she been concealing her abilities all this time? To possess the power of an SS-level ghost doctor at such a tender age is truly terrifying. How could you possibly wield an SS-level anomaly? Who could have anticipated such an outcome? You. Damn it. I was deceived by this little girl. Sun Tianyu clenched his fists tightly at his sides, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Guifei, before issuing a command to the 9 lives cat. Kill her. Can you accomplish that? Meow. Go. The stage was set for an impending battle. The 9 lives cat's body suddenly swelled, transforming into an afterimage as it swiftly charged towards Xiao Guifei. In response, she leisurely unleashed her ghost domain. Enchanting melodies filled the air, accompanied by a rich incense. The onlookers were momentarily baffled, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. This SS-level entity doesn't have offensive skills? This ability appears exceedingly strange. Indeed, I find it difficult to discern her intentions. None of them took Xiao Guifei's ghost domain seriously, including the Nine Lives cat, which boldly entered. At the moment of attack, countless vines sprang forth from all directions, ensnaring the creature with precision. In the next instant, Xiao Guifei appeared before it, gripping the scruff of its neck. You little cat are quite disobedient. I had intended to keep you as a pet, but it seems it would be better to eliminate you instead. With that, she twisted her hand, tightening her grip around the Nine Lives cat's throat. The creature howled in fury, struggling in vain against her assault. Nine Lives cat, what are you doing? Use all your abilities, Sun Tianyu exclaimed in exasperation. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Guifei let out a cold laugh. She effortlessly drew the Nine Lives cat before her, and, in full view of the crowd, began to devour it bite by bite. Blood dripped from her lips, blooming like exquisite flowers upon the ground. The gruesome scene left the onlookers gasping in horror, their minds blank with disbelief. How could this be? Despite both being SS level, why was there such a vast disparity in strength? The Nine Lives cat was a powerful entity cultivated with the full resources of the Sun family. How could it be so easily defeated? Is this the so-called genius of the Sun family? Their practical combat capability is woefully inadequate. You actually consumed him? How dare you? Why should I not? Xiao Guifei retorted. Forgive me, I was born 1,000 years ago and have spent the last millennium within the palace. I only understand the law of the jungle. I am not familiar with your current customs. If you believe my actions to be wrong, feel free to send more to battle me. However, let me make it clear, I never hold back in a fight, and if you cannot afford to lose, then do not come. You, Xiao Guifei, repeatedly referred to herself as this palace. Unbeknownst to her, everyone around her had become mere background. Elder Sun, awaiting entertainment from the high platform, stared in shock at the unfolding scene, his mind devoid. How could this happen? No matter how much he disliked Sun Tianyu, he had to acknowledge that his strength was among the top 5 in the entire imperial capital. Why is this happening? It seems that the strength of your Sun family is not as formidable as you claim. Old Sun, Sun Tianyu has indeed disappointed this time. I thought he was more impressive. Indeed, your family constantly boasts of having a prodigy, yet I feel his strength pales in comparison to my own by Shui. After Elder Sun's remarks, he prepared to leap from the high platform. Observing this, Ouyang Zhen calmly stood and blocked his path. Has the Sun family not learned their lesson? The imperial capital is not a domain governed solely by the Sun family. They had previously feared Sun Tianyu, but the situation had changed. With the SS-level anomaly now consumed by Xiao Guifei, even if he were strong, he could only be regarded as an ordinary high-ranking ghost master. They had no reason to fear him. You, silence. This matter is no longer of your concern. The crowd had long harbored grievances against Elder Sunday previously. They had held back due to Sun Tianyu, but now there was little to restrain them. One by one, they voiced their contempt, leaving Elder Sun seething with rage. Ouyang Zhen, witnessing the spectacle, wore an increasingly radiant smile. Just sit back and enjoy. This is a matter for the younger generation, not for you, old fool. Chapter 279. Midnight Assassination. Not far from the unfolding drama, Gong Sun Yu and others clapped in approval. Truly, this ancient entity, having lived for over 1,000 years, is remarkably powerful. Ningzhua, tell me honestly, who is stronger between you and Xiao Guifei? Gong Sun Yu turned curiously to the man beside him. Upon hearing this, Ningzhua shook his head. I do not know. Chi shot Gong Sun Yu a disdainful glare. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu let out a disgruntled huff. Is it not normal to be curious? Shall we continue? Throughout the encounter, she maintained an impassive expression. Hearing this, Sun Tianyu clenched his fists in frustration. This SS-level anomaly. From where did you acquire it? It is of no concern to you. Name your price. I will buy it. The SS-level anomaly is his greatest asset in the imperial capital. With the Nine Lives cat now dead, he must quickly fill the void. Regardless of the cost, He is determined to procure another SS-level anomaly. Do not entertain thoughts of acquiring them. I will never surrender them to you. Conversely, as the defeated party, it is time to fulfill your promise and share the information you possess related to my father. Upon hearing this, a scornful smile crept onto Sun Tianyu's lips. Indeed, you are but a child. Whatever I say, you take at face value. There is a significant age gap between Ming and me. How could I possibly know him? I only said that to compel you to accept my challenge. Ha ha ha. Sun Tianyu laughed maniacally, as if he were the sole victor in this battle. The crowd observed this spectacle, sighing in resignation. They truly could not fathom Sun Tianyu's motives. Indeed, he could continue to be regarded as the top talent in the imperial capital, yet he deliberately digs his own grave. Truly, one who does not seek death will not find it. TCH, what do you know? This is called integrity. One must resolutely reject that which does not belong to them. You deceived me? Anger festered within her. A venomous glare surged forth from her eyes. Calm down. Do not allow your emotions to control you. You truly know nothing? I am preoccupied with my training daily. I have no time to concern myself with others. You are overthinking. The event occurring on the arena spread like wildfire throughout the imperial capital. The moment Sun Tianyu stepped out of the Ghostmaster Association, he was astonished to find the gazes of passers-by had shifted. They no longer regarded him as the top talent, but instead with skepticism and mockery. Having been the center of attention since childhood, he had never encountered such treatment before. Just as he arrived, Elder Sun and Sun Yang entered right behind him. Their gazes intertwined in the air before simultaneously averting. I thought you were impressive, but it turns out you are nothing remarkable. Truly, you have brought shame upon the Sun family. Sun Yang settled onto a nearby single sofa, rolling his eyes at Sun Tianyu. At this remark, Sun Tianyu exploded in fury. How dare you speak to us like that? Enough. What is the point of your quarrel at this moment? Observing the two ready to continue their bickering, Elder Sun impatiently interjected. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianyu looked up at him. Do not presume that my grievances are solely directed at Sun Yang, the old man. I could overlook your past transgressions. Yet now, regarding the matter of the nine-lived cat, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Elder Sun retorted. Observing Sun Tianyu's intent to speak, Elder Sun suddenly chuckled. Do you truly believe that you can still be compared to your former self? What do you mean? Without the nine-lived cat, you are merely an ordinary genius. I could dismiss your previous demeanor towards me, but at present, you lack the standing to address me in such a manner. After being stifled for so long, I finally have an outlet for my indignation. Noticing Sun Tianyu's ashen visage, Sun Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It is unfortunate that the Sun family expended considerable effort to procure that SS-grade anomaly for you. Perhaps you should contemplate how to explain this to your family. If we're to be candid, Sun Tianyu's status is even inferior to that SS-grade anomaly. A genius can be nurtured anew, but an SS-grade anomaly lost is irretrievably gone. Just based on those subordinates? Elder Sun regarded Sun Tianyu with disapproval. Furthermore, with an S-grade anomaly, mere mortals are no match for her. Sun Tianyu's actions are tantamount to offering up his own head. You are to comply with the directives given. There is no need for further discussion. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Elder Sun ceased his discourse. He nodded and turned to make arrangements for Sun Tianyu. That night, hundreds of anomaly masters from the Sun family congregated at the villa, awaiting Sun Tianyu's command. The anomalies loomed like shadows behind them, their malevolent gazes fixed on the individuals before them. Young Master Yu, rest assured, we know what to do. If that is the case, let us not delay. Let us depart. Yes. Upon receiving the command, the Sun family members turned to leave. At that moment, dark clouds swirled, enveloping the sky. The entire world was plunged into darkness. Unbeknownst to anyone, a shadowy figure emerged, swiftly incapacitating all present before they could exit the Sun family villa. Blood erupted, staining the villa in an instant. The pungent scent of blood filled the air as Sun Tianyu gazed around in bewilderment, utterly unaware of the unfolding chaos. All anomalies present disintegrated into ash, as though they had never existed. In the next moment, moonlight cascaded once more upon the ground, revealing the eerie scene within the villa. Who? Chapter 280. I am here to assist you. Sun Tianyu's furious shout drew the attention of many family members, disturbed in the dead of night. Their expressions were far from pleasant. Upon discerning the situation, their faces reflected a spectrum of emotions. I am at a loss as to what just transpired. Sun Tianyu shook his head in confusion. Fear and anger intertwined within him. He anxiously scanned his surroundings, struggling to swallow. While everyone remained alive, they bore grievous injuries. And most critically, their anomalies had vanished, indicating that the assailant had targeted the Sun family deliberately. Moreover, with two SS-grade anomalies by her side, it would not be impossible to eliminate the others without a trace. Hearing this, Sun Tianyu immediately shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. Do not overestimate her. I distinctly remember that the anomalies darkened for a moment, only for the moon to re-emerge shortly thereafter. The interval was no longer than 2 minutes. No SS-grade anomaly could possibly eradicate hundreds of others in that brief span. Have you offended someone else? Sun Tianyu's gaze fell upon Sun Yang and Elder Sunday. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang frowned. Do not hastily assume that all matters are disconnected from me. We are entirely unaware of this situation. Indeed, we would not be foolish enough to antagonize such a formidable individual. Who could it be? Questions lingered in the minds of all present, yet no answers surfaced. Meanwhile, a figure melded into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Ning Yi glanced at the individual lying in bed before retreating to the corner to sleep. Confused, she arose to open the door, her eyes narrowing in bewilderment upon recognizing the person at the threshold. Bai Shui, why are you up so early? Is something amiss? Good news, tremendous news. Last night, hundreds of anomaly masters from the Sun family fell victim to a heinous act, and now the entire family is in disarray. Searching for the perpetrator, in my opinion, this is merely poetic justice. Ha ha ha, delightful, utterly delightful. Hundreds of anomalies, all gone? Whom has the Sun family offended? Indeed, this is the most exhilarating news to emerge from the capital in many years. Everyone is applauding. Bai Shui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She regarded the person before her with a complex expression, her hands clutching her head in despair. I was wrong. I should not have come to seek you out so early. Your perspective is truly too intricate. I merely speak the truth. Very well, be cautious. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, feel free to reach out to me. Rest assured, I shall. For 3 consecutive days, the Sun family uncovered no leads. With no alternative, they had no choice but to concede defeat. Just then, an unexpected visitor arrived. Sensing an intrusion, Sun Tianyu abruptly turned. Who? Young Master Sun Tianyu. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. From the shadows, a figure clad in black slowly stepped forward, masked to conceal his identity. Who are you? Sun Tianyu scrutinized the enigmatic figure, sensing an aura of profound mystery. You need not concern yourself with my identity. All you need to know is that I am here to assist you. Assist me? Why should I trust you without reason? I believe I understand the reasons behind the events that transpired in the Sun family last night. A simple statement shifted all of Sun Tianyu's focus. In his current state, he had no inclination to ponder the stranger's motives. He merely desired answers regarding the previous night's chaos. If you know, then speak quickly. At this moment, Sun Tianyu's mind was wholly consumed by the urgency of the situation. To his disbelief, it was truly her. Sun Tianyu scoffed bitterly, realizing that this individual was the most deeply concealed presence of all. Thank you for revealing the truth to me. We shall discuss further matters later. For now, I must confront her directly. As he uttered these words, Sun Tianyu attempted to leave. The masked figure shook his head in resignation, stepping forward to block his path. Surely, we cannot remain idle. I refuse to be a mere pawn. Sun Tianyu retorted defiantly. He may have been oblivious to the truth of the situation, but now that he was enlightened, he was determined to seek retribution. Observing the flicker of defiance in his eyes, the masked figure nodded in satisfaction. This is simple. I came to assist you in aiding the Sun family. Should you agree to join us, avenging your grievances will be a trivial matter. Join you? Sun Tianyu echoed the masked figure's words thoughtfully. He remained uncertain of their intentions, but at this juncture, vengeance outweighed all else. If it means avenging my wrongs, I shall join. Very well, I accept your terms, but whether you can persuade the Sun family to join depends on your own capabilities. I can only speak for myself. Sun Tianyu nodded without hesitation, leaving room for negotiation. The masked figure, unfazed, merely smiled and nodded. You will acquiesce. This is my assistance to you. Tomorrow, seek an opportunity for me to meet the upper echelons of your family. The rest shall be of no concern to you. The masked figure leisurely produced an anomaly, smiling at the individual before him. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, he stood in stunned silence. This is an SS-grade anomaly? Chapter 281. A collaboration between both parties. Sun Tianyu gazed at the masked figure in shock, trembling as he reached out. Is this for me? Indeed, your extraordinary talent is more than sufficient to handle this SS-level anomaly. Accept it, please. The masked man smiled as he handed the anomaly to Sun Tianyu, observing his expression with satisfaction. Are you really giving me an SS-level anomaly? Sun Tianyu still could not believe it. Who is this person? How could he be so generous? This is an SS-level anomaly, a coveted existence for many. Now that we are partners, your strength is immensely beneficial to me. Enough with the pleasantries, just accept it. All right. Thank you. May I ask, who are you? Sun Tianyu extended his hand to receive the SS-level anomaly while feigning indifference. Upon hearing this, the masked man's expression shifted. He abandoned his earlier cordiality and warned Sun Tianyu with a stern gaze. Young Master Sun, you have overstepped. Just remember the purpose of our collaboration. Everything else is none of your concern. Speak out of turn again, and do not blame me for being ungracious. The masked man said coldly, his gaze piercing and filled with warning. Feeling an unprecedented threat to his life, Sun Tianyu nodded, suppressing his urge to speak further. At that moment, he sensed a profound danger. It was no exaggeration to say that this man could take his life without a trace if he wished. Very well, I shall make contact for you, but I cannot guarantee their response. Just arrange it for me. Leave the rest to me. Previously, if Sun Tianyu had a matter, they would have rushed to his side without hesitation. But now, in front of so many onlookers, he had utterly disgraced the Sun family, even losing the 9 lives cat in the process. How could he expect them to treat him favorably again? Not a chance. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The masked man grew increasingly impatient. Were they? Why haven't they arrived? I do not know. I will urge them again. Sun Tianyu could not fathom why his family was treating him this way. He could endure the mockery from outsiders. But why from his own kin? For years, he had fought tirelessly to earn prestige for the Sun family. The position of the foremost family in the imperial capital was his hard-earned achievement. Why did they treat him so? Anger swirled within Sun Tianyu. He fought against the rising flames of rage and dialed a higher-up. At that moment, a phone rang nearby. Finally, they had arrived. I thought you were not coming. Sun Tianyu sneered as he took a seat beside the masked man. Elder Sun smiled at the remark. You speak as if we would not come to meet our family's top talent. We were merely delayed by some matters on the way. And who might this be? The masked man stated his purpose directly, showing no interest in the internal strife of the Sun family. This ally could be anyone. Several senior members of the Sun family approached and sat on the sofa. Upon hearing the masked man, they exchanged glances. Why should we collaborate with you? The masked man regarded them with a bemused smile. The moment the words left his lips, the faces of the Sun family members changed. This man truly knew how to stir trouble. A nameless nobody? The masked man could not help but smile at those words, finding their arrogance amusing. They should reflect on their own worth. Enough. Uncles and elders, I did not summon you here for idle chatter. You should seriously consider this gentleman's request. His strength is far beyond your imagination. Do not underestimate him. Sun Tianyu warned, casting a glance at those present. What did you say? Sun Tianyu. This joke is not amusing. Sun Tianyu's words stirred a tempest of doubt among the crowd, their disbelief palpable. The masked man chuckled and summoned 5S-level anomalies. This is the utmost sincerity I can offer in my collaboration with the Sun family. Prior to this, I have already gifted 1 SS-level anomaly to Sun Tianyu. If you are willing to cooperate with me, these 5S-level anomalies are yours. If not, I shall take Sun Tianyu with me. for I cannot bear to watch such a talent suffer by your side." The masked man exhibited great interest in Sun Tianyu. Hearing this, Sun Tianyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated such regard from this individual. "Are you truly willing to give us these 5 anomalies?" Elder Sun licked his cracked lips, staring in shock at the masked man. Who is this person to possess such resources? I am not one for jest. What I offer is what I can deliver. And the SS level anomaly. It is here. Sun Tianyu produced the SS level anomaly. Noticing the avaricious gazes from the higher-ups, he promptly stowed it away again. That which belongs to him, he would not relinquish to anyone. "Very well. Since you are so generous, we shall not be polite. We will heed your arrangements." "Excellent. Let us swiftly sign contracts for these 6 anomalies and, if possible, commence tonight." "Directly attacking, is it? Do not act recklessly. I desire a foolproof plan." Chapter 282, Anomaly Fusion that night. "Hello, who is this?" As soon as the call connected, a familiar sinister laugh echoed from the other end. "Sun Yang? What do you want?" "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to recognize my voice so readily. Come to the Sun family villa. I will be waiting for you. If you are late, I cannot guarantee what I might do to Bai Shui. You know how mad I can be. Oh, and come alone? Ha. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. Hello." With a grim expression, Bai Shui asked, "What happened?" "Bai Shui has been kidnapped by Sun Yang. He wants me to go to the Sun family villa right now." Hearing this, Qi Qi, Ning Zhua, and Chui Niao followed closely behind. Gong Sun Yu, still half asleep, merely turned over in bed, uninterested in the commotion. Before they even entered, Qi Qi and Ning Zhua sensed something was amiss. "It seems they have prepared for our arrival. Be cautious." "Understood." As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar figure appeared in their line of sight. It was Sun Yang. "You all move swiftly. Since you are here, do not linger outside. Please come in." "What do you want?" "Release Bai Shui immediately. If you have something to discuss, direct it at me." As her words fell, more members of the Sun family emerged from the villa, and Bai Shui was bound tightly. "What do you intend to do?" The Sun and Bai families were both among the 3 prominent clans of the imperial capital, with comparable strength. How could they dare? Simple. Hand over the minor anomaly you recently acquired outside the city, and we shall consider this matter resolved. We will not only release Bai Shui, but also erase any grievances between us. Sun Tianyu spoke nonchalantly. "What do you want with Ning Yi? Usually residing in the underworld. Ning Yi should not have been discovered. How did the Sun family learn of this? What have I done? Speak clearly. Do not place the blame on me without reason. Can they not articulate their words? Are they still pretending? The attack on the Sun family's anomaly master was orchestrated by that minor anomaly. Do not tell me you were unaware. Quickly hand it over." "Ning Yi, impossible. Do not slander." Ning Yi, possessing scant strength, lacking even the means for self-preservation. How could he possibly wreak havoc upon so many Yu-Gui masters overnight? Even if you seek a scapegoat, you ought to present a more convincing rationale. Believe it or not, this is the undeniable truth. Hurry and bring forth that little anomaly. Impossible. None shall yield to the other. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate. At that moment, a shadow darted forth from the darkness. "Who?" "Gentlemen, it has been quite a while. My sincerest apologies, but I lack the patience to listen to your haggling. Since you refuse to concede, I shall resort to force." The familiar figure came into view. Upon seeing this, Ning Zhua immediately grasped the situation. These fools genuinely believed his words. Why not trust me? What I stated is nothing short of the truth. The masked figure shook his head disapprovingly. As his words fell, a powerful, ghostly energy began to emanate from all directions. Alarm bells rang within him, and without hesitation, he summoned the Hellhound to carry him away from the scene. Ning Yi emerged from the shadows, his visage twisted in rage, radiating a blinding crimson light. The overwhelming pressure rendered those present breathless. Sun Tianyu stared in disbelief at the petite figure, struggling to swallow. Could this be the anomaly that attacked the Sun family that night? Such terrifying power. No wonder so many anomalies fell within mere breaths. Damn it, you truly lack composure. I initially thought you intended to remain a turtle for life. Observing that figure, the masked man smiled with satisfaction. Seeking death. The brilliance of the masked man's smile was blinding. Ning Yi surged towards him like a streak of light. A fierce battle was imminent. Ning Yi confronted the Hellhound. Just as Ning Zhuo was about to advance, he noticed all the anomalies charging towards Ning Yi. Were these creatures truly targeting Ning Yi? What was his true identity? Ning Zhuo turned to glance at Qi beside him. Don't ask me. I cannot see through that fellow. Rest assured, they are all in the same boat, sharing both fortune and misfortune. This is beyond doubt. Let us resolve this first. We can discuss the rest later. Realizing this, Ning Zhuo ceased his hesitation and charged towards Ning Yi. Coincidentally, at this critical moment, Ning Zhuo appeared before him. Seeing this, Ning Yi curled the corners of his mouth into a playful smile. Seizing the opportunity while the others were still processing, he transformed into a stream of light and plunged directly into Ning Zhuo's body. At that instant, the masked man's pupils constricted. Retreat. Chapter 283. I acknowledge my master. The next moment, an indescribably terrifying force erupted from Ning Zhuo, radiating throughout the Sun family villa. He was enveloped in a flickering glow of red and black, his sinister gaze emanating murderous intent. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. After an indeterminate time, Sun Tianyu stammered, SSS level? No, it's impossible. Although instances of anomaly fusion had previously occurred, the result had merely been the acquisition of each other's skills without any enhancement in power. Yet, Ning Zhuo and Ning Yi exhibited a fusion outcome that was entirely different. That was an SSS-level anomaly. Just one of them could obliterate the world. No matter how numerous they were, they could not possibly contend with an SSS-level anomaly. With this thought, Sun Tianyu trembled as he looked at those beside him. What should we do now? He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. He could manage Ning Zhuo and Ning Yi separately, but their fusion seizing the opportunity while the masked man was momentarily dazed, Ning Zhuo launched his attack. He transformed his hand into a blade, swiftly weaving through the anomalies. The crowd could hardly react before they felt the contract with the anomalies sever. Awoo! As the life and death crisis loomed, the Hellhound's internal alarm blared. It howled to the heavens, awakening the contemplative masked man. Upon witnessing this, the masked man intended to intervene, but it was too late. In an instant, the Hellhound's head was severed, its vitality extinguished. Seeing this, the masked man dared not hesitate and turned to flee. Ning Zhuo forcefully halted, his icy gaze sweeping across all the members of the Sun family. Regardless of who resolved the previous issue with your Sun family as hundreds of anomalies, this time, it is undoubtedly me. If you possess the ability, come seek trouble with me. If not, wait for me to handle everything and claim your lives. After hearing the unfolding events, his expression grew increasingly grim. He never imagined the Sun family would descend to such depths. How laughable. The Sun family had truly embarrassed the capital. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuo turned to Ouyang Zhen. I hope the association and the capital will not interfere with the Sun family matters. They have repeatedly targeted us, and I cannot pretend to be oblivious. Those who err must pay the price for their actions. Observing the murderous intent swirling in Ning Zhuo's eyes, Ouyang Zhen pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. Indeed, the Sun family has gone too far. Do as you wish. I will not intervene. Once White Snow became involved, the nature of the matter shifted entirely. To prevent mutual destruction between the Sun family and the Bai family, entrusting this matter to Ning Zhuo was the best course of action. Hopefully, it would not escalate to the worst possible outcome. Ouyang Zhen shook his head and turned away, until that figure vanished from sight. Ning Zhuo finally shifted his gaze to Ning Yi. Their eyes met. Ning Zhuo's expression was frigid as he spoke. Are you not going to reveal your identity to us? I do not know. Ning Yi shook his head. Do not know? Ning Zhuo found himself amused by Ning Yi's response. Did this fellow take him for a fool? I genuinely do not know. I opened my eyes not long ago and saw you all. My memories began with you. I have no recollection of anything prior, including my identity. The reason I acted as I did is that I believed I had the capability. Otherwise, do you think I would dare to take such risks? Though Ning Yi maintained the form of a child, his manner of speaking was unexpectedly mature. Ning Zhuo eyed him with skepticism, wishing to inquire further. But Qi reached out to restrain him. Do not ask. He does not seem to be lying. Upon hearing this, Ning Zhuo furrowed his brows. What was this woman thinking? Unfortunately, Ning Yi remembered nothing, leaving her unable to verify anything. Facing Ning Zhuo's puzzled gaze, Qi comfortingly patted his hand. Seeing this, Ning Zhuo had no choice but to relent and ceased further inquiries. Memories from before his unconsciousness surfaced in his mind, and she abruptly sat up, scanning the surroundings in alarm. Where's Bai Shui? Over there. Do not worry. Bai Shui is fine. We have dealt with those individuals. Her gaze fell upon Ning Yi, her eyes shimmering with profound inquiry. Observing this, Ning Yi stepped forward. I am sorry, sister. I did not anticipate this matter would cause you such trouble. Initially, I merely wished to teach them a lesson, not realizing. It is not your fault. You acted to defend me. But how could your strength be so formidable? She gazed at Ning Yi in astonishment, her face a mask of confusion. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi shook his head. I do not know. Just then, Ouyang returned. However, recalling the purpose of his visit, he found it difficult to voice his thoughts. President Ouyang, why have you returned? Catching the flicker of emotion in Ouyang eyes, Ning Zhuo narrowed his gaze. Sighing, Ouyang replied, I initially promised not to interfere in this matter, but I never anticipated it would escalate to such proportions. Currently, various parties are exerting pressure, and I have no choice but to seek you out. Pressure from whom? All you Gue masters in the capital hope you will surrender the mastermind behind the massacre of the Sun family's anomalies. Ouyang articulated each word clearly. Upon uttering this, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Why? This matter is not Ning Yi's fault. It is clearly the Sun family's provocation that instigated me. The people of the imperial capital truly take advantage of others, treating her as if she were some kind of soft persimmon. I understand your reluctance, but this is unavoidable. An uncontrolled anomaly could easily spiral into chaos and bloodshed, as you witnessed just a few days ago. Continuing on this path is untenable. For the safety of the imperial capital, I must confine him within prison. Ouyang appeared visibly pained. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi stepped forward, asking if merely acknowledging my master would resolve everything. Theoretically, yes, but would my past actions prior to this recognition implicate my master? No. Very well. I shall acknowledge my master now. Chapter 284. The anomaly strikes again. What? Ouyang was taken aback by Ning Yi's declaration, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never encountered such an unusual form of acknowledgement before, and his curiosity about this peculiar anomaly grew stronger. What exactly is this anomaly? Where did you acquire it? Qi shrugged helplessly, adding a mocking remark that if the Sun family truly liked him, they could venture out and try their luck. Perhaps they might stumble upon him. They're not foolish. It is evident who instigated this situation. With the Sun family displaying such shamelessness, why should she extend any courtesy towards them? At this, Ouyang expression shifted. As Qi's words settled, Ning Yi completed the acknowledgement process. Unlike any previous contracts made with other anomalies, this situation was distinctly peculiar. While pondering this, a sudden uproar resonated from the underworld. Such immense power. I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking through to SS level. The voices of Meng Pe and the fisherwoman echoed. A formidable force surged throughout the underworld, continuously reshaping the forms of Meng Pe and several other anomalies. Although Qi and Shui Niao had not entered into a contract with the underworld, as members of it, they too received enhancements. Feeling the torrent of power coursing within them, the two exchanged astonished glances. Upon hearing this, Qi fell silent. Rather than an enhancement, it felt more like a reward. The king was bestowing gifts upon every anomaly that faithfully followed him. Contemplating this, Qi's gaze towards Ning Yi transformed completely. Feeling the weight of everyone's scrutiny, Ning Yi slowly lifted his head. Upon hearing this, Ouyang sighed resignedly. Very well, I shall inform them of this matter. The rest is up to you to handle with caution. Ning Yi's demeanor turned fierce. The emotional fluctuations he exhibited were entirely unbecoming of a child his age. Ouyang, observing him, could not suppress a gulp. His instincts warned him that this Ning Yi was a demon. Be careful. With that warning, Ouyang turned and departed. Their eyes met, and Ning Yi spoke. Sister, If you have any questions, please ask. I have no inquiries. Regardless of your identity, you are my anomaly now, and I trust you. Hearing this, Ning Yi's heart stirred, and the deep-seated worries within him dissipated at last. What is there to think? Your actions were for my protection. I should be the one expressing gratitude. However, you must refrain from such reckless behavior in the future. It is far too dangerous. On the other side, the group exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. Let this matter conclude here. Ouyang Zhen cast a stern glance at the Sun family. Hearing this, the members of the Sun family reluctantly nodded, agreeing to cease their pursuits. President Ouyang, rest assured, we shall not investigate this matter further. President, there is a grave situation. The anomaly is attacking the city. Elder Sun's words were cut short as a mid-level anomaly controller rushed in, panic-stricken and with traces of blood visible on his face. Ouyang Zhen's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. I do not know. President, you must hurry and investigate. Realizing the severity of the situation, Ouyang Zhen wasted no time, leading the group towards the city walls. As he departed, he hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Bai Shui in the distance. The anomaly's uprising could be a minor or major issue. It is always prudent to be cautious. How could there be trouble again so soon? The cause of the previous anomaly's uprising remains unresolved, and now another crisis has emerged. I do not know, but this situation is more perilous than the last two. You must hurry and check it out. Ningzhu seemed to have thought of something, directing his gaze towards Ning Yi. Their eyes locked. Ning Yi shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have no reason to intervene. His focus has consistently been on the Sun family. Aside from causing him trouble, there is no benefit in acting. Can you assist in resolving the anomaly issue? It is hard to say. The vague response drew Ningzhu's ire. The situation outside the city was far more severe than they had imagined. The anomalies were launching organized assaults on the city walls, each impact sending tremors throughout. Standing atop the walls, they felt each jolt. This uprising of anomalies seems entirely different from the last one, doesn't it? Indeed, this time the anomalies are more unified. We preliminarily assess that they are organized, but we remain unclear about their intentions for coming here. The situation is urgent. We must act together. Okay, Chapter 285. The Masked Man appears President Ouyang. Where are the members of the Sun family? The local chief glared icily at Ouyang Zhen, a mocking smile creeping across his face as he contemplated a certain possibility. Upon his words, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Indeed, where are the members of the Sun family? They had just been present. How could they? I think I saw the Sun family fleeing towards the east of the city. If I recall correctly, that direction leads to the underground passage of the imperial capital. The Sun family members cannot be attempting to abandon the city, can they? One individual in the crowd cautiously raised their hands, speaking nervously as if afraid to misstep. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhen cursed under his breath, his face filled with disdain for the Sun family. How dare this group of fools? At a time when the survival of the imperial capital hangs in the balance. They think they can just leave? As one of the three prominent families of the imperial capital who gave them the audacity to do so. Let them go. After all, most of the Sun family's anomalies have already perished. Keeping them here is merely a waste of our resources. Why squander time on them? Ningzhu glanced at the grim expressions of those around him and stated calmly. While his words were harsh, they rang true. Very well. Let's first repel this group of anomalies. Ouyang Zhen nodded in agreement. President Ouyang, are there any issues with the locations under attack by these anomalies? These areas are the weakest points in the city wall's defenses, but this information is scarcely known within the association and the base. I cannot fathom how these anomalies acquired this knowledge. I must go. Why are we still lingering here? President Ouyang, act quickly. If they breach the city wall, the imperial capital will be in grave danger. Gong Sun Yu interjected anxiously. Do you think we do not wish to act? Prior to your arrival, several teams of anomaly controllers had already ventured out to confront them. But unfortunately, these anomalies are far too powerful. They simply cannot withstand their strength. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhen hesitated and nodded in agreement. Is this not a last resort? Then when is? Facing the questioning gazes of those behind him, Ouyang Zhen turned coldly. As the foremost anomaly controller of the imperial capital, he bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding it and leading the controllers forward. While they feared the fall of the capital, he was even more concerned. The conversation reached an impasse. The individuals atop the city wall exchanged glances, utterly unsure how to resolve the pressing dilemma before them. Just then, a figure stumbled up from below, breathless and panicked. "President, this is dire. We are truly doomed. What has transpired? Speak clearly." Reports from various bases indicate that they have also been besieged by strange entities, and several have already fallen. According to their accounts, the assault is led by 9 SS-class anomalies. Based on their descriptions, I estimate that this uprising involves at least hundreds of SS-class entities. How is that possible? S-class anomalies are already rare, let alone SS-class. How could so many emerge at once? A sense of foreboding began to rise within everyone. They were acutely aware that a great calamity was indeed upon them. "President, we must urgently formulate a plan." The base manager anxiously glanced at Ouyang Zhen. "What do you intend to do? Do you not find yourselves utterly ridiculous? Just a moment ago, you were clamoring for my assistance, and now you plead for me to intervene. Apologies, but I have no inclination to waste my time on your kind or to assist you." Ning crossed her arms defiantly and turned her head away. Though her words were harsh, they held a kernel of truth. "Ouyang Zhen, I understand your thoughts, but I do not believe Ning possesses the capability to confront so many anomalies at once. Yet he did slaughter hundreds of anomaly tamers from the Sun family overnight. While it is true he decimated those from the Sun family, their general strength was merely A-class. This time is different, with 9 SS-class anomalies at the helm, not to mention countless S-class and A-class entities. Do you truly believe he can manage alone?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Perhaps there was some merit to this argument. "There is no time to waste. Let us all engage." The manager glanced at the two before turning to the anomaly tamers poised behind them. Upon hearing this, the others dared not hesitate, summoning their anomalies and swiftly descending from the city walls. Their intervention successfully disrupted the siege's momentum. The battle was about to erupt. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar figure flashed within her sight. "That is, did you all see that?" The masked individual seemed to be among the anomalies. As she spoke, she rose onto her toes, attempting to gain a clearer view. But the figure vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. "What?" Ning, he was no exception. Last time, that individual escaped. This time, he would not allow the masked figure another chance. "Impossible. I could mistake anyone, but not him. How could that person be here? Could he possibly be involved in this affair? It is him. I sense his presence. I have always felt something amiss about that individual." Setting aside his peculiar attire, that hellish 3-headed dog is distinctly abnormal. If he indeed orchestrated this anomaly uprising, everything would fall into place. Chapter 286. How noisy you are, Chi pondered thoughtfully. As soon as she finished speaking, an indescribable and terrifying force suddenly swept over the city outskirts. Black mist enveloped the sky, cascading like meteors into the bodies of the anomalies. Damn it, where is this black mist emanating from? Such a terrifying power. Who is manipulating these anomalies from the shadows? This amplification has even greatly benefited the leading SS-class anomalies. Their strength is unprecedented. "President, we truly cannot hold out any longer." Bang! The roars of the anomaly tamers mixed with the sound of the city walls shattering. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying clamor continued, and the walls gradually crumbled under the relentless assault of the anomalies. Ouyang Zhen stared at the damaged walls, his eyes wide with desperation, yet found himself powerless. The strength of these anomalies is too formidable. Send a few people to evacuate the civilians and minimize casualties. Yes, numerous anomaly tamers divided into 2 groups, one to guard the Anomaly Tamer Association and the other to ensure the safety of the citizens. They initially believed that upon entering the city, the anomalies would disperse. To their surprise, these entities relentlessly pursued them. What is the situation with these anomalies? Why do they persistently chase after us? Their target must be one among us. Ning Zhu spoke thoughtfully. The only possibility is Ning Yi. The others clearly recognized this as well. Ning Yi gritted his teeth, turning to face the pursuing anomalies, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Let me eliminate them. Can you handle it alone? SS class is uncertain, but the others are definitely no match for me. He preferred to expose his strength rather than allow this swarm of flies to continue buzzing behind him. That direction, it is towards the Anomaly Tamer Association. What is happening? Damn it. The anomalies within the Golden Prison are also beginning to riot under the influence of this black mist. Ouyang Zhen realized the gravity of the situation and exclaimed in shock. With internal and external troubles converging, the capital is truly in peril. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts sank. 1 SS class, 3 S-class anomalies appearing simultaneously, the overwhelming malevolence instantly subdued everyone present. Alas, alas, President, let us first secure the Golden Prison. Tell us what to do. In response, Ouyang Zhen shook his head. There is no solution unless we can subdue all the anomalies within a short period. The anomalies housed in the Golden Prison number no less than 80. Subduing them all? President, are you jesting? Gongsun, you could hardly believe his ears. Lower-tier anomalies might be manageable, but high-tier anomalies would take at least 2 to 3 days to resolve. Do we have that much time? Do I appear to be joking? I have a plan. Meng Pa glanced at the situation behind her and spoke up. Let's try using Meng Pa soup. With my cooperation with the Fisher Maiden, we can summon a rain of Meng Pa soup within a designated area, which should dispel their memories, making our task considerably easier. This is indeed a commendable strategy. Meng Pa soup can erase all memories of past events, allowing the black paper to become white once more. Perhaps this method can render these anomalies more docile. I find this approach dubious. Do not forget that all the attacking anomalies are being controlled by someone. While I am unaware of the connection between these anomalies and that hidden figure, I am certain that anomalies with full consciousness and experiences are far more challenging to control than those newly born. If we truly erase their memories with Meng Pa soup, the situation would become even more precarious. This won't work, nor will that. Shall we simply await our doom? Gongsun Yu raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. The Fisher Maiden waved her hand dismissively. What about me? Go find your own anomalies. I do not understand why you are targeting individuals. The strong should assist the weak. Such a simple truth. Must I spell out for you? Wait, if Meng Pa soup is ineffective, what about the culinary delights of the anomaly chef? Surely we can attract their attention with food? Precisely. Let the anomaly chef prepare some delectable dishes to entice them. He hesitated, stroking his chin, uncertainly voicing, Are you suggesting we feed these anomalies until they burst? Have you all said enough? Hurry and assist us. The anomaly tamers, fiercely resisting the onslaught of anomalies nearby, shouted angrily. Just as he finished speaking, Ning Yi transformed into a streak of light, appearing before him. The malevolent energy coalesced in his hands into a chainsaw. He raised the chainsaw high and swiftly cleaved the anomaly before him in two. Having completed this action, he turned to coldly smirk at the anomaly tamer who had just spoken, once again raising the chainsaw. Upon witnessing the scene, the Ghost Master's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? Has no one ever told you how unbearably loud you are? Chapter 287, The Reappearance of the Death Valley. A manic smile crept across Ning Yi's lips. Hearing this, the Ghost Master's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. You can't kill me. We're in this together. I refuse to associate with cowards. Spare me your self-aggrandizement. Ning Yi retorted with a haughty roll of his eyes. He navigated through the throngs of eerie entities, frantically wielding the chainsaw in his grasp. Wherever he passed, the grotesque beings were severed in two. They fell to the ground, struggling helplessly as the terrifying ghostly energy spread from their fractured bodies, ultimately leading to their total obliteration. This small creature possesses an astonishingly fearsome power. Indeed, the Sun family fell to him, which proves to be no loss at all. The remaining grotesques hastened to keep pace with Ning Yi, forming a line as they rushed outward to attack. Gongsun Yu crossed her arms with satisfaction. Upon hearing her, Bai Shui rolled her eyes in curiosity. Can't you lend a hand? How can I possibly intervene in such a high-stakes battle? You overestimate my capabilities. She'll quiet down. I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss. According to reports from other bases, the rampaging grotesques are led by at least 9 SS-level entities. Yet thus far, I have only seen S-level grotesques. Even if they have been augmented, it is implausible for them to elevate their power to SS level in such a brief time frame. Where are those 9 SS-level entities? Ning Zhua, Ning Yi, Xiao Gui Fei, stay vigilant. Those 9 SS-level grotesques have yet to show themselves. They may be lurking somewhere, watching you, so do not let a guard down. Understood. Upon hearing the warning from behind, the group heightened their vigilance. The ghost masters were sent flying one after another, leaving only Ning Zhua and 6 other grotesques at the scene. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her, filled with complex emotions. Indeed, it is regrettable that our grotesques lack sufficient strength to make a difference in such a grand conflict, otherwise enhancing our strength. Wait, she recalled that they had recently obtained a batch of mermaid candles in the Emperor's tomb. If so many mermaid candles were ignited simultaneously, they might yield extraordinary results. Just then, a figure leaped forth from the depths of the golden prison, landing steadily in the midst of the crowd. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ouyang Zhen clasped his fists in greeting. Senior, I never anticipated your arrival. If I had delayed any longer, the capital would have met its demise. It is hard to believe that after so many years, the grotesques have returned, and this time, their strength is exponentially greater than before. I appreciate your efforts. The newcomer was an elderly man on the verge of the grave, exuding a nonchalant air as he placed his hands behind his back. The elder turned to glance at her, their gazes intertwining in the air. I never expected to encounter you here. Perhaps this is fate. She looked at the elderly man in confusion, unable to restrain her curiosity. Old sir, do you recognize me? Or do you know my father? Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us first deal with these grotesques. The elder replied with a grin, leisurely summoning 3 SS-level grotesques. The arrival of these 3 high-ranking grotesques immediately shifted the tide of the battle. Their power was notably peculiar. Go assist. Understood. The 3 grotesques joined the fray. Ning Zhua and the others stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of these unfamiliar entities, their eyes wide with shock. The density of the ghostly energy emanating from these 3 is extraordinary. How intriguing. I wonder if my millennium-old SS-level grotesque prowess surpasses theirs, who have emerged from the crucible of war. Xiao Gui Fei smiled at the grotesques before her, her red silk swirling. They cannot compare to you. Ning Yi smirked with disdain, clearly unimpressed by these entities. Are all of these your grotesques? A few belong to me, while others are my aides. Such prowess at such a young age. Truly, you are deserving of being his daughter. The capital owes you a great debt of gratitude. The elder nodded in satisfaction. It is a pity that the capital lacks such talents. Sun Tianyu has indeed disappointed their expectations. Fortunately, they did not invest too many resources in him. Otherwise, this incident could have severely drained their vitality. Senior, you flatter me. It is merely my duty. However, I am somewhat perplexed by your statement. You know my father, don't you? Do you know where he is now? Some answers you must seek for yourself. The 3 grotesques acted in unison, their immense ghostly domain blossoming around them, swiftly engulfing all other grotesques in the vicinity. The crisis was averted. Xiao Gui Fei cast a contemplative glance at the 3 SS-level grotesques at the center of the ghostly domain, shaking her head helplessly at Ning Yi. You overestimate me. At present, I am indeed no match for them. Have you forgotten about me? Ning Yi smiled. Thank you for your timely intervention regarding the city walls indeed. Ouyang Zhen nodded respectfully, just as he was about to summon the remaining ghost masters. A sudden white mist enveloped the city. The mottled walls bore the marks of blood and tears left by predecessors. A multitude of warnings sent shivers down their spines. How could the Death Valley appear here? Chapter 288. That valley consumes the living. They gazed curiously at the valley, suspended in the air above the capital. Confusion etched on their faces. What is this? How can a valley float in the sky? Hongcheng Base, capital base. Baiyun City base. The walls are covered with signatures from all bases. Are you a fool? Open your eyes and see clearly. Those are not signatures. They are warnings of death. How could this be? What exactly is this valley? More individuals began to take note of the Death Valley hovering above the capital. President Ouyang, will you still refuse to enlighten me about the Death Valley? Ouyang Zhen's face had turned ashen, trembling helplessly, his eyes filled with palpable fear. I do not know at this juncture. Why do you still cling to your silence? Why has the Death Valley manifested here? Speak. Were it not for his status as an elder, she would have wanted Ning Zhuo to teach him a lesson. At her words, the elder wore a peculiar smile, as if he felt a sense of relief, or perhaps that it was only natural. It is destiny, destiny. All has come to pass. What do you mean? Can you clarify your words, old man? Gong Sun Yu exclaimed, scratching his head in frustration as he attempted to comprehend the elder's cryptic message. Do not inquire further. You must seek your own answers. Once you unveil the truth of the Death Valley, you may discover what you have long sought. What we have long sought. Is he referring to Shiming? Why do the people of the capital enjoy being so enigmatic? Does articulating their thoughts truly pose such a challenge? Gong Sun Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. At that moment, the Death Valley in midair erupted with an indescribable force of attraction. A black hole appeared beneath it, distorting the surrounding space as it spun. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, they felt their bodies being uncontrollably drawn upwards. Screams erupted in unison. Help me! Someone save me! Daddy, save me! Child, hold on to me! Ordinary individuals possess no means of self-preservation. They can only cling to nearby structures in a futile attempt to resist. Yet it proves ineffective. The terrifying pull seems intent on tearing their hand from their bodies, and amidst the excruciating pain, they instinctively release their grips. Damn it, everyone! Hurry and help! Ouyang Zhen bellowed in fury, rushing toward the gathering of common people. You should assist as well. Just as Ning Zhuo and the others were about to nod in agreement, Ning preemptively interjected, do not go. The Valley of Death is not as simple as you imagine. It is futile. Ningy, do you know something? I cannot articulate it. I merely sense that this valley harbors great peril and should not be approached. If I could reclaim all my memories, perhaps I could uncover the secrets of the Valley of Death, but at present, I truly know nothing. His every action was instinctive. Help me. Save me. A chilling scream suddenly pierced the air from behind. In a panic, he summoned the strange entity, grasping its hand. Quickly, take me away from here. Hurry, he urged frantically. But before he could finish, several glowing blades emerged from the mist, slicing him into fragments. Flesh and tissue rained down from the sky, the metallic scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. How could this happen? The Valley of Death is capable of targeting those who resist. Everyone stood frozen in shock. The strange entity remained motionless, staring blankly at the severed hand it held. Others, witnessing this scene, released their grips on the strange entity. Stop struggling. There may still be a chance for survival inside. Amidst the rising panic, someone shouted. In the next moment, everyone relinquished their holds, surrendering themselves to the pull of the Valley of Death. Ouyang Zhen's eyes widened in despair. Do not give up. Do not surrender. Entering means death. That valley consumes lives. What do you mean, Ouyang President? Struggling leads to death, and not struggling leads to death. Do they truly have no glimmer of hope? Increasing numbers were torn to shreds. Blood cascading from the heavens, soaking the clothing and hair of those below. Fear spread among the populace of the imperial capital. The shadow of death loomed over the city like a shroud of white mist. Oh man, think of something. If this continues, everyone in the imperial capital will perish. If I had a solution, I would not be here, merely observing. The elder shook his head in resignation, his garments flapping chaotically as if in a struggle. At that moment, 3 SS-class strange entities beside him reached out in unison, forcibly anchoring him. Old man, the SS-class entities exclaimed in terror, unleashing their ghostly domains to shield the elder. With 3 layers of ghostly domains overlapping, unless one possessed strength surpassing their SS class, no one could escape. They believed this would safeguard the elder, but who could have anticipated that the black hole's pull could penetrate the ghostly domains, causing the elder's body to ascend slowly? How could this be? Old man, do something. Old man, can you stop being mute at a time like this? Let me go. Gazing at the 3 familiar faces before him, the elder chuckled softly, patting their hands with an air of tranquility. He was already at an age where he had one foot in the grave. After so many experiences, what did death matter? Upon hearing this, the three strange entities were filled with indignation. As they watched the elder rise higher, they gradually lost their grip. The three strange entities stared at Ning Yi in astonishment. This young man possesses formidable strength. Who is he? The elder remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, gazing at Ning Yi with curiosity. Young one, why do you wish to save me? It was merely a whim. Do not misconstrue it. Ning Yi waved his hand, and before he could finish speaking, a cry of alarm echoed nearby. The ghostly chef is incredibly powerful. Ning Yi, think of something quickly. If this continues, we shall all be drawn in. Chapter 289. The collapsing imperial capital. Chi anxiously regarded Ning Yi. In the next instant, the pole was entirely severed. Are you all right? I am fine. You need not worry about me. Chi sighed in relief, but the wails and screams persisted. Elder Ning Yi, do you truly have no means to avert this? If this continues, millions in the imperial capital will perish. No one had anticipated that the city would meet its end in such a manner. Ouyang Zhen navigated through the crowd, striving to save them, but to no avail. His clothes, soaked in blood, revealed glimpses of human tissue amidst the filth. If we had a solution, the same tragedy would not have befallen us years ago. The elder finally spoke. What do you mean? The death warnings above are remnants left by various city bases after being besieged by the Valley of Death. The wars of yesteryears were not simpler than the present. What you see now, the cities and bases, were all reconstructed after death. I had believed that once the Valley of Death vanished, it would not return, but unexpectedly it is fate. All of this is fate. A self-deprecating smile graced the elder's face, his wise eyes filled with profound helplessness. Boom! The golden prison's seal shattered. Countless strange entities broke free, rushing toward the Valley of Death in a relentless tide. Have they lost their minds? The anticipated siege by the strange entities did not materialize. One after another, they plunged into the Valley of Death, vanishing from sight. Wait, what is that? Look, Gongsun, you urgently pointed toward the Valley of Death, having discovered something. Amidst the crowd's puzzled gazes, the familiar three-headed hellhound dashed out from within the Valley of Death, racing toward an unnoticed corner. The masked man is over there. Chi exclaimed excitedly. Damn it. How can this fellow's strange entity move freely in and out? Can we do the same? Recalling their prior encounter in the Valley of Death, Chi shook her head, dismissing her own speculation. Impossible. If the Valley of Death permitted them free passage, it would not resort to petrification against us. Who exactly is that masked man, and why does he seem to appear everywhere? He always surfaces at critical moments, acting as the hidden hand behind it all, repeatedly pushing innocent individuals into the abyss. Capture him. That three-headed hellhound by his side is intriguing. Did you not defeat that three-headed hellhound? How can it be here? Chi gazed at the hellhound in confusion. In response, Ning Yi shook his head. I do not know how he resurrected it, but it matters not. If I could slay it once, I could do so again. He refrained from saying more and dashed forward. Do not worry. We cannot fathom that young man's strength. There will be no issue. The elder glanced at the chaotic scene before turning to Ouyang Zhen not far away. It is time, Ouyang Zhen. Take action and activate the final defense of the imperial capital. Must we truly proceed with this? The imperial capital has reached a critical juncture of life and death. Further hesitation may leave us with no chance at all. The current casualties in the imperial capital have surpassed 100,000. If they do not swiftly devise a countermeasure, the entire city shall perish. Time was of the essence. Realizing this, Ouyang Zhen ceased to waver and directly activated the last line of defense for the imperial capital. A protective barrier emerged from beneath the city, swiftly closing to enclose all remaining survivors. As the barrier sealed, the Valley of Death's pull was abruptly nullified. The crowd, still trembling with fear, exhaled in relief and hurried toward the Ghost Master Association. Just as they believed they were safe, the ground of the imperial capital began to collapse. Tremors shook the earth, causing buildings to topple one after another. A massive chasm opened in the ground. President, what shall we do? The president's call grew increasingly urgent. Ouyang Zhen's expression darkened. Time ticked away relentlessly. At some point, the imperial capital had completely descended into chaos. The crowd, gripped by terror, surveyed their surroundings, increasingly aware of the ominous valley that loomed above them. As night fell, the white mist that had encircled the capital gradually dissipated, taking with it the dreadful valley. The heavy burden that pressed upon their hearts finally lifted as the survivors gazed into the inky sky, their expressions dazed. Were they finally safe? What manner of valley was this, and why was it so terrifying? President, the capital has fallen. Where shall we go from here? No one had anticipated that. Within a mere day, the once thriving imperial capital would be reduced to ruins. The deep pit concealed the bodies of its inhabitants. Survivors huddled on the ground, weeping in despair. Observing this, Ouyang Zhen took a deep breath. Everyone, please remain calm. I'm deeply sorry for the tragedy that has unfolded today. As the president of the Ghostmaster Association, I failed to protect you, and this is my negligence. Rest assured, I will ensure your safe passage to a secure area. Is there truly such a thing as a secure area? Someone retorted. Our battle against the anomalies has spanned many years. What does this truly matter? Please, everyone, muster your spirits and do not give in. The comfort offered amidst the ruins felt utterly feeble. Yet, Ouyang Zhen had no alternative. I hope that when we meet again, you will share with me everything regarding the Valley of Death and my father. Chapter 290. Capturing the masked man, the group departed together, with Ouyang Zhen and the elder watching their figures fade into the distance. Gather all survivors. We must proceed. Are you certain we haven't lost our way? 3 hours later, the weary group found a shaded spot to rest. Gong Sunyu, massaging his calves, voiced his concerns. The aura from Ning, it definitely emanates from this direction. I'm certain of it. Then these two must be exceptionally swift. We have yet to see them, Gong Sunyu murmured. Beside him, Bai Shui received a call, her expression growing increasingly grave. Moments later, she ended the call, biting her lip, her face a tapestry of emotions as she regarded the others. What has happened? I just received news. Besides the imperial capital, other cities have also come under attack from the Valley of Death. The human forces have suffered heavy losses. Currently, there are fewer than 30,000 Ghost Masters remaining with combat capability. Bai Shui's tone was heavy. The tranquility, bought at such a cost by our predecessors, has ultimately come to an end. From now on, everything depends on them. 30,000? With billions of humans, and yet only 30,000 can resist the anomalies? This disparity is terrifying. We must continue onward. We cannot afford to waste any time. Understood. Beside them, Xiao Guifei opened her palm, contemplating the path ahead. They should be just up ahead. Let us move. The group of anomalies surged forward. The scenery whizzed past them. Before long, familiar figures came into view. Not far away, two identical hellhounds were flanking their prey. Upon witnessing this, Chi-Chi's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. Was this little creature deliberately concealing its strength? Or was its true power merely this limited? It cannot be. When it ruthlessly slaughtered hundreds of anomalies from the Sun family, it was decisive and efficient. How could it appear so feeble now? Doubt lingered in Chi-Chi's heart, yet she had no intention of voicing her inquiries. Stop! The masked man turned at the sound, a barely perceptible smirk crossing his face. You all arrived quite swiftly. Speak. Did you summon the Valley of Death? What were your intentions? No sooner had the words left Ning Yi's mouth than he was hurled backward uncontrollably. Ning Zhuo. In the next instant, Ning Zhuo materialized before Ning Yi, arms outstretched, a sinister aura swirling around him. Ning Yi collided into his form, merging seamlessly. The sinister energy coalesced into a blade in Ning Zhuo's hand. He swung it wildly, cleaving the two hellhounds into equal pieces before the masked man. Flesh and blood splattered, revealing entrails and organs. Do you want this back? Ning Zhuo sneered, flicking his wrist, sending the severed pieces hurtling toward the masked man. In the current predicament, the masked man had no time to feel anger. He used the flying flesh to obscure the group's view and attempted to flee. However, Xiao Guifei had long anticipated his move, waiting behind him. As the masked man turned, he found himself frozen in shock. Their gazes locked. Xiao Guifei chuckled softly. Where do you think you're going? Leaving without a word is rather rude. As she spoke, she deftly flicked the red silk in her hand, ensnaring the masked man. The sinister energy flowed into his body through the silk. Was the anomaly uprising you're doing? Yes. Is there a problem? Indeed. That day, she had not been mistaken. What about the Valley of Death? Did you also summon it? Why are you doing this? You are human. Have you lost your mind? Do not speak so dramatically. This is merely a personal choice. I prefer the straightforwardness of anomalies over the deceitful machinations of humans. What is wrong with that? Look how obedient these anomalies are. We command them to go east, and they go. They do as we say. But humans? They are always scheming against one another, solving their own troubles while creating new ones. I truly wonder where they find time. At his words, the masked man shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, but I don't know much about the Valley of Death. The anomaly uprising was indeed my doing, but the Valley of Death has nothing to do with me. If I could control it, would I have been caught by you? You. The Valley of Death is enigmatic and extraordinary, though the masked man is powerful. He has not reached that level. Chi-Chi pondered this, while Ning-Yi, having separated from Ning-Zhua, scoffed. I do not believe a word this fellow says. His appearances have never heralded anything good. Have you all forgotten how the hellhounds emerged from the Valley of Death? Setting aside other matters. Even if the anomalies of the Golden Prison entered the valley voluntarily, has anyone seen anyone enter and return? This is indeed a problem. It seems the Valley of Death allows entry but not exit. Given this, to claim that the masked man has no connection to the valley would be foolish. If that is the case, the most suspicious one should be you. You can also freely enter and exit the valley. Chapter 291. Human Infighting the Masked Man as Cold. Piercing gaze lingered on Ning-Yi, a mixture of desire and greed swirling in his eyes. His words successfully shifted the focus of everyone onto Ning-Yi. Recalling the circumstances upon entering the Valley of Death, Gongsun, you could not help but speak up. But why didn't you let us in then? It was instinct. I could sense the danger emanating from that valley. Ning-Yi replied nonchalantly, unperturbed. Seeing that Gongsun Yu was about to press further, he impatiently interrupted. All right, we can address any issues later. Let me first delve into this fellow's memories. Words can be deceiving, but memories cannot. Ning-Yi approached the masked man, extending his hand above his head. In the next moment, a multitude of black energy, resembling electric currents, surged from Ning-Yi's fingers, penetrating the masked man's body. Pain radiated from his brain to every limb, causing the masked man to tremble uncontrollably, letting out an involuntary cry of agony. He glared angrily at Ning, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Young man, you would do well to kill me. Otherwise, you are no match for me. Ning-Yi casually interrupted the masked man. As soon as the words left his lips, the masked man's memories were forcibly extracted. He casually discarded them, and the memories materialized before the onlookers. So that is how it is, she sighed, entirely oblivious to the widening pupils of Ning-Zhua. How could this be? Could this fellow be one of the masterminds from back then? A cascade of questions flooded Ning-Zhua's mind, his aura of malevolence surging, hinting an impending loss of control. Chi-Chi, witnessing this scene, furrowed her brow deeply. How involved has this person been? Why do I feel that since the recent strange resurgence, he has been present in nearly all events? He does not appear to be of such advanced age. Boom. The vision of memories abruptly halted. Ning-Yi frowned at the dense fog, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Ning-Yi, what is happening? Why do the memories suddenly vanish? Someone has sealed part of his memories. I will attempt to break it, he declared, slamming his palm against the masked man's forehead. The malevolent energy tugged at the masked man's soul, as if seeking to extricate it from his body. The masked man writhed in agony. Sensing the intrusion, the sealed memories reacted swiftly. Under the duress of dual forces, blood flowed from the masked man's orifices. Stop, Ning-Yi. This fellow still has value to us. He cannot die now. Yet I am genuinely curious. Do you not wish to uncover the secrets buried within my sealed memories? Take a look, or you shall regret it. The masked man tempted. Upon hearing this, Ning-Yi stepped forward and delivered a kick to his abdomen. What need have you for such idle chatter? Whether we choose to look or not is our decision, and none of your concern. Be silent. Infuriating. Zyagwifii. Could you devise a way to sew his mouth shut? Reflecting on all she had witnessed in the masked man's memories, Bai Shui could no longer contain her inner fury. I concur. After all, this fellow seems to be eager for death. We might as well grant him that. Gong Sun Yu chimed in, readily fanning the flames. However, Ning Zhuo, standing nearby, shook his head in disapproval. No, that will not do. Why not? This individual is so desperate for us to unlock his sealed memories that there must be a trick involved. For our safety, it is best that we remain uncurious, lest we meet an untimely demise without understanding how. There was some merit to this argument, and Gong Sun Yu nodded. After all, he is not prepared to pay with his life for his curiosity. Seeing Gong Sun Yu change his mind, Bai Shui shot him a fierce glare. You turncoat. How am I a turncoat? I am merely considering everyone's safety. Stop embellishing. Your fear is written all over your face. Bai Shui scoffed, turning away and sitting cross-legged on the ground. What do you all think? One masked man is already difficult enough to handle, yet now we face a group of them. Given humanity's current combat capabilities, we are simply no match for them. I wonder what organization this fellow belongs to. I do not recall any such anti-human organization within the Human Alliance. Regardless, since they have chosen to initiate strange uprisings separately, it indicates they have no intention of reconciling with humanity. Instead of dwelling on this, we ought to contemplate how to eliminate them. Are we truly not going to unlock his sealed memories? Surely therein lies more information about the organization. All we currently know is that the masked man is not a singular entity. Beyond that, we are left in the dark. How does the organization communicate? Where's their gathering place? We have no knowledge of any of this. Bai Shui, do you truly have no recollection? Honestly, either the higher-ups in humanity are unaware of this group's existence, or it is classified information. Bai Shui shrugged. At this point, she hesitated for a moment, letting out a resigned sigh. In the Bai family, I have heard whispers of internal strife among humans over the years, but I do not know the specifics or the extent of it. However, I believe it is absurd to kill one another solely due to a dislike for humanity. After all, that individual is human too. I suspect there are unknown factors at play. Bai Shui's analysis was astute. If we cannot do that, then let me probe into their memories. Ning Yi interjected. No, it is far too perilous. We should negotiate with them instead. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu gleefully observed, Brother, you are too impulsive. Learn from me. One must approach matters with gentleness, even when dealing with the strange. Your gentleness is merely a facade of weakness, is it not? Chapter 292. Clues to shimming. They made their way directly to the temporary settlement in the imperial capital. Upon arrival, they immediately relayed all the information they had gathered to Ouyang Zhen. President Ouyang, are you aware of this organization? At this, Ouyang Zhen hesitated and shook his head. I'm not aware. President Ouyang, please tell me the truth. The others echoed this sentiment. Bai Shui looked at Ouyang Zhen, hands on her hips. At this juncture, what more can you possibly withhold? This matter is not merely personal. The more people who know, the greater our strength. Just tell us. Indeed, President Ouyang, given the situation, we cannot possibly remain uninformed. We need to understand the reasons behind this to take appropriate action. Bai Shui and Gong Sun Yu urged repeatedly. Yet Ouyang Zhen remained resolutely silent. Come with me. Seeing this, the group hurriedly followed. Watching their retreating figures, Ouyang Zhen sighed once more. The few of them found a quiet room, and as they settled down, Ning Zhuo and the others keenly sensed an additional layer of restrictions outside. Old sir, what do you wish to discuss with me? I had not intended to reveal this matter to you so soon, but I did not expect your prowess to uncover that organization. To be frank, that organization has existed for quite some time, and the disappearance of the initial generation of exorcists is deeply connected to them. As the topic of the organization arose, the elder's expression grew unusually grave. Old sir, do you mean to say that my father? Who should I seek? Do not seek anyone. I acknowledge your exceptional talent and strength, but you are not their match. You must understand, the war between humanity and the strange was meant to end in a decisive victory for humanity. It was precisely because of them that humanity barely emerged victorious. If humanity struggled so, how could you alone hope to contend? How could that be? How could this organization be so formidable? At the elder's words, Ning Yi's eyes flickered with disdain. Just as he was about to scoff, the elder's gaze fell upon him. Their eyes locked in the air. Ning Yi defiantly tilted his chin at the elder, showing no fear. This young man is truly. Remember, do not attempt to forcibly probe his memories. We once captured a member of that organization and endeavored to unlock his memories, only to find no answers and suffer significant losses. The restrictions placed are unknown, but the power within can control several exorcists at close range. If you are captured, it will spell great trouble for us. So powerful? It is fortunate I did not act impulsively earlier. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. After much effort, I finally uncovered a clue, and it seemed I was on the verge of finding my father. How could I simply abandon this pursuit? Is there truly no other way, old sir? Upon hearing this, the elderly man chuckled soothingly. You've waited this long. A little more patience won't hurt. By the way, what about the Valley of Death? This elder had undoubtedly experienced much. Perhaps he held the answers they sought. However, he shook his head. As for the Valley of Death, no one truly understands it except for those who have ventured inside. That is quite an interesting statement, old sir. Have any of those who entered ever returned alive? Were we supposed to inquire about that? Gong Suinyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Well, I'm equally curious, the elder replied. Thank you for clarifying our doubts, but it is getting late, and we must take our leave. The information they had gathered today was overwhelming. She needed time to process it thoroughly. Only after their figures vanished did Ouyang Zhen leisurely enter from outside. The two exchanged a glance, and the elder sighed in resignation. Now is not the time. Let her grow a bit more. Hearing this, the elder shook his head. Do not underestimate the peculiarities surrounding her. Setting aside the S-rank anomalies associated with the fisherwoman, the other anomalies she possesses are formidable as well, such as the SS rank anomaly cultivated over a millennium, Ningzhua, and that little anomaly. I cannot even discern the true identity of that lad. It is rare for an ordinary person to possess even one such anomaly, yet she has several. Speaking of that little fellow, it appears he may have the ability to merge with other anomalies. I recall that only 3 anomalies possess this capability: the chameleon anomaly, the heart anomaly, and the anomaly king. That little fellow. The elder interrupted Ouyang Zhen's musings. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zhen nodded in understanding. In the refuge of the imperial capital, at the temporary residence of the Bai family. Have you not yet located that group of traitors from the Sun family? How can we? We do not even know when they left, let alone where they went. Damn it, if I catch those scoundrels, I will surely make them pay dearly. Upon arriving at the Bai family's temporary residence, they overheard discussions about the Sun family. Recalling the scenes witnessed in the memories of the masked man, the group exchanged glances. In the underworld, Xiao Guifei gazed at the masked man with a smile. Where are the Sun family members now? How would I know? Haven't you all seen my memories? The masked man replied with a cold smirk. Are you certain you wish to speak to me in such a tone? Xiao Guifei regarded him with a smile that was both inviting and threatening. What do you intend? In response, Xiao Guifei leaned in close to whisper in the masked man's ear. While reviewing your memories, I stumbled upon a significant secret. Would you care to discuss it with me? Chapter 293. Capturing the masked man, Xiao Guifei's words sent a tremor through the masked man. He stared at the woman before him, a flicker of barely perceptible fear in his eyes. You, do not be so anxious. Only the two of us know of this matter. If you obey me, I can assure you that this information will remain confidential. Understood? Upon hearing this, the masked man's expression darkened as he shook his head. While I did have contact with the Sun family before, I truly have not sought them out since. My initial choice was solely due to their conflict with you. Do you think I would waste my time and energy on a bunch of useless individuals? Upon hearing this, Xiao Guifei nodded, albeit with a hint of disappointment. She refrained from saying more and turned to the side. The masked man watched her retreating figure, a growing sense of foreboding swelling within him. If they flee, let them be. The Sun family's anomaly masters are essentially incapacitated now. Even if they do not run, they can only await rescue from others. Chi-Chi seemed indifferent. That may be so, but it is crucial that we find a way to subdue the masked man. At the mention of the masked man, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Gong Suinyu turned in shock to his companion. Are you serious? They all regarded the masked man's presence with trepidation. Although they had managed to capture him, Gong Sun-yu felt they should eliminate the threat he posed as soon as possible. Yet, Chi-Chi was considering a different approach. Of course I'm serious. The masked man's talent and strength are impressive. If we can harness his abilities, it would be a significant advantage for us. We cannot simply eliminate such a valuable asset. No, I cannot agree to this. Gong Sun-yu promptly rejected Chi-Chi's suggestion without a second thought. No matter how talented he is, it does not absolve him of his past misdeeds. He has taken countless lives, and you expect me to subdue him? I simply cannot. Moreover, we have always been adversaries. Even if we were to find a way to force him into submission, he would never fully commit to our cause. Given the chance, he would undoubtedly betray us. I have no desire to keep such a ticking time bomb by my side. This is simple. Isn't there the Mengpa soup? A single bowl will render him unaware of even his own identity. Just then, Xiao Guifei in the underworld spoke up. I believe Chi-Chi's idea has merit. Until we unravel all the mysteries surrounding him, we cannot afford to kill him. Rather than keeping him here, it would be wiser to have him work for us. I can also assist in managing him. Xiao Guifei was quite versatile. There is no choice. The days spent alone in the imperial tomb are unbearably dreary. When encountering such an intriguing individual, one must find a way to keep him around. Xiao Guifei smiled as her gaze fell upon the masked man. Seeking assistance from Ning Zhuo, their eyes met and Ning Zhuo nodded. Keeping him around may prove beneficial, even if we cannot unlock that portion of his memory. Once we control him, we can infiltrate the opposing camp through him, facilitating our information gathering. Very well, since you all insist, Mengpa, I entrust the remaining matters to you. Leave it to me. Mengpa, beaming with joy, produced her treasured Mengpa soup and approached the masked man. Xiao Guifei closely followed. The two women stood before the masked man, looking down at him. Seeing the subtle smiles on their lips, the masked man's throat tightened. What are you planning? He croaked. Nothing much. We have kept you for quite some time, without providing you with sustenance. We fear you might perish. Here, drink this. Mengpa squatted down, grasping the masked man's chin. Realizing what was happening, the masked man began to struggle frantically. What advantage would it be for you if I lost my memory? Let me go. Perhaps I can still be of use to you. Don't concern yourself with that. We will find our own way. Drink up. Mengpa forcefully poured the Mengpa soup into the masked man's mouth. As the liquid flowed in, the masked man distinctly felt his memories dissipating bit by bit. With unwilling eyes wide open, his clenched fists hung limply at his sides. Moments later, he collapsed heavily to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Witnessing this, the fisherwoman furrowed her brow. Did you give him too much? To deal with a master like him, it is essential to administer a generous amount. Any remaining memories could jeopardize our lives. After saying this, Mengpa turned to nod at Xiao Guifei, who stepped forward and extended her hand, sending strands of crimson thread flying from her wrist. The crimson thread, akin to a nimble serpent, swiftly entwined itself around the figure of the masked man, ultimately forming a circle around his neck. Mengpa and the fisherwoman exchanged a knowing glance before speaking. I concur. It is but a dog leash. I have always had a penchant for keeping dogs, chuckled the noble consort Xiao. Upon hearing this, both Mengpa and the fisherwoman could not suppress their laughter. Who could have imagined that the once imperious masked man, in such a fleeting moment, had been reduced to their pet? How amusing. Very well, I shall take a closer look. Observing the incapacitated figure, he crouched down and placed a hand upon his head. Moments later, Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise. What sort of barrier is so formidable that it can withstand the erosion of Mengpa's soup? Mengpa too was taken aback by this unforeseen circumstance. The soup had never failed before. Why did it falter now? She glanced at the bowl in her hand, suddenly filled with regret. Had she known, she would have poured it directly from a bucket. 3 days later, Ouyang arrived. Excellent, no problem. Where exactly shall we go? Rest assured, President Ouyang, I will be cautious. After a few days of rest, it was time to take action. Although the masked man had been subdued, all the infernal, three-headed hounds had perished at Ning Yi's hands, and she needed to expedite the search for an appropriate anomaly for him. No, this outing is far too perilous. But how could he follow you? Our strengths are quite similar, Gong Sun Yu retorted, rolling his eyes in annoyance. arms crossed defiantly. How are our strengths comparable? I am a prodigy from the Hongcheng base. Although I possess only one Class S anomaly, its power is considerable. And you? If memory serves, your Class S anomaly was vanquished during the arena match. You, Bai Shui, had not anticipated Gongsun you would unveil her past. Gritting her teeth, she glared at him and angrily tugged at his collar. Do you even know how to speak? I am merely stating facts. Fear not. We shall take our leave now. The group hastily departed. The aftermath of the anomaly's rampage left a chilling aura in its wake. The once dense forest now lay barren, reduced to withered trunks. The mottled ground bore deep claw marks, with traces of blood faintly visible. The sky was overcast, as though it might collapse at any moment. These people are utterly despicable. We have painstakingly found a place to thrive and established a home. Why do they assist anomalies in such destruction? As for the masked man's organization, I had recently inquired about it at the Hongcheng base, but they refused to divulge any information. Alas, the library has been destroyed. Otherwise, we might have unearthed clues from it. Gongsun Yu sighed. I truly do not understand why this matter is being concealed. Informing them sooner would not be detrimental. At the very least, they could prepare in advance. Such crucial information would never be recorded in books. Ningxue scoffed dismissively. How about this? Once we reach the Baiqing base, I will delve into the memories of the base's leader. He must be privy to this information. He spoke, eagerly rubbing his hands together. No, that is absolutely out of the question. I have refrained from commenting on your previous actions against the Sun family, but now, you must not recklessly engage with anyone. Since he has become your anomaly, you must learn to coexist with humanity. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi obediently nodded. Very well. I understand. However, I believe your method is quite commendable. If they refuse to speak, we shall have to seek answers ourselves. Perhaps we could let him try? Gongsun Yu hesitantly suggested. After uttering this, he anxiously lowered his head, fearing reprimand. The others turned to look at him in unison, eyes filled with exasperation. Brother, are you unwell? I merely spoke offhandedly. If it is not feasible, then so be it. Why must you berate me? Gongsun Yu gazed at Chi-Chi, feeling wronged. Just then, the group halted abruptly, gazing ahead at an anomaly that emerged from the desolate woods, their smiles abruptly fading. Class A, Chi-Chi calmly stated, instantly discerning the entity's strength. How audacious to appear as an obstruction at Class A. How does that reflect on those of Class S? Gongsun Yu stared in bewilderment at the Class A anomaly before him, confusion evident in his eyes. Not sufficient. She intended to find a masked man at least 2 Class S anomalies. May fortune favor her. As they proceeded, they encountered numerous anomalies, though most were relatively weak. Just as the new defenses were about to be solidified, a troublesome incident arose. What are you doing? You dare question us? I wish to inquire about the meaning of that fellow standing beside you. His furious demeanor indicated he was aware of the anomaly's upheaval. Knowing full well that the anomaly's revolt was intertwined with this individual, how could they still stand beside him? Had they lost their minds? If you cannot provide us with a satisfactory explanation, none of you shall leave here. This is not how you perceive it. He has been subdued by my anomaly and has lost all memories related to his former self. He poses no threat to us. Yet the individual before them refused to heed her words. What lost memories? One's nature is unchangeable. Aligning with such a being, I cannot see you as virtuous either. As the base leader's words echoed, those around him surged forward. If you wish to live, step aside. It became evident that he still could not coexist peacefully with humanity. The situation is not as you imagine. If I were to collude with him, I would not have assisted you in constructing the defensive base. We have been here for merely 2 or 3 days, and he has not acted against us, has he? How can we trust you when we do not know your true intentions? Why waste breath on them? First, capture him. Tensions mounted, and as the anomaly masters summoned their entities one by one, Ning Yi's face contorted into a maniacal grin. He casually cracked his neck and transformed into a shadow. Charging forward, Ning Yi halt. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi's advance abruptly ceased. If we do not strike them first, they will come for us. She could only continue to explain. This is not how you perceive it. We are all human. Can you not extend a bit of trust towards us? Why must there be infighting? Initially, we suffered defeat due to our misplaced trust in them. Do you have any idea how many lives were lost in that battle? This time, we will not repeat the same mistake. As if recalling a painful memory, the base leader's face contorted with grief. Noticing this, Chi-Chi narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. It appeared that the higher-ups were all aware of the matters related to the Masked Man's organization. Can we find a place to converse privately? I have nothing to discuss with you. No, I am Shi Ming's daughter. I wish to speak with you alone. Upon hearing this, the leader's expression finally softened slightly. No wonder you seem familiar. I did not realize you were Shi Ming's daughter. Since you are his daughter, why have you chosen to aid them? Your father was undeniably a victim of that incident back then, yet you, the person in charge, overwhelmed with emotion, realized too late that he had spoken out of turn. His voice trailed off, and he subtly averted his gaze. What incident was my father a victim of? Can you please clarify your words? What exactly did this organization do back then? I do not know, but you just said, regardless of what I just said, those events are now in the past. I mention them only to convey to you the extent of their transgressions. Since you are the daughter of Shi Ming, you should strive to eradicate them rather than collude with them. The argument escalated. Ning Yi found herself amidst numerous bizarre confrontations. Ning Zhuo and Chi-Chi, witnessing the chaos, felt compelled to intervene. The scene grew increasingly tumultuous. By the time several city lords arrived, the battle had reached a critical impasse. As they deliberated on what to do, several masked figures suddenly emerged from the other side of the base. They mounted the backs of hellhounds, sneering as they charged at the city lords. The sudden turn of events caused those engaged in combat to cease their actions. They looked up to see the figures blur into motion, appearing before the city lords in the blink of an eye. The city lords had no time to react. The person in charge, witnessing this spectacle, dared not hesitate and shouted, "Quick, stop them!" He swiftly commanded the eerie beings to shield the city lords, but it was all too late. The SS-ranked hellhounds were not to be trifled with. In a flash, the city lords were torn to shreds. The city lords, dozens of ghost masters, gasped in horror. The hellhounds greedily licked the blood and flesh from the ground, turning their gaze towards the living nearby. No, the person in charge cried out in terror. He had never anticipated that things would escalate to this point. When had these masked figures arrived? Why they sensed nothing? You still claim you are not colluding with these masked figures? How could Shi Ming have such a daughter as you? That is not true. You must believe me. I have no connection to this matter. It has already reached this point, and you still refuse to acknowledge it? Truly, you will not weep until you see the coffin. Are you still being obstinate? Fine, let's take them down first. Yes, we pursue. The crowd followed closely behind. The base's person in charge, seeing this unfold, quickly called to the ghost masters wanting to continue the chase. Do not pursue. Be wary of another trap. The deaths of the city lords were undoubtedly a devastating blow for them. Given the current situation, they could not afford any further casualties. Upon hearing this, the crowd halted. Collect the bodies of the city lords. I will contact President Ouyang. Yes. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Ouyang Zhen stood dumbfounded. His mind went blank, and it took him a while to regain his composure. A simple mention of Shi Ming having endured similar experiences left the person in charge in stunned silence. Memories from long ago surged like a tide, causing him to instinctively clutch his phone tightly. Yes, how could he have forgotten something so critical? But, Chapter 296 wanted President Ouyang. Your actions may not gain public support. Even if I agree, others will not consent. I understand. Please persuade them. I will provide you with a satisfactory response as soon as possible. The connection was severed. Ouyang Zhen turned to look at the elderly man beside him. Their eyes met. The old man gazed up at the sky. Ouyang Zhen felt a deep sense of worry. Hearing this, the old man hesitated and shook his head. He had heard every word exchanged between Ouyang Zhen and the base's person in charge. Unless they presented irrefutable evidence, who would believe them in these dire times? Ouyang Zhen did not expect the old man to make such a choice. He hesitated for a long while and ultimately sighed in resignation. On the other side, the two parties stood facing each other, their gazes colliding in the air, igniting unique sparks. Little girl, why do you pursue us so relentlessly? Do you harbor an interest in our organization and wish to join us? One of them chuckled. I have no interest in your organization. I merely seek revenge for the city lords. You are rather unfriendly for a fellow human. There is no need to be so hostile. If you recognize that we are of the same kind, then why did you kill the city lords? The number of high-level ghost masters among humanity is already scarce. Now you have killed several. What is your true intention? Her delicate face scrunched in frustration. At this, the masked figures exchanged glances and burst into laughter. You are quite amusing. Little girl, I mean it. You truly do not wish to join us? Our organization thrives on talents like you. If you join, perhaps the boss will be pleased and even grant you an SS-ranked Eerie being. You cannot afford to offend high-level Eries. Shut up. I will never join you. She summoned Xiao Guifei, the fisherwoman Meng Pe, and the chef Eerie, commanding them to advance and attack. The 8 Eries moved in unison, unleashing a torrent of ghostly energy. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The masked figures, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily stricken with fear. With such talent, even a single individual could cause chaos. We are merely trying to look out for you, yet you ignore us. Very well, since you have made this choice, do not blame us for being impolite. Eliminate her. Such a talent is bound to become a threat. It is better to resolve this sooner rather than later. The two sides engaged in a fierce struggle. The 8 Eries coordinated seamlessly, executing guerrilla tactics with ease. Yet these hellhounds were no pushovers. How had these hellhounds been trained? On the surface, they appear to be merely S or SS ranked, yet their combat prowess far surpassed their peers. This was utterly absurd. Indeed, Ning, Yi, do not be courteous to them. Get your all. Hearing the voice from behind, Ning Yi turned and shot a glare at Gong Sunyu. His indifferent gaze flickered over the masked figures before merging once more with Ning Zhuo's body. The power of the SSS ranks surged forth, sending powerful waves of energy that repelled the hellhounds. The masked figures widened their eyes in excitement. So, you were here. No wonder that guy was defeated by you. Do you think you useless fools can capture me? Dream on. Hearing their words, Ning Yi wasted no time controlling Ning Zhuo's form and charged forward. He wielded the ghostly energy, conjuring a whip with his bare hands, and struck down upon the hellhounds with a force that left the onlookers in astonishment. Oh, whoa! The hellhound howled in pain, glaring furiously at Ning Zhuo. Such a terrifying display of power successfully intimidated the figures before him. They exchanged glances and decisively chose to retreat. Ning Yi initially intended to pursue further. Hearing this, she turned. Are we just letting them escape? They will surely return. But before she could move, she received news. The person in charge of the Baicheng base had issued a wanted notice, searching for their whereabouts. What was the head of the Baicheng base thinking? We had clearly stated that this matter had nothing to do with us. Why was he still acting this way? Gong Sunyu spoke irritably. He had never anticipated encountering all of this. This is my oversight. I should have ensured the masked figures remained in the underworld. Hearing this, Gong Sunyu waved his hand dismissively. What are you rambling about? How could I blame you? I merely lament their inability to discern character. However, what shall we do now? I am a loss. Let us find a place to linger for the time being. She gazed at the nearby, makeshift base before turning away. Just as she was about to depart, a jubilant shout erupted from beside her. It was Bai Shui. How could she be here? Bai Shui, what brings you here? You all have been wanted. Could I possibly stay away? Sighing, she continued, I never anticipated such an occurrence. What is the situation in the city now? Do not mention it. President Ouyang learned of your wanted status and immediately contacted the head of the Baicheng base. However, he adamantly refused to revoke the warrant. They're currently at odds. What luck you have to encounter such a predicament. Chapter 297. I want to join you. I never thought the situation would escalate to this extent, Bai Shui reassured. After speaking, she stealthily glanced around, ensuring the vicinity was devoid of any onlookers. She lowered her voice and confessed, to be honest, I have uncovered some inside information regarding your wanted status. What inside information could there possibly be about our wanted status? An unsettling premonition washed over her. According to the elders of the Bai family, a similar situation occurred many years ago. Your father, Shiming, was also accompanied by a masked figure for reasons unknown. Bai Shui recounted. How can this be? The experiences of my father and I are strikingly similar. Is this a meticulously crafted trap for us? She irritably tapped her head, striving to analyze the truth of the matter. Yet it proved futile. The events of that year remained shrouded in a fog, and with only Bai Shui's few words, she found it impossible to unravel the truth. Ouyang Zhen was similarly unwilling to divulge what had transpired back then. It appeared she had but one choice left. I wish to join that organization. Gong Sun Yu, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. I need to understand what truly happened back then. Since they refused to enlighten me, I shall seek the truth myself. This matter concerns only me, and I do not wish for you to be embroiled in it. You may leave. Ah, I see now. We have overthought this. This is no trivial matter. I assure you, with my presence, nothing will go awry. Do refrain from your ominous predictions. Before Gong Sun Yu could finish, Ning Yi impatiently interjected. Hearing this, Gong Sun Yu rolled his eyes in annoyance. How had he become the harbinger of ill fate? This was simply a matter of assessing the situation realistically. Are you truly going? Ning Zhuo finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Let us go. I too wish to clarify why certain memories overlap with mine. Are you serious? Do you not think this is a bit hasty? Bai Shui was still unconvinced. This is quite alarming. There is no need for further contemplation. I shall seek them out immediately. They are over there. Fortunately, she had retained a backup plan. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for where to find them. Noticing Gong Sun Yu standing still, Chi raised an eyebrow at him. Are you coming or not? I'm already here. How could I not? Then why are you still dawdling? Let us go. Chi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu despondently followed the others. Upon their reunion, the masked figures no longer bore the disdain they once had. Instead, they were vigilant, rising to form a line before them. How did you know we were here? Knowing is a matter of course. I did not come seeking vengeance. There is no need for you to be so tense. If not for revenge, then what is your intent? A masked figure raised an eyebrow. I wish to join you. What? Are you jesting? Have you forgotten how you previously rejected us? It is unavoidable. I have just discovered that I am now wanted by the Baicheng base. Given the circumstances, I have no other recourse but to ally with you. I detest a life of hiding. Long before arriving, she had devised a strategy for this very scenario. Your relationships are easily manipulated. A mere ploy, and you fall for it. How dull. Indeed, I had expected them to have learned from past experiences, yet here we are. If only your father had been as perceptive as you, our relationship would not have deteriorated to this extent. My father? What do you mean by that remark? It means nothing. Simply pretend you did not hear. Knowing too much will not serve you well. The group shook their heads, choosing to remain silent on matters concerning Shiming. Let us proceed. I shall take you to meet our leader. Wait, I have changed my mind. Unless you divulge everything about my father, I shall not accompany you. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. The organization has its own rules. Some matters cannot be discussed privately. If you truly wish to know, seeking the leader is the most expedient way. Indeed, we do not wish to incur punishment on your behalf. It was surprising to see these individuals possess such principles. Ning Zhuo nodded at her. Since we are here, why the rush to leave? Once you join their organization, you shall eventually acquire all the answers you seek. There's no need to rush. Very well. I shall accompany you. Come along. The masked figures summoned a hellhound and swiftly made their way toward the distant mountains. Several figures traversed through the clouds, soon arriving at a sheer cliff. So this is their stronghold. These individuals certainly prefer to remain in the shadows. With so many picturesque locales available, why choose such a secluded spot? One can only wonder about their reasoning. There are many powerful presences here. Be cautious. And there's one I am quite familiar with. Chapter 298. Xiao Ji has betrayed us, Ning Zhuo murmured. He looked around in confusion, attempting to locate his lost memories. Yet it was in vain. Ning Yi remained silent, merely frowning as he gazed downward. As they descended, a chilling aura enveloped them. She raised her head, feeling as though something was watching her. Bai Shui shared the same sensation, clutching her arms as she cowered behind Chi. What kind of place is this? Why is it so cold? Dark, damp, and decayed. These individuals certainly have a knack for choosing locations. In this environment, Gong Sun, you could think of no one besides rats who would find it appealing. Hearing the discussions behind him, the masked figure turned with a scowl. I advise you to be mindful of your words. This is not the outside world. Provoking the wrong person here could lead to an untimely demise. In response, Gongsun Yu silently fell silent. Where is your leader? Take me to him at once. Do not rush. Follow this way. The group wove through the base of the cliff for quite some time before finally entering a cave. Another ghostly realm? The sensation of being watched intensified. It felt as if everything about her was laid bare. The ghostly domain twisted, transforming into a room. Before them, a man reclined in a grand chair, eyes closed in repose. The masked figures bowed respectfully as they addressed him. Truly, you are Shi Ming's daughter. In both appearance and talent, you have perfectly inherited his legacy. It is a pity you were not born among us. Otherwise, your accomplishments would surely surpass what they are now. Where's my father? She immediately inquired, voicing the question that had lingered in her mind. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Are you so certain that I know the whereabouts of your father? Not certain, but I must still ask. It is indeed intriguing. I am unaware of your father's current whereabouts, and I too am searching for him. I long to witness his expression upon learning of your joining us. Alas, how could he lack your perceptiveness? She took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and then spoke. It matters not that you do not know my father's location. Should you receive any news regarding him, I implore you to inform me. Certainly, welcome aboard. What did you say? Where did you acquire this information? Such claims cannot be made lightly. This matter is indisputable. The organization has specifically dispatched someone to convey this news to us. Ouyang Zhen was still engaged in discussions with other base leaders about the forthcoming defensive constructions when the door was abruptly pushed open. The newcomer, breathless, had yet to stabilize before speaking. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Before the leader of the Baiqing base could finish his words, Ouyang Zhen impatiently interrupted. What shall we do about the association of deceitful masters? What will become of humanity? He could not fathom why this group of fools would stumble twice over the same issue. President Ouyang, your argument lacks merit. How can we be held accountable for this situation? Enough. I have no desire to listen to your evasion of responsibility. This meeting ends here. With that, Ouyang Zhen turned and departed. Watching his retreating figure, the other base leaders rolled their eyes. It is a mystery why President Ouyang is so protective of that girl. Indeed, one could easily mistake her for his daughter. The association of deceitful masters has seldom produced an exceptionally talented individual. Yet alas, she is a traitor. Ouyang Zhen, with a heavy expression, sought the elder's counsel. No, we cannot proceed. Why not? He had assumed the elder would be in favor, only to be met with unexpected opposition. What do you mean? The elder was resolute. Hearing this, Ouyang Zhen could only nod helplessly. That bounty notice. These fools truly intend to drive me to my wit's end. Just mentioning those base leaders left Ouyang Zhen seething. He could not fathom what grievance the Shi family had provoked. They insisted on targeting them repeatedly. Let's not forget, it was under Shi Ming's protection that they survived back then. Such ungrateful scoundrels. The Baijiao family gazed anxiously into the distance, filled with concern for Bai Shui's safety. It is difficult to say, yet the Baijiao family is different. Once they are opposed by humanity, they will have nowhere to turn. May they have other plans, otherwise. Trust them, although Xiao Shizhang enjoys taking risks. She possesses a fundamental understanding of right and wrong. She has never let us down, has she? Chapter 299. The Hellhound Matriarch? Upon learning that the masked man had gone to the imperial capital to report, Bai Shui's heart sank to the depths. She remained in the cave, her face etched with worry, her hands restless in her hair. Why must these individuals flaunt themselves instead of acting sensibly? Thankfully, my name was not mentioned. Otherwise, I would be doomed. Since receiving the news, Bai Shui had been muttering for over half an hour. I was concerned this very situation might arise, which is why I did not want you accompanying us yet. How can that be? This place is a den of danger. As your good friend, I must accompany you on this perilous venture. I'm not one to shy away from challenges. Indeed, you are merely afraid of your family. Gongsun Yu interjected bluntly. At this, Bai Shui raised her fist, poised to strike him. Before she could act, Ning Yi entered, his expression dark. Guess whom I saw outside? The Sun family. Xiao Guifei spoke with a smile. Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did you guess that so easily? No, I merely sensed an unpleasant presence. The Sun family? How could they be here? The previous individual clearly stated he did not know their whereabouts. How could this be? No wonder we were unable to locate the Sun family. It turns out they came here to lay low, those traitors. Bai Shui gritted her teeth. Just as they emerged from a cave, they encountered the members of the Sun family. Fate dealt a cruel hand. Both parties halted in synchrony, icy glares intersecting in the air. What are you doing here? Sun Tianyu exclaimed in shock. Damn it, that question should be posed to you. Where did you cowards flee during the bizarre siege? Now you dare to show your faces? Truly, you're like a pig that fears not boiling water. Bai Shui retorted angrily. Ha, we merely recognize the times. We will not sacrifice our lives for trivial matters. Indeed, if you're so eager to sacrifice, why not do so alone? We simply wish to ensure our survival. Sun Tianyu and Sun Yang exchanged barbs. Their words nearly drove Bai Shui to fury. Just as she was about to respond, the masked man's leader, Luo Tian, silently appeared among them, observing the scene with interest. He chuckled. It seems you are quite familiar with one another. Indeed, we are quite familiar. We have slain numerous bizarre creatures together. Did you not claim that our organization has a high threshold for entry? How could such rubbish join? Ning scoffed. Upon hearing this, the Sun family member's expression soured. This brat truly knows how to strike a nerve. We're not for him. How would they have fallen so low? Noticing the Sun family's changing expressions, Luo Tian shook his head with a laugh. Our organization does indeed maintain a high standard. Rest assured, aside from a select few, I find the rest unworthy. Is that so? And what do you plan to do with the others? Simple. Kill them to prevent them from revealing our stronghold's location. As he spoke, a massive hellhound gradually materialized behind him, shrouded in dark energy. What is going on? This creature is nearing SS level, Ning said solemnly. How is that possible? If Luo Tian truly possessed such power, he would have long since stormed the Association of Deceitful Masters. Why would he still be hiding here? No. The power of this hellhound fluctuates, conservatively estimating it is merely SS level. Do not worry. After observing for some time, Ning shook his head. With this reassurance, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, we have come with sincerity. I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Is that so? Pray tell, what sincerity do you bring? They cannot possibly be here to genuinely ally with you. I know them too well. They are in cahoots with the Association of Deceitful Masters. And you cannot trust them, especially her. She hails from the Bai family of the imperial capital. How dare you? How could you claim I am insincere? Are you a worm in my stomach? I am from the imperial capital. What of it? Understand this. You are one of the 3 prominent families of the imperial capital. Upon hearing Sun Yang's words, Bai Shui retorted without reservation. You. Enough. Must you bicker like this? Do you take this place for a circus? Seeing both sides ready to continue their argument, Luo Tian spoke impatiently. He truly had no desire to listen to their squabbles. I am here for my father's whereabouts. Seeking to avoid the storm, you are aware of my situation. I am now without a refuge. There is truly nothing to conceal regarding this matter. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian laughed heartily. Excellent. I appreciate your directness. He nodded in satisfaction, then disdainfully regarded the Sun family. As for you, I have granted you an opportunity. Yet it is regrettable that you are merely a bunch of useless individuals, incapable of handling even the simplest of tasks. Given your current capabilities, you do not even deserve to remain as mere attendants. Is it not excessive for you to speak in such a manner? We are, after all, one of the 3 prominent families in the capital. Our current misfortunes do not signify that we cannot rise again in the future. You, enough with the noise. Elder Sun's words were abruptly cut off as Luo Tian let out an irritated snort. In the next moment, the hellish 3-headed dog emitted a low growl. Its eyes glowed with a crimson light, exerting an unseen control over the members of the Sun family present. The Sun family members turned vacantly, attacking those in front of them with no sense of direction. Even as they bled and sustained injuries, they showed no intention of halting their assault. Witnessing this, Ning Zhuang felt an even greater sense of unease. This creature is indeed formidable. It evokes a peculiar sensation within me, as if It embodies the totality of those hellish three-headed dogs. Xiao Guifei pondered briefly, struggling to articulate the inexplicable sixth sense that had arisen within her. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu furrowed his brow. What do you mean by totality? Are you suggesting that the hellish three-headed dogs we encountered earlier were merely manifestations of this being? That is utterly absurd. While such a possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, given the bizarre and diverse nature of these entities, it is worth considering the distinct appearances of the hellish three-headed dogs we have encountered. Do you not find them remarkably different? Oh my, indeed, if that is the case. Does that mean this being is the progenitor? Chapter 300. Leave him to me, this hellish three-headed dog, whose strength is comparable to that of its progenitor, is anything but simple. Chi-Chi furrowed her brow. The others remained vigilant, eyeing Luo Tian warily, fearing he might inexplicably turn against them at any moment. Sun Tianyu struggled to escape the chaotic battlefield, turning to witness the Sun family members engaging in mutual destruction, and shouted in terror. Stop! Everyone, cease at once! Sun Yang. No matter how hard he tried, no one paid him any heed. The vacant eyes of the Sun family members reflected the faces of their counterparts. They seemed to have lost their sanity, disregarding the pain inflicted upon them, intent only on dragging others into the abyss. One by one, they fell, observing their numerous wounds. Sun Tianyu felt his heart plummet. He turned to Luo Tian, anger flickering in his eyes. What do you mean by this? Did I not make it clear? I have no need for useless individuals, and the Sun family, save for you, is entirely comprised of them. Regrettably, they must be eliminated. Luo Tian spoke with a light chuckle, leisurely approaching Sun Tianyu and patting him on the shoulder. What? Why should I follow her? What is he plotting? Is he deliberately attempting to incite discord between the two of us? Both Sun Tianyu and I have only recently joined the organization. It seems rather inappropriate to pair us together, does it not? What is inappropriate about it? You two have known each other for quite some time and are quite familiar with one another. It is only fitting that you become partners. Thus, this matter is settled. With that, Luo Tian turned and walked away. Without the Sun family's backing, Sun Tianyu adopted a much lower profile, not to mention any news related to her father. The reason for summoning you here is to discuss that peculiar entity beside you. What? Luo Tian stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Ning Yi's expression shifted. He did not recognize these individuals, nor did he understand why they were so interested in him. They could have easily taken him by force. Yet they chose to speak so diplomatically. Quite intriguing. I apologize, but Ning Yi is my peculiar entity. I could never relinquish him to anyone, especially since your agreement to allow my entry into the organization was predicated on recognizing my talent. Without Ning Yi, would you still regard me with the same importance as before? The young girl appeared quite perceptive and considering her understanding. I shall offer you a word of caution. This fellow is not as simple as you imagine. Keeping him by your side will inevitably lead to your downfall. Rather than that, it would be wiser to entrust him to me. In return, I shall provide you with an SS-grade entity. How does that sound? You believe that a mere SS-grade entity could possibly replace Ning Yi? He possesses the ability to forcibly enhance the power of entities. With his assistance, combat becomes effortless. Luo Tian truly underestimates my intelligence. I'm afraid, no matter how many SS-grade entities you offer, I will not barter. I desire only Ning Yi. Her words were laced with a veiled threat. One might assume he intended to resort to violence. The esteemed leader of the organization, would he truly engage in a fierce confrontation over a mere peculiar entity? At this, Luo Tian erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Very well, you have made your position abundantly clear. I cannot take any action against you. Nevertheless, that entity shall remain with you, and I sincerely hope you will not come to regret your decision. I have never regretted my choices. Before departing, Ning Yi cast a deep glance at Luo Tian, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It seems I must devise a strategy to contend with this individual. Just as he was contemplating this, Ning Yi suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. His heart tightened, and he looked at Luo Tian with newfound caution. What exactly is the situation with that hellish three-headed dog? The two made their way to a relatively secluded area before halting. Do you know anyone from this organization? Why are they so intent on seeking you? I possess no memories of past events, nor do I comprehend their motives for pursuing me. It seems this portion of my memory has been sealed away. Perhaps I should attempt to unravel the seal within that individual's mind. Alternatively, I could seek out others here to ascertain their memories. Perhaps they hold valuable clues. Ning Yi proposed, his desire to take action long suppressed. This opportunity may allow him to clarify everything. No, that course of action is too perilous. We are currently under his command, and we must tread carefully. If he discovers our intentions, we shall be in grave trouble. Let's wait and see, fearing he might bring up Ning Yi again. It was rather fortuitous that they had yet to arrive at their mission location when they encountered patrolling personnel dispatched from various bases. Among them were indeed individuals from the capital. The moment they discerned the few figures ahead, the expressions of those from the capital shifted dramatically. And you, Bai Shui, have you considered the predicament of the Bai family in your actions? Upon hearing this, Sun Tianyu stepped forward disdainfully. Spare me such a tone. In the face of life and death, each person must make their own choices. In that situation, should I have stayed and perished alongside you? I have yet to experience enough of life. The capital has invested years in nurturing you, pouring countless resources into your development. How could you utter such treasonous words? The capital nurtured me because I possess talent. Otherwise, would you even deign to acknowledge me? Since we are merely utilizing one another, there is no genuine sentiment to speak of. Chapter 301. Re-entering the Valley of Death with just a few words, Sun Tianyu incited the ire of the patrolling personnel. The Sun family's deep-seated flaws were clearly rooted in their bloodline. Conversing further with such individuals would prove futile. There is no need to squander time on him. Well, Sun Tianyu, I did not expect you to harbor such thoughts. If that is the case, we need not extend you any courtesy. Seize these traitors. Understood. With that, the personnel from the capital showed no inclination to show mercy. They swiftly summoned their entities, targeting Sun Tianyu directly. They genuinely lacked the confidence to contend with him. It would be wiser to target the softest fruit first. The battle was imminent. Seeing this, Sun Tianyu quickly summoned his entity. What's going on? When did he acquire an SS-grade hellish three-headed dog? Chi-Chi stepped forward, her eyes wide with disbelief. Could this hellish three-headed dog be? It seems our suspicions were correct, Xiao Guifei remarked knowingly. Why, having also joined the organization, does Luo Tian only provide Sun Tianyu with a hellish three-headed dog and not extend the same courtesy to us? The disparity in treatment is glaringly evident. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps it is because he deems us unnecessary. There is indeed some truth to this statement. However, Bai Shui still felt a sense of imbalance in her heart. We did not genuinely join the organization. He must be aware of this fact. Instead of investing resources in us, it would be wiser to nurture others. Currently, the Sun family has been nearly wiped out, with only Sun Tianyu remaining, making him a commendable choice for cultivation. Chi-Chi remarked. Upon hearing whispers from behind, Sun Tianyu turned around in anger. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and come help. Although the Hellhound possesses SS-level strength, it struggled against such a multitude of attackers. If they did not assist soon, he would surely be defeated. With a cold sneer, Ning Yi retorted, "What does your grudge with them have to do with us? Focus on your own efforts." You, the patrol team members, incensed by Ning Yi's words, turned to face him. The moment he spoke, Ning Yi's gaze turned icy. Darkness emanated from his feet, spreading outward at a visible speed. An oppressive chill enveloped the air. A few trembled and staggered back, their eyes filled with deep trepidation as they looked at Ning Yi. I have never seen anyone so eager for death. If that is the case, allow me to fulfill your wish. Ning Yi chuckled lightly, extending his hand as if to grasp the throats of several individuals ahead. Ning Yi, a simple call halted his movement. I did not intend to target them. I understand, but you should learn to exhibit a little patience towards humanity. Very well. The two exchanged smiles. Just as the words left their lips, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. A colossal figure appeared above them, shrouded in white mist. The Valley of Death had reemerged. Damn it, why does this Valley of Death follow us wherever we go? Is it equipped with GPS tracking us? Gong Sun Yu exclaimed in terror. Seeing this, Ning Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation, his gaze filled with disdain. The patrol team had long been petrified by the enormous entity above. They had no time to chastise Sun Tianyu and, in their bewilderment, turned to flee. Just then, the Valley of Death unleashed an indescribable force of suction. In the next moment, a fierce wind surged, howling towards them. The crowd lost their balance and were uncontrollably swept away. "Help! Help!" The patrol team cried out in panic. They resembled kites with severed strings, vanishing into the Valley of Death in the blink of an eye. Ning, Chi, think of a way. If this continues, we will all be sucked in. Gong Sun Yu and Bai Shui clung to one another, believing their embrace would withstand the tempest. Yet they found themselves gradually lifted into the air. Observing this, Xiao Guifei timely threw out a red ribbon, entangling the two tightly to hold them back. The ribbon strained against the wind, as if it might snap at any moment. The situation was dire, and they needed to devise a plan quickly. Chi, Ningi, do you two have any solutions? Xiao Guifei urged anxiously. I know nothing of the Valley of Death. Where can I find a solution? Ning, think quickly. If I had a solution, I would have used it long ago instead of wasting time with you. Ningi replied irritably. No sooner had he spoken than the suction force of the Valley of Death intensified once more. All bodies were simultaneously lifted from the ground, uncontrollably drawn towards the Valley of Death. This is it. We will not perish here, will we? Bai Shui cried bitterly, regretting her earlier choices. Had she known, she would not have foolishly followed along. She was not ready to die. Control your bodies. Do not stray too far from me. I can protect you. Ning, he spoke with difficulty. In the next moment, darkness extended once again from beneath his feet, enveloping everyone and forming a massive sphere. Just as the sphere was about to close, Sun Tianyu exerted all his strength to break through. Upon seeing him, Gong Sun Yu furrowed his brow in discontent. What are you doing here? Although our relationship is strained, do not forget, we are a team. You are obligated to protect me. Can you not be any more shameless? Enough. What time is it? Save your breath and ensure your own safety first. The sphere swayed perilously under the pulling force, and after an indeterminate duration, the group felt themselves stabilize upon landing. Where were we? Chapter 302. The 9 layers of the ghost domain, a certain death. The moment they emerged from the darkness, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Corpses lay piled like mountains. The once yellow earth was now stained a deep crimson with blood. A chilling wind howled, carrying with it a nauseating stench of decay. The ground was riddled with scars, remnants of fierce battles. Some bodies were nailed to the walls, while others knelt in a posture of penance. The clothing on the corpses bore the marks of time, rendering their appearance unrecognizable. What is this place? Unfortunately, no one could provide an answer. Sun Tianyu strode towards a corpse, thoughtfully inspecting the garments. These clothes looked somewhat familiar. They seemed to belong to the Association of Spirit Masters. Was he a member of the association? It is possible. The Valley of Death has appeared numerous times before Ning, each time claiming many lives. If memory serves, the Association of Spirit Masters once faced a dual assault from that organization and the Valley of Death, suffering significant losses. Were it not for Shi Ming and his team, the association might have long since ceased to exist. Sun Tianyu remarked, "What else do you know?" This individual must have seen the secret records regarding the Valley of Death. Perhaps he knows a way out. That is all I can recall. Now is not the time for infighting. Finding a way out of here is our utmost priority. When I was reviewing the records, I hardly paid attention to this matter. It's impressive that I remember this much. To be honest, had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would have thought the Valley of Death had vanished long ago. Upon hearing Sun Tianyu's words, Gong Sun Yu expressed frustration. I truly do not understand how this person thinks. Knowledge is laid before him, yet he fails to absorb it. How irresponsible. In response, Sun Tianyu rolled his eyes. Speaking haughtily, I truly do not believe you would have taken the time to understand the Valley of Death simply because I was researching it. That does seem like a valid point. Gong Sun Yu, at a loss for words, pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Tianyu before turning to Ning Yi. Brother, I beg you, think of a way to get us out of here. Otherwise, I fear we will end up like them. Hearing this, Ning Yi shook his head. Let's take a look around first. The group walked among the corpses, scrutinizing their surroundings. Nothing. There was nothing here. Aside from the corpses, there was no sign of life. We cannot truly die here, can we? Bai Shui's eyes brimmed with tears as she clung to Xiao Guifei, sobbing uncontrollably. Upon seeing this, Sun Tianyu interjected, there is indeed that possibility. At least in my recollection, no one has ever escaped the Valley of Death alive. No way. Enough. Do not be too despondent. You are not alone in this. There are still us to accompany you. With so many people here, do you really worry about being alone on this journey? Sun Tianyu remarked. If you cannot speak sensibly, just remain silent. What time is it? This guy still has the audacity to make such sarcastic remarks. I did not say anything incorrect. Sun Tianyu sneered. At that moment, the expressions of Ning, Yi, and the others changed dramatically. This is bad. The next instant, the corpses surrounding them vanished, leaving only darkness to envelop the group. The layers of the ghost domain stacked upon one another like chains, rendering them unable to struggle. 1, 2, 8, 9. 9 layers of the ghost domain stacked together. In a state of sheer terror, Chi-Chi cried out, "Who is it? Who is manipulating these ghostly realms from behind?" The 9 layers of the ghost domain were a deadly trap. How many? Gong Sun Yu asked, trembling. 1 layer of the ghost domain could claim his life, let alone 9. This time he was truly doomed. Bai Shui was unusually agitated, as the darkness around them began to twist and transform into a battlefield. This was the true visage of the Death Valley. Corpses morphed into living beings, fiercely battling those in front of them. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but frown. Which ghost has unleashed this domain? We don't even have a target to strike. Gong Sun Yu surveyed the surroundings, still looking bewildered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guifei revealed a cold smile. I'll take care of it. She strode forward, standing at the center of the battlefield, her gaze becoming increasingly enchanting. As she danced gracefully in the midst of the fray, every movement exuded unparalleled beauty. The atmosphere of battle faded away, and the onlookers gazed at Xiao Guifei with dazed expressions, their eyes gradually clearing. In the next moment, Xiao Guifei unleashed the ghost domain, countering the chaos. With her dance accelerating, the ground beneath them began to collapse. Soon, the first layer of the ghostly trap shattered with a thunderous crash. The first layer of the ghost domain has drained all my strength. The next will be even more arduous. We may not escape unscathed. 8 additional layers awaited them. Before long, a chaotic battlefield emerged. Unlike before, their right side was serene, while the left was engulfed in flames of conflict. Illusions intertwined. Seeing this scene, Sun Tianyu felt his heart sink to the depths. No wonder no one had ever escaped the Death Valley in all these years, with so many types of ghost domains. Even with multiple SS-level anomalies, escape was impossible. What are you blathering on about at a time like this? Besides the Cerberus, has Luo Tian given you anything else? Gong Sun Yu urged anxiously. He had a nagging feeling that the Death Valley was connected to Luo Tian. Do you think I am favored by him? I beg for the Cerberus, sacrificing my pride. Sun Tianyu scoffed. If it weren't for the need to secure a place in the organization, he would never have resorted to such measures. We must enhance our strength. Otherwise, we can only break through 1 more layer at most, Xiao Guifei stated. Enhance our strength? I have a solution. She hurriedly produced the mermaid candle from the underworld and handed it to those before her. I retrieved this from the Emperor's tomb earlier, but I couldn't find a right moment to use it. Now is perfect. Hurry and divide it among yourselves. Chapter 303. Shi Ming is still alive. Is this really useful? Sun Tianyu inquired skeptically, his brow furrowed. Gong Sun Yu gazed at the dim candlelight, filled with worry. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Stop talking nonsense. Absorb it. Bai Shui interrupted impatiently, her eyes resolute. The group began to silently absorb the ghostly power from the mermaid candle. As the energy permeated them, their complexions grew pale, and peculiar light flickered in their eyes. I feel something stirring within my body. Xiao Guifei's voice trembled, her gaze deepening. Me too. It feels like a surge of power is rising within me. Gong Sun Yu clenched his fists, disbelief evident in his tone. This power, it's overwhelming. Sun Tianyu displayed a look of astonishment, his voice slightly hoarse. They stood up, exchanging glances, each reflecting an extraordinary light. Their auras intensified, as though resonating with the ghostly realm surrounding them. Let's break through this ghost domain together. Sun Tianyu stepped forward first, his voice brimming with determination. We must survive. Bai Shui clenched her fists, her eyes revealing unwavering resolve. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. Gong Sun Yu murmured, his voice calm. Yet flames ignited in his gaze. Ningzhou stood behind them, his expression grave. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. With his breath, the air around them seemed to tremble. We must not only break the ghost domain, but also be wary of being consumed by it. Ningzhuo's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. The group nodded, their expressions sharpening. Ningzhuo extended his hand, gently touching each person's forehead. A faint yet steadfast power flowing from his fingertips into their bodies. It feels like something has been activated within me, Bai Shui whispered, her eyes glimmering with newfound light. Now, let's shatter the ghost domain. Ningzhuo's voice seemed to carry a magical quality, instilling within everyone an unprecedented strength. With Ningzhuo's encouragement, their steps grew more resolute. They entered the next layer of the ghost domain, where the air felt oppressively heavy, as though it could suffocate one's breath. This ghostly trap is far stronger than before, Sun Tianyu muttered under his breath, vigilance flashing in his eyes. They began to display their unique abilities, attempting to dismantle this layer of the ghostly trap. Sun Tianyu swung his fists, each strike resonating with the sound of piercing air, targeting the core of the ghostly trap. Each punch seemed to carry the force of thunder, shaking the very foundation of the trap. Bai Shui swiftly formed seals with her hands, conjuring talismans that flew toward the ghostly trap. Her talismans were as sharp as blades, slicing through the trap structure. Xiao Guifei twirled in her flowing dress, every step appearing capable of rending space itself. Her dance was not only beautiful, but also imbued with tremendous destructive power. With each turn, the ghostly trap trembled. Gong Sun Yu wielded his sword with unparalleled precision, striking at the trap's weak points with the swiftness of lightning. Meanwhile, Ningzhuo observed, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. At critical moments, he always identified the ghostly trap's vulnerabilities, guiding everyone's attacks. With their relentless efforts, cracks began to form in the ghostly trap, resembling a shattering glass, with fissures multiplying. Hurry, it's about to break. Sun Tianyu shouted, sweat dripping to the ground, his fists already bruised by the trap's power. Yet he paid it no mind. Finally, through their collective efforts, this layer of the ghostly trap collapsed with a resounding crash, akin to a massive mirror shattering into countless shards. We did it, Bai Shui exclaimed, her face radiating with the joy of victory. As they stepped into the fifth layer, the atmosphere drastically shifted from the previous layers, enveloped in a suffocating heaviness. Here, Sun Tianyu's voice trembled slightly, disbelief filling his gaze. This is the former world? He stared at everything before him, uncertainty lacing his tone. It appeared as an illusion, yet felt all too real. Gong Sun Yu cautiously surveyed the surroundings, his tone laced with wariness. Ningzhuo frowned, pondering. This is the ghostly trap's deception, constructed from our memories and desires. They began to explore this seemingly tranquil world, seeking a way to unravel its mysteries. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed in Sun Tianyu's eyes, and he declared, "Everything here is an illusion. We must break it. Do not be deceived by the illusions." Ningzhuo warned solemnly, his gaze resolute. These are mere fabrications of the ghostly trap, designed to distract us. Gong Sun Yu gripped his sword tightly, determination shining in his eyes. We cannot linger here. We must swiftly dismantle this layer of the ghostly trap. Xiao Guifei danced gracefully, her movements both elegant and poignant, seemingly battling the surrounding illusions, searching for a solution. Bai Shui closed her eyes tightly, reciting incantations, her talismans emitting a faint glow, illuminating the blurred contours around them. Sun Tianyu inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. His fists clenched tightly, poised to launch a fierce assault. Under Ningzhuo's guidance, they began to concentrate their strength, targeting the core of the grotesque apparition. Each movement was imbued with intense willpower. They resolutely refused to be shackled by the shadows of their past. As their collective efforts intensified, the illusions began to shatter gradually, like fractured mirrors no longer capable of reflecting any images. Now, Gong Sun Yu shouted, his sword striking with the ferocity of a descending tiger, piercing directly at the heart of the apparition. With a resounding crash, the fifth layer of the apparition finally collapsed, and they felt as though they were surfacing from the depths of water, gasping for freedom. "We did it!" Bai Shui panted, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yet, they had not entirely escaped the Valley of Death. Chapter 304. Finding Memories Indeed. The peace of this world was but a fade. Sun Tianyu's voice was solemn, revealing an ominous premonition. That individual exuded a bizarre aura, clearly no longer an ordinary human. He had transformed into something strange. Ning Zhuo analyzed quietly, his gaze flickering with a calm intensity. The former comrade turned to them, his eyes filled with anguish and struggle. "However, I cannot allow you to remain here." Despair laced the voice of that comrade. "This organization seeks to exploit the bizarre to annihilate humanity. I can no longer be their tool." Saying this, the comrade suddenly brandished a sharp dagger, directing it at his own heart. He plunged the dagger into his chest, and, as his body fell, the eerie aura surrounding him dissipated. "He sacrificed himself to allow us to escape," Sun Tianyu murmured, sorrow etching his features. The group stood in silence, their hearts awash with complex emotions. Yet they understood that now was not the time for mourning. "We must press on." Ning Zhuo's voice shattered the stillness, his expression resolute. Entering the sixth layer of the apparition, the environment was far more bizarre and sinister than before. It was no longer a tranquil world of illusions, but rather a realm reeking of death and apocalyptic desolation. "Here," Ning Zhuo furrowed his brow, his eyes glimmering with intricate emotions. "I seem to have some memories related to this place." Ning Zhuo nodded slowly, his tone heavy. "I once accompanied the first generation of exorcists here. It was an exceedingly perilous experience. I barely escaped with my life. Had it not been for Shi Ming's timely rescue, I might never have seen the outside world again." At Ning Zhuo's words, the group felt a wave of shock. In this layer of the apparition, they faced an unending barrage of illusions and bizarre attacks. Every corner seemed to conceal unknown dangers. Sun Tianyu took the lead, his fists slicing through the air with the force of a gale, striking at the seemingly vacuous atmosphere around them. Bai Shui quickly formed seals beside him, her talismans bursting forth like brilliant fireworks, striving to dispel the mist of the apparition. Xiao Guifei moved with increased agility, each dance step seeming to combat the powers of the apparition, searching for vulnerabilities. Gong Sun Yu wielded his longsword, his technique both agile and fierce, each strike cleaving through a corner of the apparition, gradually diminishing its strength. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuo stood quietly to the side, his eyes glinting with profound insight, seemingly scouting for the most critical point of attack. The apparition appeared to possess its own consciousness, continually shifting its form. Ning Zhuo murmured. Deep within this sixth layer of the apparition, his warning weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. This nine-layered apparition was not merely an illusion or an obstacle. It seemed to sense their thoughts and emotions. Ning Zhuo's voice was grave, his eyes flashing with seriousness. Sun Tianyu frowned deeply, speaking in a low tone. "What should we do then? Each step we take could be a trap." Surveying their surroundings, they found themselves amidst a desolate ruin, encircled by shattered buildings and twisted metal. The sky was shrouded in gloomy clouds, and a suffocating aura of despair pervaded the air. Gong Sun Yu gripped his sword tightly, his gaze unwavering. Regardless of how the apparition transformed, they must break through it. Ning Zhuo scrutinized the environment carefully, searching for weaknesses in the apparition. "Be cautious. This apparition may exploit our inner fears." As they tread cautiously, the environment suddenly shifted, and what seemed to be living entities writhed within the ruins, forming grotesque faces that howled at them. Sun Tianyu instantly swung his fists at the writhing faces, yet his strikes felt as though they landed in thin air, yielding no response. "It's an illusion," Bai Shui exclaimed anxiously. Xiao Guifei accelerated her dance, her movements imbued with formidable power, as if she sought to dismantle these terrifying illusions. Gongsun Yu slashed his sword at the phantoms, leaving trails of light in the air, attempting to sever these ever-changing horrors. Ningzhua took a deep breath, calmly asserting, "Do not be deceived by the illusions. We must find its true form." As Ningzhua's words resonated, the environment grew increasingly perilous. Chapter 305. The bizarre activated. These bizarre entities seem to have been activated. Bai Shui recited her incantations in urgency, her hands swiftly forming seals. She unleashed a tremendous force, forming a protective barrier in an attempt to shield against the onslaught. Xiao Guifei's dance became swifter and more powerful, weaving through the bizarre entities. Her movements were not merely a display of beauty, but a potent offensive. Gongsun Yu wielded his sword with precision, each thrust targeting the heart of the bizarre, systematically diminishing their strength. Ningzhua maintained his composure amid the chaos, his gaze scanning the ever-changing battlefield, seeking the source of these bizarre entities. These apparitions are not the true enemy. We need to locate the core that controls them. The scene became chaotic and tense, each individual exerting their utmost in battle. Amidst the turmoil and oppressive atmosphere, an SS-class entity known as Ghost Mist suddenly emerged, its form resembling a vast expanse of black fog, swiftly engulfing the entire battlefield. "Be careful, this is Ghost Mist," Ningzhua warned, his voice echoing faintly in the mist. "This fog devours everything." Sun Tianyu attempted to shatter the surrounding mist with his fists, but his attacks seemed powerless against the amorphous adversary. "We are trapped." Bai Shui's voice was filled with urgency, her talismans appearing ineffective within the thick fog. Xiao Guifei closed her eyes, attempting to find an opening through her dance. Yet even her movements felt futile in the vast expanse of ghost mist. Gongsun Yu clutched the hilt of his sword tightly, his blade leaving bright streaks in the fog, yet failing to penetrate the nearly tangible black mist. "Remain calm. Stay composed." Ningzhua's voice resonated once more, attempting to organize the group. "We need to locate the core of the ghost mist or discover its weakness." In the dense fog, the group could hardly see one another, relying solely on sound for orientation. The view around them was completely consumed by the mist, rendering them unable to discern anything, relying solely on voices and instinct to navigate. Sun Tianyu, Gongsun Yu, and Xiao Guifei struggled to find direction amid the fog, their resolve unyielding as they called out each other's names, hoping to reunite. "This fog is too bizarre. Each strike feels like hitting cotton." Sun Tianyu muttered softly, each punch resonating with a dull thud. Gongsun Yu continued to wield his sword in the fog. Though the results were invisible, he persisted in seeking the weakness of the ghost mist. The graceful dance of the imperial concubine, Xiao, appeared particularly ethereal amidst the mist. Her movements entwined with the fog, as if she sought to sense the changes around her in her own unique manner. She was acutely aware that if her mental fortitude waned to 30, she would succumb to the corrosive influence of the ghostly mist, ultimately leading to her mental collapse and the loss of her life. "I cannot. Simply surrender." Her voice was faint, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. After a moment of relief, an unsettling sensation washed over her. To ascertain the authenticity of Gongsun Yu, she resolved to pose a few straightforward questions. Gongsun Yu did not hesitate, recalling their encounter during an expedition in an ancient tomb. Yet her instincts whispered that the Gongsun Yu before her was not genuine. Her heart raced, but she recognized the necessity for decisive action. With swift and resolute movements, she acted without a trace of hesitation. Gongsun Yu's figure was struck by the spectral force, abruptly transforming into a wisp of vapor that swiftly dissipated into the air. Following the vanishing of Gongsun Yu's misty form, a deep and distorted voice resonated within the fog, as if the mist itself were inquiring, "How did you discern my deception? You made a grave error. Gongsun Yu would never wear his shoes mismatched. It seems you are not as simple as you appear." The distorted voice carried a hint of surprise before fading into the mist. She realized that in the face of such an entity capable of mimicking humanity, she must remain exceptionally vigilant. "I must locate Ningzhua and the others." As she advanced, the fog thickened, each step resembling a struggle through dense obscurity. Ningzhua, Bai Shui, Gong Sun Yu. Chapter 306. The lost upon glimpsing Gong Sun Yu's silhouette, she felt a moment of relief, yet wariness flooded in. Gong Sun Yu's expression darkened, a flicker of anger crossing his features. A specter impersonating me? Is it still nearby? I shall confront it. We have dispersed. This ghostly mist is too treacherous, and acting alone is perilous. Although Gong Sun Yu remained reluctant, he grasped the gravity of the situation. He nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed together. The duo cautiously navigated through the dense fog, remaining ever alert. Every sound within the mist could potentially be a trap set by their foes, and they dared not let their guard down. In half an hour, their mental strength would be eroded by the ghostly mist, making their predicament even more dire. Gong Sun Yu clenched his teeth. Half an hour. We cannot afford to linger here too long. They quickened their pace, continually calling out the names of their comrades. Strange sounds echoed through the mist, as if mocking their helplessness and despair. This ghostly mist is far too cunning. It appears to be toying with us, Gong Sun Yu murmured, his gaze steeled with determination. Gong Sun Yu produced an ancient copper coin from his pocket, its surface adorned with peculiar engravings that imparted a sense of weighty mystery. This is a ghost coin. It can attract hidden malevolent spirits and disrupt their movements, he explained. He pricked his finger, allowing several drops of blood to fall upon the coin. The moment the blood met the coin, it emitted a faint glow before gradually dimming. Gong Sun Yu focused intently on the coin, hoping for a favorable outcome. Yet the mist around them remained unchanged, thick and chaotic, as if all efforts were in vain. It appears this ghostly mist is even more formidable than we anticipated, he said, disappointment flickering in his eyes. The two quickly turned to see Ningzhua emerging from a mist, his complexion pale, yet his gaze resolute. We must swiftly locate an exit. This ghostly mist is too powerful. The longer we remain here, the more perilous our situation becomes. Ningzhua pondered for a moment before suggesting. This ghostly mist seems to respond to our movements. Perhaps we can create some distractions to confuse it and uncover clues to our escape. Gong Sun Yu furrowed his brow, suspicious of Ningzhua's sudden appearance. He recalled that the ghostly mist could mimic humans through ghostly servants, heightening his wariness of anyone's arrival. Wait, how can you prove you are Ningzhua? This ghostly mist can impersonate anyone. Gong Sun Yu asked cautiously, his sword trembling slightly in his grip, revealing his unease. Her voice unwavering, seemingly devoid of doubt regarding Ningzhua's identity, she replied. Ningzhua offered a faint smile, as if understanding Gong Sun Yu's concerns. I recognize that trust is difficult in such an environment. However, we must unite. Only by doing so do we stand a chance of escaping this ghostly mist. He extended his hand as a gesture of trust. Gong Sun Yu, we have endured so much together. You should know that I am not easily deceived by the ghostly mist. Gong Sun Yu hesitated briefly, but ultimately lowered his weapon and clasped Ningzhua's hand. Very well, I trust you. At that moment, Imperial concubine Xiao appeared, bloodied and adding an unsettling layer to the already tense atmosphere. Her garments were tattered, her visage marked by fatigue and resolve. As they conversed, Bai Shui and Sun Tianyu gradually emerged from a mist, their expressions revealing exhaustion and tension. Each had faced their own battles and challenges. At last, I have found you, Bai Shui gasped, her voice tinged with relief. Sun Tianyu bore improvised bandages on his arm, evidently having endured a grueling struggle. This ghostly mist is exceedingly strange. We have been going in circles. Ningzhua surveyed the group before stating, now that we are united, we must swiftly identify the weaknesses of this ghostly mist. Our time is limited. Gong Sun Yu regarded each member of the group. What shall we do? This ghostly mist seems all-encompassing. Imperial concubine Xiao shook her head, despite her pallor. Her eyes conveyed resilience. I am unscathed. These wounds are merely superficial. I was ambushed by a ghostly servant within the mist. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she spoke, her voice weak yet steadfast. Gently touching her wounds, she continued, I was caught off guard, never expecting an attack. It struck suddenly, inflicting 2 wounds. Her voice trembled slightly. Had it not been for the life-saving talisman I carry, I would likely be dead by now. Chapter 307. Remain vigilant. She offered some healing remedies to Imperial concubine Xiao, carefully assisting her in tending to her wounds. Sun Tianyu, you too, let me examine your injuries, she urged with concern. Tenderly, she applied medicine to his wounds and meticulously bandaged them. The surrounding mist persisted, enveloping them in a suffocating aura. Eerie sounds echoed intermittently, keeping everyone on high alert. Ningzhu stood aside, his gaze scanning the environment, seemingly seeking any possible avenues of escape. His expression was grave, his tone imbued with urgency. Everyone must remain vigilant. Every breath of air here could be laced with danger. His voice was deep, each word laden with significance. The power of the ghostly mist surpasses our imagination. It can not only conjure illusions, but also directly influence our minds. Upon hearing Ningzhu's words, the group's expressions grew more serious. They were acutely aware that in such an environment, even the slightest oversight could result in fatal consequences. Bai Shui clutched her talisman tightly, her eyes gleaming with determination. We cannot allow the ghostly mist schemes to succeed. We must discover a means to counter it. Sun Tianyu gently stroked his freshly bandaged wound, a resolute expression adorning his face. No matter how powerful this ghostly mist may be, I will not retreat. Gong Sunyu inhaled deeply, adjusting the strap of his sword. Having arrived at this juncture, retreat is no longer an option. We can only advance. Although the noble consort's complexion is pallid, her eyes shimmer with an indomitable spirit. No matter how eerie the ghostly mist may be, I shall not be intimidated. As the team undergoes a brief treatment and prepares themselves, their focus once again sharpens on the dense fog surrounding them. Suddenly, Ningzhu's expression grows more solemn, his gaze piercingly scanning the vicinity. Everyone take heed. The ghost mist is shifting. A note of tension laces Ningzhu's voice as it appears to be coalescing, intensifying in its essence. The group nervously surveys their surroundings, acutely aware that the mist thickens, a development that weighs heavily on their spirits, signaling an escalating crisis. At that moment, the ghostly mist abruptly morphs into a colossal vortex, seemingly poised to launch a more ferocious assault. The members of the team, confronted by this sudden turn of events, hastily prepare for battle, cognizant that this may be a fight that determines their very survival. As the ghost mist transformation intensifies, the environment grows ever more treacherous. In this oppressive atmosphere, Gong Sunyu begins to sense a rapid decline in his mental fortitude. His gaze becomes increasingly unfocused, and a pained expression etches itself onto his face. Gong Sunyu, what troubles you? Sun Tianyu notices his distress and swiftly approaches him. Gong Sunyu shakes his head, his voice hoarse. I feel something amiss, as if something is encroaching upon my thoughts. Ningzhu hastily draws closer to Gong Sunyu, a serious expression etched upon his face. This is the influence of the ghost mist. It seeks to erode our mental strength. Gong Sunyu, you must endure and resist its effects. Bai Shui quickly produces several talismans, arranging them around Gong Sunyu in an effort to provide him with some mental sanctuary. Hurry, these talismans can aid you in resisting the ghost mist's influence. Gong Sunyu grits his teeth, striving to maintain his lucidity, but his facial expressions contort increasingly, evidently engaged in a fierce struggle against the mist's impact. Ningzhu clenches his fists, determination glimmering in his eyes. We cannot surrender. No matter how formidable this specter may be, we must discover a means to unravel it. Despite his compromised mental state, Gong Sunyu straightens his posture, readying himself for combat. We have no path of retreat. We can only forge ahead. At that instant, the vortex within the ghost mist accelerates, unleashing a more potent wave of energy. The group, tense and prepared for battle, braces for what may be their final confrontation. As the ghostly vortex spins ever faster, the atmosphere grows increasingly taut. Bai Shui's movements suddenly become more decisive and fervent. A fiery resolve ignites in her eyes, clearly prepared to confront the specter and the mist with unwavering fervor. I shall not permit these malevolent forces to continue threatening us. She swiftly seals her hands, summoning powerful talismans that flicker in her grasp, each one igniting like a blazing inferno within the ghost mist, radiating brilliant light. These talismans serve not only to shield herself and her comrades, but also as weapons against the mist. Ningxue suddenly perceives a crucial insight. He observes that when they congregate, the power of the ghost mist seems to coalesce, persistently launching mental assaults against them. "Wait!" Ningxue exclaims, urgency threading through his voice. "When we gather together, the ghost mist's attacks appear to intensify. It is leveraging our concentration to amplify its own strength." Upon hearing Ningxue's words, the group swiftly grasps the significance of this strategy, realizing that dispersing may diminish the mist's influence over them. Despite his fluctuating mental state, Gong Sun Yu retains sufficient clarity to propose, "We could split into smaller groups. This may facilitate the search for an exit." Chapter 308. Dividing forces, it would be best to pair up, he asserts. This approach will not only distract the ghost mist, but also allow us to support one another against its mental onslaught. Ningxue nods in agreement, promptly formulating a division plan. "All right, we shall divide into several small groups." He swiftly organizes the team's allocation, considering each member's strengths and the current circumstances. This arrangement will enable us to more effectively contend with the ghost mist fluctuations, Ningxue explains, his tone imbued with determination and resolve. They resolve to adopt a more cautious exploration strategy, while remaining vigilant for any unforeseen developments. Bai Shui quickly retrieves a vial of specially formulated medication, a precious elixir designed to restore ghostly energy. Soon after, her pallor begins to normalize, and her physical and mental states visibly improve. Once Bai Shui's condition is confirmed, the two groups commence their pre-established actions. Ningxue reiterates the importance of their operational plan. "We must proceed with caution and ensure we regroup here in half an hour. If any complications arise, use the communication talismans immediately." His voice conveys gravity and urgency. Subsequently, the two teams cautiously delve into the core of the ghost mist along different paths. Once dispersed, the ghost mist's influence appears to wane. Yet the environment remains rife with unpredictable dangers. They converse quietly, endeavoring to analyze the ghost mist patterns and potential vulnerabilities. They note that the mist's power seems to diminish with their dispersion, but remains formidable nonetheless. Bai Shui realizes that the ghost mist has engaged them in a war of attrition, and they require a breakthrough. Blood seeps from a wound, exuding an otherworldly aura. Ningxue immediately senses the perilous situation, reacting swiftly and decisively. "Fall back," he shouts, wielding his weapon in an attempt to disperse the dense ghost mist. His eyes reflect profound concern and sorrow. Suddenly, a more discernible form emerges from the ghost mist, appearing to be the very essence of the mist itself. This manifestation seems both nebulous and distinct, composed of countless distorted faces and shapes, its presence accompanied by an even more potent and malevolent aura. "Be cautious," Ningxue warns, immediately focusing his attention on this newly arisen foe. His gaze sparkles with determination, ready to confront this fresh challenge. As the essence of the ghost mist approaches, the urgency escalates. The ghostly form gradually coalesces into a more defined shape, seemingly preparing to launch a lethal strike. It emanates a powerful and ominous presence, instilling a profound sense of unease and dread. He takes a deep breath, centering his spirit, and begins to awaken the dormant power within him. As his aura deepens, the air around him appears to ripple, an ancient and formidable force stirring within. He draws in a breath, channeling all his mental strength, prepared to unleash his ghostly essence. As Ningxue's words resonate, a peculiar wave begins to manifest around his body, as if the very air were twisting and contorting. This wave expands, forming an invisible vortex that draws in the surrounding space. The essence of the ghost mist seems to sense the threat, emitting a shrill cry. Yet before Ningxue's formidable will, it begins to lose control, gradually being sucked into his ghostly realm. As Ningxue successfully engulfs the essence of the ghost mist within his domain, its power begins to temporarily wane, yet the crisis is far from over. Chapter 309 sees the moment the grave nail possesses the ability to pin down manifested malevolent spirits without incurring any cost or curse. This capability is the key to their triumph. She firmly grasped the grave nail, precisely aiming at the location of the ghostly mist's essence. With a low exclamation, the grave nail shot forth with formidable force, directly targeting the essence of the ghostly mist. It traced a lightning-like trajectory through the air, striking the essence with impeccable accuracy. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from the grave nail, firmly immobilizing the ghostly mist, rendering it motionless. The ghostly mist emitted a wretched wail, and as the force of the grave nail intensified, its form began to disintegrate, ultimately vanishing after a tumultuous transformation. She needed to take more decisive measures to ensure that this malevolent force was thoroughly sealed away. Drawing a deep breath, she concentrated all her spiritual energy, preparing to summon the power of the underworld that she commanded. Closing her eyes, subtle ripples began to manifest around her body. An ancient and mysterious energy permeated the air, as if connecting to another realm. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a black fissure slowly opened beneath her feet, resembling an entrance to the underworld. The essence of the ghostly mist, pinned down by the grave nail, was evidently unable to move, yet it continued to emit terrifying roars, attempting to break free from its bonds. "Go now, ghostly mist, to where you belong." Her voice resonated with supreme authority, delivering the final verdict. As her words fell, a powerful sucking force erupted from the fissure, drawing the essence of the ghostly mist into its depths. The fissure appeared endless, capable of consuming all evil and darkness. It rapidly sealed shut, firmly imprisoning the essence of the ghostly mist deep within the underworld. The surrounding air gradually calmed, and the oppressive, terrifying aura finally dissipated completely. His breath was heavy and uneven, clearly bearing the severe toll of battling the ghostly mist. Ningxue managed a faint smile, attempting to reassure her, "I am fine." His voice was weak, as if speaking had drained him of all his strength. Although Ningxue struggled to maintain consciousness, he was evidently very fatigued. He slowly raised a hand, pointing in a certain direction. With great effort, he gestured forward, his gaze revealing a glimmer of determination. You see over there?" The three appeared to be endlessly circling in place, their faces etched with confusion and anxiety, as if ensnared in an inescapable fog. They had encountered a ghostly wall. Ningxue managed to utter these words, and though his voice was faint, it brimmed with certainty. Sun Tianyu observed by Shui, Gong Sunyu, and Xiao Guifei as they spun in place, a wry smile gracing his lips. "While we're caught in this turmoil, those three seem to be just fine." His words carried a hint of helpless humor. Ningxue gritted through the pain, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that the ghostly mist's tricks were indeed manifold. As the ghostly mist began to dissipate, Bai Shui, Gong Sunyu, and Xiao Guifei gradually returned to normalcy. They halted their circling behavior, appearing to awaken from their confusion. The ghostly mist seems to have dispersed. Bai Shui exhaled a sigh of relief, her eyes reflecting a sense of liberation. Gong Sunyu scanned the surroundings, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. "The ghostly mist is gone. Have we succeeded?" he inquired, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Xiao Guifei nervously surveyed the area, confirming that no further dangers lurked. Bai Shui, Gong Sunyu, and Xiao Guifei quickly sensed the change. "Are you all right?" Bai Shui asked anxiously, her gaze sweeping over everyone, particularly concerned as her eyes fell upon the pale and weakened Ningxue. Gong Sunyu followed closely, his expression filled with concern. This battle was truly harrowing. We were merely ensnared in a ghostly wall. Xiao Guifei anxiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no other potential dangers were present. "This area should be safe now." Gong Sunyu swiftly approached Ningxue, worry and tension etched across his face. "Ningxue, what has happened to you? You seem gravely injured." His voice was laced with concern, brows furrowed in disquiet over Ningxue's condition. Ningxue slowly raised his head, a complex light flickering in his eyes. "During the confrontation with the ghostly mist, I inadvertently consumed half of its essence. Now it is merging within me." His voice was deep, carrying an indescribable weight. Upon hearing Ning Zhuo's words, astonishment and worry flickered across the faces of those present. What about the remaining half of the ghostly mist? Bai Shui questioned anxiously, her eyes filled with apprehension. Gong Sun Yu's expression shifted to one of relief at the inquiry. That's wonderful. At least we no longer need to fear it posing a threat to us. Xiao Guifei's brow furrowed, clearly unsettled by the situation within Ning Zhuo. But Ning Zhuo, what impact will that half of the ghostly mist have on you? We need to find a way to help you swiftly. Ning Zhuo shook his head, his voice tinged with fatigue. I am still uncertain. This fusion of power is an unprecedented endeavor. I need time to adapt and control it. Sun Tianyu silently observed Ning Zhuo, his eyes filled with contemplation. If this attempt proves successful, Ning Zhuo might gain formidable power. Chapter 310. Rest and recuperation. The group found a relatively safe place to recuperate. The surrounding environment had settled, yet each individual's heart brimmed with an unknown anxiety. This is only the 6th level. How many more levels remain? Will they truly survive? Ning Zhuo sat quietly, eyes closed, his body seemingly undergoing a silent transformation. After consuming half of the ghostly mist's essence, a profound change in his internal energy was occurring. Ning Zhuo slowly opened his eyes, a previously unseen brilliance shimmering within. His voice was deep and steady. I can feel the power of the ghostly mist merging within me. My ghostly abilities seem to have reached a new level. As his words fell, the air around him appeared to ripple, a vague energy field dimly manifesting around him. This was a tangible expression of his ghostly powers, indicating a significant enhancement of his strength. This is the power of the 6th level of ghostly abilities. Sun Tianyu exclaimed in astonishment, his tone reverberating with shock. Gong Sun Yu gazed at Ning Zhuo, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes. Ning Zhuo, your current strength. Ning Zhuo gradually stood, his entire aura markedly different from before. His gaze was filled with confidence and resolve. My power has now reached a new height. This transformation will serve as a great boon in our battles. Xiao Guifei watched Ning Zhuo intently, a look of admiration gracing her face. Ning Zhuo, you truly accomplished this. With Ning Zhuo's newfound strength, the group decided to continue exploring the area. Under Ning Zhuo's guidance, they cautiously traversed stretches of desolate land until they arrived at a new region, the 7th level of ghostly abilities. The sights before them were staggering. A vast city was engulfed in a horrific slaughter. The streets teemed with fleeing crowds and ruthless pursuers, saturated with an atmosphere of panic and death. What is this place? Gong Sun Yu whispered, his voice thick with shock and unease. Ning Zhuo's eyes flickered with surprise as he gripped his weapon, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. This is the 7th level of ghostly abilities, an artificially constructed space. It seems we must tread carefully in response to the dangers here. Sun Tianyu nervously inspected his equipment, preparing for any potential confrontation that might arise. As they prepared to delve deeper into the city, a throng of panic-driven citizens surged towards them, their faces etched with terror and despair. Ning Zhuo observed the surrounding situation, his gaze growing more profound. This space seemed to adhere to its own rules, rendering them outsiders unable to directly intervene in its workings. Bai Shui anxiously scanned the chaotic scene, a look of helplessness crossing her face. Must we simply stand by and witness all this unfold? It is utterly horrifying. Ning Zhuo, having heard her words, displayed a serious glint in his eyes. The likelihood of such a scenario is significant. We must uncover the threads of this narrative and seek a breakthrough. Gong Sun Yu nodded nervously, his voice tinged with urgency. What shall we do? How can we become part of this story? We need to observe everything here, understand the tale of this city, and identify potential roles. Xiao Guifei suggested, her gaze resolute. Thus, they commenced their exploration throughout the city, endeavoring to grasp the backdrop and narrative of this scene. Soon, they realized they seemed to have been ensnared in the plot of this city, transforming into pivotal characters within it. Ning Zhuo assumed the guise of a wealthy young master. Xiao Guifei morphed into a popular singing star. Bai Shui took on the role of a maid at a dojo, frequently visiting the city to procure necessary items. Gong Sun Yu and Sun Tianyu became the personal bodyguards of Ning Zhuo, the affluent young master. They began to comprehend that the entire city was situated in the era of the Republic of China. The distinctive atmosphere and societal conditions of this time served as the essential backdrop for the narrative. The group convened, exchanging their observations and experiences within this storyline. In the course of their investigation, a crucial clue emerged. The spirit of the city's slaughterer was said to be a vengeful soul that perished on a night of snow and wind, harboring deep-seated hatred for the city and its inhabitants, thus transforming into a terrifying entity that perpetually wrought chaos and death. Upon its demise, it had already morphed into an SSS-level strange entity. This revelation highlighted the depth of its resentment and its vehement animosity towards the city and its denizens. An SSS-level anomaly. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare and perilous. A weighty tone resonated in Ning Zhuo's voice, his expression growing more serious. An existence of this nature. Its grievances must be profound, and it will not relent easily. Bai Shui furrowed her brows tightly, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword. We must uncover the reason for its death. Perhaps there lies a clue to halt this massacre. Chapter 311. The plot kill. Gong Sun Yu and Sun Tianyu also sensed the gravity of the situation. They exchanged glances, aware that this challenge might be more daunting than any faced before. We need to locate the relic of that vengeful spirit or any clues related to its demise. Xiao Guifei asserted, her voice imbued with conviction. We must trace the origins of this vengeful spirit to put an end to the slaughter. Ning Zhuo spoke earnestly, determination gleaming in his eyes. The group resolved to act on a night of snow and wind, as per the legend of the city's slaughtherer's appearance. On the chosen night, snow began to fall heavily, and the group gathered at Ning Zhuo's temporary residence to devise a detailed plan. We must proceed with caution. This vengeful spirit may be extremely dangerous, Xiao Guifei warned, her tone grave. Bai Shui adjusted her gear, a look of determination etched on her face. No matter what, we cannot allow this massacre to continue. Gong Sun Yu and Sun Tianyu remain by Ning Zhuo's side, ever ready to protect him. We shall remain vigilant to everything around us, Gong Sun Yu stated. According to local accounts and ancient texts, the vengeful spirit responsible for the massacre, the slaughterer of the city, perished on the impending night of snow and wind. This discovery sent ripples of surprise and unease through the group. They realized that the present moment was precisely 2 days before the spirit's anticipated death. This implies that we might still have a chance to avert this tragedy. Ning Zhuo mused, a resolute light flickering in his gaze. Ning Zhuo nodded in agreement, stating, as the wealthy young master, I can leverage my status and resources to acquire intelligence within the city. Xiao Guifei added, my identity as a singer allows me to engage with diverse crowds. Perhaps I can glean some enigmatic clues from them. Bai Shui expressed her intent to utilize her maid identity, roaming the city in search of any suspicious activities or information. Gong Sun Yu and Sun Tianyu, as Ning Zhuo's bodyguards, resolved to stay close while remaining alert to their surroundings. The group swiftly sprang into action, dividing their efforts according to their roles within the narrative. Ning Zhuo wielded his resources and influence to engage with prominent figures in the city, attempting to unearth more information regarding the slaughterer. Xiao Guifei remained attentive to her audience during performances, hoping to catch whispers of clues. Gong Sun Yu and Sun Tianyu protected Ning Zhuo while also observing the movements around them. As their investigation deepened, fragmented information began to coalesce into a clue, seemingly pointing towards a mysterious location. The group gathered outside an abandoned mansion, deemed an ominous sight by locals, steeped in legends of vengeful spirits and supernatural occurrences. They cautiously entered the estate, discovering it to be dilapidated and dim, enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. The portraits adorning the walls seemed to narrate a tragic tale. As they explored the depths of the mansion, they heard a low, mournful groan emanating from the basement, as if something was struggling within. Approaching the entrance to the basement, they discover a man being brutally assaulted, his condition dire. The man was ragged, his face marred with wounds, suggesting prolonged torment. His eyes appeared hollow, as if all hope had fled from his soul. Is this the vengeful spirit? Bai Shui whispered, her expression one of shock. Ning Zhua stepped forward, his expression complex. He did not appear to be a being capable of slaughtering an entire city. The group swiftly intervened, halting the violence against the man. With their assistance, he was liberated from his torment. He curled into a corner, trembling, his pallor alarming. The assailants, seething with rage, pointed at him, shouting, "This disaster bringer! He is the one who has brought all this misfortune and death." Ning Zhua and Gong Sun, you promptly subdued the assailants, while Xiao Guifei and Bai Shui tended to the injured man. Is he truly the cause of all this? Bai Shui inquired softly, her gaze laden with skepticism. Ning Zhua fixed a deep look upon the man. We must uncover the truth. This situation appears far more intricate than we had anticipated. Sun Tian, you scrutinized the surroundings. His expression serious. We need to investigate further. We cannot draw conclusions based solely on their words. Chapter 312. The ghost slave Ning Zhua rushed forward, his countenance stern, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Enough. Should you dare to strike again, do not blame me for being ungracious. His words cut through the air like a winter chill, leaving the assailants momentarily stunned. The assailant, momentarily silenced by Ning Zhua's threat, quickly regained his composure, a sneer curling upon his lips. With a provocative tone, he remarked, "Humph, young master, no matter how wealthy or powerful you are before this disaster bringer, you remain but a mere mortal. Do you not realize? Once you entangle yourself with such a disaster bringer, even your wealth will lead to ruin within 3 days." The atmosphere within the venue suddenly grew more oppressive. As if the very air had solidified, Ning Zhua's gaze turned increasingly cold and piercing, resembling a blade as it fixed upon that individual. Yet, he refrained from uttering another word, choosing instead to silently regard his counterpart with an icy stare. In a corner, an enigmatic figure, a mere beggar, listened intently, exhibiting an unusual calmness, as though the exchange bore no weight upon him. His eyes were deep and mysterious, his expression elusive. She softly addressed him as Big Brother, extending a hand to offer him a handkerchief to wipe the grime from his face. However, the beggar rejected her gesture, his eyes reflecting a profound detachment. He merely gazed at her in silence, harboring an inscrutable depth that seemed to conceal endless secrets and stories. His silence stood as an impenetrable wall, isolating him from the outside world. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and his voice dripped with malicious mockery. "Oh, such a beautiful little girl. What brings you to such a perilous place? Are you here to add a bit of amusement for us?" His crude and provocative words further exacerbated the already tense atmosphere. The individuals surrounding him erupted into raucous laughter, as if they were reveling in a farcical performance. Despite the coarseness of their remarks, she gleaned a crucial piece of information. The beggar's name was Ning. Her gaze sharpened with newfound focus, and she whispered to Ning Zhua, "That person, they call him Ning." In his eyes shone an unyielding resolve, and he coldly addressed the boorish individuals. "That's enough. This is not the time for jesting. If you do not restrain yourselves, I will ensure you regret your presence here." His voice was low and menacing, akin to a biting wind, causing the previously jovial individuals to exchange wary glances, contemplating whether to continue their provocations. Gong Sun Yu and Sun Tianyu promptly positioned themselves at Ning Zhua's sides, their postures rigid and their gazes unwavering, clearly prepared to confront any potential conflict. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the boorish individuals began to retreat slowly, ultimately turning to depart from the area, vanishing into the dimly lit corridor. Upon witnessing their departure, Bai Shui turned to engage Ning in conversation, gently calling his name in an attempt to capture his attention. "Ning, may we converse? We merely wish to understand a few matters." Yet, Ning remained ensconced in silence, his gaze seemingly traversing through Bai Shui, fixated on a distant point. He exhibited no reaction to her entreaty, lost in his own world. Bai Shui's expression shifted from gentleness to disappointment as she murmured to herself, "Why is he like this?" Unwilling to utter even a single word. So impolite. Her voice bore a hint of confusion. As the night deepened, Ning Zhua sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the city. It appeared to have succumbed to a peculiar stillness. Even the usual nightlife had vanished, as if the living had turned into specters of silence. His gaze sharpened with vigilance, and he spoke tensely. "This is not right. How can the entire city be so quiet? It feels as if we are under a spell." Everything around seemed to affirm his words. Even the sound of the gentle breeze appeared jarring. The street they occupied was devoid of life, save for the occasional rustle of leaves. Gong Sun Yu and Sun Tianyu too perceived the strangeness, their expressions growing grave. "Indeed, this silence is unnatural. We must tread carefully." Ning was swiftly resolved, turning to the group with a grave tone. "Given the uncertainty of the outside situation, it would be prudent not to linger here. Fortunately, I possess a residence in this city where we can seek refuge for the night." Gong Sun Yu and Sun Tianyu nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting a sense of reassurance. Ningzhuo led the group through the desolate streets, the atmosphere remaining heavy. They walked briskly, each member maintaining a state of alertness, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, several figures emerged on the street, moving slowly and stiffly, their eyes hollow and devoid of life, instilling a deep sense of dread. They appeared to be living beings, yet resembled mindless corpses, voicelessly advancing toward Ningzhuo and his companions. Ningzhuo's expression turned serious as he promptly produced an unassuming talisman, gripping it tightly in his hand. "We must exercise caution. These ghostly servants may pose a significant threat. Everyone stay close to me. Do not wander off." Bai Shui furrowed her brow, shaking her head with a hint of confusion. "I do not sense any S-tier anomalous presence. This suggests that these ghostly servants may have been deliberately fabricated by someone. But for what purpose?" Chapter 3:13. Sun Tianyu has disappeared. The group finally arrived at the doorstep of the residence, following Ningzhuo inside, only to be met by an unusual atmosphere. Despite Ningzhuo's character being that of a wealthy gentleman from the Republican era, the abode was strikingly old and desolate, a stark contrast to their expectations of opulent quarters. The furnishings within were antiquated, cloaked in a layer of dust, as if abandoned for years. The staircase leading to the upper floor appeared equally dilapidated, the wooden railing decayed and creaking softly. Bai Shui surveyed her surroundings, her brow furrowed in concern, sensing an eerie ambience. Why is this house so desolate? It seems as if no one has resided here for ages. Just as the group began to feel the strangeness of their surroundings, a middle-aged man resembling a butler suddenly emerged from one side of the residence, his face contorted and terrifying, exuding an aura of dread. His skin was pallid, and his eyes were hollow, as if he hailed from the realm of the dead. Bai Shui was startled by his sudden appearance, her heart racing and body trembling. The others too felt a chill, as if the residence was suffused with an atmosphere of death and foreboding. The group observed the butler with trepidation. His ghastly appearance was indeed unsettling, yet he did not seem inclined to harm them. Despite his twisted features, the butler's demeanor was unusually calm, refraining from any aggressive actions. Ningzhui exhaled slightly in relief, addressing the butler. "We require a safe place to rest." The butler smiled faintly. "Please follow me." They could sense the house was steeped in mystery and enigma. However, with little choice, they acquiesced to the butler's guidance. He meticulously arranged rooms for them, each chamber appearing ancient and worn, as if time had stagnated within these walls. Once they entered their respective rooms, fatigue began to set in, though the unsettling atmosphere kept them on edge. Bai Shui surveyed her room, feeling disquieted by the arrangement, yet resolved to conduct an investigation. She meticulously examined every corner, searching for any clues that might unravel the mysteries of the residence. The butler's gaze flickered among the group, as if lost in thought. "Young, pitiful, helpless. It seems every new mistress is like this. Despite their childlike age, they don wedding attire, and are, what were they again?" The butler shook his slightly dazed head. "Never mind, it's unimportant." He led Bai Shui into her room, which was similarly old and silent. Ningzhuo stood at the center of the room, surveying his surroundings, his expression remaining vigilant. As the others settled in, he reminded them, "There are certain rules to adhere to in this residence, particularly regarding the well in the southwest corner. Under no circumstances should anyone approach it." His admonition regarding the well heightened the group's curiosity and alertness. However, The butler's expression remained calm, offering no further explanation. At that moment, the favored concubine, Xiao, let out a soft laugh, seemingly unperturbed by the entire situation. Meanwhile, Gong Sunyu and Sun Tianyu were stationed outside the room, with the butler gesturing for them to guard the main entrance. Gong Sunyu complained that as protectors, they were not even afforded the luxury of a room. Sun Tianyu concurred, acknowledging the necessity of having someone on watch to avert any unforeseen circumstances during the night. As darkness descended, the residence was enveloped in shadows. Gong Sunyu and Sun Tianyu stood guard at the southeast gates, both acutely aware of the mysteries that permeated the estate. Gong Sunyu advised Sun Tianyu to remain vigilant and forego sleep, fearing a potential ambush. Sun Tianyu nodded in agreement, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze fixated on the southern gate. The corridor of the house appeared even more dimly lit, with feeble lights flickering in the dark, as if some indescribable entity lurked within the shadows. Gong Sunyu stood at the eastern gate, his own anxiety palpable. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his alertness, ever prepared to confront any potential threats. The silence within and outside the residence was profound, broken only by the whisper of the wind and the occasional sound that shattered the tranquility. Sun Tianyu felt that time had taken on a peculiar quality in this house, with minutes stretching out interminably. The next morning, everyone awoke to a disquieting scene. Sun Tianyu was missing, his spot vacant, devoid of any clues to his whereabouts. At the same time, Gong Sunyu lay unconscious at the eastern gate, his complexion pale and motionless. Bai Shui expressed her concern, having searched extensively that morning without success in locating Sun Tianyu. What could he possibly be? She lamented, just as Bai Shui's words faded. Ningzh returned his gaze toward the ever-composed butler, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes as he queried, "Did you not see Sun Tianyu last night?" The butler's demeanor remained inscrutable, as if all the oddities in this ancient residence were to be expected. "Indeed, I am well acquainted with everyone in this house. Last night, I did not encounter anyone by the name of Sun Tianyu." Ningzh's brow furrowed tightly, his voice low. "You may leave for now." The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension. Bai Shui clasped her arms around herself, her voice trembling slightly. "Sun Tianyu is quite capable among us. If he—" Her words trailed off, yet every individual in the room comprehended her implication. Xiao approached the unconscious Gong Sunyu, softly calling his name. Gradually, Gong Sunyu's eyes began to flutter, finally opening to reveal a look of confusion. "Gong Sunyu, do you recall what transpired last night?" Zhao's tone was laced with urgency. Gong Sunyu struggled to focus, his brow furrowing deeper as he replied, I cannot remember anything. Last night feels as if it has been erased." Chapter 314. Something is amiss. Ningzh frowned, acutely aware of the strangeness of the situation. "You two have lost your memory? This house indeed harbors undisclosed secrets." Ningzh's expression grew more severe as he gazed out the window. The view beyond appeared particularly grim beneath the morning sun. Sun Tianyu was stationed at the southern gate, which is not far from the Forbidden Well. There may be a connection between the two. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui's face turned even paler. Could it be that the well truly harbors some unspeakable secret? Xiao furrowed her brow, her voice resolute. "We must investigate the vicinity of that well. Perhaps we can uncover clues regarding Sun Tianyu's disappearance." Nodding, she displayed a hint of determination. "Very well, let us proceed." Her gaze was unwavering, as if she had steeled herself to confront any unknown dangers. Bai Shui followed closely behind, her face still etched with concern, yet her steps resolute. Gong Sunyu slowly rose, his complexion still ashen, yet in this moment of decision, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. The group departed the room, the shadows of the corridor seemingly filled with whispered secrets, each step heavy and deliberate. The dimly lit corridor of the house appeared even more profound, each door concealing unknown mysteries. They cautiously traversed every corner of the estate, each step imbued with trepidation. The ancient floorboards creaked beneath their feet, as if narrating the long history and hidden truths of this residence. The interior was adorned with antiquities, under the dim light. Old paintings and sculptures appeared particularly eerie in the shadows. However, to their dismay, There seemed to be no trace of Sun Tianyu within the estate. Every room had been thoroughly searched, every corner scrutinized, yet they found nothing. Ningzhua, I sense something is amiss here. The magnetic field seems unusual. Do you feel it? The space in the southwest. It possesses a certain distortion. Ningzhua nodded, his gaze resolutely shifting toward the southwest corner, where the mysterious, forbidden well resided. We need to investigate that well. It may yield some clues. Ultimately, Ningzhua sighed, aware that moving recklessly into the unknown would only invite greater peril. Very well. We shall not proceed to the well just yet. We must devise alternative means to locate Sun Tianyu. Meanwhile, Bai Shui, Xiao, and Gong Sun Yu wandered the streets outside the residence in search of possible leads. The bright streets contrasted sharply with the darkness of the estate, yet their spirits remained heavy. As they walked, Bai Shui discreetly observed Gong Sun Yu, noticing his steps becoming somewhat unsteady and his expression increasingly dazed. She whispered to Xiao, I believe Gong Sun Yu's condition is concerning. Xiao's gaze shifted to Gong Sun Yu, her brow furrowing slightly. Gong Sun Yu shook his head, though his pallor persisted, his voice resolute. No. We must prioritize finding Hening. Xiao and Bai Shui exchanged glances, their worry palpable, yet they sensed his determination. Consequently, the three continued to scour the streets, inquiring with passers-by and even visiting merchants and residents who might know Hening. People hurried past, but no one seemed able to provide any valuable information. This fruitless search deepened the heaviness in their hearts. Gong Sun Yu's steps grew increasingly laborious, but he pressed on, determined to follow Xiao and Bai Shui. Every street and corner they traversed suggested that Hening had evaporated without a trace. How is this possible? Bai Shui's voice quivered with despair. We have scoured the entire city, yet we have not even glimpsed Hening's shadow. As time progressed, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, initially as delicate flakes before swiftly transforming into a dense snowfall. The number of pedestrians dwindled, and the snowfall cast a quiet, eerie ambience over the city. Xiao voiced her discontent. This weather is unbearable. The snow is becoming heavier. Searching for someone here feels akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Xiao nodded in agreement, her expression turning grave. Indeed, if we cannot locate Hening, we must at least find Sun Tianyu. His disappearance may be the key to unraveling this entire mystery. Xiao spoke first, her voice tinged with disappointment. We have scoured the city thoroughly, yet have found no trace of Hening. Ningzhua sighed and shook his head. We too have made no progress. The entire estate, including the Forbidden Well, has yielded no signs of Sun Tianyu. Upon hearing the news, Gong Sun Yu's expression suddenly turned more anxious, his voice tinged with evident panic. What should we do? Sun Tianyu is missing, and Hening cannot be found. What are we to do? Ningzhua's voice was resolute, attempting to soothe the distressed Gong Sun Yu. Do not panic. We must remain calm. Although Sun Tianyu's disappearance is concerning, it does not necessarily imply that he is in danger. We need to continue our investigation methodically. Chapter 315. What on earth is this? That night, the atmosphere within the courtyard grew increasingly sinister. Despite being urged to rest, Gong Sun Yu awoke from an unsettling dream, his heart racing, sensing an invisible threat lurking in the shadows. Outside, the moonlight was pallid, casting indistinct shapes through the clouds. Gong Sun Yu slowly rose, attempting to shake off the inexplicable fear. He approached the window, his gaze alert as he peered outside. This feeling, Gong Sun Yu murmured to himself, his unease intensifying. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled the curtains, producing a faint rustling sound. Gong Sun Yu abruptly turned, just in time to see a dark figure flit past the window. His heart seemed to leap into his throat, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Who is there? Gong Sun Yu asked, his voice trembling, hands clenched into fists, bracing for potential danger. The air in the room felt as though it had solidified, stiflingly quiet. At that moment, an intense chill swept over him, accompanied by a foreboding aura. Gong Sun Yu gasped, a nameless dread spreading within him. He turned slowly, only to see a vague silhouette silently approaching. Who are you? Gong Sun Yu attempted to steady himself, though his voice betrayed an unmistakable fear. He felt a wave of cold wash over him, as if it were freezing his very blood. Suddenly, The shadow lunged at him with astonishing speed. Gong Sun Yu instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack, but the shadow's movements were incredibly swift, launching another assault almost immediately. Gong Sun Yu retaliated with a punch, but it felt as though his fist passed through the air, failing to strike any tangible form. "What is this ghastly thing?" Gong Sun Yu cried out, his heartbeat echoing in his ears, each thump accompanied by profound terror. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, as if countless eyes were watching him from the darkness. Gong Sun Yu felt every move he made was under close scrutiny, rendering it difficult for him to concentrate. The shadow attacked once more, this time with even greater ferocity. Gong Sun Yu barely managed to evade, yet still suffered a scratch. He sensed the chill infiltrating his body, as if it sought to freeze his very essence. Struggling, Gong Sun Yu began to retreat, but the indescribable shadow seemed to possess an insatiable power, gradually pushing him toward the ancient well. The well appeared deep and eerie, like a gaping maw of darkness, ready to consume everything. No Gong Sun Yu's voice trembled with panic and helplessness, his back pressing against the icy stone wall. The chill emanating from the unfathomable, well, causing his blood to feel as though it were congealing. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out, "Stop." The surrounding air began to ripple, as if an invisible force responded to her call. Suddenly, a more intense chill surged forth, and a vague figure slowly materialized beside the well, its presence seemingly intertwined with the ominous aura of the ancient residence. Gong Sun Yu felt the force that had been dragging him suddenly release, and he steadied himself, swaying slightly. The newly appeared shadow seemed to exert a suppressive effect on the well's malevolence. Gong Sun Yu's breathing remained frantic, his gaze flickering with unease in the darkness. "I'm fine." Was that the strange entity from the well? Concern still lingered in Gong Sun Yu's eyes, his voice quivering. "I'm worried about leaving you here alone." A wave of mild numbness washed over him, followed by an involuntary relaxation that revealed his fatigue. Gong Sun Yu yearned to protest, but he found his body succumbing to an uncontrollable ease, his consciousness beginning to blur. But Yu Xiao Guifei was stirred awake by the commotion outside. She emerged from her chamber, appearing somewhat weary, yet instantly alert. "What is wrong? What has happened?" Her voice bore a hint of concern. Chapter 3:16. The devouring ghost missed Xiao Guifei, bit her lip, displaying a reluctant demeanor, yet ultimately nodded. "Very well, but you must be cautious. If anything occurs, call for us immediately." She inhaled deeply, determination etched on her face. The night within the courtyard grew even quieter, the only sound being the gentle whisper of the wind outside. She understood that this well might hold the key, concealing the secrets of the ancient residence. She murmured to herself, "I must uncover what lies hidden within this well." With that, she began preparing to descend into the well. From her small bag, she retrieved essential tools, including a flashlight and a sturdy rope. Skillfully, she secured the rope to a solid anchor point, double-checking for safety. As she descended, the surrounding darkness thickened, an ancient, chilling essence pervading the air. Only the beam of her flashlight flickered against the well's walls, revealing the slick stone surface and dense moss. The atmosphere within the well was exceedingly oppressive, each breath seeming to draw in the frigid air. The depths appeared to conceal some unknown secret, each inch downward challenging her courage. The beam of light rested on a stone wall, where indistinct symbols were etched, seemingly narrating ancient tales. Her heart raced, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, continuing her descent. Just as she delved deeper, an eerie gust swept through, carrying an indescribable sense of the uncanny. The beam of her flashlight wavered in the darkness, suddenly illuminating a contorted visage, its expression one of agony and distortion. Hollow eyes as if clawed from the depths of hell. It was a face reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, long hair disheveled and obscuring its features, revealing only its lifeless eyes. It stood silently at the bottom of the well, devoid of sound. Its mere presence was sufficient to instill fear. However, the well spirit seemed indifferent to her presence, remaining silent, its hollow gaze fixated ahead. This silent disregard heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Her voice grew more assertive, I do not know why you are here, nor do I comprehend your connection to the secrets of this residence. However, if you continue to remain silent, I shall resort to more drastic measures. I must find Sun Tianyu, regardless of the cost. Its form began to twist unnaturally, producing disquieting creaks. She realized she was confronting an entity of SS classification, a being both perilous and unpredictable. Though the well spirit moved swiftly, it seemed to embody a certain pain and struggle. Its attacks appeared instinctual rather than deliberate. Despite her preparations to face the unknown peril, the well spirit's strength far exceeded her expectations. Each evasion and counterattack weighed heavily upon her, the pressure palpable. Ningzhua's figure abruptly appeared at the well's bottom, his body seemingly undergoing a peculiar transformation, radiating a chilling yet potent aura. Clearly, after consuming the ghost mist, his power had significantly amplified. Ningzhua swiftly entered the fray, his movements exceptionally agile, each strike imbued with strength and decisiveness. He transformed into a ghastly figure, appearing as another sovereign amidst the enveloping darkness. The well demon exhibited a hint of trepidation upon encountering Ningzhua, its offensive clearly diminished. Each of Ningzhua's strikes rendered the well demon increasingly beleaguered, swiftly suppressing it. He seemed to have completely mastered the art of confronting the well demon, with every move executed with remarkable precision, effectively restraining his foe. As the battle unfolded, the well demon's strength gradually waned, and under Ningzhua's formidable onslaught, it began to appear utterly disheveled. Its movements grew more erratic and frantic, as if it had come to the realization that victory over its opponent was beyond its grasp. In the interstice, the well demon seized an opportunity to flee, swiftly slipping into a crevice in the well wall, vanishing into the shadows. Observing this, Ningzhua immediately prepared to pursue. A resolute light flickered in his eyes. He could not allow it to escape, for it might possess further knowledge regarding the secrets of this estate. The pair continued their exploration deeper into the well, the surrounding darkness and oppressive atmosphere quickening their heartbeats. The mottled stones of the well walls and the sporadic appearance of strange symbols added an air of mystery and unease to their quest. The ghostly mist emanating from Ningzhua appeared more pronounced in this abyss, providing them with a faint glimmer of illumination. His gaze was filled with vigilance, each step taken with utmost caution. Eventually, within a fissure of the stone wall, they uncovered something unusual. The crevice seemed to lead to a more profound space. Here, Ningzhua murmured, extending his hand into the gap, discovering a larger chamber beyond. Sun Tianyu might be within. The two cautiously traversed the narrow opening, arriving at an uncharted realm. This place felt even darker and colder, with an eerie chill permeating the air. They meticulously searched this unfamiliar territory until the beam of her flashlight illuminated a corner, where a figure lay curled up. Here, Sun Tianyu is here. Her voice brimmed with urgency and relief. As they approached, they found the unconscious Sun Tianyu, looking exceedingly frail but still breathing. Ningzhua hastily examined him, confirming that he was merely in a state of unconsciousness, posing no immediate threat to life. We must get him out at once, Ningzhua declared decisively. Navigating back through the narrow crevice, they once again faced the well's shadowy depths. Ningzhua carefully secured Sun Tianyu to himself, preparing to ascend using the rope. As they neared the well's mouth, the chilling and oppressive sensation gradually dissipated. Upon returning to the estate, Bai Shui swiftly approached Sun Tianyu for an examination. Her brow furrowed, her expression grave. Others gathered around, all displaying palpable concern. "How is he, Bai Shui?" Xiao Guifei inquired, her tone laced with urgency. Bai Shui inhaled deeply, her eyes revealing a trace of astonishment. Sun Tianyu's condition is quite unusual. While his body shows no significant injuries, one of his souls is inexplicably missing. This revelation left everyone present in a state of shock. Upon hearing the explanation, solemnity and worry spread across their faces. "What should we do now?" Xiao Guifei asked anxiously. Bai Shui turned to her, her voice resolute and urgent. "We must locate the well demon once more. Only it may possess the knowledge of why Sun Tianyu has lost a soul and how to rectify it. We cannot afford to waste any time. Xiao Guifei nodded nervously, her tone firm. Then let us act swiftly. We cannot allow Sun Tianyu to remain in jeopardy. Ning Zhua stepped forward, his demeanor serious and composed. Interrupting the discussion, there is no need to search for the well demon just yet. I know where Sun Tianyu's lost soul resides. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon Ning Zhua. A mixture of shock and curiosity etched across their faces. Ning Zhua took a deep breath, his expression grave, as they absorbed his words. Hesitation and concern flickered in their expressions. Before he could finish, Bai Shui, Xiao Guifei, and Gong Suanyu immediately protested. No, we cannot allow you both to face such danger again, Bai Shui declared firmly, her gaze resolute. Xiao Guifei added, Indeed, we should all go together. That well is far too perilous for just the two of you to venture. Gong Suanyu was even more forthright. If I go, at least I can bolster our strength. Our mission extends beyond merely retrieving Sun Tianyu's soul. We may face that fearsome well demon. She understood that this decision entailed greater risks. Yet she also recognized the importance of teamwork. The group quickly organized their gear, ready to re-enter the ominous ancient well. As they stepped outside the estate, they beheld the sky cloaked in heavy clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, with thunder rumbling ominously, as if foretelling an impending storm. Ning Zhua led the way, his brow furrowed and his gaze laden with profound alertness. Xiao Guifei and Bai Shui followed closely, their expressions equally grave. Gong Suanyu scanned the surroundings, weapon gripped tightly, prepared for any potential danger. At the moment they were set to descend into the well, the sky darkened further, as though an ominous shroud enveloped the entire horizon. A disquieting atmosphere hung in the air. In the distance, the city's silhouette appeared especially foreboding under the flashes of lightning. Suddenly, they heard a cacophony of chaos emanating from afar. It was a chorus of terrified screams mingled with indiscernible roars. Chapter 3:18. Ning Zhua is dead. Though the sounds were distant, they resonated with chilling clarity in the stillness of the night. Gong Suanyu's expression turned grave. What is that sound? What has occurred? Ning Zhua's countenance grew solemn as he listened intently, a sense of foreboding washing over him. His instincts warned him that this was not a favorable omen. Look over there. Bai Shui suddenly pointed towards the city. The group turned to see a spreading mass of black fog in the distance, interspersed with flickering red light, reminiscent of flames. That is. Xiao Guifei's voice trembled with fear. Ning Zhua clenched his fists, his voice low and urgent. That is he, Ning. He has been disassembled. Yet rather than perishing, he is transformed into a more potent and sinister entity. Now, he embarks on a massacre throughout the city in an SSS-level grotesque form. The faces of the group turned ashen, the scene before them surpassing their wildest imaginings. He Ning's figure appeared distorted and terrifying under the lightning. The surrounding black mist swirling as if alive, consuming everything in its path. Ning Zhua's expression hardened, and he took a resolute step forward, declaring, I will confront He Ning first. He is no longer the person we once knew. He has become an unimaginable existence. But going alone is far too perilous. Xiao Guifei exclaimed anxiously. Ning Zhua turned to her, his gaze unwavering. I understand the danger, but we are out of time. He Ning's power is too great. We must act swiftly to prevent further innocent casualties. Gong Suanyu tightened his grip on his weapon. I will go with you. Ning Zhua shook his head. No. You all stay here to protect Sun Tianyu and the others. My presence alone is sufficient. With that, Ning Zhua turned and swiftly advanced towards the city, his figure appearing solitary and valiant amidst the lightning. We must prepare ourselves, she said, addressing the others. Regardless of whether Ning Zhua can stop He Ning, we must brace for the worst. Xiao Guifei and Bai Shui nodded in agreement, aware that the forthcoming events could become increasingly complex and perilous. Although Gong Suanyu felt uneasy, he understood that he had no choice but to heed Ning Zhua's directive. They began to establish defensive measures around the estate, readying themselves for whatever may transpire. The distant city has been shrouded in darkness and terror, with lightning intertwining in the night sky. Ning Zhua's figure gradually fades into the abyss, advancing toward the unknown battle. His steps are resolute and swift as he traverses the shadows of the night, heading toward the city engulfed in dread. His gaze is filled with determination. Even in the face of impending danger, there is not a trace of retreat in his heart. The silhouette of Ningzhua, receding, appears increasingly solitary and unwavering amidst the flashes of lightning, resembling a lone warrior confronting the unknown challenges ahead. The city's outskirts are cloaked in darkness and fear, with piercing screams and ominous roars echoing through the sky. The black mist is interspersed with crimson glows akin to the flames of hell. As Ningzhua draws closer to the city, the atmosphere becomes increasingly oppressive. His heart races, yet he does not falter. When he finally spots He Ning, he halts in his tracks. He Ning stands there, surrounded by writhing black mist, his body contorted and grotesque, devoid of human semblance, leaving only a terrifyingly eerie entity. Ningzhua takes a deep breath, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, He Ning suddenly moves, his speed astonishing, like a bolt of black lightning. Ningzhua scarcely has time to react, catching only a fleeting glimpse of He Ning's figure. He Ning, sensing Ningzhua's motion, turned around, his eyes devoid of any human emotion, replaced by coldness and destruction. He launches another assault on Ningzhua, each movement imbued with the power to obliterate everything. Despite Ningzhua's valiant resistance, his strength pales in comparison to He Ning's. With each clash, he is forced to retreat, blood oozing from his wounds. In this fierce battle, Ningzhua teeters on the brink of his limits. With every strike, he feels his strength waning. Then, a colossal force slams into his chest. His body hurled backward as if struck by a sledgehammer. Ningzhua collapses to the ground, disbelief filling his eyes. He gazes at his chest, where gaping, blood-soaked wound lies. He wishes to utter something, but only a low, mournful wail escapes him. He Ning stands impassively, devoid of expression or sound, akin to a statue of darkness, merciless and unyielding. The others in the courtyard witness this scene with profound shock and dread. An atmosphere of horror and astonishment swiftly envelopes the courtyard. Ningzhua's sudden collapse engenders an unprecedented despair. "We must hurry." Bai Shui's voice is tense and urgent as she leads the charge toward Ningzhua's fallen form, followed closely by Xiao Guifei and Gong Suanyu. Their footsteps quicken with concern for Ningzhua's safety. Though he has fallen, they cling to a glimmer of hope, yearning to reach him in time. Aware that the situation has grown perilous, they are resolute to confront it. They traverse the darkened night, with lightning flickering overhead, each clap of thunder heralding impending disaster. The wind and rain intensify, the ominous clouds threatening to crush the very world. Upon reaching the spot where Ningzhua lies, they find him motionless on the ground, surrounded by darkness and lightning, as if mourning his plight. Ningzhua! Gong Suanyu is the first to dash forward, crouching beside him, seeking signs of life. Xiao Guifei and Bai Shui gather anxiously around him, their eyes filled with disbelief and sorrow. Yet, Ningzhua has ceased to breathe, his gaze vacant, staring at the sky as if still battling the invincible foe in his final moments. Ningzhua! Xiao Guifei's voice quivers, unable to accept the harsh reality before her. Bai Shui's complexion pales. She covers her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 319. Defeat in this tense and sorrowful atmosphere. An even stronger sense of foreboding envelopes the scene. He Ning approaches them like a dark whirlwind. "Be careful." Bai Shui's voice shifts to a combat mode, quickly snapping back from her shock to alert the others. Xiao Guifei and Gong Suanyu swiftly turn to face the imminent threat. Just then, He Ning's distorted figure materializes in their sight, his speed nearly impossible to capture. The surrounding dark mist appears almost sentient, spreading with an aura of death. Gong Suanyu is the first to react, wielding his weapon and charging forward to intercept He Ning. However, his attack seems insignificant, easily brushed aside by He Ning. Xiao Guifei joins the fray, her spells bursting in the air, yet failing to inflict any substantial harm on He Ning, whose power seems beyond mortal comprehension. She barely has time to react before being struck by this overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. Despite their efforts to resist, Xiao Guifei and Bai Shui find themselves powerless against He Ning's might. In an instant, He Ning's dark power envelopes the battlefield, each blow carrying absolute annihilation. The group cannot withstand such force, falling one after another, the battlefield rife with despair and helplessness. Ultimately, under He Ning's formidable onslaught, all succumb. He Ning stands amidst the night, a sovereign of darkness, the surrounding silence profound. In this moment, he alone remains in the battlefield, the darkness around him seemingly celebrating his triumph. She awakens in a strange and dim environment, the air thick with an eerie chill. Struggling to sit up, she surveys her surroundings, discovering herself within an ancient and shadowy structure, its walls inscribed with bizarre symbols, the atmosphere laden with an oppressive strangeness. Is this the seventh layer of the ghost realm? She murmurs, memories of the previous night's battle vivid and nightmarish. Slowly rising, she feels the weight and fatigue of her body. Confusion fills her mind as she wonders why she is here. She spots Xiao Guifei, Bai Shui, and Gong Sunyu lying nearby, weary yet alive. A surge of inexplicable solace washes over her. At least they are together. Is everyone all right? Her voice, though faint, carries concern. Ning Zhuo, Xiao Guifei, and the others gradually awaken from their stupor. Their bodies bear the marks of severe torment, exhausted yet still alive. As they regain consciousness, the atmosphere lightens slightly. Where is this? Ning Zhuo's voice is hoarse as he scans the area, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Xiao Guifei rubs her temples, attempting to alleviate her headache. It appears to be some unknown space, or perhaps a kind of illusion. Bai Shui slowly rises, observing their surroundings. Gong Sunyu grips his weapon tightly, prepared for potential threats. We were defeated by He Ning. Could this be his domain? As they scrutinize their surroundings, Gong Sunyu suddenly notices something in the corner. His voice carries surprise and urgency. Look over there. All eyes turn in the direction he points. In the dark corner, they see Sun Tianyu lying still in a state of unconsciousness. In this eerie realm of the seventh layer of the ghost realm, an unprecedented sense of oppression weighs upon them. They realize that even at his peak, Ning Zhuo cannot contend with the SSS-level ghost, He Ning. Xiao Guifei's expression turns serious. We must exercise extreme caution. The rules here are entirely different from what we know. Even the strongest may lose their advantage. Despite his fatigue, Ning Zhuo maintains his composure. We cannot rely solely on strength. Here, wisdom and strategy may prove more crucial. Bai Shui softly adds, we need to understand the rules of this place. Each ghostly realm possesses its own characteristics, and if we could grasp these nuances, perhaps we could devise a means to contend with He Ning. Wait, she suddenly interjected, her voice imbued with a tone of revelation. During our battle with He Ning, I sensed something amiss. It seems there's a trace of Sun Tianyu about him. This startling discovery left the others in astonishment. Ning Zhuo immediately focused his attention. Are you certain? What would this imply? The frown on Xiao Guifei's brow deepened as she pondered. If He Ning indeed carries the essence of Sun Tianyu, it may suggest that Sun Tianyu's spirit has been somehow bound or absorbed by him. Bai Shui swiftly added, this could explain why we cannot locate Sun Tianyu's spirit. It may be ensnared within He Ning's eerie powers, and we must find a way to liberate it. She understood that to survive in this seventh layer of the ghostly realm, they required a more adaptable strategy. I have a plan. Her voice conveyed determination. I can draw Sun Tianyu into my underworld. This way, we need not worry about his safety while we act, facilitating our movements. Ning Zhuo and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the wisdom in her choice. Ning Zhuo nodded in agreement. That is a sound idea. Ensuring his safety is our primary concern while he cannot defend himself. Chapter 320. Emotion is a luxury for him, Bai Shui concurred. Indeed, this allows us to focus entirely on confronting He Ning. The group beheld a faint glow emanating from her palm, gently enveloping Sun Tianyu. Now, we can concentrate on dealing with He Ning, she declared, her voice imbued with an indomitable spirit. The five began preparing to re-enter this domain fraught with uncertainty and peril. Xiao Guifei solemnly raised a crucial point. We must confront the reality that even with our combined powers, we may still be unable to contend with He Ning. He now wields the ghostly force of the entire city, and his true strength far exceeds the SSS level. Ningzhua's brow furrowed deeply as he spoke in a low tone. This signifies we must adopt an alternative approach. Direct confrontation may lead to our demise. We need a more cunning strategy to undermine his power. Bai Xuan nodded in agreement. He Ning may have now become the core of this ghostly realm, controlling the forces of the entire domain. We must discover a means to disrupt his control, perhaps by examining the rules of this ghostly realm. Bai Xuan glanced around nervously, urgency evident in her tone. Time is of the essence. The environment of this ghostly realm shifts with each passing moment, and we cannot predict what will transpire next. We must act swiftly. The sun hung high in the sky, the afternoon progressing. The city appeared unchanged, yet an ominous atmosphere permeated the air. Ningzhua's expression grew serious. We have already been here for an entire morning. According to my calculations, we have 36 hours remaining before He Ning's malevolent spirit fully revives. Xiao Guifei's brow knitted in concern. 36 hours. This is our sole window of opportunity. We must devise a solution within this time frame. At this moment, the atmosphere throughout the city grew increasingly oppressive and terrifying. The streets lay desolate, only the wind stirring newspapers and debris, producing a rustling sound. The sun blazed overhead, yet its light seemed incapable of dispelling the malevolent aura. Ningzhua and his companions cautiously navigated the streets, their gazes vigilant, prepared to confront any impending dangers. Suddenly, an unusual clamor shattered the silence. They approached the source of the sound with caution, only to find a crowd surrounding a figure, He Ning. Once again, it was the same group attacking him. He Ning's body was battered and torn, yet the crowd showed no semblance of compassion, continuing their brutal assault. Ningzhua and his team bore witness to He Ning's harrowing plight anew, their hearts swelling with anger and helplessness as he was mercilessly beaten by the frenzied mob. His condition precariously dire. Her words plunged Xiao Guifei and Bai Xuan into contemplation, as they recognized the complexity and tragedy behind it all. This was not merely a battle against the ghostly realm, but a confrontation with past tragedies. Bai Xuan gazed at He Ning's distressing state, her voice laden with deep sympathy. During his lifetime, he likely felt little warmth. Such profound resentment must stem from unspeakable suffering he endured. Xiao Guifei sighed softly, her gaze revealing a trace of resignation. In this world teeming with malevolence and spirits, some fates are simply wretched. His eyes carried an ineffable emotion, perhaps gratitude, yet also a sense of bewilderment. Then, before anyone could react further, He Ning abruptly turned and fled with astonishing speed, vanishing into the darkened streets. As He Ning's hurried silhouette faded, Bai Xuan couldn't help but murmur, "This ghost, we expend so much effort to save him, yet he escapes without a word of thanks." Xiao Guifei chuckled softly at this remark. "Bai Xuan, you are truly naive. He is engulfed by resentment and pain. Gratitude may be a luxury he can no longer afford." The group nodded in understanding, acutely aware that in this environment rife with uncertainty and peril, any habitual action could yield risks. In the twilight's glow, the city shrouded in fear appeared all the more somber and foreboding. They traversed the dusky streets, seeking a suitable place to rest. Most inns in the city had shuttered their doors, each one they passed tightly sealed, windows coated in dust and cobwebs, exuding an aura of desolation and abandonment. "All the inns are closed. What shall we do?" Chapter 321. Room 404. Bai Xuan inquired anxiously, her eyes betraying her unease. Xiao Guifei surveyed her surroundings, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. This city has been utterly forsaken. In these circumstances, finding a place to rest is exceedingly difficult. Ningzhua's gaze remained composed as he replied, "We cannot surrender. There must be a place that can accommodate us." They continued their aimless search through the streets. Nightfall gradually descended, streetlights sparse, casting an eerie and terrifying pall over the city. Beneath the dim light, Bai Xuan suddenly pointed ahead at an inn there. "The door is ajar." Her voice carried a note of surprise and uncertainty. Though the inn's door stood open, the interior was shrouded in darkness and silence. Devoid of any light, An unsettling atmosphere pervaded the air, sending chills down their spines. Ningxue cast a tense glance at his companions before cautiously approaching the entrance. His grip tightened around his weapon, ever ready to confront any potential threat. Inside, the inn was engulfed in darkness, with only the curtains swaying in the wind, producing a faint rustling sound. As they stepped into the lobby, the wooden floor creaked beneath their weight, heightening the sense of dread. Upon entering, they discovered an elderly woman seated behind the counter. She appeared quite aged, her face etched with the marks of time, her eyes reflecting a profound sorrow. Ningxue approached her, inquiring if they could stay for the night. The elderly woman lifted her gaze, her eyes seeming to penetrate Ningxue's very soul. "You may stay," she rasped, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, "but I advise you to leave early after resting. This city is unsuitable for the living." Her words sent a chill through the hearts of the group. Snow glanced anxiously at Ningxue and inquired, "Is what she said true? Is there danger here?" The elderly woman sighed, a fleeting glimmer of something elusive shining in her eyes. "Every corner here is fraught with peril. It is best you do not probe too deeply. Just survive this night and depart swiftly." Though the inn appeared antiquated, finding a refuge from the elements in such surroundings was no small feat. They traversed the dimly lit corridor, each step accompanied by the creaking floorboards. She cautiously opened each door, ensuring no lurking threats lay within. Snow followed closely behind, occasionally casting anxious glances toward the darkened ends of the corridor, apprehensive of an unforeseen apparition. "It feels rather eerie here," Snow murmured, her voice tinged with fear. Xiao Guifei nodded in understanding, affirming, "In this situation, safety far outweighs comfort. Let us 3 girls share a room." Upon arriving at their assigned room, Snow noticed the number 404 on the door. Yet, what heightened her alertness was a faint, acrid scent of blood that lingered in the air. Frowning, she turned to Snow and Xiao Guifei, saying, "There's a musty odor, and it seems to carry a hint of blood." Upon hearing this, Snow's complexion paled, her gaze darting nervously around the room. "A scent of blood? What has occurred here?" Snow opened the wardrobe and drawers, finding nothing but a few old garments and some tattered toiletries. Each corner of the room seemed to exude an unsettling aura, yet they uncovered no concrete signs of danger. Still, the vague scent of blood kept their hearts on high alert. Xiao Guifei stood in the center of the room, inhaling deeply, her expression grave. Snow's face turned ashen as she stammered, "Hundreds? How is that possible? Are we to stay here?" Xiao Guifei nodded, her eyes betraying a profound seriousness. "My sense of smell is quite acute. This scent of blood is the result of prolonged accumulation, far beyond a mere ordinary death." The 3 stood in the room, enveloped by a heavy atmosphere of dread and fear. Snow glanced around nervously, as if expecting something extraordinary to transpire at any moment. Quickly, she retrieved several talisman papers, her movements urgent, her face a portrait of anxiety. She carefully affixed the talismans to the head and foot of the bed, as if seeking psychological solace. "I hope these talismans can protect us," she uttered, her voice quivering with a hint of hope. Her demeanor grew increasingly vigilant, scanning for any potential hidden perils. Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished, plunging the trio into darkness. In the sealed room, not a glimmer of light penetrated, creating a suffocating terror. Chapter 322. The function of the ghost. Mirror Snow's voice quivered with palpable panic as her hands groped about, seeking anything that might emit light. Xiao Guifei strove to maintain her composure, urging, "Stay calm." In that moment, a deep, eerie sound resonated through the room, reminiscent of something being dragged slowly across the floor. The sound was unnervingly clear in the silence, sending chills down their spines. "What was that noise?" Snow queried, her voice trembling. As her hand brushed against the surface of the cabinet, she felt a damp, slick sensation. Her heart raced. Her instincts warned her this was no good omen. "This is blood," she whispered, striving to maintain her composure. The cold, viscous liquid clung to her hand, unsettling her deeply. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her inner turmoil and spoke as steadily as she could. "Xiao Guifei, Snow, Are you both still here? In response, two voices emerged, tense yet relatively composed. I am here, Xiao Guifei replied, her tone quivering slightly. At that moment, a peculiar tremor infused her voice as she murmured, something feels off. Isenxia. As though something has latched onto me. In such darkness and uncertainty, this sensation was particularly disquieting. Her words escalated the tension in the room to its zenith. At that instant, the atmosphere was thick not only with darkness, but also with an indescribable terror. She swiftly recalled a unique item she carried, a ghost mirror. The ghost mirror, an ancient and enigmatic tool, was said to reveal the hidden spirits lurking in the shadows. Though utilizing it bore certain risks, a careless use might unleash the spirits sealed within. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously retrieved the ancient mirror from her pocket. The mirror trembled slightly in her grasp, as though imbued with a life of its own. A gentle breath from her lips conjured a thin mist upon its surface, which then cleared. As the mirror activated, the atmosphere in the room felt increasingly oppressive. She gripped the mirror tightly, her gaze fixated and vigilant. Gradually, indistinct forms began to materialize within the mirror, unveiling the hidden truths of the room. These were not mere reflections, but the genuine apparitions of the room's true inhabitants, ghosts. Each apparition bore a unique shape and characteristic. Some displayed faces contorted in agony, others were headless figures, while a few floated mid-air, seemingly voicelessly screaming. In the stifling darkness, even the slightest sound amplified, contributing to the unsettling ambience. She endeavored to keep her voice steady. Not many. Yet, a flicker of terror glimmered in her eyes. In truth, the number of spirits revealed in the mirror far exceeded her expectations. At least 100, each radiating its own anguish and resentment. Among them, one or two ghostly figures silently perched upon Xiao Guifei's shoulder, as if peering into her very soul. In the dim light, the mirror reflected a seemingly ordinary pool of liquid. Ghostly blood not only possessed potent corrosive properties, but, once contaminated, would gradually diminish a person's mental state, leading to hallucinations and psychological distortions. She recognized that maintaining her mental composure was crucial in such an environment. Swiftly, she uncapped a vial and poured the elixir down her throat. Observing the spectral figures in the ghost mirror, she noted that, despite their overwhelming numbers, they appeared incapable of direct aggression, at least in the current circumstances. Turning to Snow, she spoke with calm reassurance. Snow, affix a talisman to your left hand. Quickly, get some rest. Snow promptly retrieved several yellow talismans from her pack, skillfully adhering them to her left hand. The talismans, adorned with intricate patterns and enigmatic symbols, emanated a faint glow, instilling a sense of security. This should provide some defense against unforeseen events, Snow declared, her gaze resolute. Xiao Guifei followed suit, applying the talismans with a slight tremor, yet maintaining her composure. The room fell silent once more, save for the occasional faint sounds, reminders that this was not a sanctuary. The following morning, as sunlight filtered weakly through the curtain seams, Snow and Xiao Guifei awoke, visibly fatigued. Rubbing her eyes, Snow expressed her discontent. Last night was unbearable. I was plagued by nightmares, feeling as though something was constantly watching me. Xiao Guifei nodded in agreement. Her voice weary, I felt the same, as if something were pressing down on me, suffocating my breath. I struggled throughout the night. Chapter 323. The atmosphere feels off. She understood that these discomforts were likely a consequence of the ghostly activities within the room. A realization struck her. The talismans had indeed served a purpose. Bai Shui cast a wary glance around, still feeling a lingering unease, although some assistance had been rendered. The terror of the previous night loomed too vividly in her mind. Shall we depart from this place today? She inquired. Xiao Guifei nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring Bai Shui's sentiments. The oppressive atmosphere here is overwhelming. I suspect even sleep would not come easily. Rising, she began to gather their belongings. Despite a sleepless night, they understood the urgency of vacating this shadow-laden locale. As they exited their room, the hotel corridor remained shrouded in darkness and silence. They tread cautiously towards Ning Zhuo's quarters, eager to leave this ominous setting behind. Each step down the corridor felt like traversing an invisible gravitational field, the air thick with a palpable sense of dread that was disconcerting. A frown creased her brow as a foreboding sensation welled within her. She exchanged a resolute glance with Bai Shui and Xiao Guifei, then quickly retreated a few steps before charging towards Ning Zhuo's door, exerting all her strength to break it open. The door creaked ominously under her impact, finally yielding to her force. Inside, the room was eerily vacant. Neither Ning Zhuo nor Gongsun could be found. The bed was meticulously arranged, as if it had never been slept in, while the curtains billowed gently with the breeze, adding an air of mystery. How could this be? Where have they gone? Bai Shui's voice trembled with panic. She meticulously scanned Ning Zhuo and Gongsun Yu's room, her eyes sweeping over every corner and object. Suddenly, she halted, her complexion paling as if she had encountered something unfathomable. The atmosphere here. It feels even more perilous than the room we occupied last night, Bai Shui stammered, as though some malevolent force lingers. Meanwhile, Ning Zhuo slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a strange and dimly lit environment. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was no longer in the hotel, but rather in an unknown realm. The air was laden with a chilling dampness, as if he had been transported far from the realm of humanity into some supernatural domain. Struggling to rise, he felt utterly drained, as though he had endured an intense confrontation. In his recollection, the last moment of the hotel was marked by a surge of powerful energy before he succumbed to darkness. He recognized that they were not contending with mere specters, but with a malevolent entity known as the Shadow Ghost. This spirit possessed uniquely perilous traits, capable of invoking deadly consequences through a person's shadow. Shadow ghosts were notoriously challenging adversaries, lurking in the dark and launching assaults via shadows. The moment a person's shadow entered their domain, they would immediately find themselves in grave peril. Yet, the pressing dilemma was that he was now distanced from them, unable to convey this critical warning directly. Anxiously, Ning Zhuo searched the dim, cold surroundings for an entrance into the city. Back in the hotel's murky lobby, he encountered the elderly woman from the previous day once more. She sat silently behind the counter, her gaze profound as if she perceived everything. Noticing the diminished number of their party, she refrained from questioning them further, instead regarding them with an expression imbued with wisdom and depth. The oppressive atmosphere in the dim lobby was palpable, intensifying their sense of this place as strangeness. It felt as though the air had solidified, with every corner concealing some unfathomable secret that evoked a sense of dread and discomfort. Her words sent chills down their spines, as each shadowy recess seemed to harbor unknown terrors. Upon exiting the inn, they found the cityscape unchanged. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, as if fleeing from some inscrutable fear.